Chapter 1, You and I Heart to Heart. On the vast ocean, the blazing sun hung high. A kayak floated on the sea, with a man and a woman on it. The man, he was tied up completely to the kayak, his body cut open in countless places, blood dripping freely onto the kayak. The woman held a worn-out wooden bowl, and kept pouring seawater over his body. The salt slowly soaked into his flesh, making him feel pain like knives drilling into his bones. Wanchio. Wanchio. Let me go, please. Huyu kept howling in pain. And the one called Wanchio was his girlfriend. No, to be exact, she was the girlfriend he had chased and fawned over for a long time, and only after the end of the world came did she barely agree to be with him. That day, a heavy rainstorm swept the whole world. At first, everyone thought it was just a normal rain. But after 3 days, the rain showed no sign of stopping, and drainage systems around the world completely broke down. After 5 days, 10% of the Earth's land was underwater. People started panicking, large-scale riots broke out everywhere. Looting, killing, running for life, everyone was struggling just to stay alive. After 15 days, 30% of the land was flooded. Social order fully collapsed. People returned to a primitive world, where the one with the bigger fist held the power. A bottle of fresh water became more expensive than gold of the same weight. After 30 days, 60% of the land was drowned. Humans had fallen into despair, and those still alive were less than 10% of the total population. Faith became the only strength left for people. 49 days passed. All the land on Earth was completely flooded. The endless rain finally stopped. And Huyu and the girl lived through it all from the first day of the rain until now. But other than this kayak, a wooden bowl, and a dagger, they had nothing else left. Baby. Yuancho poured another bowl of seawater onto Huyu's body, leaned down, and gently touched his face. Do you know why I chose you, and not the other simp dogs? Huyu seemed to realize something, his eyes widened staring at her. Food storage. Looks like you guessed it. Yuancho's fingers lightly brushed over his chest, her cold fingertips bringing a strange kind of thrill. You are the heaviest and healthiest among them all, and still a virgin. If I turn you into salted meat, I can at least live another 10 days. As for the others, I'm afraid even their kidneys aren't bigger than a chick's, there's no use in keeping them. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll place your heart as close to my own as possible. Yuancho touched her lower belly, right here, do you see? Everything will be just like you wanted, we'll be together forever. You will fully have me, and I will completely have you. Psycho. You're a damn psycho. Huyu roared in anger, his pale cracked lips trembling nonstop. 50 days had passed, everyone's life had changed beyond recognition. Who wouldn't go mad? Baby, how could you curse me? Isn't this your true wish deep in your heart? Forever. Yuancho said, then suddenly pulled out the dagger and stabbed it deep into Huyu's heart. She leaned close to his face, giving him one last kiss. Be with me. Pooh. Huyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt darkness fall over his eyes, pain, sight, smell started to fade away, and finally his hearing. He vaguely heard the sound of chewing next to him. In the next moment, the Wuming Mountains connect to faraway mountains, and moonlight shines down on Xiangshui Beach. Huyu opened his eyes by instinct, and the first thing he did was reach for his chest. The knife wound was gone. His heart was still there. Wait. This place is. He opened his eyes and looked around, and found this was actually his bedroom. I was reborn? Huyu immediately grabbed his phone, turned off the alarm, and looked at the time on the screen. July 6, 2024, Saturday, 7 a.m. He had made a date with Yuancho to go see a movie, planning to get up early, clean up, and take a shower or something. And it was exactly 7 days before it all began. On July 13, at 7 p.m., the first heavy rain will fall. By full calculation, there are 180 hours left until the end of the world arrives. Of course, that is, if everything I experienced before is real, and not just a dream. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. A dialog box popped up in front of Huyu's eyes. System activated successfully. Host, Huyu. System level, 1. System function, space backpack. Distance to next upgrade, 0 to 1. Note 1, for every day the host survives, 1 experience point will be gained. After upgrading, more functions will be unlocked. Note 2, the space backpack has unlimited size. Any non-living object can be stored inside. All items will be isolated separately and will not change in nature due to any factors. Note 3, all items within 1 meter of the body can be directly stored in the space backpack. This is a system? Huyu moved his thoughts, testing by trying to store the TV hanging in front of him into the space backpack. In just a flash, the TV disappeared from in front of him, then in another flash, it appeared again. He looked at the prompt box in front of him, confirming one thing. What he just experienced was not a dream. The end of the world is really coming. In Huyu's mind, the image of Yi Wanqiu appeared. The two of them lived in the same building. He lived on the 24th floor, Yi Wanqiu lived on the 3rd floor. In the last life, after the heavy rain fell, he kindly took Yi Wanqiu in, and the two became a couple. Many things happened during that time. He thought they would support each other all the way, but who would have thought? After the last bit of food was eaten, he became the food. From the beginning, this was a trap. In this life, with the system, he must do something. Yi Wanqiu, I will let you experience pain 100 times worse than mine. Huyu immediately got up, and after a simple wash, the first thing he did was order takeout. After rebirth, the hunger in his body did not appear, but the appetite in his mind reached the peak. He looked at the hamburger, fried chicken, cola, milk tea in front of him, and directly started feasting. After eating, he let out a satisfied burp. First go online and buy some things. It was already noon. Huyu made a plan, and bought everything online directly: instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, and even 10 boxes each of all kinds of drinks. Especially mineral water. 5L per bottle, straight up 100 barrels. As for payment, anyway, all those online loans like Huabei, Haishio, that certain groups credit, he squeezed them all dry. 1 hour later. He successfully owed 500,000 yuan in debt. The things he bought were enough to open a large supermarket. But even so, it was not enough. If it was just for him to eat, it was enough for him to live comfortably through the whole rainy period. But what about after the rainy period? No one knows what will happen after the whole world turns into ocean. Just in case, it's best to prepare more. It's best to prepare everything for this whole lifetime. Besides food, there's also medical supplies, weapons, entertainment, and humans. If he lived alone, even with cats and dogs as company, old age would still be very lonely. Of course, choosing people must be very reliable. Otherwise, if it's another Yi Wanqiu, that would be terrible. If only there were a boat. Just on the 20th day of the rainy period, he personally saw a rich man driving a luxury cruise ship far into the ocean. There were even tickets for sale. The prices were of two kinds: one was 20 times the person's weight in food, the other was oneself. The latter was only for top-level goddesses with perfect bodies and beautiful faces. As long as one boarded the ship, they became his personal property. Life and death were up to him. Back then Yi Wanqiu also wanted to go up. Too bad, she was not good enough. Unfortunately, Huyu was just a college student who graduated 2 years ago. Except for the apartment left by his parents, he only had just over 20,000 in savings. Buying a small speedboat was enough, but a yacht or anything, no way. As for stealing conveniently, the space backpack could fit it. I'm just afraid that after going through with it, I won't be able to escape. 7 days left. The only choice is to try what's written in the criminal code. Chapter 2, Selling Tea Online. Boss Tian. Make money. Right now, Huyu's only advantage is his space ability, but banks and gold shops all have surveillance. Even if he can take things remotely, it might still cause suspicion. In his last life, he never thought he would be reborn. Otherwise, he would have memorized at least 1 or 2 lottery numbers. Now there's only one way left. Rob the rich and help the poor. Rob the loan company's riches and help my own poverty. Loan companies usually keep some cash in safes. As long as he finds such a safe, there's room to operate. Huyu carried his house property certificate and started running between major banks, with only one goal: mortgage loan. But every time it came to doing the paperwork, he would leave with the certificate instead of completing the process at the bank. Soon, a spirited young man in a black shirt and sunglasses came up to him. Hey bro, short on cash? Yes. Huyu immediately turned into an acting king. In the 2 months of the apocalypse, the first thing he learned was to talk to people like a person, and talk to ghosts like a ghost. His acting skills had long surpassed all the pretty boy celebrities. Brother. He immediately hid the property certificate under his armpit and asked in a low voice, You got a way? As long as you have collateral, I have a way. Perfect. Huyu took out the certificate with both hands. Look, isn't this it? Done. The spirited guy responded, then turned around, Let's go bro, I'll take you to the way. Soon, Huyu was brought to a tea house. The first floor was a normal tea shop, but the second floor had a huge wooden table. In front of the table sat a cultured middle-aged man. When he saw someone coming, he spoke slowly, A guest? Come, have a seat. Try this year's new tea. It's already July, and you call this new tea? You think I don't know anything? Huyu smiled politely, walked up, held the property certificate in his chest, and asked, Boss, how should I address you? Just call me Old Tian. The middle-aged man raised his hand and said, Come, sit, little brother. What business are you looking to do? Boss Tian. Hu Yu sat down and pushed the certificate forward. I want a loan. I heard you've got away? Loan, no. But I do sell tea. Ha? You joking with me? Hu Yu knew what he meant, but still snorted lightly and stood up, only to be pressed down by a strong man behind him. Hey, little brother, don't rush. Boss Tian picked up a cup of tea, sipped, and said in detail, you mortgage your house to me, I'll lend you money. No interest. But as a friend, you have to buy some tea from me. So, do you get it now? I get it. Hu Yu paused for a moment, then asked, how much tea do I have to buy? How much do you want to borrow? 2 million. This house is worth way more than that. How many days? 1 month. Boss Tian's face lit up with joy. He pulled out a box of tea from under the table. This is this year's new tea. 10,000 per box. Little brother, take 40 boxes to try? 40 boxes, that's 400,000 interest in 1 month. Truly ruthless. Too much. To avoid suspicion, Hu Yu frowned. Boss Tian, can I buy a little less? Boss Tian's face instantly changed, raised his hand to drink tea. See the guest out. I'll buy. But I want cash. Okay. Boss Tian squeezed out another smile, turned to look behind. Shall we make the contract? Yes, boss. Only then did Hu Yu pick up his teacup, took a light sip, and watched as Boss Tian walked to the back of the tea room. If he guessed right, the loan shark money is kept in there. Soon, Boss Tian came back holding 2 large handbags and placed them on the table, pressing down with his hand. Little brother, let me ask, what are you using this money for? Hu Yu had long prepared his excuse, leaned in close to Boss Tian's ear like a thief, and whispered, Boss Tian, I'm only telling you because I see you as righteous. I got insider news. As long as the market opens on Monday. Alright. Boss Tian didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. He pushed the money forward and cupped his hands. This kind of insider info, I'd better not hear it. Little brother, may your wealth pour in. Got it. Hu Yu picked up his briefcase. Feeling the heavy weight inside, he turned and walked out. Many thanks, Boss Tian. When he left the tea house, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The phone suddenly rang. Hu Yu glanced at the screen and saw the caller ID was Yi Wanqiu. Oh right. At this time, the movie should have already started. The food, it's all stored properly. To store more food, he'd have to wait till it got dark. The money problem couldn't be rushed either. Might as well spend some time playing with her first. As soon as Hu Yu answered the phone, a spoiled voice came from the other end. Hu Yu, where are you? Why can't I see you? Sorry. Hu Yu apologized with a smile. I just went to prepare a surprise for you. Wait a bit more, I'll be right there. Humph. Yi Wanqiu snorted lightly. That's more like it. But, if the surprise isn't good enough later, I won't forgive you. Don't worry. Hu Yu hung up the phone, turned around, and walked straight into the Van Cleef & Arpels counter, buying a clover necklace worth just over 20,000. If you don't risk the baby, you won't catch the wolf. He remembered in the last life, she agreed to come out to watch a movie just because of this necklace. At that time, he was already hooked like a fish with its mouth wide open, no energy left to think, just swiped the card, dreaming of a passionate night to come. But that woman, well, she said her best friend's gas wasn't turned off, and wearing the necklace, she turned and left. Thinking about it now. Gas wasn't turned off? More like she rushed straight to the next show that night. Now, it's my turn to hook you. Hu Yu carried the necklace, slowly walking to the cinema. It was already 3 in the afternoon, the movie had been playing for nearly half an hour. Yi Wanqiu was just sitting in the waiting area, eyes glancing at the elevator from time to time. The moment Hu Yu came out, her anger found a place to explode. The moment Hu Yu saw her, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Fear struck, and the scenes from the previous life flashed in his mind. He forced back the shiver and stepped out of the elevator. The sound of high heels echoed in the cinema lobby, drawing everyone's attention. Oh no. This guy's so late, he's definitely in trouble. Humph. Serves him right. Making a girl wait this long, she should dump him. The voices of gossiping onlookers rose up one after another. Everyone was waiting for the big drama to explode. But Hu Yu just handed forward the bag in his hand. The moment she saw the logo on the bag, her anger vanished. Van Cleef & Arpels. Looks like this guy still has some sense. Here, your surprise. Humph. Yi Wanqiu took the bag casually, but still pouted her lips. Don't think buying me gifts will make up for this. I've been looking forward to this movie for so long. Looking forward to the movie? If you didn't fall asleep watching it last time, I might have believed you. You really lie without even blinking. Why don't you open it and take a look? Yu forced a smile, maybe you'll like it. Yi Wanqiu didn't answer. She took the necklace box out of the bag, opened it, and saw it was the exact one she had longed for. Joy washed away her anger. You saw my posts on Moments? Humph, not bad at all. Yi Wanqiu's tone was full of satisfaction. She handed the box behind her and spoke with a commanding tone, come, put it on for me. Sure. Yu picked up the necklace, wrapped it around her fair and slender neck, both hands gripping the two ends tightly. Just a bit of strength, and this thing could choke her to death. Chapter 3, You're actually kind of a good guy. Forget it. Not to mention this is still a law-abiding society, killing her like this would be letting her off too easy. The end of the world hasn't come yet, she has to suffer slowly. Under everyone's gaze, Yu finally fastened the necklace for her. Yi Wanqiu turned around, her slender fingers resting on her collarbone, a big smile on her face. How do I look? Is it pretty? Pretty. Yu nodded. In terms of looks, Yi Wanqiu had a good base, a great figure, and excellent makeup skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a small internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Of course, if the apocalypse came, these things would only turn into sharp swords stabbing at her. If Yu hadn't risked his life to protect her back then, she wouldn't have survived even a week, let alone the storm season. But who would have thought later? Yu shook his head, throwing those images out of his mind. The movie started. Let's not wait for the next one. Let's just go eat. Okay. Yi Wanqiu replied happily, even holding onto Yu's arm. What should we eat? Yuten, I guess. Yu casually said a name. Haven't you always wanted to eat there? That was the highest-end restaurant in the whole city. The average cost per person was in the thousands. If you added top ingredients and wine, it could easily reach 5 digits. Last time, Yi Wanqiu went there with a rich man and showed off on social media for 3 days. Really? Yi Wanqiu's eyes lit up. She didn't even wait for Yu to answer, nor did she ask where he got that much money. She already took out her phone to make a call. I have their contact. I'll make the reservation. Yu nodded, feeling that the softness on his arm was a little too sharp. Evening. As soon as the two arrived at the restaurant, a waiter came to greet them. Are you Miss Yi? Yes. Yi Wanqiu held her head high as she replied. Hello, Miss Yi. The waiter bowed respectfully. Private room number 9 is ready for you. Welcome. Lead the way. With the waiter guiding them, the two entered the private room. Yi Wanqiu grabbed the menu and began ordering. Yu picked up his phone and started recording. Do you have wild yellow croaker today? We have exactly 2 today. The price is 3,980 yuan per jean. One weighs 2 jean 5 liang, the other 3 jean. Yi Wanqiu glanced secretly at Yu, who was playing with his phone and didn't react. She immediately made the decision. Both of them. Both? The waiter froze for a moment. Miss Yi, for 2 people, 1 is enough. It's fine. Yi Wanqiu scanned the rest of the menu. My younger brother didn't come today. I'll pack some for him. Then she looked at Yu. Baby, is it okay? One word, baby, almost triggered Yu's PTSD. Younger brother? In the last life, he never saw her have a younger brother. He had to squeeze out a smile. It's okay. Great. Love you the most. Mooah. A triple act of sweetness completed. Yi Wanqiu continued ordering. What about king crab? We also have it. The price. 2. Liao ginseng porridge, 4 bowls. White truffle roast duck, 4 portions. Double hard abalone, 4 pieces. 15 minutes later. Yi Wanqiu finally finished ordering. Yu glanced at the printed total on the menu. Well. 80,800. With a 10% service fee, it totaled exactly 88,888. Yi Wanqiu saw that even after ordering so much, Yu had no reaction. Stars sparkled in her eyes. She raised her wineglass. Dear, come, cheers. Cheers. Yu smiled and took a sip of red wine. Waiting for the food. One top-level dish after another was brought to the table. Yu didn't move his chopsticks until... Dear, are you still playing with your phone? Eat? All right. Hearing her say that, Yu started eating immediately. Of course, the phone kept recording, placed beside them. They ate for 2 full hours before the meal finally ended. All the food in front of Yu was completely gone, while Yi Wanqiu still had a lot left. Let's pay. As Yi Wanqiu gave the command, the waiter came in carrying the packed food and handed the bill to Yu. What's this? Yu glanced at the waiter and asked in confusion. The reservation was made by that lady, the dishes were ordered by that lady, and even the bill was asked by her. Why are you handing me the bill? Sorry, sir. The waiter apologized immediately, turned around, and went to Yi Wanqiu instead. Who you? Yi Wanqiu immediately slapped the table and stood up. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Hu Yu pretended not to understand, like he just realized something, and pointed the phone camera at himself. Oh. Right, thank you Miss Yi for the treat. After speaking, he pressed the stop recording button, smiled at Yi Wanqiu and said, I recorded the whole meal, Miss Yi, you wouldn't want your fans to see this video, right? Yi Wanqiu cared the most about her reputation. Even though she was just a small internet celebrity, if this video spread, her career would be ruined. Fine. Very good. Yi Wanqiu was so angry she laughed. Did I say I was going to treat you? At worst, we can split the bill. Hey. Don't. Hu Yu opened the video and dragged the progress bar to the part where Yi Wanqiu told him to eat. The video played. See, it was you who told me to eat, that's why I picked up the chopsticks. Yi Wanqiu was so angry her face turned red. No wonder this bastard didn't eat just now. He was waiting for this. Thank you again Miss Yi for treating me to a meal. Hu Yu stood up just at the right moment, used his space backpack to take back the necklace on her neck, turned and walked out, and even gave her a thumbs up. Miss Yi, you're actually quite a good person. He turned around and closed the door. Bang! Yi Wanqiu's voice came from inside the private room. Her tone was still high and mighty. I don't want the packed food, refund it, and the rest of the money, I'll leave the necklace here as collateral, tomorrow. Wait. Where's my necklace? A smile appeared at the corner of Hu Yu's mouth. That bitch ate my food and drank my drinks in the last life, and in the end even used me up. This is just interest. When the apocalypse comes, we'll slowly settle the rest. He turned and walked out. It was already 9 o'clock at night. The city lights had just lit up. In the noisy city, countless people began their nightlife. They didn't know, and couldn't even imagine, that in 7 days, no, to be exact, in 166 hours, the world would completely change. At this time, Boss Tian should be off work already. Now, it's time for me to go to work. Hu Yu walked toward that tea house. When he arrived, he happened to see the tea house lights being turned off. Boss Tian came downstairs and left in a Mercedes. Hu Yu waited for a while in place, confirmed that no one was inside, then changed his clothes using his space backpack and quietly approached the front door. With a thought, the door disappeared instantly. He stepped into the tea house and put the door back in place. He turned on the phone flashlight, walked upstairs, and soon found the place where Boss Tian stored the money. The waist-high safe was behind the tea room, with no attempt to hide it. Hu Yu repeated the same method, put the safe door into the space, and the contents instantly came into view. 4-layer safe. The bottom layer had cash, about 5 million. The second layer was full of gold bars, each 500 grams, over 100 of them. The third layer held all kinds of contracts. When he looked at the fourth layer, Hu Yu's pupils suddenly trembled. That was a gun. Take it all. Take it all. It was a black pistol, the model unknown, and a box of bullets next to it. Including the contracts on the third layer, Hu Yu took everything at once. He didn't need the contracts, but they could be used to confuse others. After cleaning up the scene, Hu Yu rushed home. He didn't expect Boss Tian to be so resourceful, even having a gun. Now he had the money, and a weapon to protect himself. Next he had to think about how to turn the gold bars into money, and exchange it for supplies. Gold was now 600 yuan per gram, and there were exactly 100 gold bars of 500 grams in the safe, that's 30 million. That was enough to buy a small yacht. If he sold so many gold bars in this city, Boss Tian would definitely find out. He had to run first. Now it's time to go home and pack things up. Go to the airport. Buy the earliest ticket to Australia Island. 40 million would catch attention in any other city, but to that place, it's nothing but a drop in the ocean. Exactly, that place should also have what he needs. Hu Yu ran for 2 streets before hailing a car to rush home. He returned to his neighborhood and took the elevator, feeling uneasy the whole way. Even though he had experienced the apocalypse, doing this still gave him an unprecedented thrill. With this money, he would have enough to complete his initial preparations. Ding! The elevator door opened. Hu Yu stepped out of the elevator and instinctively glanced at his apartment door. Just one glance, and he froze. People. All people. 10 burly men blocked his door, each with tattoos on their arms, faces full of muscle, looking like they had fierce and terrifying written all over them. The leader was a bald man, whom Hu Yu had seen before. Of course, it was in his previous life. His name was Li Mang, one of Yi Wanqiu's loyal dogs, rumored to have considerable influence in the city's underground scene. If he guessed correctly, they were here on Yi Wanqiu's orders. Although she wasn't present, it was still related to her. Are you Hu Yu? Li Mang confirmed. It's me. Hu Yu replied slowly, continuing to walk toward his door. If it was before, he might have been scared. But now, all fear came from lack of firepower. He had a gun in his hand. It's you, that's good. Li Mang said as he stepped forward, with his underlings following closely behind. A vicious smile appeared on his face. Kid, Missy asked me to tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Yu had already drawn the gun and aimed it at Li Mang's head. A friendly smile appeared on his face. What did she ask you to tell me? The cold metallic feeling mixed with the scent of gunpowder filling the air. Li Mang immediately realized one thing. This was a real gun. Ha. Li Mang's smile instantly turned to one of flattery as he rubbed his hands together. Big brother, please put that away, let's talk. I'll just say one thing. Hu Yu naturally didn't put the gun away, instead using the barrel to tap Li Mang's face. Remember this well. Slap. 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 One slap harder than the next. A long red mark spread across his cheek. Whatever Missy asked you to do to me today, go back and do it to her. Do you understand? Understood. Completely understood. Li Mang responded respectfully, ignoring the marks on his face as he climbed into the elevator. As he left, he still remembered to say goodbye to Hu Yu. Big brother, no need to send me off, good night and sweet dreams. The elevator door closed. Li Mang immediately covered his face and sucked in a cold breath. That crazy woman doesn't even know when she's hit a brick wall. Damn. Boss, was that a real gun? One of his underlings asked. Of course. Li Mang immediately replied, Big brother Tian has a gun exactly like that. I've seen it. You can't fake that gunpowder smell. It's so frustrating to think about. Li Mang pressed the third floor button. Let's go, we're going to talk to that woman. At the same time, Hu Yu returned to his room and packed up some daily clothes and everything else into his space backpack. Unfortunately, his online purchases hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, he would have packed everything into the space directly. Perfect. He went out under the cover of night, and when the elevator passed the third floor, he didn't hear anything unusual. But after going downstairs, he saw a police car parked at the entrance of the building. Li Mang and Yi Wanqiu were both standing in front of the police. The latter didn't seem injured at all, while Li Mang had scratches all over his face. This woman really wasn't easy to deal with. Under their watch, Hu Yu pretended not to notice and walked past them. He took a taxi outside the neighborhood and headed straight toward the airport. He had already contacted the airport and was about to leave. 3 hours later, he would arrive in Macau. What? A flight? Who needs a flight? Just book a private business jet. Isn't it just 200,000? Money, what's more important than time? He confirmed with the airport staff. The plane ticket was paid in full with cash. Just as he arrived at the airport, a beautiful flight attendant in uniform was already waiting outside. She held a sign in her hand, with only 6 words written on it. Welcome, Mr. Hu Yu. Hu Yu glanced through the car window, and his eyes instantly landed on her face. A name surfaced in his mind. Mu Lingxiu. She was also a resident of their building. In the past life, she lived on the 27th floor, 1 floor below Hu Yu, and when the heavy rain had just begun, she took in many residents from the lower floors. In the first few days, everyone still got along peacefully. They even shared food and actively interacted in the building's chat group. But as the heavy rain continued to fall, human nature slowly faded. By the 15th day of rain, there was no news of Mu Lingxiu anymore, and the people she had taken in started posting trade offers in the chat group, offering the use of a body in exchange for food. The picture showed her, with hands and feet tied up. About this, Yi Wanqiu once gave a deep comment. Saints always end up as whores. The two of them had talked in the past life as well. At the beginning of the reign, Mu Lingxiu had taken the initiative to hand out heating patches to every household. Hu Yu and Yi Wanqiu were no exception. He opened the car door and walked up to Mu Lingxiu. Are you the one in charge of reception? Mr. Hu Yu? Mu Lingxiu seemed surprised. Someone who could spend 200,000 to charter a flight to AO Island actually came by ride-hailing car, and didn't even bring a bodyguard or assistant. It was strange. Yes, do you need to check my ID? No need. Mu Lingxiu smiled as she answered. In fact, she had already seen Hu Yu's photo, just didn't expect this. This way, sir. We've already completed the boarding procedures for you. You will take the Gulfstream G880 flight to AO Island. Wangi Airlines is honored to serve you. Hu Yu nodded, entered the business lounge, took out 200,000 from his travel bag to pay, then followed Mu Lingxiu to board the plane. In less than 20 minutes, he was already sitting on the business jet sofa. Next to him, besides Mulingsho, was another flight attendant providing service. Huyu simply had a glass of red wine, then laid down and fell asleep. Too tired. He had been busy all day, either extremely excited or extremely nervous, and hadn't rested at all. Before long, a notification sound woke him up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have survived one day. System upgrade. New feature unlocked, panel. Note, you can view the panel information of any object, including but not limited to animals and plants. Time until next upgrade, 1/3. Chapter 5, 3 billion. Animals? Humans are a kind of animal too, right? Huyu subconsciously looked up at Mulingsho, and instantly a panel popped up before his eyes. Name, Mulingsho. Gender, female. Age, 21. Skills, proficient in service, proficient in first aid, proficient in nursing, basic firefighting, proficient in dance. Personality, saint-like, merciful, pleasing. Affection level, 20. Purity level, 98. Note, full purity is 100. Each time she has a close relationship with a male, -1. Great. Now with the panel, he could safely recruit talent. Even if he had a ship, if he relied on himself alone, he would never survive after the rainy period. Crew, doctor, cook, and preferably also a bodyguard. Of course, all of this required one thing first: loyalty. Only when the affection level reached over 90 could he fully trust someone. Brothers and comrades? In the last life, many comrades killed each other. Mr. Who? Mulingsho sensed Huyu's gaze and respectfully came forward. Do you need anything? Not for now. Huyu opened his eyes and looked at the dark window. How long until we land? Half an hour left. We will soon arrive at Ao Island Airport. The airport has prepared VIP services for you. May I ask where your next stop is? So we can prepare a car for you. Next stop? Right, he had been busy booking the flight and forgot to reserve a hotel. Time was tight, and since he had already gotten some sleep. Let's get the ship first. I want to buy a large yacht. Huyu directly asked, can you find a seller for me? Please wait a moment. Mulingsho walked toward the cockpit. A few minutes later, she came back in high heels, holding a tablet in her hand. Mr. Hu, we just contacted the company. One of our top executives happens to know a rich man in Hong Kong Island who's selling a yacht. The information has been sent over. Please take a look. Huyu responded and took the tablet. On it was the detailed information of the yacht. Length 155 meters, beam height 19.2 meters, displacement 5,517 tons, top speed 19 knots. Besides that, there were landing boats, 2 helicopter pads, 2 motorboats, and 1 lifeboat. It could hold more than 50 people working on the ship, with 30 suites. If it were just a small yacht, 40 million could easily cover it. But a yacht of this level might cost billions. Huyu calmly flipped through the pictures. On the last one, he saw the marked price. 2.1 billion. Installments were supported, but the first payment had to be at least 50%. Where is this ship now? It's in Macau Island. Mulingsho respectfully replied, if you need, we can contact the owner and arrange for you to see the ship as soon as possible. Do it. Huyu put the tablet on the table and closed his eyes to rest. The worst way would be to just steal it. But that thing was over 100 meters long. Even if he avoided the port officers, he couldn't take it quietly. The best way was to buy it. 1.05 billion. He only had 40 million, still nearly 30 times short. Back then, Chendeazai could turn $20 into 37 million. Now I have a system. Winning 1.1 billion from 40 million shouldn't be a problem, right? 1 a.m., the casino. Huyu took out a gold bar and casually exchanged it for 300,000 chips, then walked to the gambling table. Dice game. The simplest gamble. You bet based on the points of the 3 dice in the dice cup. You can bet big or small, or on specific numbers. Huyu looked at the dice cup to test it, and a series of info popped up immediately. Name, dice cup, dice, 3, 2, 2. That's it. Huyu found a seat and placed all his chips on small. 5 a.m. Huyu walked out of the casino. After a night of fierce gambling, a bearer's check appeared in his storage bag. The number on it was exactly 2.1 billion. To make it round, Huyu kept winning until he hit 3 billion before stopping. Besides that, he also transferred 900 million into a bank card, ready to buy supplies. Mr. Hu. The casino manager came up quickly when he saw Huyu leaving. Our casino sincerely invites you to stay in our hotel's presidential suite, totally free of charge. No need. Huyu didn't want to rest yet. Now that the money was settled and the ship was on the way, the only thing missing was people. At least, get the right security people first. Carrying 3 billion on me, it's making me feel very unsafe. Alright, if you need anything, security, accommodation, travel, you can find me. I'll serve you with all my heart. What do you mean? Huyu narrowed his eyes. Surveillance? Of course not. The casino manager quickly explained, we're thinking for your safety. If anything happens to you on Macau Island, our casino's business will suffer. No wonder. The casino's attitude was just too nice. And their goal was simple, not only to save face for the casino but also to hope Huyu would come back next time. After all, out of the 3 billion Huyu won, only 100 million was the casino's money. The other 2.9 billion came from other high-end customers. Even during the games with those customers, the casino still took a rake of nearly 290 million. A client like this had to be well maintained. Gambling always ends in losses. As long as he keeps coming, sooner or later, he'll spit it all out, with interest. Then that's good. The agreed time with the boat owner to see the boat was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still early. Huyu looked at the casino manager and asked, do you know any reliable security companies? Of course. 7 o'clock in the morning. There were still 156 hours before the storm hit. Led by the casino manager, Huyu arrived at a security company. It was said they provided security services for all casinos on the entire AO island. Their professionalism went without saying. Each security guard was professionally trained, and many were even veterans from the battlefield. Huyu only said one sentence after entering. I want the top tier, as fast as possible. Seeing the casino manager beside him, the security company immediately started calling people in. In less than half an hour, 12 strong men, all over 180 centimeters tall and full of muscles, stood in front of Huyu. There were black men, white men, and yellow-skinned men. Huyu glanced over, and the profiles of the 12 men appeared in his eyes. They had just met, and everyone's favorability was 0. Their skills were mostly the same, expert in firearms, expert in fighting, expert in first aid. But one person stood out. Name, Shinshan. 3 perfect skills, 6 expert skills, except for off-road, which was not very useful. It could be said he was born for the apocalypse. Especially his personality. Righteous, passionate, loyal. These 3 traits were simply the perfect choice for a bodyguard. As for being a daughter lover, just bring his daughter on the boat too. But he was not among the 12 people. He was outside the door sweeping the floor with a broom. He did not look like a bodyguard, more like a janitor. Huyu stood up, walked to Shinshan, and the other seemed to sense something, raising his head to look at him. You're the one. Chapter 6, Hiring Bodyguards. As the words fell, not only Shinshan, but everyone present was stunned. Wasn't this man looking for top-tier bodyguards? How did he end up picking a janitor? One black bodyguard heard this and immediately cursed, this is an insult. An insult to us. That's right. Another white man agreed in broken Chinese, you don't even know what top-tier bodyguard means. To pick a useless janitor. A yellow-skinned man also mocked, and judging by his accent, he didn't sound like he was from China. You Chinese have an old saying, to attract attention by being outrageous, isn't that about people like you? Truly a waste of our time. Tanaka. The boss of the security company finally spoke. He frowned and scolded, how can you speak to a customer like that? Boss he. Tanaka didn't back down, instead looked at the company boss and said, we are just partners, you are not my boss. You let someone humiliate my samurai spirit like this, I want to end our cooperation. AO Island doesn't have only your security company. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we will cut ties with you. You. Boss he was speechless. Huyu, however, watched with interest, like a spectator enjoying the show. At this moment, Shinshan spoke up. You want to hire me? Yes. Long-term hire. Huyu immediately responded, price and conditions are all up to you. I have a daughter. I want to be in the same city as her. Okay. 3 million annual salary. Okay. A personal property, not too big, 2 rooms are enough. Okay. A car, preferably one with good off-road performance. Okay. Besides what a bodyguard should do, I won't do anything else. Okay. I have no more problems. Shinshan favorability plus 10, now 10. The whole place fell silent. Shinshan's string of 5 conditions just now had drawn the attention of the 2 men about to clash. Especially Tanaka. He had guessed that Huyu might be rich, but didn't expect him to be this rich. 3 million a year. Not to mention the many additional benefits. These are considered the top-level treatments in the field of elite bodyguards. Why should a janitor take it? Boss. Tianzhong's eyes lit up. He didn't care about being angry with Boss He, and directly walked in front of Hu Yu, wagging his tail like a dog, showing off, "I am the most suitable bodyguard for you." He is no good. Hu Yu didn't respond, just took a step back and looked at Shinshan. Without him speaking, Shinshan had already raised his hand to block Tianzhong, stopping him from advancing. "Get out of the way. You piece of trash." Tianzhong cursed and immediately attacked. His palm slapped directly towards Shinshan's head. The next moment, before Hu Yu could react to what had happened, a sound of bone and flesh colliding rang in his ears. When he came to his senses, Tianzhong was already lying on the ground, unconscious. As for Shinshan, he was still standing in front of Hu Yu. Is this the difference between being skilled and being perfect? It's a huge gap, isn't it? Hu Yu moved to test Shinshan's thoughts, looking at the other 11 bodyguards. I never said I would hire just one person. If any of you can get past him and come to me, the same treatment will be given to you. The 11 bodyguards immediately exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they struck. They were bodyguards for the money. Too bad their opponent was Shinshan. Under the attack of the 11, Hu Yu could finally see Shinshan's moves clearly. His muscular body seemed to have no bones, always able to dodge in time amidst the attack and immediately counterattack. A punch, a kick. He even purposely avoided some deadly spots. If those punches and kicks landed on their throats, hearts, or brains, there would probably be 11 corpses on the ground now. Not just Hu Yu, even Boss He was stunned. He never expected there would be such a master hidden in his own company. "This is great!" Boss He exclaimed loudly, immediately rubbing his hands and stepping forward. "Boss, congratulations on finding your ideal bodyguard. Shall we sign the contract now? 3 million a year, plus our commission. You only need to pay 4.5 million annually to get his protection." Money? There's plenty of it. But Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and asked, "Do I sign the contract with you, or with him?" "Sign it for 1 year. Shinshan spoke directly. "When I was at my lowest point, he gave me a job." "All right." Hu Yu understood Shinshan's meaning. 1 year of commission, and then no further ties between the two. He really is a man of his word. Boss He also understood this meaning. But as long as he could make money, he didn't dwell on it too much. Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now 20. 150,000 for 10 points of favorability, worth it. The contract was signed, and it was already 9 a.m. "Boss." Shinshan changed into his own clothes and followed Hu Yu out of the security company. "Is your next trip to Australia Island, or?" "I'm going back to the mainland, leaving this afternoon." "Stay on Australia Island?" "Then I need to pick up my daughter and take care of some personal matters." "All right." Hu Yu gave him his contact information. "Can you finish by 1 p.m.? "Yes." "Do you need money?" "No, the money you gave to Boss He just arrived in my account." "That's good." Hu Yu, along with the casino manager, watched as Shinshan left. "Mr. Hu, let me say something." The casino manager frowned slightly. 3 million, for an ordinary person, is enough to make him abandon everything and choose to run away. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use them, don't suspect them. Hu Yu replied simply and went on to buy the next thing on his list. Weapons. As soon as the thought came up, his stomach growled. He was hungry. He had been busy since dawn, and except for a few desserts in the casino, he hadn't eaten anything. Perfect. He could buy more things and build up his food supplies. And while he was at it, buy some little trinkets for Shinshan's daughter to raise her affection level. As for the weapons, Shinshan had perfect level assassination skills. He should be able to get those things. Once he finished his personal matters, Hu Yu would leave it to him. Hu Yu looked at the casino manager and asked, "Manager Yang, right?" "Yes, do you have any instructions? I heard there's a lot of good food on AO Island. Why don't you take me around?" "Sure." Chapter 7, Bring a Truckload. In the morning, after a simple breakfast, Hu Yu started a big shopping trip with Manager Yang. The latest PS5, Switch 2, Xbox, and all kinds of entertainment electronics were bought, 10 sets of each. Cameras, headphones, speakers, phones, massage chairs, VR devices, he didn't miss a single one. Especially the computers. 5090 graphics card, 15th Gen i9, maxed out Republic of Gamers setups, also 10 units, all filled with single-player games. Not for fun, of course. These were masterpieces of human industry. Once the rainy season ended, everything would be overturned. With these things, a new civilization could be built faster. Definitely not just for play. All of this was done in one stop at the largest electronics mall on AO Island. When it came time to pay, the clerk was stunned. Manager Yang stood by professionally and asked, "Mr. Hu, should we prepare the customs procedures in advance for you?" "No need. Hu glanced at the truck loading the goods. Just let the truck follow me. Customs? He didn't mind paying some tax, but he did mind wasting time. He was going to buy a boat anyway. Load everything onto the boat, then stuff the boat into the space backpack. Everything solved. By the time everything was loaded, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Manager Yang enthusiastically invited Hu to eat at their family's Michelin 3-star restaurant, Zhongtian Restaurant. Of course, it was free. Hu didn't hold back. His motto, never turn down free food. As soon as he got into the restaurant's stretched Lincoln, Xinshan called. Boss, I've taken care of my stuff. Where should I meet you? You know Zhongtian Restaurant? Yes, I'll be there in half an hour. Good. Hu replied and hung up, then looked at Manager Yang. Prepare a meal for 3. Is that okay? Of course. Manager Yang, sitting across from Hu, respectfully handed him a glass of champagne. As you wish. Hu took the champagne and sipped it. The cold taste filled his mouth. If only there hadn't been that storm. That money could have let him live in luxury like this every day. Too bad. Hu stared at the golden liquid in the glass and silently made up his mind. The end of the world? Even if it was the last second before the world was destroyed, he would still live like this. How much is this champagne? 18,000 per bottle. If you need, we'll send you a box for tasting. Besides that free box, I want to buy more. How many? Hu pointed to the truck behind the Lincoln, a truckload. A truckload? That little truck behind us? Not okay? Of course okay. Manager Yang smiled again. We will serve you wholeheartedly. It will be ready this afternoon. Also a truckload of red wine, one of whiskey, and one of Chinese liquor. High quality. Price is not a problem. Also using that kind of truck? Manager Yang's smile disappeared. Of course. At 12 noon, the Lincoln pulled up outside the casino. Before Hu even got out, he saw Xinshan standing respectfully by the road, holding a little girl's hand. That little girl was extremely cute. The sunlight shone on her face. She looked just like a doll, but she was sitting in a wheelchair. The car stopped at the side. Manager Yang got out of the car at once and opened the door, welcoming Hu to get out. Boss. Xinshan pushed the little girl over, and didn't forget to teach her to greet Bubu, call him uncle. Hello, brother. Bubu looked at Hu with a bit of curiosity. Are you going to be my dad's boss? Yes, I am. Hu squatted in front of the wheelchair, his face full of smiles, and said to Bubu with a smile, Your name is Bubu, right? How old are you this year? I'm 7 this year. What about you, brother? How old are you this year? I'm already 24, you should call me uncle. No way. Bubu exclaimed, Daddy said, if someone doesn't have a beard, call them brother. You don't have a beard, and you look so nice, how could I call you uncle? I should call you brother? Hu was a little helpless and amused. Then what kind of person should be called uncle? Him. Bubu raised her hand and pointed at Manager Yang. He has wrinkles on his face, so he should be called uncle. Manager Yang smiled helplessly, but he didn't feel annoyed. A girl like Bubu, no matter what she said, it was hard to dislike her. Hu also rubbed her head, liking her very much. He looked at Xinshan and smiled, Your daughter is just too cute. As long as the boss doesn't mind. Xinshan replied helplessly, looking down at Bubu with eyes full of pity. Let's go, let's eat first. Hu looked at Bubu, Bubu, what do you like to eat? Brother will treat you. Really? Bubu's eyes instantly lit up, and she started counting with her fingers. Bubu likes egg tarts, pineapple buns, pork chop buns, ice cream and chocolate. You can have all of those. Before Hu could answer, Xinshan rubbed her head. No, you already had chocolate today. If you eat more, your teeth will get bad. Oh. Bubu lowered her head, like an eggplant hit by frost. It's okay, you can eat them next time too. Hu looked at Manager Yang, get a whole car of these things too, you know the quality I want. Manager Yang was stunned, Mr. Hu, egg tarts and such are not easy to store. A whole car of them. Hu didn't say more, just made a sound. I'll arrange someone to buy them right away for you. Boss. Xinshan's mouth twitched too, there's no need to spend so much. Kids can't eat that much. Just one portion is fine. He thought the so-called car was a unit like a shopping cart in a supermarket, so he wasn't too shocked. It's okay, you'll know later. As a bodyguard, there are some things Xinshan would know sooner or later. As long as the favorability gets high enough, Hu would naturally tell him some things. Of course, not now. Hu looked at Bubu with a face full of smiles. Bubu, shall we go eat lunch first? Okay. Seeing Hu Yu treat Bu Bu so well, Shin Shan's favorability increased again. Shin Shan favorability plus 9, now 29. Only 1 point away from 30. It seemed that every 10 points of favorability was a threshold. Once it passed, the attitude would change greatly. Hu Yu also looked at Bu Bu in the wheelchair, and her panel popped up too. Name, Shin Bu Bu. The group entered a private room in the restaurant, and Shin Shan's security work started from that moment. Every dish that came up, he carefully checked to make sure there was no problem before putting it on Hu Yu's table. According to the rules, he was supposed to take Bu Bu out to eat. But before he could speak, Hu Yu already took the cut steak to feed Bu Bu. Brother, I can do it myself. Bu Bu seriously refused. Bu Bu is very strong, I can eat by myself. Okay, Bu Bu is the best. Hu Yu also put down his knife and fork, and looked at Shin Shan who was busy beside him. Brother Shin, you should sit down and eat too, we still have things to do later. This, okay then. Shin Shan also noticed that it was a meal for 3. He didn't refuse. Sat down next to Bu Bu and started eating. Hu Yu looked at the panel, a joy rising in his heart. Shin Shan favorability plus 10, now 30. Shin Bu Bu favorability plus 11, now 30. Not only Shin Shan's, but also Bu Bu's. As for Manager Yang, he didn't come into the room, probably busy preparing things. 12 o'clock noon. As soon as the time arrived, the phone vibrated. Hu Yu opened the screen and saw that it was Mu Lingxiu calling. He answered the phone, and her voice came right away from the other end. Mr. Hu, the boat owner has been contacted. Has your plan changed? If not, we can come pick you up to see the boat at the dock. No need. Hu Yu picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. We'll come over right away. Chapter 8 Boss. It was still the same stretch Lincoln, only this time with Shin Shan and Bu Bu in the seats. Behind the little truck with electronic equipment, there were 9 more small trucks added. When she found out that 5 of those trucks were loaded with all her favorite things, she froze completely. Even Shin Shan was no exception. Good heavens, rich people buy things by the truckload? I thought it was just a shopping cart. Because of this, Bu Bu's favorability directly broke through to 40. But Shin Shan's favorability dropped back to 29. Too much. It's really too much. This made him have to suspect whether Hu Yu had some other motive. But Bu Bu was very excited. After getting Shin Shan's permission, she ate a custard tart. Seeing this, Hu Yu wished he could send another whole truck. No way, this little girl was just too adorable. And this was only her being good at acting cute. If she trained this skill to perfection, who knows how many people she'd charm to death. Mr. Hu, we've arrived at the port. Manager Yang's voice came from the side, finally pulling his gaze away from Bu Bu. Hu Yu then noticed the vehicle had stopped outside the dock. Mr. Hu, this dock has rules. Unless there are documents for loading cargo, trucks can't enter. These goods. Just leave them outside. Hu Yu opened the car door and stepped out first, holding out his hands toward Bu Bu. Bu Bu, big brother will carry you down, okay? Bu Bu didn't speak, just turned to look at Shin Shan, asking for his opinion. Maybe because the favorability wasn't high enough. Shin Shan didn't agree, but instead got out right after and held Bu Bu in his arms. Boss, no need to trouble yourself. Hu Yu smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. He knew what Bu Bu meant to Shin Shan, and how could he let someone get close after just knowing each other for one day? No problem, there's still time. Take it slow. Hu Yu had already made up his mind. Bu Bu is so cute. If she won't be his goddaughter in the future, she'll be his daughter-in-law. He turned to look at Manager Yang who was about to get off the car. Manager Yang, you don't need to come with us the rest of the way. After seeing the boat, we'll be flying. Count up the prices of the trucks and other goods together. I'll pay you all at once. Mr. Hu, you are too kind. Manager Yang said as he pulled out the POS machine and held it out with both hands to Hu Yu. For trucks of alcohol, 500 bottles per truck, total price is 26,880,000. As for the rest of the sweets and snacks, they're within my authority, take them as a gift from me to you. Nearly 30 million worth of alcohol, the amount was about right. Hu Yu swiped his card without hesitation. After watching Manager Yang leave, he didn't bother with the 10 trucks outside the dock and walked toward the inside. Before he had taken a few steps, Mu Lingxiu came running quickly with a middle-aged man in a suit. Mr. Hu. Shin Shan instinctively took a step forward, shielding Hu Yu and Bu Bu behind him. It's someone I know, it's fine. Hu Yu replied, raising his hand to greet Mu Lingxiu. Hello Mr. Hu. The middle-aged man reached out his right hand, his face full of smiles. I am Li Wei, the general manager of Wangi Airlines. Please take care of me. Manager Li. Hu Yu reached out his right hand and shook his. Has the seller arrived? It has arrived, it has arrived. Li Wei stepped aside, inviting everyone to walk into the dock. Please follow me. Under his guidance, Hu Yu quickly saw the ship. Long, so long, this was Hu Yu's first feeling. He saw the pictures and data but felt nothing. 155 meters long, 19.2 meters high, it didn't seem that big. But if you think about it, if this ship stood up, it would be as tall as a 50-story building, and its width would reach the height of 6 floors. How could such a giant appear so small in pictures? Could it be that the one taking the photo studied at the War Ignorance Bureau? Hu Yu, slightly dazed, also checked the ship's panel. Name, St. Pius. Category, large yacht. Overall rating, A+. Facilities, large multimedia room *1, concert hall *1, bar *2, restaurant *3, sauna *2, heated pool *2, gym *2, helipad *1, reception room *3, meditation room *3, game room *2, cigar room *1, wine cellar *1, luxury suites *12, guest rooms *24, standard rooms *36, jet skis *2, well maintained, lifeboats *3, well maintained. Active crew, 42. Note, a luxurious yacht, but still just a yacht. Taking a deep breath, Bububu exclaimed beside him, wow. What a big ship. Bububu's eyes sparkled with stars, eager to jump on board and play, but suppressed the desire in her eyes, not wanting to cause trouble for others. The little sister is right, this ship, although not as huge as a cruise ship, is quite large among yachts. Li Wei replied with a smile, pointing to the electric gangway entrance. Mr. Hu, please. Hu Yu still maintained his serious composure as he walked through the entrance. As soon as he entered the ship, he saw 2 attendants, who were as beautiful as Mu Lingxiu, standing on either side, hands on their waists, with professional smiles on their faces, bowing. Welcome aboard the St. Pius, we are pleased to serve you. Their voices were pleasant to hear, and their looks were beautiful. Hu Yu instinctively glanced at the 2's panels. Well, their purity had almost dropped to single digits. It really confirmed the old saying, handsome men suffer, beautiful women suffer. He instantly lost interest and turned to Li Wei. Where is the ship owner? He is waiting for you in the deck reception room. Li Wei responded helplessly. He couldn't exactly tell Hu Yu that the guy hadn't heard of him, didn't think he could afford it, and without our company boss's face, the other party might not even meet you. Ha! Hu Yu coldly laughed, saying nothing. He understood the situation, but exposing it wouldn't be interesting. Everyone reached the deck reception room. Aside from the bodyguard standing by the sofa and 4 attendants dressed lightly, there was no one who looked like the ship owner. Until a splashing sound arose, a bare-chested figure sprang out from the pool on the deck. Shinshan was quick to cover Bububu's eyes. Close your eyes, don't look. Oh. Bububu obediently closed her eyes. A chubby blonde man jumped out of the pool, laughing crazily and speaking in poor Chinese. Ha ha, Li. We meet again. He came straight to Li Wei, regardless of the water dripping from him, and directly embraced the person dressed in a high-end suit. What's the plan for tonight? How about we throw a party? James, maybe not, don't you still have business to discuss? Li Wei smiled bitterly. Oh, that's really bad. James looked at Hu Yu, sizing him up, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that you? Want to buy my St. Pius? Hu Yu didn't want to waste time and spoke directly. Price. 2.1 billion. No bargaining. Here. Hu Yu directly pulled out a bank draft, handing it to James. Now, take your people and leave my ship. James? Li Wei. Mu Lingxiu? This is what rich people are like. 2.1 billion. Not $21. Not even blinking an eye. Unlike me, considering buying a cup of milk tea for $21. Okay, boss. James, seemingly afraid Hu Yu would change his mind, immediately put away the check and searched through the reception room for a contract. Quickly signing his name, he then handed it to Hu Yu. Boss, sign your name, the money belongs to me, the boat belongs to you. Hu Yu also quickly signed his name on the document. The contract was sealed. The speed was so fast that the bodyguards and crew nearby were left stunned. Go. James kissed the promissory note, tucked it into the inside of his suit, and shouted to his bodyguards, go. Casino. Oh, he's just a gambler. If I had known, I would have just met him at the gambling table instead of going through all this trouble. Hu Yu helplessly rolled his eyes, his gaze falling on the 4 crew members dressed lightly. With just a glance, the 4 of them suddenly pounced over. Boss. Chapter 9. 3 questions. The 4 lightly dressed crew members all pounced over. Hu Yu was careless, he didn't dodge, thinking that with Shinshan around, these guys wouldn't get too close. But, unexpectedly, Shinshan covered the eyes of Bubu and remained completely still. Hu Yu was tackled to the ground, and before he could say a word, he was bombarded by fiery red lips. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He saved his 79 yuan shirt and shorts. Brother Shen. Help! With that shout, Shinshan immediately took action, grabbing one and pulling all 4 crew members aside. Huyu finally caught his breath, slumping onto the sofa, calming his jittering heart. He quickly summoned all the people on the boat to the deck lounge. This sight was shocking. 42 crew members, except for 12 responsible for driving the yacht, the remaining 30 were all crew members. It turns out, the joy of rich people is not as one might imagine. The happiness of the rich is beyond our imagination. After checking their profiles, Huyu made the same decision for them. They were all fired. Each received a generous severance package and were asked to leave the boat. Also sent away were Mu Lingxiu and Li Wei. The flight was scheduled for 2 p.m. Huyu, using the excuse of needing to deal with some matters, sent the 2 away. Now, on this large boat, there were only 3 people left. Huyu, Shinshan, and the curious-eyed Bubu. Brother Shen. Hey, boss. Huyu looked at Shinshan with a resentful face, who was checking the remaining hidden dangers on the ship. Why didn't you stop them just now? I thought you didn't want to resist. Shinshan replied seriously. Next time, no matter who it is, if they come at me, send them back. Okay, boss. Huyu let out a helpless sigh, looking at Shinshan's profile. Now his favorability was still only 29, far from passing, not even reaching a third. Unfortunately, time was already running out. Let's go, we're getting off the boat. Okay, boss. Shinshan replied and followed Huyu off the boat, not asking for reasons or future plans. Until they reached the bow together. Huyu squatted in front of Bubu, rubbing her head. Bubu, do you want to see magic? I want to see. Bubu immediately answered, what magic is brother going to perform? Bubu is very clever. I will definitely see through you. Well, not necessarily. Huyu patted the boat. Bubu, watch closely. 3, 2. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the giant object, the St. Pius, instantly disappeared from the port. Not only Bubu, even the ever-calm Shinshan couldn't help but tremble his pupils. This had exceeded his understanding of the world. Ding ding ding. Huyu clapped his hands, pointing to the empty dock behind. How about that, isn't brother amazing? Clap clap clap. Bubu immediately applauded, her eyes filled with little stars. Brother is amazing. How did you do that? It's magic. Huyu put a finger to his lips. It won't work if I tell you. Oh no. Bubu tugged at Huyu's sleeve. Brother, just tell Bubu. No. Huyu smiled and refused, then said, if Bubu wants to see, brother can perform for you, just see if you can guess it. Sure, sure. Huyu pushed Bubu and walked with Shinshan out of the dock, all the way to the 10 trucks in front. Using the same method, he stored all these vehicles into his space backpack. Bubu's hands were almost red from clapping. Although he had never really understood what was going on, he just thought it was magic. As for Shinshan, he was completely bewildered. Once, he even quietly touched one of the trucks, but it still vanished before his eyes. Is this really something a human can do? He tried several times, wanting to ask Huyu what was going on. But in the end, he held back. Seeing that he wasn't asking, Huyu had no intention of explaining anything, just waiting to see how long he could hold out. The most important thing now was to leave Ao Island first. A luxury yacht disappearing out of thin air would attract a lot of attention, even if I, the shipowner, didn't bring it up. The sooner we leave here, the better. The 3 of them arrived at the airport and boarded the chartered flight at 1:30 p.m., beginning their journey back to Jinling. During the 2-hour flight, Huyu was not idle. His residential community has 2 elevators serving 4 households, and he contacted the other 3 households on the 28th floor in the owner group to discuss the purchasing details, planning to buy all the top floors of that building directly when they returned to Jinling. Since he was a bit anxious, the price was set at 30% higher than the market price. When calculated, it was not expensive, just a few trucks worth of liquor money. The plane landed. Huyu took Shinshan to handle the paperwork. According to the agreement, he had to buy a local property for Shinshan, transferring 1 unit directly to him and gifting another to Bubu. Although these things are nothing after the heavy rain, they are still properties worth millions. This time, Bubu's favorability didn't change, but Shinshan's increased again. Shinshan favorability +1, now 30. It seems that fulfilling a promise is quite important. Seizing the moment, Huyu made another trip to the 4S store. He paid in full for the 2024 Brabus G800. And the name was still written as Shinshan's. With this car, they could still go out before the heavy rain arrived in 2 days. By the time all these chores were finished, it was already 7 p.m. There were still 144 hours until the heavy rain arrived. Huyu took the 2 of them to Yutan for a simple meal, along the way clearing out their supply of high-quality ingredients, performing a little magic in front of Bubu again. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 p.m. The other 3 households on the top floor had already moved out. Boo Boo was too tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay down in bed. Shinshan silently followed Huyu back to his house. Come on, brother Shin. Huyu sat at the dining table, took out the white wine prepared by manager Yang, and took a look. Wow! Mutai from 2004. 20-year-old Fei Tian Mutai. No wonder it's so expensive. It's amazing that he could even get that much. He poured a glass for himself and placed another glass opposite him, filling Shinshan's glass. Then he took out a box of egg tarts, took one out, and took a small bite. The crust was crispy and delightful, while the filling was still steaming. You have 3 chances to ask me anything. Shinshan's eyes were wide with surprise. Not because of the wine, but because of Huyu's methods. He simply sat down opposite him and gulped down his drink before setting the cup down. Boss, who exactly are you? As you can see, I'm just a man. Huyu took another bite of the egg tart. If that's the only question you have, then you have disappointed me. Shinshan frowned slightly and then asked, what do you want me to do? Protect my personal safety. Huyu answered honestly, in exchange, I will also protect you and Boo Boo. Shinshan understood. The protection here was definitely not the kind of protection he understood, but something on another level. There's one more question, think carefully before you ask. Shinshan hesitated for a moment, thoughts racing through his head about all the information he had on Huyu. A young man in his early 20s. This was a place he had lived in for years. Unlike the rich, he could spend lavishly on those things. It seemed that he gained money after a big gamble on an island in Australia. To be selected among a crowd of bodyguards, he must have some kind of mystical ability, and he didn't need to think with his lower half. For someone like him, what could he possibly inquire? He thought for a long time, took another sip of his drink, and finally looked up at Huyu. What do you really want? Want? Just to survive. Huyu also drank the white liquor in his cup, feeling the fiery sensation in his throat, and lightly spoke. In the impending apocalypse, just to live well. Chapter 10, I'm not working today. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinshan's eyes widened. Apocalypse? July 13th, at 7 p.m. Huyu looked at Shinshan and slowly started. At that time, a heavy rain will fall globally, and it will continue for 49 days, and after 49 days, the whole of Jinling will turn into an ocean. Maybe it's not just Jinling, all land might sink beneath the sea. And I just want to survive. Boss, you're drunk. Shinshan was a firm materialist, and he clearly didn't believe such talk. Perhaps. Huyu laughed a couple of times, not explaining, but casually took out one item after another from his space. Red wine, gold, handguns, egg tarts. These, and these. These are all my preparations for the coming apocalypse. Of course. Huyu looked up at Shinshan, you too. If you think I'm crazy, or if you don't want to continue protecting me, you can leave now. If you are willing to stay. Huyu filled his cup with white liquor, raised it forward. From now on, we are brothers. As long as I have a bite to eat, you and Boo Boo will never miss out on meat. Shinshan fell into silence. He looked at the cup in front of him, lifted it, clinked it with Huyu's, but didn't drink. Instead, he looked at Huyu earnestly. I won't drink this cup yet. July 13th, there are 5 days left. In these 5 days, no matter what you want me to do, I will help you. After 5 days, if the rain falls, we will drink this cup. If it doesn't fall, I will still protect you for a year as per the contract. Don't blame me. Shinshan frowned, his gaze falling outside the door. I have to be responsible for Boo Boo. Good. Huyu clinked glasses with him, putting both cups into the space backpack. Just hearing you say that is enough. We will drink this cup 5 days later. Shinshan's favorability plus 9, now 39. Increased by 9 points of favorability. Though still not high, at least there was an improvement. Huyu sat back in his chair, putting everything into his space except for a handgun. Brother Shin, don't call me boss from now on, just call me Xiaowu, or Xiaoyu is fine. This is not good. Shinshan frowned and rejected. There should still be some rules. Suit yourself, let's talk business. Huyu pushed the handgun on the table forward. Can you get this? Shinshan just took a glance and confirmed it was real. If the apocalypse really comes, these things need to be prepared in advance. Sure, how many do you want, boss? How many? Huyu silently calculated in his mind. 1 for himself, 1 for Boo Boo, 1 for Shinshan, and another for the future captain and the medical team, plus 4 extras. About 7 guns would do. Now that he had one, 8 would be enough. After all, it's hard to get these things, so he won't give Shinshan too much difficulty. Huyu immediately raised his hand, making an 8 sign. Got it. Shinshan nodded, seemingly starting to think of ways. The items are not a problem, but we need some funds. Funds are a minor issue. Do you want cash or something else? Gold is best, cash is acceptable too. That's simple. Huyu was also unclear about the specific value of firearms and the procedures involved, so he directly took out the gold bars he had taken from Boss Tian. 100 gold bars. Immediately piled up into a small hill. To ensure everything is foolproof, he also took a picture of his bank card on top of the gold pile. There is still 100 million in the card, you can spend it as you like, anyway, in a few days, money won't mean anything. Fortunately, Shinshan was already mentally prepared and immediately replied, "Boss, don't worry, I'll make sure to complete the task." According to the boss's habit of buying things, isn't it just 8 trucks of guns? Just get it done. But boss, there are quite a few items, you might need to come to the border to pick me up, I can't carry them back alone. No problem. Huyu had no doubts, stood up, and walked towards the bedroom. 8 guns are indeed a bit much. By the way, take the gun on the table for self-defense, don't get hurt. No need, boss, you might need it more. Huyu shrugged, but he didn't deny it. He walked into the bedroom and directly flopped onto the bed, falling asleep against the pillow. He was just too tired. The next day. Monday, July 8, 7 a.m. There were still 132 hours until the apocalypse descended. Huyu was awakened by the alarm he had set. He instinctively rolled over and got out of bed, intending to go to work, but then he suddenly remembered. Work? I'm not going to work today, it's so refreshing, so nice. Block everyone related to work, all groups. Turn off the alarm and continue sleeping. At the same time, there was a knock at the door outside. Brother, are you awake? That soft and sweet voice was definitely Boo Boo. Huyu's face, full of frustration, immediately transformed into a smile, and he got up to get dressed. Oh, brother is awake, what's the matter, Boo Boo? Can you come out for a moment? Boo Boo. Boo Boo can't open the door. The door? Huyu was taken aback, quickly got dressed, and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Boo Boo sitting in a wheelchair at the toilet door, her cute little face flushed red. The doorknob was right in front, but Boo Boo couldn't stand up at all, her arms were too short to open the door. Huyu didn't think much and immediately rushed over to help Boo Boo open the door, and then he hastily started to help her. Boo Boo, I will go find a lady to help you right away. No need, brother. Boo Boo skillfully maneuvered the wheelchair into the toilet, turned around, and smiled at Huyu. Boo Boo can do it herself. Saying that, she closed the door. But Huyu noticed she pulled out a tube from behind her. This girl is too sensible. And where the heck is Olshan? Huyu was fuming, turning his head only to discover the pistol was still on the table, pressed under a piece of paper. He stepped forward, picked up the pistol, and grabbed the note beneath it to take a look. Boss, I'm off to gather things, please take care of Boo Boo for a day, she's very sensible. If you have urgent matters to attend to, it's fine to leave her alone at home, wait for my news tomorrow morning. Damn. This old Shin is really irresponsible. Just as Huyu was about to call this guy, he heard Boo Boo's voice coming from the toilet. Before he could speak, Boo Boo apologized first. Brother, I'm sorry, but I might trouble you to flush the toilet, I can't reach. No problem. Huyu immediately went over, helped Boo Boo out of the toilet, and went in to tidy things up. For now, there was no rush to stockpile other things. He had to figure out a way to heal Boo Boo's legs or find someone specialized to take care of her. Once the storm arrives, her legs would really lose all hope. Huyu squatted down, and before he could say anything, Boo Boo spoke first. Brother, are you having breakfast? Can Boo Boo make it for you? Do you usually make breakfast for yourself at home? Huyu asked with concern. Yes. Dad is sometimes not at home, and I always make it myself. Boo Boo proudly said, Boo Boo is awesome. Yes. Boo Boo is really great. Huyu praised her and then asked, Boo Boo, would you like to go to the hospital to see your legs? Maybe we can find a way to fix them, would you be willing to go together? No need, brother. Boo Boo shook her head. Dad has taken me to see many doctor uncles and doctor aunts, and they all said it's very hard for Boo Boo's legs to recover. Hard doesn't mean impossible. Boo Boo, would you like to try again? Huyu immediately asked, maybe there is hope? Boo Boo nodded. Boo Boo can do anything, as long as Dad doesn't cry anymore. Oh, can that rough man, Olshan, really cry? Next time, I'll find a chance to record him, it can count as entertainment in the apocalypse. Huyu took out her phone and called the manager of Wanji Airlines. Charter a plane, to Yujing. No matter how much money it takes, I must cure Boo Boo's legs before the apocalypse arrives. By the way, I might even stock up on a medical team. Chapter 11, The Hexagonal Nanny. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yujing Sheha Hospital. With financial ability, under the promise to donate a new inpatient building to Sheha, all the orthopedic, neurology, and traditional Chinese medicine chief doctors in Yujing gathered together for a seminar. After careful examination, the doctors reached a conclusion. It can be treated. Once Hu heard these two words, she had no other questions and directly used her financial ability to pave the way. Experts abroad? Charter a plane. Bring them back. Equipment is out of town? Charter a plane, bring it now. However, at the seminar, one person raised a different opinion. I oppose. That was a female doctor. To be precise, a very young female TCM practitioner. Among a group of gray-haired doctors, she stood out exceptionally. This was not only because of her age but also due to her appearance. Even with thick black-framed glasses, her beauty couldn't be overshadowed. The patient is still too young. If we use this treatment plan, there is a high likelihood of death. Even if it succeeds, as her body grows, she will have many hidden dangers. But this is the fastest way. The orthopedic director, who advocated for Western medicine, frowned and said, "Of course, we want to wait until she is 18. This is the request of the patient's family, the sooner, the better. The surgery must be completed within 5 days to allow the little girl to stand." Upon hearing this, the female doctor immediately turned to Hu. Why? What else could it be? Bubu could wait until she was 18, but you all couldn't wait. That surgery required a whole medical team to cooperate collectively, with dozens of professionals. Even if we brought them all on board, and there were no casualties during the apocalypse, 11 years later, they still wouldn't be able to hold a scalpel again. If new doctors were brought in for training, there wouldn't be enough teaching environments or practical cases, and I wouldn't dare let them operate on Bubu. Hu didn't know how to explain and could only helplessly say, "This is my request. If this method doesn't work, let's think of another plan." The director was momentarily speechless and could only look at the female TCM practitioner. "Xiao, do you have any ideas? There is an ancient recipe that can be tried." The female TCM practitioner looked at Hu and softly said, "The little girl's condition is due to a bullet hitting her spine, causing nerve damage in the lower half, resulting in paralysis. Her left and right leg bones were also shot, but fortunately, treatment was timely, and she is still in a growing state. If we can use traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture to slowly stimulate nerve repair over a long time, supplemented with medicated plaster, maybe she can gradually stand up." Long time? Hu caught the key word, how long? I don't know. It depends on the individual's constitution. It could be 3 to 5 years at a minimum, and for longer. I don't know. Hu didn't say anything but locked eyes with the female TCM practitioner. The other's attribute panel immediately appeared before her eyes. Name, Xiao Zissou. Gender, female. Age, 22. Skills, perfect diagnosis, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture, perfect bone setting, perfect medicinal cuisine, proficient in pharmacy, proficient in psychology, proficient in classical literature, proficient in gathering, proficient in geography, proficient in cooking. Personality, compassionate, benevolent, cunning, petty, curious, gossipy, and a bit of a weirdo. Purity, 100. Affection, 0. Upon seeing this, Hu was stunned. 6 perfect skills, 6 expert proficiencies. It was even more terrifying than Xinshan's skill tree. She was truly a perfect hexagonal nanny. No wonder she could sit at this seminar at such a young age. If she is on the boat, it would be like having a medical team. But, what kind of personality does she have? Can mercy and cunning exist in the same personality? Mr. Hu. Xiao Zissou sensed Hu's gaze and slightly frowned. "As a Chinese medicine doctor, I know you don't want to believe." "I believe." Hu directly interrupted the spellcasting. "Let's go with your plan. I hope Dr. Xiao can help me." Xiao Zissou's favorability +5, now at 5. "In that case, I'll leave the rest to Xiao." The dean immediately made a decision. "You all hurry up and get busy, don't delay things." The other doctors all left, and the dean also left the consultation room after a brief farewell. Now, only Hu and Xiao Zissou were left in the consultation room. "Dr. Xiao, may I ask how this treatment plan is specifically arranged? I have also seen the situation of the young girl just now." Xiao Zissou, after a brief moment of daze, returned to the working state. "In the early stage, treatment needs to be done once every day, including acupuncture, massage, and normal internal and external medicine." "This therapy needs you to do it?" "Well, it's best if I do it, but if others learn the method, they can do it too." "Then it's better for you to do it, Dr. Xiao. When is your time convenient every day?" "Any time is fine. If time allows, it's best to do a morning and evening massage every day." Hu's eyes brightened, and he asked smoothly, "Then I have a small suggestion. I wonder if Dr. Xiao can agree." Xiao Zissou raised her eyes to look at Hu, and directly asked, "You want me to go to your home to help the young girl with her illness, right?" As expected, someone who could be a versatile caretaker couldn't be foolish. If Dr. Xiao agrees, any condition is fine. I heard you donated a whole building to the carrying load? Xiao Zissou began to twiddle her pen. Yes. I want the 2 words Chinese medicine added to the front of that building. No problem. Then I have no more problems. Hu Yu was stunned. Is there no other requirement? What are you dazed for? Xiao Zissou had already begun to pack up. Let's go? You don't have other requirements? We will discuss it in detail later. I'll tidy up and go to your house for a look. My home is in Jinling. Xiao Zissou wrinkled her nose. I smell the scent of the airplane. Is there something wrong? What about your patients over here? Aren't you going to handle them? What patients? Xiao Zissou's tone became dull as she walked toward the door. At my age, many people are unwilling to believe me. Those who are willing to believe, as long as they take their medicine on time, are almost all better. I have one wish now: re-establish the glory of Chinese medicine and start with acquiring the Chinese medicine building. Great, she really is a naive girl. All right. Hu Yu casually asked, what about the medicinal materials? How will they be prepared? The medicinal materials from the ancient formula can't be obtained outside, but my family has a medicinal materials library. I can sell them to you at cost price. As Xiao Zissou spoke, she dashed past Hu Yu. I'll go get ready first. You guys wait for me downstairs, I'll drive you over. Hu Yu watched Xiao Zissou's departing figure, momentarily unsure of what to say. He took over Bubu from the nurse and made his way to the hospital's parking lot. Soon, he saw a pink Cayenne burst out of the parking lot, stopping in front of them. The car window rolled down. He saw a girl in a JK uniform sitting in the driver's seat, opening the trunk, tilting her head, and signaling to the back seat, come on, get in the car. Xiao, Dr. Xiao? Hu Yu hesitated, not daring to recognize her. Well, Xiao Zissou, you actually have 2 faces. Just call me Zissou outside, my friends all call me that. Xiao Zissou replied casually, looking at Bubu in the wheelchair and greeting her. Bubu, we meet again. From now on, I'll be your doctor. Okay. Bubu nodded obediently. Thank you, Sister Zissou, for taking care of me in the future. It's no trouble. After Hu Yu helped Bubu into the back seat of the car and put the wheelchair into the trunk, he finally sat next to Bubu and asked Xiao Zissou, where are your glasses? They're fake, I wear them to gain the trust of patients and their families better. Xiao Zissou replied while driving, just like those uncles with their Mediterranean hairstyles, it's just an equipment to increase buff. But their hairstyles are permanently worn, while yours is really just a piece of equipment. The difference is too big. Let's be clear. Xiao Zissou said while driving, outside of treatment time, my time belongs to myself. No problem. Family members and patients must fully cooperate with my treatment work. Sure. Also, I'm not your home doctor, I'm just temporarily living in your home to conveniently treat the little girl. So if you have other patients in your family, it's not my responsibility, you can choose freely, and I can choose freely. Of course. Then I have no other questions. By the way, it's best to find a professional nurse for the little girl, because after treatment starts, her body may undergo some changes. Okay, I'll go find one immediately when I go back to Jinling. Xiao Zissou nodded and stopped talking. She drove all the way to the outskirts of Yujing, where there was a small warehouse. Opening the door, the inside was full of various Chinese medicinal herbs. There were 10 wooden cabinets specifically for storing Chinese medicine. From the wood, it looked like they were made of centuries-old materials. In addition, there were dozens of medicinal wines, piled up in many jars in the warehouse. It seemed she came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zissou jumped in and started grabbing herbs with great familiarity. Hu Yu couldn't help but ask, Zissou, how much would it cost to buy all the herbs in this warehouse? Not for sale at any price. Xiao Zissou's voice echoed from deep in the warehouse. These are treasures passed down in my family, some things can't be bought or sold, using them for medicine is good enough. Can't be bought or sold? That's going to be a problem. Hu Yu continued to probe, what if it's moved to Jinling? In addition to building a Chinese medicine building in Xiehe, Jinling can also promote traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zissou's favorability +5, now it is 10. That would depend on my dad's opinion. Xiao Zissou emerged carrying a large bag of herbs, but he's currently in Japan for exchanges, otherwise, if he heard what you just said, he would probably jump up. Exchanging in Japan? Hu Yu immediately suggested, when will he return? Not for a while, it should be a week later. Xiao Zissou blinked, how about you talk to him in detail when the time comes? Boss Fu? A week? Japan has long been submerged by the tsunami. Can he come back earlier? I'm afraid not, there are ancient prescriptions we lost being snatched away. My dad said he must take this opportunity to see more. My mom went with him too, they won't be back for at least 10 days or half a month. That's tricky. But it's okay, just take the herbs away first and then think of a way to bring back Zhao's father and mother. Xiao Zissou is already a perfect six-sided nanny, heaven knows what level Zhao's father and mother are. Such talents must definitely be brought on board. Chapter 12, Weapon, done. While Xiao Zissou was loading the herbs into the car, Huyu took the initiative to close the warehouse door for her. He quickly ran around the warehouse, and by the time he went out to close the door, there were only a few cobwebs left inside. In the car, Huyu contacted a private jet back to Jinling. I don't know if it was intentionally arranged by the airline or a coincidence, but there was always Mu Lingxiu among the flight attendants of these private jets. Every time she was the one taking care of Bubu on the plane. Xiao Zissou is looking for a caregiver, and it just so happens that Mu Lingxiu has excellent nursing skills. How about? Huyu sat on the sofa, looking at Mu Lingxiu, who was playing with Bubu using a small toy. Miss Mu. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu immediately stood up, her face carrying a smile and responding respectfully, how can I help you? I wonder if you would consider changing jobs. Huyu offered her an olive branch, while another flight attendant nearby displayed a look of envy. To get a job at this level with a young wealthy person, if one seizes the opportunity, it's very likely to soar to great heights. If it were her, even being a cleaner would be a joy. Mu Lingxiu did not directly agree, but instead asked, may I ask what you plan to hire me for? To take care of Bubu. Huyu did not hide this, you can see, Bubu needs a personal nanny. If you agree, the conditions can be whatever you want. Again, this sentence. Lying on another sofa, Xiao Zissou glanced at Huyu. This guy, could he be some upstart? Nanny. Mu Lingxiu hesitated a bit. Putting aside the salary, if it's just a nanny, it's hard for her to give up being a flight attendant. You can consider it, give me your answer before tonight. Okay, thank you Mr. Hu for your appreciation. Huyu didn't necessarily have to choose her, he just gave her a chance out of consideration for that warm baby. A saint? This personality trait is not good, but for taking care of Bubu, nothing could be more suitable. At 4 in the afternoon, the plane landed. Huyu took the airport special vehicle directly back to the community entrance. Because it was an old community, Xiao Zissou just took a glance, and her expression instantly froze. He lives in this place? Someone who even takes private jets, not to mention a standalone villa, at least should have a large flat, right? This community is way too old. Could it be that this upstart hasn't had time to buy property? Xiao Zissou's mind was full of curiosity about Huyu. She casually helped him carry Bubu from the car, and the two walked towards the community. As soon as they entered the community, a discussion could be heard from afar. There were 3 aunties sitting in the community pavilion, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. Hey, have you heard? That kid on the 28th floor seems to have struck it rich, bought the whole 28th floor at once. What struck it rich? Isn't it said he was taken care of by some people? And it's a man who supports him. Exactly, you say, why does he have to do this line of work at such a young age? Shoo. Don't say any more, he's coming. The 3 aunties were not quiet at all. Huyu heard everything they just said. But he didn't pay any attention. However, Xiao Zissou's eyes lit up next to him. There's gossip. Her gossip spirit burned fiercely, she wished she could hold sunflower seeds and join the group of aunties right now. Just as she was about to step forward, Huyu turned to look at her. Dr. Xiao, can Bubu's medicine be ready tonight? Oh right. Still need to simmer the medicine, gossip can wait for next time. Xiao Zissou turned around and followed him, no problem, you can trust me to get things done. That's good. Huyu replied and continued forward. In her last life, this group of aunties caused no small problems. They all had a troublemaker child at home, when gathered together, it was like a chaotic group of little demons. When the heavy rain just started, they were causing a ruckus at home. But as supplies ran out, the aunties formed a group and morally pressured everyone in the building, wanting them to provide nutritious food for their children. In the name of saying, they are still children. Only a very few people paid attention to them. Probably on the 20th day, when they caused a ruckus again, everyone had no food to give them. The cries of the children, mixed with hunger overwhelming their minds, led them to make the same decision. Eat their own children. Huyu recalled that scene from back then, immediately shook his head, and focused on other things, not even glancing at the group of aunties. He pushed Bubu and went straight to the building door. Just as he was about to push the door open, a brightly dressed figure walked out from inside. Who you? Yi wants you chose. It really does follow that saying, enemies are bound to meet. Miss Yi. Huyu stepped forward, protecting Bubu behind him, and inspected her from head to toe, noticing she was also wearing an identical necklace around her neck. Beneath the sunglasses, there were some bruises. Probably caused by Li Meng. He thought to himself and couldn't help but smile, how come you look like a panda after just a few days? You. Yi Wanqiu was instantly furious, raising her hand to point at Huyu, then glancing at Xiao Zissou behind him. With just one look, she could tell that Xiao Zissou was wearing all brand-name clothes. Although they were old models, their prices were still expensive. Oh, so this is the rich woman you found? No wonder she can buy the whole floor. Sister, don't blame me for not reminding you, this guy is nothing but a scumbag pretending to be rich. If you get together with him, just be careful not to be fooled. Another piece of gossip. Xiao Zissou immediately stepped forward and linked arms with Hu Yu. Really? Please tell me more. Yu Wanqiu didn't speak but looked at Hu Yu, threatening him with her eyes. As if saying, if you don't back down, I'll expose your situation right now. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. Are you going out or not? If she hadn't blocked the hallway, and if Bubu's wheelchair could get through, he would have entered the elevator long ago, instead of wasting time standing here. Humph. Yu Wanqiu let out a cold snort, seeming to have something to do as well, and without further entanglement, she sidestepped and walked out of the unit door. However, as she passed by Xiao Zissou, she earnestly said, Sister, be careful. The most terrifying thing is not specific cases but the unknown. If Xiao Zissou really had anything to do with Hu Yu, then this one sentence is enough to surpass 1,000 words. Xiao Zissou's curiosity grew even stronger. But Hu Yu had no intention of answering, taking Xiao Zissou and Bubu inside the unit door to go upstairs to their home. As for Yi Wanqiu, she watched the backs of the three, took out her phone, and dialed, Hello? Is this Brother Tian? It's me, Wanqiu. The person you were looking for is back. Yes, he's at his home and should not be going out for a short time. Then my bill. Got it. Thank you, Brother Tian. At 7 in the evening, there were still 120 hours until the storm hit. Hu Yu had arranged for Xiao Zissou to stay in 2801, and he ordered a takeout from Yuten to deliver to the house. After the three had a simple dinner, they watched as Xiao Zissou gave Bubu a set of acupuncture therapy. Just as she was massaging, the phone rang. Hu Yu looked at the screen. Shen Shan. So soon? He answered the call, and Shen Shan's voice came through immediately, Boss, the stuff is ready. I'm waiting for you at Jinjiao Wanan Mountain. Okay. Hu Yu replied, and the other side hung up right away. It seemed that the situation was urgent. Jinjiao was a country to the south of Huagua, bordering Huagua, but it had been in a chaotic state of warlords for many years. He had originally gone there to look for firearms. He immediately contacted Wanjihang Airlines and then looked at Xiao Zissou. Zissou, can I trouble you to take care of Bubu tonight? Tomorrow. I will definitely find her a dedicated nanny. I can, but... Xiao Zissou resolutely refused, but her hands kept moving. You promised me that outside of therapy time, I can arrange my own time. Unless you can satisfy my curiosity. Huh? What do you mean? Very simple. Xiao Zissou's eyes seemed to smile as she looked up at Hu Yu. Just answer me 3 questions. Hu Yu felt helpless. What do you want to ask? No hurry. Xiao Zissou lowered her head and continued to massage Bubu. Don't you have something to do? We can talk about it when you come back. Okay. Hu Yu replied and immediately went downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of the community, he called for a taxi. But just as he was heading to the airport in the car, a big Benz also stopped outside the community. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out of the car, followed by a bald man. The two coincidentally looked toward one of the buildings. At the top floor of that building, the lights were on at that moment. Chapter 13 Enough? I really have had enough. At the airport. Hu Yu looked at the reception, who was Mo Lingxiu, and immediately felt helpless. So, do you guys never get off work? There's no way out. Mo Lingxiu smiled helplessly and said, You are a big client. We workers like us can only wait for your orders. Alright, stop joking and help me with the paperwork. With a few experiences before, Hu Yu was quite familiar with this process. It takes about 3 hours to get from Jinling to Jinjia. During this time, Hu Yu didn't waste any time. He called Manager Yang at the casino. The purpose, of course, was not to set up a gambling game, but to find someone. Hello? Is this Manager Yang? This is Hu Yu. Mr. Hu. Manager Yang was very surprised. Are you planning to book a gambling game? I will arrange it for you right away. When will you arrive in Aodo? I can pick you up. The gambling game isn't urgent for now. Hu Yu sighed. I've not been feeling well lately. Do you know any reliable traditional Chinese medicine doctors? Chinese medicine? Yes, I heard from a friend that there's a Mr. Xiao whose skills in Chinese medicine are extraordinary. It's just a pity he's in Japan now. If you can get him to Jiling to treat me, I think I'll be back in Aodo in no time. A Chinese medicine doctor named Xiao? Manager Yang immediately caught on to the keywords. Mr. Hu, don't worry. I'll contact my colleagues in Japan right away. If you need it, we can also find a professional doctor to come to Jiling for treatment. No need, I just want to find this Dr. Xiao. Who you decisively refused, money is not an issue. Okay, I will inform you as soon as I have news. I'll wait for your message. Who you hung up the phone, looking at the airplane that was about to take off, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety, instinctively wanting to call Bubu. Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu walked up at this moment, gently reminding him, please turn off your phone. If necessary, after the plane takes off, we can provide you with a satellite phone. No need. Hu Yu switched his phone to airplane mode and set it aside. How did you think about my proposal from this afternoon? Mu Lingxiu was at a loss for words. Finally, her eyes shifted, and she said softly, Mr. Hu, will you come back later? What's wrong? I will take a leave later. If you see me again on the plane, I will go with you after it lands. If not, then I can only apologize. All right. Hu Yu replied helplessly. Thank you for your understanding. Mu Lingxiu's favorability plus 10, now 30. Hu Yu did not say more. He felt the turbulence of the plane and gradually closed his eyes. By the time he opened them again, the plane had landed at the airport. Mr. Hu, are you awake? Mu Lingxiu leaned forward to ask, appropriately handing him a warm towel. Hu Yu took the towel and wiped his face. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock at night. We've been on the ground for 10 minutes. Mu Lingxiu replied with a smile, we thought you looked too tired, so we didn't wake you up. Is this going to delay your business? It's fine. Just 10 minutes, it wouldn't make a difference. Hu Yu handed the towel back, stood up, and picked up his phone. Can your car take me from here? Yes, it can. Mu Lingxiu immediately responded. Where are you heading? Wanan Mountain. As Hu Yu spoke, he walked outside the plane, turning off airplane mode. Before he could step onto the jet bridge, a message popped up. The sender was unknown, and the text contained a picture. Just one glance, and Hu Yu froze. In the dim space, two women were tied to two chairs, one large and one small. Though they were both blindfolded, Hu Yu could recognize them at a glance. Xiao Zissou, Bubu. Buzz. The phone rang. Hu Yu immediately answered. Hello? Who are you? TSK, finally answered the phone. A voice clearly processed through a voice changer echoed. Mr. Hu, you're really hard to find. Hu Yu didn't reply but was deep in thought. The other party had kidnapped Zissou and Bubu and called repeatedly, so their target must not be them, but him. Who had he offended in Jinling? Li Mang? He wouldn't dare. Then there was only one person left. Boss Tian. He might have discovered something. Boss Tian, isn't the repayment date not yet due? Mr. Hu is very clever, he should know I'm not after those 2 million, but something else. Boss Tian did not deny his identity, but spoke frankly, my brother told me, some of my things are in your hands. Brother? Li Mang? Hu Yu could only think of this possibility. No matter how he calculated, he never expected Li Mang and Boss Tian to know each other. There are millions of people in Jinling. What a coincidence. I can return the items, but I'm currently out of town and need time to come back. Okay. Boss Tian immediately replied, you disappeared for 3 hours, I'll give you 3 hours of time. Not enough. Hu Yu turned around, looking to the back at Mu Lingxiu. There are no more flights back to Jinling, the earliest flight back is in 2 hours. Mu Lingxiu immediately replied in a low voice. 2 hours. I need 7 hours. Within 7 hours, I will bring everything you want. Hu Yu knew he was absolutely no match for Boss Tian. Even if he wanted to go back, he had to bring Shinshan along, otherwise he would just be delivering vegetables. 6 hours. Boss Tian's voice rang out, this is my bottom line, if you can't make it, I can't guarantee what will happen to those two. Jianhe Manufacturing Factory, I will wait for you. Alright. Hu Yu hung up the phone and ran directly toward the corridor. Hurry. Arrange a car for me. Okay. Mu Lingxiu didn't know what happened to Hu Yu, but hurried to contact the ferry vehicle. Hu Yu immediately dialed Shinshan's number. Hello, boss. It's me. Hu Yu hurriedly said, I need your exact location now, and Bubu is in trouble. What happened to Bubu? Shinshan's voice clearly showed urgency. Hu Yu quickly recounted the deal with Boss Tian and the matter of prying away Boss Tian's life and fortune. Of course, because he was still on the ferry vehicle and Mu Lingxiu was beside him, Hu Yu did not mention specific methods. From Shinshan's favorability -20, now at 19. It's all my fault, I didn't expect that Gai Tian would react so quickly and leave Bubu in Jinling. This is not the time to talk about that. Shinshan did not express his attitude toward Hu Yu, only quickly said, how long until you can get here? Let me check. Hu Yu glanced at the address, entered it into the navigation system, and a route appeared with an estimated time. The fastest is 1.5 hours, going back and forth will be 3 hours. Not enough time. Not nearly enough time. Without waiting for Shinshan to speak, a crazy thought burst into Hu Yu's mind. Stop. Hu Yu said to Shinshan, I'll find a way to come over, just wait for me there. He hung up the phone and looked at Mu Lingxiu on the ferry. Is there a helicopter rental at this airport? Huh? I'm asking you if there is. Yes. Yes. Mu Lingxiu nodded repeatedly. I'll rent one. Hu Yu quickly sent the location from his phone to Mu Lingxiu's phone. No matter the cost, get me to this location now. Okay. Mu Lingxiu responded but helplessly added, but even if I get you to that location, you won't be able to get down. Who says I can't? 10 minutes later. The sound of a helicopter echoed in Shinshan's ears. He looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter slowly flying in, soon hovering not far ahead, then gradually lowering its altitude. Finally, it lowered to just 20 meters above the ground, hovering in the air, and dropped a rope ladder. Wait. It can't be. A figure came to the side of the cabin, climbing down the rope ladder steadily. It really is him. Shinshan's anger was greatly diminished. He knew in his heart that this matter was truly too coincidental. Although related to Hu Yu, it wasn't something he intended. It couldn't be blamed on him. And such a rich man dared to take such a risk to come, it was already the greatest sincerity. From Shinshan's favorability plus 10, now at 29. 5 minutes later. Hu Yu finally climbed down the rope ladder with great effort. Immediately dialed Shinshan's phone number. Hello, Brother Shin, I've arrived at Wanan Mountain. Where are you? I see you. Brother Shin's tone had softened a bit. Walk east, and you'll see me soon. Okay. Hu Yu didn't say much and immediately ran east. Before long, he saw Shinshan. He stood in front of a thicket, dressed in camouflage, holding a flashlight to guide Hu Yu, his expression very serious and cold, his gaze as if it could kill. Hu Yu did not hesitate and ran straight to Shinshan. Brother Shin, I'm sorry. This is not the time to talk about that. Shinshan's tone remained indifferent. He raised his hand and placed it on Hu Yu's shoulder. Let's go get the goods first. We can still make it back. Okay. Hearing Shinshan say this, Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He looked Shinshan up and down but couldn't see where the gun was. Brother Shin, where is the goods you mentioned? Behind. Shinshan said as he swept the flashlight back. Under the thicket, 8 trucks were lined up in a row. Hu Yu. 8 trucks of arms. Didn't I just ask for 8 guns? What are you dawdling for? Shinshan urged anxiously, hurry and collect the goods. Hu Yu replied but couldn't help his curiosity and stepped forward to open a truck's cargo compartment. A row of AKs were neatly arranged in the back, and boxes of ammunition piled up in the center, estimated to have at least hundreds of AKs and thousands of boxes of bullets. The pungent smell of gunpowder rushed over, startling Hu Yu. This truck has rifles. Shinshan leaned over to explain, the other trucks have handguns, sniper rifles, RPGs, and various tactical grenades. I got fewer handguns and RPGs, only 1 truck of each, the rest are all full trucks. Is this enough? Enough? I'm really more than enough. These 8 truckloads of arms are enough to arm 8 battalions. Hu Yu swallowed hard, afraid to leave these things outside, quickly stowing them into his spatial backpack and gestured in 8 again. Brother Shin, I didn't say I only wanted 8 guns. Shinshan was taken aback and also made an 8 gesture. 8 guns? I thought you always bought things by the truckload. This 8 doesn't mean 8 trucks? Who on earth would get 8 truckloads of arms? Hu Yu complained helplessly, but now that it was done, the focus was no longer on the arms, but on Bubu and Zisu. He shook his head and immediately ran out of the thicket. Forget it, let's just go back. With these, it should be enough to save Bubu. No. Not enough yet. Shinshan said as he started running too. When he passed by Hu Yu, he directly picked him up and carried him on his back, sprinting towards the helicopter. Boss, I remember you don't mind hiring more bodyguards, right? I just want to confirm first, your so-called moored isn't calculated by the truckload again, is it? Chapter 14 Assemble. On the plane back to Jinling. It was already 11:30 at night. There were still 5.5 hours until the agreed time with Boss Tian. As soon as he got on the plane, Hu Yu saw Mu Lingxiu again. But now he wasn't in the mood to discuss the personal made issue with her, only watching Shinshan hold a satellite phone, dialing one person after another. The method was also very simple, each call had only 3 sentences. The first 4 calls were all. It's me. Bubu is in trouble. Jinling, gather at the airport in 5 hours. After saying this, the other party would immediately hang up. And for the 5th call, Shinshan thought for a long time before dialing. The first two sentences were the same, only the third sentence was different. Jinling, Zhenghe Manufacturing Plant. Everyone on the other end of the phone seemed to know Boo Boo. Huyu sat across, watching until the last call hung up without asking Shinshan's intention. All set. Shinshan put down the phone and looked at Huyu. Before he could speak, he took the initiative to explain, actually, Boo Boo is not my biological daughter. Huyu was taken aback. Starting off with something so explosive. To be precise, she is my comrade's child. Shinshan's gaze swept across the table. It seems to be searching for something. Huyu immediately understood. Bring a bottle of wine. Do you have white wine? Yes, Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu replied respectfully and quickly brought a bottle of mutai to the table. The quality of this mutai was certainly not as good as what Manager Yang had prepared, but it was still fine for casual drinking. She poured a glass for the two of them and wisely walked toward the driver's cabin, having no intention of eavesdropping on gossip. Shinshan raised his glass and drank it all down, then continued to tell, our team has a total of 7 people, and during an overseas mission, the captain sacrificed himself to protect us. Boo Boo is his only family. I can't go into details about the specific mission, but after that mission, the other members of our team were also punished. All of us were expelled from military service. To avoid some unnecessary trouble, I took Boo Boo to Aodao, thinking that with my skills, I could earn money to help her get back on her feet. But, unexpectedly, Shinshan drank another glass of wine. Huyu understood the rest. Shinshan was not well regarded in that security company, perhaps because he offended some higher-ups, causing him to only be doing cleaning work. And because he needed to support Boo Boo's daily expenses, he couldn't quit his job and could only grit his teeth and continue working. As for that so-called unnecessary trouble, Huyu still remembered Xiao Zisu's diagnosis for Boo Boo. The bullet hit her spine and leg bones, and it seemed that this trouble was not small, probably related to that overseas mission. Boss. Shinshan's eyes were red, raising his glass and looking at Huyu. I haven't finished speaking, but you should understand what I mean. If you think that we father and daughter are too troublesome, it's still possible to back out now. I will find a way to repay you for the money and the kindness. Troublesome? What trouble could be worse than the trouble of the apocalypse coming? Brother Shen. Huyu picked up his glass and clinked it with Shinshan's. I call you Brother Shen, Boo Boo is my niece, this is family business. What do you mean trouble or no trouble? Come on, let's drink. Alright. From Shinshan's favorability plus 20, currently at 49. The two clinked their glasses but only drank this last cup. There were still important matters to attend to later, so it was not suitable to drink too much. By the way, Brother Shin, there's something I need to say up front. Huyu put down the glass and looked at Shinshan seriously. You say it. Your comrades, just because they may be great soldiers, doesn't mean they can be good bodyguards. Whether they stay or leave is a mutual choice between us. So, you understand, right? Of course. Shinshan nodded. Boss, you giving them this opportunity is already very good. That's good. After saying that, Huyu closed his eyes to rest, waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Tomorrow would be the third day, and the system would upgrade again. He didn't know if there would be any surprises. Half an hour quickly passed, and a crisp sound rang out just at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving 3 days, system upgrade. New feature unlocked, Survival Blind Box. Note, you will receive a blind box every day. After opening the blind box, you will obtain random items, creatures, and skill manuals to help you survive better. Time until next upgrade, 3 out of 10. Survival Blind Box. Huyu's eyes lit up, sensing a black egg added to his space backpack. As long as he cracked open the egg, he could obtain random items. Unfortunately, he was still on the plane, and it wasn't good to use his spatial abilities casually. He could only wait until he got off the plane to see. 3 hours later. The plane landed at Jinling Airport. Huyu asked Mu Lingxiu to go home and wait for news. He still had important matters to attend to and would come to find her in the morning to discuss specific work content and salary. He and Shinshan came out of the airport and only saw 2 muscular men standing far apart on either side of the airport entrance. At this time, besides their chartered flight, no other flights had landed. It seems these two should be Brother Shun's comrades. The 2 panels popped up almost simultaneously in front of him. Name, Li Ji. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect driving, perfect cooking, proficient in survival, proficient in first aid, proficient in fighting, proficient in firearms, proficient in off-road driving, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, kind, stubborn, protective of friends. Affinity, 0. Name, Su Zilong. Gender, male. Age, 27. Skills, epic firearms, perfect fighting, perfect assassination, proficient in survival, proficient in off-road driving, proficient in driving, proficient in first aid, proficient in electronics, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, impulsive, decisive, protective of friends, proud. Affinity, 0. Who you rubbed his eyes and looked again at Su Zilong's skill list. Epic skills. Above perfection, there is still a level. This means this person's firearm skill is a level higher than Xin Shan's. No matter what, this person must be recruited. Personality or whatever. Doesn't matter. As long as he is loyal, listens to orders, impulsiveness is just a small flaw. Brother Shan. Li Shi saw Xin Shan and immediately approached, starting with a complaint. How come you brought this guy too? If I don't come, will you depend on yourselves to rescue Boo Boo? Su Zilong also stepped forward, his tone extremely cold. Clearly, there had been a conflict between the two. This conflict probably did not include Xin Shan. Alright, now is not the time to argue. Let's discuss serious matters first. Xin Shan took a step back and introduced who you behind him. This is my boss. I am his bodyguard. This time, besides Boo Boo, there is also a female friend of his who has been kidnapped. From Su Zilong's affinity -10, now it is -10. Oh? Su Zilong snorted lightly, looking at Hu Yu with eyes filled with dissatisfaction. So, Boo Boo's kidnapping this time is related to you? A chill suddenly swept over. In the scorching heat, Hu Yu couldn't help but tremble. Zilong. Xin Shan frowned and stood in front of Hu Yu. Some things can be discussed later, first go rescue Boo Boo. Hoof. Su Zilong sneered and directly spoke. Just give me the address, I'll go. Since you want to be a bodyguard, it would be better to let me take care of Boo Boo. Just you? Another voice sounded from the airport's outer gate. Two twin brothers slowly walked over. The leader sneered, aren't you afraid of raising Boo Boo to be autistic? Autistic? Brother, if he's in charge, whether Boo Boo can live to adulthood is uncertain. Hu Yu looked at the two at the door, and another two panels popped up. Name, Zhao Zhong. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect first aid, perfect survival, proficient in off-road driving, proficient in fighting, proficient in cooking, proficient in firearms, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, passionate, protective of friends, talkative. Affinity, 0. Name, Zhaoyi. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect firearms, perfect fighting, proficient in assassination, proficient in driving, proficient in cooking, proficient in first aid, proficient in off-road driving, proficient in swimming, proficient in survival. Personality, loyal, passionate, protective of friends, superstitious. Affinity, 0. Both also have 9 skills. These 4 people, like Xin Shan, all have the same 9 skills, the only difference is the type of perfect skills they possess. Li Ji is mainly responsible for driving and cooking. Zhao Zhong is mainly in charge of first aid and survival. Zhaoyi is mainly responsible for firearms and fighting. As for Su Zilong, the epic firearms skill goes without saying, and both fighting and assassination are also at a perfect level. This is definitely a big weapon. Hu Yu's mind immediately turned to recruiting people. If these 4 people could all be brought under his wing, along with those 8 trucks of arms, they could completely walk sideways. Everyone is here. Xin Shan glanced over the 4 and immediately commanded, first carry out the mission, then discuss other things. Yes. Even though the hearts of the 4 were not in sync, at this moment, they all responded in unison, quickly forming a line, waiting for Xin Shan's next instructions. Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhaoyi, get in my car. Zilong, you drive and follow me. Yes. Let's go. Xin Shan immediately ran towards the parking lot. The others managed to keep up, but Hu Yu? He was just a poor working man. How long it had been since he exercised was not to be mentioned, and even if his body was in peak condition, he could not possibly keep up with their pace. Li Ji, help. Yes. Li Ji replied and immediately ran back, turning around to carry Hu Yu on his back, then followed again. Sorry to trouble you, Hu Yu said with a red face, thanking him. Li Ji replied emotionlessly, it's nothing. This won't do. Improving physical fitness must be put on the agenda. In the future, if I have to escape, I will have to rely on these good brothers to carry me. That would truly be embarrassing. Everyone got in the car. Li Ji tossed Hu Yu to the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat. Location. Hu Yu immediately replied, Jianghe Manufacturing Factory. Buckle up. After Li Ji said that, he stepped on the gas. A rush of force pushed them back as the big car sped directly toward the suburbs. The speed exceeded 130. The off-road vehicle driven by Su Zilong was right behind them, as if they were racing. Wait, that's not right. Did Brother Shin not make 5 phone calls? Why are there only 4 people? Hu Yu turned to the backseat to look at Xin Shan and couldn't help but ask, Brother Shin, isn't there still one person? Has he already gone? What? A shocked exclamation echoed in the car. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi spoke up at the same time. Even Li Ji, who was driving, could not help but join in. Brother Shan, did you bring that person? Zhao Zhong asked with a trembling voice. What else could I do? Shin Shan shook his head helplessly. He is in Jinling, only he can get there in time. So are we still going? Li Ji asked in confusion. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi also looked towards Shin Shan at the same time. Let's go, it's been a while since we gathered, perfect time to meet up. For a moment, the other three didn't say anything more. Even Li Ji slowed down the car, returning to a normal speed, as if deliberately avoiding something. That fifth person. Who in the world could that be? Chapter 15, Return the World to Green. Outside Jianghe Manufacturing Factory. When everyone arrived, it was already 3:30 in the morning. There was still an hour and a half until the agreed time with Boss Tian. At this moment, Jianghe Manufacturing Factory was brightly lit. After Li Ji parked the car, before everyone could get out, Su Zilong drove straight in. As he was getting close to the gate, a floating figure stopped at the entrance. Dust and smoke rose in a clamor. Su Zilong jumped out of the car, holding a tang horizontal knife as he headed into the factory. Fool! Li Ji cursed through gritted teeth. Exactly. Zhao Zhong agreed beside him. If Bubu is still in danger, with him charging in like this, huh? Continue. Shin Shan frowned and said, when you see him later, do you dare to keep cursing? He said that as he opened the car door and walked towards the factory. Li Ji and the others exchanged glances, not daring to argue. They could only follow Shin Shan inside. Hu Yu was even more curious about that last person now. As he walked through the dust and entered the factory, the sight before him stunned him. Su Zilong was kneeling. Su Zilong, who had perfect fighting and assassination skills, was half kneeling on the ground. Behind him was a woman wearing a crimson tank top. She had a high ponytail, her figure was slender, looking about 170 centimeters tall, but she probably weighed less than 100 jin. Her thighs were even thinner than Hu Yu's arms. But such a woman was enough to pin Su Zilong to the ground, not allowing him to even stand up. And behind them, a group led by Boss Tian was bound tightly together, all their eyes, mouths, and ears stuffed securely. But Xiao Zissou and Bubu were among them. They had not been rescued, but had already escaped danger. An interface suddenly popped up. Name, Anciener. 5 skills. 5 epics. If this were a card drawing game, Shin Shan and Su Zilong would be SR, while Lingxian would definitely be SSR. This woman, could she be the last member of Shin Shan's team? Siener. Shin Shan stepped forward and said, you let Zilong go first. Oh. And Siener immediately released her grip. At the same time, he took a step back. Anciener. Su Zilong helplessly stood up, rubbing his shoulder that had just been pressed down. You did it on purpose, right? You knew it was me and still made a move? Anciener turned to look at Su Zilong, her tone extremely calm. You might not necessarily be here to save Bubu. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Su Zilong didn't dare to lose his temper at her and walked straight to Bubu. I'm taking Bubu away now, you can do whatever you want. Wait. As soon as Shin Shan's voice fell, Anciener flashed and had already blocked Su Zilong's way. As if he said the word shoot, Anciener would act without hesitation. Zilong, calm down a bit. I am calm right now. Su Zilong turned to look at Shin Shan. If you can't protect Bubu, then let me do it. I will never let her suffer this kind of humiliation. Shin Shan was left speechless. He had no choice but to turn to Hu Yu. Boss, please take care of Bubu for a moment, I want to have a word with him. Okay. After saying this, Shin Shan turned and walked outside the warehouse. The others also followed him out. Hu Yu quickly walked up to Bubu and reached out to take off her earplugs. This action made her body tremble slightly, but she didn't make a sound or move. He continued to take away the cloth stuffed in Bubu's mouth and the blindfold from her head. Bubu, it's me. Bubu instantly felt at ease, tears gleaming at the corners of her eyes. Big brother Hu Yu. Hurry. Sister Zissou is also tied up with me. Don't be afraid, it's all over now. Hu Yu patted her head. Bubu, don't worry, you and Sister Zissou are both safe now. MHM. Bubu responded, her little round face full of determination. Brother, I'm fine, you go save Sister Zissou first. Alright, Bubu is the best. Hu Yu praised. After untangling the ropes on Bubu, he then walked to the side to remove the blindfold from Xiao Zissou. The first glance she caught of Hu Yu had no fear, no weakness, but only asked 2 words. Where are they? Which people? Hu Yu squatted down to untie the ropes on her. Are you talking about Bubu? No, I mean those who kidnapped us. Xiao Zissou replied, getting up from the chair and moving her wrists. Her gaze instantly landed on the tied-up crowd, clearly startled. Did you do all this? Of course not. Hu had no intention of taking credit, pointing outside the factory. The ones who saved you are having a meeting outside. I will introduce them to you later. No hurry. Xiao Zisu looked towards Boss Tian among the crowd, moving her wrists as she walked toward him, daring to kidnap me, truly living impatiently. Hey, what are you going to do? Hu hurriedly followed her. He wasn't worried about Boss Tian's safety, mainly because the apocalypse hadn't happened yet, and this was still a society under the rule of law. If she went too far, it wouldn't be good to explain to Shinshan and the others. Don't worry, I won't kill him, so as not to dirty my own hands. Xiao Zisu pulled out 3 thin golden needles from her hair, but, while deadly sins can be exempted, living sins cannot escape. She took a step forward and quickly stabbed the 3 golden needles into 3 acupoints on Boss Tian's body. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Outside the factory, Shinshan and the others immediately rushed in, just in time to see Xiao Zisu behind Boss Tian. The crowd didn't recognize her at first. The woman called Anciener had already rushed over at this moment. Anciener, don't! Shinshan's voice fell, and Anciener finally stopped. A gust of wind came. Her little leg was about to fall on Xiao Zisu's face. Don't be impulsive. Hu immediately stood between the 2 women. We are all on the same side, let's talk this out. Anciener slowly lowered her leg, but her gaze still fixed on Xiao Zisu. The latter then pulled out the 3 golden needles from Boss Tian's body in one motion. You saved us just now, right? Xiao Zisu took a step forward, reinserting the golden needles into her hair and extended her right hand towards Anciener. Hello, I am Xiao Zisu. Anciener did not respond. Then he turned his gaze to Hu. You said the end of the world is coming? Hu looked at Shinshan, and the other party silently nodded. It seemed Brother Shen had shared that matter with them. Well, other than that situation, how could this group of people ever come together? End of the world? Xiao Zisu also turned to Hu, her eyes filled with curiosity. Boss Hu, what on earth is going on? The others looked confused as well, all waiting for his answer. Let's talk after we get home. Hu looked at Boss Tian and the others, still tied to the ground. How should we handle these people? Leave it to me. Xiao Zisu immediately volunteered, saying, and pulling a needle from her hair, give me 15 minutes, and I'll make the world green again. Green? Hu was taken aback. A plant person, isn't that just green? Goodness, is this the effect of Yazai plus whimsical? Hu glanced at Shinshan and noticed that everyone, including him, was already walking toward the door. Hey, the weather is nice today, and we can still see the stars. Yeah, Brother Shan, do you think there will be a big sun tomorrow? I don't know, Anciener, you should come out and take a look too. Oh. As they chatted, the whole group left the factory. Li Ji ran back for a moment, also bringing Boo Boo with him. Xiao Zisu began to plant trees, while Hu squatted in front of Boss Tian, took a suitcase from his space backpack, and casually removed his eye mask. Hello, Boss Tian. Ah! A cry of despair rang out. Cold sweat began to beat at Boss Tian's temples, yet he still forced himself to reply, Mr. Hu. Hu glanced down at the time. It's almost an hour past the time we agreed to meet. You don't mind, do you? No, not at all. Ah! Another cry of despair. Boss Tian's legs trembled slightly. He couldn't understand how he provoked this powerful figure. Mr. Hu, it was my blind eyes that offended you. Please do not hold it against me. Come on, didn't you want something? I'll look for it and return it to you. Hu opened the suitcase and began pulling things out. Bang! A gun, an AK, was placed on the ground. Is this it? Boss Tian was stunned, without even the opportunity to shake his head, when Hu pulled out another Desert Eagle. Is this it? No, it's not. Boss Tian's lips trembled. Hu pulled out a 98K, how about this? Not that either. This can't be it, right? Hu said, casually placing a rocket launcher on the ground. Boss Tian, what exactly are you missing? Just tell me. If you don't say, how would I know? Right? Mr. Hu. Boss Tian completely wilted. He didn't know who this person was, able to produce such items. These things, consider them a small token of respect from me to you. Please let me go. Ha! Hu sneered, your lending house has a saying, what was it, 9 out of 13 returns, right? You tied up 2 of my people, and now when I come to ask for my debt, you intend to brush me off like this? Among the contracts he had taken away, there were also numerous photos, all showing women holding promissory notes in revealing outfits. Just one person's loan contract had more than a dozen agreements. Some ranged from 5,000 to 150,000 that hadn't been fully repaid yet. Based on this alone, making him half paralyzed would be light, not to mention the matter of kidnapping Boo Boo. Then you say. As long as it's something I, Tian Laolu, can do, I will undoubtedly take care of it for you. First. Hu Yu asked in a deep voice, how did you know the items were with me? He had his suspicions, but still needed to confirm. After all, he hadn't seen Li Mang among these people. Earlier, when he went, he specifically checked the tea room. The entire tea house had no surveillance cameras, so the problem couldn't have been with the surveillance. It was Li Mang, right, and also Yu Wanqiu. Lao Lu Tian replied immediately, didn't you scare Li Mang with that stuff? Later, Li Mang found me, and then I found Yu Wanqiu. That was how we confirmed the items were with you. Hu Yu slightly frowned. What about that woman? Today's matter was also about Yu Wanqiu calling me, saying you came back, that's why I took action. Alright, the second thing. Hu Yu interrupted Tian Lao Lu, continuing, from today onwards, you will live next to Yu Wanqiu's house, watch her, and don't let her leave the city. You should be able to handle such a small matter, right? Of course. I can do it. Tian Lao Lu quickly replied. That's good. Hu Yu stood up, looking down at Tian Lao Lu on the ground. After this, your body will feel a little uncomfortable. If you obediently listen, maybe after a month, if I'm in a good mood, I might help you return to normal. Zisu, let's go. Okay. Xiao Zisu responded and put away her needle. The two walked out of the factory, with Xiao Zisu full of curiosity along the way. Yi Wanqiu? Is she the woman we saw yesterday? Yes. Hu Yu nodded. You don't also want to make her paralyzed, do you? I was thinking about it. Xiao Zisu looked at Hu Yu, as if looking at someone similar, but not anymore. Why? I believe you must have a better way to treat her, I want to see. Chapter 16 Get 100 million. 5 o'clock in the morning. Everyone returned home. After putting Boo Boo to sleep, they found an empty room to hold a meeting. Hu Yu briefly recounted what he had discussed with Shinshan, demonstrated the capabilities of the space backpack, and stated his purpose. Then it was everyone's turn to introduce themselves. Upon learning that Xiao Zisu was a doctor Hu Yu had paid a hefty sum to invite, everyone's favorability towards him, including Anciener, increased by 10 points. Oh! Xiao Zisu immediately exclaimed, if I had known, I should have brought all the herbs back then. You believe that? Li Ji immediately retorted, don't you think that sounds ridiculous? Ridiculous? What's ridiculous? Xiao Zisu countered, didn't you see so many similar short articles on some forums? Existence is reasonable, these things could happen. No, Boss Hu, you need to accompany me back home tomorrow. No need. Hu Yu helplessly spread his hands and casually brought out a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. I took it along when I closed the warehouse for you. What a casual act. Xiao Zisu helplessly complained, I don't care, you have to calculate this for me. Fine. While speaking, Hu Yu took out a pile of gold bars from the space. These were the leftover gold bars from Shinshan's arms procurement, which he had found after putting them in the space backpack from the truck earlier. Now this pile of gold bars was still about half left, worth approximately 15 million in gold. Everyone. Hu Yu looked at the crowd. Hu Yu, never force anyone. We are friends now, no matter if you believe me or not, take this pile of gold and divide it. I'm not trying to buy you off, but I truly respect you. Xingu has told me about your matters, not much, but I understand one thing, the peaceful era we have now cannot be separated from your efforts. This money, if you trust me, use it to stock up on supplies, if not, use it to improve your lives. Of course, if you can stay, that would be the best. Still the same saying, in the apocalypse, as long as Hu Yu, have food, you will never go hungry. This promise seemed cliché, but everyone knew that if the apocalypse truly arrived, this phrase would be worth its weight in gold. Su Zilong glanced at the gold, said nothing, and snorted coldly before leaving. He could sit here and listen to Hu Yu finish speaking, already giving boo-boo face. As for the others, I'm joining. Xiao Zisu was the first to speak, yawning as she walked toward room 2801. I'm going to catch up on sleep first, in case the apocalypse really happens, I have to stock up tomorrow. Boss Hu, we can settle the money tomorrow when we stock up. Okay. Hu Yu didn't expect Xiao Zisu to accept so smoothly. After all, she was a typical otaku, her ability to accept things must be strong. As for the others, Li Ji and the Zhao brothers looked at Shinshan. Don't look at me. Shinshan calmly opened his mouth. I have an agreement with Boss Hu, that on the night of July 13th at 7 p.m., if heavy rain falls, I will be in the same boat with him. If the heavy rain does not fall, I will continue to protect him for another year. Since Brother Shan has said this, count me in. Li Ji immediately volunteered, everything will wait until July 13th, to see if heavy rain will fall. We are the same. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi exchanged glances, and Zhao Zhong spoke up. He looked at Hu Yu, Boss Hu, right? This is for Boo Boo's sake. If heavy rain does not fall, my brother and I will turn around and leave, so don't blame us for being ungrateful. That's natural. Hu Yu replied and turned to Anciener. Ciener, what do you decide? Shinshan proactively asked. Will I be able to eat enough? Absolutely. Huyu immediately responded, casually taking out a large amount of high-end ingredients bought from Yutan, filling the table, but we still need to cook them ourselves? You all, who cooks? Let's not eat for now. Shinshan slowly got up, everyone is tired today, so why not take a rest first and talk tomorrow? By the way, boss, do you have anything else that needs stocking up? Leave it to us brothers to handle. I do have something. Huyu immediately started listing, first is food, we don't know how long the flood will last, so the more food, the better. Then there are medicines, the traditional Chinese medicine is far from enough, we need some emergency Western medicine as well. Seeds for vegetables and fruits, these things will become absolutely rare items in the apocalypse. Also fuel and fresh water resources, the more of these too, the better. Lastly, electric power generation equipment, solar or diesel will do. If there's anything else to add, everyone can speak up. The crowd exchanged glances, hearing Huyu list all these items, they understood how much he had prepared for that day. Leave the food to me. Shinshan was the first to speak. Li Ji quickly followed, then I will take care of fuel and fresh water. Medicines are my responsibility. Zhao Zhong said as he looked at Zhaoyi, leafy vegetables and fruit seeds will be handled by Xiaoyi. And Sienna raised her hand and pointed at herself, me? Electric power generation equipment? No, you are responsible for other more important matters. Shinshan shook his head, I will handle the electric equipment, Sienna, you just need to ensure boss and Boo Boo's safety. Oh. And Sienna replied calmly. Boss. Shinshan looked at Huyu, how much this time? Still one truck? No. Huyu slapped the bank card on the table, get 100 million. Everyone was initially shocked, before they could speak, Huyu's voice continued. 100 million per person. After arranging the tasks, Huyu finally returned to his small bed. It was now July 9th, 6 in the morning. There were 109 hours left before the apocalypse would arrive. Huyu finally had time to take out the black egg he had obtained today, casually cracking it open, a blue light suddenly burst forth. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the skill book, Mastering Appreciation, Gourmet. Note, after using the skill book, your physical strength and body quality will automatically be enhanced to the level of mastering the skill. Good news, it's a skill book. Bad news. It seems to be of no use. In the apocalypse, who still has the mood to appreciate food? Even if they can appreciate it, so what? Are they going to live stream globally to show them eating? Huyu twitched his lips a couple of times, but still chose to use it. A free skill book, why not take it? A burst of blue light suddenly rushed in. Huyu felt no change and, without much thought, immediately laid down to sleep. Not knowing how long it had been, a delicious smell came rushing in. The aroma of meat. The scent of herbs. And a strangely indescribable smell. This should be a medicinal dish cooked with the best pork bones simmered with angelica, cotonopsis, and goji berries. As for that strange smell, it seemed right in front of him but he couldn't identify what it was. Huyu got a little closer, sniffed a couple of times, still couldn't smell it, he could only helplessly raise his eyelids. With just one glance, he was so scared that he jumped back. A cold and beautiful face was right in front of me. Anciener. Those eyebrows and eyes are like Lindayu in the world, just one glance makes people feel pity. Of course, the premise is that you haven't seen her in action. You, what are you doing here? Shango asked me to watch over you. But you don't have to look at me like that. Huyu quickly covered himself with the quilt. He has a bit of a quirk, no matter how cold the weather, he likes to sleep naked, and last night was no exception. Even if tired, he forced himself to clean up before sleeping. Oh. And Lingxian responded, not knowing where she pulled out a pair of sunglasses to wear, is this okay? Huyu. What the hell? Do you think adding a black filter doesn't count as yellow content anymore? Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly, not daring to say more, you turn around first, I'll get dressed. Okay. And Lingxian turned around. Huyu quickly got dressed and glanced at the time, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He put on his slippers and walked outside, asking Anciener, you didn't just stay up watching over me, did you? I slept. That's good. Huyu unconsciously opened the door, only to find that he had locked it from the inside, surprised how Anciener got in. But thinking about her perfect assassination, opening a normal bedroom wooden door is nothing, right? He didn't think much about it and said unconsciously, let's go eat first. The two walked out of the bedroom. Bubu was the first to react, immediately greeting, Brother Huyu, Sister Sienna. You guys are awake. Oh, awake are we? Xiao Zissou happened to be busy in the kitchen, curiously looking at the two. How was last night? Was it enjoyable? Don't make dirty jokes, there's a child here. Yu yawned and sat down at the dining table, and Sienna is here to protect us, don't tease her. Got it. Xiao Zissa said as she placed a pot of meat soup on the table, with 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. I noticed earlier that this girl might have some mental issues, but her muscles, perfect. She's simply born for martial arts. Aren't you into traditional Chinese medicine? Yu stood up to serve Bubu some rice. You understand martial arts too. The end of Chinese medicine is health preservation, and the end of martial arts is also health preservation, different paths to the same goal. Xiao Zissou also served a bowl of rice to Encienner, but this kind of illness seems incurable. I've only heard some things from my grandfather. Grandfather? Huyu's eyes lit up. Is he still alive? Shall we invite him to Jinling for a visit? Don't think about it, my grandfather has passed away. Xiao Zissa said impatiently, today I heard my dad say that a boss with the surname who came to Jinling to seek medical help and wanted me to check it out. It must be you, right? This, how can it not be? Huyu smiled helplessly. I'm also doing this for your family's reunion, right? I thank you then. Xiao Zissa complained, so how do you plan to explain the news of the apocalypse to them? We can't just leave them alone, can we? It's simple. Xiao Zissa smiled as she sat down, adding a piece of meat to Bubu's plate and casually giving Huyu a piece. Boss who has so much money, just book them a nice hotel, and when the apocalypse comes, go pick them up, right? There are actually quite a few empty rooms here, how about? Ding! A golden needle fell on the table. Oh dear. Xiao Zissa picked up the golden needle and reinserted it into her hair. It fell accidentally. Boss Hu, you continue, what is it? Nothing. Huyu retracted a message. He didn't know Xiao Zissou's intent behind this, but, with a needle in hand, one must bow. We can't allow Encienner to act, can we? That's good. Xiao Zissa smiled brightly, let's eat, later accompany me to stock up on some things. Okay. Huyu looked at Encienner, who had been standing quietly behind him. She only spoke after making eye contact with Huyu. Can we eat now? Eat. Oh. Encienner sat in her seat and began to eat heartily. After the meal, Huyu called Mu Lingxiu to confirm the nanny arrangements, telling her to come upstairs to find him. Mu Lingxiu was taken aback at first, but after going upstairs and seeing Encienner and Xiao Zissou, she unexpectedly accepted this situation. It was probably the way they looked at her and how they addressed her, always made people feel a bit strange. No matter what Huyu said, she was determined not to call him boss, but to call him master. She even referred to Bubu as miss. Only her addresses for Xiao Zissou and Encienner were a bit more normal. One called Xiao Doctor, and the other called in Mississippi. Her tone was just like a domineering president's pampered wife from a novel. Huyu really had no time to look for a second reliable nanny, so he had to let her be. He also didn't tell her about the impending apocalypse to prevent this saintly woman from causing unnecessary trouble. After signing the employment contract, Huyu hired Mu Lingxiu with a monthly salary of 180,000, starting from today to take care of Bubu 24 hours a day. He even gave her a year's salary up front so she could buy more things for her family. In the afternoon, he took 4 beautiful ladies, 3 adults and 1 child, to the street. Driving the newly purchased Brabus G800, they headed towards Old Street. When they arrived at Kid Plaza at the Old Street in Jinling, Huyu finally understood what Xiao Zissou was planning to stock up on. They wandered from afternoon until sunset. Xiao Zissou acted as if she was there to restock, walking into a boutique and quickly saying 3 sentences. I'll take it all. Deliver it here. Sometimes the salesgirl hadn't even reacted before she handed over a card and said the 3rd sentence. Swipe the card. Before long, her bank card was maxed out, but thankfully Huyu still had another card on him. That was a black card he got when he left the casino, commonly known as a Centurion Black Card. The credit limit was 1 billion. At 7 in the evening. There were 96 hours left until the apocalypse struck. Everyone sat in a hot pot restaurant, and Xiao Zissa took out a small notebook, crossing off the last item on her shopping list. The down jackets and quilts are all taken care of. Xiao Zissa looked at Huyu and patted his shoulder in satisfaction. You worked hard today, Hu boss. Ah. Still alive, no problem. Huyu was so tired that he felt dizzy. He slumped on the table, hardly wanting to lift his head at all. If it wasn't for fearing embarrassment, he might have let Encienner carry him around. Oh, I'm just being prepared. Xiao Zissou smiled with satisfaction. The cosmetics, clothes, and bags she stocked would likely last her for the next 800 lives. Don't even mention the apocalypse, any woman hopes to look her best every day if conditions allow. It's fine, since I promised you, I'll accompany you to death. Huyu said nothing, waved his hand, and continued to show off the hot pot. By the way, has uncle and aunt's schedule been set? It's already settled, they'll arrive on the morning of the 13th. Do you need me to arrange a private jet to pick them up? No need to trouble yourself. Xiao Zissa picked up a meatball and tossed it into her mouth. Don't let them think I'm with some rich guy. You don't need to go pick them up, When that day truly comes, it'll be easier to explain. Okay, this little cotton-padded jacket can't possibly be picked up by them, right? What about her parents? Huyu was speechless. Alright, I'll listen to you. Mu Lingxiu was holding Bu Bu aside, looking puzzled. What day? Meeting the parents? Or are these two planning to get married under a baby? Waiting, is it not the health check report? So am I going to call Xiao doctor or call her madam in the future? Chapter 18, is AB emblem just a Mercedes? At 9 that night. Everyone finished the hot pot and returned home, still not having heard from Shinshan and the others. Thinking about it, these supplies worth 100 million were not easy to acquire. But today, all the items that Xiao Zissou had purchased in bulk finally arrived. One after another, small trucks responsible for transporting valuable goods stopped at the community entrance, and in front of each truck stood an extremely professional salesperson. Their charming figures form a sharp contrast with the massive trucks. Many people in the community gathered together to watch the excitement, guessing what kind of goods were inside the trucks. Since they were in the mainland, Huyu did not make too much noise but let them carry the goods upstairs one by one and store them in the empty house at 2804. Once the empty house was filled, he packed everything into his space backpack all at once and had another brand continue to bring in goods. But no matter how low-key he tried to be, he still drew a crowd in the underground parking lot to watch. Have you heard? Someone in our community won a lottery. They've brought in several trucks of various luxury items. Hey! I know, isn't it that guy on the 28th floor? I heard he's being supported by a rough man. What do you mean being supported? He's clearly supporting others. I saw 3 people who look like movie stars. Look, they're coming. Isn't that them? Huyu just happened to be coming down with Xiao Zissou and Xianer, while Mu Lingxiu stayed upstairs to take care of Bu Bu. There are just 4 boxes of goods left. Unlike the other items, these last 4 boxes contain various artifacts and jewelry purchased from a jade store. The artifacts were what Huyu wanted to buy, while the jewelry was a bonus purchase. He had always liked jade and similar items, but unfortunately, he never had the funds. At most he could only buy a smaller piece of Hatian jade to wear. Now that he had the funds, he happened to see them while shopping, so he cleared out the inventory of more than a dozen nearby stores. Of course, he wasn't interested in junk. Only fine products could catch his eye, with prices in the 6-digit range, and he also bought a lot of jewelry. There were women on the ship too, they wore them beautifully, so it was also a way to treat his eyes. Today, over half of the 1 billion he spent was on these. The other goods were fine, they were transported back directly with small trucks and carried upstairs. However, a few items, the jade store did not dare to deliver and directly handed them to Huyu to carry with him. A set of imperial green jewelry, including a crown, necklace, earrings, pendant, and bracelet. A set of chicken crown red agate, also made into a 5-piece set. And a set of sheep fat white jade, a set of top-grade Hutian green jade. In addition to the same 5-piece set, there were also bracelets and jade pendants, making a total of 7 pieces. Each set was priced in the high 8 figures. Among them, the bracelet and jade pendant made of sheep fat white jade were already worn by Huyu. It is said that jade nourishes the person, and since he sought life, he also needed to nurture his health. Huyu ignored the crowd's discussions and walked towards the underground parking lot with Xiao Zissou and the 2. They're coming. I told you that this vehicle belongs to them. Brabus G800, the ultimate G-Class version. This thing isn't cheap. What do you think is specifically loaded in this car? Seeing everyone discussing the car, a little boy directly darted out of the crowd, pointing at the Brabus emblem and shouting at the crowd. Grandma, I want this car. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. Oh my dear grandson. A big ant immediately exclaimed, squeezing out of the crowd, okay, Grandma will buy it for you. Hey! Xiaohu, what kind of car is this? I want to buy one too, where did you buy it? Huyu turned his head and glanced at the person, his eyes full of disgust. Aunt Wang. One of the 3 aunts who gossiped last time. Relying on her son who works at a big company with an annual salary close to $1 million, she always feels superior, and also holds a position in the so-called neighborhood committee, meddling in any matter. This sounds nice, calling it a warm-hearted person, but in reality she's just a Pacific police officer. In the last life, it was her who organized everyone to prioritize food supplies for the elderly and children. Including Huyu, at that time everyone did not expect the heavy rain to last so long, so they distributed some food. But unexpectedly, the elderly in the building did not get a single grain of rice, and all the food was given to the 3 troublemakers. Those who ate did not speak, and some even saw them dump a lot of leftover food. In this life, Huyu would not let her succeed. Mercedes 4S store, you go ask them. Huyu replied calmly, holding the box, and was about to go upstairs. Even if it was to settle accounts, it wasn't now. Mercedes? Aunt Wang was stunned, looking left and right, but could not see how this car looked like a Mercedes. The logo isn't even the same. Huyu also did not plan to explain much. Just as he was about to close the trunk, that little boy jumped in and started rolling around in the trunk. I don't care. I don't care. This is my car now. Grandma. The little troublemaker looked at Aunt Wang. I want this car. Right now. The sharp voice echoed in the air. Okay, Grandma will buy it for you. Aunt Wang looked at Huyu. Little Hu, don't trick me, just because it has a B logo, it's a Mercedes? My grandson has taken a liking to your junk car, give me a price. Is 200,000 enough? The extra will be your compensation for the time wasted, just give me the car key, I will come to you tomorrow for the transfer and give you the money then. A junk car? 200,000? Not even enough for the taxes on this car. Huyu did not answer, but beside him, Xiao Zisi came over holding one of the boxes. Aunt, you should hurry and take your good grandson off the car, 200,000 isn't even enough to buy one wheel of this car. Just talking nonsense. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at the two. Even if you want to rip someone off, you don't do it this way. Huyu rolled his eyes back, too lazy to explain. Xianer, take them off the car. Hey, let me do it. Xiao Zisi was afraid that Xianer would hurt the child, so she stepped forward to try to carry the little troublemaker down. As she placed the box in the trunk, that little boy immediately started to struggle. I don't want it. I don't want it. With one kick, he directly kicked the box out of the trunk. Fortunately, Xianer was quick and caught the box with her foot, avoiding serious consequences. Hey! Xiao Zisi instantly got angry. You little brat, hurry down, don't make me get rough. Perhaps because of her Dr. Buff, the moment she got angry, the little troublemaker started crying loudly. Woo woo! Grandma, they hit me. Oh my! Aunt Wang immediately shouted, come and see. Someone is bullying our grandmother and grandson. Relying on being young to do whatever they want, this is just too much. In no time, more and more people gathered around. Fortunately, someone had witnessed the whole situation and explained a bit, so the crowd did not intend to help the troublemakers, but just stood by and watched the drama. Ha! Huyu yawned. After wandering around all day, he was really a bit tired. Xianer, drop him down. I really don't have the mood to deal with them. Oh. And Xianer responded, grabbing the little troublemaker by the nape and dropping him on the ground. Of course, her control was very precise, so she did not hurt the little guy. But as soon as his bottom hit the ground, he immediately cried out as if a piece of flesh had been cut off him. Aunt Wang, seeing this, immediately went up to join in, creating a duet with her grandson. This grandmother-grandson artistic performance was too advanced, he really didn't want to deal with it. He just closed the car door and carried the box into the building, followed closely by Xianer and Xiao Zisi. Perhaps seeing that the main character had walked away, the Wang family grandmother and grandson stopped crying and instead cursed at the spot. That little brat didn't know where he found a rock and started to draw on the car body. Some people nearby watched and didn't remind him. After all, this little troublemaker had been acting domineering for quite some time, just right to deal with them. The sharp voice rang in his ears. Having just entered the elevator, Huyu simply put down the box. You two go ahead, I'll take care of something. Seeing Huyu walk out of the elevator, Aunt Wang not only didn't step back but even crossed her arms and stood in front of the car, speaking up on her own. What's wrong? Have you thought it through? I can tell you, the paint on this car is easily scratched and looks as if you don't care about money. I can give you a maximum of 150,000. You can sell it or not. TSK, you really are a piece of work, aren't you? Huyu laughed and shook his head, too lazy to explain to her and simply called for help. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. In less than 3 minutes. Old Tian came down in a wheelchair, followed by 2 younger brothers. Looks like they are quite obedient. They moved right next to Yi Wanqiu. Hee, boss Hu, what do you have for me? Simple. Huyu casually took out the payment proof for buying the car, pointing at Aunt Wang and her grandson behind him. These two scratched my car, you deal with it. Got it. Old Tian immediately responded, his gaze toward the Wang family like a wolf eyeing its prey. Do you want me to use words or strength? I'd like to have a clear idea. Huyu didn't answer, patted old Tian's shoulder, and turned to walk into the elevator. Words? Strength? Does it matter? All he wanted was for these two to get acquainted, so when the time came to fight, they could speak freely. Listening to the roaring sounds coming from behind, Huyu smiled in satisfaction. Upstairs, time to sleep. After returning to his room, Huyu immediately arranged a room for Xianger. He thought, he couldn't let her keep staring at him forever. But this woman just wouldn't sleep. Wherever Huyu went, she went too, even waiting at the door when he went to the bathroom. Huyu thought of calling old Shen to help persuade her. But when he dialed, the automated voice said the number you dialed is not in service. God knows where he went for supplies. Hu Yu had no choice but to accept it. After accompanying Bubu for physical therapy, he fell asleep under Xianger's watchful gaze. Perhaps it was the exhaustion, even though he wasn't used to it, he fell asleep quickly, barely resting his head on the pillow before drifting off. July 10, 7 a.m. There are 84 hours left until the apocalypse arrives. The alarm clock rang. Hu Yu opened his eyes and saw Xianger still standing beside him, so he had to head into the bathroom and casually took out the second black egg that had refreshed. He raised his hand and tapped, a white light shone. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained one ordinary immortal bean. Name, immortal bean, ordinary. Category, ingredient. Effect, consuming it will create a feeling of fullness and continuously supply the necessary energy for 1 month. Note, immortal beans are great, but don't eat too much. It can produce something like this? Hu Yu had no intention to try it, he casually stuffed the immortal bean into his backpack and walked out of the bathroom after a simple wash. He called Shan again, and this time someone answered. Hello? Hey, Brother Shan, how is the progress on your side? Very smooth, should arrive in Jinling tonight. I saw you called me last night, is there something up? It's about Xianger. Hu Yu briefly explained the confusion caused by Xianger. Well, I can't help it. Shan sighed with a wry smile, Xianger only listens to the orders of 1.5 people, I can only count as half. I asked her to protect you and Bubu's safety, but I can't interfere with her specific actions. So who is the other half? Hu Yu asked curiously. Bubu's father. Shan's tone suddenly became serious, unfortunately, he has already sacrificed. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, I'll drive first and we'll talk more about Brother An's matter when I have time. Okay. Just as Hu Yu hung up, there was a knock on the door. Who could be knocking so early? Xiao Zissou and Mu Lingxiu have keys and can come in directly, old Tian wouldn't rashly come upstairs. Could it be the Wang family coming to apologize? Hu Yu walked to the door, peered through the peephole to see outside, and was suddenly shocked. It's him. Su Zilong. What is he here for? Xianger. Come protect me. Hu Yu didn't care about anything else, securing his life was the most important thing. And Xianger flashed and was already behind Hu Yu. Only then did he feel safe enough to open the door. Su Zilong looked up, and at first glance, he didn't look at Hu Yu, but rather at Xianger behind him. Just a glance, and Xianger was ready to strike. Wait. Su Zilong immediately stepped back, I'm not here to fight. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Su Zilong had already been thrown to the ground by Xianger's throw, and a punch landed on his eye. It was also fast, and Xianger's actions flowed like water. After hitting him, Xianger stepped back, standing behind Hu Yu, and Su Zilong slowly finished the last 2 words. Fight. Then what are you here for? Hu Yu asked immediately. I have a few questions for you. Su Zilong flipped up in a roll, as if he was already used to being treated this way. He looked at Hu Yu, how did you win so much money? Are you investigating me? Hu Yu's eyes slightly lowered. He could reveal the secret of the space backpack, but the secret of the system, that was his trump card. No matter if it was Shan, Bubu, or anyone else, he would never reveal a single bit of information. That's right. Su Zilong did not deny it, Boss Hu, your identity is just too mysterious. Before July 6th, you were like an ordinary worker. Besides working, you only had the hobby of being a sycophant. Hey! You can say whatever you want, but don't attack my character. Hu Yu immediately exploded. If he wasn't unable to move Xianger, he would definitely choose to reason with him. Physics reasoning. But right after July 6th, your actions are like a different person, which makes it hard not to suspect something. Su Zilong ignored Hu Yu's protest and continued speaking, I now need an explanation. Explanation my ass. Hu Yu laughed as he looked at Su Zilong. He knew that this guy had believed in his previous doomsday claims after investigation and wanted to join them. However, with his proud personality, it was impossible for him to directly say he wanted to join, so he needed to step up. Now he was just waiting for Hu Yu to offer that step up. But, steps are not so easy to come by. Sorry, I can't explain anything. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong with bright, smiling eyes, we are not related, why should I explain to you? Xianger, show him out. Wait. Seeing Xianger about to step forward again, Su Zilong immediately shouted, if the apocalypse really comes, you are not safe here. Hearing this, Hu Yu immediately became interested. He stopped Xianger who was about to step forward, what do you mean? Monitoring and protection. Su Zilong spoke calmly, the hardest part during the apocalypse is human hearts. You bought a boat, but choose to return to Jinling, which means that before the apocalypse arrives, even in the early stages, you will be living here. In such an environment, while you can easily dodge arrows, it's difficult to defend against hidden attacks. If you want to ensure your safety, you'll need to install monitoring throughout the entire building, perhaps even the whole neighborhood. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can be prepared. And your room is too simple. If a heavy rain really comes, the temperature will definitely drop sharply, and then just having air conditioning won't be enough. I will be responsible for installing a 5-constant system on the entire floor: constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, constant purity. These words truly struck a chord with Hu Yu. Can you do it? 3 days. Su Zilong held up 3 fingers. Before the 13th, I will install the monitoring and the 5-constant system on this whole floor as the premise for our cooperation. Cooperation? Hu Yu asked in confusion. Yes. Su Zilong nodded. We are not in an employer-employee relationship, but a partnership. The specific conditions will be discussed when the clock strikes 7 on the 13th. All right. Hu Yu smiled and didn't say much more. Let's do it your way. Deal. By the way, let me remind you, 7 days after the heavy rain falls, the whole world will lose internet access, so the monitoring might not be useful by then. It's just the internet going down, I can handle it. Su Zilong said as he turned and left. For the entire day, Hu Yu stayed home, playing various online games to pass the time. This is the final celebration. On the 7th day after the storm begins, the global internet will completely crash. At that time, there will be no online games, no short videos, no TV movies, no online novels. Everything related to the internet will disappear. Even if he stored some resources in advance, it wouldn't be enough to keep him entertained. Sigh. Hu Yu sighed and suddenly thought of something. Everything online now, including but not limited to games, short videos, novels, etc., is stored in the databases of major companies. If he could get his hands on their databases, that would be a lifetime worth of short videos and novels to enjoy. But the problem is money. This thing can be said to be the lifeblood of every internet company. Unless he buys the whole company, there is no way to get it. Even if Hu Yu could bet and win trillions, having enough funds, there wouldn't be enough time left to go through the processes. Forget it, these things will just have to be submerged in the sea. At 7 p.m. that evening. There are 72 hours left until the storm arrives. Xin Shan's call came in. They have all shipped the goods to the suburbs of Jiling, just waiting for Hu Yu to pick them up. Only then did Hu Yu leave the computer, taking in Sienna to the underground parking lot, and seeing the brand new Brabus, he silently praised Tian Lalio's speed of work. But he also knew that people like this around him could be a disaster. When the end of the world comes, there's bound to be a reckoning. Arriving in the suburbs. Hu Yu just took a glance and instantly froze. The trucks. Numerous large trucks filled the entire wasteland. A rough estimate suggested at least 1,000 large trucks. Hu Yu's heart trembled. So many. If he took them all, it was likely to attract unnecessary trouble. Shinshan happened to walk over, seeming to know what Hu Yu was worried about. He opened his mouth to explain. Boss, don't worry, these goods came separately, and only a few of us know about it, that's why it took so long. The drivers are reliable, you can take the goods and leave the trucks here. That's good. Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to start collecting the items into his spatial backpack, while Shinshan's voice continued to report in his ears. Regarding food, to ensure variety, I bought a little bit of everything except seafood. As long as it's edible materials from Blue Star, I bought a truckload of each, with meat, eggs, and milk being more plentiful. Each type has about 5 trucks. The total combined inventory is enough for 20 people to eat for 50 years. I also bought a truckload of various vegetables, fruit seeds, and common special medicines. Xiao Zhong even got some common medical equipment, so Western medical methods can also be used on the boat. The power generation equipment is also the most advanced, with both fuel and photovoltaic systems securing a truck each. As for fuel and fresh water. Shinshan's voice paused, and Hu Yu also stopped, turning to look back. There won't be any problems with these two, right? Not to mention fresh water resources, fuel is standard strategic material. Buying in bulk can easily lead to issues. There are some, but not big ones. Shinshan replied with a bitter smile. There are a total of 2,000 tons of fresh water, all stored in water tankers. If we save some, it should be enough. The fuel is a bit more, about 3,000 tons. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Not enough, both water and oil are insufficient. He checked online. Based on each person drinking 1.5 L of water per day and consuming 2 tons of water monthly, an adult would need to consume 25 tons of water a year. 2,000 tons is only enough for 8 people to live for 10 years. And that ship needs at least 30 tons of fuel to sail for a day. 3,000 tons would only cover sailing for 100 days. Understood. Shinshan furrowed his brow and said, for water, Xiao Zhong and Xiaoyi have already contacted the spring water factory too. Their inventory output is around 20,000 tons, and they have already contacted the transport. As for the oil, Li Ji went to northern Russia, where they can provide around 100,000 tons, at 8,000 per ton, requiring cash settlement. Goodness, that's 800 million. Now Huyu has only about 500 million left, so he can only buy 40,000 tons. If he saves a bit, it should be enough, right? Order 40,000 tons, I'll go there once it's ready. Okay. Shinshan dialed Li Ji's phone and explained the situation here. Huyu was busy receiving goods. He received the last truck when he suddenly heard some movement inside. Huyu turned to Shinshan, what's going on? Shinshan stepped forward to open the truck door. Oh, just a few small things we bought. At a glance, Huyu suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. This is what you call small things. Chapter 20, Get the beasts out of the community. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks. In the small truck, they stuffed in every kind of livestock except fish. Each type had 8 heads. And they were all alive. Big brother, what do you plan to do with these things? Huyu was speechless, trying to collect them into his space backpack. Unfortunately, the space backpack only collects the truck. All those little things ran out of the truck. Huyu immediately put the truck back out. Of course, for farming. Fortunately, Shinshan was quick on his feet. He casually replied and hurriedly put those creatures back in the truck. I checked, there are still many empty spots on the boat, just right to raise these. If we find land, we won't have to worry about running out of supplies. I have to say, Shinshan was quite forward-thinking. No matter how much we stock up, it is still limited. If we can raise these well at sea, it would save us worries for the future. You win. Huyu raised a thumb helplessly, but what do we do with these things before the apocalypse arrives? Simple. Shinshan seemed prepared. 2801 is where Miss Xiao lives, you live in 2802, and I live with Bubu in 2803, isn't there still an empty room? Just keep them for a few days, it's fine. Goodness, where do Li Ji and the others stay? Shinshan seemed to remember something, his eyes turning. These things need someone to feed them, don't you think so, boss? You're ruthless. Just average. Under the night sky, Shinshan drove back to the community, herding the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks into the room. Fortunately, he only bought small ones, their sizes weren't too big, so they could barely fit in one room. At 10 o'clock at night. Shinshan tried several times but still couldn't take Sienna away from Huyu. He didn't know what was wrong, it was as if she had fixated on Huyu, following him closely. Since no one could understand her thought process, they just let her be. This time, Huyu surprisingly counted several tens of thousands of sheep before he barely fell asleep. July 11th, early morning. Huyu got up early, had a simple breakfast with everyone, and was just about to fly to northern Russia with Shinshan to settle the fuel issue. Bubu suddenly curiously asked, Daddy, when does Bubu go to school? School. With those two words, everyone except Mu Lingxiu and Sienna exchanged glances. How did we forget about this? Should I get the textbooks? Xiao Zissou tentatively asked. No need. Huyu took out his phone and called manager Yang from the casino. Soon he was on the phone with the manager of Jilin Huaxin bookstore. Buy all the books, regardless of category, regardless of nationality, get one of each. As the saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. With so much space, the ladder has to be brought in. If we encounter any technical difficulties later, we can just flip through the books, right? The bookstore manager heard, big client. Quoted 8 million, delivery tomorrow. After finalizing the delivery location, Huyu and Shinshan boarded the plane, with Sienna following beside them. Arriving in northern Russia, payment and delivery took place hand in hand. Huyushan hurriedly escaped with 40,000 tons of fuel, fearing that the people from northern Russia would catch on, and if he were caught, it would really be the end for him, being sent to Siberia to grow potatoes. When he returned, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi had also brought back 20,000 tons of mineral water. What does 20,000 tons mean? A normal bottle of mineral water is 0.5 liters, 1 ton equals 2,000 bottles, so 20,000 tons means 40 million bottles of mineral water. Nearly 700 semi-trailers were parked outside Jinling City, and looking far and wide, it was even more shocking than yesterday's truck convoy. It wasn't until 7 in the evening that Huyu packed all these goods into his spatial backpack. There were still 48 hours until the apocalypse arrived. Fuel and fresh water, all set. Tomorrow, he would buy books, and then the supplies he needed would be almost ready. Huyu collapsed onto the bed, completely relaxed, gradually getting used to the feeling of Sienna watching him from the side. Just as he was preparing to have a chat with King Sleep, a sudden noise came from downstairs. Disturbing the peace is shameful. Oppose the urban pigsty. Animals get out of the neighborhood. Disturbing the peace is shameful. Oppose the urban pigsty. The clamor continued in waves. Huyu frowned and leaned over the windowsill to look down. He saw a group of elderly men and women gathering, holding a red banner, no longer dancing their square dance, shouting with a loudspeaker downstairs. If disturbing the peace is so shameful, this group must be full of false teeth. Bang bang. A knock on the door came, and Shinshan's voice rang out, "Boss, it's me. Come in." Shinshan pushed the door open, clearly having heard the noise downstairs. "Boss, should we handle it down there?" "No need." Huyu casually closed the window, turned on the air conditioner, and enjoyed the cool breeze at 23 degrees Celsius. On a hot day like this, it's fine for the elderly to move around a bit. "By the way, didn't you get some ham?" "Yeah, about 1,000 pieces in total. What's up?" "Pick out 50 pieces." Huyu glanced down at the crowd making a fuss. "Go down and tell them that tomorrow at this time, everyone can receive half a piece of ham. Just consider it our hush money. Oh, and give a whole one to the leader. Tell him we'll be moving in a few days." "Hush money? This is ham. Not the kind of ham sold in supermarkets. Not only does it contain enough salt, but it is also a type of meat that can be stored for a long time. Once the apocalypse comes, a gram of ham could even be worth 10 grams of gold." The boss really has a kind heart. Shinshan's goodwill +1, now at 50. "Alright, boss, you're quite a nice person." Shinshan replied and turned to prepare. Huyu tilted his head, unable to understand. Nice person? That word could be associated with him? Yes, the various values of the ham are indeed high. But the premise is that they must be able to use it. If it was privately given ham, it could indeed help them survive in the apocalypse, but if it was publicly given to everyone. Once the apocalypse arrives, the first thing everyone will think about is the ham in others' hands. As long as the ham is distributed, he can draw attention away from others while achieving the goal of using others. Harsh, right? It is indeed harsh. But in the apocalypse, if one isn't harsh to others, they are being cruel to themselves. Huyu looked out the window again and vaguely saw several familiar figures. Even from 28 stories up, he could recognize them. Among them are quite a few acquaintances from his previous life. At that time, he and Yi Wansu had crossed the rainstorm period on a kayak because on the 22nd day of the storm, a group of people partnered to occupy the entire 28th floor, including Huyu's house and all the supplies inside it. One of them was Aunt Wang. They falsely claimed to respect the elderly and care for the young. High floors should be prioritized for their occupancy. What? Resistance? Huyu indeed wanted to resist, but it couldn't resist the fact that someone found a chainsaw from who knows where. That thing, once it roared to life, sent rationality skyrocketing by 300%, smothering all impulses in the cradle. Fortunately, Yuanqiu managed to get a kayak from somewhere and took Huyu to leave the 28th floor. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to connect their hearts, they might have ended up being mixed together in the pot directly. At that moment, Huyu thought Yi Wanqiu was being kind-hearted, feeling very touched. Only later did he realize she considered him as reserve food. Thinking of this made Huyu shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, this time there was no need to worry anymore. Shinshan's efficiency was high. Within 10 minutes, the noise below had stopped. He took the list upstairs, needing to prepare 40 hams, not just for the old folks in this building but also for others in the community. Leading the group was naturally a trio headed by Aunt Wang. Huyu happily took out the hams, asking Shinshan to deliver them down tomorrow, then he sank into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. With familiarity, he slipped into the bathroom, shaking off Ancienner, and took out the freshly refreshed black egg from the space backpack. With a casual knock. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a premium Lichuan *1. Name, Lichuan, premium. Type, ingredient. Effect, consuming it can heal some external wounds. Specific effects depend on the injury and will not conflict with any medicines. Note, it's a bit cold while drinking, be careful of it getting stuck in your teeth. What a good thing! Huyu directly took out the Lichuan. It was a bottle of light blue liquid, smelling almost tasteless, just like mineral water. He found an excuse to hand the Lichuan over to Bubu as a drink. After breakfast, Huyu and the others first went to the library, packing hundreds of thousands of books into the space backpack. After finishing their busyness, it was already noon. Today, they didn't eat outside. Instead, Li Ji personally cooked using the ingredients from the space backpack. I have to say, perfect cooking is indeed something else. The quality of the same ingredients even tasted better than Yutan's. Everyone had a very satisfying meal, and just as they finished tidying up the dishes, a knock came at the door. I'll go take a look. Shinshan stepped forward and opened the door, revealing Su Zilong at the entrance. Before the two could speak, Ancienner dashed to the door like a cat scenting fish. Su Zilong's pupils jolted. Wait, I'm here too. Bang! Another muffled sound, and again at the same spot. Even the posture was identical. Su Zilong was instantly knocked down, and Ancienner punched him in the eye. After the fight, she returned to her spot, quietly sipping the soup. What a crazy woman! Su Zilong cursed softly, awkwardly wiping off the dust from his body. I'm here to deliver something. Where's that little boss? Something? What is it? Huyu just stuffed an egg tart into his mouth and walked to the door. Have you installed the surveillance? Su Zilong nodded. Starting today, we install the Wuheng system. Workers will need to come to your place, requiring your cooperation and a payment as well. Also, to prevent network disconnection, I brought you something. With this, even without the internet, you can monitor the whole building's movements. Oh? Huyu suddenly became interested. What is it? You'll know once we go downstairs. Chapter 21, also, 50 minutes. Huyu followed Su Zilong downstairs. For some reason, this time Xianer didn't follow but stayed with Shinshan. The three walked to the community's entrance, where a truck was parked at the door. I say. Huyu raised his hand and pointed at the truck. The thing you want to show me, it's not in there, is it? What else would it be? Su Zilong casually asked. Don't you like using this to load things? Rumors. All rumors. But now, it's too late to explain. Huyu walked to the truck's door. With ease, he opened the car door and froze in place at a glance. Servers. Half a truckload of servers. And the other half was all drones, all different models. Su Zilong pulled a computer down from the truck and handed it to Huyu. I'll put the other stuff where it belongs, you take this. Don't say just monitoring a building, even if you want to monitor the whole community, it's no problem. Wow. Huyu took the laptop. You must be from the same school as that guy who can break into the whole community with a pack of instant noodles. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Zilong turned and walked toward the community. You take the stuff first, tomorrow I'll finish installing the last batch of monitors, and it will be ready to use. But after just 2 steps, a figure suddenly appeared. Throwing down and pounding fists. All in one breath. And Xianer finished, and slowly walked to Huyu's side, as if nothing had happened. Su Zilong got up and glared at her fiercely but said nothing, continuing to work. So what's up with those two? Huyu couldn't help but ask Shinshan beside him. Historical issues. Shinshan replied helplessly, remember I told you about the captain? Yeah, what's up? Actually, in a certain sense, the captain's death has something to do with Zilong, and Xianer was the daughter the captain once adopted. So, after he died, Xianer made a vow. As long as she sees Zilong once, she will hit him once. Shinshan smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the captain had said before that we are all family and should not harm each other, otherwise Zilong might have gone to see the captain long ago. I see. Huyu finally understood. No wonder Xianer didn't want to come up just now, it turns out she wanted to hit Su Zilong one more time. They packed up the servers and drones. Everyone went upstairs, the construction team had already arrived. 20 construction teams, 5 people each responsible for 5 square meters, directly beginning to renovate the whole floor. It was 9 in the evening. Only 22 hours left until the apocalypse arrives. The Wuheng system was set up, and the server responsible for monitoring the whole building was also built. Including the Wuheng system, the total cost was 1.2 million. Huyu confirmed with Wanjijia Airlines about the travel plans of Zhao's father and mother, ensuring they could arrive in Jinling tonight. That night, he stayed up all night, sitting catatonic under Xianer's gaze. If, tomorrow, the heavy rain comes as scheduled, then today will be humanity's last peaceful night. 24 hours later, everything in the existing world will be overturned. Morality? Order? All this will make way for survival. Now there were a total of 12 people on the boat. Based on the existing resources in the space backpack, they had enough supplies for at least 70 years of plentiful living. That boat was also enough to sustain their living space on the ocean. But this was still far from enough. The ocean, after all, was the ocean. Even with the best ship, for people who had always lived on land, it was still drifting. What if they could secure a piece of land? Raw land is naturally bad to secure. High-rise buildings and such have no meaning. But what about a mountain? If they could accumulate enough mountain and find a suitable place, maybe they could really build a city. However, even if the space backpack is not online, the mountain has living creatures, or humans to some extent. It's impossible to collect the entire mountain. Unless the heavy rain falls. Most humans will go down the mountain. As for the animals, since I can take away the truck with animals, can the mountain be considered a bigger truck? A thought suddenly burst into Huyu's mind. Jinling seems to have quite a few mountains. But this thought can only be acted upon after the heavy rain truly falls. July 13th, 7 a.m. There are still 12 hours until the apocalypse arrives. The alarm clock rang, and Huyu got up on time. He opened the curtains and looked out, discovering that Jinling was covered by thick clouds this morning, with hardly a glimpse of the sun. The originally hot July was now experiencing a drop in temperature, only a little over 20 degrees. This was exactly the same as in his previous life. Ha! Huyu sighed out a breath and turned to open the door. There was no smell of medicinal dishes in the room, only the sound of Mu Lingxiu sitting at the dining table, teaching Babu to read. Where is Zisuren? Sir, Dr. Xiao went to pick someone up. Mu Lingxiu replied, Your and Miss Babu's breakfast is ready, I can just warm it up. Just warm up Babu's breakfast. As Hu Yu spoke, he walked toward the door, I have some things to prepare. Okay, sir, then what about lunch? Leave it to Li Ji. Yes. Brother Hu Yu. Suddenly, Babu spoke up, calling out before Hu Yu could leave, the drink you gave me yesterday was so good, is there any more? Not for now. Facing Babu, Hu Yu's voice softened. He squatted in front of Babu and said, Babu, if I find that kind of drink again, I will bring it to you, okay? Okay. Thank you, brother Hu Yu. You're welcome. Hu Yu rubbed Babu's head. This time, he did not rush out but instead turned and walked into the bathroom. Time to crack the egg. What treasure would Kong Kong have today? Hu Yu took out the black egg and knocked it in his hand. A burst of shimmering purple light suddenly illuminated, and a square transparent solid appeared in his hand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfect waterproof coating *1. Name, waterproof coating, perfect. Type, equipment. Effect, after use, it can be attached to any device, providing perfect waterproof performance, it cannot be removed or reset. Note, please use it on the correct item and do not attempt to replace a certain rubber product. Perfect level. This was the first time Hu Yu opened a perfect level item. Must be that note. So unnecessary. What a pity it didn't produce sweet spring water. Hu Yu put away the waterproof coating, planning to use it on the bra bus later. He walked out of the bathroom and greeted Babu and Mu Lingxiu before pushing the door open. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shinshan and Su Zilong standing by the elevator. A gust of wind rushed from behind. Hu Yu had no time to react as Su Zilong was knocked down again. This time, he didn't even resist. Zilong is here to hand in the task. Shinshan chuckled helplessly but did not stop him, he has already installed the surveillance, you can see it when the computer is connected to the server. MMM. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong with some sympathy, I need to go out, Zilong, do you want to come with me? Okay. Although very unwilling, in order not to get beaten again, Su Zilong nodded in agreement. The four of them arrived at the underground parking lot. Shinshan took the driver's seat, boss, where are we going? Zhongshan. Ha? Shinshan started the vehicle, a little puzzled, is there anything to stockpile there? You'll know when you get there. Hu Yu did not explain much, he just took out his phone to check the latest news. There were no news reports of rain around the world. 10 a.m. There were still 9 hours until the apocalypse arrived. The four of them arrived at the foot of Zhongshan. Because it was Saturday, there were many citizens coming to play around Zhongshan, most of them with children or pets. There were too many people. Even if heavy rain fell, there were quite a few places on the mountain to hide from the rain, they might not come down immediately. But there was still a way. Brother Shin, you go buy umbrellas, the more, the better, and the bigger, the better. Umbrellas? Shinshan was stunned, should I still buy according to the old rules? Yes, a truck will be enough. Hu Yu replied. According to this flow of people, a truckload of umbrellas would barely suffice. 1 p.m. Only then did Shinshan return driving the truck, and he bought sun umbrellas. Perfect. Although the weather wasn't exactly sunny, there seemed to be no sign of rain, a normal umbrella would have been inappropriate. Hu Yu immediately spent money hiring 30 college students passing by. Each person gets 500 yuan, and the job is simple, sell umbrellas. No need to scan any QR codes, just 1 yuan can buy an umbrella, but only if you pick up a water bottle or a can on the road, as a symbol of caring for the environment. Each person is limited to buying one. The 30 college students just scattered in Zijing Mountain, and another 170 college students arrived. These are all classmates of the previous group of college students. 500 yuan is clearly a rare opportunity for them. Hu Yu instructed according to the same conditions. 200 college students each carried 100 umbrellas and headed up the mountain. Hu Yu and the others also weren't idle, busy handing out umbrellas at the foot of the mountain. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the college students came down one after another, and with those distributed at the bottom, more than 30,000 umbrellas had been given out. And this is just half of the truck's load. There's still half a truck. Brother Shin, you go to Qixia Mountain and distribute umbrellas like this, the faster the better. Okay. Shinshan replied and immediately drove towards Qixia Mountain. There are 3 hours left until the apocalypse arrives. Hu Yu looked up at the sky, and at this moment, the sky was getting darker. In an instant, he recalled a line of poetry. Black clouds press down on the city is about to fall. But this time, what falls is not just the city, but all of humanity. Due to the weather, more and more people chose to come down the mountain. Huyu did not idle either, sweeping away all the duck blood vermicelli soup, soup dumplings, pan-fried buns, and salted duck within a 2-kilometer radius. Although college students gathered a truckload of snacks from all over the country, Huyu still felt it was not enough. If he could stock up more, he would, as there was no harm in it. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon. 1 hour left until the apocalypse arrives. The umbrellas at Chisha Mountain were also handed out. Huyu finally had some downtime, standing on solid ground, enjoying the last feeling of being grounded. The phone rang. He looked down, and it was Encianer calling. Hello? Hello, aren't you at home? Isn't it going to rain soon? What are you doing out? I need to stock up on some things. Huyu explained helplessly, how are your parents doing? They are settled, plenty of food and drink for half a month, and I also gave them guns. This was arranged by Huyu. Last night, he specially found 2 pistols, asking Xiao Zisa to find time to give them to Zhao's parents. He didn't want to receive the elders and have them fall victim to humanity. They didn't ask anything? What could they ask? Xiao Zisa chuckled, I stuffed the guns at the very back of the suitcase, complete with instructions and explanations inside. They'll only discover them after the apocalypse hits and they've eaten everything in the suitcase. 6. Huyu helplessly replied, did you never think, if the elders get robbed, won't the guns fall into someone else's hands? Hey. That's true. Xiao Zisa realized, let's not talk about it, as soon as it starts to rain, I'll call them. Alright. Huyu hung up the phone and continued to look up at the sky. 50 minutes remaining. Chapter 22 Survive. On the street, the noise was deafening. On the mountain, laughter and joy echoed. Huyu stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, watching it all one last time. 50 minutes is a long time, long enough for a class, yet it is also very short, so short that Huyu didn't notice time slipping away. 6:30. Shinshan returned. He didn't disturb Huyu but silently stood aside, occasionally glancing at the sky. At 6:59, the alarm rang. Huyu didn't hesitate, directly collecting the umbrellas and getting in the car. Let's go, get in the car. Shinshan and Encianer followed closely behind. Only Su Zilong did not get in the car. He tilted his head back, seemingly waiting for the next step to be proven. 30 seconds. Shinshan sat in the driver's seat and called Bubu. Hello, Bubu, have you been good in taking your medicine? Yes. Daddy, when are you coming back? It's almost time for dinner. Soon, Daddy and Huyu brother have some things to take care of, and will be back shortly. 10 seconds. Huyu sat in the car, rolled down the window, and looked outside. Dark clouds gradually gathered. Thunder rumbled, the dull sound like the wrath of a god, exploding in the sky. 5 seconds. It's thundering. It's going to rain. Hurry home to collect the clothes. Quick, let's go. Luckily someone brought an umbrella, or I'd be a soaked chicken today. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Heavy rain suddenly poured down. Raindrops as big as thumbs created a curtain of water in the air, falling to the ground without warning, splashing everywhere. The rain still fell. Huyu sighed, looking at Su Zilong outside the car. The two exchanged a glance. Su Zilong showed no hesitation and immediately sat in the passenger seat. Boss Hua. Just 3 words out, and Encianer leaned in and threw a punch. Having just gotten into the car, this counted as one encounter. I really. Su Zilong spat out 3 words, looking at Encianer feeling a bit toothy but still helpless. He turned to Huyu and spoke again, Boss Hu, may we cooperate happily in the future. Huyu made a nasal sound. He was not in the mood to handle interpersonal relationships. What should come, had still come. Under the heavy rain, people rushed down from the mountain with umbrellas. He sat in the car, applying a waterproof coating he just got to the vehicle, then pulled out his phone and created a group. Shinshan, Xiaozisu, Li Ji, Zhao Zhang, Zhaoyi, Su Zilong, and Encianer, 7 people were all added to the group chat. He thought for a moment and finally added Mu Lingxiu to the group. A small group of 9 people. Huyu sent a message in the group, make sure to close the doors and windows, turn on the 5 constant system, and connect directly to the generator, we'll be back in at most 3 hours, don't wait for us to eat. Leading the group, several people immediately replied received. Xiao Zisa then asked in the group, aren't you coming back? In 3 hours, the water could drown your car. It's fine, it won't drown. Huyu replied, not looking at his phone again. Half an hour later. The rain had wrecked the entire city's drainage system, water was beginning to accumulate on the surface. Global news was reporting this strange rain. But so far, no one had discovered or announced this terrifying fact. Rain was falling all over the world. Almost everyone believed this rain would soon stop. This included those on the mountain. Most people had already come down. Only a small number of people huddled on the mountain, holding umbrellas, unwilling to come down. They believed the heavy rain would stop soon. Huyu was also clear, so he did not move. Another half-hour passed. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew heavier and even formed a rain mist. At this point, visibility was less than 1 meter. The original accumulated water was nearly 10 centimeters deep. Su Zilong could no longer wait. He looked at Huyu. Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry back. It's about time. Huyu replied. No cars had come down from the mountain for half an hour. An hour had already passed. Those who hadn't come down couldn't come down anymore. The heavy rain could cause cable car malfunctions, the soil was loose, visibility was reduced to less than a meter. If they went down now, it would be like a blind person trying to come down from the mountain without any help. It simply couldn't be done. They faced only one outcome. Starvation. Huyu pushed the door and got out of the car. The heavy rain, wrapped in strong winds, made it hard for him to stand, and he had to lean against the car. Boss. Shinshan didn't know what he wanted to do, only shouting, "What are you doing? Get in the car." Huyu didn't answer, only squatted down. His hand touched the ground. Closing his eyes, with a thought in his heart. Huyu stood up. In front of him was still a foggy mist, but he could clearly sense that there was nothing in front of him. Zijing Mountain was collected into his bag. Just as he was about to get in the car, a commotion suddenly arose in front. What's going on? Aren't we hiding from the rain? What about the pavilion? Hey! Don't crowd! Mommy! These voices were the people still on the mountain. It seems that after the mountains are closed off, the creatures on the mountain will appear before us. The noise is getting louder and louder. Huyu ignored it and immediately got into the car, not wiping off the rainwater on his body, but looking at Shinshan. Let's go, Ziki Mountain. Okay. Shinshan seemed to have thought of something and immediately replied. Drive, following the navigation route straight to Ziki Mountain. Fortunately, the current navigation can remind about red and green lights, and it can use the onboard radar to detect if there are cars ahead. Even with this visibility, Shinshan was confident that they wouldn't crash. Wait. Su Zilong vaguely guessed something. He turned to Huyu. You didn't take Ziqing Mountain, did you? The sounds just now couldn't be made by those people, right? Huyu replied. The whole mountain is gone? Su Zilong's expression was extremely shocked. How much can you really hold? You can't possibly fit Blue Star in there too, can you? I don't know either. Huyu shook his head, looking tentatively out the car window. If I weren't afraid that the people on Blue Star would die from the vacuum, I would be tempted to try. As soon as this was said, Shinshan and Su Zilong couldn't help but shiver. This ability is simply too incredible. 1 hour later. They arrived at Ziki Mountain. Since this is a paid scenic area, many people received notifications from the scenic area and went down the mountain directly after the heavy rain started. All the staff in the scenic area also got off work. Huyu did not hesitate and directly got out of the car. The water level had already risen to 30 centimeters. He reached out his hand through the rainwater, following the same process, collecting the entire Ziki Mountain. He got back into the car. Without waiting for Huyu to speak, Shinshan frowned and said, Boss, the car might not be able to go back. It will take us 2 hours to return, but in at most an hour, the water level will reach 60 centimeters, and the car won't be able to move. It can move. Huyu fully trusted the system's output. Just drive, nothing will happen. Okay. Shinshan replied and still started the vehicle. As the rain got heavier, more and more cars began to break down. At 9 o'clock at night, the water level reached 60 centimeters. What does this mean? It's like stacking 2 mineral water bottles on top of each other. Even if you are 1.8 meters tall, the rainwater can reach your thighs. There were no pedestrians on the road, only a few vehicles slowly driving at the risk of breaking down. Only one anomaly. This car seemed to ignore the flood. Its speed did not slow down at all, and it even sped wildly through the water. By 9:30, they arrived at the underground parking garage. By this time, the water in the underground parking garage was almost 80 centimeters deep. Let alone the chassis, the tires of this car were still dry. The crowd didn't have time to be shocked and hurriedly rushed to the stairs to start climbing. An elevator? That thing must be out of order. Isn't it 28 floors? Climb. Shinshan didn't wait for Huyu to speak. He directly carried him on his back and began to climb heavily. In less than 6 minutes, they reached the 28th floor. Huyu pushed open the door and saw a group of people gathered together. The moment they saw him come in, a wave of warmth rushed over them. Except for Boo Boo, everyone else stood up to pay attention. They knew. If it weren't for Hu, they would definitely have been caught off guard by this rain. Survival, they could survive. But living. Naturally, it wouldn't be the same as before. What are you all doing? Sit down, sit down. Hu walked into the room and could see that everyone hadn't eaten yet. I'm going to take a shower, brotherly, can you help prepare some dishes? We'll have a good meal later. Okay. Hu dove into the bathroom and took a hot shower. In a maximum of 3 days, once the water supply plant stops, the sewage will back up into the water supply plant, and water will become a rare resource. In the future, if you want to take a shower, you might have to just wipe yourself down, or else you'd have to modify the water heater. After cleaning up, Hu came out of the bathroom and just happened to hear the sound from the television. It is reported that large-scale rainfall has begun globally. Heavy rain in many places has broken world records, the public need not overly worry. Experts say this rain is the result of weather weapon research. It will stop in at most 3 days. Currently, no country has acknowledged this matter, so please stay at home temporarily and don't go out unless necessary. 3 days? 3 days after 3 days, this kind of talk is something only people now still believe. Everyone fell silent. They only watched Hu come out and walk to the dining table. He did not sit down, but took out the white wine from that evening, pouring a glass for everyone except Boo Boo, and personally placed it in front of them. Everyone. Hu raised his glass. From today onwards, we will be a family. I won't say much else, just one thing. After drinking this glass, we will survive together. Everyone raised their glasses together. Survive. Chapter 23, do you have any sympathy? After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 tastes of dishes, Hu was not idle either, first letting Su Zilong contact a few major internet companies for operations and offering prices. They planned to buy 20 boxes of instant noodles and acquire their database. Of course, at this moment, they would only think that the person who released this news was crazy. Wait half a month. They would know the weight of this price then. After finishing dinner, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The water level had risen to 1 meter 1. At this time, most people had already fallen asleep, preparing to enjoy the rare holiday when they woke up tomorrow. Except for the people on the first floor. At this moment, the monitoring and resident group were in an uproar. Building 3, apartment 103, is there a kind-hearted person to take us in? My home is almost submerged. Building 3, apartment 104, my home too. There are 2 elderly people at home. We are willing to pay 1 room for 1,000 yuan per day, please help us. In the monitoring feed. In the corridor from the first to the second floor. 2 households, 6 people stood together, all wearing short sleeves, their bags stuffed with gold and silver, with nothing else. In July, even with heavy rain, the temperature was above 20 degrees, so there was no need for warm clothing. If I remember correctly, there were only these 2 households on the first floor. Among them, 103 was occupied by a pair of siblings who came to work in the city. The younger sister was lame, and the older brother usually worked on construction sites. 104 was a family of 4, a couple and the husband's parents. The situation for 104 was too complicated, no one took them in. Eventually, only the man survived, while the siblings from 103. Hu turned his gaze to Mu Lingxiu, who was also sitting at the table. In his last life, it was she who took in the siblings, and their ending was simply too tragic. Master, why are you looking at me? Mu Lingxiu blinked and asked. It's nothing. Hu curiously asked, those siblings look so pitiful, do you think we should save them? Everything depends on the master. If the master agrees, they can be settled in my room. Ha! Hu exclaimed in surprise. It seems that Mu Lingxiu's compassionate heart could be treated. Then let's forget it. Hu shook his head, tentatively taking ice cream out of his space. Just as he was about to eat it, it was snatched away by Xiao Zisu beside him. Stop. As soon as she spoke, she flashed to Hu's side, snatching the ice cream from his hand. What are you doing, you big fool? You just got drenched in the rain, and now you want to eat something cold? Confiscated. Saying this, she took away the ice cream and sat beside Hu licking it, looking completely unbothered. Hu's mouth twitched. Before he could regain his senses, Mu Lingxiu added with an auntie-like smile, Miss really cares about the master. A chill ran through him. Hu shivered, looking at Mu Lingxiu earnestly said, Chunner syndrome is also an illness, don't ever give up on treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, there was some movement in the group. Since this time Mu Lingxiu did not show great kindness, Aunt Wang immediately spoke up. Building 3, apartment 2602, I remember little Hu from the 28th floor bought quite a few houses, right? Let him clear a room for them first, so the neighbors can escape from the disaster. Building 3, room 103, is that really possible? Mr. Hu, don't worry, my sister and I won't cause you any trouble. Building 3, room 104, are there any extra rooms? We only need 2, thank you, Mr. Hu. In an instant, all the pressure was on Huyu. He didn't speak, but people in the group had already begun to at him. Huyu smiled and shook his head, replying in the group. Building 3, room 2802, oh dear, my house has limits too. I remember Aunt Wang, you only have 2 people in your home, right? How about you take in the siblings from 103, and I'll take care of the neighbor from 104. Building 3, room 2602, that won't do. My family doesn't like others coming in. Why don't you take them all in, and let them stay in the living room? Building 3, room 2802, what about my little pets then? Should I send them to your place? Building 3, room 2602, what are you talking about at a time like this? Don't you have any sympathy? Building 3, room 2802, nope. Huyu simply replied, finding it amusing to see Aunt Wang's itching expression on the monitor. Moral kidnapping? Sorry, as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Building 3, room 2602, Xiaowu, you are forcing me. I am requisitioning your house in the name of the neighborhood committee, 103 and 104, you all listen to me, go upstairs, I don't believe this kid dares to not open the door for you. Rooms 103 and 104 did not respond, and at this moment, they felt a bit embarrassed. Requisition? How funny. Since you like requisitioning so much, why don't you use your own room? Huyu turned to Su Zilong and gave him a look. The other party immediately understood, and soon a message popped up in the owner group. Building 3, room 2602, if it really doesn't work, you can come to my place, I'll open the door for you. Building 3, room 103, really? That's great. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Building 3, room 104, Sister Wang, I won't say much, thank you. Building 3, room 2802, oh, Aunt Wang is generous. No wonder you're from the neighborhood committee. At the same time, in Aunt Wang's home. She looked at her phone, hardly believing that this message was sent by her. She kept pressing the message box with her thick fingers, wanting to take it back. But she only received one prompt. Network error, please reset. No matter how she sent messages, all she could see was a small circle spinning continuously. Forget it. I can't be bothered with them. Aunt Wang simply tossed her phone aside. Anyway, I have the best electronic anti-theft lock, as long as I don't open the door, they can't get in. And that person named who was simply hateful. In less than 10 minutes. A knock came at the door. Aunt Wang didn't want to respond, but the little devil who had just fallen asleep was awakened and impatiently called out from the room. Grandma, what's that sound? It's nothing, my dear grandson, just continue sleeping, Grandma is here. Oh. Aunt Wang got up and walked to the door, just about to persuade the crowd to leave. But in the next moment. Click. The door opened. The so-called electronic anti-theft lock had long been breached by Su Zilong. Whenever he wanted, he could open all the electronic locks in the building. Oh, Aunt Wang. The male owner of 104 immediately stepped forward and shook Aunt Wang's hand. Thank you, thank you. Really, thank you for helping us. As he spoke, he took out his phone, preparing to scan the code. Aunt Wang, I will first pay you 3 days' rent, 6,000 yuan. No matter when the rain stops, this money is yours. 6,000 yuan. Aunt Wang's eyes turned green, she took a step back, tucked away her annoyed expression, and promptly pulled out her phone. We're all neighbors, what do you mean by money? Come on, just scan this. Okay. The male owner scanned the 6,000 over, and Aunt Wang welcomed him with a smile into her home. We still have 1 room left, you two might need to stay in the living room. Aunt Wang immediately said after collecting the money. 6,000 for staying in the living room. The female owner from that family was about to speak when she was pulled back by the male owner. Okay, we don't mind. The siblings immediately stepped forward. Can we also stay in the living room? You? Aunt Wang sized them up. Do you have money? Yes. Before the siblings could reply, a voice came from behind them. A figure walked out from the stairwell. Shinshan walked towards the crowd with a stack of cash, amounting to 20,000. He handed the money to the brother and sister, smiling as he said, Mr. Hu from the 28th floor knows that Ms. Wang has a kind heart and is willing to take you in, so he specially sent this rent for you to give to Ms. Wang. How can we accept this? The older brother showed a difficult expression but still walked up to Aunt Wang and said, Aunt Wang, look. With this money, you can only stay in the living room. Aunt Wang snatched the 20,000 and turned to walk into the room. Hey! How can 4 people stay in the living room? The mistress of the house immediately spoke up, our 6,000 is for 2 rooms. Then I won't be concerned. Aunt Wang had already taken the money and stepped towards her own empty room, saying, don't make noise, or if you wake my grandson, I'll kick you out. The 2 families exchanged a glance and fell silent. The saying under someone's roof, one has to bow their head was perfectly displayed here. They had just wanted to find Shinshan to ask if Mr. Hu could provide a room, but discovered that Shinshan had already left. No matter what, as long as they could find temporary refuge, that was enough. The heavy rain continued to pour down. By July 14th at 7 o'clock, the water level had risen to 7 meters. The rate of rainfall could be described as terrifying. However, for some people, as long as the water hadn't reached their feet, it wasn't a big deal. Of course, this didn't apply to Tian Laolu, who lived next to Yuan Xiu. Hu Yu's alarm clock had just gone off when a private message popped up. Building 3, 303, Boss Hu, I want to join you. Chapter 24, If you want to survive, follow me. Tian Laolu. This guy could make a name for himself in the Jinling circle, so he must be smart. Hu Yu frowned at the message, probably guessing something. He probably hadn't been able to hide his recent activities from him. He definitely wouldn't want someone who does things without any bottom line. However, playing around wouldn't be a problem. Building 3, 2802, what makes you think you can? Building 3, 303, money? Women? Just say the word, and I can get them for you. Building 3, 2802, don't I have these? Building 3, 303, then what do you need? Building 3, 2802, simple, don't you like to take refreshing pictures? Take a selfie, post it in the owners group, no takebacks, and remember to hold your ID. The other party fell silent. Hu Yu slowly got up, facing Ancien Air's gaze with calmness. He put on his autumn clothes, walked into the bathroom for a quick wash, and took out the black egg that had refreshed in the early morning. He knocked it open with his toothbrush. A blinding golden light instantly burst forth. Ding, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary item, Heart of the Ocean *1. Name, Heart of the Ocean, legend. Hu Yu was momentarily stunned as a palm-sized blue diamond appeared in his hand. Legendary. He never expected to get something like this. Hu Yu didn't hesitate and immediately attached the Heart of the Ocean to the St. Piaz. Ding. Heart of the Ocean is integrating, remaining 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Phew. Now there was no need to worry about the sailing issues of the vessel. Hu Yu walked out of the bathroom with a bright smile, just as his phone vibrated. Building 3, 303, Boss Hu, as you wish. Building 3, 303, image. Oh no. Hu Yu just glanced at it and immediately clicked delete. This kind of thing is just too disgusting. Building 3, 2802, Boss Tian, you're even more disgusting than I thought. Hu Yu blocked Tian Laolu, sending his account into the blacklist. As he stepped out, he saw a group of people sitting around the table, looking at their computers, the screen showing the same thing. Each floor is monitored by different people on shifting schedules, and it feels a bit strange when everyone is watching the same screen. Hu Yu stepped forward and approached Xiao Zissou from behind. What are you looking at? You're here? Just in time, let's watch the show. Xiao Zissou pointed at the computer screen. The screen was showing the surveillance footage from room 2602. It hasn't even been a day, and the little demon king couldn't stand having outsiders living in his home. I don't care, I don't care. No outsiders are allowed in my house. The little demon king shouted loudly, throwing the toy car in his hand straight at the elderly lady in room 104. Bang! Ouch! The elderly lady covered her head and gasped in shock. You child! An old man pointed at the little demon king, you have no manners. Haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Who hasn't learned? Aunt Wang protected her grandchild, glaring at the two elderly, how old are you? You only remember the first 2 words, right? What about loving the young? Aunt Wang. The male head of room 104 frowned and said, no matter what, your grandchild can't hit people. What do you mean hitting? It was just an accident. Aunt Wang held her neck up defiantly, he's still just a child. As soon as this was said, everyone was left speechless. After all, they were living under someone else's roof. Now that the first floor was completely flooded, they had nowhere to stay, only grit their teeth and accept it. The male head of room 104 sighed with a frown, unable to say anything, and could only turn to show his mother the bruise. Fortunately, it was just a bruise without any open wounds. He. The little demon king made a face at everyone. He placed his hands on his hips and declared arrogantly, you all can live here if you want, as long as you serve me as your master, I might just allow it. Everyone ignored him. The 2 siblings in room 103 remained the same, just sitting at the dining table, quietly watching everything unfold. Last night, one of them slept on the table while the other made do by pushing chairs together to survive the night. What? A sofa? That spot naturally belonged to the couple in room 104, it was not their turn to use it. Faced with everyone's silence, Aunt Wang became very displeased. Hey, didn't you hear? My grandson has spoken, are you deaf? my dear grandson wants you to play house with him, hurry up. Aunt Wang placed her hands on her hips and glared, do you still want to continue living here? Aunt Wang. The man from room 104 frowned and stood up, we've paid our rent, you don't need to act this way, right? I don't care. Aunt Wang sat down on the sofa with a thud, her legs crossed, if you agree, you can stay, if not, I'll just refund your money. Oh, by the way, you too. Aunt Wang turned to look at the siblings in room 103, the money won't be refunded to you, that's a gift from Xiaowudimi, you can stay or leave as you wish. The two siblings exchanged a glance. The younger sister slowly shook her head, seemingly not wanting to stay here, but the older brother could only force a smile and crouch down to the little demon king's level. Little friend, can big brother play with you? Slap. A crisp sound rang out. The little demon king slapped the older brother's face, hands on his hips, you need to call me your majesty. Do you understand? The child's strength wasn't great, but the bright red mark was left on the man's face. He covered his face and uttered two words. Your majesty. That's more like it. Aunt Wang smiled approvingly, looking at the rest, see, it's just playing house with a kid, how hard can it be? If you want to be a dog, then be one, I won't serve anymore. The woman from room 104 shouted, pulling her man to leave. Li Chang, let's go. Li Chang remained unfazed. He still wore a smile, looking sycophantically at Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, you see, we can play house with your grandson without any issue. It's just today's meals. That's easy. Aunt Wang lifted her head, meat and vegetables are all in the fridge, whoever knows how to cook can go prepare. You won't be shortchanged. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Li Chang smiled as he walked up to the little demon king, Your Majesty, what do you want to eat today? Ribs. I want to eat ribs. The little demon king laughed happily. It seems like it's been a long time since I've played this happily. He pointed at Li Chang's wife, you, come be my horse. I want to ride a horse. Ride your mother. Li Chang's wife cursed angrily, Li Chang, are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will. But Li Chang ignored his wife and directly knelt on the ground, Your Majesty, what good is that woman for riding? As men, we should ride real men. Come, get on my back. Li Chang, you really are crazy. Li Chang said nothing but carried the little demon king on his back, continuously crawling on all fours. Bang! Xiao Zisa raised her hand and slapped the table, looking at Huyu, this grandfather and grandson are too much. Do they really think they're the emperor? Don't rush, don't rush. Huyu squinted her eyes, smiling as she watched the scene, evil people have their own evil people to deal with, just watch slowly. In the entire 28-story building, after excluding the 2 households that had already been asked to leave, there were a total of 72 households. Among them, those as virtuous as Mu Siyue were few and far between. When social order still existed, they all wore their masks, using order to conceal the brutality inside them. Once order crumbled, the repressed brutality that had built up for decades would suddenly erupt. Aunt Wang? She could only be considered a minion among this group. Even the man who kidnapped Mu Siyue in the last life to exchange for food was just forced by life. Among them, there was a true pervert. Huyu stared intently at the man in the screen, who was with a family of 4. Li Chang. A very ordinary name, he had an ordinary appearance, an ordinary background, yet this very person had once sat in the master's position. The resources of the entire building were under his control. Even as Huyu and Yi Wanqiu fled, they had already begun to build a ship. The materials, of course, were readily available: human skin and human bones. A man like this could no longer be described with mere terror. Huyu let out a soft hum, suddenly noticing another scene. On the 3rd floor. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair came into the hallway. He was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and with Yi Wanqiu's help, he began to knock on doors, one by one. Each time a door opened, he would hand over a piece of paper and then quietly wait at the door. Huyu leaned closer to the screen, zooming in on the surveillance view to see the words on the paper clearly. There were only 8 words on it. If you want to live, follow me. Chapter 25, The Power is Out. Old Tian still has a bit of brains. Huyu took out a cup of watermelon smoothie from her backpack, biting on the straw, enjoying the freshness and coolness in her mouth. She looked at everyone, what do you all want to drink? I will find it for you. Strawberry smoothie. Bubu was the first to raise her hand. You can't drink cold stuff. Xiao Zisa quickly intervened, Bubu, you need to avoid it now, when your leg gets better, we can drink slowly, okay? All right. Bubu immediately lost her spirit, pouting her little mouth, looking quite unlovable. Good girl, Bubu. Huyu casually handed a cup of warm strawberry milkshake to Bubu, drink this first. Thank you, brother Huyu. It's nothing. Huyu ruffled her hair, distributing a cup of milk tea to everyone else. She continued watching the scene in the surveillance. Just 15 minutes had passed. Old Tian had gathered all the residents from the second, third, and fourth floors. Including himself and Yi Wanqiu, there were 8 households in total, not counting the elderly and children. There were 10 men and 6 women. Everyone. Old Tian sat in his wheelchair, yet his demeanor was still upright. The situation outside doesn't need me to say, I believe everyone is clear. The rain is getting heavier. The water level is rising by 20 centimeters every hour. In one day, it approaches 5 meters. Even according to the official statement, the rain will stop in 2 days. All of us living below the 4th floor will be displaced. What we live, it doesn't matter. We are young and can endure in the stairwell, but what about food and water? What will happen to our parents and children? We can hold on, but what about them? We can't let the kids and elderly starve with us, can we? No. A bald man shouted in the crowd. Everyone hesitated for a moment, then immediately echoed in unison. Huyu focused and looked closely. Well, isn't that Li Meng? Why is this guy here too? Wait, he wouldn't be together with Yi Wanqiu just, would he? This is going to be fun. Under Li Meng's instigation, the crowd quickly united, ready to listen to Tian Laolu's orders. Brother Tian. Li Meng stood at the front of the crowd and asked Tian Laolu, just tell us, how can we avoid going hungry? It's simple. Tian Laolu said, turning on the flashlight on his phone and shining it behind him. There were several frozen meat blocks, some vegetables, 2 bags of rice, and a bucket of peanut oil stacked there. This is all the food we have at home. I'm putting it out now to share with everyone. I hope everyone can also take out food from their homes, prioritizing our elders and children, to get through this tough time together. What you say makes sense. A voice came from the crowd, but the meat and vegetables we've stored aren't enough to eat. Right, and what about our living situation? The 2nd floor is about to flood, what do we do then? Yeah, Brother Tian, what do we do? It's simple. Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed upstairs. Food, don't they have some? As for living, isn't it just above our heads? We knock on their door and buy the food we need with money. If they're willing to sell, then everyone is good. If they don't want to sell, then we can temporarily stay in their houses. This is reasonable. Even if the heavy rain stops in 2 days, we can justify it. Of course, if they are willing to join us, that would be even better. Food, we share; housing, we live together. Isn't that good? The crowd looked at each other. Some understood Tian Laolu's meaning but didn't intend to speak up. Amidst the order, they still had basic conscience. Brother Tian, isn't that not good? We are all neighbors. What's not good? Li Meng immediately retorted, Brother Tian is talking about etiquette before the military. Do you all want to just watch your elders and children starve? I'm in. A young man shouted angrily, Brother Tian, I'm with you. As long as my parents have a place to live and something to eat. Good. Tian Laolu responded, then let's gather the food from our homes together. If anyone doesn't want to join, you can back out now, I won't force anyone. This. A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses hesitated, Brother Tian, we live on the 4th floor, it's really not urgent, you see. It's okay, I can understand. Tian Laolu maneuvered his wheelchair forward and took out his phone. Come, scan this. Ha? Scan it. Tian Laolu smiled and said, I'll transfer the money to you, you bring out the food from your home. Didn't we just agree on this? Is 10,000 enough? 20,000? Or how about you just sell the house to me, I'll offer 3 million. Since you don't want to join, then you are my target. I'll give you money, you give me food. The middle-aged man's body shook, and he quickly laughed, Brother Tian, I'm in. Count me in. That's good. Tian Laolu patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and looked back at the crowd. I have plenty of money, as long as everyone helps me get through this, I will give everyone a satisfactory red envelope. Good. Brother Tian, tell us, where is our first target? How about the 28th floor? Didn't they say those folks are foolish and have plenty of money? Plus, they raise so many pigs. The 28th floor, we'll have to go there sooner or later. Tian Laolu gritted his teeth and spat this out. If it weren't for that guy, why would he have to wear sunglasses and a mask out? But not now. Everyone knows about sieging a city, right? He raised his hand and pointed to the stairs leading to the 5th floor, from low to high, let's take it slow. At noon, 12 o'clock. The entire 5th floor was occupied by Tian Laolu and the others. The method was extremely simple and brutal. Knock on the door. If you open it, we start discussing business. 2 choices, sell supplies or share supplies, most people would choose the latter. At worst, they would also share their own house. If they don't open, it's even simpler. Pick the lock. The anti-theft door lock is quite hard to open, especially when it is locked from the inside. But it can't stop Tian Laolu, who is a professional. With a piece of iron wire and a hard card, the door opened in less than 10 seconds. Even Hu Yu didn't expect that this Lao Lu actually had this skill. At noon, 12 o'clock. When the people on the 28th floor began to have lunch, Tian Lao Lu and his group had already arrived on the 7th floor, gathering more than 40 people. They gathered in a plain room on the 7th floor and held a grand celebration feast. Next to them were a few troublemakers tightly bound. These were residents who refused to cooperate and resisted stubbornly. Now they could only squat in the corner, watching those people eat what belonged to them. Brother Tian. Li Mang leaned close to Tian Lao Lu. This noise is so loud, is it really okay if the rain stops? Not just him, everyone had this doubt in their hearts. As soon as the question was raised, the scene instantly fell silent. You all can rest assured. Tian Lao Lu raised his glass loudly. All actions are my responsibility, Tian Lao Lu. As long as everyone can eat enough and have a place to live, I, a disabled person, don't care. Brother Tian, what a great righteousness. Brother Tian, what a great righteousness. Come, let's toast to Brother Tian. As they toasted, Hu Yu and others were also sitting at the dining table, cooking hot pot, watching this scene through the monitor. Boss, is it really okay to let them do this? Shin Shan asked. They are about to take over the mountain as kings. If they don't put some pressure on them, the others in the building will suffer, and even they might become targets. It's fine. Hu Yu casually replied, scooping a beef ball from the pot. What is this? It will only get more chaotic later, getting involved now will only create a mess. He glanced at the time. 12 o'clock and 5 minutes. If memory serves, the timing should be just right. Boom! Just as Hu Yu put the beef ball in his mouth, the surrounding light suddenly went dim. The power went out. Chapter 26, I send you 365 blessings. On July 14th, at 12 o'clock and 6 minutes. The water level reached 3 meters and 7 centimeters. Over 90% of the world's power systems came to a halt. Including Jinling. All the nuclear reactors that could be shut down have been turned off. As for those that couldn't be shut down, no one can handle them now. The heavy rain continued to fall in the dim light. Screams and fear filled the entire community. The next second. Ding! The power supply equipment that Hu Yu stockpiled started to operate. Power was restored, the servers reset, and 10 seconds later, the surveillance footage reappeared on the screen. Most residents pulled back their curtains to let in the weak light from outside, but they couldn't even see the food in the pot clearly. The sunlight had long been completely covered by dark clouds. Shingu, turn on the lights. Okay, boss. Shin Shan replied and turned on the main light. The intense brightness broke through the darkness, instantly capturing the attention of the entire community. That is a light bulb. Didn't they say the power was out? How could he still turn on the light? Everyone in the community pulled out their phones, wanting to ask in the homeowner group. Fingers kept tapping on the screen, but before they could send the message, they discovered something. The network was gone. This message couldn't be sent out. People from other buildings were instantly speechless, having to start searching for lighting equipment at home. Except for the people in 3 buildings. They were in the same building and couldn't see the light overhead at all. 10 minutes later. The sound of helicopters roaring and broadcasting echoed above everyone's heads. Due to the continuous heavy rain, the Jinling power system, water supply system, gas system, and communication system have all come to a standstill. Related departments are working on disaster relief and repairs, so please do not panic. The broadcast echoed in the air. Almost everyone knew what had happened. Electricity, water supply, gas, heat, communication, all gone. When people live normally, they don't realize how important these things are. Once they all come to a halt, the people in the steel forest are no different from returning to primitive society. No, there is still a difference. In primitive society, people living all along in the primitive, never seeing the light, so they could endure darkness. But now, humanity is different. They have enjoyed too much. Compared to primitive society, it would not be an exaggeration to say they live in paradise. Now, falling from paradise to hell will always create some demons. Food, fresh water, power. These will become their original sins of corruption. 7th floor. Tian Lao Lu is maintaining order. After the power outage, people's reason has begun to collapse, and with the announcement just sounded, the line representing order in everyone's mind has begun to tremble. Now, they can't listen to a crippled person's words at all. Until. Bang! A gunshot exploded. The firelight awakened their reason, returning to quiet. Tian Lao Lu turned on his phone flashlight, attracting everyone's attention. I still hope you all remain quiet. He spoke calmly, one hand holding the flashlight, the other hand gripping the gun. Now, I issue the first order. It is an order, not a suggestion. Move the supplies. Li Mang, you take 10 people and move all usable supplies from downstairs to upstairs, the rest follow me. Yes. Li Mang responded, then asked, Brother Tian, where are we moving them to? Move upstairs, the higher, the better. The power went out. Tian Laolu also understood that this rain might not stop. Even if it stops, it certainly won't be in 2 days. What he needs to do now is to seize the time. Seize the time before everyone reacts, gain absolute advantage, and then slowly settle accounts with Hu Yu. That kid, I don't know how he knew about this rain in advance, or how much supplies he has stored. As long as he can be robbed, he should be able to survive this heavy rain. At the same time, someone else also realized this. Yi Wanxiu fell. She left the crowd in the dark and began running towards the 28th floor. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Wanxiu ignored the commotion downstairs and finally reached the 28th floor. She lifted the flashlight and froze instantly. Alloy door. She had only seen this kind of door in bank vaults. Not to mention prying it open, even using C4 to blow it might not work. How much stuff did this guy prepare? Who you? Yi Wanxiu rushed up and started knocking on the door. It's me. Please open the door. The voice echoed in the stairway, but there was no response. Who you? I know you can hear me. Yi Wanxiu kept shouting, since you installed this kind of door, I don't believe you didn't install surveillance. I just want to talk to you, can't we do that? Talk? A voice came from behind the door. A screen lit up. Hu Yu was sitting with half a cup of watermelon smoothie next to him, curled up on the sofa, playing a casual game on his tablet. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Do you want to talk about water margin or romance of the Three Kingdoms? I happen to be having afternoon tea, you start, and I'll talk to you about 5 cents worth. Light? Yi Wanxiu exclaimed, how could you have electricity? Good question, if you studied middle school physics, you should know there's something called a generator. That's great. Yi Wanxiu's face filled with joy, hurry and let me in. What's the reason? Hu Yu reached out and picked up an egg tart from the table to his mouth. The sound of teeth cracking through the flaky crust startled Yi Wanxiu. Since the storm started, she had only eaten a bowl of instant noodles. And this was the reward she got for serving Tian Laolu afterward. This guy, actually enjoying afternoon tea at home. Gulp. Yi Wanxiu swallowed, I'm telling you, Tian Laolu is coming to deal with you, he's brought people. I'm here to give you a heads up, he will pick the lock, and he has a gun. Hurry and let me in, I can help you stop them. Oh, I see. Just see? Yi Wanxiu was stunned, she totally didn't expect Hu Yu to have such an attitude. Right, should thank you for coming to inform me. Hu Yu stood up from the sofa, not knowing who he got the camera from. Aim the camera at the coffee table and start picking. Egg tart, scone, macaron, tiramisu, even pan-fried buns and shrimp dumplings are on the table. This afternoon tea even showcases a mix of Eastern and Western styles. As a reward, what should I give you? Anything. Anything at all. Yi Wanxiu had no other thoughts in her head, just hoping to stuff everything on the table into her mouth. Forget it. The scene shifts. Hu Yu is once again facing the camera. With your status, you must look down on our kind of afternoon tea, so let me send you a blessing instead. Bubu, come sing a song for your sister, just 365 blessings. Okay, brother. Bubu replied, clearing his throat and starting to sing on the spot. There are 365 sunrises in a year, I send you 365 blessings. The tender voice echoed in the stairwell. Yi Wanxiu's smile instantly froze. Who? You. Why are you calling me? The scene shifts again. Hu Yu's face appeared on the video once more. Miss Yi doesn't like it? Then I can sing a song for you personally, that's no problem. No, no thanks. Yi Wanxiu wanted to struggle. Hu Yu, please let me in, okay? I know you have many empty rooms at home, I just need a place to stay. That Tian Laolu is a complete pervert. Help me. Help me, I'll do anything. Oh? Hu Yu raised an eyebrow, anything? You can do anything? Yes. I can do anything. Yi Wanxiu lowered her head, pretending to be shy, you can rest assured, I will definitely serve you well. Then hop like a frog. Hop like a frog? Yi Wanxiu was stunned. Yes. Hu Yu pointed behind her, from here, hop all the way to the second floor, and then hop back from the second floor. As long as you can do it, I will let you in. Okay. Wait for me. Chapter 27 I've never seen such brazen people. Yi Wanxiu immediately squatted down, hands behind her back, and started hopping towards the 27th floor. She seemed pretty honest. But in the surveillance footage, as soon as she jumped to the 27th floor, she stood up straight and disdainfully spat at the 28th floor. Poof. Hu Yu chuckled coldly. He knew this woman wouldn't be foolish enough to sink to that level. Her earlier show of weakness was just a disguise. If he really let her in, there would only be one outcome. This snake would find the right moment to bite him. Zilong. Who you looked at Su Zilong? The guy was working out not far away, seemingly striving to take down Encianer. I remember you installed screens on every floor, right? Yeah. Su Zilong replied. What, are you planning to negotiate with them? Negotiate? It's too early for that. Huyu stepped forward, smiling as he handed his phone to him. Send the footage from just now down. I think Tian Laolu must be anxious about someone going missing. I thought you really wanted to let her in. Su Zilong took the phone and started operating it. Don't say she didn't hop at all. Even if she actually did hop up, I would just make her hop again. You're truly a devil. Thanks for the compliment. In times like these, angels will soon go to heaven. 1 minute later. The surveillance footage outside the 28th floor was looping through all floors of the 3 buildings. Especially the first scene. Lockpicking, and even guns. All residents above the 7th floor began to be on high alert. Peepholes sealed. Lockholes blocked with keys, then double-locked. Finally, using refrigerators, sofas, and TVs, they firmly blocked the door. Triple insurance. Don't say about sneaking in or picking locks. Even if someone came with a chainsaw, it would take a while. Tian Laolu stood in front of room 801, nearly grinding his teeth and unable to think of another way to open the door. Resentment surged in his chest. Who? You. This guy, damn it. It's just that he's currently hiding in that turtle shell, and can't be tracked down, otherwise. Humph. But it's okay. Tian Laolu took a step back, adjusted his glasses on his nose, and gradually calmed down. He inquired about it. Huyu's family now has a total of 10 people, not only hoarding a lot of resources but even buying a boat. These resources are so many that they couldn't all be stored on the 28th floor, most of them are probably put in the cabin of the boat. Now all they need to do is wait. Wait until they've eaten all the food stored on the 28th floor, or even earlier, and they should go look for the boat. So, as long as they occupy the floors closest to the water surface, they can cut off their way of survival. Now, the resources from the 6 floors combined are enough for 20 people to eat for 10 days. Even if the others stop opening their doors, it's still enough. Now the key issue is, if they reduce the number of people. Reducing from 40 people to 20 people is actually quite simple. In the afternoon. Under Li Mang's cover, Tian Laolu gathered 20 people for a small meeting. These 20 are the most obedient in the crowd. The content of the meeting was very simple. Open up sources and cut down on spending. Source can't be opened now. To ensure food supply for everyone, they can only cut down on spending. They don't kill people, they just need to tie up the remaining 20 people and make them stay on the 4th floor, a place the water can't reach, and let them starve there. Everyone agreed, and that night they took action. Just 2 days of hunger, that's not a big deal. As for Yi Wanqiu, she knew she couldn't go back. She could only start from the 27th floor, knocking on doors one by one, hoping someone would take her in. When she knocked on the door on the 24th floor, unexpectedly, someone really opened the door. A chubby man with glasses. He hurriedly welcomed Yi Wanqiu in and provided her with plenty of food and drink. As for what happened that night, Huyu was too lazy to see. After eating and drinking to her satisfaction, she sank into a deep sleep. On the 3rd day, nothing happened. Everyone was waiting for the evening of the 4th day at 7 o'clock, wanting to see if the rain would stop. July 16, 7:00 a.m. The water level reached 12 meters. The 3rd floor had already been completely submerged, and rainwater was still pouring towards the 4th floor. The rain showed no sign of stopping. People living on the high floors were still enjoying their rare holiday, including those living on the 8th floor. In their minds, there were at most 12 hours left before the heavy rain would stop. There was no need to panic, after all, they wouldn't be flooded. Tian Laolu was equally calm. He knew that what was needed now was to conserve strength, not useless restlessness. With 20 people, he scattered them at all the windows from the 4th to the 7th floor. As soon as someone jumped into the water or was preparing to jump into the water, they would be found out instantly. Huyu, of course, was even less anxious. After getting up, he habitually went into the bathroom and raised his hand to knock on an egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book, Master Fishing. Note, after using the skill book, your physical fitness and body quality will automatically rise to the level of mastering the skill. Great, another useless skill book. At least it's useless right now. As for the fishing rod, it just so happened that the egg from yesterday hatched into a premium fishing rod. No bait needed, an infinite rope, all you need to do is cast the rod, and there's a chance to catch fish. But the 28th floor is still over 70 meters from the water surface, catching fish is impossible. I'm afraid that before the fish could be caught, someone would intercept it along the way. However, Hu Yu still chose to learn. He could clearly feel that the strength of his arms and legs had increased a lot, so it wasn't totally useless. After washing up, Hu Yu finally walked out of the room. At this time, Xiao Zissou was already preparing breakfast. Li Zhi was helping on the side, Mu Lingxiu was teaching Bubu to read and write, Su Zilong was still working out, and Xinshan was watching the monitoring screen, while Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi stood by the window, staring at the ever-rising water level outside. Hey! Hu Yu walked up to Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi, looking down from their view. What are you looking at? Thinking about how to catch fish. Zhao Zhong replied with a smile. Brother Shan told us it seems like there are no river fish in the reserves. So I thought with my brother, shouldn't we catch some fish to balance Bubu's nutrition? Zhao Yi echoed from the side. That's a good idea, but too bad we don't have fishing rods. Even if we had them, we wouldn't be able to catch anything. Xinshan replied from the side, this floor is too high, we'll wait a little longer. It's meal time. Xiao Zissou casually placed the last bowl of medicinal dishes on the table. Bubu, come eat. There's no rush for the fish, let's eat first. Hu Yu led a few people to the dining table. Let's eat something light this morning. Besides the medicinal dishes prepared by Xiao Zissou, Hu Yu took out 5 baskets of shrimp dumplings, 5 baskets of chicken feet, 3 baskets of little buns, and even freshly made fried dough sticks and soybean milk. There was no choice. This table had 6 bodyguards, and their food intake could practically be counted as 2 people. It wouldn't be enough without preparing more. Just as everyone was about to take their seats, a knock on the door sounded from the front. Listening closely, the sound was not from outside but from that metal door. So early, who is it? Hu Yu pulled out his phone and checked the surveillance. He saw a face full of resentment appear on the screen. Aunt Wang? No, that's not right. If he remembered correctly, Aunt Wang was supposed to start going door to door tomorrow to collect rations. Why is it starting today in this life? All right, it must be the 2 households of 103 and 104. There are 6 more people out of nowhere wanting to eat, so of course, their rations will be used up quickly. Xiao Hu. I know you are inside. Aunt Wang's voice rang out at the door. Quickly hand over the food. I saw it in that video the day before yesterday. You crammed so many people into my house, don't think you can just ignore this. Hurry up, don't make me wait impatiently. Ha! Hu Yu sneered coldly. You think you can make me wait impatiently? You're not the Empress of Heaven's second aunt, you know. He simply opened the video call and aimed the camera at the table. When the other party saw the food on the table, he pretended to mistakenly shift the camera and repeatedly apologized. Oh, it's Aunt Wang? What do you need from me? You. Aunt Wang spat out a word, not annoyed by the trouble, and repeated her demands with hands on her hips. Hurry up. Bring me everything I want. And give me a portion of what you have on that table, my grandson needs to eat. Oh, Aunt Wang, I don't know what you are talking about. Hu Yu picked up a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. We don't have much food left, it's barely enough for us to fill our stomachs, how can I give you more? What do you mean you don't have much? Aunt Wang grew anxious on the spot. Aren't you just not eating? You're all young, you won't starve. My grandson is growing up. I can always pay you back later. Look at how you're saying this. Hu Yu patted his chest, as the saying goes, growing all the time, I'm also growing. You. I have never seen such a shameless person. Hey, today you've met one. Hu Yu held a little bun, blowing out hot air, and Wang, don't be mad, if your blood pressure rises, I won't have medicine to cure you. After saying this, he hung up the video call. Hu Yu enjoyed his delicious breakfast while the sound of Aunt Wang's furious knocking echoed in his ears. It was already the 16th, their food must have been consumed completely. Adding the video he played the day before yesterday, no matter what floor those people were on, they probably wouldn't dare to open the door. Before long, those living in 2602 would show their fangs, right? Chapter 28 I Had a Dream. At noon, 12 o'clock. The 26th floor began to erupt in chaos. Get out. All of you get out. You worthless people who only know how to eat and not how to find food, either bring me food or I'll make you leave. Or leave right now. Aunt Wang held a kitchen knife, forcing the 6 people from 103 and 104 to leave. This scene, in theory, should have appeared a day later. However, with the appearance of Tian Lao Lu, everyone felt the crisis. Don't talk about borrowing food, even opening the door for a stranger is impossible. This is what caused Aunt Wang's emotions to crumble. Aunt Wang, please calm down. Li Chang stood in front of his parents and wife. We can skip a meal, it's okay, the rain will stop soon, don't be upset, just put down the knife. Brother Zhang, say something. Yes. No problem. The man from 103 quickly said, Aunt Wang, aren't you worried there won't be enough to eat? We can go without food, as long as you don't kick us out. Really? Really? Li Chang and the man from 103 responded at the same time. Only skipping a few meals. As long as the rain stops tomorrow night, everything will be fine. Then, good. Aunt Wang said, but she still did not put down the knife. You two, and that old man, the three of you must leave my house now. I will let your sister and your family stay here. You two go to the stairs, and we'll talk once the rain stops. If someone comes upstairs halfway, I can open the door for you later. This. Li Chang fell into hesitation. No bargaining. Aunt Wang immediately made the decision. You three men, if you threaten me, what should I do? I'm doing this for self-preservation. I can go out. Li Chang thought for a moment and said, but my father is already over 70, and his legs are not convenient. Aunt Wang, please let him stay. Son, no need. Father Li shook his head, I'll go out with you. The three men did not think much and immediately left the house. Bang! The door of 2602 closed. Aunt Wang started cooking for herself and her little grandson. She really only cooked for 2 people, not making any food for the old lady from 104 and the lame woman from 103. As for those 3, they were now squatting in the corner of the 27th floor. Once they noticed any movement, they would knock on the door immediately and rush into 2602. You guys say? Zhang Si looked out at the pouring rain. What if this rain doesn't stop? What should we do? It won't. Father Li frowned and said, the higher-up said it will stop in 3 days, it must stop. We just need to wait. Dad, we can't say that. Li Chang frowned, we're young, it doesn't matter if we skip a couple of meals, but you can't go hungry. If this rain really doesn't stop, we'll have to learn from the so-called boss Tian downstairs. Learning doesn't help. Zhang Si shook his head, no one is opening the door now. If this rain doesn't stop, Aunt Wang probably won't open the door for us either. The door isn't something she can just say won't be opened. A voice echoed in the stairwell. In the dim light, a screen lit up. Li Chang slowly got up and looked at the screen. You are Xiao Hu from the 28th floor. No, Boss Hu? Boss Hu? Zhang Si immediately stood up. Thank you, Boss Hu. If it weren't for you, my sister and I would have been out on the streets. It's nothing. Hu Yu held a cup of milk tea and sucked the soft, glutinous pearls into his mouth. I video called to give you an opportunity. As long as you nod, I can help you open the door to 2602. This. Zhang Si hesitated, isn't that not so good? I said, I'm just offering a chance. Opening or not, the choice is yours. If you want to open the door, just knock 3 times. The video ended. Hu Yu didn't want to waste more breath with them. If it weren't to make this building a bit livelier, he wouldn't have made this call. Li Chang, Zhang Si. In the previous life, these two were in cahoots with Aunt Wang, a den of thieves and rats. Not only did they occupy his house, but they also bound him like a puppet in a dark room. If it weren't for that person, perhaps he would have been cooked by this group. Now, he wanted to see what would happen when they became the sheep themselves. In the darkness, Li Chang fell silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Zhang, do you like watching movies? The kind from Hong Kong. Hong Kong movies? Which one are you talking about? The 8 Immortals restaurant. You might not be familiar with this name, but you should have heard of another name, the Human Meat Bun Shop. Li Chang looked towards the door. To be honest, I actually want to taste it too. What does human flesh really taste like? Father Li was stunned on the spot. Zhang Si paused for a moment, then swallowed. Li Go, I'm listening to you. They hadn't eaten anything for a whole day. Since noon yesterday, Aunt Wang used the excuse of having little food, only cooking a pot of plain rice for everyone. Letting her own grandson feast heartily. That night, they didn't even have plain rice. So, from yesterday until now, they had barely drunk a few sips of water. Now they were almost starving crazy. Time passed quickly. At 7 in the evening, the water level rose to 13 meters. The torrential rain outside continued non-stop. The broadcast did not sound. The people looking up at the sky slowly lost hope. Those desires suppressed in their hearts started to swell. Li Chang, sitting on the stairs of the 26th floor, stood up. He patted his father's shoulder and stepped toward 2602, raising his hand to knock on the door. Aunt Wang, it doesn't look like this rain is going to stop. Please let us in so we can talk. There was no sound from inside the door. After a while, Aunt Wang's voice finally came from within. If you want to come in, fine. Go find food. If you find food, I will let you in. Aunt Wang, is it really impossible? Li Chang's tone was full of pleading. How about this, if you want to let my dad in, I will go with brother Zhang Si to find food. No way. Aunt Wang refused quite decisively. Li Chang had to shake his head, turned to Zhang Si with a glance, and knocked on the door 3 times. Then Aunt Wang, I truly apologize. Click. The door lock was opened again. Almost at the same time. On the 28th floor, watching the live broadcast, Hu Yu immediately picked up Bubu and handed her to Mu Lingxiu. Little Mu, take Bubu to sleep. Okay, sir. Bubu looked confused but still followed Mu Lingxiu back to 2802. There was no way, the upcoming scene was indeed a bit unsuitable for children. Shinshan frowned and asked, Boss, is it really necessary to do this? Not just him, the others also looked at Hu Yu with questioning eyes. They saw that this matter could clearly be ignored, they would sooner or later kill each other due to food exhaustion. Why stir the pot at this time? I had a dream. Hu Yu ate Haagen-Dazs, enjoying the cold, smooth texture. In the dream, the apocalypse came. I didn't stock up on these things, nor did I know you. I was just a homebody living on the 28th floor. In the first 5 days, everyone still had quite a bit of food at home. With a little planning, it could still last. By the 5th day, the rain changed from fresh water to acid rain, and those who hadn't stored fresh water began to face a water crisis. On the 7th day, the food ran out. Below the 10th floor was flooded. Those people had to run to the stairs for survival, stuffing everything they could eat into their bellies. Belts, shoe soles, even the rats and cockroaches in the stairway. On the 10th day, the water level didn't rise anymore, but there were more and more people in the stairs. The rats were gone, the cockroaches had been eaten to extinction. Now all that was left to eat was people. Some people starved to death, but he saved the remaining people. On the 18th day, the water level rose again, and there were fewer and fewer people in the stairs. The survivors found a chainsaw in a room and began to search for people from the 17th floor, one by one. On the 22nd day, they found the 28th floor, cut open my home door, and at that time, I had nothing left to eat in my belly or in the house. I begged them to spare me, but they didn't answer, just threw me into a dark room, where there were others besides me. That day, I learned a word, two-legged sheep. The people inside were no longer called humans, but lived as sheep. Listening to the sheep there, almost every 2 days, one sheep was taken out. And the sheep that we have left will also be added to the meat soup. On the 24th day, a yacht passed by, and I, along with another sheep, jumped into the water under the cover of night and was rescued by the people on the yacht. Perhaps. I have already been stewed. After finishing, Hu Yu took another bite of ice cream. This was the result of his careful consideration. After spending these days together, everyone's favorability toward him rose above 30. Especially Shinshan, Bubu, and Xiao Zisu. The favorability of Xiao Zisu and Shinshan had reached 60, while Bubu was at 70. Even the lowest, Su Zilong, reached 30. In this situation, it was time to talk about other things with them. Rebirth was too ridiculous and could best be described as a dream. Everyone fell into silence. Only Xiao Zisu, with sparkling eyes, leaned over. So, you have been reborn, right? Sure enough, it was you, the girl with delusions of grandeur, who guessed it right. What rebirth? It's just a dream. Hu Yu immediately shifted the topic and looked at Shinshan. So, now I'll answer you. It's necessary. Very necessary. Even if it's a dream, I will never let those who treated me like a sheep off the hook. I want to survive, and I will absolutely not let them live well. Everyone stopped talking. Empathy? Not really. But thinking from their perspective, if they encountered the same situation and had another chance, they would probably be even more extreme. After all, what they lacked the least was power. Seeing that everyone had stopped speaking, Hu Yu also knew that his purpose had been achieved. He looked down at the surveillance screen again, and just with one glance, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Chapter 29, On the Rooftop. After Li Chang opened the door, he took advantage of Hu Yu's speaking time to subdue Aunt Wang and the little demon king. Amid the roars of the grandmother and grandson, they didn't go straight for the knife but instead tied them up and threw them into the room, then began to reorganize the food in the room. Soon, they discovered the ham Aunt Wang had hidden in the room. Thanks to this ham, the grandmother and grandson temporarily escaped the fate of being cooked. Everyone cooked a pot of rice with rainwater and had a simple dinner. Human flesh? Such easily stored and non-perishable emergency food must be saved for last. Right now, the priority is to find enough food. If I remember correctly, besides Aunt Wang's house having ham, other families also received some ham. Li Chang looked out the window, as if he had made a decision. Brother Zhang, do you want to survive? Shan Gu. Zhang Si swallowed a mouthful of soup. You say, I will listen to you. Good. Li Chang approached the room and tore down the bedsheets covering the little demon king. Rope, can you make it? Shang Gu, you mean? Go down from the window. Li Chang's eyes were filled with madness as he began tearing the fabric to make rope. Right now, the rain is heavy, and it is almost impossible to climb up from below, but going down is much easier. Tie the rope, go in from the window, and even if you fall, the water below won't kill you. Only in this way can we store enough food. But... Zhang Si hesitated. Changgu, I am afraid of heights. Here. Li Chang handed one end of the sheet to Zhang Si. I will go down, and you be my anchor up here. Okay. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, I believe everyone can see. Tian Lao Lu stood above the crowd, overlooking the 20 people in front of him. The rain has not stopped. We don't yet know the reason, but one thing must be acknowledged: we need to be prepared for a long battle. The 20 or so people downstairs, they need to eat, and we also need to eat. Only by obtaining more food can we live better. The door lock cannot be opened, but we can still find other things. Tian Lao Lu said this as he took a rat from his pocket. Southern rats are usually the size of a palm. Covered in black fur, it squeaked non-stop as soon as it was lifted. In the crowd, some people showed discomfort, and others even pushed their way further into the crowd. They viewed such things not only as not food, but even as monsters. Tian. Brother Tian, do we really have to eat this kind of thing? Not right now. Old Six Tian replied, but we need to catch them. Not only that, but there are also corpses on the water's surface. Most of the animals that drown will float to the surface, and our brothers guarding the windows need to work hard. When you see them, use this to fish them out. Saying this, Old Six Tian took out a net made from many pots and ladles pieced together. Remember, the more we catch, the later we eat this thing, and we might even not have to eat it at all. To avoid eating the rats, everyone immediately focused all their energy. 20 people occupied 10 windows, switching every 12 hours, starting to closely watch the water surface to catch food. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On July 18th, at 10 in the morning. On the 5th day of the torrential rain, the water level reached 22 meters. Floors below the 7th were submerged in rainwater, with even the 7th floor over half flooded. Old Six Tian and the others had completely lost their shelter. However, they had been quite successful in catching the rats. Those rats seemed extremely hungry and would definitely take the bait whenever they saw food. 2 days passed. They caught more than 20 rats, each one plump beyond perception. But the fishing work was not going very smoothly. Except for 3 dead fish weighing 2 pounds each, they hadn't caught anything else. Now the water level had already exceeded the 7th floor. The door wouldn't budge. The food left for them was already scarce. In contrast, Li Chang was doing well. His luck was quite good. Although he only looted 2 households, 2502 and 2402, he scored half a ham and 2 unopened bags of rice, enough for 6 people to last another 3 days. At that moment, Li Chang went out holding that half ham. He made his way to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door. Bang, bang. Huyu was sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Today's breakfast was a steak sandwich with poached eggs and soy milk, prepared by Li Ji. Hearing the knocking, Huyu casually switched on the surveillance screen, just in time to see Li Chang standing at the door holding a ham. Oh, a rare guest. Huyu connected the video and smiled at Li Chang. Brother Chang, good morning, have you eaten breakfast yet? Good morning, Boss Hu. Li Chang forced a smile, not daring to let his gaze linger on that sandwich. I specifically came to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my father and I might have starved to death outside. This ham is a gift for you. If possible, I would like to request some fresh water in return. Ah, a gift? To put it plainly, it's an exchange. Today is the 5th day of the torrential rain. The rainwater had turned from fresh water into corrosive acid rain. Like those who didn't store fresh water earlier, now they not only cannot eat enough but even drinking water has become a problem. Ham? They can eat it, but it will only speed up the consumption of moisture in their bodies, making them thirstier. This is also why Huyu initially chose to give this as a gift to Aunt Wang and others. Logically analyzing, the ham would surely be stored as a last resort food by them. But as long as it was stored until the 5th day, the ham would be completely spoiled. Not eating it means starving. Eating it leads to more thirst. Even if they stuffed the ham into their mouths, it's possible they wouldn't have saliva to help chew, ultimately choking themselves to death. Fresh water, huh? I do have some left at home, but the ham. Huyu turned his phone screen toward the window. There, a row of hams was hanging to dry, at least dozens of them. Li Ji was slicing them, preparing to pair them with fresh cantaloupe for today's afternoon tea. What do you need? Li Chang's tone was very calm. As long as I have it, I can take it out to exchange. Including your life? Li Chang fell silent. The reason he worked so hard was just to survive. How could he possibly dedicate his life? Just kidding. Huyu knew he wouldn't agree. Things, whether you keep them or not, fresh water, I won't give you. As he spoke, he got up, stretched lazily, and unabashedly asked Shinshan, Old Shin, is the shower ready? I'm waiting to take a bath today. Almost done. I promise it will be ready tonight. Ding. The screen went dark. In the dim light, only Li Chang stood alone in the stairway holding the ham. He tightened his grip on the ham, thought for a long time, and finally walked down the stairs. 27th floor, 26th floor. He arrived at the 7th floor. Tian Lao Lu and the others heard the footsteps and immediately got ready to take action. When they saw Li Chang alone carrying the ham down the stairs, everyone's eyes turned green. Which one is Boss Tian? Li Chang stood on the stairs with a smile on his face. A wheelchair was pushed out from the crowd. Are you looking for me? I'm here to deliver a gift. Li Chang presented the ham with both hands. In the dim space, the sound of saliva swallowing repeatedly echoed. Tian Lao Lu thought for a moment but eventually took the ham into his arms. What do you call this, brother? Li Chang, you can just call me Xiao Li, Boss Tian. Li brother. Boss Tian squinted slightly. You're not just here to give a gift, are you? Boss Tian is smart. I'm here to seek cooperation. Oh? What kind of cooperation? Food, fresh water. Li Chang got straight to the point. Boss, who on the 28th floor once delivered ham to our community, most of it is from our building. We still have at least 20 hams like this in our building. Now that we're out of fresh water, the ham has become their reserve food. The ham we grab, we split 50-50. That may be true, but brotherly, this door, we can't open it. The door, I have a way, for the fresh water and ham, I want a quarter. Tian Lao Lu frowned. How do you know I have fresh water? First, your lips are not cracked, and, if there was no fresh water, this ham, you would have smashed it in my face, right? Indeed. Tian Lao Lu didn't know how long this rain would last, so to be safe, he collected enough fresh water. Ha ha ha. I like to cooperate with smart people. Tian Lao Lu immediately stretched out his right hand. Deal. On July 18th, at noon. The water level was nearly 23 meters, and the 8th floor was already half submerged. Before Tian Lao Lu's people could saw the door, the people on the 8th floor had already run out. Can't hold on. Completely can't hold on. Seeing new partners joining, Tian Lao Lu decisively confiscated their food. Those who obeyed, stayed in the team, those who didn't were tied up and placed at the back of the line. Brother Tian. Li Mang frowned, looking at the rising water level, tentatively said, where do we need to go to find an end? Why don't we just go straight to the 28th floor? We can't go. Before Tian Lao Lu could speak, Li Chang replied, the 28th floor has an alloy door that can't be cut open with a saw. I suggest going to the 27th floor is best. We'll listen to Brother Li. Tian Lao Lu immediately made the decision, go to the 27th floor. At 2 in the afternoon. Everyone successfully occupied the 27th floor. There were 3 households on the 27th floor. Besides the original resident Mu Lingxiu, there were 2 other households that were now tied up and thrown to the back of the line. After occupying the base, Tian Lao Lu held a brief meeting in 2702. He had just called Li Mang and Li Chang together and hadn't officially started the meeting when he heard a rumbling sound coming from upstairs. That seemed to be the sound of mahjong. They were struggling on the edge of life and death downstairs, and the guys upstairs were leisurely playing mahjong. Ah Chang brother. Tian Lao Lu pointed upstairs. What do you think of them? What to do? A lot of supplies, but it's hard to get. So, we can get them? Yeah. Li Chang nodded. Isn't there a rooftop above the 28th floor? Rooftop? You mean, going down from the rooftop? Yeah. But it's acid rain now. Li Mang frowned, saying, who dares to go up to the rooftop now? As long as you wear thick enough clothes, it's not a problem. Li Chang immediately got up. I can go up, but I need 3 people, 2 to act as pillars, and 1 to go down with me. Okay, I'll be your pillar. Tian Lalio's hand patted Li Chang's shoulder, then he looked at Li Mang. Then, I will join too. Chapter 30, Strange Monsters. At the same time. 28th floor. 4 people at a table, Hu Yu and others gathered 2 tables of mahjong, starting their afternoon entertainment. On the right side, there was a fruit platter. Shizuoka melon with Iberian ham. On the left side, there were Yamazaki 18, Fat House Happy Water, cheese milk tea, and various drinks. 3 sticks. Who? Xiao Zissou immediately pushed the mahjong, rolled up her sleeves and stood up. Clear color. Come, lean your heads closer. What luck do you have? Hu Yu helplessly complained, but could only lean forward. You hit my bombs every time, can we still play? You don't understand the luck of an European emperor. Xiao Zissou flicked her fingers a few times, pushed the cards down to continue, then casually asked, by the way, the water level line has risen to about the same level, when are we setting out? Even before leaving, she had left enough food and fresh water for her parents for half a month, and even weapons. But as a child, she still worried about them, thinking it would be better to bring them back earlier. After all, it had already been the 5th day. It was even starting to rain acid from the sky, so getting them back sooner would be best. Let's wait for 4 more days. Hu Yu pushed the cards into the machine. The acid rain won't last long, it will turn into normal rain on the 9th day, and then we can set out. By that time, the ocean's heart would be fused well, and not only could they go to pick up Zhao's parents, but even sailing into the starry sea would be no problem. Come, continue. I don't believe it, I can't win against you. July 18, 7 p.m. The water level reached 24 meters. Hu Yu ended the game with a swollen head. Sure enough. As long as he didn't cheat, he had no luck in gambling at all. Looks like he should participate in fewer of these entertainment activities in the future. Besides wasting his brain, there was no benefit at all. Everyone had dinner and then started the delightful monitoring segment for the day. Now, the residents below the 9th floor had all moved out. Under Tian Lalio's threats and temptations, half of the people joined them, while the other half were tied up like dumplings. Among those tied up were Aunt Wang and Little Demon King. No matter how much trouble these two made, after not eating for almost 3 days, they couldn't stir up much wave anymore. Hu Yu casually glanced at their warehouse. Goodness, the mice had been separated into males and females, preparing to force pairing and reproduction. Fortunately, the cockroaches had escaped a disaster and were not yet included in their diet. Just as Hu Yu planned to switch the monitor to see the scenes of other floors, he instantly caught a detail. Rope. Li Chang and Li Mang were making ropes from a large amount of fabric. It seemed like they were trying to make a safety rope to go down from somewhere. Didn't they already have a chainsaw? Why did they still need to do it this way? Moreover, it was still acid raining outside. What place could make them take such a big risk? Unless. Looks like there will be some fun tonight. At 10 p.m. 2802. As the last big light went out. In the dim living room, all that could be seen were the constantly flashing red lights of the servers, and the breaths of everyone. Half an hour later. 2 shadows fell from the upstairs, landing precisely in front of the glass window. One of the shadows directly pushed the window, but after pushing twice, they found it wouldn't budge. The two exchanged glances. Unanimously, they pulled out hammers from their pockets. Smash! Bang, bang, bang! Several dull sounds exploded, but the glass remained unmoved. Yet in the next moment. Ding! The light came on. Under the warm yellow light, a group of people held watermelons, crossed their legs, and sat on the sofa, like an audience waiting for a grand show to begin. In contrast, the two men. Layers of clothes wrapped together, making the two strong men look like old grandmothers. The outermost layer of clothing was almost completely corroded by acid rain. Hu Yu raised his hand to greet the two and pulled out a piece of cardboard from behind. Big letters were written on it. Good evening. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Li Chang immediately pulled the rope on his body and started to climb up. But Li Mang clearly refused to back down. Retreat? This is our only chance. Bang. Bang bang. 1 hammer, 2 hammers. Li Mang was still crazily striking the glass. You really are insatiable. Hu Yu said, taking out a remote control. The two men outside froze for a moment, not knowing what this meant. Seeing Li Mang not move, Li Chang had no choice but to act too. But just seconds later, a buzzing sound came from behind them. Turning their heads, they saw a drone hovering about 2 meters behind them, with a pistol attached to the controller. Hey, can you hear me? Hu Yu's voice came from the drone. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Inside the gun, there are 2 bullets, and you can choose who to shoot. If both of you choose the same person, I won't shoot at you. If your choices are different, then sorry, the 2 bullets will hit both of you. In 3 seconds, the choice begins. 3, 2. Li Chang immediately looked at Li Mang, giving him a look, but the other party was already in a panic, and even if an immortal descended, he might not see it. 1. The two raised their hands almost simultaneously. Li Mang pointed at Li Chang, while Li Chang pointed at himself. Passed? Both felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Hu Yu also revealed a smile. Congratulations, you made it through, you don't have to take a bullet anymore. But... The drone slowly rose. It reached above the 2 men's heads, and then... Bang! A shot rang out. The bullet hit the cloth rope Li Mang was leaning on. Ah! The rope instantly broke. Li Mang fell into the water. Seeing this, Li Chang also understood Hu Yu's meaning. People don't need to take bullets, but it doesn't mean the rope doesn't suffer. He immediately used both hands to start climbing up. But how could Hu Yu let him succeed? Another shot. Li Chang also fell from the air. Hu Yu controlled the drone to return and opened the monitoring device aimed outside the building. On the monitoring screen, the two fell into the water, splashing a large amount of water, and so far no shadows had surfaced from the water. Could they be dead? Xiao Zissou asked nearby. From here to the water surface, there is about a 60-meter drop. falling down like this would leave them crippled even if they didn't die. Hu Yu replied casually. Just as he was about to switch the monitoring screen to see how the two on the rooftop were doing, Shinshan suddenly spoke. Wait, boss. Look here. Shinshan pointed at the screen. Everyone's gaze converged simultaneously. They saw a dark red shadow rise on the water's surface, a broken arm, floating up. A broken hand? At this height, diving in improperly could lead to injury or even death, but would not result in broken hands or feet. No, there's something beneath this water. At the same time, Li Chang surfaced. His expression was filled with terror, as if he discovered something. He was constantly swimming towards the stairs. His speed was so fast that he cut through the water, leaving a ripple on the surface. The next second, that floating broken arm was pulled down by something and no longer surfaced. Li Chang, with the fastest speed, swam into the window of the ninth floor corridor, escaping a disaster. The surveillance remained focused on the water's surface. Except for just the arm that just surfaced, nothing else came up. Only a pool of crimson was left. Everyone looked at Hu Yu, and he also didn't know what had happened. Was there something else under the water? He had never encountered it before. In the 22 days before the apocalypse arrived, he stayed upstairs, spending 20 days on a boat. The last 7 days he was in a kayak, but they had never gone into the water, so how could they know what was underneath? A shark? This Jiling is quite a distance from the sea. A shark cannot swim over here so quickly. Even if we assume there was a shark, where was the dorsal fin? On the water's surface, there should at least be a dorsal fin, right? Just now, there wasn't even a ripple on the surface. Check. Hu Yu frowned. Li Chang must have seen something just now. Go ask him. I'll go. Shinshan immediately spoke up. I'll go downstairs right now and bring him up. No need. Hu Yu opened the ninth floor surveillance. I'll handle it. On the monitor. Li Chang was curled up in the corner of the corridor, his eyes fixed on the water's surface, as if he had experienced some great horror. Li Chang, what did you see? Li Chang did not respond, his body shaking uncontrollably. Li Chang! Can you hear me? Monster, monster. Li Chang looked up at the Hu Yu in the video, his eyes gradually reddening. His body suddenly stopped shaking, then he lunged forward suddenly. Ah! Chapter 31, It's Eating People. The screen was destroyed. Hu Yu frowned as he looked at the footage recorded from another angle, his brow furrowing tighter. Li Chang, no, he should not be Li Chang now. He was now lunging at the screen, tearing at it as if trying to pull Hu Yu out from inside. But that was clearly impossible. Even when shards of the screen cut into his mouth, drawing blood from his fingers against the concrete wall, he still showed no intention of stopping. Zombie? Xiao Zissa furrowed her brow tightly. You've seen this kind of thing in dreams too? Hu Yu shook his head. If he knew zombies would appear, he wouldn't have stayed in such a place at all. He would have flown directly to the nearest deserted island to live. You have to know, the population of the entire Jiling exceeded 9 million. Even if half of them starved along the way and then a zombie crisis broke out, there would still be over 4 million zombies. Would 8 trucks of weapons be enough? It's probably not even enough for 8 army groups. How about I go down to check? Shinshan suggested again. No need. Hu Yu's brow was tightly locked. For now, this thing seems to be infectious, and we don't know how it spreads, so it's better to be careful. Then what should we do now? Li Ji's face was full of worry. We can't just let it stay down there like this, can we? If it infects others, can our alloy door outside withstand it? Humph. Su Zilong snorted coldly. That's a bank-spec explosive door, not to mention zombies. Not even 10 RPGs could blow it up. Oh, what about 100 shots? Zhao Zhong replied sarcastically from the side. There are still about 100 people down there. If a monster really comes out, can your alloy door hold? Alright, stop arguing for now, let's wait and see. Hu Yu interrupted everyone. The monster realized it couldn't pull out food from the wall and stopped, hunched over, and started to walk towards the stairs. 10th floor. There were 10 people stationed there to prevent the 9th floor people from coming out and causing a disturbance. When Li Chang came up from the stairs, the flashlight immediately shone on its face. Who? The monster didn't respond, only instinctively raised its arm to shield itself. Ah, it's brotherly. That person immediately turned off the flashlight and stepped forward. How did you come up from downstairs? Ah. Before that person could finish speaking, Li Chang directly pounced. He bit down. Blood splattered everywhere. It's eating people. The other 9, upon seeing this, showed no hesitation and immediately ran upstairs. Li the monster Chang did not pursue. Just squatting on the ground, enjoying the delicious food just caught. I've solved the case. This thing must be a zombie. Xiao Zissou was very excited, showing no signs of fear or terror, her tone filled instead with curiosity. Boss Hu, can you help me with a small favor? Hu Yu vaguely guessed something, you go ahead and say it. After confirming the means of transmission, I want to catch one to study, what do you think? Everyone listened and looked at Xiao Zissou with different eyes. What, is that not okay? Xiao Zissou replied, tilting her head, I'm contributing to the development of traditional Chinese medicine, this is a whole new topic. Alright, research is fine, but at least not right now. Since we have new friends joining this building, we can't just let ourselves know. Hu Yu controlled the surveillance footage, broadcasting the footage of Li Chang's floor to other floors. In an instant, the sound of gnawing on bones spread throughout the entire building. Panic instantly engulfed the hearts of the people. Those who hadn't left their rooms began to reinforce their defenses. Those who had already left their rooms were constantly running upstairs. Who cares about holding the line? There's a monster that eats people downstairs. At this moment, Tian Laolu had just brought Zhang Si down from the rooftop. Originally, he planned to find someone to immediately rescue Li Chang and Li Mang, but as soon as he arrived on the 28th floor, he saw the broadcast by Hu Yu to everyone in the building. That thing, is Li Chang? It was just to fall into the water, how did it turn into this? Tian Laolu was filled with disbelief. If it weren't for 9 people quickly coming upstairs to report, he might really have doubted if this was fake footage. Unfortunately, all of this is real. He rushed to the 28th floor, knocking on the alloy door for the first time. Boss Hu, please save me. Hu Yu switched to the video call function of the alloy door, glanced at Tian Laolu, who hadn't had time to change his clothes, and directly burst into laughter. This guy clearly showed signs of being corroded by acid rain. It was obvious he was just on the rooftop. Oh, isn't this Tian boss? Hu Yu yawned, pretending to be sleepy. So late, what do you want? Or are you also planning to come and clean my windows? Bang! Tian Laolu fell from the wheelchair, directly kneeling on the ground. Boss Hu, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have had those thieving thoughts. You saw the commotion downstairs, please help me. No matter what, you wouldn't want such a monster in our building, right? Please help me. Help the other innocent people inside. He was betting that Hu Yu would use him as a gun to first eliminate that monster. After all, he still had to go downstairs. That ship, which cost 2.1 billion to buy, had to be used eventually. As long as he could make the right bet, at least he could get some assistance. Heh, innocent? Hu Yu sneered, who is not innocent? You wanted to steal my things, and now you want me to help you, am I not innocent? Yes, it's my fault. Tian Laolu knelt on the ground, starting to bow his head. I apologize to you, just give me a command, anything Tian Laolu can do, I'm willing to do. It's simple, don't you have a gun? Hu Yu immediately said, go downstairs, aim at that monster and shoot until your bullets are empty. As long as you can do it, no matter if that monster dies or not, I'll give you a chance to come in. Really? Tian Laolu looked up, asking tentatively. After all, he had already been tricked into sending a nude photo, he had to be cautious. Believe it or not. Hu Yu hung up the video call and continued to observe the movements of Li the monster Chang through the surveillance. This guy seemed to be full. After gnawing off the upper body of the unfortunate fellow, he did not continue eating, but sat beside the lower half of the unfortunate fellow, drooping his head and swaying non-stop. It seemed he was sleeping? Full and then asleep? This can't be the spirit of a pig taking over, right? Whatever the case, this was also an opportunity. Let's see if Tian Laolu can grasp it. Soon. With the help of Zhang Si, Tian Laolu sat back in the wheelchair. He had 4 people carry him downstairs, all the way to the stairwell on the 11th floor. Now, he was less than 3 meters away from Li, the monster, Chang. As long as he fired, with his marksmanship, he could definitely hit the target. Of course, the premise was being in a bright environment. Now it was dark. Tian Laolu could only grit his teeth and pull out his pistol, using the faint light from the hallway screen to aim at the monster's head. Bang! One shot hit the monster. Chapter 32. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Gunpowder burst into light in the darkness. Li, the monster, Chang's body suddenly shook, turning his head as if he had discovered something. Tian Laolu's hand trembled slightly, but there was no time to think. He immediately emptied the magazine. 3 consecutive shots, all hit the target. Ah! A roar sounded. Li, the monster, Chang, lunged forward. Quick! Take me away. Tian Laolu panicked. But 3 of them had already rolled and scrambled back upstairs, completely ignoring him. Only Zhang Si. He gritted his teeth, thought quickly, and immediately carried Tian Laolu on his back, rushing upstairs. 1 floor, 2 floors. The group climbed 3 flights of stairs, yet they saw Li, the monster, Chang still standing in place, guarding his half a meal. What's going on? Could it be that in its action rules, food is more important than counterattacks? Then it's simple. Even if it can't be killed, as long as they feed it, everyone would still be safe. Tian Laolu immediately patted Zhang Xi's shoulder. Brother Zhang, do you dare to go down and help me get the wheelchair? Dare. Zhang Xi didn't think much and directly carried him back down. Tian Laolu's head tilted. Are you a tiger? I asked you to go down to help me get it, not to carry me down to get it. However, since they were halfway there, Tian Laolu didn't say anything and quietly stayed on Zhang Xi's back, remaining silent. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, Huyu frowned as he watched the surveillance. Everyone clearly saw the recent footage. He looked at the people behind him. What do you think? There were 4 shots in total, hitting the neck, arm, abdomen, and chest. Shinshan frowned and said, although these 4 places are not fatal, they shouldn't allow him to still move. Xiao Zissou also supplemented, blood is flowing from the wound, dark red in color, the bullets have obviously penetrated the organs. Unless this creature doesn't need the internal organs to provide energy, otherwise it should be dead within half an hour. Click. Click click. While everyone was talking, a crisp sound echoed from the stairwell again. Li, the monster, Chang, began to eat again. Quick, drone. Bright light, see what it's doing. Xiao Zissou urged. Okay. Su Zilong went to the window, controlling the drone to descend, all the way to the window outside the stairwell on the 9th floor. Bright light illuminated the entire stairwell. They saw Li, the monster, Chang, devouring the food in front of it, even bones were chewed into bits and swallowed whole. Look! Xiao Zissou raised his hand to point at the surveillance screen. The bullet holes on its body are repairing. It really is. Huyu frowned slightly. This kind of thing clearly exceeds the realm of biology. Whether it's due to acid rain or the heavy rain from the past few days that caused the problem. In short, there couldn't be just one Li Chang, a monster like this. Fortunately, after Li, the monster, Chang, consumed more than half of the corpse, it fell silent again. Clearly, food was the most important thing to it. Once it was full, it would just stay quiet. Alright, let's go rest for now. Huyu stood up and turned off the surveillance. For now, this thing doesn't seem to pose any threat to us, we'll talk about anything tomorrow. But Zhao Yi was about to say something when he was pulled by Zhao Zhong. The two exchanged a glance, saying nothing. At night. 2804. Brother, why are you pulling me? Can't you see that boss who is completely lacking humanity? Zhao Yi frowned tightly and yelled at Zhao Zhong, there's not enough food, and not bringing others upstairs is one thing, but now there's a monster down there, shouldn't he care? It's not that he doesn't care, but he can't control it. Zhao Zhong placed his hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Brother, since both of us are valued by Boss Hu and can live carefree in the apocalypse, we should listen to Boss Hu. Whatever he asks us to do, we just need to do it well, don't think about meddling. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Zhao Yi pushed his hand away. There are so many innocent people down there, can I just watch them starve because the food isn't mine? But I can't watch them get killed by a monster when I clearly have the ability to save them. Brother, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Then what do you want? Another voice rang out. The two brothers turned their heads simultaneously and looked toward the door. They saw Su Zilong leaning against the door, his tone slightly provoking. Want to go out? If you want, I can let you downstairs right now. Sure. Zhao Yi straightened his neck. Let me go now, I'll go down to save people, and you all stay here as turtles. Zhao Yi. You better behave yourself. Zhao Zhong shouted angrily, then looked at Su Zilong. Zilong. Hey. Don't call me so affectionately. Su Zilong interrupted him, stepping aside to make a path. Whatever you want to say isn't going to help you. A figure slowly walked out from behind him. Who you? He was wearing a robe, and behind him was Anciener. Bang! Before he could speak, Su Zilong got punched by Anciener again. I told you. Huyu looked at the two. As long as you want, you can leave any time, I won't stop you. Letting go of the urge to help, respecting others' fate. This was the most useful lesson Huyu learned in his last life. Since you want to meddle, then go ahead. Stopping you, I can't really stop you. Okay. Zhao Yi agreed immediately and cupped his fists toward Huyu. Thank you for understanding, Boss Hu. When I come back, I will definitely. What come back? Huyu asked back, then as if recalling a funny joke, he laughed. Zhao Yi, you don't think that once you go out, you can come back, right? If I don't come back, then I won't come back. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, then frowned. Boss Hu, we'll meet again. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong still held on to his brother. He knew that once they left Huyu, even if his brother could survive, it would never be as carefree as it was here. Hunger, sickness, humanity each could take his life. Please give me another chance. One day, give me one day, I guarantee I can persuade him. Brother! You don't need to persuade him, a person like this without humanity, I will never follow him. You can go along if you want. Humanity? Huyu narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. Heh, what did you just say? Humanity? You're talking to me about humanity? Good. Then let me show you what real humanity is. He took out an AK from his spatial backpack, unloaded the bullets from the magazine, leaving only 3. He tossed the gun into Zhao Yi's arms. There are 3 bullets inside. With your marksmanship, you can shoot them all in the head. Don't say it's just zombies, even Godzilla would die. Now go down, save those people, and see if you will become their savior or something else. Go now. After you understand what humanity is, then talk about humanity. Okay. Zhao Yi picked up the gun and stood up. Zhao Zhong still wanted to stop him, but Huyu turned to look at Su Zilong, and he immediately understood, stepping forward to block him. Clearly, Zhao Zhong was no match for him. Brother! Don't be foolish. Brother! Zhao Yi reached the door and turned to look at Zhao Zhong. Brother has more important things to do. Once I organize things down there, I'll come back to get you. After saying that, he turned and left. Huyu remotely opened the alloy door, watching him leave before closing the door again. Su Zi Long. Zhao Zhong roared, taking advantage of Su Zilong retreating. He actually flipped over and pressed him down. A punch hit him in the face. Hey, you still have some fight left. Su Zilong immediately prepared to get serious. Enough. Huyu frowned and spoke, taking a step back, hiding behind Xianer. Zhao Zhong, if you also want to go down, I can give you a chance right now. Zhao Zhong said nothing. He knew in his heart that if he left again, those 2 brothers would really have no chance to return. So, he could only lower his head, silent. Alright, let's go to sleep first. We'll talk about things tomorrow. Huyu yawned, turned, and went back to 2802 with Xianer. Chapter 33 lived to show them. Huyu returned to his room and lay on his bed. When he opened the monitor again, Zhao Yi was still at the door, and before him was Elder Tianlu, who had escaped from calamity. No need to think, this guy must be here to make Huyu fulfill his promise. Watching this guy knock on the door repeatedly, Huyu ignored him and simply closed his eyes. Sleeping. Until dawn, the alarm clock rang. July 19, 7 a.m. The water level reached 26 meters. Huyu picked up his phone, took a glance at the monitor, and found no one in front of the alloy door. Now everyone had gathered on the 27th floor. Elder Tianlu sat at the front of the crowd, introducing Zhao Yi. It looked like they had just come down. Huyu got up, walked into the bathroom to wash up, and casually knocked on today's black egg. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained a normal fairy bean *1. Again with this thing. It seemed that after last time winning the Ocean Heart used up his luck, today along with the past 2 days, every time he drew was a fairy bean. Now he had 4 fairy beans in his backpack, enough for an ordinary person to eat for 4 months. Huyu put it back in his backpack, washed up simply, and walked out. The others were having breakfast at the table. Except for Xiao Zissou, Mulingxiu, and Su Zilong, who looked normal, everyone else seemed low-spirited. Clearly, they already knew about Zhao Yi's situation. What's going on? You all look so down. Huyu sat down at the table, pretending to ask, didn't sleep well last night? Everyone said nothing. Only Bubu spoke. She blinked her big eyes at Huyu. Huyu brother, Uncle Zhao Yi? Uncle Zhao Yi went to fight monsters. Huyu smiled and rubbed Bubu's head. Let's wait for him to come back, alright? What? Zhao Zhong exclaimed in surprise. He looked at Huyu with a face full of joy. Boss Hu, are you serious? Huyu nodded. He knew Zhao Yi's status in the eyes of the others. As they say, there are 3 great iron bonds in life: fighting together, serving time together, and buying seafood together. If he really let Zhao Yi fend for himself, this team could not last long. This was also the result of his thinking all night. Don't worry, I will give your brother another chance. Since he wants to do something, let him do it first. Once he's done, as long as he is willing to lower his head and come back, I can accept him again. I said before, we are now a family. As long as we can acknowledge mistakes and change, it is not unacceptable. That's great. Zhao Zhong immediately stood up and bowed to Huyu. Thank you, Boss Hu. Ding. Zhao Zhong's favorability increased by 20, now at 50. Huyu placed his hand on Zhao Zhong's shoulder and patted him. Accept? It could indeed be accepted. However, the premise is that he hasn't made any principled mistakes before lowering his head. But once he fell into the divat known as human nature, no one knew what would happen. While everyone was having breakfast, Li the monster Chang was also hungry. After it finished gnawing on the last bits of bone scraps, it looked up at the upstairs, lifted its head to sniff with its nose, seemingly smelling something. The next moment, it immediately got up, using all 4 limbs, and crawled upstairs. This scene was seen not only by Hu Yu and the others but also by Tian Lao Lu and others downstairs. Hurry! Brother Zhao, that monster is coming up. I've said it before, I'm not your brother. Zhao Yi frowned and replied. Clearly, he looked down on Tian Lao Lu. Coming down was just to practice the justice in his heart. Even if Tian Lao Lu crawls to please him, he might just kick him away. Okay. Tian Lao Lu seemed to realize this. Anyway, you came down to solve this thing, right? Just leave it to you. Do I even need you to say that? Zhao Yi glanced at him, said nothing more, and directly carried the AK downstairs. Tian Lao Lu did not follow behind, but instead waved at Zheng Si and whispered a few words in his ear. The other party nodded in agreement and walked toward the crowd. Hey, brother Zhao, wait for me. Only then did Tian Lao Lu call the other four, lifting the wheelchair and following along. The group arrived at the staircase between the 10th and 11th floors. At this moment, Li Monster Chang was crouched at the entrance of the 10th floor, continuously slamming his body against the door. Bang, again and again. The originally intact security door was now completely caved in. He smelled food inside. As long as he could break the door, he would have a feast. Just a little more, the final push. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate, immediately raised the AK, aiming at his head. Bang! One shot, right in the back of the head. The powerful penetrating force pierced through his skull. Red and white splattered onto the security door. Li Monster Chang's movement stopped. He remained in the same position as before. Dead? Should be dead. The crowd began to chatter. Just as Zhao Yi was about to check. Whoa! Li Monster Chang suddenly turned his head, letting out a roar. Zhao Yi instinctively raised the gun. Bang! Another shot hit the head, penetrating through the temple. Only after 2 shots to the head did Li Monster Chang finally fall down. This time, he must be dead. Zhao Yi was also quite startled. He put away his gun and did not rush forward. However, Tian Lao Lu looked at the people behind him. 2 of you go take a look, clean up the body. 2 brave ones exchanged glances, thinking it was better to go. After all, the 3 who dared to abandon Tian Lao De and run away yesterday had already been tied up and thrown on the 26th floor. They didn't want to become one of them. The 2 cautiously stepped forward. After confirming that the other side really had no movement, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Tian Lao Lu excitedly laughed. Brother Zhao, thank you for saving us. So, you don't need to rush back upstairs, let us treat you well, and going back later is fine. All right. Zhao Yi did not refuse. He looked down on Tian Lao Lu, but he also couldn't stand Hu Yu. Isn't it just an apocalypse? Even if the sky collapses at the start, he can still lead everyone to survive. Let's start with this meal. You guys, move the body upstairs, don't pollute the water source. Tian Lao Lu ordered, then brought Zhao Yi upstairs together. Brother Zhao, please. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hu Yu and the others began to have lunch, while Tian Lao Lu and the others started their victory feast. To treat Zhao Yi, Tian Lao Lu even brought out the wine he had collected earlier. If it were 7 days ago, he wouldn't have even glanced at a bottle of wine worth less than 200, but now this is the best thing. After 3 rounds of drinks. Before Zhao Yi could say anything, Tian Lao Lu directly patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I know you look down on me, and I look down on myself too. So, from now on, all these people, including me, will be under your command. As long as you can keep us fed, warm, and alive. Whatever you say, I will listen. Really? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Really? Tian Lao Lu waved his hand, and Zheng Si immediately led everyone out. In total, more than 60 people crowded on the 27th floor at this moment. Those standing in front had marks of being tied up, and they were now starving, rushing directly towards the food on the table as soon as they saw it. Come on, eat slowly. Tian Lao Lu did not stop them, maneuvering the wheelchair back a step, even actively offering food to the people in front. He looked at Zhao Yi with red-rimmed eyes. Brother Zhao, you also saw it, we all have it hard. But this food is not enough, what do you expect me to do? Fortunately, you are here now. So, you speak, and we will all listen. Right. Zheng Si also shouted among the crowd, you speak, and we will all listen. Zhao Yi said nothing, just looked at the ravenous crowd. After a few moments, he made a decision. Okay. As long as you obey, I will definitely keep you alive. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi. Tian Lao Lu immediately raised his arms and shouted with all his might, Zhao Yi. The crowd responded as well. Zhao Yi looked at the scene before him and suddenly felt light all over. In the past, he was just a member of the team. After leaving the team, he was merely Zhao Zhong's brother. But now, he had his own name. Zhao Yi. Since that's the case, I will definitely keep you alive. Joey raised his head and looked at the upper floors. Live to show them. Chapter 34, Leading the Pig. July 20th. The 7th day of the heavy rain. This morning, the water level reached 31 meters. The 11th floor was submerged more than halfway. Looking out the window, most of Jilin was underwater, only patches of residential areas were visible on the water's surface, resembling fragments of reefs. Brother E. Tianlaolu maneuvered his wheelchair and frowned as he approached Joey. The food can last us for just one more day, you see. Ever since yesterday, Tianlaolu had voluntarily handed over the power to Joey. The food problem itself wasn't serious. But after yesterday's celebration and the release of the bound people, the problem immediately surfaced. I understand. Joey was also well aware and pointed to the side. There were a dozen fishing rods there. He had hurriedly made them last night. As someone proficient in survival skills, making fishing rods with bare hands was just a beginner's task. Gather a dozen people, and let's go to the 12th floor to fish, aiming for one fish per person. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the water to eat from the water. With such a large body of water, I don't believe there aren't any fish. Tianlaolu frowned. This was not quite what he expected. But it was okay. Fishing, let's just fish first, and if we can't catch anything, then we'll think about something else. The crowd quickly gathered together. They squatted by the window on the 12th floor and started fishing. They fished for the whole half a day. Whether it was the bait that didn't work or the fish were too full, in half a day, the 15 people only caught 2 carp, totaling just over 3 pounds. After dinner, food was seriously in short supply. Joey sat on the 27th floor, his brows nearly twisted into a knot, and his stomach began to rumble. In order to let others eat more, from yesterday until now, he had not eaten enough. Wait, what is that smell? Zhao Yi's nose twitched. He smelled a scent of beef hot pot coming from the window. Clearly, dinner had begun upstairs. Today's dinner should be hot pot. He swallowed hard. If he hadn't come down, he should have been enjoying M7 snowflake beef now. Brother E. Tianlaolu's voice rang out. He slid over in his wheelchair all alone. What's the matter? It's still the food problem. Tianlaolu whispered, there are just too many people, and now the folks on the 12th floor have come out, the food they brought isn't enough for themselves. How about, should we tie up some people again? No way. Zhao Yi immediately refused. If it weren't for him being in charge, he wouldn't care, but now that it was his decision, how could he continue binding people? I will find a way to solve the food problem, we absolutely cannot restrict their freedom. Eh? Tianlaolu replied, then leaned over to the window. That smell, it must be hot pot, right? Those upstairs are really enjoying a feast. Zhao Yi didn't respond. He might have come down, but he also knew what to say and what not to say. Brother E, you need to tell me the truth. Tianlaolu turned around and continued, how much food does that person upstairs have stored? That's none of your business. How is it none of my business? Tianlaolu slammed his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. They've been eating and drinking well all day. Just a little profit. Even if it's just a little, it can keep us going for several days. As long as we hold on, this rain will surely stop someday, right? The rain can't stop. As soon as the words left Zhao Yi's mouth, he realized he had said something wrong. What? Before Tianlaolu could speak, a crowd burst in from outside. What do you mean the rain can't stop? Igu, clarify your words. Yeah, Igu, what do you actually know? Questions came from the crowd. At this moment, Tianlaolu fell silent. He originally wanted to squeeze information about the food reserves from Zhao Yi to entice the crowd to pressure Zhao Yi to make a move. But, unexpectedly, this guy threw out a bigger bomb. Quiet. Zhao Yi frowned and stood up. With his height of nearly 1.9 meters, he still had a strong presence over the crowd. Since I've said I will lead you to survive, then it doesn't matter whether this rain can stop or not. Why should we believe you? A voice questioned from the crowd. Yeah. Why should we believe you? The food is almost gone, how can you keep us alive? Eat each other? Ha, are you planning to tie us up? If you have the ability, then go up and ask Xiao Hu for the food. And one jumped up in the crowd, piercingly clear, didn't you just come down from the building? You know best how much is up there. Not to mention, just bring down those pigs and cows. One pig can feed us for 2 days. Regardless of whether the rain stops or not, at least we won't starve in the next few days. Yeah. Aren't you capable? Go ask for it. The noise was incessant. Zhao Yi frowned, clenched his fist, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay. I'll go get it for you. 10 minutes later. Shinshan stood before Hu Yu to report. You want pigs, right? Don't give them. Zhao Zhong immediately spoke, leaping in front of Huyu. Boss Hu, you've already helped us a lot. That group of people below is greedy. Even if you give them the pigs, how long will it last? If your brother understood as clearly as you do, it would be great. Huyu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong's shoulder. He turned to Shinshan. Tell Zhao Yi that these pigs are given on account of his brother, and this supply support is only this once. If they come up asking for more, don't blame me for being ruthless. Understood. Shinshan replied and immediately turned to take action. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong suddenly didn't know what to say. In an instant, Shinshan and Zhao Zhong's favorability increased again. Shinshan reached 70, while Zhao Zhong reached 60. One pig, exchanged for such a rise in two people's favorability worth it. The pig was brought down. The crowd downstairs was in a frenzy, continuously shouting Zhao Yi's name. Smiles spread across their faces. They were butchering pigs, storing meat, storing blood, even the pig hair was saved for fuel. The entire 27th floor was lively. But Zhao Yi knew, this kind of liveliness was temporary. Once the pork was eaten, they would face a new dilemma. Unless. Zhao Yi looked at the water surface in front of him, and a thought surged in his mind. Build a boat. The food in the residential area is always limited. If there was a boat, they could expand the search range and get more food. But just the next day, when Zhao Yi planned to gather everyone to start working, another piece of bad news came. Freshwater is gone. How can freshwater just be gone? Zhao Yi questioned, didn't I see it still enough for 3 days yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday. Tian Laolu's tone was filled with helplessness. You know, everyone was busy butchering pigs yesterday, and we used a lot of freshwater just for that. After all, with that pig smell on us, no one could sleep comfortably, just a quick wash up. Today, there's less than 30 liters of freshwater left. 30 liters. Only enough for everyone to drink for 1 day. And that's just counting for drinking purposes. What if? Seeing Zhao Yi silent, Tian Laolu tried to ask, shall we ask upstairs for a little more? No. Ah. Zhao Yi was about to refuse when a sharp scream suddenly rang out from the doorway. He and Tian Laolu exchanged glances and immediately dashed outside. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw two monsters crouched on the ground, crazily gnawing at something. Those two were indeed the ones who had handled Li Chang's corpse. Back then, they had all put on gloves and masks before dealing with the body. Could it be that the virus could bypass gloves and masks? Everyone, step aside. Move back. Zhao Yi shouted, pulling out his AK again. But before he could pull the trigger, Tian Laolu stopped him. Wait. Everyone turned their eyes toward him, filled with confusion. One bullet can't kill two monsters. Tian Laolu looked at Zhao Yi. Ego, I'll ask you one question. Do you really want to help us survive, or just to prove your own worth? Of course I want to help you survive. Good. Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed forward, then leave these two things to me. Chapter 35, Ego, will definitely save us. July 21st. 6:50 a.m. The alarm clock didn't ring, instead, there were noises coming from outside. Huyu yawned and frowned slightly. From the sound, it didn't seem to be coming from the living room but rather from further away. It should be the alloy door. He opened his phone and was instantly stunned. On the monitor, there were two monsters just like Li Chang crashing against the alloy door. Although they appeared incapable of moving it, each of their impacts made the alloy door emit loud noises. On their bodies, there was a piece of paper with two words written on it. Freshwater. It really has turned upside down. Huyu immediately got up, skipping his black egg today, and directly opened the door to walk out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, Shinshan and the others were already sitting at the table waiting for him. Boo was taken to another room and was not in 2802. Boss. Shinshan immediately stood up. The others also stood up, but Xiao Zisu remained seated, seemingly mixing something. Sit down. Huyu walked to the main seat and sat down, looking at Shinshan. What's happening outside? Since 6 this morning, these two things have been placed at the door. They smeared minced meat on the alloy door to lure them to crash into it. As it stands, the alloy door shouldn't have problems, but the force of the impacts is continuously increasing. I can't guarantee what will happen next. Where's Zhao Yi? Huyu looked at Zhao Zhong. Not him. Zhao Zhong immediately spoke up, it was Tian Laolu. He made the call to put these two monsters at the door. I'm asking about Zhao Yi. What is he doing? He neither agreed nor refused. Shinshan sighed, a hint of gloom in his voice. What is he doing now? On the 13th floor, fishing. It seems he doesn't intend to take care of things upstairs. Barely passing. Huyu uttered. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, do you remember what I told you? I remember. That's good. Hu Yu scanned everyone. Let's not talk about Zhao Yi for now. The people downstairs want pigs. We gave them, and now they want more, preparing to break in. Breaking in from the door. What do you guys think we should do? Damn it. Xiao Zisu immediately spoke up. She pushed the jar in her hand forward. Use a drone to sprinkle this stuff over where they live. Within 3 days, they'll all be dehydrated and dead. Hu Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xiao Zisu to react so strongly and instinctively asked, "What is this?" High-intensity laxative. Xiao Zisu raised her head. Now they don't have fresh water, and they can't replenish their fluids. With this thing, heh. Do they still want to eat our pigs? If they do, they'll surely pay for it. 6. Hu Yu gave a big thumbs up and then looked at Shinshan and the others. What about you? What do you think? If people don't offend me, I won't offend others. Su Zilong was the first to speak. Boss Hu, we all support your decision. Exactly. Shinshan and the others nodded in agreement. The moment those two monsters were placed in front of the alloy door. Those people downstairs are already their enemies. Good. Hu Yu responded, then asked, so? Xiao Yi, what do you all think? With this question thrown out, everyone was silent. Xiao Zisu also sat back down, no longer speaking. Since everyone isn't speaking, then let's not worry about it for now. Hu Yu understood. After all, Zhao Yi had a bond of friendship and brotherhood with them. He had only known himself for a few days. To expect them to express their opinions in this situation was obviously unrealistic. Let's first handle what's outside the door. I'll go. Zhao Zhong stood up immediately. Boss, give me the gun, I'll take care of it. No need. Hu Yu spoke calmly. Those two moved Li Chang's body and have ended up like this themselves, which means that thing is contagious. Our people can't go out. But we can't just let them keep crashing into it, right? Xiao Zisu countered. Isn't there a drone? Hu Yu's mouth curled up. If they can lure the thing over with food, we can naturally lure them away. Right. Everyone suddenly understood. Hu Yu dangled a sausage from the drone, circling from the 28th floor to outside the alloy door. The smell of meat instantly attracted the two monsters. Under the guidance of the drone, the two monsters quickly arrived at a place suitable for them. 27th floor. As for what happened next, Hu Yu chose not to watch. He turned off the surveillance and just heard a prompt in his ear. Ding. Heart of the Ocean fusion completed. Ship name will automatically update to Heart of the Ocean. System level detected, 3. Heart of the Ocean automatically becomes an epic ship. Item, Heart of the Ocean, epic. Type, large luxury yacht. Equipped facilities, anti-ship torpedoes, epic, anti-air missiles, epic, shore cannons. Additional capabilities, epic sailing speed, epic displacement, epic protection, epic naval combat. Finally over. In the early morning of July 16th, the system underwent its third upgrade. This upgrade provided a breeding system. Whether it was animals or plants, as long as Hu Yu chose the right place, he could enter breeding mode. But only the creatures or plants produced by the system could enter the breeding system. How to produce them? Only by relying on the black eggs. So far, Hu Yu had not opened a single seed or creature from the black eggs. Wait. The fairy beans he got a few days ago shouldn't be counted as seeds, right? That doesn't matter. After all, the ship was still in sleep mode. He couldn't define the breeding ground to be in this building, right? Now that the ship's upgrade was complete, it was just a matter of when it would be launched. Let's eat first. Hu Yu looked at everyone and casually took out some Hong Kong-style dim sum, throwing out questions about the ship. The water level is about right. If you want to launch now, you can. Xiao Zisu, who was about to reach for the shrimp dumplings, paused. She instinctively wanted to speak, but noticed the expressions of the others and ultimately stayed silent. If it were up to her, it would naturally be best to leave here as soon as possible. She still had to go pick up her parents. But right now, Zhao Yi was still downstairs. If Shinshan and the others abandoned him and just left, it was obviously unrealistic. Hu Yu bringing up the launch actually meant one thing. Zhao Yi's matter cannot be delayed, it's best to solve it now. Tomorrow. Before Shinshan could speak, Zhao Zhong was the first to say, Bossu, please wait for us until tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., if my brother is still stubborn, we will set off immediately. Okay. Hu Yu immediately agreed. In fact, he had no intention of setting off at this moment. The acid rain would only stop tomorrow. If they set off now, even if the heart of the ocean could withstand the acid rain, that kind of environment would still be hard to deal with. It was better to rest a bit more in this room. After breakfast, everyone still opened the surveillance. The 27th floor was a mess. Two monsters sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by four corpses. One was Ant Wang, one was Little Demon King, and the other two were Li Chang's parents. Clearly, this was not a result of monster attacks. In the surveillance, Hu Yu searched for a while and finally found Tian Lao Lu and the others on the 24th floor. As for the 26th floor, 25th floor, a group of people was tied up again, used as their natural wall against the monsters. In Tian Lao Lu's view, this floor was obviously not safe enough, so he stubbornly moved the base down 2 floors. Soon, another familiar face appeared. Yi Wanqiu. Her complexion was rosy, showing no signs of being hungry. As for the fat man who had opened the door for her earlier, Hu Yu scanned the crowd several times but did not see that person's trace. Perhaps she was shy, or perhaps she had already connected her heart with someone. Now, she stood behind Tian Lao Lu, in charge of pushing the wheelchair again. At this moment, the crowd was discussing how to deal with the current emergency situation. I have an idea. Yi Wanqiu suddenly spoke up. The glances of the crowd instantly fell on her. Didn't you say that someone came down from the 28th floor? Since he could come out from the 28th floor, he might know how to get into the 28th floor. Even if he doesn't know, that floor should help him, right? Eliminating those two monsters shouldn't be a hard task. This. Zhang Si frowned slightly. Miss Yi, you may not know, the person down there, we are no match for him. You aren't, but there are things that can. Yi Wanqiu's lips curled slightly, raising her hand to point above. The alloy door can't be opened by them, but people can always overpower, right? The crowd suddenly had their eyes shine brightly. They began to discuss animatedly. Yeah. Igu only has one bullet in his gun, he can't possibly have a solution. But, isn't this a bit unfair to Igu? What's unfair? He's too useless. That can't be said. Isn't Igu doing this for our sake? I think he will definitely understand us. Yes. Let's go find Igu. In the crowd, voices calling for Igu echoed one after another. They quickly reached an agreement. Although the process and means were somewhat inappropriate, but Igu would definitely save us. Chapter 36. I am sorry to you. Humans are always very smart. Even if they can't fight against the monsters, they can come up with many ways and methods to make them do things according to human ideas. The fishing rods made by Zhao himself came in handy. People hung chunks of meat on the fishing rods, leading the monster down the stairs continuously, and soon arrived at the 13th floor. On the empty staircase, the sound of people's footsteps echoed. Holding the fishing rod, Zhao frowned. He did not look back, but he understood what was about to happen. Come out and talk. Igu really lives up to his name. Tian Lao Lu's voice echoed in the stairwell. In the sound of rain, it seemed a bit blurry. But Zhao could still hear it clearly. But there's no need to come out anymore, as there are two things blocking my way. It's somewhat inconvenient. What do you want to do? Zhao held the fishing rod, but his heart was no longer on the float. Very simple. Tian Lao Lu's tone was relaxed, as if he was confident. Aren't you here to save us? Now we're in trouble. If you can let the 28th floor open the door and let us live together, isn't that saving us? I said, I will only save you in my way, it's you who don't. Your way. Before Zhao could finish his sentence, Tian Lao Lu immediately roared, what's your way? Fishing? Or catching fish? In a whole building of how many people, just a few fishing rods, do you think you can eat enough? In my opinion, you must be sick. Really sick. Tian Lao Lu knew. If they spoke to Zhao nicely, he would never agree to open the door. Ripping faces was just a matter of time. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to go straight to the point. I put my words here. Two choices. 1, you bring us upstairs right now, even if you don't have a way to open the door, I do. The second option. Igu, you don't want to fight with this thing, right? In the rain. Zhao still didn't look back. He stood by the windowsill, shaking his head with a bitter smile. In this moment, he understood what human nature meant. A grain of rice is a kindness, a bucket of rice is a grudge. These simple 6 words seem easy to say, but when he truly grasped their deeper meaning, he realized how hard it was. Boss Hu was right. Human nature is called human nature because it is different from morality. I was wrong. Zhao raised his head and looked at the camera on the 13th floor, forcing a smile from the corner of his mouth. He knew they were watching. Thank you, Shang-gu, you gave me this opportunity. Li Ji, you kid, don't always shrink back, don't make me look down on you. And you, Su Zulong. I won't accept you. I won't accept you no matter what. Boss Hu, thank you. The 28th floor panicked. As these few words came out, everyone understood what Zhao wanted to do. Zhao. Hu immediately opened the microphone. Don't do anything foolish. Damn it! Zhao Zhong yelled angrily. What do you want to do? Come back. Do you hear me? Brother. Zhao smiled even more broadly. You should follow boss Hu well from now on, don't be foolish like me. Brother, I can't take care of you anymore, you have to take care of yourself, and hopefully find a sister-in-law for me soon. In my next life, I will still be your brother. Hurry. Go downstairs. Hu immediately opened the metal gate. Before he could react, Zhao Zhong, Shinshan, Su Zulong, and Li Ji all rushed out. Only Xianer still stood beside him. I'm sorry, you guys. On the surveillance screen, Zhao turned around and finally spat out a line. Leaping into the water. Bang! Water splashed. The crowd that had just rushed out from the 28th floor stopped. They stood at the stairway, looking at the surveillance playing in the hallway. Under the water, a dark shadow floated. Brother! Zhao Zhong roared. From the previous situation, even if he didn't drown upon entering the water, whatever was under the surface would turn Zhao into something that was neither human nor ghost. It was no different from being dead. But in the next moment, a human head surfaced. Zhao Yi's expression was filled with terror. He kept swimming towards the other buildings. Below, something terrifying seemed to lurk. Hu frowned, and then continuously zoomed in on the surveillance screen. Last time it was night, and with the heavy rain, it was impossible to see what was happening beneath the surface. This time, although it was still raining heavily, at least it was daytime. That was a dark shadow. No, to be precise, it was a large mass of dark shadows. They followed Zhao closely, their speed constantly increasing, as if they wanted to wrap around him completely. A school of fish? Or something else? No matter what it was, let's shoot first and talk later. Hu immediately rushed to the balcony, took out an RPG from his space, and fired at the water surface behind Zhao. Boom! The powerful recoil made him fall backward, almost flipping over. Fortunately, Xianer stood behind him and caught him in time. The explosion echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. Many residents who were still alive looked towards the 28th floor of Building 3. For this anomaly, they had already been paying attention, but they didn't expect they had such a big weapon. As for the others on the 13th floor, their necks suddenly tightened. The firelight on the water surface exploded, shattering the last bit of hope in their hearts. Even a rocket launcher. What the hell was this 28th floor? A single shot could take them all to the heavens. As the smoke cleared, a piece of the dark shadow under the water was suddenly reduced, but no fish corpses surfaced. No one knew what was down there. But one thing could be confirmed. The speed of the dark shadow had slowed down. Boss! Shen Shan and the others heard the commotion and hurried back. Hu immediately took out 5 rockets and handed one to each of them. Without needing to say much, everyone instantly understood. Continuous explosion sounds erupted. The dark shadow underwater finally stopped. As for Zhao, he had already swum to the location of the other buildings. But it seemed he didn't want to stay here. Maybe he knew that if he returned to the 28th floor, it would definitely make Zhao Zhong's situation difficult, so he swam further away. Zhao. Zhao Zhong's voice rang out, get your ass back here. Zhao clearly heard it. He continued swimming forward, lifting his hand to gesture to the crowd. Goodbye. In the gesture, there was no sense of not seeing again. Only this gesture. Knowing full well that the possibility of goodbye was very small, Zhao could only make this gesture. His figure gradually became blurry, eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. And beneath Building 3, there were still no corpses of any creatures appearing. Perhaps they were eaten, or perhaps the RPG damage had not harmed the opponent at all. No matter which reason it was, what needed to be dealt with now was not this. Hu did not put away the rocket launcher and hadn't even closed the alloy door to Building 28. Zhao doesn't want to die, he must have discovered something. There is definitely something under Building 3. How about? Su Zilong's eyes were filled with curiosity. Should I go down and take a look? If Zhao could swim out, I should be able to take a look and come back up without any problems. If you want to end up like Li Chang, Hu added with annoyance. He could only shrug and stop speaking. Let's not talk about what's underwater for now. Hu's gaze returned to the monitor. On the screen, everyone on the 13th floor seemed to be discussing something. Let's deal with this group of people first. Chapter 37 Live Broadcast. If Hu wanted to, he could let Shinshan and the others open fire on the bottom right now. Forget about monsters, as long as it had signs of life, nothing would survive to get out. Even to prevent infection, he could let drones do the operation. But what's the point of that? The real pain isn't bodily pain, it's the spirit that gets slowly worn away. When he was locked up as a two-legged sheep in that dark room, who you had personally experienced such horror. Now, naturally, he had to let them taste it well. The video began. From the 27th floor to the 13th floor, all video devices were turned on, playing the same scene. Breakfast. Breakfast on the 28th floor. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, little steamed buns, milk, dessert sandwiches. A dining table that could seat 10 people at once was filled with all sorts of breakfast. Huyu was sitting in the middle. He smiled at the camera, picked up the milk beside him, took a sip, pure white left on his lips. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Let alone milk, the remaining fresh water was barely enough for everyone to have 500 milliliters. Under the arrangement of Tian Lao Lu, even Jiang Si had started the body's water recycling. They called it recycling, but in reality, it was just expelling urine, which was then distilled and drunk again. In a few days, they would probably skip the distillation step altogether. I heard all you neighbors really want to come up and see me. One good thing about me is that I listen to advice. Since you all want to see, I'll let you see more. From now on, for every meal, no, to be precise, 4 meals, including supper, I'll be live streaming with everyone. It's also to kill some of your boring time. No need to thank me. As soon as he finished speaking, the people downstairs were almost grinding their teeth to dust. Come on, let's eat. The people on the 28th floor began to eat breakfast leisurely. Drones streamed the scene from 3 angles, broadcasting 360 degrees in all directions. 13th floor. Tian Lao Lu and the others gritted their teeth and watched. They wanted to shut down the live stream, but there was simply no way. The video devices were embedded in the walls, they couldn't cut the power, smash the screens, or even block the sound. Fortunately. At least, the smell wouldn't drift. Wait. What is that smell? Oh, I almost forgot to tell everyone. Huyu's voice rang out again. When I live stream every day, I will put a portion of the same food in the hallway. First come, first served. This morning's food is on the 14th floor. Everyone instantly went wild. Food. The same food. Everyone understood what this meant. They rushed towards the 14th floor. As for Tian Lao Lu, he, a person sitting in a wheelchair. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't outgrab those guys. But there were still 2 people who hadn't moved. One was Yi Wanxiu, the other was Jiang Si. They stood behind Tian Lao Lu, not because they didn't want to grab, but because they couldn't. Charging in now would only make them cannon fodder. Brother Tian, what should we do now? Jiang Si frowned. Wait. Tian Lao Lu tightly clenched his fists, looking at Huyu's laughing face in the video. Isn't it just showing off? I wonder how long he can keep it up. With so much food, I don't believe his supply won't run out. Exactly. That guy, cough, cough. Yi Wanxiu instinctively swallowed, then managed to say 5 words, almost choking to death. 14th floor. The crowd surged up. Soon they saw the thermos box in the hallway. The box was small, only 30 centimeters square. But inside, it was steaming, filled with enticing aromas. That smell was the food they had long missed. Everyone's eyes turned red as they rushed forward. Fists and knives flew at those around them. Until a lucky one broke through the crowd, lunged at the box, looked down at what was in front of him, and tears spilled from the corners of his mouth. It was a steaming basket of soup dumplings, accompanied by a bottle of warm milk. Stuff it in. Without thinking, he stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. Just as he picked up the milk to gulp it down, another person barged in. The milk spilled everywhere. Damn asterisk at hashtag. Without thinking. Facing this hard-earned water resource, everyone almost instantly dropped to the ground and started licking it up. The crowd outside also surged in. People kicked them one after another. All just to kick them aside and have a sip of milk for themselves. Blood quickly mingled on the ground. 28th floor. For Babu's mental and physical health, the monitoring was not broadcasted directly, but only played on the other people's phones. Babu couldn't see. Half an hour later. The last dumpling skin was pulled from the mouth of a lucky one. Breakfast was over. Out of the 25 chosen by Tian Lao Lu, 3 had died. Those 3 had eaten the most. Among the remaining 22, 2 stayed downstairs and did not participate in the scramble, and the other 20 together had eaten less than 1 dumpling and 1 sip of milk. But they did not feel discouraged. It would soon be noon. There was still a chance. They still had a chance to eat their fill. After finishing the last youtiao, Huyu cheerfully bid farewell to everyone, as if unaware of what was happening below, scheduling to see them again at noon. The video turned off. Tian Lao Lu slowly headed upstairs. He looked at the chaos on the ground, his voice filled with anger. Are you full? Everyone was silent. I ask you, are you full? Tian Lalio's voice was filled with rage. He knew how ruthless Hu Yu's tactic was, but this was an open scheme, completely unpreventable. To regain control of the situation, there were only two ways. Either provide everyone with greater benefits. That was simply impossible. Resources needed to be allocated rationally. Or be ruthless enough. Tian Laolu only had this latter path to take. He still had a trump card in his hand. Those two monsters. Brother Tian, we are really too hungry. One of them spoke up, you can't blame us. Yes, Brother Tian, you know how long it's been since I ate. I was fishing all day yesterday, and I can't stand it without some food. So did you eat anything? Tian Laolu raised his hand and pointed at the bodies on the ground. Those who got to eat are all lying there, right? Everyone lowered their heads, silent. I can understand wanting to eat. Next time if there are resources dropped, hand them over to me first, and I guarantee fair and reasonable distribution. Otherwise. Tian Laolu turned to look behind him. Those two monsters had now filled their bellies, lost their appetite, and now looked like pets, following the meat on the fishing rod, being continuously pulled forward. Understood. We all understand. Yes, Brother Tian, don't worry, at noon. Wait for noon, we will definitely bring things to you. Everyone patted their chests in promise. Old man Tian Lu knew that this was just a promise. Noon. A new round of live streaming began. Everyone wanted to know the airdrop location instantly, not daring to miss a second. Even the residents who were curled up inside the building were pressed against the peephole watching. They kept praying that the airdrop would refresh right in front of their door. Until Hu Yu and the others finished their lunch, everyone else's stomachs were about to revolt. Finally, a piece of news was thrown out by Hu Yu. Food, on the 27th floor. Specifically, on the leg of a lucky person who had been tied up on the 27th floor. A portion of cut Angus steak just landed before him. To make it easier for him to eat. The drone also conveniently handed him a knife and a pistol full of bullets. Inside the lunchbox, there was a note. Chapter 38, ready to set off. The 27th floor. By the time Tian Lu and the others arrived, dozens of people were already standing up. The crowd blocked the way between the 26th and 27th floors. The sound of knife blades cutting through ropes continued to echo. Almost every second, someone would join the crowd. Their eyes had no hatred, only a single emotion, hunger. To them, the people in front of them were no longer considered human. Ah! No one knew who let out the first roar. The crowd began to surge. Stop them! Hurry! Tian Lu roared out, if they get through, none of us will survive. Fight! Beat them to death. Let them know who is the ruler of this building. The crowd began to fight among themselves. Until, a gunshot rang out. Everyone stopped at once. Those who had been tied up began to retreat. A young man walked out from the crowd. The corner of his mouth still had residue of the black pepper sauce he had just eaten, his gaze fixed sharply on Tian Lu. Just an hour ago, those two monsters were hungry again. This time, the tribute Tian Lu had offered was his mother. Tian Lu panicked. He felt a distinct killing intent boiling before him. Brother, let's talk this out. Bang! His words were cut short. A bullet pierced through Tian Lu's abdomen. Blood soaked into the wheelchair. Tian Lu looked down at his wound, quickly covering it with his hand, still thinking of ways to save himself. But the young man didn't care about any of this. He raised his hand, firing again and again. No matter who it was, no matter who stood against him, they became his target. After more than 10 seconds, the last bullet left the gun's chamber. The young man's arm trembled continuously, and there were no longer any standing people in front of him. Only the sound of wailing remained. Clatter. The gun fell to the ground. The young man slumped, collapsing to the ground, burying his head and sobbing, letting out a roar. Ah! The sound echoed throughout Building 3, making the silence even more pronounced. Gulp. In the silence, a sound of swallowing was heard. Someone was hungry. No, to be precise, many people were hungry. Right in front of them lay many pieces of food. A middle-aged man picked up the small knife beside the young man and walked toward the group of food. An old woman turned around and began to search for cooking utensils. Several middle-aged women stepped over the crowd, going downstairs to find suitable tools for dismembering. More and more people started to act on their own. They were all hungry. Only the young man, he still squatted in place, his stomach still holding onto the steak he had just eaten. Wait! It seemed he remembered something, immediately standing up to stop the actions of the crowd. Everyone turned to look at him, and he took out a piece of paper. This is what the 28th floor gave me, do you want to take a look? The crowd was stunned, gathering over. There were 2 words and a sentence on it. Boat, ticket? The young man's tone was filled with disbelief. With this ticket, you can bring any number of people to join the fleet, enjoying food and comfort, no cannibals allowed. Do you think this could be true? People laughed. No one took this matter to heart. Not eating meat? Nonsense. If you don't eat meat now, who can survive? July 21st, 2 p.m. The 8th day since the end of the world began. The water level reached 37 meters. In the entire 3 buildings, aside from the 28th floor, only 35 people were left alive. Among them, 20 were hiding in their rooms, leaving only 15 living in the stairway. On the 27th floor, a group of people sat around a large pot. Various curtains, sofas, and chopsticks were thrown into the fire, and the pot was boiling with blood, pieces of flesh and bones bobbing to the surface. Fear? Nausea? No. They only felt one thing: hunger. But the remnants of humanity did not lead them to eat raw flesh. Instead, they were waiting. Waiting for the meat to be cooked, or waiting for something else. Until a woman stood up. She held her belly and approached the large pot, using a ladle to scoop a big piece of meat for herself, hiding to the side, and began to gnaw on it. Seeing this, the others also began to rise. Only one person remained still. The young man. Strictly speaking, this food was actually his prey. But at that moment, he preferred to sit on the ground, watching from a distance as the crowd feasted by the pot, unwilling to join them. Perhaps his stomach was not hungry enough, or perhaps it was some other reason. He did not join in. Soon, the large pot of meat was finished by the crowd. When their bellies were full, there was time to think. They gathered together, and without agreement, began to discuss one thing. Food. Food. And more damn food. Those who have been hungry understand far better than those who have not how precious food is. Just like that pot of meat, they could cook it 4 more times. But that was far from enough. A phrase spoken by an old man named Tianlu floated into their minds. Open source, save money. If opening the source is hard, then let's save money first. A new small group formed, consisting of only 5 people, one of whom was the middle-aged man who had picked up the knife. He took the knife and was the first to swing it towards the young man. The reason was simple: he was the only one not sitting by the pot. In their hearts, they still held a glimmer of hope. Waiting for the rain to stop and to return to society as human beings again. People like the young man, who hadn't become ghosts but knew what being a ghost meant, clearly could not survive. Next were the elderly and the weak. The selection mechanism was just like that of the old Tianlu and others. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 27th floor was full again. 10 people were tied up in the stairwell, while the other 5 began preparing today's dinner. Until a sudden voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a shadow reflected in the stairwell. All attention was drawn. A group of figures slowly emerged, looking directly at the people before them. It was the people from the 28th floor. They came down. The 5 immediately rose. Those with chainsaws took their chainsaws, and those with knives took their knives, as if in the next second they would pounce and fight. Even if the other side had guns. Half an hour earlier. On the 28th floor. Today, no one had an appetite. Aside from Boo Boo taking medicine and having a few bites of dessert, no one else ate a single thing. They watched the surveillance from start to finish. Even seasoned warriors like Shinshan felt nauseous. Even Hu Yu felt the same. The same scene he had seen on that ship. Every time he saw it, his stomach would churn uncontrollably. That time, he only had one choice. A cup of extremely thick red wine, a piece of aromatic deer steak, and his protesting and roaring insides. But this time was different. He no longer needed to choose, but rather began to formulate options. Hu Yu stood alone by the window, looking at the torrential rain before him, swirling a cup of red wine in his hand. Tomorrow morning at 7, the acid rain would turn into normal fresh water. Although the rainfall would not decrease, traveling would not be a problem. And the next route was almost planned out. Earlier that afternoon, certain sounds via radio came through from some platform and messaging app. They were willing to sell their database. As for the price, the 3 parties' statements were surprisingly consistent negotiation. 3 coordinates have come in. As long as Hu Yu can reach them, the price in the database is negotiable. The nearest coordinate is in Pengcheng. According to Li Ji's calculations, the entire route is 635 nautical miles, and the ocean heart can reach a maximum speed of 20. If everything goes well, it will take at least 32 hours of full-speed sailing. On the way, they also need to pick up Xiao Zisu's parents. 9 days have passed, and they still do not know how the 2 elders are doing. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. It was Xiao Zisu. Yu turned around, avoiding Xianger, who was standing not far behind, and stepped forward to open the door. Xiao Zisu's eyes were red, clearly she had been crying. What is it? Puff. Xiao Zisu suddenly rushed into Yu's arms. Tears flowed down his shoulder. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have let them live outside alone. Yu. Xiao Zisu looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please help me, can we leave tonight? I can't let them stay outside any longer. Can we leave a little earlier? To be honest, Yu could understand Xiao Zisu. If his parents were still alive and not by his side, witnessing the terror of humanity, it would be strange not to worry. But it was still acid raining outside. What lies beneath the water was still unclear. He originally planned to leave early tomorrow morning, using a rocket launcher to clear a path, blasting for 2 hours before setting sail. Yu. Xiao Zisu tilted her head, her brows slightly furrowed, filled with longing in her gaze. Please. Go wake them up, and we'll leave as soon as they're ready. Great. Chapter 39, Downstairs. At 7 in the evening. Everyone gathered on the 28th floor. Everything that needed to be packed was already packed. However, because the water level is too far from the 28th floor, now if they let the boat down, aside from Shinshan and his group, no one else would dare simply jump down. To board the boat, it's better to go to the 14th floor first. So, they have to walk down from upstairs. Actually, Elder Tian Lu's estimate wasn't wrong. If they really followed his deployment and strictly guarded upstairs, it would indeed be somewhat difficult for Yu and the others to go downstairs now. But now. On the 27th floor, there was only a rabble left. Even so, preparations still had to be made. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji held the rear, in between was Mu Siyue, who was responsible for leading the little pets, ahead was Su Zilong, prepared for unexpected situations, and further ahead were Xiao Zisu, Bubu, and Yu. Bubu had already gone to sleep after acupuncture. In this state, even with the thunderstorm outside, she might not wake up. At the very front were Xin Shan and Xianger. Everyone was armed with guns, ready for any unexpected situations. Once everything was ready, the alloy door opened slowly. The group started walking downstairs. There were chopping sounds from downstairs, and footsteps were heard from above. As the sounds grew closer and closer, both sounds stopped. When the bound young man saw Yu and the others, he immediately got up. He stared at Yu with eager eyes. Longing for a chance to live. Oh, the turtle finally came down? The middle-aged man in the lead held a chainsaw, glaring fiercely at Yu. I thought you still had a lot of food. What, finished your supplies? Now you know to come down? Don't worry, we'll accept you too. As long as... The middle-aged man looked at Xianger in front of Yu and Xiao Zisu beside him. These days, they had been miserable. These two beauties were standard food for the eyes, the best of the best. Ha! Yu let out a cold laugh and stepped aside slightly to let a narrow gap show. He revealed the little pets following behind him. Pigs, cows, sheep. Just these animals alone would be enough for them to eat for a month. Why? One person saw this and immediately shouted, you clearly have so much food, why won't you take it out? Why not share with us? We could all live together. Why should we? Yu took a step down. He passed by Shinshan, arriving at the front of the group, looking at the others. Zhaoyi, do you all still remember? He gave up the chance to survive, choosing to go downstairs just to save you. And what about you? What did you do? Blame it, killed you, and let you eat. But you are not satisfied, you want more. More. Why should we? The middle-aged man with a knife rushed forward, retorting at Yu, then what do you have? We just want to survive. We do these things because we have no choice. What right do you have to blame us? Do you dare say that if you were in our situation, you wouldn't do the same? Heh, the same? Yu sneered, pressing the play button on the video. The screen on the 27th floor lit up, showing the feast from that afternoon. Every person, every face, their gluttonous appearance was clearly recorded on the camera. Is this what you are talking about? The crowd fell into a dead silence. Some of those tied to the ground saw it and immediately leaned over to vomit. Others, even if they didn't vomit, looked pale. Everything gifted by fate has already been marked with a price in the dark. Yu spoke calmly, I gave you an opportunity, but you didn't cherish it. Some people were confused, still not realizing what the opportunity was. But some did think of it. That piece of paper. Bullshit, still a boat ticket? If there was a boat below, would we not see it? Exactly. What carefree food and lodging? I see you just don't want us to eat that meat, planning to eat it yourself. What nonsense. I see they're just hungry and confused. That's right. The crowd was noisy and restless. Hu Yu didn't like talking much. He just looked at everyone and said one thing. Whether there's a boat, you'll know if you come down with me. After saying that, Hu Yu walked in front and began to go downstairs. The crowd exchanged glances. To be precise, it was those 5 standing together who exchanged looks and nodded. Go! Go see. Everything will have the answer. I also want to go. The young man on the ground shouted immediately, I'm the only one who didn't eat human flesh. You should take me to the boat. Go to the boat? I don't think you can even climb on the bed. The middle-aged man gave him a kick, clearly not taking his words seriously. Hu Yu just glanced at him, didn't say another word, and walked towards the 26th floor. This was his planned course. Curiosity is also a part of human nature. If he wanted, he could let Shinshan and the others cut a bloody path. 5 people, even without guns, could easily deal with them, even Li Ji could take care of them. But fighting was not a good option. Hu Yu didn't want to see blood on the way down, not only for Boo Boo's mental and physical health but also to prevent some infectious routes. Being careful is always a good choice. So he designed this little piece of paper. Whether they had eaten human flesh or not, they would think about going downstairs to see the boat. The crowd arrived at the 15th floor. Going down further, they would encounter the 2 monsters. The crowd hid around the corner. Su Zilong immediately controlled the drone, leading the 2 monsters upstairs before setting off again. Ha! The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh, a guess forming in his mind. This group probably had no bullets left in their guns. In this day and age, who could normal people get that many guns and bullets? If they still had bullets, why bother making things so complicated? Just shoot at the monsters, wouldn't that be enough? He turned to look at the others behind him, making a clear eye signal, meaning obvious. As long as they don't see the boat later, just act. The other 4 responded to him with matching eye signals. Unfortunately, if they hadn't been tied on the 27th floor, they might have heard the sound of RPG explosions on the water. Because of that, they misunderstood Hu Yu and the others' strength. Soon, the group arrived at the 14th floor, passing through the corridor and stopping at the window. In front of them was a wall. Why aren't you moving? The middle-aged man's questioning voice rang out. He hooked his hand and took the chainsaw from the person behind him. He was ready to take action. But what responded to him was a loud explosion. Boom! Flames lit up the entire 14th floor. The middle-aged man was stunned, and everyone behind him fell into a daze as well. What on earth is that? At the same time. The wall of the 14th floor was completely blown open. The water surface was not far beneath them. Shinshan picked up the big light and illuminated the water surface. He saw a massive shadow moving quickly underwater. Those things were indeed still down there. Hu Yu began to pull out RPGs, giving one to Su Zilong, Shinshan, and Incienarich. I want one too. Xiao Zissa leaned forward and said, Hu Yu, let me try it too. Sure, but you have to stand steady, this thing has quite a recoil. Got it. The 5 of them hoisted the rocket launchers and began to bombard the water surface wildly. Every explosion sounded like it was detonating deep in the heart of the middle-aged man. What exactly is that thing? What's wrong? You seem very shocked. Li Ji stood in front of the 5, weren't you just sneering? Did you think I didn't know what you were thinking? The middle-aged man said nothing, his face as pale as paper. But his hand still tightly gripped the chainsaw. They say a gun is fast from 7 steps away, but a knife is fast within 7 steps. Now he was less than 5 steps away from the person in front of him, with the chainsaw in hand. If he tried hard enough, maybe. No matter. Even if those people really conjured up a boat, they would absolutely not let themselves board it. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to fight. He didn't believe that this group of people could all fight like Igu. Buzz. The chainsaw roared to life. Li Ji almost instantly reacted, throwing a punch and snatching the chainsaw away. The buzzing stopped. The chainsaw rested against the middle-aged man's neck. Li Ji's gaze fell on the start button, eager to try. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong's voice rang out. Li Ji finally pulled his gaze away from the button. Don't do anything stupid. Brother Zhong. I know you want to avenge Xiaoyi. Zhao Zhong raised his hand and placed it on Li Ji's shoulder, patting it twice. It's okay. Li Ji replied, followed by a kick to the middle-aged man's abdomen. It sent him and the people behind him crashing to the ground. You guys are lucky. Get lost. The middle-aged man lay on the stairs, holding his abdomen, and said nothing. He continued to listen to the roaring explosions around him. Zhanggu, why don't we just go up? One person frowned and said. Shoo. The middle-aged man whispered, You guys don't really think they can conjure up a boat, right? Django, what do you mean? Just watch. The middle-aged man sat up just like that at the staircase. Today, I want to see how they get out from here. A boat? I guess at most it'll be a few inflatable rafts. If they dare to go up, I'll definitely make sure to puncture it. Yes. What boat can be carried? Only inflatable boats. Django, you're so clever. Shoo. Lower your voice, let's just watch. 2 minutes later. More than half of the shadows underwater were gone. They did not dare to linger near the 3 buildings, quickly swimming away to other waters. For now, it seemed relatively safe. That's enough. Will you put away the RPG and walk to the broken hole in the 14th floor? The acid rain continued. He raised his hand slightly and took the ocean heart out from his backpack. In an instant, a giant object 100 meters long appeared beneath the 3 buildings. The rain fell on the deck, making crisp sounds. It was quite loud, but these noises were still drowned out by the sound of the rain. Deploy the gangway. With a thought, the ship controlled by the system immediately extended the gangway. It was set up right at the window of the 14th floor. Just taking a step forward would get them on the gangway, and after walking a few meters, they could enter the ship's interior. Prepare to board. Who you said, taking out an umbrella from the space. Against the acid rain, a normal umbrella would definitely not last long. It is quite easy to help everyone board the ship. He opened the umbrella and walked in the front. Taking 2 steps at a time, he quickly rushed up. Next was Xiao Zissou, holding the sleeping Bubu, followed by Anciener. Shinshan held the umbrella and had no intention of boarding next. Instead, he looked at those pigs, cows, and sheep. This person could use the umbrella to avoid the acid rain, but these animals couldn't. I'll do it. Su Zilong replied, carrying a pig in one hand and holding the umbrella in the other, stubbornly climbed up the gangway. Fortunately, these pigs, cows, and sheep weren't too big, otherwise, even Su Zilong wouldn't dare to do it this way. About 10 minutes later, all the livestock were finally transported onto the ship. Su Zilong had already brought them on board to find rooms, while Hu Yu and the others were still waiting at the gangway. Next was Mu Cua. She had learned about her family's lord's amazing abilities these days, but she never imagined that he could even bring out this thing. That was a yacht. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong. Shinshan shouted to the back, "You can come on board." Okay. Li Ji replied. After thinking for a moment, he casually tossed aside the chainsaw and walked towards the staircase with Zhao Zhong. Keep up. The middle-aged man immediately perked up. He rushed up, picked up the chainsaw, and followed along. When he reached the corridor, Shinshan had already followed behind Li Ji and Zhao Zhong, climbing up the gangway. A huge object suddenly came into view. A kayak? What kind of kayak even has a gangway? That's clearly a yacht. A large yacht. Take me with you. Take me with you. Before the middle-aged man could react, someone had already dashed over. I haven't eaten much meat. Please take me with you. Bullshit. You ate the most. Take me. I can work for you. I can do anything. Unfortunately, the gangway was already retracted. They could only lean against the window and watch as the ship drifted away. By the way, the middle-aged man exclaimed. The 28th floor. Since they have left, has the 28th floor been vacated? Those foods. Right. The others also came back to their senses. They immediately rushed up to the 28th floor. But just as they passed the 16th floor, those 2 monsters caught the scent of food and immediately pounced. The middle-aged man wielded the chainsaw wildly, truly managing to dismember those 2 monsters. The 5 of them charged with fierce determination, stepping over the corpses of the 2 monsters, and rushed to the 28th floor. But at the moment they reached the top of the stairs, they were all stunned. The alloy door was gone. Only a hollowed-out wall remained. Further in, there was nothing but an open space. The walls, the floor, all vanished. Only the cement floor and the cement platform overhead remained. The wind blew in. The middle-aged man stood there, his body uncontrollably trembling, slowly uttering a sentence. Ghost. There's a ghost. July 21st. 8 p.m. The water level approached 39 meters. A yacht maneuvered skillfully through the buildings, its white lights illuminating the night in Jinling. This was the only light they had seen in days. Countless people pressed against the windows, shouting with all their might. Hey! There are people here. Save me. Please save me. A ship. How can there be a ship here? The voices were loud. They even drowned out the sound of the rain. But the voices were also very small. so small that the people on the ship couldn't hear them at all. After Hu Yu set the destination, the heart of the ocean would automatically navigate along the route and avoid obstacles along the way. The breeding system also began to cover. The location was right above the deck. After the coverage, a small greenhouse appeared out of thin air, herding the livestock inside it. To celebrate the first day of sailing and also to better welcome Zhao's father and mother, everyone decided to prepare a big meal. The ingredients were put into the kitchen. Li Ji and Xin Shan began to get busy. Hu Yu then took Xiao Zissou and Insiener to the deck. As far as the eye can see, in the past there were countless lights, but now only a few flickers shine from the windows. Voices echo continuously. There's no saving them, there's simply no way to save them. Even if the heart of the ocean is merged, the entire ship can accommodate hundreds, which is merely the number of a building. And right before our eyes, there are dozens, even hundreds of buildings. How could we possibly save everyone? Especially after the Zhao Yi incident. The phrase helping others seems to have been erased from their dictionary. Half an hour later, the yacht sailed under the desperate shouts of the crowd, heading to the lower level of the Yuten Hotel. This is the most luxurious hotel in Jinling. It has 33 floors. The Yuten where Hu Yu and the others dined is also the prominent restaurant in this hotel. As the yacht approached, the entire Yuten began to boil with excitement. Especially for those on the 15th and 16th floors. They all wore uniforms of waiters, servers, or chefs. Some on the 16th floor even broke the windows to jump out, wanting to leap straight onto the ship. But unfortunately, the ship had not yet gotten close. That person fell directly into the water. They did not resurface. It seems there are things down in these waters too. Hu Yu frowned. He did not expect there to be so many people left in the hotel. What floor did you book for uncle and aunt? Xiao Zissou twitched her mouth, looking up to the top floor. Now you really are a great filial child. Chapter 41, is everyone here? Su Zilong. Hu Yu turned to look at the cabin and shouted loudly. Coming. Su Zilong responded and hurriedly ran out. Since the Zhao Yi incident, his fondness for Hu Yu has now surpassed only Xin Shan, Bu Bu, and Zhao Zhong, reaching 59. He just needed a little more to reach 60. Boss Hu, what's up? I was studying the ship. Don't study for now, come up with me later to help. Okay. By the way, there's also Zhao Zhong. Hu Yu looked back. At this moment, Zhao Zhong was looking out at the water through the porthole, not knowing what he was thinking. Hearing Hu Yu call him, he immediately jumped up. Boss Hu. Watch the ship, don't let anyone else approach except those coming from the boarding ladder. Okay, I won't fail my duty. Hu Yu maneuvered the ship to slowly approach. Soon, the boarding ladder was placed on the walkway of the 14th floor. Before he could step onto it, the crowd had already begun pressing toward the ladder. At this moment, the acidic rain was still falling. Even facing the risk of being corroded by the acid rain, those people wanted to board the ship. But Hu Yu did not indulge them. He casually raised a shotgun, lifting his hand to fire a shot into the air. Bang! The crowd froze on the spot. After a breath, they immediately retreated. Rush? If it were before, they might have rushed despite having no hope. But now, hope was right in front of them. How could they rush? Seeing the crowd clear a pathway, Hu Yu then led Xiao Zissou outward. Besides the two of them, Su Zilong and Insiener also followed behind them. Since they didn't know the situation inside Yuten Hotel, the two with the highest combat abilities were brought along for safety. The four walked to the 14th floor, entering the hotel through the window. Hu Yu glanced over the crowd. Though they did not speak, one could clearly see a feeling in their eyes, longing. This was the lowest level. If it weren't for the Yuten Hotel's entrance being high enough, the water would have flooded it long ago. Yet they still remained here, the reason, well, probably only one. Oppression. Oppression from a higher level. That is, the food in the hotel was still sufficient, otherwise, they should have been tied up on the upper floors, becoming lambs for slaughter. Hu Yu's gaze swept over the crowd as he calmly spoke. Do you want to live? Yes. The roar immediately echoed throughout the entire 14th floor. Then fine, I can give you an opportunity. The crowd widened their eyes, eagerly awaiting his next words. Now, bring all the living people here. Whoever brings the most people will receive a boat ticket. Remember the rules, no hurting, no grabbing, everyone must come voluntarily. Whoever breaks the rules will be disqualified. Do you all understand? A boat ticket. That's a boat ticket. In an instant, everyone went crazy. Countless people rushed up the stairs, starting to search. Will your method work? Xiao Zissou roughly understood Hu Yu's intention but was also a bit worried. Just relax. Huyu took out 4 single sofas from his space backpack and sat on one. Sit, whether it works or not, we'll see soon. When it comes to enjoyment, you'll surely enjoy it more. Xiao Zissou sank into another sofa, glancing back. You all sit too, why are you just standing there? No need. I don't need to either. Su Zilong and Xianer spoke one after the other. Sitting would only slow down their speed in action. This place couldn't be considered absolutely safe. Huyu shrugged and said nothing, putting away the other 2 sofas. Soon, one person after another began to arrive on the 14th floor. Each person wore an almost joyful expression. Clearly, they were using some means. A boat ticket. Nothing was said about only one ticket being available. Only by arriving at the 14th floor would they have a chance to board. Sir! A beautiful girl walked up. She looked haggard but couldn't hide her exquisite features, lowering her head to softly say, "Excuse me, how can I board your ship?" Huyu glanced at her, and a panel popped up. All other attributes were ordinary, but one, he had seen the most outrageous number. Purity, -1. Wow, this can even be negative. It turned out to be 100 people's loyalty right in front of him, how disrespectful. Huyu shook his head. Not enough people yet. With one sentence, the woman recognized and retreated, yet stood tall at the front, seeming to believe she would surely be chosen. More and more people arrived. Whether they were women or men. The first thing they did upon arriving at the 14th floor was rush forward and make various promises to Huyu. Some intended to offer their bodies, others offered money. But none of that interested Huyu. However, there was one person who caught his attention. A female chef. To be precise, she should be called a pastry chef. Even at this moment, she wore a crisp professional outfit, with not a speck of dirt on her, though her complexion was poor, her eyes were very determined. She was one of the few who hadn't come to ask about the boat ticket. Because of this, Huyu looked at her panel. Name, Zhang Sirui. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect pastry, perfect baking, perfect mixing drinks, perfect tea art, proficient in Western cuisine, proficient in service, proficient in waiting, proficient in management. Personality, serious, cleanliness, meticulous. Favorability, 0. Purity, 100. On the ship, there was already a Chinese chef, and although Li Ji could make some Western dishes, no one could handle desserts at all. Is this name special? Zhang Sirui, isn't that just a high-level international version of Zhang San? Huyu silently noted this name down, continuing to wait on the sofa. Half an hour passed. More people continued to come. But he still hadn't seen the appearance of Xiao Zissou's parents. Xiao Zissou got anxious. She couldn't sit anymore, occasionally stretching her head to look outside, wanting to see if anyone else hadn't come. Another half hour passed. There hadn't been any new arrivals for 10 minutes. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Huyu, waiting for him to take the next step. But Xiao father and Xiao mother still hadn't appeared. Huyu furrowed his brow. He couldn't help but stand up, looking at the crowd asking, "Are all the people here?" All here. Not all. The voices of the crowd were not in sync. Very good, not a bit in tune. Huyu stepped forward. I'll ask again, are all the people here? Some people remained silent. Others looked down, mumbling quietly, but it was hard to hear what they were saying. They were all hotel service staff. Louder. Not all here. Zhang Sirui spoke up from the corner. There is another group on the top floor. They took most of the hotel's resources up there and have blocked the top floor. Right now, they probably don't even know anyone has come. Alright, the case is cracked. It seems that no matter where it happens, after such a thing, everyone thinks about hoarding supplies and occupying the high ground first. But I wonder how Mr. and Mrs. Xiao are doing. Very well. Huyu looked at Zhang Sirui and knowingly asked, "What is your name?" Zhang Sirui. Do you have a way to get them down? I do. Zhang Sirui let out one word, and after a few moments, she slowly spoke, "But why should I help you?" Chapter 42, do you want to give it a try? An opportunity to obtain a ship ticket. Huyu offered his condition. Even if it's just a chance and not an actual ticket, it's enough to make everyone fight for it. Okay. Zhang Sirui agreed immediately. She raised her hand and pointed at a man in the crowd with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He has a communicator, only this can contact the top floor via radio. As soon as she said this, everyone turned to look at the Mediterranean man, their eyes filled with rage. Before Huyu could speak, a group of people immediately rushed forward and started beating him. It seems this guy has used that communicator for his own gain. Zilong. Got it. Su Zilong replied and immediately pushed through the crowd. In less than 10 seconds. The crowd parted for him, and he brought the Mediterranean man in front of Huyu. Sir. The Mediterranean was hiding the communicator, looking at Huyu with a desperate gaze. I can give you the communicator, but I want a ship ticket. Ha! Huyu sneered. Su Zilong raised his hand, struck the back of the man's head. The Mediterranean passed out immediately, and the communicator was easily obtained. Just as the communicator was taken out, Zhang Surui spoke again. Let me handle it, I guarantee I can get everyone from the top level down. Interesting. Huyu held the communicator and handed it to Zhang Surui. Congratulations, you are one step closer to the ship ticket. Thank you, sir. Zhang Surui bowed in response, then pressed the communication button and said one sentence. Rescue personnel are here, come down quickly. Just one sentence. The other end of the communicator paused for a moment, then quickly responded. Right away. Wait for us. This kind of lie, under normal circumstances, would never fool those clever people on the top floor. But now. The ship is parked under Yuten Building. The ship is lit up like daylight, and no one is blind. When hope appears before them, how could they not believe? 15 minutes passed. A group of people came down from the top floor. Unlike the previous group, this group looked rosy and showed no signs of hunger. It seems they hoarded a lot of supplies on the top floor, eating enough to be in good spirits. But when they reached the 14th floor and saw a crowd gathered there, they understood what had happened. They were deceived. However, there really is a ship outside, just not belonging to a rescue team. Who is the ship's owner? A deep voice pierced through the crowd. A man in an expensive suit stepped out. His gaze immediately fell on Huyu, and he asked, Are you the ship owner? A show-off. Huyu's eyes continued to search the crowd. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. Could something have happened to them? Huyu and Xiao Zissou exchanged a glance, just as they were about to head upstairs. That show-off stepped forward, pushing through the crowd to the front. Friend, ignoring people is not a good habit? Huyu originally didn't want to respond, but in the next second. This guy pulled out a handgun from his pocket, not aiming it at Huyu, but fidgeting with it in his hand. Or are you planning to have a chat with this thing first? A gun. Huyu furrowed his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, this model of gun was exactly the same as the batch bought by Shinshan. Even the guns have fallen into someone else's hands. Those two old folks, could something really have happened? You. Xiao Zissou also recognized it. She was just about to step forward when Huyu immediately grabbed her. Everyone is just a fragile human being, encountering this kind of thing makes it hard to say. So, intellect is the best way. Friend, it's my problem. Huyu smiled respectfully. You tell me, how do you want to negotiate? I want to get on the ship. All right. My brother has to come with me. No problem. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you actually seem really nice. The show-off laughed loudly. But after laughing, he didn't directly get on the ship. Instead, he questioned Huyu. Brother, are you not afraid that after I get on the ship, I'll take your place? You have a gun. Huyu spread his hands and shrugged. What can I do? But you need to keep me. Without me, the ship won't leave. Just a moment ago. When he was sitting on the sofa, he thought the gun was in the way and put it away. So when the show-off came out, he didn't feel any threat from him. Understandable. Then I'll spare your life. Wait for you on the ship. The show-off laughed freely and directly headed toward the window with more than 10 people behind him. Let's go. Su Zilong immediately wanted to take action. But he caught a glimpse of Huyu slightly shaking his head, signaling him not to act rashly. And Xianer also saw it. Several of them had no choice but to watch those more than 10 people walk past them and onto the gangway. The show-off seemed to have some concerns. He didn't go on the ship first, but let everyone else go up. He stood beside Huyu himself. His hand rested on Huyu's shoulder. Brother, what is your name? From now on, we will be like real brothers. Call me brother, and I'll guarantee you have food and shelter. Huyu. Huyu. Ha. Ha, that name is quite unpleasant. The show-off laughed wildly. The gun was always aimed at Huyu. As long as his brothers hadn't gotten on the ship, he would immediately hold Huyu hostage. Unfortunately, there were still 2 people standing next to him. One Xianer, one Su Zilong. Just as the last shadow walked onto the gangway, Huyu immediately retracted the gangway. At this time, the first person hadn't boarded the ship yet. In an instant, the sound of splashing water echoed. The show-off was stunned for a moment, then immediately aimed the gun at Huyu, planning to execute his backup plan. But just that moment of astonishment was enough for the situation to change. And Xianer and Su Zilong acted at the same time. One grabbed the gun, the other restrained the person. In an instant, the show-off was already lying at Huyu's feet. The gun fell into Su Zilong's hands and was handed to Hu Yu. You take a look. Hu Yu handed the gun in front of Xiao Zissou. Is this the one? It really is. Click. Xiao Zissou immediately chambered around, aiming the gun at the show-off's back of the head. Tell me. What did you do to my parents? Your parents? The show-off was taken aback. Who are your parents? I don't know. Where did you get this gun? Hu Yu continued to ask. From a middle-aged couple. The show-off seemed to recall something. Let me go. Otherwise, you will never find out where they are. You? Xiao Zissou was so furious that she pulled the trigger. Fine. Let's see if you will talk. No need for such trouble. Hu Yu spoke calmly. He reached out, grabbed the show-off's head, lifting it up to face the crowd before him. I will only ask you once. If you don't say, then sorry, I will let them deal with you. Whoever finds a way to make you speak, I will give them a ticket for the ship. Do you want to give it a try? Chapter 43, Seizing the Ship. People with malicious thoughts always imagine the possibilities that have not yet happened in the most toxic direction. Since this guy can occupy the top floor, it indicates he has not been gentle with the people below. If he falls into Xiao Zissou's hands, let's say, at most, he could threaten with death. But if he falls into the hands of this group of people, death might only become a luxury. I'll talk. I'll talk. The show-off immediately opened his mouth. He spoke first. It's upstairs. In the innermost room on the top floor, I locked them in there. Hearing this, Xiao Zissou immediately wanted to rush out of the crowd. Fortunately, Hu Yu reacted quickly and pulled her back immediately. No matter what, they couldn't leave the 14th floor. With his understanding of human nature, once someone among them leaves, the crowd will inevitably trap them inside. Even with guns, it may not be enough to stop them from going mad. Even if they eventually get on the boat, it will require a lot of effort. Zhang Sirui. Hu Yu looked at the woman, then at the guy who brought the most people down. And you? Boss, my name is Chun Chong. The man immediately bowed and smiled. What orders do you have? Right now, only the two of you have the chance to get the boat tickets. You will go up together and bring the people down for me, and your tickets will be honored. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Chen Chong answered without paying attention to Zhang Sirui and walked straight upstairs. Zhang Sirui also stepped forward, not in a hurry, maintaining her poise. These two were undoubtedly the most reliable ones in the crowd. Zhang Sirui goes without saying, she could discipline herself strictly in such an environment and keep her clothes neat, while also ensuring ample food without sacrificing her body. Her methods could clearly win people over. Don't forget, she came down from upstairs and clearly knew who had the communicator to the top floor. Just now, it was she who spoke and led the people down from upstairs. In summary, there's only one possibility. The person in power upstairs is a show-off, while the person in power downstairs is her. And she is not the obvious one in power, but the one secretly in control, otherwise, the show-off would not believe her words of rescue. As for Chen Chong, he can thrive on the 14th floor, no one dares to take his spot, which means he is smooth enough. One is smooth, the other in power, the two of them going upstairs to find people is enough. Indeed. 15 minutes later. The two came down from upstairs with the elderly couple. The old couple was ragged, with emaciated faces, clearly unaware that they had been hungry for several days. But their spirit was still high, and one could easily see they were extraordinary. They resembled Xiao Zissou at least 70%. Fortunate in misfortune. It's great that Zhao's parents are still alive. Hu Yu immediately stood up and went to greet them. Dad, Mom. Xiao Zissou also exclaimed, You're okay. So good. Zissou? Girl. The elderly couple was also stunned. They immediately crossed through the crowd and the show-off kneeling on the ground, coming to everyone's front. How did you get here, girl? We of course came to pick you up. Xiao Zissou pointed to the yacht behind her. See? Big yacht. As she spoke, she immediately pulled Hu Yu over. This is the shipowner, Boss Hu. Dad, you should know. Uncle, Aunt. Hu Yu respectfully greeted them, while also glancing at the elderly couple's displays. Indeed. As long as it relates to traditional Chinese medicine, the elderly couple had epic-level skills. But Zhao's father was more focused on diagnosis, pharmacology, and acupuncture, while Zhao's mother leaned more towards medicinal cuisine, healthcare, and massage. One could say both complemented each other, truly being Xiao Zissou's ultimate plus version. Boss Hu? Zhao's father was taken aback for a moment, as if remembering something. So it's you? You are the one who brought us to Jiling? Wait. You brought us to Jiling, it can't be that. Uncle and Aunt. Hu Yu didn't want to reveal too much in front of everyone. He immediately interrupted Zhao's father's speculation, smiling and said, You two go aboard first, there's a banquet prepared for you on the ship. If there's anything, we'll discuss it at the banquet. Saying this, he immediately took out 2 umbrellas and handed them to the elderly couple. The elderly couple exchanged glances, plus with Xiao Zisu's supportive eyes. They nodded simultaneously and walked towards the gangway through the window. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong immediately rushed to the deck to assist. The elderly couple boarded the ship. Things were nearly settled. The remaining matters would be easy to resolve. Huyu looked at Zheng Sirui and Chen Xiong, raised his hand and beckoned, "You two, come here." The two immediately walked up. However, Huyu did not let them board the ship directly, but looked at the others. "There are still spots on the ship, who wants to get on?" The crowd instantly erupted. "Quiet." Huyu only uttered 2 words. The earlier clamor vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. "I do not keep useless people on my ship, those who have the ability, step forward." The woman who first approached Huyu stood up, casting a flirtatious glance, openly revealing her intentions. Huyu didn't even look at her, instead turning to Chen Xiong, "Do you think she is suitable?" Chen Chang's eyes shifted. With his cleverness, he naturally understood that Huyu did not want her on the ship, but it was up to him to play the bad guy. "Not suitable. Then you are not suitable either," Huyu said, shaking his head, "Your ticket is gone." "Why?" Chen Xiong shouted out, but the outcome was already determined. "Clever?" "Yes, clever people are great, but not suitable for the ship." What Huyu needed were obedient, capable clever people, not just clever people. That kind of smoothness might help him survive in the apocalypse. But it would never allow him to step onto Huyu's ship. "Why?" "I want an answer." Chen Xiong tried to charge forward, but was grabbed by Su Zilong and thrown into the crowd. The woman's eyes immediately brightened. When she was about to step forward, Huyu looked at Zhang Sihui again. "What do you say? Is she suitable for the ship?" "Not suitable." Zhang Sihui gave the same answer. But Huyu smiled. "Good." Huyu pointed at the gangway behind him, "Get on the ship." "Thank you." Zhang Sihui paused for a moment, then took the umbrella from Su Zilong and stepped toward the gangway. With each step, she walked as if on thin ice. But in the end, she reached the ship, unlike the group before her who fell into the water. "How is that fair?" Chen Xiong shouted angrily, "Everyone's answers are the same, you're treating them differently. I let her on the ship because she has principles." Huyu looked down at Chen Xiong, "As for you two clever people should try to survive on their own." After saying this, he opened the umbrella and walked toward the gangway with Xiao Zisu. "What the hell is with that cleverness?" Chen Xiong roared angrily and then shouted, "Brothers, follow me. Let's take the ship. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant." Bang! A gunshot burst forth. Though it did not hit them, it was enough to help them regain their senses. Charging forward had a 99% chance of death, but there was still a 0.1% chance of successfully seizing the ship. If they didn't charge forward, there was a 100% chance of not dying. At least not now. Just by waiting, there was still hope. Everyone stopped in their tracks, especially Chen Xiong. He clenched his fists tightly, staring hard at Huyu's departing figure. The crisis was lifted. Seeing this, Su Zilong turned around and planned to leave. But Xianer pulled out a pistol and shot Chen Xiong in the forehead. Bang! The bullet pierced through his skull. Huyu and Xiao Zisu turned their heads at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. For the first time. This was Xianer's first voluntary act outside of orders. Chapter 44, Black Egg Triple Connection. Huyu was stunned for a moment. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Although he didn't understand why Xianer shot, he felt no pity for someone who dared to aim a gun at him. Just surprised. After the surprise, it was time to attend their banquet. Huyu held the umbrella and walked toward the yacht with Xiao Zisu. And this time, no one stopped them again. Su Zilong finally looked at Xianer, his eyes full of confusion. But he didn't dare to ask the reason. In his memory, counting this time, Xianer had only disobeyed orders twice. The last time, she wiped out the entire terrorist organization. Why? Su Zilong frowned and asked, "Why did you take action?" Xianer's reaction was very calm. She turned around and walked into the acid rain, seemingly unwilling to answer. What a madwoman! Su Zilong cursed in anger but had no choice but to follow her, returning to the yacht. On the yacht, the three newly joined people were standing in a reception room on the first floor. Outside, acid rain poured down, and cries for help filled the air. Inside, the lights were warm, the fragrance was enticing, and delicious dishes were right before their eyes. The contrast between the two divided the entire world into two parts. One part is heaven, the other part is hell. And the master of heaven is walking towards them with an umbrella. Welcome everyone to the heart of the ocean. Huyu smiled at the crowd and casually put away the umbrella. I am Huyu, the master of this ship. You can directly call me by my name. Once you step on this ship, we are all a community of fate. Our only goal is to live. To live on in a better way. Seeing this, Xiao father and Xiao mother did not respond. Though skilled, the elderly couple found it difficult to accept such a sudden event. They were full of questions but did not know whom to ask. Instead, it was Zhang Surui standing aside. As soon as Huyu finished speaking, she began to applaud. The crisp sound of applause emerged. Mu Lingxiu, who had just taken care of Bubu, immediately echoed her clapping. More and more applause rang out. Huyu smiled and nodded, then pointed towards the restaurant behind the crowd. The dinner is ready, please take your seats. Let's eat and chat. Everyone took their seats. At the dining table, Huyu introduced everyone to each other, including their names and the responsibilities they each held on the ship. As for other more detailed matters, Huyu did not settle them at the table, but instead arranged their rooms for each person after they were full. Everything would be discussed tomorrow morning. That night. Unexpectedly, Anciener did not follow Huyu, but chose a room closest to him. For the first time since the apocalypse began, it was the first time Huyu enjoyed the time of sleeping alone. It felt like the sleep was indeed deeper. Su Zilong told Shinshan about what happened tonight, asking for the reason behind it. Shinshan only gave a vague answer. Perhaps, she wanted to eliminate the threat in its cradle. After hearing this, Su Zilong said nothing more. On July 22nd, at 7 a.m. the 9th day of the apocalypse. The water level had reached 43 meters. Only a few buildings could be seen on the entire water surface. The rest of the residential buildings, shopping malls, supermarkets, and even some elevated bridges were completely submerged. Huyu woke up early and instinctively turned to look at the side of the ship, searching for Anciener's trace, but did not see her. Remembering what happened last night, he felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. Forget it for now. The first draw on the ship should reveal something good. For this day, he specially kept the black eggs from the 20th and the 21st, just to have a triple draw. He didn't expect much, just hoping for something that could be bred and raised. He couldn't let the breeding system sit idle. He pulled open the curtains and looked outside. The heart of the ocean was still sailing within the city. Weak sunlight that could hardly be noticed fell, and he could vaguely see the people nearby crying for help. Huyu lined up 3 black eggs and made a firm decision. If he got something today, he would send out another ticket for the ship. Of course, the premise was to meet enough talented people. If he didn't get anything, then forget it. Dear friends, if you want to board the ship, then please bless me with good luck. Huyu raised his hand and struck. The first black egg shattered, and purple light burst out. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained perfect immortal bean *1. Name, immortal bean, perfect. Type, ingredient, seed. Effect, after consumption, it can create a feeling of fullness, continuously supplying various energy needed within 3 months, or can be planted in the soil to cultivate ordinary, premium, and perfect immortal beans. Note, only perfect quality immortal beans can be cultivated as seeds. It's done. Huyu's eyes immediately brightened. Immortal beans that can be used for cultivation. If this thing can be mass-produced, not just the people on this ship, even the people of a city or a country could have enough to eat. Potatoes? Compared to this, they are simply weak. Of course, the premise is to find a large enough breeding base first. Huyu cautiously placed the perfect fairy bean into the space, fearing it might get crushed. Boat ticket +1. He looked out the window, making another promise in his heart. There is no upper limit on boat tickets. If I can still sell goods later, I will issue as many boat tickets as I can. Huyu knocked open the second black egg. Another burst of purple light exploded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the source of liqueur spring *1. Name, source of liqueur spring, perfect. Type, food material, water source. Effect, after consumption, it can heal some external injuries. The specific effect depends on the severity of the injury. It will not conflict with any medications, and can produce 1 L of liqueur spring, high quality, per hour, suitable for consumption and irrigation. Note, although the liqueur spring is great, don't overindulge. Awesome! This thing looks like the fairy bean and is also a producible item, but the former is large and comprehensive, while the latter is small and refined. Fairy beans can fill many people's stomachs. The liqueur spring is scarce, but its advantage is that it can heal injuries. Rounding it off, it is no different from a magical elixir. Especially for Bubu. This is simply a life-saving item. Another boat ticket added. Huyu turned to look at the third black egg. This is the 3rd time in a row. Whether the 3rd time can produce goods is no longer important. Crack! The black egg shattered, and a burst of golden light exploded. What color is this? Legend. Ding. Golden legend. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the favor of the sea god *1. Name, favor of the sea god, legend. Type, fishing rod. Effect, ignores terrain, ignores water, ignores fish species, no bait needed. After casting the rod, you must hook a fish, and each fish caught can accumulate experience points and has a certain chance of obtaining a skill book. Note 1, experience can be used to upgrade Sea God series products. Note 2, gather 3 Sea God series products for an extra surprise. Note 3, follow the will of the sea god. Favor of the sea god? So, does it mean that anything with the prefix of sea god is part of a series? According to Note 1, as long as the experience gained through this fishing rod is obtained, it can not only upgrade the fishing rod itself but also the ship. The ship is currently at the epic level. According to the rules, the next upgrade should be a system upgrade to level 5, which will be after 84 days. With this fishing rod, as long as I catch 84 fish, I can complete the upgrade and elevate the heart of the ocean to legend. Who you put the completely golden fishing rod back into the space, not in a hurry to go fishing now. Heaven knows what is hidden beneath the water surface. A 100% hook. What if something monstrous comes up? Is the safety of the ship still a concern? If I'm going to fish, I need to ensure it's safe first. First, let's go get some breakfast. Is today Western food or Chinese food? Who you thought as he walked to the door, but before he could push the door open, a force came from the entrance. Bang! Shin Shan pushed the door open, looking flustered. No, no. It's bad. Something happened. What happened? Who you frowned, hurriedly asked. Shin Shan was the most steady person, even he was this panicked. Could it be that Godzilla popped up from under the water? Chapter 45, Fishing. What exactly happened? Who you was also unsure, hurriedly asking. You'll know when you come out to sea. Shin Shan said as he walked towards the deck, who you quickly followed. The two arrived at the first deck. At this moment, the rain was pouring down. Although it wasn't acid rain anymore, the raindrops still pounded on the deck, making noise. But even so, the side of the deck was still crowded with people. Except for Bu Bu and Mu Lingxiu, who was responsible for taking care of her, everyone on the ship was gathered outside the shed. Even including Zhao's parents and Zhang Sirui, who just got onto the ship. It couldn't be that something happened to those livestock, right? Make way, boss who is here. Shin Shan held an umbrella, leading Hu Yu into the crowd. The crowd immediately parted, exposing the shed. Just one glance, Hu Yu was also frozen in place. Livestock, still those livestock. The only difference was the number. They gave birth. Except for the pigs, which only had 3 pairs. All 4 pairs of livestock gave birth to young. And every kind has reached a point where they can be slaughtered. Even if it's a coincidence, it can't be so coincidental. Every type of livestock gave birth? This can no longer be described as absurd. Hu Yu immediately checked the panel and then discovered the problem. The breeding system. After boarding the ship yesterday and being busy meeting Xiao father and Xiao mother, he didn't take a close look at the panel. Today, seeing it, he was stunned. All livestock growth efficiency plus 100%, reproduction efficiency plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. All plant growth efficiency plus 100%, survival rate plus 100%, mutation rate plus 10%. Terrifying. So terrifying. A pig's market cycle is between 8 to 12 months. But according to the current growth efficiency, it only takes 4 to 6 months to market. As long as the breeding space is large enough, even without planting immortal beans, just by eating meat, it can support the population of a city. The boost of the breeding system will also increase as the system level rises. Hu Yu felt a rush of joy but couldn't show his surprise in front of everyone, so he could only cough lightly twice. Ahem, this is all a normal phenomenon, no need to be surprised. Come on, let's go back and have breakfast, there's still a lot for you to ponder about on this ship. Everyone heard this and knew it was not a coincidence nor a bad thing, so they said no more and immediately returned to the cabin to prepare breakfast. Except Xiao Zissou. Boss Hu, just promise me. During breakfast time, Xiao Zissou kept pestering Hu Yu, I just want to dissect one, even if it's just a chicken. I'm telling you, young lady, aren't you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Hu Yu sighed with a bitter smile, why are you getting into dissection? There's really no need. I'm studying medicine, I understand biology too. Xiao Zissou immediately explained, this is a miracle in biology. If you let me dissect one, once this heavy rain ends, this is the hope of continuing human civilization. Hope? If Xiao Zissou really did the dissection and couldn't find out the reason, she would inevitably conduct comparisons. Over time, discovering the existence of the breeding space would only be a matter of time. Not to mention whether there will be land again after the heavy rain. Even if land does reappear, he can't let others know about this breeding space. Once exposed, who knows how many people will fight for it. To those ambitious people, something that can reduce livestock growth time by at least half is no different from a divine artifact. However, for Xiao Zissou, whose favorability had reached 50, Huyu was not worried at all. Let's do this. Huyu took out a perfect immortal bean. This seed, you plant it, and whenever it flowers and bears fruit, I will let you dissect one chicken. This is... Xiao Zissou took the immortal bean and examined it carefully. A bean? I've never seen a bean like this. Are you sure it can take root and sprout? Of course. Huyu immediately replied, you'll know once you plant it. Fine. Xiao Zissou nodded and extended her pinky promise. Alright, pinky promise. After breakfast, Huyu didn't rush to go fishing, but instead chatted alone with Xiao father and Xiao mother for a while. He answered some of the elders' questions and casually increased their favorability. Because he had brought their whole family onto the ship, their favorability quickly reached 30. By the way, Huyu also mentioned in Siener's situation. Once the elders had rested, he asked them to help take a look when they had free time. Her state yesterday was clearly not right. The way the elders looked at him was like how they'd look at a son-in-law, almost pulling out a red envelope. Huyu hurriedly ended the topic and then called for Zhang Sirui. Since she came on board yesterday, her favorability had only fluctuated once. And that time, it had only increased by 10 points. After the conversation, Huyu briefly introduced the rules on the ship and assigned her the task of preparing breakfast and afternoon tea every day. As for lunch and dinner, she and Li Ji would take turns. Every person just needs to prepare one meal each day. Zheng Sihui accepted quickly. As for the other matters, that was not asked. The favorability remained unchanged. This person is like a wolf that can never be tamed. Huyu did not kick her off the boat but planned to observe a bit longer. After all, the ship really lacks a cook and a butler to manage the vessel. If she can settle down, it would indeed be a good choice. Xinshan could also act as a butler, but he is more suited for managing people, not the ship's chores. The heart of the ocean still needs to expand. Just Xinshan alone is obviously not enough. By the time the conversation ended, it was almost noon. Perfect timing. Time to fish a bit and have lunch. Huyu went to the first deck, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, took out the favor of Poseidon, and cast the first line into the water. The fishing rod hit the water. Before the fish could bite, Li Ji leaned over. Hey, boss Hu, fishing? Huyu nodded. I remember last time you also wanted to fish, right? Now it's perfect. Hey, that was just Zhao Zhong and his brother. Li Ji crossed his arms and casually grabbed a chair to sit down. I don't enjoy fishing, I just like to eat fish. Alright, once I catch some, you can cook for us to eat together. Deal. Li Ji looked at the water and changed the subject. But boss Hu, aren't you worried about catching something strange? This water is not like the water from before. The fishing line suddenly tightened. Huyu felt a strong pull in his hand. A fish, it's hooked. Whether it's a strange thing or not, we'll know once it's up. Huyu started to reel it in. Each turn of the reel required great strength. 1 circle, 2 circles. Very soon, a dark shadow surfaced. Huyu took a glance and instinctively thought about throwing the fishing rod into the water. Chapter 46, The Dead Man's Mouth. What bad luck! So unfortunate. As soon as the dark shadow surfaced, Huyu recognized what it was. A corpse. A human corpse. The fish hook was perfectly caught in its mouth. The moment the shadow emerged, Huyu seemed to hear a prompt ringing in his ear. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment, the dead man's mouth. If other people saw this, they would probably have turned away without wanting to look again. But who is Li Ji? They had all walked off the battlefield. Seeing the dead man's mouth was not scary, but instead became a source of teasing. Boss Hu, you really are Boss Hu. You can even fish up the legendary dead man's mouth? Enough of that. Huyu rolled his eyes. Find a way to get him down. I don't want to haul this thing up. Simple, just cut the line. Li Ji said as he took out a small knife, ready to cut. But after a couple of cuts, he realized this fishing line just couldn't be cut. Boss Hu, what kind of line is this? It won't cut? It seems to really be. Although the system produces high-quality goods, it doesn't have to be this exquisite. If the fishing line can't be cut, I can't just throw the rod away, right? Then there's no other way. Li Ji put away the knife, sighed helplessly. Either you figure out how to unhook this thing, or we'll have to throw the rod. Throwing the rod is impossible, it will never happen in this lifetime. Hey, wait. The rules for the fishing rod say that fishing doesn't need bait, just cast, and something will surely bite. It didn't say that if there's no bait, nothing will bite. As long as there is enough strength to cast the rod, could I throw this thing back in the water as bait, and wouldn't the next thing get hooked? Let's give it a try. Hu glanced at Li Ji and casually handed the fishing rod to him. You do it. I drag? Boss Hu, are you sure you want to haul this thing up? Not to haul it up, what I mean is, you cast it again. Get this thing out of the water, then let it fall back down. Cast? Li Ji was confused. Trust me, just do it. All right. Li Ji gripped the fishing rod with both hands, pulled hard, and then cast it with all his might, really tossing that guy back into the water. Bang. The sound of someone falling into the water startled the others in the cabin. Xiao Zissou was busy making a treatment plan for Bubu with her father and mother, while Mu Lingxiu and Bubu waited nearby, including Xinshan who stood by. Except for these 6 people, everyone else was disturbed. Even Zhang Sirui, who was usually reclusive, moved closer. When they approached, Hu had already taken the fishing rod and was quietly waiting for fish to bite. Boss Hu, are you fishing? Zhao Zhong asked from the side. MHM. Li Ji nodded and smiled as he recounted what had just happened. The dead man's mouth. I always thought such things only existed in legends. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see it today. Give it a rest. Su Zilong replied impatiently, before there were fewer dead people, now we don't know how many dead are under the water. Plus, with the rain and complicated currents, it's not impossible for this to happen. That's true, but... Zhao Zhong looked at Hu with a bitter smile. Boss Hu, you're not raising the rod. You're not thinking of using that corpse as bait to keep fishing, right? What? Li Ji exclaimed. He hadn't thought of this when he handed the rod to Hu. Let's give it a try. What if we really catch something? Hu didn't deny it, only stepping back a few paces. He sensed something was about to bite. Buzz. Sure enough. In the next moment, the fishing line violently pulled out. Something had taken the bait. Hu gripped the reel. Just as he was about to apply force, his hand was nearly thrown off by the reel. The force was too strong. I'll do it. Zhao Zhong instinctively shouted, reaching out to grab the reel, but even he could only hold it in place and couldn't reel it in. You should know, even if his strength was less than Su Zilong's, he was still a man capable of delivering a punch close to 200 kilograms. Yet, even he could only barely stabilize the reel. This is a big one. Help! Hu shouted, not being arrogant, and tossed the fishing rod to Su Zilong. Su Zilong hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod while pressing his hand on Zhao Zhong's hand. The two turned the reel at the same time. Finally, the reel began to slowly reel in the line. It's a good thing this fishing rod is tough, otherwise, with the two of them combined, a normal fishing rod would have broken apart countless times by now. It really bit the hook. Li Ji was shocked. Boss Hu, you're not catching a shark, are you? Doesn't look like a shark. Su Zilong gripped the fishing rod, his legs firmly planted on the ground. It looks like a damn whale. 2 people can't drag it up? Let it tire out first. Zhao Zhong echoed from the side. He took a step forward, leaning his body against Su Zilong. The two used their strength together. If we catch this fish, it should be enough to eat for 10 days. I just hope it's not some weird creature. Hu stood by inside. He just wanted to fish for experience. The dead man's mouth in front was fine, but now there's this unknown thing. What if they couldn't reel it in? That would really be a mess. 5 minutes passed. Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong were exhausted. Hearing the news, Xinshan rushed over. He and Li Ji took turns, continuing to tire out the fish. Another 5 minutes passed, the shift changed again. No good. Xinshan swung his arms. This fish is too strong. We either need to hit it hard directly or we won't be able to reel it in. Hit it hard? Hu's eyes lit up. Just right. Let's try the fish system mounted on the heart of the ocean. Hu opened the control panel, and the underwater scene was suddenly laid bare before his eyes. He originally wanted to see what had taken the bait, but the water surface was completely churned up by that thing, making it impossible to see clearly. He could only see a dark shadow swimming about 30 meters in front of the boat. This was it. Fish, lock on launch. Whoosh. Xinshan and the others' ears instantly perked up. They had been soldiers and understood what the sound meant. Torpedo. This boat actually had torpedoes. Everyone looked at Hu, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Only terror remained. Bang! Before the crowd could be shocked, the torpedo exploded. A dark shadow leaped out of the water. Whoa! It was a silver carp. A nearly 3-meter-long silver carp. The rain pounded against its scales, making a snapping sound. Beside it, a clear hole was visible. This should be the damage caused by the torpedo just now. But even so, in the blink of an eye, the silver carp vanished back into the water. It continued to struggle. Its strength was not as strong as before, but it was still full of life. This was a truly extraordinary discovery beyond the scope of biology. Chapter 47, Mutant Silver Carp. Half an hour later. The giant silver carp was finally pulled onto the deck. The cost was that Shinshan and Li Ji were exhausted, collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Hu Yu immediately began to examine the creature's panel. Name, giant silver carp, mutant. Species, fish. Status, near death. Description, a mutant creature born from rainwater pollution, not infectious. Note, what? You don't want to eat this, do you? Mutant. If rainwater can cause mutations in fish, then, if humans come into contact with this water source, could they similarly be affected? Just like Li Chang's case. Hu Yu frowned and stopped Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong, who were about to step forward. Don't go over yet, this thing isn't fully dead. Not fully dead? Su Zilong was taken aback. The crowd that was about to gather around also retreated to their original positions. Hu Yu pulled out a pistol and shot the giant silver carp in the eye. Bang! The gunfire rang out. The bullet missed the fish's eye and hit its scales instead. A crisp sound echoed. The bullet was actually bounced back. I'll do it. Su Zilong stepped forward and shot again. This time it successfully hit the fish eye, and the bullet burrowed into its brain. The silver carp, which had been motionless, suddenly thrashed about again. Luckily, the heart of the ocean was large enough. No matter how it thrashed, the ship remained completely steady. Until light purple blood poured out, the giant silver carp finally calmed down. Its status on the panel shifted from near death to death. Zissou. Hu Yu turned to Xiao Zissou, didn't you want to dissect it? Why not start with this thing? No. Xiao Zissou waved her hands repeatedly. What if I get infected? Where will you find another kind-hearted, handsome traditional Chinese medicine practitioner like me? Don't worry, this thing isn't infectious. Just don't eat its meat and you'll be fine. Hu Yu said as he moved closer, crouching beside the silver carp, looking at the scales he had just hit. There was a white mark left on it. When he rubbed it with his hand, it immediately disappeared. This is a good thing. At this moment, Shinshan also leaned over. If we make bulletproof vests with this, AK bullets might not be able to penetrate. Then lend a hand. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong. Let's lift this thing into the ship for dissection and see what can be used. Remember, this meat can't be eaten. It can only be discarded. Understand? Understood. Everyone started to get busy. Hu Yu didn't dare cast the rod again. What if he hooked something like this again? He wouldn't have anyone to help him pull it in. He would wait until after the dissection was over to say anything. The dissection was led by Xiao Zissou, with assistance from her father and mother. Hu Yu and the others weren't idle either, watching outside the medical room. The giant silver carp was slowly taken apart, scales, meat, bones, and entrails, all separated. Until the fish head. As the skull was removed, a fist-sized fish brain was taken out, and hidden inside was a light blue bead. The panel activated. Hu Yu merely glanced at it and was instantly stunned. Name, mutant crystal, fine. Type, gem, food. Description, consuming or embedding it could increase mutation probability. Note, mutation, isn't it a kind of evolution? Quick, put that down. Hu Yu immediately shouted out. Xiao Zissou, who was pinching the mutant crystal with tweezers, was startled. Before she could react, Hu Yu had already rushed into the medical room and immediately stored the mutant crystal away in his space. Whether it was mutation or evolution, he didn't want anyone on the ship to try it. Whoever becomes the next Li Chang, it will be a huge loss for everyone on the ship. Hu Yu immediately looked at the panels of the three, confirming that they had not mutated before he felt relieved. Fortunately, there's nothing wrong. Let's continue. The dissection continued. To prevent other mutated crystals from appearing, Hu Yu stood still and did not leave. Fortunately. Until the final dissection, only that one mutated crystal appeared. Besides the bulletproof fish scales, the bones of this giant silver carp are also treasures. There's no need to mention its toughness, it can compete with bamboo, and its hardness can rival Hatian jade, making it perfect for crafting weapons. All the fish scales and bones were handed over to Zhao Zhong for him to process. After a busy morning, it was time for lunch. Everyone had a simple meal and urged Hu Yu to continue fishing. He did not refuse. No matter what kind of fish he catches, upgrading the heart of the ocean as soon as possible is the key. If the upgrade speed does not keep up with the evolution speed of these fish, when a wave crashes in, everyone would only be used as bait. Moreover, the scales of that giant silver carp are only enough to make 2 sets of bulletproof vests. Catching a few more would be wise. After all, in such a situation, they are not the only ones who can acquire firearms. Just as everyone boarded the deck, and Hu Yu prepared to cast his line, a horn sounded from afar. It's a ship. A ship is coming. Hu immediately took out a telescope and looked ahead. There, 5 nautical miles away in the shipping lane, a passenger ship was sailing towards the residential area. Though it's called a passenger ship, in terms of size, it is not even 2/3 as large as the heart of the ocean. This should be a short-distance sightseeing boat. When Hu looked at them, they naturally noticed him as well. At the same time, Li Ji, who was in the captain's room controlling the navigation, also sent a broadcast. Boss Hu, the ship ahead has sent a radio to inquire about our remaining supplies, wanting to trade some goods for fish catches. Fish catches? Hu suddenly felt interested, asked them how much fish they have. Now, fish are not the same as before. If these guys' fish are like that mutated silver carp, both the scales and bones can be used as materials, trading some food for them would be purely profit. Soon, Li Ji provided an answer. 500 pounds of fish. They want to exchange for 70% of the weight in meat or 50% in grains. All right. Hu nodded in agreement. Let them come over, I want to see the catches before deciding on a specific price. Trading fish for supplies? This is understandable, but why does this sound somewhat familiar? He seems to have heard this phrase in his past life. All right. Li Ji responded and started sending a radio signal to that ship, then gave a reply. The other side asked us to stop the ship first, they will come over. Okay. Hu also put away the fishing rod and looked at Shinshan, hide anything that shouldn't be seen. All right. Shinshan nodded, knowing exactly what he meant. Other things are easy to say, at worst, just put them in the cabin, and if that doesn't work, put them back in the space backpack. There is only one thing that's difficult to deal with. The greenhouse. This thing is set up on the deck, and as soon as they sail over, they will definitely notice it. The only solution is to put up a curtain first. He and Su Zilong immediately took action, temporarily dismantling a large amount of canvas to cover the greenhouse. Soon, the ship was sailing towards them. As the other side got closer, the appearance of the people on board also became clearer. Hu took a glance, his brow slightly furrowed. This ship does not look familiar, but those people on board look somewhat familiar. Chapter 48, Robbery? In the heavy rain. The ship was getting closer and closer. 100 meters, 80 meters. It seemed to have no intention of stopping, sailing straight towards the yacht. This posture does not seem like they want to trade. Instead, it looks like they want to board the ship. Boss Hu, this situation is not right. Shinshan frowned slightly and reminded. I know. Hu frowned, a trace of hatred flickering in his eyes. He recognized them. In his previous life, he had seen this group of people on the boat. At that time, he and Yi Wanshu were rescued by a yacht, getting a fish to eat each day by working as servers on the boat. But on the 40th day, the yacht encountered a fleet of ships. The other party also used the excuse of exchanging supplies, asking them to stop the ship and coming closer. When the boat owner heard the conditions proposed by the other party, he was attracted. The price was that the yacht was confiscated. Hu and Yi Wanshu took advantage of the chaos, dropped the kayak, and escaped in the heavy rain. Unexpectedly. This group of people had actually started this kind of business now, and they encountered them. Hu waved his hand, and 5 AKs and 5 RPGs appeared on the deck. Non-combat personnel, evacuate. The rest, take your weapons. When everyone heard this, except for Shinshan and the 5, everyone else ran towards the cabin. On the deck, only 6 people remained, including Hu. Boss, why don't you go inside too? Shinshan asked with concern. No need. Hu shook his head, if I go in, who will they negotiate with? Shinshan nodded and stopped talking. 50 meters. The ship's engine finally stopped. Relying on the inertia of the water, it began to slowly approach the yacht, until it was less than 5 meters away from Ocean's Heart, and ropes were thrown from below, hooking onto the side of Ocean's Heart. Ding! Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Shall we activate the defense system? There is also this thing? Hu did not choose but instead observed first. He casually took out a sofa and leaned back. He just watched the ropes. That group of people still had use for him. If this defense system was too powerful and killed them all, wouldn't it be a waste? Board the ship. In the sound of rain, mixed with a heavy voice. The ropes were instantly pulled tight. It was clear that something was climbing up. Creak. A crisp sound echoed in Hu's ears. That was the sound of bullets being chambered, the gun facing those ropes. In less than 10 seconds. The first figure climbed up. He was dressed in a raincoat, flipped up onto the deck, and before he had time to speak, he saw 5 black gun muzzles pointing at him. His stiff lips twitched slightly. He immediately knelt on the ground, raising both hands, speechless. Hey! Little Lou, how's it going up there? The voice that had just shouted board the ship rang out again. The one called Little Lou did not dare to speak, only kneeling there with a silly smile. A few more seconds passed. Another person climbed up. His movements weren't as smooth as Little Lou's, but they were exactly the same. "Report, what's the situation up there?" The owner of that voice began to get anxious. But the two people on the deck remained silent, just staying still. "Damn! Everyone get up. I want to see what's up there." "Yes." A uniform voice rang out. Again, several ropes were thrown up. 1 minute later. 7 strong men knelt neatly on the deck, letting the heavy rain wash over them. "Is everyone here?" Who sat on the sofa, took out a loudspeaker, and asked in front of him, just now, who said they wanted to do business with me. The other 6 people took a uniform step back and kneeling. Only a burly man with a shaggy beard knelt at the front. "I." The shaggy bearded man had no choice but to raise his head and respond, a forced smile appearing on his lips. "Brother, we just came up to talk business. What are you doing?" "Talk business?" Who pointed at the ropes by the ship's side. "Is this how you talk business?" "Eh? Hey, you can forget that." Who directly scolded. "Speak honestly. We see your ship is extremely luxurious and want to borrow some supplies from you." The shaggy bearded man immediately replied, "We had no choice. There are too many people on board, and relying on those fish catches is simply not enough to fill our stomachs. Please show some mercy and give us something to eat. You really are shameless." Lishi complained from the side. "Robbery is robbery, but getting caught and still wanting to ask for supplies? Having a thick skin isn't a bad thing." The bearded man raised his head, his eyes fixed on Huyu. "As long as you are willing to give us supplies, we will do anything." "Anything?" Huyu raised an eyebrow and asked. "Anything." "Good." Huyu spat out a word and immediately stood up. "Can you find people?" "Find people?" "Yes." Huyu replied, "You 7 send 2 out to find 2 people in Jinling City for me. As long as you can do it, I can let you go and give you some supplies as a reward. If you can't find them, sorry, I need to borrow your boat." What is the most precious thing in the apocalypse? Supplies? If it's just one person, then supplies are indeed the most precious. But for Huyu now, the most precious thing is not supplies, but talent. Food. He has plenty. Even if he can't get other seeds, just by planting fairy beans and breeding livestock, he can feed a city. Now, he doesn't have to worry about security, and the diet is diverse enough, with medical care beyond mention, traditional Chinese medicine fully stocked. What is lacking now are talents in research, construction, education, and breeding. Especially construction and breeding. They can't always stay on the boat. When the heavy rain stops, if they are lucky enough to find a place to land, they naturally need professionals to build houses. And breeding. Although there are heavenly greenhouse tools, having one more professional can only be good, not bad. In the past, there were many such people. Just casually searching on a recruitment website, they were everywhere. But now, in a time when communication relies on shouting, finding such talent is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially with such a big goal like theirs. The heart of the ocean has not even approached those buildings before it has already attracted people's attention. If they really go to find people, who knows how much trouble it will cause. Now it's good. The nap has found a pillow. Those who dare to rob have a fierce nature. When they go to find people, they naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort. Huyu is not worried that they will escape on jet skis. Those who have survived to this point are not foolish. Would they rather starve to death on the water or come back to continue controlling their boat? Anyone would choose the latter. Good. The bearded man immediately agreed. Tell me what kind of people you want to find. We will definitely get it done for you. Construction, breeding. Huyu spat out 2 words. I want people familiar with these 2 technical areas. Find them for me to interview. As long as they pass, I can give them appropriate quotas to board the ship. This. The bearded man showed a difficult expression. Boss, it's fine if you want to find specific people, but just giving 2 features. I can't just shout. You don't need to shout. Huyu casually tossed 2 loudspeakers in front of them. Remember, you only have 3 hours. If you can't find them in 3 hours, then I'm sorry. Okay. The bearded man responded, stood up to pick up the loudspeaker, and turned to one person. Xiao Lu, come with me. Li Ji, take them to ride the jet ski. Yes. Li Ji replied, then looked at the 2, come with me. The bearded man and the other exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, walking into the cabin. As they passed by Huyu, they didn't forget to nod in greeting. As for the other 5. After the bearded man left, Huyu looked at Shinshan. Tie them up first, don't let them get drenched and die. Yes. Shinshan glanced at Zhao Zhong, and the 2 braved the rain to go to the deck and started working. Huyu then looked at the boat drifting beside the yacht, and curiosity surged in his heart. Zilong, accompany me for a trip. Ha? Where to? Su Zilong asked in confusion. The ship. Huyu stood up, put on a raincoat, and walked toward the rope. According to the bearded man, there were too many people on the ship, and he had no choice but to take this desperate measure. He really wanted to see how many people were on that ship. Chapter 49, The Little Captain. If it were an ordinary place, having an Sienner to protect would be enough. But this is about to go to someone else's stronghold. It's better to be cautious. Su Zilong took the lead, sliding down the rope to the ship's deck, holding his gun, and casually scanning the area to confirm there was no danger, then signaled upward. Huyu then moved, sliding down the rope. Next was an Sienner. The three of them boarded the ship. There wasn't a soul on the deck. Only some fishing rods and a simple homemade fishing net. The fish catch was stored in nearby fish buckets. The fish were quite small, but there were a lot of them. Each bucket had at least over 10 pounds. If there were only 7 people on the ship, that would be more than enough to eat. Bang! A muffled sound came from the cabin, as if something had fallen to the ground. The three turned their heads to look at the cabin. Huyu glanced back, signaling Su Zilong to take the lead. Su Zilong nodded in understanding and quickly ran over. He arrived at the cabin door. One kick. Bang! The cabin door was kicked open. Wind and rain rushed in. Su Zilong took the opportunity to enter, gun pointing forward, but there was no other movement. After a few breaths, he walked out, gun lowered, his expression somewhat helpless. What's going on? Huyu asked with a frown. Su Zilong slightly shook his head. Bossu, you'd better take a look for yourself. Huyu quickly stepped forward. When he reached outside the cabin, his expression was even more dramatic than Su Zilong's. Helpless, speechless, and powerless, filled his entire face. Children. All children. A group of kids, at most elementary school age, were huddled together, with the older boys guarding the outside, while the younger ones and some girls were surrounded inside. The number was at least several dozen. Huyu instantly felt numb. As the saying goes, a young boy can devour his father. No wonder those with beards caught so many fish but didn't have enough to eat. Boss Hu, what do we do? Su Zilong asked. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have boarded this ship. If I hadn't seen it, that would have been fine, but now that I have seen it, I can't just ignore it. These kids, the oldest can't be over 10. The youngest is only 7. That's just the age for starting elementary school. Close the door first, don't scare the kids. Okay. Su Zilong closed the door, but because his earlier move was too aggressive, the door was already damaged and could only barely cover it. Boss Hu, what do we do now? Don't speak. Huyu rolled his eyes. This guy always had his own ideas and never listened to others. Now when encountering this hot potato, he suddenly knew to throw the problem out. Originally, he wanted to wipe out the group led by the bearded man to prevent future troubles. But now the cabin was full of kids. If he really made a clean sweep, what would happen to these kids? Should he kill them too? That was definitely impossible. Or stay. City construction also needs fresh blood, otherwise, with just a few people, it wouldn't be a city, just a village. However, he also feared there might be someone like a little devil inside. A single rat dropping can spoil a whole pot of soup, and that's not uncommon. Huyu pondered for a few breaths. Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Got it. Although he only glanced quickly, he could see that the kids looked quite thin from hunger, and their clothes appeared extremely loose. He took out a box of egg tarts, opened the door, lifted the box, and pushed it inside. The egg tarts were still warm and fresh. The aroma of eggs filled the cabin. Boss Hu, you are being a bit stingy, aren't you? Su Zilong couldn't help but complain. Just one box? It would be nice to give a bit more. You don't know anything, just watch quietly. Huyu snapped back, not at all pleased. There were only 4 egg tarts in that box. Dividing would definitely not be enough. He just wanted to see how these kids would choose when faced with temptation. If they started fighting, then he wouldn't care about these people. If they didn't fight and chose to keep the egg tarts for the weaker ones, then he would keep his promise to the bearded man and leave them some supplies. As for other matters, he would no longer care. But what happened next exceeded his expectations. Through the crack in the door, Huyu could clearly see a child walking over. This child he recognized. He was the boy who had just been at the front of the crowd. He was holding a dagger in his hand. It seems that he is the leader among this group of children. The child cautiously approached the door. He glanced at the egg tart, neither eating it nor taking it back, but instead asked at the door, "Where is our captain?" Although his voice was tender, one could hear the toughness within. He still has his things to do and won't be back for a while. Huyu replied, "We are his friends, you can trust us." Not right. The child immediately rebutted, "You are the ones from that yacht." He hasn't returned, but you came down, which proves one thing: they fell into your hands. Just now that uncle held a gun at the door. You originally wanted to kill us, but later realized we were children, so you didn't act. This box of egg tarts should be something you used to test us, right? Yu and Su Zilong exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Such a small child. Barely older than Boo Boo, yet his logic was so tight. Just through these actions, he could infer their intentions. Your silence means I'm right. The child continued, now, I am the captain of this ship. If you have any demands, you can negotiate with me directly. No need to test. All right. Yu smiled. He pushed the door open again, and suddenly the child's panel popped up before him, startling him. Name, Guanli. Gender, male. Age, 9. Skills, proficient leader, proficient speech, proficient debate, basic combat. Personality, meticulous, suspicious, leading, kindness, gratefulness. Favorability, -20. This person is simply a born leader. 3 proficiencies, 1 basic. And all related to leadership skills. These skills actually appeared in a child? Even his personality was extremely prominent. This is in the apocalypse. If he really grows up, without a doubt, he will be a generation of hero. What are you looking at me for? Guanli frowned and asked, what conditions do you have? You can ask. Yu suddenly became interested. He squatted down, looking at Guanli, little friend, it's not about what conditions I have now, but about what you can give me. Your life, and the lives of those behind you, are in my control. As long as I want, you will only have one ending. Now, it's about what you can give me in exchange for your lives. A ship. Guanli spat out one word, staring intently into Huyu's eyes. You came on board only because you are interested in this ship. This ship, including all the resources on it, I will leave to you. I only want 4 lifeboats on the ship. Not enough. That's all there is. Guanli's tone was very tough. Let me tell you, there are our people in the captain's room. As long as my people behind me sound the alarm, he will control this ship to crash into your yacht, and then it will be fish dead, net broken, no one will come out well. This kid, so ruthless at such a young age. However, he threatened the wrong person. The heart of the ocean has epic-level defenses, not even a torpedo could penetrate it, let alone a ship so close. Let me think about it. Yu laughed as he stood up. He turned and walked towards the deck. I was lying earlier, but your captain really hasn't died. When he returns, we can continue this negotiation. Your earlier performance has earned you that box of egg tarts. How to handle it, you decide for yourself. After saying that, Yu took Su Zilong back to the yacht. As soon as they returned, he picked up the binoculars to observe Guanli's actions. The egg tarts were gone. Under his command, the children had already begun to repair the cabin door. Truly a born leader. Boss Hu. Su Zilong stood beside Yu, leaning against the ship's railing and asked, this group of children. Why not stay? Let's take a look again. Chapter 50, Truly Talented. July 22nd, 6 p.m. The heavy rain continued unabated. The water level had never ceased to rise. The deadline that Yu set for the bearded man was approaching. However, he was not anxious, but instead used a telescope to continuously observe the situation on the ship. 3 hours. During these 3 hours, those children did a lot. In the first half hour, they repaired the cabin door. Although it was not as tight as before, it was still good enough to keep out the rain. In the next hour, they moved the fish barrels inside the ship, cooked them simply, and had lunch. There were no cries, no complaints during this time. By 5 p.m., Guanli was already sitting in the cockpit, staring at the yacht, as if waiting for some news. At the same time, the group of children had already run to the lifeboat. As long as they lowered the lifeboat, they would fall into the water and escape immediately. However, they did not move. Like Guanli in the cockpit, they were also waiting for something. This wait lasted for an hour. There was no movement at all during this time. It's about time. Yu glanced at the time and turned to Li Ji. Let Zhang Surui start preparing dinner. Yes. At most, they would wait 10 more minutes. If the bearded man and that little Lu should return, it was time for them to come back, and if not, there was no need to wait any longer. Buzz. The buzzing sound of the motorboat came. Yu adjusted the telescope and saw 2 motorboats heading this way. Each motorboat had 2 people on it. It seemed they had found them. I'll go meet them. Li Ji said as he walked towards the lower cabin. Okay. In less than 5 minutes. Li Ji brought 5 people to the deck. Apart from the bearded man and little Lu, there were 2 other people. One was a middle-aged man in a suit. Although he looked greasy and pale, one could tell from his eyes that he had definitely held a high position before. The other was an elder. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was gray, but he had an extraordinary temperament. It was clear that he was a researcher, and even standing in front of Hu Yu, he had an air of superiority. It was like a teacher looking at a bad student. Hu Yu immediately used his detection skill on him. He was shocked when he saw the results. Name, Fang Suyuan. Gender, male. Age, 59. Skills, epic biological research, epic legume planting, epic animal breeding, proficient in chemistry, proficient in cultivation, proficient in model construction. Personality, loving, sharp-tongued, rigorous, hands-on. Favorability, 0. A big shot. This is a true big shot. In a time of peace, he could have easily been a researcher, even possibly an academician. Old Fong. Hu Yu had just stood up, and before he could greet him, Xinshan's voice suddenly rang out. Xiaoshun? Fang Suyuan was momentarily stunned, looking at Xinshan with some confusion. What are you doing here? It seemed they were still acquaintances. This made things easier. Well, it's a long story. Xinshan chuckled ruefully, immediately walked to Hu Yu's side. Come, let me introduce you too. This is Fang Suyuan, a renowned agricultural expert in our country. I have previously been responsible for his security work. This is Hu Yu, the owner of this ship, and also my current boss. Old Fong. Hu Yu took the initiative to greet him. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Boss? Fang Suyuan frowned slightly. I heard you made some mistakes and got fired. Is that true? Well, it's a long story. Xinshan replied helplessly, standing behind Hu Yu. You guys can talk. Old Fong, we can discuss these matters later. Hu Yu extended a hand towards him. I hope you can join us. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to state. I will try my best to meet them. I'm just an old man with nothing I want. Old Fong sized Hu Yu up for a while. I came to see who would think of finding someone like me in this situation. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a rich kid. What? Do you want to start a fish farm on your yacht? Don't dream. Hu Yu's lips twitched. He only said one sentence, but Old Fong responded like a pea shooter, launching a barrage. Truly a sharp tongue. A sharp tongue is one thing, but this person is a true talent. Boss Hu, that's just how Old Fong is. Xinshan whispered from the side, don't take it to heart, you must keep him. Don't worry. I have a way. Hu Yu muttered under his breath, glancing toward the greenhouse, take him there to have a look. No matter where we go to see, my conclusion will be the same. Fang Suyuan tilted his head back, placing his hand on Xinshan's shoulder, not to mention, Xiaoshun, you're just being foolish. This rain will stop sooner or later, why are you all doing these things? Isn't it better to just stay quiet? Old Fong, you should follow me first. Xinshan said helplessly, leading Fang Suyuan toward the greenhouse. Hu Yu stayed in place, looking at another person in front of him. The panel popped up. Name, Li Wantu. Gender, male. Age, 39. Skills, proficient in management, basic drawing, basic building, basic carpentry. Personality, arrogant, smug, high and mighty. Affection level, 0. Boss Hu. Li Wantu spoke up, his tone even more arrogant than Old Fong. I heard you're hiring here? Hiring, not trash. Hu Yu replied casually, not wanting to waste time on such a person. He looked at the bearded man. Wherever you found him, take him back. What do you want this newbie for? Hey. The bearded man didn't know where this person was lacking, but still lowered his head in response. Why should I? Li Wantu protested, you brought me here. You have to take responsibility. Why kick me out after just looking? Why? Hu Yu sneered, just because I am the ship owner. Li Ji, show him the door. No need to bother, I can do it myself. The bearded man smiled and stepped forward, quickly subduing Li Wantu. Broly, you take us down a bit, and I'll throw this guy back. Understandable. Li Ji praised with a smile, let's go. You don't need to go. Hu Yu scanned around, looking at Xiao Luer. Let this Xiao Luer go, I need you for something else. Hey. The bearded man responded, raising his foot to kick Xiao Luer's butt. Hurry up, come back quickly. Yes, boss. Xiao Luer replied and immediately followed Li Ji down the cabin. Before Hu Yu could speak, the bearded man immediately approached, respectfully asking, Boss Hu, what do you need? What's going on with the kids in the cabin? Hu Yu asked straightforwardly. This matter is a long story. The bearded man sighed, subconsciously reaching for his pocket but found nothing. Seeing this, Hu Yu casually tossed him a packet. Thank you, Boss Hu. The bearded man's eyes lit up at this. He took out a lighter from his pants pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. This begins 9 days ago. Chapter 51, A Miracle, It's Simply a Miracle. In the heavy rain. The bearded man leaned against the boat, gazing at the ship before him, lost in memories. That day was Saturday. I took a tourist group to follow along the Yangtze River with those kids. As long as we returned to Jiling by 8 in the evening, I would get a good fare. Unexpectedly, it was only 7 o'clock when it started to rain. An hour later, we decided to dock, but only a few parents arrived early. Most of the kids stayed on the boat. The rain got heavier and heavier. The roads were all flooded, and we had no choice but to leave the kids on the boat, planning to send them once the rain stopped. But that wait lasted 9 days. 9 days. The bearded man held his cigarette, shaking his head in despair. This rain might never stop. Boss, I'm a rough man. When I saw you back then, I did have some ill thoughts. I ask you one thing, spare those kids. I'm fine with anything else, just let my brothers get off, they can take care of those kids. The human heart possesses both good and evil. There are no truly pure good people and no purely bad people. That's how the bearded man is. If you want to say he is bad, he does it for that boat full of children. If it were just for his brother's food, catching fish would be easy enough. If you want to say he is good, for that boat full of children, he would rob others of their survival resources. It's tough to truly judge his good or bad nature. Let's talk about this later. You hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. He looked at the ship. There are still people waiting for you on the boat. Go greet them first and bring that kid named Guanli up. I have something to tell you. Hey! The bearded man responded and, without bringing his brothers, walked toward the rope to climb onto the ship. This didn't mean he abandoned his brothers, it was to tell Huyu that he wouldn't run away and would definitely return. Boss Hu, I really don't understand. Suzy Long stood by and asked, what exactly do you plan to do? Leave them here? Or, do you remember that box of egg tarts? Huyu asked. I bet Guanli left at least one for that bearded man. What's there to bet on? Su Zilong was puzzled. If he left one, it means that kid is worth investing in, and I will give them supplies to help them be self-sufficient in this apocalypse. What if he left two? A voice came from behind. It was Xiao Zisu. Huyu had told them about what happened on the ship in the afternoon. He wanted to consult their opinions to see how to handle it. But the answer was the same. Everything depended on his thoughts. This was no different from saying nothing. What are you doing out here? Huyu looked back at Xiao Zisu. Is Bubu's medicine ready? It was ready long ago. Xiao Zisu stood to the side. I heard an old gentleman would come on board, so I came to check and happened to overhear you. Tell me, what will you do if he leaves 2 egg tarts? Leaving 2? Huyu looked at the taut rope. A box of egg tarts only has 4, according to normal kid logic. They might be shared among everyone. That kid is thoughtful. He might eat some first to test for poison before distributing. If he leaves 1, it shows his gratitude, and investing a bit isn't a bad idea. Leaving 2 means he knows his place and will win people's hearts. The 2 are not just for the bearded man but for those 7 adults, representing half for each group. If he really is this sensible on the ship, there might indeed be a place for him. The bearded man poked his head out from the ship's railing. In his arms was Guanli, and Guanli was holding a box. An egg tart box. Huyu and the others looked on in surprise. A guess surged into their minds. Under what circumstances would Guanli carry an egg tart box onto the ship? Boss Hu. The bearded man approached with Guanli. We're here. Boss Hu. Guanli bowed deeply while holding the egg tart box, then offered the box with both hands. Earlier, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, please don't take offense. Huyu opened the box as a gesture. 4 egg tarts were neatly arranged, safe and sound. Aside from being cold, there was no damage whatsoever. What does this mean? Huyu looked into Guanli's eyes and asked, do you dislike the gift I gave you? Or are you afraid I poisoned it? You wouldn't do that. Guanli spoke firmly, meeting Huyu's gaze. The egg tarts you gave us were both compassion and grace. We didn't eat them because the captain is missing, and we couldn't handle such a precious gift recklessly. Returning it to you now is to thank you. This is the best food on our ship and the best gift I can offer. Thank you? Thank you for giving us a chance to survive. Guanli said earnestly, then offered the egg tarts again. So smooth, too smooth. Huyu considered several possibilities but never expected this kid would not eat a single one. Even controlling other kids to stay still. This is truly something rare. Then I will accept it. Huyu took the egg tart and set it aside. He looked at Guanli and seriously asked, now, I give you a chance, you can board the ship to work for me. In the future, this ship will be your home, you don't have to worry about food and drink, are you willing? Not willing. Why? Guanli raised his head, staring intently at Huyu. If I stay, the benefits to you are negligible. If I leave, it will be a disaster for them. It's hard to imagine. These words came out of the mouth of a 9-year-old child. Huyu raised his hand, resting it on his head, gently rubbing it. If it were Bubu, she would enjoy squinting her eyes. But Guanli stood motionless. His eyes continued to gaze at Hu Yu, as if trying to imprint him in his mind, his gaze like a wolf. Such a person, if not brought under his wing, would definitely become a hidden danger in the future. He should know. When he stood in front of Hu Yu and said those words, his fate was left with only two choices. One was to stay on the ship, the other was to leave his life on the ship. But even so, he still chose to refuse. The reason was simple. Coercion. He wanted to coerce Hu Yu to keep more people. They can all stay. Hu Yu relented. Firstly, he did have a heart for talent, and secondly, if a city were really built in the future, new blood was indeed needed inside. Children are far more loyal than those adults. Really? Guan Li exclaimed, including the captain? They can come together. Since he had already taken in dozens of people, a few more wouldn't matter. However, there were still conditions. Hu Yu looked at the bearded man. First, make it clear, if I take you in, I can also provide food and resources. But the precondition is, you cannot board the ship. Except for those children, you can only sail the ship as a guard ship, following alongside the yacht. Can you accept it? Accepted. Completely accepted. The bearded man nodded repeatedly. What kind of condition is this? At this time, as long as he could keep a little life, it would be good, not to mention that he would provide food and resources. This was an enormous blessing. That's good. Hu Yu looked at the bearded man. First bring the people up, and I will distribute the supplies to you later. Yes. The bearded man responded, just about to turn when Guan Li interrupted. I'll go. Guan Li volunteered. If Captain Wine goes, he won't be able to bring people up. The bearded man was taken aback. What's going on? Guan Li did not answer, just smiled, and then walked towards the ship's railing, climbing up the rope against the heavy rain. He probably doesn't believe you either. Boss Hu, what do you mean? The bearded man asked in confusion. Hu Yu joked with a smile, handing him the binoculars. Look at the cockpit. The bearded man took a look, still confused. Aren't there just a few kids? What's the matter? This is Guan Li's emergency measure. Hu Yu smiled, watching the small figure in the rain. If he discovers that you are cooperating with me, planning to utilize them as bargaining chips, or something else, they will launch the ship at the first moment. Either leave here or directly crash into the yacht, going down together. These little rascals. The bearded man cursed inwardly, but his expression was full of appreciation. Tell me. Suddenly, a roar came from the big tent. Old Fong ran straight over, followed closely by Shinshan, who almost couldn't keep up. Old Fong reached Hu Yu's side, his face filled with excitement. Tell me. Where did you find these things? Miracles, it's simply a miracle. Chapter 52 Fresh Blood. Hu Yu was not surprised by Old Fong's excitement. Even Xiao Zissou, an outsider, was shocked by these things, wanting to dissect them personally. Not to mention this expert. He was well aware of what those things meant, far better than Xiao Zissou. Quickly say. Fong Suyuan exclaimed, where did you get these things? You don't need to worry about that. Hu Yu smiled and extended his right hand. I still have the same condition. As long as you can stay, I will hand over the cultivation of these livestock and plants to you. You can do whatever you want. I will give you absolute freedom, and from time to time, I will also give you some unexpected surprises. The system can produce more than just fairy beans, it might even yield other animals that can be raised. This is his confidence. Surprise? Fong Suyuan questioned, what surprise? Like this. Hu Yu said as he took out an ordinary fairy bean. Old Fong, would you like to take a look first? Fong Suyuan took the fairy bean, holding it up to examine closely. He looked at it from the left, then from the right, even sniffing it twice at the tip of his nose. Finally, he reached a conclusion. Isn't this just an ordinary bean? Old Fong can give it a taste. Hu Yu smiled. Feigning mystery. Old Fong muttered 4 words under his breath but still placed the fairy bean in his mouth. The fairy bean melted instantly. In a moment, it turned into a warm current that drilled into Fong Lao's throat and flowed into his abdomen. A feeling of fullness surged instantly. Fong Suyuan's eyes widened. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. The feeling of hunger had already begun to claw at his insides, as if he could swallow a cow whole. But with this one bean in his belly, that feeling vanished in an instant. What on earth is this? Fairy bean. Hu Yu did not hide it, saying in front of the bearded man, one can satisfy the consumption of an adult for a month and also provide a suitable sense of fullness. What? With that word, everyone present was dumbfounded. Including Shinshan. Before this, he had no idea fairy beans existed. Heaven knows how many things this boss Hu was hiding. You really mean it? Fong Suyuan's lips trembled. If that's true, at any time, this bean could change the world's landscape. Old Fong can take his time to experience it. Huyu smiled back, this is just the inferior grade, the superior grade can provide 3 months of energy, already planted in the greenhouse. I agree to join. Fang Suyuan just said that, then ran towards the greenhouse without looking back. No, not the greenhouse. It's the sanctuary. That place belongs to every agricultural science student. Boss Hu. Seeing this, Shinshan didn't chase after but leaned beside Huyu and asked, you didn't fool him, did you? What kind of talk is that? Huyu smiled helplessly, a bit annoyed, am I the kind of person who fools others? Shinshan did not answer, but the answer was obvious. No one knows who misled Boss Tian into that state at that building. Boss Hu? The bearded man swallowed his saliva, is there any of those beans left? Us brothers haven't eaten in several days. There is, but you can't eat today. Huyu looked at the children gradually boarding the ship, since you are all here, stay and have dinner before going back. Let's celebrate our cooperation. While saying this, he turned around and shouted toward the kitchen, Li Ji, go help prepare dinner, make more for everyone, we're throwing a party. The bearded man's mind went a bit blank. A party? If it's just eating fairy beans, isn't that not really a party? Could it be? This ship stocked with food still has a lot? Half an hour later. The scene before him answered the bearded man's doubts while also sparking another question in his mind. How much has Boss Hu really stocked up? The evolved heart of the ocean, the entire deck of the ship is 140 meters long. Excluding the 40 meters of bar, kitchen, indoor pool, and observation deck, there's still 100 meters of reception room. Now, it was entirely filled with all kinds of food and drinks. From soup buns to small green dragons, from cupcake to macarons, every type of food was freshly made. Even the soup dumplings were still steaming. These things, even if prepared 10 days ago, would still take a lot of effort to set up. But now, in just half an hour. A party is happening just like that? Children are streaming in, starting to crazily grab food, they are no exception, stuffing whatever looks tasty into their mouths. They are afraid that the illusion in front of them will disappear in the next moment. Only one person is different. Guan Li. He stands outside the party quietly, holding a box of egg tarts, the one that just cooled down. He picks one up and eats half in one bite. Huyu spots him and waves his hand actively. After eating the other half of the egg tart, he slowly walks over. Captain, do you need something from me? Guan Li respectfully asks. His fondness for Huyu has already risen to 20, and his tone is no longer sharp like before. With so much food, you only eat this? Eating this first. Guan Li replies calmly, can't waste it, right? Do you think they will waste it? Huyu intentionally asks. The reason he holds this party is not because there is too much food to eat, but to observe. Yes, he promised to keep all the children. But the treatment for those who stay still depends on their own performance. This is the first test. If anyone wastes food, then sorry, they will be disqualified. At that time, they will be sent back to the ship and live with the bearded men. No. Guan Li replies confidently, those who have been hungry know the value of food. I want the truth. I talked to them before getting on the ship. No wonder it's you. Huyu replies, no longer paying attention, and starts to eat his dinner. Since Guan Li has already talked, this party is destined to not have any waste. At 10 o'clock at night. The party ends. Shinshan finally persuades old Fong to return to his room to prepare for sleep, studying slowly tomorrow. Su Zilong returns to the ship with the 7 bearded men and allocates the first batch of supplies to them. These are fresh ingredients and fresh water, enough for the 7 of them to eat for half a month. Mulingxiu is responsible for arranging a room for each child and hands over today's records to Huyu. Just as Guan Li said, none of the children wasted any food. 2/3 of the things left from the party can all be recycled and preserved, just as clean as locusts passing through. Xiao Zisu begins to work late into the night, preparing the teaching materials for tomorrow. After all, as the only talented person on the ship besides old Fong, she has to take on the education responsibilities facing so many children. Huyu yawns after hearing the report and falls asleep. The next morning. When he walks to the balcony, that lucky spot, preparing to continue yesterday's good fortune and bring out something good. The scene before him makes him freeze on the spot. A huge number of ripples appear on the water surface. That is, people. Someone is swimming over. Chapter 53, if you don't appreciate it, then you can't blame me. In the heavy rain. There are masses of people on the water's surface, using swim rings, wooden boards, or mattresses. As long as it's something that can float, they can use it. One after another, they swim toward the yacht. Through the balcony, Huyu notices that many people are already close to the yacht or the edge of the ship, trying to climb up. Fortunately, the surfaces of these 2 ships are smooth enough, without tools, they can't possibly do it. But the crowds of people coming from behind seem to have anticipated this situation, and various tools appear in their hands. The heart of the ocean is not afraid of being smashed, but that ship may not be the same. Things will go wrong. Huyu frowns, no longer opening the egg, and rushes out directly. As soon as he opens the door, he bumps into Xiao Zissou walking by. You finally woke up. Xiao Zissou breathes a sigh of relief. If you didn't wake up, I would have come in to call you. As she speaks, she inserts a golden needle into her hair, thinking it through with just her toes. The way she calls people must be very efficient. There's no need at all. Huyu's corner of the mouth twitched, noticing her face full of dark circles. Your eyes. Did you go steal cows last night? Where can I steal cows? At the greenhouse? Xiao Zissou yawned. That old man Fong went to the greenhouse at 3. Anyone close to the greenhouse would be watched by him, who would dare to steal. So, what are you doing? Preparing lessons. Xiao Zissou's tone was filled with pride. Let me tell you, if I hadn't failed my teaching qualification exam back then, I would have been a teacher already. Now you've given me a chance. The rain I endured back then, I will repay double. Just don't exhaust our future flower buds to death. Huyu said as he walked toward the cabin, not forgetting to add, oh, except for Guanli, torture him to death. As the saying goes, if you can't learn to death, learn as much as you can. He has that potential. Agreed. The two laughed as they walked into the cabin. Shinshan and others were already waiting there, with Guanli standing among them, his figure looking extremely out of place. What's the situation now? No one has boarded the ship yet. Shinshan took the initiative to report. Just checked the surveillance. Since 5 o'clock this morning, people have been coming over one after another. So far, no one has boarded the ship, nor has there been any actual damage to the vessel. Is there any negotiation? No, they don't seem to be a group. It's more of a spontaneous action. Huyu frowned slightly. He could understand them. At such a time, a ship, a brightly lit ship that is partying day and night, is a rare lifeline for anyone. Especially since this ship took in so many people yesterday. This was their only chance. As long as they swam to the side of the ship, they could take a gamble. Gamble that the owner of the ship is kind-hearted and can take them in. But unfortunately, sound the horn, the ship will depart in 5 minutes. If anything happens, we are not responsible. Yes, boss. Shinshan replied, took the loudspeaker left by Huyu yesterday, and walked to the ship's edge. Attention everyone. The ship will depart in 5 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by yourselves. He repeated the same thing 3 times. Just to remind them as much as possible. It's also strange. Huyu took out his toiletries from his personal space and began to brush his teeth, mumbling, aren't there strange fish underwater? How can they let people swim over? There haven't been any fish since last night. Zhao Zhong replied from the side, last night I tried to fish, no bites at all, not even a reaction when bait was thrown. Captain Wang's side is the same. Su Zilong echoed, last night they cast fishing nets, but there was no response at all. I went to check. No fish? Huyu frowned slightly, this shouldn't be happening. Before he could figure out what was happening, a loud shout came from above the water. Owner of the ship. Come out. Owner of the ship. Come out. Looks like they won't give up until they see the coffin. Huyu took out a towel and wiped his face briefly, looking at Li Ji, is breakfast ready? Not yet. Li Ji replied and immediately set off, I'll go now. Make sure it's plentiful. Huyu advised, wake those guys up at 7:30, and start the class. Okay. Guanli also responded, I'll go wake them up. Xingu, come with me for a bit. Huyu took out 3 umbrellas and handed one each to Shinshan and Xianer behind him. All right. The 3 walked out of the cabin together. As soon as they reached the ship's edge, they saw Captain Wang and others watching the ship with harpoons, waiting to strike back as soon as the others boarded. When Huyu's gaze fell down, Captain Wang awkwardly smiled, hurriedly putting away his harpoon and elbowing the little Lu beside him. Little Lu immediately understood and ran towards the control room. The ship would depart in 5 minutes. This was the order given by Huyu. Since the yacht was to set sail, the ship naturally couldn't lag behind. Owner of the ship. Come out. The noise continued. Huyu walked to the ship's edge, looking down at the crowd below. Take out the megaphone. I came out, what do you want? The chaotic voices were instantly drowned out by the sound of rain. But soon, a synchronized call echoed across the water's surface. Let us board. Let us board. Boarding is not impossible. Huyu scanned below, speaking calmly, who among you knows architecture? Raise your hand if you can plan a building in master composition. After a few moments, more than 70% of the hands went up. Well, he must have poked the hornet's nest of the architecture school. No need to look at the panel, over 90% of them were lying. This is human nature. Hu pulled out an AK and fired a shot into the water. The bullet did not hit anyone. But it was enough to silence the crowd. I'll say it again, if you have the skill, raise your hand, if not, lower it. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to be shot in the water, would you? Sure enough, in an instant, over 99% of the hands went down. Only 2 people still had their hands raised in the water. Hu glanced at their panels, and they were indeed not lying. However, their knowledge of architecture was merely proficient, and their temperaments weren't great. They were likely to become untrainable wolves. What a pity. Hu shook his head and put away the megaphone. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a crisp voice rang in his ears. A warning flashed before him. Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Enable the defense system? He leaned against the ship's railing and used binoculars to look towards the source of the sound. He saw several people leaning against the ship, holding mid-sized impact drills, attacking the deck of the Ocean Heart. They knew that just talking wouldn't get them on the ship unless they were ready to risk everything. Hu's eyes squinted. He gave these people 5 minutes to leave instead of directly starting the boat. That was his chance for them to survive. But now, using the chance he gave them to drill his ship? You really have some guts. If you don't appreciate my kindness, then don't blame me. Chapter 54, Searching for the Mountain. Hu hated one type of person the most in his life. Not ruthless people like Tian Lao Lu, nor ignorant fools like An Wang, but ungrateful beasts. The people underwater saw that Hu was silent again and started to stir once more. Board the ship. Board the ship. They seemed certain that Hu was afraid. As the saying goes, the barefoot are not afraid of the ones in shoes, and those wearing shiny leather shoes fear the most is their shoes being ruined. As long as they resorted to desperate measures, they would definitely get what they wanted. But unfortunately, they mistook the person. Shoot. That would be too kind to them. No need to start the boat. Hu turned and walked towards the cabin, heading straight to where he fished yesterday. Shinshan looked puzzled. Boss, are you just going to let them drill the ship? Don't worry, the ship will be fine. Hu replied. He could see the panel of the Ocean Heart. After so long of being drilled, the durability remained at 100%. Those guys couldn't see the prompt, otherwise, they would have seen that message flashing before them: enemy defense not breached. Aren't they fond of drilling? Hu casually took out a fishing rod. Let's see how long they can drill. He cast the line. The fish hook turned into a parabola, plunging into the water. A burst of laughter immediately erupted on the water's surface. It was well known that there were no fish underwater. This guy actually went fishing? He must be out of his mind. Perfect. Let's teach him another lesson. A few people saw this and immediately swam towards where the fishhook had fallen. Isn't he fond of fishing? Then let's reel in that rod. The crowd had fallen into a frenzy. A few with good swimming skills dove down first, finding the fishing line. Just as they were about to pull it up from the water, a sudden change occurred. A strong pull surged from the surface. There's a fish. A fish is hooked. The crowd was startled but did not take it seriously. Until... a piercing scream echoed. The person who had just grabbed the fishing line was already pulled underwater. A wave of crimson gradually spread. Dead, someone is dead. Run. We can't go back. Get on the ship. There's only one way left. Damn it, hasn't the ship been broken yet? What are the people in front doing? The crowd instantly fell into chaos. Hu thrust the fishing rod into a hole on the deck. This was a special rod holder made by Zhao Zhong overnight. The hole pierced through the entire deck. As long as the fishing rod was inserted, it could leverage the entire yacht. Unless the fishing rod broke, the deck lifted, or the fishing line was pulled dry, any hooked fish would not escape. But these 3 situations were simply impossible. At least in the freshwater area, no fish could achieve such a thing. What the hell? It's biting? So fast? Zhao Zhong exclaimed, his face full of surprise. For a seasoned fisherman, this was like scratching off $1 million prize in front of someone who usually wins only $5. Wasn't there no fish yesterday? Who knows? Hu chuckled softly, maybe it just swam over. Zhao Zhong said nothing, but looked at Hu with suspicion. He didn't believe such nonsense. What do you mean, just swam over? That thing below could eat people. If it had just swum over, the people above the water would have been eaten long ago. Would it let them swim over? There must be some trick to this. But he didn't plan to ask. Instead, he stood quietly next to Hu, looking down at the ship's side. On the water's surface, the crowd was plunged into panic. Those who had just surfaced had a chance. They could still swim back to their previous base. But those close to the yacht and the ship had no chance. Shadows swam swiftly beneath the water. With each passing moment, someone was dragged down, turning into a pool of crimson staining the water's surface. If they wanted to survive, there was only one way. Get on the ship. Damn it! Why can't this ship break open? Stop drilling. If you break the ship, we will all be dead. No. Drill. Only by breaking the ship do we have a chance to survive. The crowd erupted into two opinions. Seeing the person with the drill continuing, another group of unwilling people went completely mad. Charge. Grab the drill bit. As long as we save this ship, the owner will definitely let us on. Yes. He has taken so many kids, he won't mind taking one more. Charge. Roars, clashes, and wails suddenly filled the surface of the water. Crimson appeared one after another. Seeing this, Huyu felt it was about time too, and turned to Zhao Zhong. Are you sure you can catch this fish? I'll give it a try. Zhao Zhong had wanted to take action for a long time. Now that Huyu had spoken, he immediately reached for the fishing rod. As soon as the fishing rod was in hand, an immense pulling force came. He had no time to react and nearly got dragged into the water. Fortunately, Shinshan and Ancienner were right behind, pulling him back just in time. Zhao Zhong seized the chance to reinsert the fishing rod into the deck, feeling a wave of fear. I can't handle it. This thing is more terrifying than the fish yesterday. Then let's lead it around. Huyu looked at Shinshan. Has 5 minutes passed? Yes. Notify that ship to prepare to set sail. Understood. Shinshan responded and ran to the deck, shouting forward with a loudspeaker, prepare to set sail. The ship's horn sounded. The yacht first started up, continuing toward the direction of Pengcheng. As for the crowd, those obedient and far away were naturally safe. But those near the ship's side, at the moment when the ship started, were pushed forward by the water flow. Those good at swimming could float on the surface. Those not good at swimming could only be swept under the ship, their fate unknown. As for that fish, Huyu fixed the roller, it could only be dragged by the heart of the ocean beneath the water. So troublesome early in the morning. He didn't plan to worry about that fish, stretched lazily, and lay on the sofa. How long until we reach Pengcheng? About 10 hours. Li Ji replied, if we go at full speed, we can get there in 8 hours. No need, just 2 hours. It would be bad to lose sight of the ship later. Huyu waved his hand and looked at the water surface. Today is July 23rd. It has been 10 days since the apocalypse began. The water level has risen to 50 meters. In the last life, at this time, the water level would stop rising until the 18th day. During this period, everyone was filled with hope. They awaited the future decline of the water level with full hearts. But on the 19th day, the water level would rise again. Especially starting from the 20th day, the water level would soar like never before. The original rise of 20 centimeters per hour would expand to 1 meter, 2 meters, even 5 meters an hour. Until the entire blue star is completely transformed into a deep blue. So, if he wants to gather talents, he must complete it within these remaining 10 days and collect enough peaks. Otherwise, once the heavy rain stops, they would only drift at sea. Huyu looked out the porthole, but could only see an expanse of ocean. Peaks? They might be hard to find. 5 hours later. Finally, a peak came into view. Just as Huyu was about to order the ship to approach, a sudden bright light caught his eye. That is, a catapult. Did I see that wrong? Huyu rubbed his eyes and looked again at the mountain, the scene still unchanged. A small mountain of about 100 meters sticking out of the water. At the top of the mountain, there were actually a dozen catapults arranged in a row. The smallest one had a throwing arm of at least 3 meters, and it was loaded with stones inside. Whose masterpiece is this? Playing tower defense in the apocalypse? Huyu took out his binoculars to look at the mountain top, but there was not a single shadow in sight. There must be people there. They are likely hiding in a cave somewhere due to the heavy rain. This is understandable, but what he doesn't understand is, what are these catapults for? Surely they aren't for attacking passing boats like theirs? One must not lower their guard. Although the heart of the ocean should be immune to such levels of damage, he also doesn't want anything thrown onto his ship. Moreover, the ship is still behind. What if they smashed a hole in the ship? Wouldn't that be a waste of a boat? Huyu immediately ordered to change course, steering away from that small mountain. Once he confirmed they wouldn't be noticed, a thought sprang to mind. Anyone who could set up such a tower defense must be a master builder. Perhaps, he could find the person he wanted on that mountain. To retreat one step, even if that person is gone, or not the teammate he wanted, he could still take that mountain. It could serve as a foundation for the future. After all, with this level of rainfall, just 2 mountains won't be enough to fill the waters. Brother Shin, Zilong, you two come with me. Hu Yu said as he walked down to the lower deck. Some people still need to stay on the ship. Zhao Zhong is responsible for watching the fish, and Li Ji is responsible for watching the ship. 2 people are enough. Hu Yu left a gun and an RPG for each of them in Xiao Zissou, that should be enough. With Xinshan, Su Zilong, and in Xian Air, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. After simple arrangements, the 4 of them split into 2 groups and rode 2 jet skis toward that small mountain. Su Zilong and Hu Yu formed one group, while Xinshan and in Xian Air formed another. As soon as they entered the water, Hu Yu sensed that something was off. Fish. The fish that had escaped for 5 hours was now silent. Zhao Zhong also noticed this. He started to slowly reel in his line and managed to catch the fish out of the water. It appeared to be a mutated sturgeon. It was nearly 5 meters long and weighed at least over 100 gene. Just like the mutated silver carp last time, its scales and fins had undergone strange changes. What exactly is happening, he would have to observe up close to find out. But that isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is, it had been lively before, but once it entered this water area, it had become quiet. Hu Yu initially thought it had lost its strength. I planned to fish a little longer before packing up, but now that I look. Clearly, it's not. It has injuries on its body. There's a bite mark about half a meter wide on its abdomen, which isn't fatal. But it proves one thing. There must be something even more terrifying down there. Everyone, be extra careful. Hu Yu reminded, not planning to give up the plan. Missing a mountain peak doesn't matter, but if we miss a person, that would be the real tragedy. Got it. Xinshan replied and started the jet ski toward the small hill, with Su Zilong closely following. The sound of the jet ski echoed over the water. One giant bubble after another floated to the surface. Speed up. Hu Yu frowned slightly, something is coming up. The 2 didn't have time to respond and twisted the throttle. Puff. A chill swept from behind. Something surged up from underwater. Hu Yu instinctively turned to look behind and saw a black shadow bursting from the water, rushing straight toward them. That was a water snake. A water snake as wide as 2 meters, and who knows how long. Water splashed all over everyone. Fear instantly spread in their hearts. Did this thing also mutate? Hu Yu snapped back to his senses, immediately pulled out an RPG, loaded it, and aimed at the water. As long as it dares to poke its head out, one shot will take it down. Unfortunately, it had no intention of showing itself, but closely followed behind the jet ski, ready to launch another sneak attack from below. Hu Yu frowned, disregarding whether to expose their position or not, and pulled the trigger. The shell entered the water, successfully hitting the target. With a muffled bang, many bubbles erupted on the surface, but there was no blood. Fortunately, it slowed down. At least the shell was still effective against it. Hu Yu reloaded and aimed again at the black shadow. Just as he prepared to fire again, the creature stopped. It gradually submerged, its figure disappeared without a trace. Is it giving up? Or has it evolved to the point where it clearly recognizes danger? No matter what the case, Hu Yu didn't dare to be complacent, still carrying the RPG on his shoulder, while Su Zilong and Xinshan were both speeding along. Now he understood the purpose of those catapults on the mountain. 5 minutes later. Finally, they reached the shore. The 4 got off the shore, and Hu Yu stored the jet ski in his space, looking at the water surface, still feeling uneasy. Just now. Su Zilong pointed at the water. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Shouldn't have, unless we all had a hallucination. Xinshan was also drenched in cold sweat. That snake must be over 10 meters long, right? As if to answer Xinshan's question. The shadow resurfaced in the water. It didn't approach the small hill but started to circle around the yacht. Comparing the length of the yacht, it was easy to see that this water snake was 1/6 the length of the entire yacht, which is nearly 20 meters long. An adult elephant is only about 6 or 7 meters long. This snake's length exceeds that of 3 elephants. Looks like you were still being conservative. Hu Yu said with a wry smile. What now? Su Zilong frowned and asked, if that guy stays around the yacht, we can't go back at all. No rush. Hu Yu looked up. Let's go see first. The instinct of animals is to seek benefits and avoid harm. It wouldn't dare approach this giant mountain but swam around the yacht instead, proving that there is something on this mountain that it fears. If he guessed correctly, the catapult on the mountain was meant for this giant snake. Let's go up the mountain and see, maybe there will be a surprise. The others had no objections and followed Hu Yu up the mountain. Not knowing until they walked, it was frightening once they did. Not only catapults, but the whole mountain was filled with various traps. If it weren't for Su Zilong and Xinshan having military backgrounds, they might never have discovered these traps. From the scale of these traps, at least 100 people were on the mountain, and perhaps even more. To ensure smooth talking later, Huyu first took away the firearms in everyone's hands, replacing them all with handguns. Not to mention handguns, with the skills of these few, even without weapons, they could easily take down everyone on the entire mountain. Finally, as they were about to reach the mountaintop, they were spotted by a few people ahead. Who is it? A sharp shout rang out. Heads moved in the bushes. A group of people holding wooden spears emerged, glaring angrily at everyone. Don't be nervous. Huyu raised his hands, signaling that he had no weapons. We mean no harm. Get lost. Before he could finish his words, the other side immediately swung their spear, trying to force Huyu back. Leave this place at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Huyu frowned slightly. So aggressive? Since they were unwilling to accept peaceful dialogue, he would have to change his approach. Chapter 56, Meeting the Saint Again. Huyu placed his hands behind his back, signaling for Shinshan and others to draw their guns. But the next moment, another voice sounded. Is someone coming? A figure squeezed through from the back of the crowd. A young girl walked out. She wore a red dress and shiny black shoes, her face free of makeup, and her appearance was enough to astonish anyone. Especially her eyes, which were extremely lively, resembling a little deer in the forest. However, she wore thick burlap gloves, as if she had just finished working, which seemed very out of place. Before she could speak, the person who had just thrown the spear frowned and said, Miss Sue, we already have enough people. What do you mean we have enough people? There's only about 200 of us. Adding 4 more isn't too much. Miss Sue rolled her eyes at him and walked towards the 4 people. She had no defenses and walked straight up to Huyu, extending her right hand. Hello, I'm Su Linglong, currently the manager here. How did you get here? This was Huyu's first time encountering someone so familiar. Especially in the apocalypse. He cast a big detection spell, and the woman's panel immediately appeared before him. Name, Su Linglong. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, epic architecture, epic surveying, epic leadership, proficient in finance, proficient in cooking, proficient in observation, proficient in traps. Personality, saint, compassionate, resourceful. Favorability, 10. Purity, 100. It seems she was the one leading the construction of these defenses. Who would have thought? Besides Mu Lingxiu, he actually saw another person with a saint-like personality. However, could a saintly and compassionate personality actually go together with being resourceful? That was a bit strange. We followed that yacht over. Huyu just spoke without hesitation. We have a kayak, originally wanting to follow that yacht and see if we could blend in, but we didn't expect they completely rejected us. We saw there was a mountain here, and it seemed like someone lived on it, so we thought we'd take our chances. He did not directly reveal his identity. From analyzing the other party's personality and situation, she should be the one in charge of the whole mountain. If he made her come with him now, it would probably backfire, and he'd be kicked out. It's better to hide his identity first and gain a deeper understanding. Well, you're really lucky. Su Linglong seemed to have no doubts. She smiled and introduced, if you don't mind, you can join us. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can at least promise you won't starve. Of course, the premise is that you can contribute enough, otherwise, there won't be food. That's easy. Huyu immediately smiled in response. What specifically do we need to do? This will be handled by Uncle Lee. Su Linglong turned to the man who had just reprimanded a few people. Uncle Lee is in charge of the territory's defense. He will arrange work for you shortly. As long as you work enough hours each day, you can earn contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for food, as long as you're not too lazy. The points can be exchanged for enough food for you for a day. Of course, you can also exchange points with the things you carry. We will determine the number of points based on how useful they are to the organization. Well, they've even created a currency system. This woman is not simple at all. Miss Sue. Uncle Lee came out while saying this. His face, in his 40s, was full of hardship, clearly someone who had engaged in physical labor before. There are simply too many people on the mountain. We can't add more. Isn't more people better? Su Linglong countered, as if she still had things to do. Alright, that snake has moved again, I'm going up to keep an eye on it. Uncle Lee, I'll leave this group to you. Miss Sue. Uncle Lee wanted to say something, but Su Linglong had already turned and left, leaving him behind, along with the group of people holding wooden spears. It seemed that this internal situation was not harmonious. You are Uncle Lee, right? Huyu took the initiative to speak. Can you see what we can do? How about arranging some work for us? Humph. Uncle Lee snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. A group of people then followed behind him to patrol elsewhere. Only one young man walked over. Don't mind him, Uncle Lee has this temperament. Come, I'll take you up the mountain. There's a place to release tasks, I'll take you to get the tasks. Thank you very much. Huyu responded, not forgetting to ask, what should I call you, young man? Just call me Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi replied, leading everyone up the mountain. As soon as they reached the top, Huyu confirmed one thing. The person called Uncle Lee was right. On the mountain there were too many people. More than 100 people gathered at the mountaintop like this. Although everyone had something to do, most were just simple construction tasks that could be done quickly or dragged on for time. 5 or 6 strong men were gathered together, with wooden hammers at their feet, occasionally pounding and stitching the wooden boards together. This should be preparing to build houses. At the mountaintop, most were men, and situations like this were not rare. If they wanted to feed so many people and with so many slackers, the pressure on this mountain was not small. Up ahead is the task house, you can go have a look. There should be suitable tasks for you. Xiaoyi pointed to a nearby wooden house and then turned to walk down the mountain. I still have to patrol, so I won't take you. See you at dinner tonight. Sure, thank you. You're welcome, we are all family. Saying this, he ran down the mountain. Huyu then brought a few people to the so-called task house. Inside, there were indeed many tasks. From construction to planting, from patrolling to livestock, almost suitable for various situations, ensuring that everyone on the mountain had work to do and contributions to make. But where did their food come from? Could it be that Su Linglong also had a system like him? Huyu was full of doubts, but he still accepted tasks with the group and began to work. Until noon. Lunchtime. Huyu finally understood where their food came from. Tree bark, grass roots, the slightly better ones were mushrooms and fish. The so-called fish were just 5 small fish weighing a pound each, cleaned and then thrown into a pot to boil, eventually resulting in a big pot of fish soup with tree bark, grass roots, and mushrooms thrown inside. Afterwards, everyone shared equally. Whether it was Su Linglong or the newcomers, the food they received was the same amount. Even so, there was only one meal a day. This was their food for a day. Huyu simply couldn't bear it. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls, he quietly took a few people to hide aside and prepare to have a small feast. At the very least, they could eat some hamburgers to fill their stomachs. But just as everyone had just hidden in the woods and planned to eat, a voice floated over from not far away. That stupid woman. They actually invited people in. We don't have enough food as it is, she really is crazy. Fortunately, Brotherly foresaw this and saved some fish. Otherwise, how could we patrol people have the strength to protect them? Exactly. Brotherly, the defense works are nearly finished, when do you plan to confront that woman? Today. Uncle Lee's voice just rang out. Doesn't she like to invite people? Tonight, let her host us properly. He, Brotherly is mighty. Chapter 57 Miss Su, please wake up. A few people exchanged glances. Su Zilong raised his chin and asked Huyu whether to act directly. Now, if he acted, he was confident he could capture the whole group alive, and then throw them in front of Su Linglong for her to recognize their true colors. Maybe he could take her away. But Huyu shook his head. This was indeed an opportunity, but not the best timing. That woman has a character like Mu Lingxiu, saint. If we throw this group in front of her now, she might just say, let them go, they have realized their mistakes. To avoid this awkward situation, it was best to wait a little longer. Wait until they truly act, wait until Su Linglong sees the true colors of this group herself. Huyu made a gesture, signaling everyone to leave this place first. But just as they turned around, the voices of that group came again. By the way, Brotherly, forget about the others, but among the new ones today, there is a woman. This was referring to Anciener. Her appearance could not be called stunning, but to ordinary people, she was already a rare beauty. Especially because she always followed Huyu silently, and her demeanor paired with her aura gave off a cold, beautiful vibe. I give her to you. Uncle Lee made an immediate decision. By then, don't let me down. To survive in this apocalypse, finding the right team and the right position is the most important thing. Rest assured, Brotherly. Brotherly, we are all listening to you. The group laughed wildly. After discussing, they walked outside to plan on reuniting with the others. Huyu and the others immediately turned their heads to look at Anciener, wanting to know her opinion, but could not read any emotions on her face. She was still silently munching on the hamburger in her hand. It was as if what they just said had nothing to do with her. No matter what. Anciener might have no emotions, but they couldn't be emotionless. Huyu and Shinshan had already regarded Anciener as their family, even Su Zilong, who had the worst relationship with her, saw her as a comrade. They absolutely could not tolerate such scum insulting her. Su Zilong and Shinshan simultaneously looked at Huyu, seeking his opinion. As long as you don't kill them. Understood. Simple. The two spoke at the same time, clearly having a detailed plan in their hearts. The group ate a few more bites of other food to replenish energy and returned to the mountain peak. At this moment, the sky grew dark. Other than the patrolling duty personnel, everyone else had returned to the cave to rest. Under Su Linglong's arrangement, men and women lived in separate caves. This also avoided some awkward and malicious incidents from happening. But just as she was about to take Sienna away, the latter wouldn't budge and just silently followed Hu Yu had no choice but to explain this. Miss Su, my sister has severe autism. She only feels better when following me. Why don't you go back first? No. Su Linglong frowned slightly. If it were your own people, it would be fine, but now everyone is staying in the same cave. If anything happens to your sister, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It seems this Miss Su, though a saint, understands human nature's inherent evil. If only he could not take Sienna, otherwise letting her stay with Su Linglong wouldn't be a problem either. In order to protect her safety, and also to gain favor points right away. This. Hu Yu tentatively looked at Sienna. Sienna, how about you stay by Miss Su's side tonight? I still have brother Shin and Zilong here, it's no problem. And Sienna did not answer, standing still without moving. Shinshan stepped forward to persuade, yeah, Sienna, I'm here, your brother won't be in any trouble. And Sienna remained unmoving. It seems I have to pull out the big guns. Hu Yu leaned closer and whispered in Sienna's ear, if you go over now, you can beat Zilong later. By tomorrow morning, when we gather to leave, you can beat him again. You can hit him twice. And Sienna's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Linglong. Let's go. Okay. Although Su Linglong did not know what was happening, she still achieved her goal, leading Sienna to another cave. Beds are tight, so you'll just have to sleep next to me tonight. And Sienna did not respond, just silently followed. Once the two had walked far, Shinshan couldn't help but laugh. Su Zilong was looking annoyed. Boss, are you selling out your teammates? No choice. Hu Yu spread his hands helplessly and patted Su Zilong on the shoulder twice. Sorry about this, Zilong, just hold on. I and asterisk hashtag at. Night fell. A few boys in the cave began to get up. Hu Yu was almost asleep when he was shaken awake by Shinshan. Boss, they are moving. Ha? Hu Yu forcibly opened his eyes and rubbed them. Got it. What's the situation now? About 20 people just left. Should we follow them? Let's go, take a look. Hu Yu responded and casually took a can of Red Bull from his backpack, opened it, and took a sip to muster some spirit. Before they could leave the cave, they saw flickering lights at the entrance and a crowd surging. The three quickly hid. A total of 53 people. Shinshan quickly reported, except for the 25 in the patrol team, they have gathered more than half of the men. No wonder they have the guts to do this. Hu Yu frowned and replied, 53 people, if it weren't for Su Linglong, more than half of them would probably have been dead long ago, and now they come back to repay kindness with enmity. Heh, they really can do it. Is everyone here? Uncle Lee's voice sounded in front. To avoid disturbing those inside the cave and those resting in the opposite cave, he kept his voice very low. Today is our big day. I won't say too much. Later, everyone will follow my command, and you will have food to eat, water to drink, and your basic physiological needs will be met. Brotherly is mighty. Brotherly is mighty. The crowd cheered, but also kept their voices low. Yet, one could still hear the suppressed beastliness within. It seems this is Uncle Lee's method. What he called physiological needs sounds nice, but simply put, it's lust. For these men in their 20s and 30s, under the apocalypse, besides hunger, this is the most important thing. This is also why he could gather so many people. Remember. Uncle Lee's words made the crowd quiet down. First, capture the leader before capturing the thieves. Capture Su Linglong first before discussing anything else. Brotherly, we understand even without you saying. Exactly. Among those women, who else has Miss Su's touch? Just knowing is good. Uncle Lee spoke again, when the time comes, come up one by one, don't ruin the plan. Understood. Soon, the crowd gathered and headed towards another cave. Hu Yu and the others silently followed behind. The two caves were not far apart, and in a few minutes, those people rushed in. Who? What are you doing? Ah. Help. Miss Su. Miss Su, please wake up. Chapter 58, are you sure you want to choose the second path? Inside the cave, chaos had already broken out among the crowd. Hu Yu and the others stood outside the cave. Should we go in now? Shinshan asked. Not in a hurry. Hu Yu replied, listening as the noises in the cave grew quieter. Going in now won't do any good. Those people have coarse weapons, and Sienna is inside, she will be fine. Shinshan responded and fell silent. A few minutes later. The cave was silent. It seemed that everyone had been controlled. Yu and the others exchanged glances and walked toward the cave. As they reached the entrance, they saw those 50 or so men completely surrounding the women. In the firelight, everyone covered their mouths and looked in the same direction. Not far from the cave entrance, a group led by Uncle Li was getting closer to Su Linglong and Xianer with spears in hand. At this moment, Su Linglong was still being a saint. She protected Xianer behind her, as if doing so would prevent the weak girl from being harmed. Li Si. What do you want? What do I want? Uncle Li no longer concealed his desires. He simply tossed aside his spear and rubbed his hands as he approached the two. You really are Miss Su. How did you know what I was thinking? Ha ha ha. This sudden crude joke made the men around burst into wild laughter. But Su Linglong couldn't laugh. Her gaze swept over everyone, filled with confusion and disappointment. She never expected that the people she saved would turn out like this. Why? Why is this happening? Miss Su, why are you still dazed? Li Si questioned, even spreading his arms as if ready to embrace her. Come here quickly, didn't you know what I was thinking? Go dream your spring and autumn dreams. Su Linglong tightly protected Xianer behind her. Li Si, it's not too late for you to turn back. Turn back? Turn back my ass. Li Si cursed. He knew what kind of person Su Linglong was. He immediately turned and pointed at the women behind him. I'm done talking, you only have two choices now. Either listen obediently, and you will be my person from then on. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to eat, you can't drink soup. In your dreams. Su Linglong immediately retorted. Very good, you have spirit. The second choice. Just right, we are short on food, so I will just take down these people one by one. As he spoke, Li Si raised his hand. One of the men, armed with a spear, pulled out a middle-aged woman from the crowd and stood beside Li Si. He looked at Su Linglong and asked, You sure you want the second choice? Su Linglong did not answer. Li Si pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the woman's abdomen without hesitation. Ah! He's killing people. Help! Screams echoed throughout the cave again. Shut up! Li Si roared, and dozens of spears fell at once. The group of women dared not scream anymore. And he, looking at his bloody hands, felt even more exhilarated. His eyes swept over Su Linglong. He said nothing but gave a signal to the man beside him. Another woman was dragged out. Second time. Li Si looked at Su Linglong and asked, You sure you want the second choice? Before Su Linglong could respond, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. She lay on the ground, trembling, looking at Su Linglong and pleading, Miss Su. Please save me. I beg you to save me. As long as you nod, I won't have to die. It seemed they had found their only way to survive. Most of the women fell to their knees, pleading with different words but the same desperate prayer. Only one person remained standing. Not willing to kneel. Su Linglong stood still, her nails digging deep into her palm. Why? She still couldn't understand why this was happening. Wasn't she the one who pulled these people out of the abyss? Why now, they instead wanted to step into the abyss themselves? On what grounds? Su Linglong fell into deep thought, not answering Li Si's words. Poof. Another knife. Li Si killed the second person. He raised his hand again, bringing forth the third woman from the crowd. Also the only woman who didn't kneel down and beg her. Third time. Li Si placed the dagger against that woman's neck. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Miss Su. The woman did not kneel. Even looking at the two corpses beside her, she showed no fear, standing firmly in place. We can't accompany you any longer, you must hold on. As she spoke, the woman leaned forward, dragging her neck across the dagger. Crimson flowed. She collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Xiao Wei. Su Linglong let out a scream. Clearly, she had a close relationship with this woman. Come, the next one. Li Si was already blinded by rage. What he wanted was not just Su Linglong, but her submission. Another person was pushed up. The same question was asked again. Are you sure you choose the second path? This time, Su Linglong gave an answer. Her gaze slowly rose, her eyes falling on Li Si with an almost frantic look. Yes. I choose the second. If you have the ability, kill everyone. Or just kill me. Want me to submit? Impossible. Outside the cave. Yu watched the words Holy Mother being wiped off Su Linglong's panel. He nodded and issued the command. You can act. At the same time. Good. Then I'll show you what killing looks like. Li Si also shouted in anger, but just as he was about to take his fourth kill, a burst of fire erupted. Bang! The gunshot sent the dagger flying. Almost simultaneously, and Sienna, who was behind Su Linglong, also drew her pistol and fired at Li Si and the others as if playing a shooting game. Bang! 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 The gunfire was continuous. There were 52 shots in total. All those holding spears fell into the pool of blood, leaving only one. Li Si. Before everyone could come to their senses, a figure walked out. He brushed past Su Linglong, coming to the woman named Xiao Wei in the pool of blood, and poured a bottle of high-quality magical spring into her. Her wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing speed. Since she had voluntarily leaned forward and cut her neck, the wound was not deep and hadn't hit an artery, so there was still a chance to save her. As for the others, they were almost completely frozen. After feeding the magical spring, Hu stood up and looked at Li Si not far away. Do you know why I kept you? Who are you? Li Si answered with a question that didn't relate. His mind was filled with only one emotion, leaving no room to hear such questions. Hu made a gesture. Su Zilong behind him immediately stepped forward and tied this guy up securely. Xiao Wei. Su Linglong cried out, sprinting over. Stepping over the pool of blood, she arrived in front of Xiao Wei. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Miss Su. Xiao Wei replied and looked at who saved her. Thank you. You're welcome. Hu stood up and looked at Su Linglong. Miss Su, do you have time? There's something I need to discuss with you. You all. Su Linglong looked up, her eyes filled with shock. Who on earth are you? You'll know if you come with me. Hu didn't explain too much, but led Shinshan and others towards the cave exit. By the way, your friend can come along too, the others. I won't welcome. Chapter 59, that's just glass, not damn titanium alloy. Exiting the cave. Hu glanced at the mountain peak, thought for a moment, unwilling to return to the cave where the boys stayed, and even less willing to go to the place full of blood smell. He had to move the entire 28th floor out. On the vast mountain peak, a floor suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Cement load-bearing, glass windows, metal security doors. Everything from the 28th floor was now in front of him. Except for the cement floor and cement ceiling. Of course, none of this was important. Replacing the cement floor was the underfloor heating of the 5-constant system, and substituting the cement ceiling was a specially made bulletproof alloy metal. This is also why, when Hu moved the building, he didn't take the cement ceiling with him. These two things had already been replaced by Su Zilong during the installation. It can be said that no matter where this floor is placed, it can handle any sudden situation. Ghost! Ghost! Li Si let out a roar. If it weren't for being controlled by Su Zilong, he would have probably gone crazy and jumped off the mountain. Keep him quiet. Okay. With a single command from Hu, Su Zilong struck down with a knife-hand blow. Li Si instantly fell silent. His whole body was like a dead pig, carried on Su Zilong's shoulder. Hu, holding an umbrella, walked to the alloy security door, not rushing in but choosing to wait at the entrance. After all, everything seemed too shocking. He was afraid that Su Linglong would think she had encountered a ghost and wouldn't dare to come in. Shingu, you go in first and tidy up, prepare some food, turn on the air conditioning, it's too cold. Hu said to Shinshan. Okay. Shinshan replied and went in to prepare. Su Zilong quietly hid to the side, seemingly resisting something. Unfortunately. And Sienna just didn't like to talk, that didn't mean she had a poor memory. Bang! A punch directly struck Su Zilong's nose, knocking him down completely. Su Zilong slowly got up from the ground and once again carried Li Si on his shoulder. He knew looking for this woman was useless, so he turned to Hu. Boss Hu. You have to count this as a work-related injury. Okay, work-related injury is a work-related injury. What compensation do you want? That fishing rod. Su Zilong rubbed his hands together. Can you let me play with it for a couple of days? 3 days, as long as you can catch a fish. Deal. Just as the two were discussing this matter, Su Linglong helped Xiao Wei out of the cave. At the moment they stepped out, it felt as if their outlook on life was being reshaped. A building. How could such a thing appear on this little mountaintop? But with its size and texture, it clearly didn't look fake. What is going on? Before the two could express their doubts, Hu at the door spoke up. Don't just stand there, if you have any questions, let's talk about it inside. Saying this, he headed inside the alloy door. At this moment, the power supply system on the 28th floor began to operate normally. Lights illuminated the entire mountaintop. With a heart full of confusion, Su Linglong and Xiao Wei stepped closer to the alloy door. As soon as they entered, a long-lost fragrance filled their noses. That is, noodles. It's the scent of instant noodles. This can't be a dream, can it? Don't worry, it's not a dream. Yu knew what they were thinking, smiled, and made an inviting gesture. Please, we can talk while we eat. The two girls looked at each other, seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes. Charge. No matter what, since they couldn't resist, even if they had to die, they couldn't starve to death. The two rushed straight to 2802, opened the door, and inside were 2 bowls of instant noodles. Each bowl not only had ham sausage but even a fried egg. These things, even in the deep night of peaceful times, would make one drool. Let alone now. The two directly charged forward, not caring about the scalding hot soup. They grabbed their chopsticks and started stuffing noodles into their mouths. Yu then walked in. Looking at the two girls eating with such gusto, he couldn't help but smile. It was a hurried preparation, a bit simple, I hope you won't mind. Now the 28th floor was not used for living, and the food was only these things left. Saying it was simple wasn't wrong. No, not simple. Su Linglong raised her head, with a noodle hanging from her mouth. Having this to eat is good enough. No, who are you really? What do you think? Yu threw the question back at her. A deity. Xiao Wei immediately spoke up, you must be a deity. Only a deity can turn our dreams into reality. Saying this, she buried her head down again and started slurping the noodles. Do you think so too? Yu asked. It's not impossible. Su Linglong replied. Having eaten more than half a bowl of noodles, she didn't continue. But instead, he looked at Yu and asked, why did you call us here, what do you want? It's very simple, I hope you can join my team. Why? Yu got straight to the point, I value your skills, and in the future, I will need you to build some structures for me. That's the purpose of my coming here. Structures? Su Linglong was confused, like what? Defensive works, or cities. In an instant, Su Linglong understood what the man before her wanted. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a hint of hesitation, she immediately stood up and extended her right hand towards him. I am Su Linglong, and I am willing to join you. Indeed, the efficiency of talking to smart people is different. Yu also stood up and shook hands with Su Linglong. Aren't you going to ask about the pay or anything? A man who can conjure a whole floor out of thin air, I think nothing should be a problem for you. I like talking to smart people. Yu replied, just as he was about to let go of her hand, only to find Su Linglong holding on tightly. However, I have a small request. You say. Su Linglong pointed to the still-eating Xiao Wei. I want her to come with me. No problem. Yu agreed readily. Not only because of Xiao Wei's earlier actions, but also because of this woman's impressive skills. Name, Han Weiwei. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect teaching, proficient in mathematics, Chinese, history, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, music, sports, and moral education. Personality, foodie, disciplined, unyielding. Favorability, 30. Purity, 100. What is this? This is simply a perfect and all-around middle school teacher. If there are teaching materials, she could even teach high school without a problem. Such talent, to not bring on board would be a huge waste. Ha! Han Weiwei looked up, still unaware of what had happened. Where to? A good place. Yu let go of her hand and sat back down. Today not everyone is here, you guys can just have a light meal first. When we get on the ship, I will prepare a welcome banquet for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand casually, and suddenly the table was filled with various delicious foods. Family bucket, street snacks, steak and pasta. Various items covered the table. Whether it was Su Linglong or Han Weiwei, at this moment, their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at Yu. Aren't you telling us to eat less? Bang! Before the two could start eating, they heard a crashing sound from the window. It was those women. Seeing Su Linglong and Han Weiwei leave with Yu, they grew curious. They followed out. Not looking wouldn't have been a problem, but seeing it caused a shock. Their amazement at this suddenly appearing floor was no less than that of Su Linglong and the others. Unfortunately, the alloy security door was closed, preventing them from entering. They could only brave the heavy rain and circle to the well-lit window. Looking in, they just happened to see the table full of food. They could no longer hold back and began to bang on the window of 2802. Food. They wanted food. Their snarling faces were like a horde of zombies. Some had even run back, probably to find tools. This scene was also seen by Su Linglong, who was having her meal. What will you do? Yu didn't comment but asked, how do you plan to deal with this group of people? They are no longer my concern. Su Linglong lowered her head and continued eating her instant noodles. What about Li Si? I have never killed anyone, if possible, please help me deal with it. Understood. Yu replied with satisfaction. He stood up and looked out the window. Before he could speak, several women had already taken out long spears from the cave and started stabbing at the glass. Fortunately, this is specially made bulletproof glass. Not to mention a spear, even an RPG might not shatter it. Unless Huyu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw a catapult in the corner. He suddenly felt a bit uneasy and looked at Su Zilong. Zilong, is this bulletproof glass also resistant to catapults? Boss, that's just glass, not titanium alloy. Got it. Chapter 60, Want me dead? Then you won't live well either. I don't know if it was due to the guidance of Huyu's gaze. Those women, seeing that the spear could not break the glass, turned their attention to the catapult. As they prepared to adjust the catapult and load the stones, Huyu came out. He didn't want the house he built with so much effort to be broken by stones. He's out. That guy is out. When everyone saw this, they immediately gathered around. Apart from that group of women, the remaining men in the cave also ran out. They stood together, like brave warriors who had defeated an evil dragon. They were just waiting for Huyu to negotiate with them. However, Huyu came out, not intending to negotiate. Besides Shinshan and a few others, he was followed by the red-eyed Su Linglong and the still hungry Han Weiwei. God! Alive God! With a cry of surprise, most people knelt down. In their eyes, the being that could magically transport houses was undoubtedly no different from a god. Such a being, as long as they sincerely bowed, would surely grant them redemption. Please. Save us. We also need food. We need shelter. But there were still some people who didn't think so. They believed that Huyu came out simply because he was scared. What a bunch of nonsense about gods. That small group of people remained arrogant. No matter where you pulled out the food from, change it out for us again. Yeah. We want food. If you don't give it, be careful with your house. You dare. Even before Huyu could speak, another group of kneeling worshippers had already begun to argue with him. How can you speak to a god like this? Now kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe the god will spare you. Oh divine being. Please don't take offense, these people are just troublemakers, we will deal with them. That's what they said. But both sides were just exchanging words, without escalating to physical action. After all, those who were bold enough to be selected for the patrol team were now lying lifeless in the cave. The remaining people were either weak or dispirited. Not a single one dared to take the lead to resist. Huyu saw this and smiled. If it weren't for the difficulty of descending the mountain at night, he might have gone back to sleep on the yacht, instead of staying here to watch the show. However, having a show to watch is always good. Silence. Huyu calmly uttered 2 words. He took out a box of instant noodles and placed it at his feet. Without him saying anything, the group who revered him as a god had already begun to cheer. The others also quieted down, looking at that box of instant noodles with the gaze reserved for rare treasures. Food, I have plenty, but you need to exchange something for it. What do you want? Yeah. You say. As long as we have it, we can trade with you. Now both groups were almost in a frenzied state. Who cares about gods, getting the instant noodles is the way to go. Simple. Huyu stood up and left, thus placing the instant noodles at his feet. Be patient. As long as all of you can endure until tomorrow morning, without touching anything here, you will each receive a box of instant noodles. If anyone among you breaks the rules, then it will be very unfortunate. Not only will you not get food, but you will also face punishment. As Huyu spoke, he led everyone into the alloy security door, back to 2802. As for Li Si, he casually tossed him next to that box of instant noodles. If he killed this thing directly, that would be too cheap for him. The curtains were drawn. The surveillance outside began to operate. The light filtered through the curtains, spilling onto the mountaintop. Everyone glanced at each other, without rushing forward at first, but hesitated. 1 box of instant noodles, and each person a box of instant noodles, they could still tell which was more important. But not everyone's rationality could overcome desire. Do you really believe him? A voice came from the crowd, 1 box each. How is that possible? Who said it's impossible? He can create a whole building. So what if we make a few hundred boxes of instant noodles? But that's instant noodles. Another person asked in confusion, even if he really has that much, why should he give it to us? Just because we don't wash ourselves? Enough. Everyone, just shut up for now. A big man stepped forward. He looked at the box of instant noodles in front of him. Do you really think what he says is true? Let's eat this box of instant noodles, then use a catapult to smash his house, and tie him up. We'll see if he won't bring out something to redeem himself. Who says we have to follow his rules? Everyone listened. It seemed to make some sense. Of course, this was just a small part. A larger portion of people firmly believed that Huyu was a deity and that they must not offend the deity. No matter what. Do not touch the instant noodles now. I touched them, so what? The big man retorted, striding toward the box of instant noodles. Someone tried to block him. Others stood by, watching. Bang! The big man knocked down the person blocking him with a punch and turned to look behind him. Is there anyone else who wants to eat noodles? Come with me. With that said, without waiting for a reply, the big man pounced on the box of noodles. The box was filled with instant noodles. There were a total of 24 bags. It looked like a lot, but there were over 100 people on the mountain. On average, each person would get only a bite. Seeing the big man tear open one bag and stuff the noodle pancake directly into his mouth, the others instantly went wild. They surged forward. They didn't even have time to cook the noodles and started swallowing them raw. The portion of people who originally insisted on not touching the noodles now also rushed forward. Since the rules had already been broken, it was better to rush up and grab some food. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was blinded by greed. The conflict escalated continuously. From snatching food to shoving, then to rioting. Over 100 people were mixed together, their eyes filled only with food. Fists and feet rained down on anyone nearby, not caring at all who the person was. The previously unconsciously C was beaten to death. Until someone came to their senses. He dragged his injured body, struggling to crawl out of the crowd, and sat on the catapult. Aiming. He launched. A huge stone was thrown from the air. It accurately smashed into the crowd, blood and flesh flying everywhere. In less than half an hour, most of the people on the mountain were dead. The remaining few were also injured all over. They couldn't even move the rocks up to the catapult. What a pity. Huyu looked at the monitoring screen, shaking his head slightly. He turned to the others. The crisis is over, the remaining people are not a concern. Rest well. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Except for Enciener, whose gaze remained unchanged, the others looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. It was just a box of instant noodles. He said a few words, and the hundreds outside went into chaos, crumbling without any effort. Even if this person is not the deity they spoke of, he is still a monster. A complete monster. What are you staring at me for? Huyu smiled kindly. Clean up and hurry to sleep, we have to go back early tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shinshan immediately took Su Linglong and Han Weiwei to find rooms. He stayed in place, looking down at the monitor. With a cold smile, he turned off the screen. They brought this upon themselves. If they had just attacked with spears, Huyu would only have laughed and let it go, and would not have enacted such a plan. But now. A catapult? You want me dead? Then you better not live either. Chapter 61, I haven't killed more than this. July 24th. It has been 11 days since the apocalypse arrived. Since yesterday, the water level has stopped rising, remaining at 50 meters. At 10 in the morning, Huyu finally got out of his bed. This was 3 hours later than usual, probably because he stayed up too late yesterday. If it weren't for the faint sounds of morning around him, he might have slept even longer. These morning sounds were not loud. You should know that the glass and walls of his room were specially made. The soundproofing effect is simply too good. But even so, he could still hear these sounds. It should be coming from outside the window. Huyu turned over and got out of bed, casually pulling open the curtains. The pools of blood from last night had been washed away by the rain, and the corpses had been cleaned up. The remaining people were kneeling in front of the house, letting the heavy rain hit them, seemingly in repentance. The mournful cries were coming from their mouths. Huyu did not care, but pulled the curtains shut again. As he turned his head, he saw Enciener standing behind him. Do you think I am too cold-blooded? Enciener did not answer. She just silently stood there, as usual, looking up at Huyu for a moment. Not more than the people I've killed. Huyu was stunned on the spot. Stunned, he couldn't say a word and had to push the door out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shinshan and others waiting for him in the living room. Boss. Whom? Huyu glanced around, his eyes landing on Su Linglong and Han Weiwei beside him. Are you all ready? I will take you down the mountain later. All set. Su Linglong seemed indifferent. She nodded slightly, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. On the contrary, Han Weiwei seemed somewhat off. Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei suddenly jolted awake, looking at Huyu to regain her senses. Boss Hu. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Han Weiwei's expression was a bit strange. Huyu did not pursue it, but looked at Shinshan, inquiring with his eyes for the reason. She probably saw something last night. Shinshan replied helplessly, "Boss, you know, when a group of people has gone without food for a long time, they get desperate when they see meat." "I understand." Huyu furrowed his brows, also clear on what Shinshan meant. No wonder the corpses outside had disappeared. So they were stored away. Under Su Linglong's management, they could at least eat some normal food even if it was just once a day. But now that management was lost, the beastly desires would conquer humanity. Who cares about corpses? That is meat. Those who didn't get the instant noodles last night had their appetites stirred, and seeing the meat, they would naturally take action. Han Weiwei must have seen those things. This isn't a big deal, just let her take some time. Recognizing the evil of humanity could also better teach those children. Let's go outside first. Huyu said as he walked towards the door, this group crying is really quite bothersome. He led everyone to the alloy door. Just as he opened the door, a strong pull came from the entrance. Someone was guarding the door. Huyu did not resist, letting the person pull open the alloy door. Almost in the next moment, a long gun thrust in. Bang! 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 Several gunshots exploded at the same time. Shinshan, Su Zilong, and Encianer attacked simultaneously. The long gun had barely penetrated less than 20 centimeters inside the door when corpses had already piled up outside the alloy door. 5 or 6 adult males lay in a pool of blood, already breathless. TSK, what was the need for this? Huyu shook his head and clicked his tongue. To be honest, he was startled just now. He forgot to check the surveillance while opening the door. In the future, he must be more careful. This time, it was Shinshan and the others who saved him. It's hard to say next time. He let a few people out of the alloy door, casually putting the 28th floor back into his backpack. At this moment, the group of people kneeling outside the window begging also looked over. To be precise, their gazes fell on the corpses of that group. If he guessed correctly, these two groups should be a team. One team was in the window praying, distracting Huyu and the others, while the other was lying in ambush at the door. As long as they killed them, they could occupy the nest. Even without food, a powered building in the apocalypse could allow them to survive for a long time. Unfortunately, they misjudged Huyu and the others' combat power. They fell flat on their faces. Huyu glanced at them, his eyes showing no mercy whatsoever. Not a word was spoken, he simply turned and walked down the mountain. Su Zilong walked silently in front, responsible for scouting and eliminating traps, while Encianer and Shinshan followed behind to provide protection. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei stayed close beside Huyu, afraid of falling behind. After walking a distance, Su Linglong curiously asked, "Boss Hu, what about those people? Aren't you going to deal with them?" Huyu was taken aback. He never expected to hear such words from a former innocent. Was this really the same Su Linglong? Deal with them? Huyu stopped, turned to Su Linglong, and asked, "How do you want to deal with them? Make them quiet forever." Su Linglong uttered, then realized something was wrong, quickly corrected herself, I'm just giving a suggestion. Boss Hu, you can consider it or ignore it. Your opinion is important, but there's no need to waste bullets on people like them." No need to waste bullets? Su Linglong was puzzled, then how can we make them quiet? Huyu patted her shoulder, "Let's get down the mountain first, you'll understand later." Su Linglong and Han Weiwei exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They were almost down the mountain. If they didn't use bullets, how could they make them quiet? Couldn't they just bring out a missile and blow up the mountain? Filled with doubt, the group continued their way down the mountain. To ensure everything was safe, Huyu first took out binoculars to scan the water's surface and confirmed that the water snake wasn't lurking beneath the water before he brought out 2 jet skis. Shinshan and Su Zilong were still in charge of driving. He and Encianer sat behind Shinshan, while Su Linglong and Han Weiwei sat behind Su Zilong. With everything ready, Huyu reached out and touched the mountain. Seal. The entire small mountain was stored away in the spatial backpack. Corpses and living people. At that moment, they all appeared before him. The group caught sight of each other, and those people fell into the water, splashing up countless droplets. Ah! Help! Where's the mountain? We had such a big mountain. It's him! I told you he was a god. God! Please save us! The noise echoed across the water's surface. The 2 girls behind Su Zilong turned around at the same time, looking at the vanishing mountain, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. This person couldn't possibly be a real deity, could he? Listening to the chaos ringing in his ears, Huyu had no intention of caring. However, it seemed that because their noise was too loud, a dark shadow slowly emerged from beneath the water. Ah! Screams erupted. A living person was dragged violently underwater. It was that snake. Run! Chapter 62, Snake Attack. The jet skis sped across the water's surface. Who knows if that snake had something wrong with it, ignoring the bait right in front and instead chasing after the two jet skis. Of course, it was also possible that this creature had recognized the jet skis. After all, they had shot at it with an RPG last time. Sienner! Huyu shouted, immediately taking an RPG from his spatial backpack and throwing it to Sienner sitting behind him. She caught it as quickly as she could and fired without hesitation. Boom! A nearly 2-meter-high fountain of water erupted. The shell hit the water snake, but it only slightly disturbed its speed, unable to make it stop. If it had been yesterday, they could have easily escaped using this method. But now, each jet ski had one more person. Their speed had slowed down considerably. They were still about 2 kilometers away from the yacht. And the water snake was less than 200 meters behind them. If this continued, it wouldn't work. In another minute at most, the water snake would catch up to them. Unless fishing. Huyu took out the blessing of the sea god from his spatial backpack, aimed behind the water snake, and threw the rod with all his might. This scene left everyone stunned. What time was it now? And he was still out here fishing. Even if he caught Godzilla, it wouldn't help at all. This time, not only Su Linglong and Han Weiwei, but even Shinshan and Su Zilong revealed confusion in their eyes. They exchanged a glance, already prepared to jump off the boat and fight the water snake to the death. Especially from afar. Those who were still unaware of the situation couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Look! Is this the immortal you worship? Still fishing at a time like this? Do you really think you're Zheng Taigong? I'm dying of laughter. Even if he were Zheng Taigong, he couldn't catch a snake. What a pity. I didn't expect to die with such fools. The clamor and mockery piled together. Behind him were filled with doubtful looks. But Huyu remained exceptionally determined. The water snake is considered a water creature, and now the water only had this one creature left. As long as he cast the fishing rod, this thing would surely bite. In the next moment, the water snake that was about to catch up with them suddenly turned around, swimming toward the direction where the fishhook had fallen. What's going on? Everyone went momentarily dumbfounded. Whether it was those on the jet ski or those floating in the water, they were all stunned at this moment. What on earth was on that fishhook that attracted the water snake so much? In an instant, even Shinshan and Su Zilong were stunned for a moment. What are you standing there for? Twist the throttle! Huyu shouted, and the two quickly reacted, giving up the plan to jump off the boat and fight the snake, continuing on the jet ski toward the yacht. What's going on? The crowd also discovered this scene. The astonishment echoed endlessly. The snake really turned around? Could it be Zheng Taigong for real? Nonsense! If he were Zheng Taigong, he wouldn't even run. A little finger could crush the snake. That's true, but how do you explain what's happening right now? Why bother with so much? Let's find a place to survive. Finally, someone woke up. One by one, people swam towards the nearest tall building. Although the distance was far, as long as someone helped to track the water snake, it wasn't completely impossible to swim over. Huyu had no interest in that side. He kept his eyes fixed on the black shadow underwater, ready for it to bite the hook, and quickly stored away the favor of the sea god. Catch a snake? With the size of this snake, once it bit the hook, it might drag him down into the water. Attractiveness aside, he didn't dare truly let this thing bite the hook. The source of attraction disappeared. The water snake paused for a moment, then turned around and charged at the jet ski. Really persistent. Huyu took out the favor of the sea god again. The fishing rod was back to its best state, ready for the next cast with direction and position confirmed. He looked at the group of people who had just laughed at him, and without hesitation, he cast it over. Splash! The fishhook entered the water, landing right among the crowd. The water snake, which had just caught up, turned around again. The crowd, who was about to pick up the fishhook to see what was going on, immediately fell into chaos. The snake is coming! Run! Help! The water snake swam over, seeming hungry or wanting to vent its anger, swallowing one person whole in the process. Just when it was about to touch the fishhook, the favor of the sea god disappeared once more. The water snake had already entered the crowd. Learning from previous lessons, it didn't turn back to charge at the jet ski but instead feasted right where it was. The crisis was averted. Huyu could finally let out a sigh of relief. At least for the short term, the water snake wouldn't chase again. Throttle full on. In less than 15 minutes, the crowd was back on the yacht. Looking at such a large luxury yacht, Su Linglong and Han Weiwei surprisingly showed no shock at all. After all, compared to his earlier divine abilities, such a yacht, indeed seemed a bit out of place. Finally back. Hu Yu exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Brother Shin, you take them to find a room to settle down. I'll rest a bit, and let's treat lunch as a welcome feast. Okay. Shin Shan replied, leading Su Linglong and Han Weiwei toward the living quarters. Hu Yu then made his way to the first deck. He just happened to see a figure sitting at the dining table, crazily showing off the food. He was a bit stunned, not realizing who this person was. Until he sat down across from this person, he finally reacted. Fong Suyuan, Old Master Fong. Old Master Fong. Hu Yu was taken aback, watching his crazy display of food. What are you doing? Got anything to do? Fong Suyuan looked up and asked directly. No, nothing. Hu Yu was stunned by the question. Got any seeds? What kind do you want? Hu Yu immediately reached for the computer. I'll find some for you. Plant seeds. Fong Suyuan rolled his eyes and said, any new plant seeds? This. No. Useless stuff. Fong Suyuan said, shoving another piece of meat into his mouth, then turned and walked towards the greenhouse, only leaving Hu Yu sitting at the dining table in a daze. A little boy silently walked over, cleaned up the spot where Fong Suyuan had eaten, bowed to Hu Yu, then ran back to the kitchen to wash dishes. Back again? Xiao Zisu's voice came from behind. She stretched lazily, walked over, and sat next to Hu Yu. I heard you brought back 2 women again? Yeah, one architect, one teacher. Hu Yu replied, then looked at the greenhouse on the deck. Old Master Fong is going crazy. Xiao Zisu gave a helpless smile. Since he got on the boat, he's only come out to eat. The rest of the time he's been in the greenhouse. Can he handle it? Hurry up and pull him out to rest. Hu Yu said urgently. He really didn't want the talent he had finally found to just die from overwork. It's fine. Xiao Zisu knocked on the table. Order a hamburger, the double beef kind. Hu Yu casually placed the hamburger on the table. What does that mean? Is this not a big deal? There's a spring in the greenhouse, he said. Drinking the water makes him feel energized all over. He won't sleep no matter what. Got it, the mystery solved. The spring of sweet water. He just placed the source of the sweet water in the greenhouse. Based on its yield, both the livestock and plants inside could be fully irrigated. Now, it seems the people managing the plants and livestock have also been fully irrigated. He didn't want to be a skinflint, but now Old Master Fong was eager to be taken advantage of. So? Xiao Zisu leaned forward, curiously asking, what exactly is that water? Good. Bang. Before Hu Yu could finish his sentence, the whole ship began to shake. Ding. Warning. Warning. The ship is under attack. Activate the defense system? Here we go again. Probably that snake. Hu Yu frowned. Just as he was about to activate the defense system, the deck suddenly went dark. He saw a snake head emerge from the water, hovering above the deck. This guy wants to climb up. Chapter 63, Transaction. Activate. Hu Yu dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately activating the defense measures. A torpedo shot directly from below the ship, hitting the belly of the water snake. In an instant, that snake head fell back, crashing into the water. Li Ji. Hu Yu stood up and shouted, quick! Notify Old Wang, set sail. Received. Li Ji replied, already starting to take control of the ship's navigation system while also shouting to the ship ahead. Emergency notice. Set sail immediately. Repeat, emergency notice. Set sail immediately. The ship ahead sounded its horn. Taking advantage of the injured water snake, the ship had already started moving towards Pengchang. The yacht followed closely. However, Hu Yu had no plans to let the water snake go. The torpedo had seriously injured it, and now it was circling just below the surface, closely following the yacht. It seemed ready to strike. Ship cannon, ready. With a thought from Hu Yu, 2 giant cannons protruded from both sides of the deck. The cannon muzzles were aimed directly at the giant snake. Fire. Boom. A muffled sound erupted, and both cannonballs hit the giant snake at the same time. The snake's body, which had been swirling just under the surface, began to slowly sink. It seemed to be dead. But no one dared to go into the water to check its vital signs. As long as it didn't follow anymore, it would be fine. Only then did Hu Yu let out a sigh of relief. That suddenly appearing snakehead had really scared him. If that thing truly climbed onto the ship, even if forced down, it seems he would have to dream about this at night. Huff. Xiao Zisu finally let out a sigh of relief. She continued to chew on the half-eaten hamburger. The world now is too terrifying, even a snake has grown this big. What if the sharks from before, would they grow to the size of whales? I don't know. Hu Yu answered honestly. He had drifted on the water in his last life and ended it without knowing how fish would evolve in the water world ahead. In any case, it's better to be prepared. The construction of defensive works needs to be expedited. At noon, under Huyu's lead, everyone held a welcoming meeting. Unlike the last welcoming meeting, this one was simpler, but he still called Captain Wang and his brothers over. They made brief self-introductions and then started to feast. When Su Linglong and Han Weiwei saw all the different kinds of delicious food on the table, their eyes almost popped out. They never dreamed that one day they could eat such things. These are all brilliant gems in human culinary history. Just a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice made them weep with joy. After lunch, Captain Wang took Su Linglong to inspect the ship. According to Huyu's plan, the heart of the ocean would remain still, with the defensive works built on the ship to serve as a battleship. In the future, if they could recruit other ships, they would also be transformed into battleships. This would form a fleet, not to mention the previous water snakes, even if they encountered mutated sharks. They could lure a ship to absorb their hatred and then take the opportunity to escape. What? Why not fight? They would need to be capable of fighting first. A water snake is almost 10 meters long, a shark could be 20 or 30 meters. One bite could take off a fifth of a ship, at most, it could swallow a yacht in 10 bites. How to fight that? It's better to plan for the worst first. In the afternoon, after the inspection, looking at the renovation report submitted by Su Linglong, Huyu regretted it. He had stockpiled a lot of supplies but forgot to stock up on one thing: building materials. The weapons were ample, but steel and cement, these two materials can't be conjured out of thin air. The construction of defensive works was at a standstill. Fortunately, it wasn't all bad news. At 5 in the afternoon, the two ships finally arrived at Pengchang. Due to its coastal location, the water level here is higher than in Jinling, reaching nearly 60 meters. Fortunately, the water level still hadn't risen. Buildings above the 20th floor still had survivors. According to the coordinates received from the radio, Huyu quickly found that building. Some communication building. The entire building is nearly 200 meters tall, and a large portion is still above the water surface. As the ship approached, the people inside erupted into a frenzy. Countless people banged on the windows, screaming, trying to attract the attention of those on the ship. Huyu ignored them. He came here just for business. Soon, the radio received a new message. Is it you? Huyu replied with a message back. Yes, how to trade? Let's meet and talk, I'll come down right away, see you on the 19th floor. Okay. The height of the building is higher than usual, especially the first floor with a high ceiling, so now with the water level nearly 60 meters, only the 18th floor was submerged. It's normal for someone to meet on the 19th floor. The yacht began to approach. Like last time at Yuten Hotel, the yacht pressed against the building's outer facade. This time, however, no one jumped down from above. They seemed very rational and restrained. Huyu had no intention of going upstairs, he didn't even lower the gangway but waited for the other party to come down. In less than 5 minutes, a voice came from inside the building. Who is the ship owner? The main person had arrived. Me. Huyu shouted with a loudspeaker, you know what I want, now, state your price. If it's suitable, I will come up to discuss further details. If not, sorry, I'm leaving right now. This is a way to bargain. Just like what parents often say when negotiating, this is the price, if you don't sell, I will leave. I want to board the ship. At least 50 people. Besides the server data, whatever you want, I can give you. Board the ship? What a beautiful thought. Huyu gave Li Ji a look, and the latter understood immediately, starting to turn around. This is a sign that the negotiation has collapsed. It's fine if we don't board. The other side quickly said, I want supplies. The ship stopped. Huyu also took out a loudspeaker and shouted across, how much? 1 box each of instant noodles and instant rice. So easy to negotiate? Huyu paused for a moment. Just as he was about to go out and discuss how to deliver, the other side's voice rang out again. A 40-foot container. Huyu. What the heck? A 40-foot container is close to 3 meters high and wide, and nearly 13 meters long. It's equivalent to a semi-trailer's load. Let alone that Huyu's storage space doesn't have that much instant noodles and instant rice, even if it did, he couldn't take it out to trade. Set sail. Seeing the ship moving again, the other side got anxious. Cut the quantity in half. Or if you have something else, you can trade it, it doesn't have to be this. Stop. Huyu spoke again. He looked at a certain messaging company building in front of him and suddenly had an idea. The certain building has an east and a south part. The south part is taller, over 200 meters, and the east part is slightly shorter. He was worried about how to stockpile construction materials, but if he could take one building away, he might be able to dismantle it for suitable things later. Put the gangway over. Who you said and turned back to shout with a loudspeaker, who can make the final call, come on board to talk. Chapter 64 Two Roads. Good. As a voice responded. The gangway extended out, and a man in a suit climbed through the window, walking up the gangway, holding a black umbrella. It has been 11 days, and he can still maintain this posture, which is indeed rare. The man walked straight to the deck, his eyes straight ahead, but his gaze swept left and right as if trying to gather some information. When he saw that there was actually a large shed on the deck, his expression clearly froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal and continued to the ship's cabin. At a glance, he recognized that Huyu was the one in charge here. Approaching with the utmost respect, he bowed and extended his right hand. Hello, how should I address you? Huyu. Huyu reached out his right hand to shake his. At the same time, he looked at the other party, and a panel popped up in front of him. Name, Tang Hua. Gender, male. Age, 34. Skills, perfect programming, perfect management, perfect ambition, perfect persuasion, proficient assistance, proficient foreign languages. Personality, cunning, smooth, calculative, astute, loyal. Favorability, 10. Mr. Hu. The man immediately smiled. My surname is Tang, you can call me Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang? Hello, don't just stand, take a seat. Huyu released his hand and walked toward the reception room. Tang Hua seemed very familiar with such scenes, taking a seat in the guest chair. Here, have some tea. Huyu said as he pushed a bottle of Eastern tree leaves over. Even the most graceful person would almost lose control of their expression upon seeing this bottle of tea. The conditions are simple. Huyu looked at Tang Hua, helplessly smiled. Mr. Tang won't mind, right? Not at all. Having something to drink is already great. Tang Hua said, still unscrewing the cap and gulping it down. Let me first talk about my situation. The database is on the top floor server room, with a total of 24 storage devices. I can move them down for you now, but I wonder how Mr. Hu specifically plans to trade? Besides the database, I also want some other things. What? Tang Hua's eyes suddenly brightened. Mr. Hu, feel free to say. The building. The building? Tang Hua paused for a moment. Mr. Hu means. Huyu raised his hand and pointed to the east building. That one, I want to move it away. Ha ha ha. Mr. Hu really knows how to joke. I looked like I was joking. Inside the cabin, silence fell instantly. Tang Hua's smile went from stiff to gradually disappearing, replaced by a look of immense seriousness. He didn't understand why this person would say such absurd things, but from his many years of negotiation experience, it seemed he wasn't joking. After a long time, Tang Hua took a deep breath and slowly asked, I wonder how Mr. Hu plans to move. You don't need to worry about that. The conditions you offered, I don't intend to accept. Huyu had no intention of answering him, then threw out his own conditions. I only give you two choices. First, no matter how you do it, I don't care. Bring the database down to me, and I will let you on the ship. Second, give me what I want, and I will point you a clear way out. Clear way? Tang Hua was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused. What clear way? A way to survive. Whether you want to survive by yourself or with others, it's up to you to decide. Huyu casually explained, how to choose, it all depends on you. Tang Hua frowned, frozen in place. After a few minutes, he finally looked up at Huyu and awkwardly spoke, Mr. Hu, can you give me some time to think? Sure. Huyu replied, before 10 o'clock tonight, I want your answer. Then I. Tang Hua uttered two words, showing no intention of getting up, clearly wanting to stay here and assess the environment of the ship. If it really was good, staying here wouldn't be a bad choice. But before he could finish his sentence, Huyu stood up first, raised his hand ready to see him off. Then we won't keep you. Once you make your decision, let me know, and I'll come get you. Okay. Tang Hua forced a smile and had no choice but to get up from his seat. Holding an umbrella, with his elegant demeanor, he walked up the gangway and returned to the building. In the cabin. Boss Hu. Xiao Zisa sat beside Huyu, looking puzzled. You work so hard for the database, what for? Can this thing be useful? Spiritual food. Huyu watched Tang Hua's departing figure and began to explain, now we are a collective, able to fight together for survival. As long as we can eat to our fill, it doesn't matter whether we have spiritual food or not. What about later? Once the food is sufficient, the resources are enough, and the number of people relying on us increases, they will think about eating better and wearing warmer clothes. To ensure our own rights, we must provide them with spiritual food. When their spirit is satisfied, we can enjoy our lives. Some people understood. Like Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong, but some others were still confused, like Han Weiwei and Mu Lingxiu. For them, as long as they were full, what did they need spiritual food for? Hu Yu knew they didn't understand, and his gaze swept over to a figure in the corner. Guan Li, can you explain? Oh. Guan Li, dressed like a waiter, was wiping the stains off the table and replied casually. Complicatedly speaking, it's the fake gold that those in power give to the lower class. Simply put, it's like stuffing a pacifier into a crying baby's mouth, and he will stop crying. This pacifier is a treasure to the baby, but to adults, it's just a means to achieve their goals. After speaking, Guan Li finished wiping the table and looked at Han Weiwei, asking, Teacher Han, has the class schedule been arranged? What are we studying in the first class tomorrow? Ah. Not yet. Wait a moment. Han Weiwei screamed and immediately ran back to her room. Her professional skills were good, but unfortunately, she was still an intern teacher, one who hadn't officially worked. If Guan Li hadn't reminded her, she might have forgotten about this completely. Everyone watched Han Weiwei run back to her room to prepare, only chuckling softly and saying nothing. Xiao Zissou also followed to help. She was supposed to have a ready-made class schedule last time. But that was all prepared according to her abilities, and it wasn't perfect. Now that professionals have joined, reorganizing will naturally make things more suitable. Boss. Shinshan walked to Hu Yu's side. Which path do you think he will choose? If I were him, I wouldn't choose either path, but rather a third path. Ah. Chapter 65, The Third Path. Ah. Shinshan was puzzled, making a sound of confusion. It's not his fault. He was a very good bodyguard, but not a qualified schemer. Hu Yu looked up at the certain messaging building. There are at least 1,000 people in there, yet at this time, they are still maintaining their original social structure and living orderly. This in itself is an extremely terrifying thing. Either there is plenty of food and survival supplies inside to keep them in their original civilized state and continue living. Or, the rules inside have completely changed. Even after the apocalypse has arrived, those inside fully agree to and execute these rules. If it's the former, then it's fine, but if it's the latter. In Hu Yu's eyes, a hint of wariness appeared. That little Tang might be even more terrifying than I imagined. Boss, are you saying they might counterattack us? Su Zilong asked in confusion. It's like the saying goes, gamble a bicycle to turn into a motorcycle, everyone ends up happy. Even if we fail to gamble, they can use our hands to reduce their own losses, why not? Shinshan furrowed his brow, stopped speaking, and turned to glance at Su Zilong. The two instantly understood each other's meaning. Prepare a backup plan, just in case. Hu Yu continued to lie on the sofa, enjoying his exquisite afternoon tea. I have to say, the name Si Rue is somewhat common, but her skill in making desserts is truly exceptional. In just 2 days, she had already been able to create different flavors of snacks for everyone on the ship. He picked up his teacup, took a sip of black tea, and continued to enjoy life. Meanwhile, inside the certain messaging building, Tang Hua returned to the building, and a crowd had already gathered, silently inquiring about news with their eyes. Farther away, a group of office workers watched from a distance, not daring to step forward, only able to stretch their heads to peek. Just as Hu Yu suspected, they were shrouded under a new set of rules. Faced with the crowd's questioning gazes, Tang Hua shook his head helplessly, and everyone frowned at the same time. How about, we take a shot? A robust man in the crowd spoke up. I'm gathering a security team now. Under the cover of night, I'm confident we can launch a surprise attack on the ship. They must have plenty of supplies on that ship. There's no time. Tang Hua frowned. The deadline given by the other side is 10 o'clock tonight. What about other things? A woman in a small suit asked, women? Or gold? Neither will work. Tang Hua helplessly replied with 3 words, frowning in thought for several breaths, and finally said, I guess we can only use that plan. Everyone fell into silence. After a long time, a bald man wearing glasses finally spoke, Are you sure? That plan can only be used once, and after using it, we can only give up floors 20 to 22. I'm sure. Tang Hua finally said, that ship is worth the risk. Even if there are no supplies on it, it will become our last trump card. After all, the rain hasn't stopped, and no one knows what will happen next. Let's vote now. Tang Hua's gaze swept over the 6 people in front of him. If a majority agrees, we will execute that plan. 7 people. Including Tang Hua, 6 arms were instantly raised. 1 arm didn't rise because someone already went to prepare. The plan is approved. Tang Hua walked towards the interior of the building. Everyone start getting ready. Tentatively scheduled for 9:30 tonight to execute the plan. Yes. In the evening. After everyone simply had dinner, the children began their evening study. Hu Yu originally wanted to grab a few people to play games with him, but the others all had their own things to do. Shinshan is busy arranging defense and counterattack plans while maintaining weapons. Su Zilong plays with the blessing of the sea god at the ship's railing, while Zhao Zhong watches closely, afraid that if a big fish is caught, he won't get the chance to take part. Li Ji and Zhang Sirui have already started preparing breakfast for tomorrow. Now there are too many children, and just for breakfast, they need to prepare for nearly 30 people, considering various nutritional needs, which isn't an easy task. Xiao Zissou and Han Weiwei discussed the distribution of the class schedule, figuring out how to arrange the daily timetable. They can't just let Han Weiwei attend classes alone, right? Even capitalists shouldn't exploit people like this. Mu Lingxiu accompanies Bubu, and with the help of Zhao's parents, she has started basic rehabilitation exercises. As for Su Linglong, ever since she heard about Hu Yu's plan to build a city, she has closed herself off to draw plans for it. Just now, she asked Hu Yu for 2 bottles of Bawan, just in case. As for Old Fong, there's nothing more to say. The protector of the greenhouse. Who knows when he will be able to grow the fairy beans? Looking around, although there are many people on the ship, counting them, there are only him and Enciener with nothing to do. No, to be precise, there is only him with nothing to do. Enciener is unable to leave in order to protect him, otherwise she would probably join Shinshan in maintaining the weapons. Sigh. Hu Yu ultimately did not play the game. He took out a lazy sofa, lay down by the first deck, and looked up at the brightly lit building of some news company above him. The time is already 9:25 p.m. There are 35 minutes left. If he guessed correctly, the other side should be coming down soon. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of collision echoed. Hu Yu immediately sprang up from the lazy sofa, searching for the direction of the sound. He saw the glass on the 21st floor burst open. Countless glass shards reflecting light, along with a torrential rain, fell from the sky. At almost the same time, a shadow broke through the window and came crashing toward the yacht. Bang! A violent tremor shook the boat. Even the whole heart of the ocean trembled for a moment. What is that thing? The sky is too dark. Plus, the mist from the pouring rain made it impossible for Hu Yu to see clearly what that thing was. Ding! Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Do you want to activate the protection system? The system prompt sounded. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yu made his decision. But soon another prompt sounded. Target detected on deck, missiles, torpedoes, and naval guns cannot be used. Activate protection system to reduce damage. Please clear the threat in a timely manner, or it will cause unnecessary losses. Heart of the ocean durability decreasing. 99%. 98%. What the hell? Is this your protection system? It's quite useless. Boom. More sounds of glass shattering echoed. From the 20th floor to the 22nd floor, the glass on this side shattered almost simultaneously. Countless shadows fell from the sky, crashing onto the deck. The numbers were at least in the dozens. Chapter 66, The Rampager. What are those things? Not only Hu Yu, but everyone on the ship had the same thought. Almost simultaneously, Hu Yu used the panel to control the ship, directing the spotlight to the deck. In an instant, the whole deck was as bright as day. The things on top were laid bare before everyone's eyes. They were people. No, to be precise, they should be humanoid monsters. Just like Li Chang from before. But this group of monsters was much more terrifying than Li Chang. Each was at least 2 meters tall, their bones protruding, massive in stature, and their eyes shining with a ghostly green light. The moment the spotlight shone down, all the monsters rushed toward the first deck. Boss, be careful! Shinshan exclaimed. Fortunately, Enciener reacted quickly, immediately grabbing Hu Yu's collar and pulling him back, bringing him behind her. At this moment, the first monster has already pounced. Enciener lifted her leg and kicked. Her high heel pierced through its abdomen, kicking it several meters away, and also smashing into several other monsters behind. Bang! With a dull sound, several monsters fell in a heap. Damn it! Hu Yu did not expect Tung Hua to have this trick up his sleeve. He immediately pulled out an RPG from his space backpack and aimed it at the group of monsters, firing directly. Boom! A bright flame ignited. That group of monsters was engulfed in flames in an instant. Hu Yu had a sudden inspiration and casually pulled out a barrel of gasoline from his space. Originally, he intended to throw it directly, but after a little testing, he found it seemed too heavy to lift. So he had to hand it to Enciener, throw it over. Enciener did not answer, and with a flick of her hand, she threw it. The oil barrel exploded among the group of monsters. The sky was filled with flames on the yacht. The monsters struggled and howled in the fire, with no time to damage the ship, nor time to charge forward. However, the heavy rain continued to pour. It's unknown whether the fire went out first or if the monsters burned to death first. In any case, they couldn't just sit and wait. Su Zilong. Coming. Su Zilong was already waiting nearby. When the monsters fell, he had already rushed to Hu Yu's side, ready for orders. Boss, any orders? Are the things I asked you to prepare ready? Already prepared long ago. Activate them. Got it. Su Zilong replied and immediately sat down at the computer nearby, starting to operate. Huyu had anticipated that the opponent would choose the third path, so he made preparations. Did they really think they were the only ones with a backup plan? 3 seconds later. A group of drones equipped with AKs took off from the rear of the yacht, flying straight toward the top floor of a certain building, scanning 360 degrees with no blind spots, and firing directly upon spotting anyone. Boss. At this moment, Shinshan also rushed over. He looked at the burning flames on the deck and frowned as he asked, should I go over and deal with them? Not yet. What Huyu was most worried about was not the heart of the ocean. As long as those monsters did not actively launch an attack, these flames were not enough to break its defenses. What he was worried about was if those monsters could mutate through some kind of infectious method, what would happen if they infected others on the ship? So it was better to keep a distance if possible. Wait a little longer, until the fire goes out to see the situation. Okay. What's wrong? At this moment, Xiao Zissou also came down from the second deck. She was followed by Han Weiwei and Guan Li with a group of children. Don't come over. Huyu turned to look behind him, frowning slightly. Stand back a bit, be careful. He didn't mind the children getting close to these things, but he was concerned about their safety. Although Shinshan and the others were present, they might not be able to protect every child. For safety's sake, it was better to observe from a distance. Xiao Zissou understood this principle as well. Even though she was scared looking at the shadows of the monsters and the flames, her body trembling slightly, she still stood in front of the children. Han Weiwei was the same. Under the heavy rain, the fire quickly died down. The dozens of monsters that were originally present, now only 3 remained standing in place. That was because they were behind, and the RPG and gasoline hadn't hurt them. The monsters in front had already turned into roasted meat, and the remaining ones struggled to approach the flames. It was said that it even smelled faintly delicious. The people on the boat thought so, and naturally, that group of monsters did not differ. They rushed in front of their kind, crouched down, and immediately began to feast. Tearing and swallowing, every movement revealed their primitive wildness. Boss. Shinshan's voice sounded. He had already shouldered the RPG. I know. Huyu frowned in response. Wait a little longer. Wait? Wait for these guys to finish the meat on the deck? Shinshan and Su Zilong exchanged glances and saw confusion in each other's eyes. But Huyu continued to stare at the 3 monsters on the deck. He was indeed waiting for them to finish eating the meat. One reason is to ensure that no body parts are left on the deck, to avoid being infected by those things during cleanup. The second reason is, he wants to observe this thing again. Every monster has the same size and shape. The virus cannot only infect humans taller than 2 meters, right? Huyu has a terrifying guess in his heart, but he doesn't dare to confirm it and can only observe for now. In less than a minute, the drone flock has already patrolled from the 50th floor to the 48th floor. And those 3 monsters have devoured all the remains on the deck. They stand still, bathing in the heavy rain, seemingly savoring the delicious meal they just had. Roar! A roar echoes. The 3 monsters simultaneously lock onto the people inside the cabin, and the meaning behind their gaze is extremely obvious. I'm still hungry. The 3 monsters charge forward at the same time. Snap. No need to wait for Huyu to give the order. Shinshan and Xiener and the others quickly fire their RPGs, hitting the 3 monsters accurately. Boom. The shell explodes. But this time, they were not blasted away. Instead, they stood their ground and took a hit from the shell. What the heck? They evolved after eating a bit? How are we supposed to fight now? Right. The panel. During the previous encounters with the monsters, either there was a screen in between or time was too tight. He hadn't checked the panel of the opponent. Maybe, the way to counter them is right there. Huyu looks at the monster in front of him, and in an instant, the panel information of the opponent appears before his eyes. He didn't know what to expect until he saw it now. He is frozen in shock. Name, Berserker, Mutation 2. Type, Human. Status, Injured. Description, a type of Stage 2 mutated creature evolved from humans. Scientifically speaking, it can no longer be called a human, and it is more appropriate to call it a subhuman. Note, what? Is there no reproductive isolation from humans? Why don't you try it? Stage 2. That means there could still be a Stage 3. Oh no. This guy has eaten so much flesh from its kin, it won't. Roar. Another roar sounds. The one that has eaten the most among the 3 monsters suddenly crouches down, and its muscles and bones begin to assemble in a strange way, making weird sounds. Quick! Kill it! Chapter 67 now, who has the final say? At the moment when Hu Yu shouted, the monster called Berserker directly turned around and pounced on the other two berserkers behind it. It started biting. Shin Shan and Xianer simultaneously raised their RPGs and pulled a trigger at it. The explosions come one after another. The berserker that originally suppressed the other two begins to be overwhelmed by them due to the RPG explosions. After all, it still hasn't completed its third mutation and is only slightly stronger than the other two berserkers. The two berserkers counter it, pinning it down and continuously biting it. Hu Yu and the others also take this opportunity to fire multiple RPGs, aiming to eliminate all three berserkers. A few minutes later, the deck finally quiets down. However, the upper floors become lively. More and more people are discovering the drones. They come rushing down from the upper floors. Panic and screams immediately engulf the entire Xuanxin building. Hu Yu looks up at the building, a smile spreading across his face. Now, it's their turn to panic. He wonders if Tang Hua is still around, and perhaps the next person to come negotiate with him will be someone else. After a few more minutes, the screams and roars finally reach the 24th floor. Boss Hu! Boss Hu! It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Tisk. Hu Yu clicks his tongue. He is not very happy. After all, the person who just spoke was Tang Hua. This guy didn't die. Misunderstanding? What a load of nonsense. Hu Yu ignores this guy, and the drone swarm keeps sweeping through. Boss Hu! We were wrong. The deal can continue. No matter what you want. Just say it. Deal? Ha! Is it still about the deal now? Hu Yu still smiled. Looking at the bright lights of some info building's 24th floor with a smile. He knew, even if there wasn't a ready-made telescope, with some info building's resources, it could easily be made. The other party could clearly see him. So, he did something. He lay back on the lazy sofa, crossed his legs, and looked up with a pet-like expression, mouthing a sentence. Kneel and beg me. As soon as he said that, a figure on the 24th floor indeed knelt down, his head banging frantically. Please, hurry and stop. I beg you. The sound of bows and knocks drowned in the rain and gunfire. Hu Yu turned to look at Su Zilong, the latter immediately understood and stopped the drone sweep. The wailing finally began to fade. Tang Hua's voice rang out again, thank you, Boss Hu. Boss Hu is righteous. Zilong. Hu Yu did not reply, nor did he open the hatch and walk out, but turned to look at Su Zilong. You control a drone to the greenhouse, let Old Fong not come out for now. With such a big noise outside, he feared Old Fong might come out and inexplicably get infected. Got it. Su Zilong replied and immediately controlled the communication drone to relay the message. Hu Yu then activated the ship's communication system, directly speaking to the entire Some Info building. The deal can continue. As soon as he said that, the voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker to the whole Some Info building. Everyone instantly became excited. Especially Tang Hua. Only now did he understand what he had missed. If he could board this ship, he would never have to worry about making a living again, nor would he need to spend so much effort to seize power. In the face of life, power is completely insignificant. This sentence instantly ignited his will to survive. As long as he could board this ship, even if he had to sell everything in Some Info building, including everything he owned or did not own, it would be worth it. But a lingering tone. Clearly the deal continues, but there is a condition. You have to clean up this mess. This you, everyone knows refers to whom. In Some Info building, all eyes were on Tang Hua. He quickly knelt on the ground and knocked his head several times. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. After saying that, Tang Hua finally stood up and turned to look behind him. His eyes fell on a few strong young men, and his expression had completely changed from just now. You, and you, the two groups, go on the ship now and throw those things into the water. 20 merit points for each. The two groups looked at each other, not answering. If it were before, they would have scrambled for these 20 merit points. After all, 10 merit points could get them a full meal, 20 merit points would be enough for their food for 2 days. But now, they did not dare to move, nor did they want to move. Not daring because the target was a mutant, and not wanting to was because of Tang Hua's earlier wrong decision. Such a degree of error could be fatal. There was not a fool among them, and they naturally understood what might happen next. Are my words not useful anymore? Clearly not. A female voice rang out. This was the female white-collar worker who participated in the voting back then. She was also the only female among those involved in the decision-making. As a leader, you are clearly unqualified. Lin Su, what do you mean? Tang Hua frowned, pointing at the other few people. The votes were cast together. You all participated in the decision, it wasn't just mine. But this was your proposal. Lin Su's voice rang out again, raising her right hand. Now, I propose to change the building leader, remove Tang Hua from the decision-making group, and select someone else from the leadership to join. Those above the leadership level, raise your hands if you agree. In an instant, 32 people around simultaneously raised their hands. The only one who did not raise his hand was Tang Hua. Unanimously approved. Lin Su announced the result, pushing her glasses up on her nose. Tang Hua, according to the rules, you have been kicked out of the decision-making group and the leadership. Now you must go calm that person's anger yourself. You all, good. Very good. Tang Hua's expression gradually became ferocious. However, he had considered this situation before. Isn't this just a palace coup? Then let's see if you have the courage to bear the consequences of a palace coup. He pulled out a tube of green reagent from his pocket. Before he could speak, as soon as the reagent was exposed to the eyes of the crowd, everyone took a step back. Tang Hua. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Tang Hua retorted, if I am not in the decision-making group, then the decision-making group and the leadership have no meaning. Come on, let's see who dares to kick me out of the decision-making group. Speak. Bang. Before Tang Hua could finish his words, a bullet shot in from outside the window, piercing through his forehead. You all, say? As Tang Hua fell, a drone equipped with an AK appeared before everyone. There was also a small screen on it, showing a man sitting on a lazy sofa, looking at the crowd. His voice echoed amidst the sound of rain. Now, who can make a decision? Chapter 68. A Promise. Lin Su stepped forward naturally. Her position in the decision-making group was only slightly lower than Tang Hua's, so when she rose to power, no one dared to object. Hu glanced through the screen, saw that no one opposed, and nodded slightly, as if to acknowledge it. He spoke calmly, database. Don't worry, I will find someone to deliver it to your ship immediately. Deck. We will get someone to clean it up right away. Hu nodded with a smile. He liked smart people, and he liked obedient smart people even more. What is your name? Lin Su. Lin Su immediately bowed and replied, thank you for saving us. If possible, can I come on board to personally thank you? Let's handle the matter first. Hu replied and casually hung up the communication. Soon, a building was immediately active under the drone's supervision. 12 young women were sent to the 20th floor, holding writing boards, applying to board the ship for cleaning. Among these 12, the least attractive was still 3 points better looking than Yi Wanqiu. If they encountered some ships where they could exchange their bodies for tickets, there would be at least an 80% chance of boarding. Unfortunately, the heart of the ocean was not that kind of ship. Hu lowered the gangway, supervising them with the drone to clean the deck, and immediately issued an order to dismiss them. Not to mention whether these women were skilled enough or qualified to board the ship. After encountering the corpses of the rampagers, Hu could not let them stay on board. Once they cleaned up and threw those corpses into the water, Hu directly ordered them to leave. As the corpses sank underwater, a shadow swam below, swallowing those bodies whole. Unfortunately, it was too dark. No one saw this scene underwater. Ding! With a crisp sound, several notifications flashed suddenly before Hu. For some reason, suddenly, the favorability of all adult women on the ship increased by 5 to 10 points. The least increase was naturally with the highest favorability, Xiao Zisu. While the highest increase was surprisingly with Su Linglong. It seemed her saint complex had been completely cured, and she was now evolving towards the direction of a black lotus flower. At the same time, a total of 24 storage devices were being transported from the 50th floor to the 20th floor by hundreds of people. More than 100 people were also responsible for the relay, moving quickly downstairs. But even so, it still took nearly an hour to transport these storage devices to the 20th floor. There was no way, these things could not come into contact with water and could not be directly moved to the deck. Hu understood this point. But he did not rush to take the things away. Instead, he opened the cabin door, signaling Lin Su to come over. In less than a minute, Lin Su stepped up the gangway, wearing her double lacquered high heels and OL suit. Hu instinctively raised his eyes to her profile. Both her skills and character were ordinary. It seemed she used to be someone from a certain company's HR department. The only thing worth mentioning was her character. Thick-skinned and dark-hearted, a person like this would willingly set aside all their dignity and act to perfection on the surface. Once she seized an opportunity, her methods would be extremely ruthless, leaving no room for survival. Someone like her is far worse to offend than a petty person. Moreover, with her recent thunderous methods, it seems this matter won't be easy to handle. Mr. Hu. Lin Su entered the cabin and the first thing she did was bow and apologize. I am very sorry for the trouble caused to you, it was our fault earlier. To express our apology, besides the database, if you have any needs, we can provide them to you free of charge. Any conditions, we can accept. Interesting. Huyu still lay on his lazy sofa, asking, do you know what terms I discussed with Teng Hua at that time? Please enlighten me. Besides the database, I also wanted another building from that certain company. For this, I offered him 2 options, however, he chose a third. Lin Su lowered her head and remained silent. Even when she heard some shocking things, she did not ask anything. This, indeed, was much better than Teng Hua. Do you want to know what those 2 options were? I am all ears. The first option, I could take him away with me. That would be his sorrow. The second option, I could tell him how to survive with the group behind you in the apocalypse. He deserves to die. Lin Su spoke with bitterness. These 2 options, no matter which one, wouldn't have led to the current situation. If she had been there at the time, she would never have risked trying to seize the ship. Unfortunately, the one in power at that time was Teng Hua, not her. I won't offer you either of those options. Huyu's voice echoed again. A trace of regret flashed in Lin Su's eyes, but she still quickly lowered her head. Of course, whether it is the database or the building you want, both are our compensation to you. You do not need to trade with us. However, there is another deal. I wonder if Miss Lin has any interest. You say. Lin Su immediately raised her head, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. A promise. Huyu looked at Lin Su. If we can meet again in the future, I hope we can be friends. Lin Su was taken aback and quickly replied, of course. Whether or not there is such a deal, we are friends. This was the only way to go about it. The database was still in the building. To ensure it stayed dry, Huyu had to go there himself. To guarantee nothing went wrong, he could not kill Lin Su. So, the only option was to make a deal with her, showing some goodwill to bring the database over. Even if it meant sacrificing something trivial, it wouldn't matter. But he could never bring such a hidden danger onto the ship. So, making a deal with her was naturally the most beneficial choice. All right. Huyu said as he got up from the lazy sofa, you clear the 20th floor, I'll bring people with you. Soon, you'll know what the deal is. The 20th floor has been cleared. Lin Su said as she walked toward the cabin door, holding an umbrella, waiting at the entrance. If Mr. Hu doesn't mind, I can hold the umbrella for you. This was a test for him. There are many kinds of friends, some are friends in name, while others are true friends. If he wanted to be the latter, Huyu also needed to show some other value. Sure. Huyu agreed, turned to glance at Shinshan behind him, and then walked towards Lin Su. She held the umbrella, the canopy mostly covering Huyu's head. She only covered a small part of herself, allowing the rain to soak her shoulders. Shinshan and Ancienne hurriedly followed behind. The 4 of them walked into a certain building's interior. What lay before them were 24 storage units, nothing else in sight. Indeed, there wasn't a single person around. Lin Su put away her umbrella, standing to the side, still showing no intention to ask anything. If it were Teng Hua, he would have rushed up by now, inquiring whether she needed help, trying to find out how to move the items. Huyu also did not speak. He wanted to see how long Lin Su could endure. So, he stepped forward and placed his hand on one of the storage units. Chapter 69, Zilong, come, let's go fishing. Collect. The storage unit disappeared into the spatial backpack. In an instant, Lin Su's pupils widened. She had seen magic before. But she also understood that no matter how exquisite the magic was, it was a trick accomplished through mechanisms and visual errors. But now. That was almost 2 meters tall storage unit. A mechanism? Impossible. Visual error? Also impossible. Could it be her hallucination? Was she hypnotized or drugged? Lin Su was confused, only able to watch as those 24 storage units disappeared one by one before her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't figure out the reason for their disappearance. But at this time, she would not, in any case, ask about the reason for the storage unit's disappearance. When the last storage unit vanished, Lin Su remained standing in place without the slightest movement. Huyu turned to look at her, a smile on his lips. Don't you want to know how they disappeared? Will you tell me? No. Then I won't ask. Lin Su responded with a smile. You are smarter than Teng Hua. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Hu. Huyu walked towards the staircase, never mentioning the matter of the deal. Only when he stepped onto the staircase did he turn to look back at Lin Su, who was left behind. It is now the 11th day, and by the 18th day, the water level will continue to rise at a speed you can't believe. It will last until the 49th day when the heavy rain stops, and the blue star will truly become the blue star in the real sense. This is the path he referred to. Lin Su was a smart person. After hearing this, her previously normal pupils were widened once again. She had prepared for the heavy rain to flood the entire building, but unexpectedly the heavy rain would fall to this extent. That was already the worst outcome she could think of, but now it seemed there was only worse, not the worst. Thank you. Lin Su immediately bowed her head. Mr. Hu, thank you for your guidance, it is very important to me. This is a transaction, you don't need to thank me, after all, we are considered friends. Hu Yu replied with a smile. Yes. Friends. Lin Su proactively extended her hands. Goodbye, Mr. Hu. Hu Yu reached out and shook her hand. Goodbye. Then he walked up the staircase, back to the deck above. The heart of the ocean activated. Under the gaze of Lin Su and the others in the building, it cruised to another building's front. He raised his hand, and the entire building instantly vanished. In its place were thousands of people struggling for survival on the water surface. Quick! Look! What is that? The building is gone. A miracle. It's a miracle. The people inside the building cried out in surprise. Even some atheists began to reconsider their previous thoughts. Lin Su was no exception. She stood at the window on the 20th floor, clearly witnessing everything happening before her. A feeling of having survived a disaster surged in her heart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she did not choose the same path as Teng Hua but decided to admit defeat in such a low-profile way. Otherwise, that person who could take away one building does not mean he couldn't take away a second building. Perhaps among the people struggling in the water right now, there was her. Ha! Lin Su exhaled a mouthful of impure air. With no time to think more, she immediately recalled what Hu Yu had said earlier. Some things should also be prepared. She quickly took out the intercom, gathered the decision-making group for a meeting. Yes. Those people below. Whoever can swim over, save them up. If you can't swim over, then forget it. Understood. Lin Su finally turned around to take a look at the people behind her. Just as she was about to walk upstairs, she saw a long, slender shadow swimming toward the crowd. What is that? Before she could collect her thoughts, dozens of people were dragged into the water. In the dim light, she could only see a snake head. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Lin Su immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone! Move to the 25th, no, the 35th floor. Hurry! The people in the building immediately began to act. But that giant snake seemed uninterested in them. It swallowed most of the humans swimming on the surface, then swam toward the direction the yacht was leaving. The target seemed to be that yacht. Lin Su had already arrived at the 35th floor. She frowned at the shadow behind the yacht, thought for a moment, and then took the radio equipment to send a message. At the same time, on the yacht, Su Zilong, busy organizing data, was taken aback when he heard the sound from the radio. He immediately grabbed the headset. He quickly sorted out a message. Without hesitation, he put down his work and rushed to the lower deck to find Hu Yu. Not good. Boss Hu, take a look at this. Hu Yu frowned, his hand, which was showing off the late-night snack, stopped. The information was simple, just 8 words. A snake is following you. Snake. Ji Gu, searchlight. Quick. Hu Yu put down the late-night snack and rushed to the stern of the ship. Shin Shan and Su Zilong followed him, while Li Ji went straight to the control room and pointed the searchlight at the stern. The strong light illuminated the water surface. But all they could see was a vague shadow swimming below the surface. As soon as the light shone on it, it immediately sank, as if intentionally avoiding something, and instantly disappeared beneath the surface. It's really following us. Hu Yu didn't expect that this guy would come from so far away. Like to follow, huh? Good. Let's see if you can keep up. I asked already, the highest speed is 12 knots, but because they are old passenger ships, they can't hold out for long. Li Ji replied immediately. 12 knots? How about? Just go all out. Get them on the yacht. Hu Yu immediately walked toward the deck. Yes. Hu Yu walked toward the lower deck of the yacht. Just as he reached the deck, he saw old Wang and his 7 companions walking toward him. He nodded as a greeting, then immediately stored that passenger ship into the space backpack. Everything was settled. Hu Yu returned to the cabin and said to Li Ji, full speed ahead. Go. 10 knots? Now, without considering the ship's problem, just push the speed to 20 knots. Let's see if you can still keep up. Yujing. Hu Yu spit out 2 words without hesitation. There, not only are there the headquarters of a certain app and a certain hand, but also a legendary place. Yes. Li Ji responded and immediately began navigation, heading at full speed toward the direction of Yujing. The ocean's heart instantly created ripples on the water surface. But everyone on the ship felt nothing, as if everything was normal. Hu Yu conveniently shoved the divine favor of the sea god into Su Zilong's arms. Not only did he want to shake off that snake, but he also wanted to play with it. Su Zilong? Chapter 70, Last Night's Harvest. July 25th. The water level still remains at 50 meters. Last night, everyone gathered together to discuss. They speculated that it was the water from high-altitude areas flowing to lower altitudes. The entire low-altitude area had become a drainage point for high-altitude areas, which caused this phenomenon. Once the water levels of low-altitude areas and high-altitude areas are equal, the water surface will rise at a faster speed. Huyu listened for a while, then turned around and went back to sleep. In his view, everything was destined. Instead of discussing these, it was better to think about what would happen after the heavy rain. If he remembered correctly, just before he died in his last life, he vaguely saw the sun. But at that time, he was tortured so badly that he was not sure if that was his illusion. However, Huyu did not tell them about this, to avoid giving them a hope that did not exist. If hope would eventually be shattered, it would be better not to have it. At 8 in the morning. Huyu opened his eyes from bed, turned to look at the rapidly passing scene outside the window, and stretched quietly. He had stocked up on 3 black eggs again. Perfect, time for another triple opening. Huyu turned around to confirm that Enciener was not nearby, then immediately walked to the balcony. Time to crack the eggs. Last time it was on this feng shui treasure ground, cracking 3 good things at once. This time he did not ask for any legends, at least a few skill books would be fine. 3 black eggs were lined up side by side on the window. Huyu raised his hand and knocked on the black egg on the far left. With a flash of white light. He clearly sensed something was wrong and guessed it might not be a good thing. But when he looked down at the window, Huyu suddenly froze. Empty. Apart from the disappearing eggshell, there was nothing on the window. What is this? This black egg has become empty. Ding. As if to answer his question, a notification sound echoed in his ear. Congratulations, host, you have obtained fresh air *1. Name, fresh air, common. Type, item. Effect, provides oxygen needed for survival. Note, this air seems to have gone bad? No, someone is secretly farting. Who you? Fresh air. This thing is also worthy of stuffing into a black egg. Why not stuff a drop of fresh water in there instead? Huyu's face darkened, calming his mood. It's fine, there are still 2 left, just consider it a warm-up. Knock again. The second black egg shattered, and the white light flickered again. Huyu's heart sank. As long as it's not fresh air, it will be fine. He looked down and saw a piece of grass on the table. Green and fresh, like it had just been picked from the Hulunberg grassland. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained fresh grass *1. Name, fresh grass, common. Type, plant. Effect, provides nutrients for herbivorous creatures. Note, if you want to use this as gum, I can't stop you. Well then. 2 black faces in a row. Huyu left the 3rd black egg unopened and took it to the bathroom. Today's window feng shui isn't right. Let's try another place. He first washed up simply, then placed the black egg in front of the mirror, pressed his hands together and prayed, then cracked it open. This time, purple light burst forth. Huyu looked down and saw a skill book floating before him. Finally, something useful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Universal Perfect Skill Book *1. Name, Universal Perfect Skill Book. Type, Skill Book. Effect, after use, can randomly elevate one of your skills to a perfect level. Note, look, here comes a contestant with the perfect pooping skill. This thing seems to rely too much on luck. Looks like changing the place brought some luck, but not completely. Just as the note describes, if he randomly ends up with some embarrassing skill, wouldn't that be just as bad as nothing? He might even have to worry about being found out. But, as the saying goes, since I'm here, I can't not learn, right? Let's take a gamble. Huyu silently thought to use it. The skill book transformed into a purple light and merged into his body. A prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Perfect Fishing. Note, your physical fitness and physical quality will automatically enhance to the level of mastering this skill. Not bad. At least, there was nothing random about having a perfect bowel movement. Huyu washed his face with cold water, and just stepped out of the bedroom when he heard the children's early reading voices not far away. That spot is a classroom that has just been divided not long ago. It seems that the courses are gradually getting back on track. This vibrant feeling is truly wonderful. He made his way to the cabin and happened to see Zhao Zhong squatting at the fishing spot. Where is Zilong? Boss who? Zhao Zhong looked up to greet him, smiling helplessly and saying, Zilong was too tired yesterday, so I came to take over. He really fished all night. Hu Yu was taken aback. He had only jokingly told Su Zilong to fish, thinking it would just be for fun. Not all night, though. He stopped around 4, but I guess he will never want to touch that fishing rod again in his life. Hu Yu paused. What do you mean by that? You can see for yourself if you go to the warehouse. Zhao Zhong glanced at the fishing rod. So are we still fishing now? Let's not fish for now. Hu Yu casually put away the favor of the sea god and headed straight for the warehouse. If Su Zilong was worn out like this, the surprises in the warehouse must be quite impressive. He instinctively glanced at the panel of the heart of the ocean and was instantly stunned. Experience slot. Just 10 points short. This means, just 10 more fish, and the heart of the ocean can upgrade to legendary quality. What on earth did Su Zilong do last night? Hu Yu arrived at the warehouse and found that guarding the door were Old Wang and Xiaolu'er. Good morning, Boss Hu. Old Wang immediately greeted him. Did you get up so early? Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy. Hu Yu replied politely. What are you guys doing? Guarding the warehouse. Old Wang quickly responded. Mr. Shin said the things inside the warehouse are very important, and it wouldn't be good if the children went in. A few brothers and I have nothing to do, so we came to guard at night. Thank you for your hard work. Hu Yu patted Old Wang on the shoulder. Let's have breakfast together later. All right. Old Wang laughed heartily. They had all grown tired of eating fish on the ship, and did not expect to really board this vessel. Having a better meal occasionally was great. Xiaolu'er also hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Boss Hu. It's a small matter. If you do well, there will be opportunities to board the ship. Hu Yu casually made a gesture of promise and stepped toward the warehouse. Pushing the door open, the sight before him stunned him on the spot. Now he understood why his luck with the egg draw was so poor today. It turns out all the good fortune was used on the fishing rod. Chapter 71, Let me show you a magic trick. Books. Skill books. Dozens of skill books were piled up on the table. Although he could not discern the quality, Hu Yu could confirm they were skill books. Unexpectedly, he could catch these things even without personally fishing. He took a step forward, brought Zhao Zhong into the warehouse, and casually closed the door, locking Old Wang and Xiaolu'er outside. Just to be safe. Right now, Old Wang and Xiaolu'er's favorability was only about 20, he absolutely could not let them know about the skill books. After confirming the warehouse door was locked, Hu Yu immediately turned to Zhao Zhong. These are all caught by Zilong? Yes. Zhao Zhong nodded, his expression slightly strange. Boss, do you recognize these books? It was easy to tell from Hu Yu's reaction. Only he would look so surprised if he knew these books. Of course. Wait, you don't know what these are? Hu Yu was taken aback. The names of the skill books are clearly written on the cover. Just a glance, and they should be able to know what these things are. What do you mean? We don't recognize the symbols, we only know they are books. Don't recognize? Could it be that the system products have built-in camouflage functions? Then isn't it impossible for them to use the skill books produced by the system? Hu Yu casually picked up a skill book and scanned it. Basic singing. He looked at Zhao Zhong and asked, Brother Zhong, do you know how to sing? This. Zhao Zhong shrugged helplessly, I have been tone-deaf since childhood. When it comes to singing battle songs, I can shout a couple of notes, but if I sing other songs, they all say I sound like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. It's settled, you're the one. Hu Yu casually slapped the skill book onto Zhao Zhong. A flash of white light passed by. Just like the stir when he initially used the skill book. It should have worked. To be safe, Hu Yu glanced at Zhao Zhong's panel, and indeed, there was a new ordinary singing skill added to the skill column. Hu Yu looked at him with slight excitement. Brother Zhong, try singing. Boss Hu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I truly sing badly. Come on, give it a try. Hu Yu tempted, don't you want to know what skills this book gives? All right. Zhao Zhong responded helplessly and then opened his mouth. In the wind and rain, this pain, what is it? Just a line, and both Hu Yu and Zhao Zhong stared wide-eyed. It wasn't exactly beautiful, but it definitely wasn't ghostly howling either. It seems the skill book could work on them. Who? Boss Hu, what's going on? Zhao Zhong knew Hu Yu was incredible, but he couldn't imagine he could actually change human structure. Making someone who was tone-deaf sing beautifully. Hu Yu's eyes lit up, and he took out another skill book. Mastering Debate. Another skill that Zhao Zhong didn't have. He handed the skill book to Zhao Zhong. Give this a try. Okay. Zhao Zhong didn't hesitate and immediately slapped the skill book onto himself. Same position, same force, just like Hu Yu did earlier. But, the skill book was still in his hand. Hu Yu nodded slightly. It seems the skill book only works when he uses it on others. This is good, it can avoid some unnecessary troubles. He immediately turned around and started searching through the pile of skill books, hoping to find some surprises. There were a total of 16 skill books. Among them, 14 were ordinary skills, basic skills commonly found in life, such as organizing and cleaning skills. The remaining 2 were mastering debate and mastering drawing. Right now, neither seemed particularly useful. If these skills weren't used, it would be a waste. If used, for most people, they wouldn't find them useful either, only applicable to children to maximize the skill effects. Only one skill book made Huyu's eyes light up instantly. Ordinary running. This skill book could change physical ability and physical quality. If he gave this skill book to Bubu, Huyu immediately tucked all the skill books away except for the ordinary running one, and hurried toward the door. Quick! Let's go find Bubu. Zhao Zhong was taken aback for a moment, then as if recalling something, rushed to the warehouse to open the door. Bubu is in the classroom. I'll find Shangu and the others. Good. Huyu replied, not forgetting to remind, gather in the reception room on the first floor, don't tell him what will happen. He knew that at such times, if Shinshan wasn't present, he might regret it for a lifetime. But whether he could make Bubu stand up, Huyu had no certainty in his heart. So it's better not to tell him. Understood. Zhao Zhong replied and immediately rushed towards the second floor cabin. Huyu paused, glanced at Old Wang, keep guarding here, and don't let others come close. Understood. Old Wang showed no unusual expression. It seems he hadn't eavesdropped earlier and doesn't know about the skill book. It's better to be cautious about such matters. Huyu followed the sound of morning reading, walking towards the classroom. He pushed open the door and just happened to see Bubu sitting in the front row, following Han Weiwei reciting the verses on the blackboard. It seemed it was still a language class. Boss Hu? Han Weiwei was taken aback. Is there something you need? Looking for Bubu. Huyu said as he walked into the classroom, pushing Bubu's wheelchair outside. You all continue, no need to worry about us. By the way, where's Zissou? Teacher Xiao is taking a break this class, she should be at the tea area. Okay, sorry to bother you. With that, he pushed Bubu out of the classroom. Brother Huyu. Bubu looked up at Huyu, her smile sweet like an egg tart. What do you need me for? You'll find out soon. Huyu smiled, teasingly pushing Bubu toward the tea room. Just in case something goes wrong, a professional person should be present. He didn't want to trouble the powerful Xiao parents, fearing that any sudden changes could shock their nerves, so he had to find Xiao Zissou. Upon arriving at the tea room, Huyu saw Xiao Zissou preparing her lessons. From her current appearance, she seemed a bit nervous. Wow, Teacher Xiao is preparing lessons? Ha! Xiao Zissou turned to look at Huyu. What are you doing? Bubu? She's in the middle of class, what are you doing? I have something. Huyu casually said, you'll know when you get there. Saying this, he headed towards the first layer of the cabin. Xiao Zissou, confused, had no choice but to follow. The three arrived in the reception hall. Shinshan, Li Ji, and Ancienne were already waiting there. Even Su Zilong was forcibly dragged up, leaning on the sofa with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Huyu pushing Bubu over, he immediately complained, Hey, boss Hu, what are you doing this early in the morning? I don't want to fish anymore. No fishing, I'll show you a magic trick. As Huyu said this, he pressed a regular running skill book onto Bubu's shoulder. Chapter 72, Running. A flash of white light. The skill book vanished from Bubu's shoulder. Everyone was in a fog, no one knew what had happened. Zhao Zhong's eyes contained hope, yet he could say nothing, only looking eagerly at what was unfolding. Bubu on the wheelchair tilted her head, a bit confused. Brother Huyu, what kind of magic is this? I don't understand. Exactly. Su Zilong rarely chimed in, getting up. Boss Hu, if there's nothing, I'll go back to catch up on sleep. You don't know how hard those fish are to catch. I really lost my mind. Shoo. Huyu raised a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. The magic isn't over yet. Everyone exchanged glances. Su Zilong, who was just about to get up, had to lie back on the sofa. What tricks is he going to pull? Bubu. Huyu crouched beside the wheelchair, holding Bubu gently. Bubu, try to see if you can get up. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Naturally, they hoped that Bubu could recover normally, but they never expected it to happen so quickly. Everyone knew that the result given by Xiao father could take at least 2 to 3 years. Huyu. Xiao Zissou frowned immediately. What are you doing? Bubu is still in recovery phase, how could she? Before she could finish her words, Bubu had already pushed up on the armrests and stood up from the wheelchair. Even she herself found it hard to believe, let alone the onlookers. Bubu! Shinshan exclaimed, instantly rushing forward to hug Bubu. The others saw this and immediately surrounded her. Xiao Zissou immediately snapped back to her senses, stepping forward and raising her hand to stop everyone. Don't move. Everyone stay still. With a doctor's identity present, everyone stood frozen, only able to watch from their spot. Xiao Zissou quickly crouched down, looking at Bubu. Bubu, do you feel anything uncomfortable now? Uncomfortable? Bubu puffed her cheeks in thought, then her little face blushed, leaning towards Xiao Zissou's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear. Sister, I want to go to the bathroom. Come, sit back down, I'll take you. Xiao Zissou said, starting to push the wheelchair. Don't. Huyu immediately interjected to stop her. Since Bubu could stand up, it meant the skill had been successfully learned. Her body truly had changed. Now, what they needed to do was to see how much it had changed. He protected Bubu, continuing to say, Bubu, try to see if you can walk by yourself? Xiao Zissou was about to say something but swallowed her words back. She thought of Huyu's wonders, perhaps he could truly turn decay into the miraculous, directly healing Bubu's injury? Bubu responded with a sound. She hadn't walked before, but her gunshot wound had caused half her body to be paralyzed. Remembering the long-lost sensation, Bubu tentatively took a step forward. Her body felt like it was awakening a certain memory, racing straight towards the bathroom. She didn't even pause for a moment. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What about walking? You just started running out of nowhere. Bubu. Slow down. Xiao Zissou was the first to regain her senses and hurriedly followed, everyone else quickly followed suit. But the distance to the restroom was only 10 meters. By the time they caught up, Bubu had already run into the restroom. The sound of the door closing echoed. Bubu. Are you all right? Shen Shan asked with concern. Everyone wore a worried expression. Especially Huyu. He was afraid that Bubu couldn't stop and something bad would happen. Fortunately. Bubu's voice rang out from the restroom. Dad, brother Huyu, sister Zissou, and all the uncles and aunts, Bubu is fine. Could you walk a bit further away? Oh, she's getting shy. Let's go to the guest room first. Huyu said, not forgetting to shout towards the restroom, Bubu, don't run later, walk slowly over. No way. Don't walk. Xiao Zissou exclaimed as she ran back to get the wheelchair. Bubu, I've placed the wheelchair at the door. You still need to sit when you come over, don't strain your muscles. Got it. Hearing Bubu's voice, everyone returned to the guest room. No one spoke, but everyone's gaze was fixed on Huyu. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Although no one asked, it seemed the questions were swirling around his ears. One by one, please. Huyu sat helplessly on the sofa. If you want to know anything, just ask. Me. Shinshan was the first to speak, quickly asking, Boss, what exactly is going on? Why did Bubu suddenly start running? Could it harm her body? For the first question, you need to thank Su Zilong. Ha? Su Zilong was startled for a moment, pointing to his own nose. Me? Yes, you. Huyu took out a pile of skill books from his space. These are his gains from last night. Although you can't understand the words in these books, they can bring changes to our bodies, allowing us to master skills we could not before. Skill books? Xiao Zissou exclaimed in surprise, this exists too? She dashed forward, looking at Huyu curiously. Do you have any suitable for me? Let me try. Yes. Huyu smiled wryly, really pulling out 2 skill books. Do you want ordinary cleaning or ordinary storage? Both are quite suitable for you. I'm leaving. Xiao Zissou stepped back. Is there just this? This is a probability issue, let's talk about it later. Huyu looked at everyone and continued to answer. As for the second question, why she could run. Just now I taught Bubu ordinary running, she learned this skill, and her physical fitness increased to the level of being able to use the skill. So she could start running, but what? Shinshan asked eagerly. For the third question, I also cannot answer. Huyu looked at Xiao Zissou, who was wide-eyed at the skill books. Zissou, I still need you to help check Bubu. Understood. Just then, the sound of flushing came from the restroom. Everyone turned their heads together to look at the restroom, only to see the door slowly opening, and then a figure rushed out from inside. Not fast, but it shocked everyone. It was Bubu. Why is she still running? Moreover, judging from her expression, it seemed not voluntary. Bubu. Fortunately, Shinshan was quick-witted, rushing over at the first moment, picking Bubu up and quickly walking to the wheelchair, placing her on it. You. Didn't your sister Zissou tell you not to run and to sit in the wheelchair first? Why aren't you listening? Dad. Bubu lowered her head, somewhat dull, looking at her own legs. I seem to not be able to control my legs. What? Chapter 73 Heart of the Ocean, Upgrade. Inside the medical room. Xiao Zissou, along with her father and mother, sat closely together, checking Bubu's condition in their own ways, occasionally asking her to take a few steps. Huyu was sitting outside with Shinshan and the others, waiting. Everyone was silent. No blame, and no accusation. They all understood in their hearts that Huyu was also trying to help Bubu. If it were the past, when there were only a few people on the ship, Bubu wouldn't feel such a psychological gap, but now. There were many kids on the ship who were the same age as Bubu. They could run and jump, and contribute to the ship, even if it was just in small ways, it was still a contribution. But Bubu? She could only sit in the wheelchair, attending class with them, watching them play and fool around, and did nothing else. Just the day before, Xiao Zissou had seen Bubu come to the podium in her wheelchair, wanting to help her organize teaching materials. Don't be fooled by how carefree this little girl seems. Deep inside, she really longed to be like normal people. After all, she used to be a normal person. All done with the examination. Xiao Zissou's voice rang out. She pushed Bubu to the doorway, her expression somewhat strange. Everyone hurriedly gathered around. Even though Huyu had just been sitting at the front, when everyone gathered, he ended up outside. Dr. Xiao, what's the situation now? Yes, doctor, is there anything wrong with Bubu? Zissou, Bubu. Everyone quiet, let me talk. Xiao Zissou rolled her eyes. Sure enough, care leads to chaos. Everyone was so familiar, but when they became anxious, they were just like the family of an ordinary patient. Bubu's situation is very complex. First, let's talk about her legs. From a medical perspective, her legs have fully recovered, all functions are completely normal, and she can move freely and feel various sensations. Everyone's heart suddenly rejoiced. However, the joy that had just surged was instantly retracted. Everyone quietly looked at Xiao Zissou, waiting for her next analysis. She can't walk. Huh? Shinshan voiced his confusion, but hasn't it all returned to normal? Why can't she walk? From a medical standpoint, it seems that a certain nerve has not yet recovered, but from another perspective. Xiao Zissou's gaze fell on Huyu outside the crowd. This needs to be asked of Boss Hu. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Huyu. He also recalled something. Perhaps it's because of the skill book. Huyu spoke helplessly. The skill is ordinary running, but not ordinary walking, let alone a normal walk. If Bubu can only run but not walk, then the reason is very clear. Is there a walking skill book? Shinshan quickly asked. Huyu shook his head. The answer was already quite clear. I'll go right now. Su Zilong said as he rushed outside. Boss Hu, fishing rods. I will go too. Zhao Zhong also stepped forward. Huyu casually took out the gift from the sea god and handed it to the two, while also turning to Xiao Zissou. Zissou, in this situation, can Bubu still not stand up? Standing up is of course no problem, but... Xiao Zissou looked around for a moment. She can only run now, the cabin isn't too big, and with so many kids around, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen. It's fine, Sister Zissou. Bubu lifted her head, smiling as she spoke. I'm already used to sitting on this, even if I can't stand up, it's okay. This girl, always so understanding it makes one heartache. Isn't it just a small ship? Simple, 10 more fish, and the experience slot for the heart of the ocean will be full. By then, with just one upgrade, the size should be enough. Bubu, good girl. Huyu crouched down, rubbing Bubu's head. You don't worry. Since the elder brother can help you stand up, he will give you enough space to move. Bubu nodded obediently and looked up at Huyu with a smile. I believe in you, brother Huyu. This isn't a bad thing. Xiao Zissou said as she gently rubbed Bubu's head. Now that your body has recovered, you no longer need to take that medicine. Slowly adapt to the rehabilitation exercises, and soon you will be back to normal. Later, I will tell Xiao Mu to pay more attention. Just make sure Bubu doesn't run into the water. By the way, Huyu hurriedly found a skill book. Here's a basic frog swimming technique, learn this first, just in case. After taking care of Bubu's matters, the liveliest place was undoubtedly the fishing window. Shinshan and Li Ji, who were originally uninterested in fishing, gathered in front of the fishing rods, taking turns to fish. They wished they could grow on those fishing rods. Only with the sea god's blessing could they possibly catch skill books, otherwise, there should be nothing but fishing rods on the boat now. Huyu also stood behind the window, like an old NPC, waiting to verify whether the skill books were useful. However, an hour passed, and not a single skill book was caught. But the 10th fish finally hooked. Ding! Detected that the ocean's heart has reached the evolution stage. Do you want to start the evolution now? Note, during evolution, the ship must stop sailing for 72 hours. Please be prepared. 72 hours. 3 days. Huyu frowned slightly. Who would have thought that this thing would take time to evolve? Fortunately, in addition to the ocean's heart, there is another ship that can be used. Although the facilities on it are not as good as the ocean's heart, this is the only option available. Not to mention that Bubu needs more space to move. Just talking about the current situation underwater, no one knows how much those fish will evolve. If water snakes can't flip the ocean's heart, then what about sea snakes? Sea pythons? God knows how long the global flooding will last. The sooner the 72 hours pass, the better. After pondering for a moment, Huyu immediately made a decision. Gather the people and hold a meeting. Lunchtime. Huyu finalized the ship switching plan, lasting 3 days. During these 3 days, everyone would live on the ship. Although everyone had doubts, no one brought it up. After all, so far, this person hadn't made a mistake. Except for old Fong. He was worried about those treasures in the greenhouse. After receiving Huyu's assurance, along with the promise of new seeds coming soon, he still left the greenhouse. Afternoon. The ocean's heart stopped on the water's surface. Huyu took out the other ship and was the first to board. Everyone quickly tidied up their personal belongings and followed him. When Shinshan confirmed that no one was left on the ship and was the last to board, Huyu immediately clicked confirm. The ocean's heart was instantly retracted into the space backpack and began to evolve. A countdown also appeared before him. Boss. Su Zilong, holding a fishing rod, leaned in front of Huyu and asked, "Should we continue fishing?" This little shabby ship was nothing compared to the ocean's heart. Let alone catching a water snake, even if they caught a slightly larger mutated fish, the whole ship could be flipped over. Let's skip it. We don't want to mess things up. It's just 3 days, you should also take a break and conserve your energy. All right. Su Zilong replied, returning the fishing rod to Huyu. The ship continued sailing. At night. After dinner, just when Huyu was about to sleep, he suddenly thought of something, and his whole body went still. Damn it. This ship is a passenger ship, there are no rooms. Which means everyone has to squeeze into the passenger cabin. If it were calm waters, it wouldn't be a big deal. But because the ocean's heart was rushing along last night, everyone had already entered the sea area. The sea breeze is far harsher than the river breeze. Chapter 74 Storm. On the sea. 10 o'clock at night. Fortunately, Huyu was well prepared. Among the stockpiled goods, there was a truck full of mattresses. This was originally meant for warmth and cold resistance, but now it was used ahead of time. He first put away the seats and unimportant things in the cabin into the space, then brought out some wooden boards to partition the cabin. He barely created enough rooms for everyone to rest, and then distributed the mattresses to each room. The ship turned into a simple dormitory. Of course, it couldn't compare to the luxurious rooms on the ocean heart, but it was already much more comfortable than before. As long as they held on for another 63 hours, they could return to the ocean heart. But just as everyone was getting ready to sleep, an unexpected change happened. The whole ship began to sway endlessly, like a baby in a cradle, rocked by its mother, the sea, urging it to sleep. Ugh! Huyu was sprawled on the ship's side, emptying his recently eaten dinner, looking dazed. Boss, are you okay? Shinshan, protecting Bubu, looked at Huyu with a worried expression. And no. Ugh! Huyu leaned out again. There was no help for it, this ship was just sailing in internal rivers and could not withstand the strong winds and waves of the sea. Whether it was old Wang, who had run ships for years, or those children, let alone falling asleep, just managing not to throw up was already a gift of a natural sailing body. Where's Huyu? Xiao Zisu's voice rang out from afar, have you seen Huyu? Hearing her voice, Shinshan immediately raised his hand, Dr. Xiao, over here. Coming. Xiao Zisu tiptoed to peek through the crowd and immediately ran over from a distance. She seemed fine, even on this swaying ship, she was still quick on her feet. Huyu leaned against the window, looking up at Xiao Zisu, Zisu, looking for me? What is it? I'm here to save your life. Xiao Zisu casually took out a needle and directly inserted it into Huyu's body. He wanted to yell, but then realized it didn't hurt at all, instead, his head felt much clearer, and he no longer felt nauseated. How is it? Still feel like throwing up? Huyu shook his head, supported by Shinshan as he stood up, I'm fine, Dr. Zhao's skill is amazing. Don't overpraise me. Xiao Zisu frowned and asked, in this situation, should we stay on the ship? Or should we head back to the ocean heart? Yeah. Shinshan frowned, we can hold on, but the children. I can't do anything either. Huyu explained helplessly, the ocean heart has evolved, we have to wait 63 more hours before it can start sailing again. They hadn't asked about the reason for changing ships earlier, so they didn't know the specifics. What? Evolve? Shinshan was taken aback, looking quite confused. It can evolve. Incredible, why didn't you say it earlier? Xiao Zisu seemed to understand, she turned around and walked towards the crowd. Hey, where are you going? Going to give shots, if they keep throwing up like this, they'll all get dehydrated. As she spoke, she didn't forget to shout, Dad. Mom. Stop throwing up first. We can't change the ship yet. At that moment, Yu felt the correctness of his decision. Sure enough, a doctor was needed on the ship. In less than 10 minutes. All 48 children returned to normal, although they still stood unsteadily, at least they no longer continued to vomit. But this wouldn't be a solution. No one knew when the storm would stop. Unless. A sudden spark flashed in Yu's mind, and he immediately looked at Shan. Brother Shan, where's the nautical chart? Li Ji, he's in the control room keeping an eye on it, why? It's nothing, you watch Bubu, I'm going to the control room. As Yu spoke, he walked toward the other end of the cabin. Okay. Shan wasn't worried about his safety. After all, ever since they boarded the ship, Sienna had returned to being inseparable from him. Just as Yu arrived, he bumped into Xiao Zisu rushing toward him. Hey, where are you going? To confirm something. Xiao Zisu paused for a moment after hearing, then followed behind him, wanting to see what he was going to confirm. The three of them made their way to the control room. Li Ji was steering the helm, while Old Wang was observing the nautical chart, and Xiao Lu was using a telescope to observe the weather. Gee brother, where is the sea chart? Yu asked. Here. Old Wang responded from the side, forcing a bitter smile. Bossu, look at the situation now, how about changing to another ship first? No need to change ships. Yu had no intention of revealing his trump card to Old Wang. He walked to the sea chart, using the dim light to ask, where are we now? We're still not far from the coast of Pengcheng. Old Wang pointed casually at a corner of the sea chart. What about this position? How deep is the water? This. Boom. A fierce wind blew in, and the ship began to tilt sharply. Yu fell to the left, directly tumbling into Xiao Zisu's arms. Xiao Zisu couldn't bear the weight, losing her balance and tipping further to the left. Fortunately, Sienna was following closely behind. She reached the wall first, catching Yu and Xiao Zisu with both hands. Bang! A crashing sound echoed. Old Wang crashed against the side of the cockpit, crying out, ouch! Not just him, the entire cabin was filled with similar cries. If this goes on, the whole ship might capsize. Stop whining. How deep is the water? According to the chart, it's about 25 meters. 25 meters. Including the depth of the rainwater, that makes it 75 meters. Just barely enough. Gee brother. Stop the ship. Quickly. Yu shouted, glancing back at Sienna, Sienna, get me to the deck. Are you crazy? Xiao Zisu exclaimed, going to the deck now? Waiting to jump into the sea to feed the fish? Sienna did not move either. In her eyes, this action would put him in danger. A moment of hesitation, and the cabin tilted again. This time, it tilted to the right. The angle exceeded 30 degrees. Everyone rolled over like marbles on a flat surface. Even Sienna was not an exception. Bang! Another dull thud sounded. Countless people fell to the ground. Hurry! There's no time. Yu shouted again, gee brother. Received. Stopping now. Li Ji also roared. This time, Sienna finally moved. She picked up Yu with one arm and rushed out of the cockpit. The cabin was a complete mess. Most people had fallen to the ground, especially those kids. Many of them fell together, their injuries were likely not light. Sienna sprinted through the rain to the deck. Outside. Go further out, to the side of the ship. Yu pointed to the side of the deck. Sienna did not respond, but still hurriedly carried him to the right side of the ship. The wind came again. This time, it tilted to the left. They hadn't reached the railing yet. Her foot slipped, and her pupils widened in an instant as she tumbled towards the side. This was not the cockpit. A slip could very well send her into the water. Luckily, Yu was quick on his feet. He gripped the railing with his left hand while wrapping his right arm around Sienna's waist, barely holding onto her. In this moment, he understood the importance of perfect fishing. His strong arms allowed him to hold onto both Sienna and himself, otherwise, at this angle, both of them would likely be taking a bath in the sea. This tilt was even greater than before. But fortunately, they had not yet reached the ship's tipping point, there was still a chance. Yu held on tightly to the railing, waiting for the ship to tilt back to the right. Soon, the ship returned to an upright position. As he released the railing, a mountain was released. Zhongshan. Originally planned to be saved for the local foundation, it was now put to use in advance. The entire Zhongshan was instantly submerged in the water. A mountain over 360 meters high plunged into the water, with more than half of its body still floating on the surface. This was his plan. The ship could not navigate in rainstorms, but the mountain could always rise up. Though there was no shelter from the wind and rain on the mountain, as long as they placed the 28th floor on it, at the very least, it wouldn't be as shaky as on the ship. Bang! With the emergence of Zhongshan, the ship suddenly ran aground halfway up the mountain. Finally, they were out of the water. Take me out. Huyu looked at Enciener. She turned over and directly hugged Huyu, jumping off the ship and landing in a group of buildings. There was a building right there. Huyu had no time to look closely and directly put the entire ship into his space backpack. The people on the ship instantly appeared in front of him. Hurry! Find a place to hide from the rain. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Even after experiencing so many fantastical events, it was still hard to react quickly to what had happened. Wasn't it just out at sea a moment ago? How did they end up on land? Never mind. Finding shelter from the rain is the priority. Those who could still move helped the recently injured, heading toward the nearest buildings. Before they could even enter, just by getting close and seeing what kind of building it was, Huyu's heart suddenly trembled. A hotel. A large hotel. Suddenly, an idea sprouted in Huyu's mind, but before he could confirm, Guanli, who had appeared beside him without him noticing, spoke up. Jinling Conference Hotel? You know this place? Huyu turned to look at Guanli. No need to know. Guanli raised his hand and pointed to a banner on the ground. Although the text was already blurred, he could still clearly see the 6 characters, Jinling Conference Hotel. Isn't it written here? Got it. It really is here. Huyu took a breath in surprise, but his feet did not stop as he rushed toward the hotel entrance. At that time, he and Shinshan and others had stopped near the Zijing mountain cable car. He originally thought he would only take a part of the mountain away, but unexpectedly. Now he could actually see the Jinling Conference Hotel. This hotel is halfway up the mountain, but that's a mountain a few kilometers away. This means that he didn't just take one peak away, but took the whole Zijing mountain. That is over 2,000 square kilometers of land. Not only is there a hotel on it, but also a hospital and even several tombs. Building a city on top of this, although small, would still be more than enough. As everyone entered the hotel, it was not only Guanli, but others also noticed something was off. But Huyu had no intention of answering. Instead, he took out the power generation equipment from the 28th floor and distributed flashlights and small carts to Shinshan and the others. Brother Shin, you all take care of the power generation issue. Zissou, please take uncle and aunt to check if the children are hurt. Linglong, you are in charge of arranging accommodation. Wei Wei will assist you. Old Wang, you and a few brothers go separately to check if there's any danger inside the hotel, and also search for supplies. Move anything useful to the lobby. Zhang Sirui, you will look at the supplies later and classify them. Old Fong, just stay in place and don't wander around. Injured people stay here and don't act rashly. Yes. Okay. No problem. Everyone responded in chorus, but it wasn't quite in sync. In short, everyone started to take action. Only Huyu and Enciener stayed in place, looking after the group of little ones. Half an hour later, the hotel lobby lights turned on. An hour later, the injured children and adults had received treatment. 12 o'clock. Everyone settled into their hotel rooms. Huyu stayed in the luxurious suite on the top floor, opened a bottle of wine stored in the hotel, and waited for someone. Knock knock. Come in. A woman with dark circles under her eyes walked in. At this moment, her eyes were full of excitement, as if she had already guessed something. Boss Hu, I'm here. Su Linglong. She walked straight up to Huyu, not waiting for him to speak. She took the initiative to ask, this place can't possibly be. Yes, Jinling Conference Hotel. You're from Jinling, you should know it. Of course I know. Su Linglong became even more excited. So this mountain. Zijing Mountain. All of Zijing Mountain? From the looks of it, it should be. Hiss. Su Linglong took a deep breath. So, Boss Hu, what you said earlier about building a city is based on this. It seems you should also have guessed why I called you here. Huyu gave a bitter smile and poured her a glass of wine. I'm sorry, you'll have to redraw your blueprint. It's okay. It's my honor. Su Linglong was just worried about how to start from zero and how big a city to build. Now with a template, everything was solved at once. But, Boss Hu, do you have a detailed map of Zijing Mountain? That's the second reason I came to find you today. Huyu asked helplessly, if you survey the entire Zijing Mountain, how long will it take? Su Linglong was stunned on the spot. It took a long time before she came back to her senses. Just me? You can find someone to help. Who? Anyone on the ship will do. They can draw maps? Huyu said nothing. Got it. Su Linglong looked at Huyu expressionlessly. Her eyes had lost the excitement from earlier. You want me dead? Hey, you can't say that. Huyu raised an eyebrow. Teach them slowly. We still have 48 good seedlings, don't we? During this time, don't draw maps yet. Join the teaching plan, train them in a fixed way, find a few good ones to inherit your skills. When the rain stops, and we find a suitable place, we'll start our city building plan. Seems like it's not impossible. Right, it's just 3 mountains. In ancient times, Yugong moved mountains, and now Linglong surveys mountains. In the future, you'll be remembered forever. Huyu stood up and raised his wine glass. To our future city, cheers. Wait a second. Su Linglong slammed the table and stood up, eyes wide open. How many mountains did you just say? Chapter 76 Face-to-Face Deal. The moment she heard 3 mountains, Su Linglong almost fainted. Especially when she found out that besides Zijing Mountain and the one she had before, the third one was Qixia Mountain, she nearly quit on the spot. Luckily, she was steadied by the big promise Huyu drew for her. He promised that once the city was built, she could name it. Such a promise, no one could refuse. At least no architect who loves building could refuse. After settling this matter, Huyu finally slept peacefully. In his dream, he seemed to see the city that would belong to him in the future. July 26th. The 13th day of the end times. Huyu woke up naturally. When he woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. The storm had finally stopped. More precisely, the wind stopped, but the rain hadn't yet. Huyu frowned slightly, got out of bed, and walked all the way to the hotel restaurant. Everyone had already gathered there for breakfast. Today's breakfast was self-serve, using the hotel's original ingredients. It was quite rich. Huyu carried a tray, casually picked some food, and sat down next to Shinshan and the others. Boss. Boss who? Everyone quickly greeted him. Especially Zhao Zhong and Li Ji, they seemed more respectful than before. What's wrong with all of you? Sit down. Su Zilong was still sitting there, casually scooping a spoon of egg custard into his mouth and laughing. They're scared. Scared? Scared you might pull out a Godzilla from your pocket any second. Get lost. Li Ji snapped at Su Zilong, then looked at Huyu and asked, Boss Hu, I heard, this is a whole Zijing mountain? Yeah. Huyu replied casually. So is there really a Godzilla? Zhao Zhong asked right after. Put. The cola Huyu just drank spurted out instantly. He grabbed a napkin and wiped his mouth. What Godzilla? Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. Even if there is, it'd be a transformer, not some weird monster. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji looked at each other without speaking and nodded at the same time. As if they really confirmed there were transformers in Huyu's space. Huyu didn't bother to explain. He bit into a sandwich and looked at Li Ji. By the way, Brother Ji, how long will it take to reach Yujing now? We just left Ping City not long ago. If we go at the speed of the heart of the ocean, it'll take at least 4 days. If we set sail now, use the ship for 2 days, then switch to heart of the ocean, it'll still take 5 days. 5 days. Huyu frowned slightly. Based on this timeline, if they rest on the mountain for 2 days and then use the ocean heart to continue, it would take 7 days assuming the speed remains unchanged. At that time, it would be the 20th day since the apocalypse began. Only 5 days left, which means on the 18th day of the apocalypse, the water level will continue to rise. By the 20th day, the water level could even rise to nearly 70 meters. It might even go higher. By then, Yujing City would probably be mostly submerged. Even if they found the headquarters of certain apps, the database would likely have been destroyed. After all, experiencing a halt in rain and then witnessing a sharp rise in the water level is something not everyone can handle. Unless departing early. If they start now, taking a ship first and then switching to the ocean heart would take just 5 days of travel. When they arrive, it will be the 18th day. At that time, the water level won't have risen yet, and they still have a chance to find that database. Let's set off now. Huyu looked at everyone, showing no intention of discussing. After breakfast, gather everyone at the ship, we will continue sailing along the coastline. Everyone exchanged glances and raised no objections. They had heard about what happened after Huyu spoke and understood why he was doing this, so there were no questions. As for others, they were not in a position to voice their opinions. At 10:30, Huyu went outside the hotel to release the ship. After checking the panel, he confirmed that the ship itself was fine and wouldn't delay their sailing, which put him at ease. Everyone boarded the ship one by one, with Huyu being the last to board, and then he stored away the entire Zijing Mountain. What was originally a simple task could continue after storing the Zijing Mountain. But in the next instant, a ship suddenly appeared not far in front. Someone. No, to be precise, a boat was approaching the Zijing Mountain. When Huyu stored away the Zijing Mountain, they appeared about 100 meters ahead along with their boat. It was likely during last night's storm that they discovered the existence of Zijing Mountain and chose to dock, but did not choose to go up the mountain. Otherwise, the people would already be in front of him, not still on that boat. The other party was a small yacht. While it was called a small yacht, that was in comparison to the Oceanheart. In terms of size, this boat was much larger than the ship they were on. At least 50 meters long, and nearly 30 meters wide. When Huyu saw the ship, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This boat looked somewhat familiar. Wait. Could it be that ship? Jigu, ask them where they come from, don't reveal our information. Understood. Li Ji replied and immediately rushed to the control panel. Xingu, this is up to you to arrange, I'm going to check it out first. Huyu instructed Xinshan, then hurriedly followed Li Ji upstairs. Arriving at the control panel, before they could send any messages, the communication radio had already transmitted a voice. This is the St. Lubia, please respond if received, please respond if received. Repeating. St. Lubia? If I remember correctly, that ship was called this before it was renamed, right? It really is her. Huyu's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In his last life, he almost became a two-legged lamb. If it weren't for her, he would have been eaten and might not have survived until the storm stopped. What a coincidence! In his last life, he was robbed clean on the Savior Holy Light by the crew on that ship, and had no choice but to escape on a lifeboat. And in this life, he sat on this ship, watching that save Holy Light. Sometimes, fate is just so peculiar. Boss, how should we reply? Li Ji turned to ask. Just a normal reply will do. Huyu pulled back his thoughts and replied calmly. Okay. Li Ji replied calmly and immediately took the intercom to say, Yangtze River sightseeing received, what do you want? Did you see that mountain just now? It turns out this is what they were asking about. Well, a big mountain suddenly disappeared, anyone would find it strange. It's normal for them to be confused. Li Ji continued, yes, we saw it. Did you also notice? How could that mountain just vanish? Did you go up the mountain? No, why? It's nothing. Maybe it's a mirage. Do you have any spare food on your ship? We can buy it. Gold, jewels. Anything. Huyu let out a light snort. That tone doesn't sound like the person he knows. Spare food? Who would complain about having too much food in a time like this? The person he knows is extremely shrewd, how could they ask such a brainless question? Li Ji turned to Huyu, boss, how should we respond? Tell him we have it, and it's a face-to-face deal. Li Ji quickly gave a reply. The other party responded right away. Okay, we are coming toward you now. Huyu immediately walked to the cabin, gathering up the mattress and some other illogical things into a space backpack. Xinshan approached to ask, boss, what's going on? Someone will come over for a transaction soon, you all pretend to be parents and follow my lead. By the way. Old Wang. Huyu looked at Old Wang standing nearby, come here. Coming. Old Wang smiled, rubbing his hands, boss Hu, what's your command? In a bit, when someone gets on the ship, you need to talk with him about the trade as the captain. Trade? Food. Huyu said quickly. The two boats weren't too far apart, and with the yacht's speed, they would arrive quickly. There was no time for elaboration, in any case, you stall the other party, talk to him more, and if possible, get on their boat. No problem. Old Wang replied and quietly added, boss, are we seizing the ship? Should I prepare the brothers? Seize what? Huyu rolled his eyes, just do as I say, don't do anything unnecessary. All right. Buzz. In the next moment, the ship's horns sounded outside. Old Wang immediately took little Lu and dashed out, quickly taking on the captain's identity. Huyu looked at the bewildered kids, just about to give a few instructions when Guanli popped out. Don't worry, they won't say anything random. I've already trained them. Well, almost forgot about this little monster. Huyu gave him a thumbs up, then glanced at Xinshan. The two walked towards the deck together, hiding behind the wall between the cabin and the deck, watching the outside situation. They saw a plank connecting the boat and yacht, and a young man in a pure white suit walked over from the yacht, followed by a woman. The woman lowered her head, trembling as she walked on the plank, still holding an umbrella for the man in front. It really is her, Huyu felt a surge of joy but quickly frowned. Something's not right, isn't she the owner of that ship? Why is she holding an umbrella? Is there something here I don't know? He cast a large detection spell. Their panels appeared before Huyu's eyes at the same time. Name, Misusu. Name, Fan Guchen. As soon as the panel appeared, Huyu instantly understood. If he guessed correctly, Misusu would soon take the lead and replace this carefree and indulgent shipowner. That would then become the shipowner he met later. In the last life. After Misusu brought him and Yi Wanqiu on board, she indeed never missed a day without providing them with food. They have never been bound in their personal freedom. But in the name of salvation, they have been brainwashed. Not just them. Dozens of people on the ship were all rescued by her through various means. More than half have already become her loyal followers, while the rest, even if not brainwashed, are mumbling every day. It was just that you boarded the ship late. Not long after, the ship was robbed by Lao Wang and his crew. Otherwise, following this trend, even if he were reborn, the first thing he would do is find Misusu. What a coincidence, he actually ran into her here. Hello, hello. On the deck, Lao Wang quickly approached, hunching his body to greet him. What should I call you? So you are the ship owner? Fan Guchen ignored Lao Wang's friendly greeting and asked, looking up, do you have food here? How much is it? Fish. We have fish here. Lao Wang pointed to the water bucket behind him. Boss, how many do you need? Fish? Fan Guchen frowned, his face full of disgust, clearly not wanting to eat such a thing. He instinctively wanted to turn and leave, but Misusu's voice slowly sounded, young Master Fan, our stock is running low. Alright. Fish it is. Fan Guchen said and turned to Lao Wang, how much is it? A bucket of fish, 10 gold bars, or equivalent jewelry. Lao Wang rubbed his hands, smiling like a shady businessman. Boss, how many buckets do you want? I'll have someone bring them up for you. 10? Ha, are you crazy or am I crazy? Fan Guchen sneered, this broken ship of yours isn't even worth 10 gold bars. Are you joking? Then, boss, how much do you think is appropriate? Lao Wang suppressed his anger and asked politely. If it weren't for Huyu's instruction to communicate as much as possible, he would have already slapped his size 43 shoe on Lao Wang's size 35 face. 1 bar. Fan Guchen raised one finger, then pointed to all the wooden barrels on the deck. All the fish, give them to me. Impossible. Lao Wang immediately refused. Smack. A crisp sound rang out. Not only Lao Wang on the deck, even Huyu and the others in the cabin were stunned. A slap landed directly on Lao Wang's face. Who the hell gave you the face to refute me? Fan Guchen tilted his head, looking at Lao Wang. Now, there's not a single gold bar left, move all the fish up. Hey, I. Little Lure began to roll up his sleeves, ready to charge up and teach the other a lesson. But in the next instant. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Little Lure was shot in the leg, collapsing to the ground. In the pouring rain. The hot gun barrel was steaming, pressed against Lao Wang's head. Now, besides food, move all the resources on your ship to my ship. Fan Guchen's voice calmly echoed, I don't want to say this a second time. What bad luck! Lao Wang truly had bad luck. Since coming out of the mountains, he has been robbed twice. The first time was by Huyu, and the second time he met a gun-wielding demon. This was not just bad luck, it was clear that he was never cut out for being a robber in this lifetime. Huyu also realized that the person responsible for communications would ask such a foolish question. No matter if there was food on the ship or if they would trade, their purpose was to board the ship and then forcefully take everything. Food, resources, everything was their target. After all, they had guns. No wonder when he was rescued onto that ship, there were so many resources. It seemed that ships along the coast had all been robbed. Huyu turned to look at Shinshan, giving him a knowing glance. He immediately understood, quietly pulling out his pistol and beginning to aim. On the deck. Lao Wang had no choice but to raise both hands, helplessly smiling. Alright. Boss, I'll listen to you, you put down the gun first, and I'll get you the fish. Ha, that's more like it. Fan Guchen said as he aimed the gun at Little Lure, hurry up, or your little brother here might. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. Chapter 78, Carrying Out the Mission. Let's note this down first. The bullet hit the gun in the opponent's hand, knocking it away, but did not hurt the opponent at all. Fan Guchen's pupils trembled, and he instinctively wanted to pick up the pistol that had fallen to the side. But Misusu, who was next to him, took a step forward, lifted her foot, and kicked, and the pistol fell into the water. Ah! Misusu exclaimed, and even pretended to look surprised. Young Master Fan, I didn't do it on purpose. You bitch. Fan Guchen turned his hand and slapped Misusu straight on the face. Her face began to swell and redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shinshan frowned, already ready to step in and solve the problem. But Huyu stopped him right away, shaking his head slowly. If it were someone else, it would not matter if they saved her or not. But that was Misusu. A woman like her, if you slap her, she will only find a way to pay back 10 times, even 100 times, at some special time. To avenge her? That is really not necessary at all. It's better to let old Wang improvise. TSK, really think no one has a gun? After the gunshot, old Wang turned his head and looked behind him. The person he expected did not show up, so he had to brace himself and keep acting. Young Master Fan, right? You can't even hold a gun steady, but still want to talk business with me? How about, let my brothers have a chat with you? As soon as he finished, his other 5 brothers came out from all parts of the cabin, each holding a handy tool. Some with wrenches, some with kitchen knives. There was even one holding a fire axe. When had young Master Fan ever seen such a scene? He immediately wanted to run back to his own yacht and escape. But the gunshot wound on little lure could not be suffered for nothing, right? Old Wang and his men rushed up together, controlling Fanguchen and Misusu next to him. No. I give up. I admit it. Seeing the fire axe getting closer to his neck, young Master Fan began to panic. Don't you want money? Gold, jewelry. I can give them all to you. As long as you let me go, everything can be discussed. Old Wang paused, turning to look at the cabin behind him. If it was up to him, he would want the money, the boat, and even the woman. But he was not the one making decisions now. Huyu stuck out his head, raised his hand, and pointed at the boat behind. According to the plan, he needed to board the boat to confirm one thing. To confirm if the person he was looking for was on the boat. In his last life, the reason he and Yu Wanchu were able to find the kayak and survive was all because of one person. He did not know her name. He only knew she was the fanatic responsible for delivering messages from Isuzu, giving lessons to the newcomers every day, passing on ideology, and handing out food. Unlike Misusu, who wanted to brainwash, at that time, she truly engraved those beautified thoughts into her own mind. So much so that when the yacht was about to be overrun, she gave up hope for her own survival, and instead left the kayak for Huyu and Yu Wancho. Stupid? Very stupid. But it cannot be denied, she did save Huyu's life. She was also the only person who you met in the apocalypse who truly treated him well. If she was on the boat, taking her down would not be a problem. The fish. Old Wang understood Huyu's meaning. We are honest businessmen. You give us money, and we give you the fish. But, you hurt my brother's leg, so your leg has to stay too. Bang! Old Wang raised his hand and hit the other person's left knee with a hammer. Ah! The scream echoed across the sea. Blood seeped through the pants, gradually dyeing the whole pant leg red. Unless there was a traditional Chinese medicine expert like Zhao's father or mother on their boat. Otherwise, this leg would surely not be saved. Come on, brothers, move the fish onto the boss's boat. Old Wang shouted. Huyu finally walked out of the cabin. Shinshan and Xiener and Su Zilong all followed behind him, while Zhao Zhong and Li Ji stayed aboard the ship. He walked over to the fish barrels, lifted one to take a look, and frowned slightly. Turning to Shinshan beside him, he found the same expression on his face. Well, what do you say about honest businessmen? If you are honest, there would be no shady dealers in the world. The entire row of fish barrels was full of water. Not a single fish in sight. Huyu paused, pressing the lid in his hand. Captain, is it this barrel? I'm afraid I can't lift it by myself. Are you dumb? Let's lift it together, 4 of us. Old Wang was still immersed in the play and immediately responded. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The 4 exchanged glances, simultaneously lifting the fish barrel, stepping across the plank to the yacht. Captain, we've arrived. Huyu looked at Old Wang on the ship. How do we collect this money? Young Master Fan has plenty of money, of course, 1 barrel of gold for 1 barrel of fish. Old Wang, playing with a hammer in his hand, smiled and asked, Young Master Fan, is that right? Yes. Yes. Fanguchen nodded repeatedly. As long as it's something on the ship, however much you want, we'll give it to you. That's more like it. Old Wang nodded in satisfaction, looking back at Huyu. You guys search the ship and take whatever you want. All right. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Huyu glanced at the 3 behind him. Find someone, gather the remaining people on the ship. All right. Shinshan responded, quickly arranging. I'll follow the boss. Xiener, you start searching from the east side, Zilong you from the west side. 3 minutes, regroup in the cabin. Yes. And Xiener and Su Zilong responded in unison, immediately entering task mode, searching both sides of the yacht. Huyu led Shinshan all the way to the yacht's cabin, waiting quietly. 3 minutes later. Su Zilong and Xiener arrived at the cabin almost simultaneously. Nothing. No one. They spoke at the same time, exchanging glances. And Xiener gestured one with her hand. What does this mean? Executing a task, remember it as one. Shinshan replied helplessly, a bitter smile on his lips. Boss, it seems like there's no one left on this ship. I can see that. Huyu frowned slightly. This yacht, while not as grand as the Ocean Heart, was still a medium-sized yacht, capable of accommodating 20 or 30 people with no problem. But there wasn't a single person on this ship. Could it be that those people I saw earlier were all gathered and sheltered by Misusu? That does explain why they were so loyal to Misusu. If I deal with those two, won't my lifesaver no longer come on the ship, changing the trajectory of fate? That's truly troublesome. Forget it, let it be a bit troublesome. After all, I don't need to give up anything. Huyu stored the bucket of water in his space, stepped back across the plank, and returned to the ship. His gaze directly landed on Misusu. You are called Misusu, right? Chapter 79, The Fleet. Who are you? Misusu was stunned. Her mind searched for memories of Huyu, but could not find a single clue. Beside her, Fangu-chen was boiling with anger, not knowing where to direct it. Upon hearing Huyu's approach, he immediately roared at Misusu, "You evil woman, turns out it was you who betrayed us." Saying this, he tried to slap her again, but before he could move, his whole body went weak and fell to the ground. His legs could no longer support such an action. Huyu glanced at him, not wanting to say anything to such a clown. Who you? Huyu introduced himself while looking at the young master fan at his feet. What are you planning to do? Don't play dumb. Huyu pointed out her thoughts directly. You deliberately kicked his gun down just now, didn't you? You must have been waiting for a chance to turn the tables and take control. Now the opportunity has come, what do you want to do? Kill him, throw him in the water. Misusu spoke indifferently. When she answered, the originally gentle tone of the little white flower instantly turned cold. It was like a black lotus blooming. You. Before Huyu could speak, Fangu-chen raised his hand and shouted angrily, Good. Misusu. Don't forget, who was it back then? Too noisy. Huyu frowned slightly, interrupting the other's words. He looked at old Wang. Miss Me wants to handle this, you should have heard, right? Understood. Old Wang replied and turned to Xiao Luer. Xiao Luer, come, send young Master Fan on his way. Huyu was someone who protected his people fiercely. Since old Wang and Xiao Luer were already on board and had eaten his food, they were now his people. Even if he couldn't gain their trust now, they were definitely not someone others could bully at will. So, no matter what Misusu's answer was today, Fangu-chen had only one fate. Death. No. Fangu-chen panicked immediately. He reached out his hand to grab Huyu's sleeve, seemingly wanting to say something more. But he no longer had the chance. Here it comes. Xiao Luer crawled over from the side of the ship and directly stabbed a dagger into Fangu-chen's chest. Watching the spouting blood, he felt no fear at all. Instead, there was a kind of excitement in his eyes. Joining hands with old Wang, they pushed Fangu-chen down into the water together. Huyu watched Xiao Luer's back, his eyelids slightly lowered. This guy was ruthless. Ordinary people, let alone killing someone, would take days to recover even after seeing a corpse. Yet he crawled over and directly killed a person. His eyes looked so strange. But on the panel, he was just an ordinary crew member. Could it be true that the arrival of the end times changed people's hearts? Or perhaps it was better to deal with the immediate matters first. Done. Huyu looked at Misusu. Miss Me, how do you want to arrange things next? Everything will follow your orders. Misusu said as she lowered her head again, her tone obedient and gentle, like a harmless little kitten. If Huyu couldn't see her panel, he might really be deceived by her appearance. Whether it's the ship or me. Misusu raised her head, her eyes filled with obedience. Both are yours. Miss Me, I think you might have misunderstood. Huyu smiled and shook his head. The ship is still yours, you don't belong to me. I'm just helping you deal with what you can do, a bit earlier than planned. Misusu made a light hum, clearly not understanding Huyu's meaning. Not wanting the ship, nor the person? Helping herself deal with a trouble for no reason? Was there really such a strange person? As an exchange, I want you to promise me one request. Sure enough. There's no free lunch in the world. Misusu believed she was mentally prepared and immediately asked, please, say. Jinling. Huyu said calmly, later, I will go to Jinling, and I hope to see you there. At the latest, it cannot be later than August 4th. Can you do it? I can. Misusu pondered for a moment and then answered, may I ask the reason? No. Huyu chuckled and refused. Then he looked at Shinshan, brother Shin, the gun. Shinshan was first stunned, then quickly removed the magazine, handing over the pistol and the magazine. Huyu took it and handed it to Misusu. This, for you. Misusu was completely shocked. She held the pistol and magazine in her hands, her mind full of question marks. What is this? This is a deposit. Huyu patted Misusu's shoulder lightly. When you see me in Jinling, I will ask you for one thing. Understood. Misusu was completely confused. But she understood one thing, with this person's methods, no matter what he wanted, she couldn't stop it. Now, all she could do were three things. Obey. Obey. Still obey. All right, you can go. Huyu waved his hand and walked towards the ship's cabin, while shouting towards the driver's cabin, Jigu, prepare to set off. Okay. Li Ji's voice echoed in the driver's cabin. Misusu stood dazed for a moment and quickly returned to her yacht. They did not rush to set sail but instead watched the ship sail away. She looked down at the handgun and quickly put it away. Is it Jinling? She answered quickly, but how would she know where Jinling is? Never mind, first find someone to ask. Meanwhile, the ship was sailing towards Yujing. And Xiener, after confirming the task's end with Shinshan, gave Su Zilong a shoulder throw, settling their earlier score. Zhao's father treated little Lu's wound. The bullet did not hit any vital areas. After removing it and simply bandaging the wound, it would not affect daily life, just a slow recovery. The children began their classes according to the regular schedule. The sound of reading echoed within the cabin. Huyu and others sat in the cockpit, some fishing, some playing games. Not a single person asked about his recent actions. This is a sign of absolute trust. However, Huyu felt a bit bored. He put down the switch and glanced over at Xiao Zissou, who was preparing a lesson, saying nothing but cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Xiao Zissou ignored him. Huyu leaned closer and hooked his finger at her lesson plan. Smack. Xiao Zissou pressed it down and looked up at him. What are you doing? Nothing. Huyu thought of Jinjin's warning and immediately let go. Don't you want to know why I let her go and even gave her the gun? I don't want to. Xiao Zissou replied and continued focusing on preparing her lesson. Don't disturb me, or I'll poke you. Well, this is someone to avoid. Huyu turned back to Shinshan. Before he could speak, Shinshan answered first, Boss, I won't question your decision. Add 1. Su Zilong chimed in from the side. Huyu had no choice but to look at Li Ji. Hey boss, don't look at me. Li Ji smiled bitterly, I don't even know what happened outside, I've been here steering the ship. There were only a few people in the cockpit. Zhao Zhong was outside fishing, and Xiener was a quiet one. After everyone was asked, not a single person was curious. Well, just hold it in. When they reach Jinling and meet Misusu next time, there's no way they won't ask. Huyu picked up his handheld game again. At 10 o'clock at night. Everyone finished dinner, discussed the night duty roster, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, a fierce light shone from afar. Calling the boss. Calling the boss. Huyu was about to sleep when the walkie-talkie at his waist suddenly crackled with Li Ji's voice. He pressed the button to respond, I'm here, what's the matter? There's a fleet. A whole fleet outside. Chapter 80, The Country at Sea. A fleet. Huyu's pupils trembled, filled with excitement. To be called a fleet by Li Ji means there are at least 3 ships on the other side, maybe even more. Now they were by the sea. In such situations, the only possible appearance of multiple ships can mean one thing. Cargo ships. Container cargo ships. This is the coast, there must be many ships ready to depart or enter the port outside. Each ship must have goods worth billions. If they could get hold of them. What fleet? Huyu immediately asked. I don't know. They haven't entered the radar detection area yet. From my estimates, they are likely container ships, and there are at least 10 or more. Sure enough. Huyu's heart leaped with joy. Looks like tonight will be a sleepless night. He walked out of his room while pressing the walkie-talkie, shouting into the channel, Shangu, Zilong, Zhonggu, meeting in the conference room. Okay, boss. Everyone responded in unison and headed towards the cockpit. Xiao Zissou had originally planned to sleep, but upon hearing Huyu call for a meeting, she jumped up like a salted fish. Her room was right next to Huyu's. She opened the door just in time to meet his gaze, blinking her beautiful eyes but not saying a word. Without asking, Huyu already knew what she meant. She just wanted to attend the meeting, right? He had thought about calling Xiao Zissou too, but feared she would fall asleep, so he didn't think to wake her. He never expected that this person would be waiting at the door. Let's go, don't just stand there. All right. Xiao Zissou replied and immediately followed Huyu, walking together towards the cockpit. As for the others, whether it was Su Linglong or Old Wang, he did not plan to call them. Their favorability had not yet reached 50. They can't really be considered as one of their own. This kind of thing naturally didn't require their participation. The group gathered in the cockpit, and through the ship's window, distant lights were clearly visible. Huyu took out his binoculars to take a look, his brows furrowing slightly. It was indeed a container ship. On it, one could still see piled-up cargo. But it looked a bit strange. From the binoculars' perspective, only about 3 container ships could be seen connected head to tail. Behind these 3 container ships, some lights were still visible. Clearly, there were more ships behind. It is a container ship, but I can't determine the exact number of opponents or how many people are on board. Generally, the crew on a container ship is about 20 people. Su Zilong said from the side, they are equipped with some anti-pirate measures. Most cargo ships do not carry guns, except for a few that hire armed personnel. So, are we going to rob a ship? Xiao Zissou rubbed his hands in excitement. Take me with you. Take you? Who said we are going to rob a ship? Huyu rolled his eyes, wishing he could knock on this guy's head to see what was inside. We aren't robbing? Li Ji hesitated a bit. Boss Hu, those are all resources. Shinshan and Zhao Zhong didn't say anything, just looked at Huyu with puzzled eyes. Let's go over and take a look first. Huyu looked at the lights outside. That place probably isn't simple, it's better to be cautious. This is the coast. What is least missing near the coast is ships. Now it's the end of the world. At night, some ships would rather stop sailing, fearing being eyed by certain ill-intentioned people. But some ships are different. Just like Fan Guchen they encountered this morning, he would actively approach those ships, trying to gain benefits using his own armed advantage. But for ships out there that keep bright lights at night, attracting other vessels to the container ship fleet, this was the first time he had encountered it. Either the people on those ships are fools. They don't know the dangers of doing this. Or the dangers on board are far greater than anyone could imagine. At such a time, it's better to make a democratic decision. Let's vote. Huyu said to everyone, let's not mention robbing ships or resources for now. That fleet daring to keep lights on at night probably has some means. Let's decide whether to make contact. Those who agree to make contact, raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zilong, Li Ji, and Xiao Zissou all raised their hands at the same time. Shinshan hesitated for a moment, but still raised his right hand. 4 votes. There were only 7 in total, and Huyu didn't need to ask for a second choice. Alright, let's make contact. Huyu glanced at the countdown. There are still 38 hours until the heart of the ocean is unsealed. Make sure you all remember. I'll call Old Wang and the others in for a meeting later. If we need to communicate anything, it's better for Old Wang to handle it. No one knew what was on that container ship. If it turns out there are armed personnel on board and they have a sniper rifle, if he went out to negotiate, wouldn't that just put his life at risk? It's still better to be cautious. Shinshan and the others all agreed. Huyu then called Old Wang and the others in, simply communicating the identities they would play in the upcoming encounter. Then Li Ji continued steering the ship towards the group of container ships. The mountain is far away, but the horse runs fast. This saying is even more vividly reflected at sea. Looking at those lights that didn't seem too far away, just to navigate to a position where the radar could detect it, they had actually sailed for 4 hours. Fortunately, Huyu was well prepared. Instead of wasting time in the cockpit, he went back to the cabin to sleep. Let Li Ji enter the radar detection range before calling him. July 27th. 2 o'clock in the morning. Huyu was sleeping soundly, feeling someone poking his face. At first, he thought it was a mosquito, instinctively raising his hand to swat, yet the feeling persisted. He was so annoyed he couldn't stand it anymore, and opened his eyes to find it was Xianer. At that moment, she was squatting in front of Huyu, poking his cheek repeatedly, as if playing with a doll. Xianer, what are you doing? News. And Xianer calmly uttered 2 words, pointing at the intercom on his waist. Oh right. I almost forgot about that. Huyu immediately grabbed the intercom, but before he could speak, a voice came through. Boss, this is the control room. Please reply if you receive this. Please reply if you receive this. Received. Huyu pressed the input button and responded, what's the situation now? The other party has sent a message. You better come to the control room to have a look. Okay. What kind of news can't be said over the intercom? Huyu frowned, immediately putting on a coat and heading to the control room. After several days of heavy rain, the average temperature had dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius. It would be truly unbearable at night without a coat. He walked with Xianer to the control room. At this moment, looking out of the control room window, the outline of the container ship was already faintly visible under the lights. But they were still quite far away. Jigu, what news is it? Why can't it be said on the intercom? Huyu teased as he walked up. Everyone's expressions were very serious. Boss, you'll know when you see it. Shinshan said, handing over a piece of paper that only contained 2 brief lines of text. Welcome to the Ocean Kingdom. If friends, we have delicious food. If enemies, we have guns. Chapter 81 Welcome. Ocean Kingdom? Wow. We haven't even built a city yet, and someone has already established a kingdom. Huyu was suddenly intrigued. Not only because of the tone of the other party, but more so to see who could establish a kingdom in 13 days, to be precise. A kingdom built in 13 days, what would that be like? Boss, what should we do now? Shinshan asked beside him. It's likely just as you predicted, that group of people is probably not simple. Should we wait a bit longer? though he didn't specify what to wait for. But Huyu also understood what he meant. Waiting until the heart of the ocean finishes evolving before getting closer would naturally be better. But there isn't enough time. Going over now to investigate is already a detour, and if they stop for another day, there would be even less time. No big deal. Huyu spoke calmly, proceed according to the original plan. Shingo, respond to the other party, saying we have many children on the ship and want to seek help, and see how they reply. This was showing weakness while lowering the other party's defenses. So they could better gather information. Okay, boss. Shinshan immediately opened the radio station and began operating. After a while, the message was sent. The other party also sent a telegram back immediately. The message was very brief, only 2 words. Welcome. Ji Ge, full speed ahead. Alright. Old Wang. Hey. Old Wang immediately responded, smiling as he came forward, boss, what orders do you have? Regarding acting skills, I don't need to say much, remember to seize the opportunity, and prioritize the safety of everyone on the ship. Don't worry, boss. Old Wang replied with a smile, I'll take care of it, you can trust me. I'm counting on you. Huyu said, and not returning to catch up on sleep, simply sat in the control room, watching the ship slowly approach the container ships. 3 more hours passed. The sky was already dimly bright, Huyu took out the binoculars and was taken aback. The sun was shining through the storm. It allowed him to see the gigantic objects in front of him. Each ship was nearly 200 meters long, even 50 meters longer than the heart of the ocean. What does that mean? 3 container ships connected end to end would be equivalent to nearly 200 floors lying horizontally on the surface of the water. On top of it were all kinds of containers, each one a standard 40-foot container, 13 meters long. Just from the surface, there were at least 1,000 such containers on one ship. 3 ships meant 3,000 containers. And that was just the surface number, who knows how many more ships were behind these 3. Boss, look at the ship in the middle. Huyu lowered the binoculars to get a clearer view of the situation in front of him. The bottommost container had a door that opened. Inside the door stood 3 people. One of them was dressed in a suit, not looking like a crew member, but more like the owner of these ships. They stood there in front of the container, seemingly ready to welcome them. Quite formal. Huyu chuckled and put down the binoculars, looking at Li Ji, Brother Ji, how long until we arrive? At most an hour. Okay, everything goes according to plan. Huyu said while heading towards the cabin, I will go tidy up a bit and remind the kids about safety issues. As soon as the kids heard they wouldn't have to attend class today, they were instantly overjoyed. Indeed, no matter when or what the situation, as long as there is no class, it is enough to make the children happy. The ship quickly approached the 3 container ships. Before the steamboat could stop, a man's voice rang out not far away. I thought it was someone important, but it's just some guys running a broken ship. The tone of the man was full of disdain. It seemed he was unwilling to be sent over. He looked down from above at everyone on the ship and ordered like a superior, hey, how many people are on your ship, how much food, how many resources, report all of it. If it meets the requirements, you can join the maritime country. Everyone glanced at each other, and a question popped up in their minds. This guy, is he okay in the head? Who said anything about joining this maritime country? Asking for headcounts, food, and resource information right off the bat, isn't this a joke? Old Wang couldn't make a decision, so he turned to Huyu, his eyes clearly asking. Why not show your skills and just take over these ships? Not just him, the others looked at Huyu with almost unanimous expressions. What are you looking at me for? Huyu spoke helplessly, how many times have I said it? What's the most important thing now? It's talent. Let's first go up and see what this so-called maritime country is like. If we miss some crucial talents, you all will compensate me. This was indeed correct. After all, if it weren't for old Wang, they would have missed out on Fong Lao. As long as given enough resources, he could become the divine food god for millions of people in this apocalypse. Then how do I reply to him? Old Wang asked in confusion. Reply normally, say we've caught plenty of fish. Huyu said as he walked towards the warehouse, I will go put some fish away to avoid exposing anything. All right. Old Wang picked up the megaphone and shouted up, there are a total of 69 people on our ship, with plenty of food, and we only have fish for resources. I'm not sure if we can join you. Pfft, just another group of paupers. The man didn't hide his disgust at all. If it were anywhere else, a ship that dared to claim to have abundant food would never be associated with the word pauper. Whether before or after the apocalypse. That ship was worth at least tens of millions before the apocalypse, and its value after the apocalypse was even more incalculable. But, in front of such a complete container fleet, they did indeed seem a bit poor. Just casually grabbing 2 containers might have richer supplies than what was on the ship. Alright, as long as your own food is sufficient, you can come in. Saying this, the foremost container ship began to move. It gradually sailed away from the fleet, revealing the scene behind those three ships. Behind that container ship were all kinds of small boats. Small ones, like this kind of ship, are about 20 to 30 meters long. The big ones, the 10,000-ton container ships, at least 3 are docked inside. This is just a small ship parked behind that container ship. God knows what kind of scene awaits inside those 3 ships. Perhaps even the resources that someone has painstakingly hoarded can't compare to the abundance before him. Who had just returned from the storage room and happened to arrive in front of the control room. With just one glance, he was stunned by the sight before him. This is just... Could this really be a kingdom? Chapter 82, Brother, you smell so good. Dumbfounded? Dumbstruck seems too weak to describe everyone's expressions right now. They originally thought there would be only 3 large ships at most behind those 3 ships. But now looking. 3? There are at least nearly 300 ships of various sizes inside, possibly even more. Fortunately, you didn't directly choose to take the ships then, otherwise, taking them one by one, they would have more than enough time to find various ways to kill him. Ahead. The man responsible for the reception spoke again, go in and dock. Be careful not to bump into any other ships. I will come over soon. After speaking, the large door closed. The man disappeared from sight. He didn't even wait for them to answer whether to go in or not. It seems that if they do not go in, the only ones who will suffer losses will be Yu and his group, fully displaying their arrogance. Old Wang instinctively turned to look at Yu, knowing without speaking what he was thinking. To go in or not to go in? Sometimes, when you ask about something, it means you already know your choice. It's like flipping a coin. You don't need to look at the result, the instant the coin leaves your palm, you have already made your choice. Go! Yu gave an answer that reflected everyone else's thoughts. Even if it's not for resources, not for talents. Out of sheer curiosity, he wanted to know how so many ships were gathered together and managed to maintain their current state. Alright. Old Wang replied, while not forgetting to take out the intercom to report the course and heading to the group outside. The ship sailed to the junction of the 2 container ships, turning in from there. The scene inside was finally revealed in full view. A total of 10 large container ships. In addition to the 3 large container ships outside, there were 5 container ships parked at the back. Arranged in a formation of 3-2-2-3. Each ship was tightly packed together, with 6 container ships filled to the brim with containers at the front and back, while the middle 4 had only a few scattered containers. Floating in the center, like a small island. Although there are only 4 ships in the middle, the area has already exceeded more than 20,000 square meters. Those containers didn't seem to be for cargo, they looked more like they were for people. Of course, compared to Huyu's Zijing Mountain, the difference is immensely large, but for normal people living in the apocalypse, this is a kingdom. A kingdom that will never sink. No wonder that man's tone could be so arrogant earlier, it turns out he has such backing. The ship entered the water area, successfully merging with those small boats. Just as that man said. He quickly rode over on a small electric scooter called Vivi, holding a tablet, and with an unwilling expression instructed, move the food and supplies up, and I'll convert it into points for you. These points can be used here to exchange for any supplies, as long as you have enough points, getting another ship won't be a problem. Hey! Thank you, thank you. Old Wang, as the captain, immediately jumped out of the control room and started chatting with the man, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Soon, a plank was built between the ship and the container ship. The children led by Guanli gradually walked up one by one. As they looked, all were just children, the man's expression suddenly changed. Why are they all just kids? He frowned and looked at Old Wang beside him. Don't tell me, of the more than 60 people on your boat, they're all these kids. Not entirely. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly, there are still a few adults, but the majority are children. Majority? How many? 48. What? The man exclaimed in surprise. He frowned, contemplating whether to send them away. Right now, the Sea Nation was busy, who had time to deal with these kids? It's easy to say they are an investment in the future, but who knows if this world has a future at all? What they needed now were people, but only adults were needed. However, the man turned to look at the group of children and asked Old Wang, how many girls are in this group? Old Wang was stunned, seemingly guessing something, yet he still answered with a stiff face, 25. There were 2 more girls than boys. When the man heard this, he reluctantly nodded, all right, everyone come up. The crowd walked up the plank, little by little, onto the container ship. The ship was even bigger than a yacht, naturally more stable, and standing on it really gave a sense of being on solid ground. After the children boarded the ship, they did not run around, instead, they stayed in place, standing in front of Old Wang, waiting for instructions. Before old Wang could speak, the man stepped forward and ordered the group of children. Everyone, boys on the left, girls on the right, hurry up and get in line. When the children heard this, they naturally did not move. However, soon, Wanli stepped to the right. The man made a puzzled sound. Kid, are you a boy or a girl? Can't tell left from right? Uncle. Guanli looked up, blinking her big eyes, her voice incredibly charming. I'm a girl. I just have short hair. The man was taken aback and took a closer look. Hey, to be fair, Guanli was already cute, and now, she really did look a bit like a girl. Alright, everyone else hurry up and move, come on. The children saw Guanli move. Those who should stand on the left headed to the left, while those who should stand on the right moved to the right. In the originally 25-girl lineup, there was one extra person. But the man didn't count, he just glanced over and thought the number of girls appeared more than the boys, and he didn't bother further. All the children were on board. The remaining people were hauling things on the ship. One by one, fish barrels were carried to the deck, and when the man noticed the women among the workers, his eyes widened. This was not surprising. Know that whether it was Xiao Zissou or Mu Lingxiu, whether it was Su Linglong or Han Weiwei, even Zhang Sirui, who was the most serious, all could be called beauties anywhere. Especially in the apocalypse, they hadn't suffered too many hardships, and most of the time, they had enough to eat and drink, plus they could take care of themselves and bathe. With such an appearance, it was like fairies descending from heaven. Attracting gazes was quite normal. In the next moment, his attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. He looked at the few men behind him and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help our families carry things." After saying this, he even stepped onto the plank, heading towards the ship. Everyone's eyes lingered on the few women, wanting to see which type he ultimately preferred. But, unexpectedly, the man walked straight up to Shin Shan and grinned. "Brother, you smell amazing. Are you tired from moving things? Shall I help you?" Chapter 83, Building Connections. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Especially Zhao Zhong and the few brothers who had fought alongside Shin Shan. At this moment, their expressions toward Shin Shan completely changed. Nobody expected this thing, was actually a little bent. No. I think it's not necessary? Shin Shan had always worn a face of what kind of scene have I not seen before, but now faced with such a matter, his expression changed instantly. I really haven't seen this kind of scene. Hey! We are in the Maritime Kingdom now, we are all family, why care about these things? If there's something, I will take care of you. The man said as he stuck close to Shin Shan. That flirtatious look could probably even outshine Yi Wanqiu a little. Sure enough, once the man made his move, there was no business for women anymore. Xinge, making more friends is a good thing. Huyu was suppressing a laugh and walked towards the container deck. To understand the situation in this so-called maritime kingdom, infiltrating the enemy ranks is the simplest and quickest method. Such a friend offered up is simply too good to pass up. Who? Shin Shan was about to say a word, but suddenly seemed to think of something, and forcefully held back the words. What is even happening? He came to be a bodyguard, not to be a gigolo. Yes, Shan Gu. Su Zilong passed by and patted Shin Shan on the shoulder, his face red from trying to hold back laughter. You guys chat slowly, we'll take care of the things here. You. Before Shin Shan could finish his words, Zhao Zhong walked by from the other side. Shan Gu, good luck. Li Ji didn't say anything, but he was holding a bucket and quickly darted away towards the containers from the ship. Clearly, he did not intend to help Shin Shan. You all. Shin Shan was completely speechless. He even turned his gaze toward Incienner behind Huyu, hoping she could say a few words to help him. But even Incienner pretended not to see anything, silently helping Huyu move the goods. Shin Gu? Shan Gu? The man leaned in closer. Is your name Shin Shan? What a majestic name. My name is Wang Hai, it matches your name perfectly. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. The few remaining people on the ship quickly boarded the container ship, fearing that if they stayed any longer, they wouldn't know how hard they would laugh. This joy is better left for Xinge to bear alone. Soon, under Wang Hai's help, Shin Shan stepped onto the container ship. After quickly calculating the value of the ship and the goods, everyone headed towards the 4 numbered container ships. They arrived at the area of container ship number 4. Wang Hai helped everyone arrange 2 containers to avoid the rain and for temporary living, then handed a stack of exquisite casino chips to old Wang before leaving. These chips are points. A total of 345 points. According to what Wang Hai said, as long as you enter the Maritime Kingdom, whether it's the resources on the ship or the ship itself, they will be converted into points. No matter if you want to leave or stay, it's your freedom. If you want to stay, these points can be exchanged for everything on the ship. If you want to leave, just return enough points, and you can take your ship and everything on it with you. Of course. If you want to buy a new ship, you can also purchase it with points. This point is similar to what Su Linglong initially established with the mountain stronghold. These points can be exchanged for any item, even including the ship itself. As long as you have enough points, you can even exchange for an entire container ship as your territory. But unlike that mountain stronghold, the channels for obtaining these points are extremely limited. This so-called Maritime Kingdom's official channels for obtaining points, besides exchanging goods, almost have no other way. Aside from being like Wang Hai, a staff member of the Maritime Kingdom receiving a salary, the only other channel is, from others' hands. Bartering, or selling one's labor ability, or something else, as long as the other party agrees and the points are negotiated, you can obtain points under the witness of the officials. For every 100 points earned, a little has to be handed over to the officials. This is still prettily named, to protect everyone's right to freedom. Free trade, free buying, free living. Sounds pretty good, right? But everything on the ship, plus the ship itself, only exchanged for 345 points in total. Divided among everyone, that averages only 5.0 points per person. According to Wang Hai's introduction, the point system here is quite similar. 1 point can only be exchanged for enough food for one person for a day. These 345 points are only enough for everyone to eat safely for 5 days. If you want to eat on the 6th day, you'll have to find a way yourself. Absurd pricing, harsh earning environment. In short, everyone is working for the owner of these 10 container ships. The value of the ship, the value of the cargo, even the value of exchanges, all hinge on him. The so-called points are just a string of numbers in his account book. If he wanted, he could even clear the points of anyone trying to buy a container ship. A nation? What a civilized term. This is clearly a dynasty. A feudal dynasty that belongs solely to him. And what about so-called freedom? Here, everything from food to transportation requires points. Just for these 2 containers, renting alone costs 5 points a day, let alone food and drink. In other words, once you've been on this ship for a day, no one can return to their own ship anymore. What a talent! After hearing what Shinshan and Old Wang found out, Huyu immediately spoke up. If this trend continues, as long as the owner of this sea nation has enough food resources, he can control enough manpower. When the heavy rain ends, it doesn't seem impossible for it to become a real nation. However, there is a deadly problem here. Everyone perked up their ears, planning to listen to Huyu's analysis. But in the next moment, a knock came from outside the container. Everyone immediately quieted down. Wang Hai opened the container door, poked his head out, and whispered to Old Wang, "Captain Wang, come out for a moment." "Hey!" Old Wang responded and immediately put on a captain's demeanor. "You guys, hurry up and tidy up, separate into rooms, don't make it too messy. Little Hu, Little Long, come out with me." "Okay." Huyu and Su Zilong replied at the same time, following Old Wang as they walked out of the container together. As soon as they stepped outside, Huyu couldn't help but frown. People. Over 100 people were surrounding the outside of the container. From their appearance, they didn't look like the owners of the sea nation, but more like the owners of small boats. "Come, Captain Wang, let me introduce you." Wang Hai stepped forward and introduced the people behind him. "These are the owners of those ships, they came to greet you today. Later, they will come to chat and connect with you. Remember to let everyone know after you've arranged the accommodation." "Connect?" Old Wang was taken aback, clearly not understanding what Wang Hai meant. "Brother Wang, what does that mean? Can you clarify a bit for me? Is this not clear?" Wang Hai frowned, pointing to the 2 containers on either side. "Later. Let the women stay in this container, and the men in this container. The rest, you don't need to worry about, understand?" Chapter 84 The Reason. Understand? Not just Old Wang understood, but also Huyu and Su Zilong who followed him out understood. What did it mean to live separately by gender? Would they not know such a thing? Now bringing all the ship owners over, and reminding them specially, the malice in this intent is clearly evident. No wonder. No wonder this guy's expression was awkward at first when he saw so many children, and then returned to normal. The root of it was here. Wait a minute. Huyu was suddenly stunned, thinking of the response of Guanli earlier. This kid, posing as a girl, couldn't it be that he noticed it back then? This. Old Wang hesitated for a moment and leaned forward, frowning. "Brother Wang, this doesn't seem right, does it? The girls from our place are still very young, the oldest is only." A light snort came from the crowd. "Wang Hai, the shipowner, doesn't seem as sensible as you said." "Yeah, can someone like Wang Hai truly bring anything to the country? Wang Hai, what are you doing?" Smack. In the midst of the overwhelming accusations, a crisp slap landed on Old Wang's face. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's my fault for not handling this well, please wait a moment." He first turned to the group of bosses behind him, then frowned at Old Wang, speaking in a very serious tone. "Nonsense. Do you think it's someone like you who gives you a stable life? Do you really think that 300 points is enough to live in this sea nation? Dream on. I am doing this for you, and also for them. Only those who understand can survive here. You don't want to go back to the rain, back to the sea, and live that drifting, lonely life again, do you? Wang Hai looked down at him. Let me tell you the truth, you can stay here only because of those kids. If it were someone else, do you really think you could stay in the sea nation? His true face was fully revealed. Who you didn't need to think, they chose this moment to expose themselves, clearly having come prepared. It's likely that the ship had already been taken over by them. Now they were like a trapped duck on a deserted island, left to be manipulated by these things in the water. It's a pity. A trapped duck can sometimes be a disguised dragon. But now wasn't the time to set sail. Yes. Old Wang saw who was silent and could only lower his head in agreement. We should be grateful, I'll arrange for them to stay in that container tonight. Gentlemen, please have some mercy, after all, the children are still young. Do we really need you to say that? Voices in the crowd rose again. You have 3 hours, hurry up and make arrangements. Ridiculous, so there are indeed people who would rather drink the punishment wine than the celebratory wine. Alright, let's go back for a drink, we'll come over later. Just making sure. This time, I pick first. The 10 men said as they walked towards the distant container. It seemed these 10 men were the captains of these 10 ships. In other words, the entire sea nation was dominated by these 10 guys. This time, they truly misjudged the situation. They didn't expect that these 10 big heads controlled by a small head could build such a place. It truly proves that saying. As long as one stands at the windward side, even a pig can fly. These 10 pigs that own container ships have clearly been inflated and blown up into the sky. Old Wang Hai stayed behind, not leaving with them. He approached Old Wang, seriously patting his shoulder. It's not that I don't want to help you, nor was it my intention to slap you. But at that moment, if I didn't slap, this hurdle couldn't be crossed. Please understand, after this, I'll treat you to some fine food and drink. Old Wang forcibly restrained his disgust and replied, not forgetting to smile, we just got here, and we hope you can help us more. No problem. Wang Hai leaned in closer. By the way, where is Brother Shen? What are his plans for tonight? How about, let him come to me? I'll tell him right now. Old Wang said as he walked towards the container, seemingly to govern Shinshan, but in fact, just wanting to leave this place as quickly as possible. Wang Hai didn't stop him and just watched. Clearly, he thought he had done enough. They were merely a group of people owning a broken ship. If it weren't for the Sea Nation, how long would they float on that ship? How long could they last? It was the Sea Nation that saved them. It was Wang Hai who saved them. Gave them the qualification to survive in the apocalypse. One should be grateful. Sacrifice one's insignificant dignity to exchange for their joy. The 3 entered the container. Before Hu Yu could speak, Old Wang immediately turned to look at him. Boss Hu. I really can't hold back. These guys are just beasts. Pure beasts. No. Su Zilong quietly added from the side, please do not insult beasts, at least beasts know what public order and good morals are. Right. Old Wang shouted immediately, let's quickly take care of them and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. What about the others? Hu Yu countered. He already had a plan in mind. You should have seen how many boats were on the water just now. At least over 100 ships are parked outside, their fate is probably not much different from ours. If we act now, what will they do? Hu Yu was not a soft-hearted saint, but he had his own bottom line. Innocents should not be killed. They too were victims, unless it affected him, he would never take such a life. When he asked this question, everyone fell into silence. I have an idea. The youngest in the crowd, Guan Li, raised his hand. Everyone turned to look at him. The boy, with no sign of embarrassment, spoke calmly, Brother Hu Yu, can I share? This kid. Since meeting Boo Boo, he changed how he addressed Hu Yu to Brother Hu Yu. Although it made Hu Yu feel younger, everyone knew the kid was up to something. Thanks to him, at least in that group of children, no one would have any different opinions or thoughts about Boo Boo. Go ahead. Hu Yu was also curious about what this little trickster had in mind. To find someone, the simplest method is to become one of them. Guan Li had a pure smile on his face. Brother Hu Yu, I just heard that someone called Uncle Shen to join a feast. Shinshan's face suddenly changed, turning to look at Guan Li with shock in his eyes. You brat, you were just lying on the container to listen for this. Chapter 85 Shinshan, I'm going. After Guan Li finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on Shinshan. Could there be anyone more suitable than him? Among the girls, only 1.5 had self-defense abilities. And Xiener counted as 1, and Xiao Zissou could only count as half. The other men were not qualified to be bait. Now, the only one who could be bait and had self-defense ability was Shan. He was clearly the most suitable choice. But you always felt this kid had ill intentions. Wasn't it just that Shan noticed his feelings for Boo Boo a while back and warned him a bit? As a daughter slave, that was totally normal. If Hu Yu had such a lovely daughter like Boo Boo, it wouldn't just be Guanli, every male within 500 miles would have to be checked before getting close. Otherwise, heh. But because of that warning, Guanli quietly wrote down a note in his little black book. Hence, capturing him would be a backstab. A pure-hearted little boy? He was clearly cunning. From start to finish, he was vicious. But being sinister aside, the method was indeed good. Hu Yu held back his laughter and looked at Shan. Brother Shin, you see? I'm going. Shan understood a little. He was the only suitable candidate. Anger aside, they could not neglect the task at hand. He shot a glare at Guanli, making his meaning clear. You little brat, I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Guanli neither retreated nor avoided, looking him in the eye. Beside them, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, and even Su Zilong gave him a thumbs up. After so many years, it was only the second time they had seen someone who could go against Shan. The last time was their captain. Good. Hu Yu held back his laughter and patted Shan on the shoulder. Brother Shin, I won't say much, I only have one request. Shan immediately got serious. Boss, you say. Don't lose the backyard flower. As soon as the words fell, those who understood burst into a wave of wild laughter. Shan's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say, so he just turned and ran toward the outside of the container. Before long, the container quieted down. To avoid drawing attention, Old Wang started arranging people to separate the boys and girls, sending them to 2 different containers. But just to be safe, the boys went to the container that the girls originally lived in, while the girls stayed put. To ensure everything was foolproof, Hu Yu also gave some trusted people weapons. Since Ancienner was unwilling to leave his side, the girls' weapons had to be entrusted to Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong. In addition to that, Hu Yu arranged for Su Zilong and Li Ji to go over. Handling the boys was much easier. Zhao Zhong and Ancienner were here, plus Old Wang and a few others, so there shouldn't be any issues. However, regarding weapons, aside from Zhao Zhong and Ancienner, Hu Yu only gave Old Wang a handgun. There was no way around it. His trust level was still at 49, failing to break the 50 mark. He couldn't fully trust Old Wang, let alone Old Wang's brothers. It was now 10 in the morning. There were 27 hours left until the heart of the ocean was unsealed. And that group of guys had given only 3 hours. It seemed that even if they dealt with them, they wouldn't be able to board the heart of the ocean. They probably had to stay on this container ship for a while longer. An hour later, Shan returned. He didn't come back alone, but brought Wang Hai with him. No, to be precise, he dragged him back. Wang Hai was tied up hand and foot, like a dead dog, dragged from the ground into the container. Shan tossed him aside, and just as he was about to say something, he looked at the children in front of him and finally managed to say one thing. What bad luck! Brother Shin is back? Hu Yu was sitting on the sofa, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, chatting and playing cards with Zhao Zhong and others when he heard Shan's voice. He turned to look and saw Wang Hai, tied up like a crab. Oh, what's this? You brought back a crab? Talking about it makes me angry. Shan replied, sitting on the sofa with one foot on Wang Hai, this guy actually dared to drug me. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly and they immediately gathered around. They stopped cracking sunflower seeds and stopped playing cards, like pests in a melon field, sniffing the scent and rushing over. Their eyes revealed 2 words. Tell me. Shan picked up a cup of Mingqian Longjing from the table, took a sip, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed a small head popping out from the crowd. What should children listen to? Go back, go back. Oh. Guanli knew they were talking about him and silently pulled his head down. Although it seemed like he was leaving, he actually squatted down behind the crowd, listening quietly with his ears perked up. Here's what happened. Shan said helplessly, narrating what had just happened. As soon as I went out, I ran into this thing. He was eager and approached me, intending to take me to his place. I thought it was appropriate and wouldn't be discovered by others, so I followed him. I knew this guy had bad intentions, but I didn't expect his intentions to be this bad. I hadn't even spoken after sitting down when he served me a cup of black tea. You don't need to drink to know the problem with this thing is definitely big. I leaned down and sniffed, and sure enough. The kind of drug used after winter. Ah. Little Lure looked confused, as if he didn't know what a drug used after winter meant. He asked intentionally, Brother Shin, what does the drug used after winter mean? What winter? Hu Yu casually replied, continuing to look at Shan and asked, what happened next? What else is there to say? Shan said helplessly, I found out, so naturally, I taught this guy a lesson. After a simple search of his place, I found over 1,000 points. There was nothing else except some unsightly things. There are no clues, so we can only bring this guy over. Is it really that simple? Huyu asked in confusion. No one noticed us along the way. As he spoke, Shinshan suddenly froze. He was so angry that he hadn't thought of this at all. From here to where Wang Hai lived, it was at least hundreds of meters. Dragging someone all the way here without being noticed was already strange. It was eerie. Aside from those 10 container ships, there were hundreds of boats outside. Even if there was only one person on each boat, that was still hundreds of people. With such a commotion from dragging someone, how could it not be noticed? Or was it that those people had actually noticed but chose not to come out? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound came from the door. Huyu vaguely guessed something, dropped the sunflower seeds in his hand, and slowly rose from the sofa. Perhaps, there was no need to wait another 2 hours. Now, he could start solving the problems here. Chapter 86 Misusu? Ni Nua Nua. There was no need for Huyu to speak. At the moment the door knocked, everyone behind him was already prepared. The guns that should be ready were all aimed at the door. No. It shouldn't be said as guns, more accurately, it was 4 RPGs. Regardless of whether the door opened or not, these 4 RPGs were enough to level everything. Open the door first. Huyu said calmly, turning his head to glance at everyone, his eyes finally resting on Wang Hai at Shinshan's feet. Let this guy go. Got it. Shinshan responded and immediately bent down, using his broad hand to gently stroke Wang Hai's cheek. Slap. This crisp sound made old Wang, who was watching, feel happy. With this one slap, his affection for Huyu reached over 50. Wang Hai's face began to swell at a visible speed. He slowly woke up, and a long-lasting habit made him instinctively curse, what the? Before he could finish his thought, Wang Hai clearly saw the situation in front of him. Even his swollen face, which was enough to cover his vision, did not stop his gaze. Perhaps this shape was especially obvious to him. Just with a glance, he saw the big black cannon in front of him and swallowed back the curse he was about to say. How did they hide such a big thing in here? Wang Hai's gaze involuntarily slipped down. Slap. He was met with another slap from the other side. This finally woke him up, leaving him frozen in place, too scared to lift his head again. Huyu took a sip from his teacup and looked at old Wang. Don't just stand there. Old Wang immediately understood and quickly spoke up, someone is outside, probably looking for you. Open the door. Ah. Wang Hai did not dare to hesitate, enduring the swelling pain in his face, and got up to check where the front door was, then hurriedly crawled toward the door. He reached the door and pushed open the container door. Ah. A sharp scream rang out. Clearly, the other party was quite scared by someone's appearance. Ghost. Bang. With a kick, Wang Hai fell back. He didn't know if he hit his head or if he didn't want to face the reality before him, but he fainted directly. Huyu and the others also saw the person standing at the door. It was a man. A man whose face was covered in black mud, dressed in rags, and even just looking at him made one smell a foul odor. He didn't look like someone who came to cause them trouble. When everyone looked at him, he also saw everyone, especially the things held by the first few people. He immediately raised both hands and said in a naive tone, Don't shoot, I'm a good person. Huyu pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to put away their weapons first. He looked at the man in front of him and directly cast a big detection spell on him. The man's panel immediately appeared before him. Name, Ni Nua Nua. Gender, female. Age, 24. Skills, perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting, perfect organization and operation. Perfect disguise, excellent in communication. Character, pure, grateful, alert, careful, admiring the strong. Favorability, 10. Purity, 100. Minono? A woman. As expected, a perfect disguise. She really achieved the level of cross-dressing without being discovered. And, this person is just a replica of Misusu. No, more accurately, it should be a mirror image of Misusu. Possessing almost identical skills, even slightly higher, yet with completely different personalities. Are there really 2 such people in the world? Before Huyu could speak, Minono cautiously asked, Are you the reinforcements sent by the monkey faction? Clearly not. Old Wang maintained his disguise and replied to Minono, Who are you? How did you find your way here? This is a long story. I'll give you 3 seconds. Old Wang raised his gun. If you can't finish in 3 seconds, then don't say it. Please save us. Minono looked at Huyu and bowed deeply. I know where they store supplies, I understand all the maps on the ships, and I know their personnel distribution. Spare my life, and I will tell you everything. Although everyone was on one sofa, Yu and Old Wang were still somewhat distant. Everyone could see that the woman bowed towards Yu, not towards Old Wang. Just this point alone shows she is smart enough to support her earlier offer. Why are you bowing to me? Yu looked at Minono with interest. Because your aura is unique. I want to hear the truth. First, because everyone here vaguely centers around you, whether it's seating or vision. Yu slightly frowned, and the second? Minono nodded, looking at Anciener behind Yu. The second is because of this young lady, she should be your bodyguard, right? Anything else? The third is because of your earlier actions. Minono answered obediently, because of your move, they put down their weapons. You are very smart. Yu said calmly, but you still haven't answered the earlier question. Is this important? Minono retorted, a flattering smile on her face. No matter who I am or how I found out, my presence will only facilitate your plan. Yu nodded and asked aloud, what do you need? A ship that can take 2 people away, and food for 2 people for 10 days. Sure. Yu laughed, got up, walked over, and reached out a hand to her. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. Minono replied and immediately intended to act. Then I'll take you to their lair now. Not so fast. Yu said as he turned and walked back to the sofa. It's almost noon, let's have lunch first. Have lunch now? Minono was taken aback, immediately feeling a bit helpless. Now is when they are having lunch, we should seize this time. The words were left unspoken. Frustrated tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, a long Western-style table appeared in the container, instantly filled with all kinds of barbecued meats, steaks, pasta, and various foods. There were even fresh fruits and vegetables. All this was not here when she came in. How did this man do it? Slurp. Minono swallowed her saliva back, watching with wide eyes but didn't dare to speak, fearing this was just her illusion. By the way. Yu turned with a smile, looking at Minono. Miss, why not eat something? Have a bite? Sure. Minono reflexively uttered a word, then her eyes looking at Yu were filled with surprise. He actually noticed. How could this be possible? Ding. Minono's favorability increased to 20. As expected of a woman with the character of admiring the strong, she could raise favorability like this. Since it's like this, then let's give her a big surprise. Chapter 87, Save People. What's wrong? Does Miss Me not like to have lunch? Yu chuckled lightly and casually asked. It seemed like a simple and ordinary sentence, and to anyone, it might just be a tease. But for sensitive people like me, Nua, just one sentence could reveal the difference. Miss Me. He knows my name? This is impossible. She didn't even know this person before. Even if he could tell her gender, he shouldn't know her name. This was beyond reason. Nua furrowed her brows, becoming even more vigilant, and cautiously spoke to him. Do you know me? Yu replied with a smile, not explaining anything, just pointed to the food on the table. The temperature of this food is just right. If you don't eat it soon, it will get cold. Gulp. Nua swallowed hard. She had survived in the apocalypse for more than 10 days, and had long forgotten what warm food tasted like. Forget about steak or anything like that. Even a piece of dry bread that was hard to swallow would be a great delicacy for her. She did not hesitate and immediately joined the crowd, starting to gobble up the food in front of her. What? Poison? At this moment, even if the sauce on the steak were arsenic instead of black pepper, she would swallow it down without hesitation. Even if it meant death, at least she would die full. Half an hour later. Everyone finished lunch. Nua, who hadn't eaten for a long time, leaned against the table, continuously burping. If it wasn't for the pain from her ribs, she would have gotten up to show off another 2 pounds of beef. Is everyone done eating? Yu casually asked, confirming that everyone was full, then he casually cleared the table and collected the food on it. Leaning against the table, Nua tilted her body back, and she fell directly to the ground. Last time, she didn't see how the table appeared. This time, she still couldn't see how the table disappeared. Even though she was close to the table, she didn't notice anything unusual. If it weren't for the heavy feeling in her stomach, she would almost suspect this was all an illusion. Alright, let's start acting. Yu stood up and began assigning tasks. Zhonggu, you take the people to that container to meet, all actions here will be directed by you. Xingu, you and Xian Er follow me. Old Wang, you and your brothers come with me to get guns. Now they were going to attack the enemy's lair. Even if Xian Er and Xingu were 99% sure to complete the mission without casualties, he hoped to raise that probability to 100%. With Old Wang and his group helping, they could easily fill that 0.1% probability gap. At the same time, this was an opportunity Yu was giving them. As long as they performed well this time, once their favorability reached over 50, they could officially integrate into this group. Hey! Old Wang also understood this, leading his brothers to get their guns. Except for the injured Xiao Luer, all the brothers received fully loaded handguns. Although they weren't AKs, they were more than enough to deal with unarmed people. As for Xiao Luer, since he was still injured, Hu Yu still stepped forward to give him a gun, making him responsible for protecting the kids in the container. All preparations were complete. Hu Yu glanced at Mi Nua Nua, who was slumped on the ground, too full to move. Miss Mi, can you still walk? Burp. Mi Nua Nua stood up as fast as she could, burped, and trembled. I can. Then let's set off. Hu Yu took a step forward, but Mi Nua Nua still stood in place, seemingly deep in thought. Mi Nua Nua tentatively spoke. Big shot, can I burp? Change the burp. No, I mean, burp. Request? Here it comes. Such a smart person must know the difference between being fully satisfied and just having enough. Since she had just shown such a great performance, she surely couldn't ignore it. Hu Yu turned around, smiling at her. Go ahead and say. That kind of magic just now. Can I learn it? Minono's eyes sparkled with hopeful light. Smart, but not completely smart. Hu Yu's corner of his mouth twitched, a helpless smile appeared. I can give you another chance to take a closer look at this. Magic, whether you can learn it depends on your ability. Okay, hick. La. Minono immediately darted forward, arriving in front of the crowd, bowing respectfully, making a gesture of invitation. You please. I'm not inviting you, you lead the way in front. This. Minono wanted to hiccup again, but this time he managed to hold it back. Boss, I can lead from behind too. Hu Yu rolled his eyes, roughly guessing this guy's thoughts. He was worried about being a target if he walked in front. He turned to glance at Wang Hai, who was still in the container. Hey, Haizi, stop pretending to sleep, wake up. Wang Hai remained unmoved. If it weren't for Hu Yu being able to check the panel and knowing this guy was already awake, he might have really been fooled. I'm giving you 3 seconds, if you don't wake up, I can't guarantee what will happen later. 3. Big brother. Having learned from the last lesson, Wang Hai reluctantly opened his eyes, his face full of bitterness. What exactly do you want? Walk in front. Hey. Knowing he had no choice, Wang Hai quickly accepted his fate. He walked to the front of the line, weaving through the cargo ship under Minono's guidance. The crowd pushed through the heavy rain, traveling for nearly 20 minutes, arriving at a castle made of stacked containers. Called a castle, it was actually just 4 layers of containers stacked together. Earlier, Hu Yu and the others had noticed this castle, but they didn't expect it to be used as a place to hold everyone. The bottom layer of containers had at least 20, the middle layer had 10, the second middle layer had 5, and the top layer had 3. According to the size of these containers, they could hold nearly 100 people. This number looks a lot, but, compared to the number of boats, there is still a gap. Boss. Minono spoke with a hint of Cantonese flavor, addressing Hu Yu. This is it, but all the containers here are locked, and I don't have the key. What do you think? Hu Yu turned to look at Wang Hai. Big brother, don't look at me. I don't have it either. Wang Hai quickly explained, the keys here are controlled by the people above. I only know this place, but I've never been in. Great, so no one has the key? To avoid making too much noise and alerting those guys, Hu Yu had no choice but to step forward himself. He raised his hand and touched the edge of a container, pulling it into space. In an instant, the people trapped inside the container were all exposed to the heavy rain and the sights of the crowd. Just a glance. Hu Yu and the others were stunned, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Chapter 88. Who the hell disturbed my sleep? Have you ever seen that kind of fish belly white? This color is usually only seen when fish die, their bellies floating on the water's surface. That kind of white has no stains at all. It brings no sense of purity, but rather a stifling feeling that is almost pathological. Now, the eyes of the crowd were left with nothing but this color. In the entire area of more than 20 square meters, it was all this white. Regardless of gender, regardless of age. Everyone piled up like a small mountain in front of them. Ugh! Hu Yu had never seen such a scene. The foul smell of mixed excrement instantly invaded his nose and throat, and he instinctively made a gagging motion. But he forcibly held it back. It wasn't that he cared about his image, but because these people were still alive. Only living beings cannot be pulled into his space. The rain washed over their bodies, carrying various filth flowing across the deck. The few heads on the mountain seemed to retain a semblance of consciousness. They raised their heads, looking at Hu Yu and others below the mountain, their hollow eyes showing not a trace of emotion. The survival instinct still urged them, as they began to climb down the mountain. A slide. Those people piled together were rushing towards him. Help me. Please save me. Food. I need food. The cries of anguish and despair floated out from the crowd. Huyu quickly stepped back. Shinshan and Xianer stood in front, guns raised and aimed at them. Back off. Don't come any closer. If they still had some rationality, this threat might have made them hesitate, but now. Rationality? What is that? Can it be eaten? How much is it per pound? What they wanted now was food. It was survival. Driven by primal desire, not even death could stop them. Baiyu. The gun fired, and because it was equipped with a silencer, the sound wasn't too loud. The person at the front fell down. Yet, the people behind continued to surge forward, showing no sign of fear, charging ahead. This way won't work. Huyu took out a Harley and looked at Lao Wang and his group. Who can ride? Needs good skills. I can. One muscular middle-aged man spoke up. He was the oldest among Lao Wang's group, aside from Lao Wang himself, and looked the most reliable. You're the one. Huyu tossed him the motorcycle keys and casually hung a ham on the bike's rear. He poured some lard on it and set it on fire. The scent of meat instantly wafted out. Drive around here, and when this is over, the bike is yours. Got it. The man's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he jumped on the motorcycle and sped off. Before the apocalypse came, this motorcycle was worth at least 300,000. It was his dream vehicle. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, this was beyond what could be called limited edition. Forget just riding it on a boat, even doing motorcycle stunts would be easy now. As the motorcycle started moving, that group of people began to chase after it. The vehicle's speed was neither too fast nor too slow, just right for leading that group of people. However, only a few people chased the vehicle, while others, upon touching the rain and air, had their tent strings snap. Dozens of corpses were laid out, mixed with the excrement. The deaths were simply too tragic. Huyu frowned deeply. He looked at the remaining 37 containers, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. If the other containers were all like this, then there was no need to check further. For people living under such conditions, even if they survived, it wouldn't mean anything. Let's take a look again. A sliver of hope still remained in Huyu's heart. He thought he was ruthless enough, but when he truly saw these scenes, the bottom line of being human reminded him constantly. He was a person. Not an emotionless animal. Huyu stepped forward again and opened the second container. The situation was still the same. The dead had only increased. The group of people took a moment to react and turned to chase after the motorcycle. Do we keep going? Shinshan frowned nearby. Boss, why don't we just stop? Huyu said nothing, and Minuono, who had come with them, also remained silent. She hadn't expected this group of people to turn out like this. Rescue people, rescue people. But the rescued must also be capable. Under these circumstances, it would have been better to kill them. Let's take another look. Huyu sighed and opened 3 more containers. The situation was still the same. The crowd chasing the motorcycle had grown from a few to dozens. But he was still not willing to give up. He looked at the 10 containers on the second layer. Perhaps the situation would be better on the second layer? Shangu, let's go check. Okay. Shinshan replied and quickly climbed onto the container, then reached the edge and extended a hand to pull Huyu up. Huyu helplessly stepped forward. Looking up at the 3-meter-high container, his mouth twitched. Brother Shan, do you think too highly of me? Sienna, give me a hand. Okay. And Sienna replied and swiftly appeared behind Huyu, casually lifting him and tossing him upwards. He didn't even need Shinshan to catch him, he directly landed on the container, swaying a little before standing steady. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Especially old Wang and his group. They had always thought Sienna was the type of person who was just a pretty face, at most whose personal secretary. They never expected. This one actually had such skills. Huyu couldn't worry about what they were thinking. He slowly walked to the edge of the second layer container and raised his hand above. Storage. The container was instantly drawn into the space. Clang. Clang clang. The sound of chains falling to the ground echoed continuously. It resonated on top of the containers, like raindrops falling. Everyone's gaze turned blank again. This time, the scene that appeared was slightly more normal. But it was only relatively normal. The good news was, these people weren't dead, in fact, they were full of energy. As for the bad news, they had iron chains around their necks, crawling on the ground, gnawing on bones that they didn't know where they came from. If those below at least still looked somewhat like humans, then the second layer resembled dogs more. Especially when they saw 2 living people standing in front of them, and the chains around their necks no longer bound them. Dozens of people simultaneously looked up, their eyes filled with primal desire. Then, they lunged forward. Brother Shan, Huyu immediately ducked behind Shinshan. This time, Shinshan did not use a pistol, but instead raised the AK behind him, directly unleashing a round of gunfire. There were simply too many of them. Using a pistol for targeted shooting was clearly not as fast as sweeping with an AK. However, there was also a problem. The AK had no suppressor. The loud gunfire echoed on the container ship. The large door of the third-level container instantly opened. A bear man poked his head out, his face flushed, as if drunk, and he roared angrily from above. Who the hell is disturbing my sleep? Chapter 89. Don't move. Oh, one of the key players. Huyu recognized the person's identity with just a glance. He was indeed one of the 10 big heads controlled by the small head. Even at such a time, he could still be drunkenly stumbling out from the third-level container. So, it seemed that the people in the third-level container were living a bit more normally than those in the second level. Huyu smirked and turned to look at Shinshan. Without needing to say more, Brother Shan naturally knew what to do. Shinshan leaped up, directly jumping outside the third-level container, grabbing the person by their collar, and then jumped back to the second-level container. He tossed the beast in front of Huyu, pressing the hot muzzle against his neck. Hiss. Hot metal met skin, instantly releasing a charred smell. Ah! With a wail echoing, the man finally recognized the reality in front of him. He hurriedly crouched on the ground, trying to dodge the scorching gun muzzle. Unfortunately, Shinshan would not allow him to have his way. The muzzle pressed closely against his neck, cooking a spot, then changing position, it scorched half a circle around his collar. Huyu remained silent, just standing to the side, waiting for the other party to speak first. Until the temperature of the muzzle no longer burned. This shipowner finally had a chance to catch his breath and speak. Aye, who are you people? He raised his head, looking at Huyu standing in front of him. Having seemingly seen too many similar faces, he momentarily could not remember Huyu's identity, only frowning as he inquired. Of course, we are the good guys. Huyu smiled slightly. Facing such a beast, he had no patience to interrogate or even needed to. By the way, do you like to ride in cars? Ha? The shipowner was stunned, not understanding what Huyu meant. Seems alright. Huyu turned to look at Shinshan, directly instructing, Brother Shan, take him out for a walk, just let him sit on the back of that motorcycle. Understood. Before the other could react, Shinshan grabbed his collar and jumped onto the deck, finding an opening to tie the creature's hands and secure it to the back seat of the motorcycle. Anyway, it's just a stroll. Isn't using it as bait the same? Who knows if it was because the bait was used well, but when those inhuman creatures saw the new bait, they chased even harder. Unfortunately, this bait still had a flaw. It was just too loud, the howls pierced everyone's ears. It seems they need to hurry up. Huyu looked at Shinshan, who had jumped back up, and didn't plan to open the second layer's container anymore. Brother Shan, take me up. Alright. Shinshan replied, and like Enciener just now, he simply tossed him up. What Enciener could do was naturally a piece of cake for him. Huyu steadied himself and didn't need to collect the container. Following the path the creature had come out, he could see inside the door. A strong smell of alcohol wafted out, and he could vaguely see some figures moving inside. From the shadows, there seemed to be only about a dozen people in each container. In terms of numbers, the density of residents on this layer was much better than below. Moreover, from the faint light entering through the doorway, it seemed the people inside had not been harmed. That was strange. Since the door had been opened, at least 3 or 4 minutes had passed. Hadn't they thought about coming out to take a look? Huyu looked puzzled, casually pulled out a flashlight, and shone the light inside. The moment the white light illuminated the container, he was stunned and immediately turned off the flashlight. People. All women. And they were all naked. They were surrounding a bed, lying on the ground, licking the remaining liquid in the container with their tongues. Judging by the color, it seemed to be some kind of wine. Like those people on the second layer, they too had iron chains around their necks, but the only difference was, from their state, they didn't seem to be starving. Could it be that the remaining 5 containers had the same situation? Huyu didn't casually collect the container but instead moved to the side and opened the container door. Sure enough, the situation in the 5 containers was completely identical. The only difference was individual characteristics. Some containers had long-legged women, some had plumper women, and one container even had men. Huyu could no longer describe what he saw before him as disgusting. Just these 5 containers had nearly pushed the limits of his imagination. Heaven knows what surprises were in the last 3 containers on the top layer. He didn't collect the containers on the 3rd layer. The people inside had clearly been transformed into another species by alcohol. After more than 10 days of life in the apocalypse, relying solely on wine for nutrition and energy, they probably couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion anymore. Rescuing them now would only create more trouble. Huyu lifted his gaze at the last 3 containers on the top. Without saying more, Shinshan directly tossed him up. Just like before. This time, Huyu didn't choose to collect the containers directly but instead moved to the side and opened the container door. Just as he opened the door, a knife pressed against his neck. Don't move. A rough voice came from inside, put your hands up. Inside, there were people. Not just one. From the look of this container, it had been divided into 5 rooms, filled with all kinds of supplies. From the appearance of this group of people, they were probably the original crew members of the ship. To arrange the crew in such a place. Fortunately, they could think of that. On one hand, it could serve as security, and on the other hand, it could soothe these crew members, allowing them to express their primitive human desires. The idea is quite good. But unfortunately. You messed with me, you've hit a steel plate. Ha! Huyu scoffed coldly, not even moving, directly taking the knife from the man's hand into his space bag. The thing in his hand vanished in an instant. The man was obviously taken aback, instinctively swinging his fist at Huyu. But Shinshan had already come up and would not let him succeed. He grabbed the man's fist with a reverse grip, performing a body slam and directly throwing him under the container. Bang! A tremor followed. That man was thrown directly onto the deck, his body slightly shaking a couple of times before going still. At a height equivalent to 3 layers of containers, along with Shinshan's force in the throw, this man would be severely injured if not dead. Boss. Shinshan's tone was filled with self-reproach, I didn't protect you well. Hey, what's the big deal? Huyu only cared about the outcome, he patted Shinshan on the shoulder, as long as the person is fine, you can handle things here. Yes. Shinshan replied, turning to the crew members inside the container, do you want to die or live? Either is fine, whatever is more convenient. During an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Huyu would not believe that when those captains were acting tyrannically, these crew members would be very reserved. After they enjoyed the benefits of their actions, they should also bear the harms that came with those actions. Understood. Shinshan replied, directly raising the AK and starting to call out names. Convenient? Nothing is more convenient than using firearms. In less than 3 minutes. All the crew members in the 4-layer container were cleaned out. Huyu took the 3 containers away, leaving the supplies inside in his space bag, while casually tossing the boxes on the deck. People have sins, but supplies do not. Those supplies are enough for one person to live for a year. Saving should still be considered. After finishing up, Huyu looked down at the 5 containers beneath him, frowning in thought. The people from the 1st and 2nd layers were a lost cause. They were left with only the instincts of beasts and should no longer be called human. But this 3rd layer. They had only lost their ability to think after a long time of alcohol consumption, perhaps they could still be saved? Forget it, consider it an act of kindness. Huyu sighed, ultimately making a decision. He casually took 1 container from the 3rd layer. The next moment, those who had lost control from the chains rushed over. Chapter 90 Departure. Fortunately, Shinshan was blocking in front of Huyu. As that group of people pounced over, Shinshan blocked in front, raising his gun directly at them. When normal people encounter such a situation, they would feel fear or dread, at least taking a couple of steps back to think about their next move, whether it would cause irreversible losses. But these people in front were different. They showed no hesitation at all, directly pouncing on Shinshan without launching an attack, but constantly rubbing against him. It was quite an uncomfortable sight. Huyu twitched the corner of his mouth and quietly took a few steps back, avoiding this group of not-so-clear-headed women from approaching him. Boss. Shinshan was engulfed in the sea of people, what's the next step? As long as he wanted, he could easily break free from the crowd and even take care of those annoying individuals without a problem. However, Boss hadn't spoken yet. Acting on his own with the targets was not their style. Let's control them first. Huyu also understood Shinshan's awkwardness and turned to Xianer, who was guarding below. Xianer, come up and help. Saying that, he casually took out some ropes to use as tools. Yes. And Xianer replied immediately, jumping up to help Shinshan tie those people together. Half an hour passed. The two finally managed to control a total of 50 people with their brains numbed by alcohol from the 5 containers. Even when tied up with ropes, this group of people still could not behave, occasionally making some inappropriate sounds. Huyu frowned, he really could not stand this and turned to look at Old Wang. Old Wang, take these people back first. Let Zissa see if there is any hope for them. If not, just let them be, no need to force it. Okay. Old Wang replied and took 4 brothers along to escort the group back toward the earlier container location. There was still one left, the middle-aged strong man who was speeding on a motorcycle. As they were leaving, Old Wang did not forget to remind Old Wei, listen to boss Hu, don't cause any trouble. Got it. Old Wei replied, not easing off the throttle in his hand, still dragging the one behind him at full speed. The people were taken away. Who you turned to look at the complex-faced Minono, is the place you mentioned only this one? Minono nodded, her tone heavy, at least, I only know of this one place. Sorry, I didn't know they look like this now, if I had known. The one who should apologize is not you. Who you interrupted her, turning to one of the shipowners who had already become unrecognizable, but these beasts. Since they like playing with captivity, let them enjoy it properly. His gaze fell on a certain person. In that instant, Wang Hai trembled slightly as if falling into an ice cave. Who you stepped forward, a kind smile on his face, you know where they are, don't you? I know. I will take you there right now. Who you glanced at the containers in front of him, thought for a moment, and shook his head. No need. Ha? Wang Hai was somewhat confused. I mean, we don't need you to take us. Who you put his hands in his pockets and silently walked toward the edge of this container ship, let them come to find us. As soon as the words fell, a container ship at the edge was instantly taken away. A large amount of cargo entered the space backpack. In an instant, everyone fell into a daze. Even those like Shinshan, who knew what abilities Hu Yu had, were no exception. This scene was like knowing what patterns would appear when fireworks launched, yet, when the fireworks took off, the unfolding patterns still left one shocked. Not to mention those who had never seen fireworks before. Wang Hai directly knelt down. His mind went completely blank, his jaw unconsciously drooping. At some point, a droplet of saliva hung on the corner of his mouth. Is this something a human can do? Then came the second ship, the third, the fourth. More and more empty spaces appeared around this container ship. In less than half a minute, wherever Hu Yu's gaze fell, would instantly turn into an empty space. Originally, 10 container ships formed a maritime kingdom, now only one container ship remained. The surroundings were empty and desolate. Without the container ships in front and on both sides blocking the wind and rain, the sea breeze rushed in from all directions. A chill surged to the heart. Hu Yu looked up at the half sky. The rain still poured down heavily, as if wanting to wash away the filth of the world. It was this rain that made him live in a brand new world. Perhaps, he should help this rain a little. Shan Gu. Boss, I'm here. Shin Shan immediately stepped forward to respond. Shall we race? Ha? Shen Shan momentarily couldn't understand. Hu Yu had already taken out 4 motorcycles, the meaning was obvious. He turned to the still dazed Minono beside him, can you ride? Minono was still stunned, staring at the empty ocean in front of her, yet to snap out of it. Hey! Hu Yu walked in front of her and waved his hand, what are you staring at? Ha? Minono exclaimed, finally coming to her senses, looking at Hu Yu, what did you say? Ding! Minono's favorability increased to 50. Good. It's already 50. As expected of Mu Changguai, this is the best favorability I've seen so far without exception. Can you ride a bike? Hu Yu waved a set of keys in front of her. Mino Nu shook her head uncontrollably. Ding! Mino Nua's favorability increased to 60. This can also increase favorability. Then you can go with Cien Air. Hu Yu tossed the keys to Cien Air and took a motorcycle for herself. She then hopped on one of the motorcycles and turned to the still slinking Old Wei, let's race a bit. Okay. Old Wei shouted loudly. Wait for my signal to set off. Hu Yu said while tossing a piece of ham to both Shinshan and Cien Air, lighting it with fire. The smell of meat, blown by the sea breeze, made Wang Hai, still kneeling on the ground, swallow. He didn't even know how long it had been since he had eaten meat. Shinshan caught the ham, tied it to the back of the motorcycle, and looked at Hu Yu beside him. Boss, where are we going? The back of the ship. Hu Yu tied her ham as well and retreated to the remaining containers. There, some friends are waiting for us. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly guessed Hu Yu's intention. After such a big incident, those shipowners could naturally not be blind. In this apocalypse, so many large ships suddenly disappeared, leaving only the one they were on. So what should be the first thing to do next? Of course, run away. If the big ship is unreliable, what else can they find? Naturally, it is the small boats in the port. Is everyone ready? Hu Yu put on her helmet, body close to the motorcycle, we can't keep our friends waiting, and everyone pay attention to safety, understood? Shinshan and Cien Air both leaned down, making an okay hand gesture behind them. Only Mino Nua, with her eyes closed, shouted aloud. Ready. Then let's go. As soon as the words fell, the remaining containers disappeared at the same time. People were all released. Chapter 91, what did you just say, enjoy what? In just a moment. The people who had only instinct left had already locked onto their target. Meat. How can anyone resist such temptation in the apocalypse? Except for those fed by alcohol. When they came out, their first instinct wasn't to look for meat but to look for people. Huyu saw this and felt something was wrong, quickly locking them back into the containers. Everything would wait until the result from Zissou came out. Buzz. The buzzing sound rang out. The buzz of the motorcycles started. 4 motorcycles drove towards the port at the back of the ship one after another. Though they said it was a race, the speed was painfully slow. After all, Huyu had said to pay attention to safety. Naturally, they had to go a bit slower. They couldn't let everyone behind fall behind, right? At the same time, the 9 shipowners had turned into 9 ants on a hot pan. Among the 9, the oldest man was leaning over the railing. He looked out at the blue sea, constantly roaring, "Where is the ship? Where are our ships?" "Could it be a mirage?" one of the shipowners questioned. "Mirage my ass." The man angrily retorted, his brows furrowed as if to kill flies. "Forget that, let's go see if the other small boats are still there." "I say, Captain Chi, is this necessary?" Another person yawned and said casually, "The ship is right next door, can it be stolen?" "It's probably some strange phenomenon at sea, let's wait a bit, maybe the ship will come back?" "Let's vote." Captain Chi pondered for a moment. "Those who decide to go with me, raise your hands." "I'll follow Captain Chi." "Let's go check it out, from the wind speed it doesn't look like an illusion." Soon, among the remaining 8, 5 people raised their hands. 5 votes. Captain Chi said calmly, looking at the person who just opposed, "If you don't want to go, I won't stop you, but if something happens later, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Don't, Captain Chi." That person immediately backed down, smiling and approaching. I'll go with you. Humph. Captain Chi snorted coldly and immediately went to the deck. On the deck were a row of small electric scooters. This was their means of transportation. Even this was a treasure they found after going through the shipping list for several days. It's already quite good to be able to start. 8 little electric scooters successively started and headed towards the port. In less than 10 minutes, the 8 little electric scooters arrived at the port and stopped. Boss Chi looked at the small boats down at the port but didn't rush to leave. The difference between big ships and small boats isn't just space, but also resources. Even if there's only one container ship left now, the resources on it are enough for the 9 of them to live for a long time. But if it's just a yacht or some other kind of boat, no matter how frugal they are, it wouldn't last for a few years. If they could keep this place, it would naturally be the best. Buzz. After hesitating, a buzzing sound echoed from a distance. At the same time, 4 thick plumes of smoke rose up, as if the deck had been set on fire. "Boss Chi!" one of the boat owners exclaimed, "Look at what that is!" The sound was so loud, and the smoke so thick, how could Boss Chi not see? Even if he didn't see, he should have guessed. But he just didn't want to believe it. Motorcycles. They had almost turned over all 10 cargo ships and the boats entering the port, not to mention a motorcycle. They hadn't even found a single handlebar. Where did these 4 motorcycles come from? Soon, their doubts were answered. As the 4 motorcycles drew closer, the scene gradually became clear. "Boss Chi. Look behind that bike." Behind, it seems like something is following. As an excellent captain, Boss Chi's eyesight was clearly not a problem. Everyone else could see the situation before them, and he was no exception. He could even see it more clearly. When he saw the people running behind the motorcycles, he felt a strange familiarity. Wait. It was that group of people. But why were they set free? And why were they running behind the motorcycles? Could it be? A terrifying thought floated into Boss Chi's mind, and images of the things he had done to that group surged back to him. One incident after another, just thinking about it made him shiver. However, he had no regrets. And he never felt he was wrong. "Hurry!" Boss Chi exclaimed, immediately searching for pieces of wood around. "Get on the ship. Leave this place." At his command, the other captains quickly took action. 2 people carried the wood and placed it on the nearest ship. It was just the ship that Huyu and the others had initially come in. When they saw Huyu and the others, Huyu naturally saw them too. "Want to run?" "Ha!" Huyu accelerated, the motorcycle broke formation and charged straight ahead. As the motorcycle sped up, Boss Chi fell into panic. "Hurry! On the ship! On the ship! Country? Resources? All these things combined are not as important as life." The sound of the motorcycles grew closer. When the first motorcycle stopped, the last boat owner had boarded the ship, pulling the wooden plank away. Boss Chi stood in the control room, looking through the porthole at Huyu standing on the deck. At the same time, Huyu was also looking at him. "Ha!" A cold laugh echoed in the control room. Now he was on the ship, and the only way from the container ship to the large ship had been removed. Even if they had motorcycles, so what? Could they fly over? As long as these guys dared to ride, they would have enough time to fight back. In other words, they were invincible. Boss Chi opened the loudspeaker, staring at Huyu below, and calmly spoke, "Young man, what do you want to do?" "Oh, you wouldn't want to catch us, would you? That would be too bad, your hands are still too short." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining boat owners on the deck burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. They were only about 5 meters away from Huyu, and could clearly see each other's expressions. Laugh? Huyu coldly retorted, his gaze sweeping over each boat owner on the ship. Sure enough, every face here was so detestable. "I hope you can still laugh later." "Can't laugh?" Boss Chi's voice sounded in the driver's cabin. "Why can't you laugh? Is it because you're about to cry?" Ha ha ha. "I'm not the one saying it, but with your little broken boat, entering the Sea Kingdom depends entirely on our charity. Who knew you would be so ungrateful, still thinking of breaking the rules?" "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Boss Chi leaned his face against the window, his expression fierce. "Just let you continue to stay on this ship, enjoying the suffering brought by the apocalypse." Huyu did not answer, looking at that guy with a hint of pity in his eyes. It seemed he still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He took a few steps back, raising his right hand over his head. Storage. The entire ship was sucked into the space backpack. The people on the ship all fell in front of him. Just right. Boss Chi still maintained his previous position, bending over with his head stretched forward. Smack. By the way. You just said, enjoy what? Chapter 92 * female explosion changes to strong sun? A crisp sound, drowned in the roar of the motorcycle. Boss Chi dazedly lifted his head, eyes filled with dread. He didn't know what was going on, only knew one thing. The ship was gone. The ship he had just was gone. So, the disappearance of these container ships was also his doing. UF ****** ing. Boss Chi suddenly stood up and lunged at him. Huyu did not dodge or avoid. In the next moment, a motorcycle flew in from the air. The front of the bike crashed into Boss Chi, sending him flying out. His entire body slid on the deck, sliding for several meters. "Oh, can't laugh now?" Huyu turned his head, looking down at the group of people, a gentle smile on his lips. He raised his hand and patted his head. "Ah, it's my fault, I forgot one thing, you didn't take your things, of course you can't laugh. Come, I'll return your things right now." As soon as his voice fell, one by one, containers fell from the sky. Just in time to surround these ship owners, leaving only one opening. These were originally their cages to imprison others, but now they had become their cage. But if there was only a cage, it would be too monotonous. Huyu turned to look behind him. Besides Shinshan and Sienna and Lao Wei were also riding motorcycles, bringing that group of people towards here. But how could they just sit still? Seeing the opening, Boss Chi was the first to come to his senses and immediately rushed outside. Unfortunately, there was no need for Huyu to act, as Shinshan directly took out the AK he was carrying on his back. Aiming the gun, everyone immediately stopped outside the container, not daring to take another step. "What do you want to do?" Boss Chi was truly an old sea wolf. His physical quality was extraordinary. Even after being hit by the motorcycle, he could still hold on and talk. "What do I want to do?" Huyu countered, turning to look at that guy. "Isn't it obvious?" Before Boss Chi could respond, the third and fourth motorcycles arrived. And Sienna stopped. Lao Wei continued to circle around on his motorcycle, acting as bait while waiting for Huyu's next instructions. "How is it?" Huyu looked at the group of shipowners. "Don't you think they look a bit familiar?" "You, what do you want to do?" This was probably the umpteenth time Boss Chi had asked, still the same question. When people fall into despair, they tend to do repetitive mechanical actions without realizing it. Either constantly biting their fingers, or bowing repeatedly, or like him, asking the same question over and over again. "What I want to do depends on what you have done." Huyu replied, then looked at Lao Wei. "Lao Wei, bring the people over." "All right." Lao Wei replied and immediately rode his motorcycle to Huyu's side. The only moving bait stopped, and those people gathered around him. Seeing the crowd getting closer, Boss Chi panicked. "Crazy. You're just a lunatic." He stared at Huyu and roared madly, "What the hell are you trying to do?" He didn't want to answer a question he had already answered before. Huyu casually unwrapped a piece of ham and, under the gaze of the crowd behind him, threw it into the cage. At the same time, he also put the other hams from the back of the motorcycles back into his space backpack. As bait, one is enough. Throwing all these hams in would just be a waste. Being thrifty is a virtue. Even with plenty of supplies, one must be cautious. Bang! With a dull thud, everyone moved. The crowd surged into the container in an instant. When the last person entered, Huyu silently closed up the gap in the container. He stepped forward and knocked twice on the container. Wish you all, have fun. Since there's still time, let them play a bit longer. Huyu turned and got on the motorcycle, saying to the others, let's head back first. V-room. The humming of the motorcycle rose again. But this time, the wails behind were louder than the engine's roar. Looks like Boss Chi and the others were having quite a good time. Less than 10 minutes passed. The vehicle arrived beside those two containers. 6 motorcycles were parked to the side. Entering the container, those people whose brains were destroyed by alcohol were lying inside. They had some tattered cloth covering their key parts, and seemed to be sleeping. Xiao Zissou, Father Xiao, and Mother Xiao were treating them. The scene looked calm, but the fine sweat on their foreheads showed the situation was quite tense. Huyu parked, put away all the motorcycles, and walked to the 3, asking, how are things now? Father Xiao, wearing glasses, didn't respond. He just shook his head. Mother Xiao also frowned and stayed silent. Only Xiao Zissou could spare a moment. She stood up, walked to Huyu's side, and asked in a low voice, where did you find these people? Huyu noticed something odd in Xiao Zissou's tone. What's wrong? Is there a problem? A big problem. Xiao Zissou frowned and said, do you still remember Li Chang? That monster? Yes. Xiao Zissou frowned and explained, their condition now is very similar to Li Chang's. After being locked up for a long time, not only did their bodies not weaken, but they actually became stronger. As long as they're given enough energy, they can burst out with strength and speed beyond human limits. Huh? What the heck is this? Did the girls get turned into female strong versions of Johnson? Huyu couldn't believe this kind of development and stood there a bit stunned. But they didn't show any aggression? Unless it's some special fetish. That's why I said they're similar, not the same. Xiao Zissou's pretty face turned a bit red as she explained. Li Chang attacked because he craved food. But these people only become aggressive when a certain need isn't satisfied. The need you're talking about, is it what I'm thinking? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Let them go already. Huyu shouted immediately. These things are literally succubi. No, even scarier than succubi. Succubi just drain you, but this one, if you don't let her drain you, she'll drain all your blood instead. Even though the result's the same, the process is way too different. Hey, don't be in such a rush. Xiao Zissou quickly said, we just tried something. There's a way to suppress their desire while keeping their fighting ability, and even let them keep some of their sanity. So now they've all been put to sleep. You should know what this means. Huyu's pupils lit up. How could he not know? A group of people who can think, don't fear death, and have half the strength of Jiaoyi. If there's only one, that's just a bodyguard. But now there are over 50 of them. Bodyguards? This is clearly an army. Thinking of that mutated sea serpent they met before. Huyu didn't hesitate at all and made a bold decision right then. On the ship, there must be a place for them. Just 50-some people. He took everything. Huyu immediately took out 3 motorcycles and looked at Xiao Zissou, let's go, bring uncle and aunt, we are going to pick people up right now. Don't rush. Zhao's father, who had been silent, spoke calmly. He slowly stood up and looked at Huyu, there is one more thing you need to know before making a decision. Huh? What is it? Chapter 93. What's so disgusting? Food. Zhao's father frowned and said, after initial research, this type of people has very high demands for food, their food intake is almost 3 times that of a normal person. If they fall into a state of hunger, their desires will grow exponentially, while their rationality will decrease, and acupuncture won't help in controlling it. So, it's just food? Huyu asked back. Huh? What do you mean just food? When Zhao's father joined the group, the supplies had already been fully stocked, and he had stayed in the cabin ever since, unaware of old Feng's research. Even though he learned some of Huyu's miraculous abilities from his daughter, he still didn't believe he could support so many unusual people. I heard there are more than 50 people in total, right? One person eats according to the appetite of 3 people in a day, and in 2 days, they could finish the food that a normal person needs in a year. Do you really have that much food to provide? Huyu smiled slightly. Just food. Similar to the fountain of lychees, the perfect fairy bean yields daily, producing 3 to 5 beans every day. Besides the ordinary fairy beans, high-quality fairy beans occasionally appear, and 1 bean is enough to supply 2 months of nutritional needs for a regular person. This is just the yield from 1 fairy bean sprout. As long as there is 1 more fairy bean sprout, this food gap can be completely filled, and there could even be surplus. Huyu didn't plan to tell everyone about this. Currently, only Huyu, Old Feng, and Shinshan knew about the food production. For a simple reason. In the apocalypse, it's better to be cautious. You don't need to worry about food, sir. Huyu said calmly and very formally to Zhao's father, I can guarantee that everyone on our ship will be well fed, and as long as we all do our jobs, rebuilding a civilized society is not impossible. Never mind, you are the ship owner, you have the final say. Zhao's father still felt a bit worried. There was no choice, he had experienced hunger in the apocalypse and knew what human nature would become in starvation. Huyu stayed put and directly arranged for old Wang and others to go and bring people back. Including the first group who had already been treated, there were 58 people in total in 5 containers. Among them, 48 were female and 10 were male. After simple acupuncture and feeding, they had all fallen into a state of deep sleep. According to Xiao Zissou, after this first long sleep, their brains would regain basic cognitive functions. As for the specific level of recovery, it would vary from person to person. By the time all 58 people were settled, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, there were still 16 hours until the heart of the ocean was unsealed. With the addition of these 58 members, it was obviously impossible to board one of the small boats and leave now. They could only wait a little longer. After dinner, Huyu rode his motorcycle with Shinshan and Ensiener towards the port. They intended not only to recover the remaining ships but also to see how the current Big Brother Chi was doing. As soon as they arrived outside the container prison, they heard loud crashing sounds from inside. It seemed the celebration was still not over. Most of them were small speedboats provided for short-range sea trips by the seaside. Only 2 to 4 people can board the boat, with a total of 62 ships. The rest are mostly small fishing boats, with limited sailing ability, suitable for fishing operations, totaling 32 ships. The least number are yachts. There are only 3 in total, with a total length not exceeding 20 meters. Compared to the heart of the ocean, let alone the initial model of the heart of the ocean, the St. Bias, it's like comparing heaven and earth. In total, there are 97 ships. Even placed in the peaceful times over a decade ago, this is an incredibly considerable fortune. As for now, the smallest speedboat can at least be exchanged for a month's worth of food for one person, or even more. Just this one harvest is enough to rival the data collected in Peng City last time. Not to mention those 58 bodyguards and the cargo from 10 container ships. Speaking of cargo, Huyu hasn't had the chance to organize the cargo list yet, planning to wait until he finishes taking the ship below before counting it all slowly. After dealing with the ships, he walked slowly to the container cage and knocked on the outside. Hey! Are you still alive? If you are, give a sound. The banging stopped. In the silence, there actually came a sound from inside. Squeak! Oh, it seems they are still alive. Huyu casually removed a container, while Shinshan behind him turned on the flashlight, revealing the situation inside immediately. Crimson, seeping out from the deck. Under the light, only a few silhouettes could be seen standing in a sea of corpses. They were the ship owners. Originally well-dressed, wearing luxury watches and jewelry, these ship owners were now ragged, covered in blood, holding sticks made from who knows whose bones, glaring fiercely ahead. The one in charge was the boss, Chi. Unexpectedly, they were still alive. Huyu immediately became interested and looked at the few in front of him with great interest. Not bad, I thought you wouldn't last. By the way, how did you manage that? There were over 100 people. Just dealing with a bunch of mindless fools. Boss Chi walked over slowly, his tone revealing no emotion, just to grab a ham, and half of them died, the rest didn't take much effort. He walked to the front of the container cage, stopped moving closer, and looked at Huyu against the light. I answered one of your questions, can you answer me one? Go ahead, Huyu said casually. Why? Boss Chi's body began to tremble, his tone full of excitement. Why are you doing this to us? You have the capability. You could have directly taken these ships, these materials. Why make a fuss over us? Why? Ha! A hint of disgust flashed in Huyu's eyes. I admit, in the apocalypse, profit is paramount, that's true. However, there are still lines to be drawn. If you really want to know why, then I can only say, you disgust me. Disgust? Boss Chi retorted, what's disgusting about it? Didn't I just lay my hands on them a little? They deserve it. In peaceful times, didn't they hold power and enslave us? I am also a person. A person with flesh and blood. In peaceful times, what's the difference between my dignity and humanity to those wealthy people and garbage in a trash can? Now, the apocalypse has come. Isn't it only natural that I do the same thing to them? Why can I be treated as cattle by them and they can't be treated as cattle by me? Huyu frowned slightly, he now understood why Boss Chi would act so obsessively. Was he wrong? Not really. When a person is oppressed for too long, their humanity will gradually wear away, turning into a soulless beast. One day, when a beast that has completely lost its humanity regains the qualifications of a human being, then, naturally, he will treat others as beasts. That being right or wrong, the line is blurred. Huyu could not comment. However, he didn't need to comment either. Once he set his sights on Huyu and the others, one thing was destined. Survival was no longer his concern. Huyu turned around and gave Shinshan a look. The latter understood immediately, picked up the AK, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 94, The Legendary Heart of the Ocean appears. July 28. At 11 in the morning, there were 3 hours left until the heart of the ocean could be unlocked. This was the 15th day since the apocalypse began. It had been half a month since the heavy rain fell. Due to not sleeping well yesterday, Huyu didn't set an alarm clock and simply woke up naturally. He opened his eyes and woke up in his familiar room. After confirming there was no danger on the container ship, he moved the entire 28 floors out. As the saying goes, a golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as your own doghouse, especially when the environment is worse than a doghouse. Naturally, it was time to enjoy. Huyu stretched lazily, glanced at Ancienner who was guarding beside him, got used to her presence, and raised his hand to greet her. Hi, Ancienner, good morning. Ancienner's response was still brief and to the point. She replied casually and said no more. Huyu didn't care. After getting dressed, he went into the bathroom alone. It was time for the much-anticipated egg opening session. It had been 3 days since the last egg was opened, and now he could do a triple opening again. 3 black eggs were lined up in front of the bathroom mirror. Huyu quickly washed his face, washed his hands, and reached out to touch the first black egg. A purple light exploded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained cooking component, perfect, *1. Name, cooking component, perfect. What a good start. It seems today's luck is good. Indeed, a triple egg opening was necessary. Last time, the fresh air and fresh grass were just surprises. Huyu happily put away the cooking component, preparing to install it directly after the heart of the ocean upgraded. His gaze fell on the second black egg. He raised his hand and tapped it, and a burst of white light exploded. At the moment he saw the light, Huyu let out a sigh in his heart. Crap, this time it's a dud. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained rice seeds, common, *10. Name, rice seeds, common. Nonsense. What I want are these seeds. Huyu cradled the 10 golden seeds in his hands, as if holding a rare treasure. Although he didn't understand what a yield of 1,000 kilograms per acre meant, the fact that the yield changed with the planting land's level proved it had unlimited potential. If it weren't for old Fong not having land to plant these past few days and being in a bad mood, he would have rushed over to find him right now. Unfortunately, there were still 3 hours until the heart of the ocean could be unlocked. Bringing the seeds to him now would only get him scolded and add pressure on himself. Huyu immediately put the seeds back into his space backpack, then looked at the third black egg. The surprises from the first 2 black eggs were already enough. Even if the third black egg produced nothing, it wouldn't matter. He tapped the egg again, and another burst of white light appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained skill book, Ordinary Mind Reading. Note, after using the skill book, your physical abilities and body qualities will automatically increase to the level of mastering the skill. Read minds. Huyu's eyes brightened. He didn't expect that the surprise waiting for him today would be 2 ordinary items. He looked at the skill book panel, and at that moment he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Name, read mind, normal. Type, skill. Effect, after learning, when you gaze at a wise being, there is a certain probability of understanding what they are thinking. Remark, Shu. Never let others know you can read minds. Certain probability? What exactly is it? Huyu shrugged. No matter what it was, having it was better than not having it. He directly slapped the skill book on himself, dashed to the restroom, and walked outside. Turning around, he just happened to see Ancienner standing at the restroom door, his gaze resting on her as he silently observed her. In the next moment, 6 pitch-black dots appeared above her head. Good news, mind reading successfully activated. Bad news, it was as if he hadn't read it all. Huyu's smile twitched. Without saying anything, he could only walk out to the 28th floor. It was already lunchtime. After a simple meal and a bit of afternoon tea, it quickly reached 2 in the afternoon. Time's up. Ding. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of notifications flooding the screen. Heart of the Ocean upgrade complete. Facility upgrade, all facility levels +1, not exceeding legendary. Ability upgrade, all ability levels +1, not exceeding legendary. The ship size has been proportionally doubled, and the internal layout remains unchanged. Expanding area repeats the original layout. Unlocked new facilities, fishing platform, legendary, fish pond, legendary. Name, fishing platform, legendary. Category, ship facility. Effect, increases the probability of catching rare fish while fishing and reduces the resistance of fish. Remark, sit tight on the fishing platform, you won't miss the catch. Name, fish pond, legendary. Category, ship facility. Effect, can raise any fish species, total not exceeding 10,000, upon entry, fish size will be reduced 1,000 times. Remark, please be careful when walking, if you fall in, you won't be able to get up. Unlocked new abilities, hovering flight, perfect, ship intelligence, perfect. Name, hovering flight, perfect. Category, ship ability. Effect, keeps the ship at its original speed for 1 hour of hovering, can be used once every 24 hours. Remark, fly, a spaceship. Name, ship intelligence, perfect. Category, ship ability. Effect, the artificial intelligence will reasonably control the ship according to your will and allocate all resources within the ship. Remark, hello, do you know Jarvis? This. Huyu was stunned into speechlessness by the notifications before him. Even though he knew that the upgrade of the heart of the ocean would bring earth-shattering changes, he never thought it would be this kind of change. Hovering flight, hey. A spaceship is also a ship, right? Huyu, filled with excitement, glanced at Zhao Zhong, who was fishing nearby. Brother Zhong, gather everyone. Got it. Zhao Zhong also knew it was time. He quickly reeled in his fishing rod and ran toward the container. Everyone. Gather and board the ship. As the voice rang out, everyone stopped their tasks and looked towards Huyu's back. He slowly walked to the ship's railing of the container ship and raised his hand slightly. The legendary Heart of the Ocean makes its entrance. Chapter 95, Super Double. What does double mean? When a person is only 1 meter tall, you think of them as a child. When that number is multiplied by 2, it becomes 2 meters. Forget about humans, any creature reaching that height standing before you would bring feelings of despair and suffocation. Moreover, it's double the size of a colossal monster like the Heart of the Ocean. Originally 155 meters long, the ship now expanded to 310 meters. Its height soared from 19.5 meters to 39 meters. Just from the ship's length, the Heart of the Ocean was already larger than a container ship. This size is even more terrifying than some aircraft carriers. Plus, this ship had upgraded legendary weapons, calling it a large armed destroyer wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, this ship could even fly for an hour every day. Air-to-ground attacks are far more terrifying than ground-to-ground attacks. Huyu looked up, filled with joy. In front of him, a panel about the Heart of the Ocean suddenly appeared. Item, Heart of the Ocean, Legendary. Type, Super Luxury Large Vessel. Overall rating, S+ level. Equipped facilities, ship-to-ship torpedoes, legendary, air-to-ground missiles, legendary, naval artillery, legendary, breeding base, legendary, fishing platform, legendary, fish pond, legendary. Additional abilities, legendary sailing speed, legendary displacement, legendary protection, legendary water combat mode, perfect hovering navigation, perfect ship intelligence. Note, a ship is also a sea fortress. On this planet, there shouldn't be any ship that can destroy it or that it cannot destroy. Even the note sounded cool. Huyu was filled with joy, and a voice echoed above his head. Dear Master, welcome to your presence. Who? Everyone looked up and searched. As if to answer his question, the voice spoke again. I am the artificial intelligence of the Heart of the Ocean. You can call me Little Ocean or give me another name. Let's call you Little Ocean then. Huyu wasn't good at naming. He casually said, Little Ocean, lower the gangway so we can board. Yes, Master. The gangway extended down from above. The previous gangway had to be climbed manually. Now, after the upgrade, even the gangway became electric. Under the gaze of the crowd behind him, Huyu was the first to step onto the electric gangway, and a prompt for affection rang in his ear. Ding! Mananiwa's affection level has increased to 70. It increased by 10. If this keeps going, her affection level will soon exceed Shinshan's affection level for him. Huyu twitched his mouth but didn't pay attention. Once he reached the deck of the Heart of the Ocean, he stored the last container ship into his spatial backpack. The remaining people from the container ship came to the deck of the Heart of the Ocean. This also included the 58 people still asleep. With these 58, the total number of people on the Heart of the Ocean had risen to 127. Fortunately, the Heart of the Ocean originally had 72 rooms. Now with the upgrade, there were 144 rooms. Among them, 72 were standard rooms that could accommodate 2 people. There were more than enough rooms. The only concern was food. As everyone arrived on the deck, the first to act was not the curious Mananiwo, but the old man Feng. These hard-earned days off were torture for this old man. He dove straight into the breeding base, which had doubled in size, and before Huyu could follow, a shrill scream came from inside. Ah! Something happened. Huyu immediately rushed over and quickly ordered, Ji-go, head to the control room and steer the ship. Zhong-go, help Uncle Shao arrange those people. Shan-go, come with me. Everyone immediately sprang into action. At the same time, a voice echoed nearby. Master, it has been detected that the last heading destination was towards Yujing, with a speed of full throttle. Should we continue the setting? Continue. Yes. As soon as the words fell, before Huyu could rush into the breeding shed, the heart of the ocean cut through the water's surface, creating a wave. The speed was unknown times faster than before. Fortunately, the ship was surrounded by a protective shield, so no matter how fast it went, the sea wind or waves wouldn't affect the stability of the vessel. Huyu didn't fuss too much and rushed into the breeding shed with Shinshan. Old Man Fong was now sitting on the land he personally tended, looking ahead, filled with joy. If he were dressed in a scholar's robe, he would be no different from Fan Jin after passing the imperial exam. What's going on? Why is he so happy? Huyu glanced around the shed and quickly discovered the problem. It doubled. Whether it was the pigs, cows, and sheep in the shed, the perfect fairy beans growing in the field, or the source of sweet spring water at the very back of the shed. At this moment, everything had doubled. The upgrade of the heart of the ocean not only doubled its size but also doubled the products attached to the ship. This was like a fortune falling from the sky. No wonder old Fong was so excited. However, Huyu looked at the excited old Fong and thought about the 10 seeds in his backpack. If I give him these things now, will he faint directly from joy? Little Hu. Old Fong sprang up, his hands pressing directly on Huyu's shoulders, face full of excitement. Did you see, little Hu? This is a miracle. It's a miracle. I researched for so long but couldn't cultivate new seedlings, and just a few days later, it grew a sprout by itself. Don't you think this is a miracle? After saying this, old Fong rushed to the new seedling, gently caressing it, murmuring something unintelligible. Huyu was stunned for a moment and turned to Shinshan. Does old Fong not know about the upgrade of the heart of the ocean? This. Shinshan was helpless. How can I explain this to him? Should I tell him you were reincarnated and you have a space that defies all scientific principles? That's true. It seems old Fong still didn't know about the upgrade of the heart of the ocean, so he regarded this incident as a miracle. This won't work. He came to old Fong so that he could further improve or optimize the seeds or other products given by the system. If he lets him believe in this so-called miracle, how can they continue? Old Fong. Huyu stepped forward, crouched down in front of him, and said, "This is not a miracle." Not a miracle? Then what do you call this? Science? Don't joke around. Science can't do this. But Huyu opened his palm, revealing the 10 rice seeds. I can. Ha! Old Fong let out a sound, his gaze locked on Huyu's palm. Just one glance, and his eyes couldn't move away. This is rice seeds. I certainly know that these are rice seeds. Old Fong's tone was somewhat excited, but the size of these seeds is almost twice that of normal seeds. Do you know what that means? As long as they can grow normally and maintain their size, the yield can reach at least 1,000 kilograms per mu, which is twice the highest yield of rice in the world. He stared at Huyu, continuing to ask. Where did these seeds come from? Science, it was all discovered through science. Nonsense. Old Fong spat and placed a hand on Huyu's shoulder, lowering his voice. Just tell me, little Hu, which deity sent you to save us? If I can grow these, can you give me a position? As long as I can research agriculture. Huyu. What the hell? Indeed, the end of science leads to theology, and the end of the universe is bureaucracy. Chapter 96 National Database. Ahem. Huyu coughed lightly a couple of times. At such a moment, if he tried to explain things like reincarnation, space backpacks, or systems to old Fong, it would be too troublesome and labor-intensive. Moreover, given this old scholar's nature, the next step might just be researching how to dissect him. So, the best approach is still to fool him. Of course, no problem. Huyu smiled and said, while patting old Fong's shoulder, Old Fong, we all see your talents. Just focus on your research, and leave the position matter to me. Alright. Old Fong's previous sour face changed, smiling at Huyu. Rest assured, with such good seeds, as long as there's enough land, I can guarantee that no matter how many people there are, they won't go hungry. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Huyu and old Fong flattered each other for a while, and he made some grand promises, boasting for several minutes. After boosting old Fong's favorability to over 40, he finally walked out of the greenhouse. As soon as he stepped outside, Shinshan, who had been following him, immediately came up with an umbrella. He asked, Boss, what you just said? Ha? Huyu turned to look at Shinshan, and his expression seemed a bit strange. He couldn't possibly believe those nonsense, could he? Brother Shan, you wouldn't have believed it too, would you? Shinshan did not answer. But this was the best answer. Brother Shan, where are there any gods? I am just making big dreams for old Fong, drawing big dreams, do you understand? Don't think too much. Shinshan hesitated for a moment and finally gave an answer. Clearly, he did not believe it. Did not believe the explanation given by the boss. In fact, he had suspected it long ago. Rebirth? What a ridiculous excuse, the boss is clearly sent by heaven to save them. Just like Noah's Ark from Western legends. Otherwise, how could he possibly have so many magical things? Even Bubu's leg injury can be healed in an instant. But why doesn't he tell himself the truth? Could it be that what he did was not good enough? Yes, it must be so. Thinking of Old Fong, his abilities far exceed his own, so he must be told the truth. And the boss chose to tell Old Fong the truth in front of him, then denied it now, surely wanting to urge himself to do better to become the chosen one. Ding! Favorability from Shinshan increased to 89. Ha! Favorability has increased. Boss. Shinshan just opened his mouth, looking at him with gratitude. I understand your good intentions. Don't worry, I won't tell them about this, and I will help you urge them to reach your requirements as soon as possible. Requirements? What requirements? Huyu was stunned, looking at Shinshan with some confusion in his eyes. But now is not the time to talk about these things. There are still 3 days until the water level rises again. After an upgrade, the Heart of the Ocean's sailing speed has reached legendary level, but it is unknown how much it can improve. He needs to know a specific time to prepare for what comes next. Little C. Huyu spoke directly and asked the artificial intelligence, at the current speed, how long will it take to reach Yujing? Replying to the master, the current sailing speed is 40 knots, 74 kilometers per hour, and it will take 36 hours to reach Yujing. Goodness, the previous speed was only 20 knots an hour, and now it's doubled, how amazing. Now it only takes a day and a half to arrive at Yujing. There is still time. Totally in time. Huyu felt a surge of joy, and once again, he heard Little C's voice. Master, should we activate overload mode? This mode can be used once every 24 hours, activating it now will double the sailing speed for 3 hours, allowing arrival at Yujing 6 hours early. Use it. Yes, activating overload mode. The sailing speed increased once again. It reached 80 knots, equivalent to 148 kilometers per hour. This speed is even faster than high-speed trains. But this is on water. The fastest motorboat speed in the world is only about 40 knots, not to mention such a huge thing. Not to mention, if that sea serpent appears again, there's no need to activate the defense system, just control the Heart of the Ocean to crash into it, and it can go right through. Looking at the scenery retreating beside him, Huyu smiled in satisfaction and walked back to the cabin slowly. Nino was exploring everywhere like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. As soon as she saw Huyu come in, she immediately rushed over. Boss Hu, where are we going? Yujing. Though Mino had only joined for a day, in terms of favorability, she had already surpassed most people. Huyu naturally had no reason to hide it from her. He casually walked to the sofa, took out 2 cans of chilled soda, and handed one to Mino. Want a drink? Drink! Mino took the soda and, like a curious baby, asked, what are we going to Yujing for? Huyu opened the soda and took a sip, turning to look at Mino, with a thought of testing her. Do you know about databases? Mino woke up to a question, and then her eyes sparkled, as if she thought of something. Database? I understand. You are really amazing. She wasn't at a loss for words, she was just so excited that she couldn't find the right words. What does amazing mean? Huyu leaned back on the sofa, continuing to guide her. I don't like flattery. It's definitely not flattery. Mino excitedly explained, in the existing internet databases, besides a certain platform, only those based in Yujing, namely Certain Hand and Certain Sound, have the largest databases. And this is just the internet databases. In addition, Yujing has a national database. If I'm not mistaken, your goal must be it. Books, materials, many treasures of human civilization are recorded in there. If we can take it away, as long as there is one human left, civilization can continue. Sure enough. The gap between people is this big. For 15 days, although many people on the ship knew that Huyu's goal was the database, no one mentioned the national database. This thing is Huyu's ultimate purpose. But the confidentiality level of this thing is extremely high. Heaven knows where it is. To avoid demoralizing the troops, Huyu never mentioned it. Unexpectedly, Mino revealed it with just one sentence. Since that's the case. What you said is quite right. Huyu shook his head, but that's a national database, who knows where it is? Besides, there is one person who knows. Oh? Who? Mino raised her hand and pointed to herself. Me. I know where it is. Chapter 97, Special Training. Really? Where is it? Let's go now. Huyu never expected that a talented person he casually found would know such a secret. It truly is a matter of finding a treasure without effort. Well, boss who, don't get too excited. Mino scratched her head and laughed. I only know some possible locations, I don't know the exact location, so we have to try them one by one. Easy. As long as we know the general location, just tell me how many possibilities there are? 125. How many? 125. Huyu fell into silence. He didn't speak, just waved his hand and slumped on the sofa inside the yacht. 125 places. Although they are all near Ujing, Ujing's area is as large as 27 capital cities of North Korea, finding them would be quite a hassle. Even if the heart of the ocean maintains a speed of 80 knots, searching through entire Ujing would take at least a few days. Now, time is money. Huyu only knows about the events that happen during the rainy season, so he must find a safe place during the rainy season. Should he want the national database or time? That's a question. Unless. Huyu looked at the children in front of him, a hint of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes. 125 places are just that. Finding them one by one would indeed take a lot of time. But, what if each person is responsible for 3 places? Me no. Huyu immediately stood up, refreshed after just a moment of despair. How long will it take you to mark those 125 points? Give me a map, I'll finish in 3 hours. Good. Huyu looked at the idle Li Ji. Brother Ji, can you memorize the map of Ujing? I've memorized it. But if it's a rough sketch, it'll also take 3 hours. Start now, Mino, you follow along, the sooner we finish the better. Yes. Both answered in unison, took a set of drawing tools, and went into a room to draw. Huyu then looked at Lao Wang, who was still in awe of the heart of the ocean. Lao Wang. Hey. Lao Wang jumped over eagerly, smiling and asking, Boss Hu, do you have any orders? How long does it take to teach someone to read a map and drive a boat? This. Old Wang's mouth twitched. For students of marine studies, even at the technical level, they need to study for 3 years. After deducting some cultural courses, it will take at least 2 years to master the skills of sailing. What if it's just a speedboat? That's simple. A slightly smarter one can just step on the gas and turn the steering wheel. What if the students are those kids? This. Old Wang fell into silence. Even though he was visiting the heart of the ocean, his attention had never left Huyu. He also knew about the national database. 125 points. If each student is responsible for 3 points, there would even be some excess. Boss Hu, is it too early to have the kids carry out such a task? Early? Huyu frowned and retorted, the past is the past, and now is now. Do you think that I provided them with enough protection so they can be like before, just go through 9 years of compulsory education and then go to college, becoming a Confucian like Kongiji? Old Wang, dreaming is not done this way. Now we can still protect them, but what about later? If something happens to us, what will they do? A little deer that has always lived in peace, once expelled into the wilderness, will only become prey for other creatures. Now, everyone is still naive deer, at least we can act as wolves, following behind them to protect them. Old Wang was silent. He hadn't thought of these things before, but now that Huyu mentioned it, he realized his thoughts were limited. Huyu stepped forward, placing a hand on Old Wang's shoulder. I understand your worries. But what we can do now is to teach them how to survive as much as possible, rather than just protecting them blindly. I understand. Old Wang was silent for a few breaths, finally lifting his head to look at Huyu. Boss Hu, don't worry, I will definitely teach that bunch of little brats to become little sea wolves. I will go right now. No rush, there's something else that needs to be done. What thing? Huyu did not say but led Old Wang toward the classroom. Originally, the 2 luxurious suites on the ship were connected to form a classroom. Now that the ship had doubled in size, the classroom was also divided into 2. Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong discussed for a moment and decided to teach separately. It was a way to share the pressure. When Huyu arrived, he directly combined the 2 classes into one. He had no intention of hiding anything from them but directly distributed the tasks. The national database, many of you may not have a concept of it. Simply put, it's the collection of all written records in our country, whether they are ancient texts passed down or studies that have just begun, regardless of whether they are domestic or foreign. As long as it's useful books, documents, or materials for people, they will all be recorded in the database. Having access to the database is like holding the spark of civilization. This database is essentially humanity's treasure. Only this treasure is hidden in one of the 125 places. We don't have time to search them one by one, and we need you as captains to individually pilot a speedboat through the storm to find it. Of course, this is voluntary. Anyone who wants to sign up, raise your hand now and start learning to sail from Captain Wang today. At that moment, only 2 little paws were raised. One belonged to Guanli, and the other belonged to Boo Boo. The next moment. Someone saw Guanli raise his hand and followed suit, but still looked a bit timid, clearly a bit scared. At this stage, it's not normal for kids not to be timid. A total of 13. Hu Yu quietly waited. 1 minute passed, and the number of raised hands remained at 13. This number of those raising their hands accounted for a quarter of the total. He was satisfied. Hu Yu didn't wait any longer. He immediately spoke, except for Boo Boo. Others followed Captain Wang to learn how to sail, while those who didn't raise their hands continued to study. Brother Hu Yu. Bu Bu's voice rang out in the classroom. I want to learn to sail, too. Bu Bu, be good. Hu Yu walked up in front of Bu Bu. Now she was able to stand normally, and when she raised her hand, she stood up alongside it. But even so, Hu Yu still had to squat down to meet her gaze. Brother knows you want to do things, but your leg isn't completely healed yet. Sailing isn't suitable for you. You will have other chances to show yourself, alright? But... Boss. Xin Shan's voice came from outside the classroom. Let her go. Shan go? You? Boss, Bu Bu is different from the other kids. She is the descendant of a soldier, carrying the duty of a soldier. Xin Shan's gaze was extremely resolute. If she doesn't have the ability, then that's that. But we all know her ability is enough for this task. If we make her hide behind the crowd, that would be her shame, and our shame. You? Hu Yu wanted to say something else. But Bu Bu spoke up again. Yes, Hu Yu brother, just let me try. If it doesn't work, I'll step back. What more could Hu Yu say? He could only sigh. Alright, give it a try. 29 hours later. 1 hour left to reach Yujing. At that moment, Hu Yu stood in front of the 13 children who had trained hard under old Wang, his chin somewhat out of control. These were just kids who had only attended 20 hours of classes. Chapter 98, Splitting Up. July 29th, 8 in the evening. The 16th day since the apocalypse began. The heart of the ocean had arrived at the edge of the Yujing area. Even at the edge, the water's surface was covered in a forest of steel. Originally, the brightly lit Yujing now only remained dim, with mostly concrete buildings visible above the water's surface. Only in Yujing. If it were elsewhere, these dense buildings would be completely invisible. The heart of the ocean's disadvantage appeared for the first time. This thing was simply too big. Not only was it 310 meters long, but it was also over 70 meters wide. While it was easy to pass through these buildings safely, the problem was, these buildings were not safe. Hu Yu would not show mercy to enemies, yet for these innocent people, life in the apocalypse was already difficult. If their homes were crushed by the ship, even in the afterlife, they would draw circles and curse him. To enter to purchase or seek the database, there was only one way. Change ships. Fortunately, they had gained quite a few ships in that so-called maritime kingdom, enough for everyone to use. Otherwise, it would be awkward now. Now the key issue was, how many people could take on the heavy burden of sailing? Old Wang. Hu Yu stood at the bow, looking at old Wang and asked, how have the ship learners been doing? In addition to the 13 children including Bu Bu, he also let the other adults on the ship join in the learning. Except for old Fong, everyone had followed old Wang for nearly 2 days of classes. They're all about the same. Miss Xiao and the others don't need to mention, they grasp things instantly. As for the kids, they learn quickly, as long as they remember the principles. Sailing in calm waters is no problem, but what? Speak candidly. Miss Bu Bu. Old Wang said with a mix of laughter and tears, her learning ability is undeniable, sailing is fine too, but... Hu boss, are you really comfortable letting her sail alone? Hu Yu didn't answer, just glanced at Xin Shan. This daughter's slave, if he's willing to let his daughter go out to take risks, that would be surprising. Just 29 hours ago, he had just come out of the classroom with Xin Shan, and this guy had already told him his plan. Secretly protect. He requested Hu Yu to follow him secretly, to be with Bu Bu, to give her training while ensuring her safety. Hu Yu just said this daughter's slave probably wouldn't do such things just because of so-called bloodline inheritance. So she readily agreed. Boss Hu. Mino Nua's voice rang out from the cabin, her eyes wide with dark circles as she held 30 maps. Done. I've got it done. She rushed in front of Hu Yu, presenting the 30 maps like a treasured gift. After editing and further eliminating, the 125 suspicious locations have been narrowed down to 30. Each map marks a suspicious location, as well as the nearest travel route and the final convergence route. Ha! Hu Yu was shocked, having eliminated 95 suspicious locations directly? How did you do it? Of course, it's all thanks to Brotherly. Mino Nua said as she glanced behind her. Li Shi just happened to come out of the cabin, his dark circles almost rivaling a national treasure. He didn't forget to raise his hand to greet Hu Yu, Boss Hu. I did not fail you. Brother G, you are. It's nothing, just overworked my brain for more than 20 hours, it's not a problem. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Li Ji collapsed, head down, and fell asleep immediately. Hu Yu's gaze couldn't help but fall on Mino Nua. The girl smiled awkwardly, scratching her head and looking away. Brother Li has such a strong body, falling asleep like that and sleeping so soundly. Alright, you should hurry and rest too, leave the rest to us. Hu Yu was not stingy, Mino Nua and Li Ji had already contributed enough, so the rest could be left to them. Counting the 13 children and the others including Xiao Zissou, they had 30 exploration teams that could independently navigate the boats. The numbers added up perfectly. However, he, Shinshan, and Xiener, and Bubu could only count as one exploration team, which meant they had only 28 teams. This was not a big deal, at worst, their team could find a couple more locations. Zilong. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong, handing him the map, spread it out, let Xiaohai record it in the system. Yes. Su Zilong instinctively replied, spreading out the map while slightly puzzled, Boss Hu, there's something I still need to ask. With Yujing being so large and the 30 locations evenly distributed, the two farthest locations are even over 100 kilometers apart. If we find the location or encounter danger, how do we communicate? Radios are not for everyone, and without a codebook, they can be easily deciphered, which could lead to danger if a malicious person got their hands on it. Fortunately, this issue had already been resolved. Xiaohai. Hu Yu spoke calmly, you explained to Zilong. Yes, master. Xiaohai's voice rang out, those 62 speedboats have been integrated into the Ocean Heart's intelligent management system, sharing artificial intelligence permissions with Ocean Heart, including but not limited to maps, mutual communication, positioning, and emergency protection systems. Ha! Su Zilong was somewhat confused, stopping his map spreading hand. I can understand the maps and communication, but this emergency protection system is. Xiaohai didn't answer. Hu Yu smiled mysteriously, you'll find out if your exploration team encounters danger. You just love to tease. Su Zilong mumbled. He still believed in Hu Yu deep down. After all, every step since the apocalypse began has been beyond everyone's expectations, turning decay into magic. Half an hour later. The exploration team gathered on the deck of the Ocean Heart, 30 speedboats. Each person's speedboat had a Xiaohai on board. Once they boarded, no complicated operations were needed, just pressing the gas pedal would allow them to sail towards the target under Xiaohai's navigation. Of course, Bubu was no exception. She hopped onto the speedboat, pressed the gas pedal, and sped towards the location marked on the map. A 6-year-old girl, executing a mission in such an environment for the first time. To say she wasn't excited would definitely be a lie. But to say she was scared, no. She wasn't scared at all. Bubu always knew. Her father is a hero. She also wants to be a hero. This is also why she must become a member of the exploration team. Since she is a hero, she will not feel fear. Since she is a hero, she will not stand behind the people. 1 hour later. Bubu's speedboat was almost approaching the target location. At that moment, a beam of bright light hit the speedboat. Bubu instinctively closed her eyes, and according to Teacher Wang's instruction, immediately took out sunglasses from the emergency box and put them on. In a dark environment, the most frightening thing is sudden bright light. She must maintain her visibility range and visibility to have enough conditions to think of countermeasures. That was a kayak. On the kayak were 2 adult men. They were less than 100 meters apart. When Bubu saw the other side, they naturally saw Bubu as well. Their expressions first showed shock, then turned into joy. Good news, they encountered a high-end speedboat in the apocalypse. Better news. On the speedboat, there is a tender and delicious little girl. The 2 men glanced at each other, and without saying much, could see each other's thoughts in their eyes. Sharp laughter echoed on the kayak. Chapter 99, Then I'll help you send him to the paradise. Heavy rain fell on the speedboat, producing a series of melodies on the metal deck. Bright and noisy. It drowned out all other sounds. So much so that even distant laughter couldn't be conveyed. Bubu could only watch as the illuminated kayak turned its direction and raced towards her. In an instant, her heart jumped to her throat. Panic instantly overwhelmed her completely. Also overwhelmed by panic was Shinshan, who was following a few hundred meters away. He was currently staring at the screen on the speedboat, which was showing the situation across from Bubu's speedboat. With the help of Xiaohai, they only needed to install a camera on each speedboat to remotely monitor everything each speedboat encountered on the sea. As for where the cameras came from, the previously stored batch of drones by Su Zilong had 8 4K cameras on each drone. Equipping more than 30 speedboats was a piece of cake. Otherwise, Hu Yu would not have felt at ease letting those little kids go out on their own for the mission. Of course, he did not tell the kids about this, nor did he tell the other adults. Executing a mission. If they can't feel danger, how can they understand that their current safety is hard-earned? Should we get a little closer? Hu asked from the side. He could sense Shinshan was worried. Even Sienna behind him couldn't help but clench her fists. After all, this was Bubu's first mission. If the apocalypse hadn't arrived, Shinshan and the others would have kept her living in a honeypot her whole life, never letting her touch these things. No need. Though surrounded by panic, Shinshan's years of military life still kept him in basic rationality. Each speedboat was equipped with enough life-saving equipment. As long as they utilize it wisely, it is enough to handle everything they might encounter. After all, the largest water area in Yujing is only a place called La Chassis, with an area of only 336 square kilometers, and it would be astonishing to have some speedboats on the water. They wouldn't run into large ships at all. To take 1,000 steps back, even without this equipment, there is still a heart of the ocean. The boss specially left the heart of the ocean at the outskirts of Yujing. As one who has witnessed its water combat capabilities, Shinshan naturally understands its purpose. Let her handle it alone for now. If she can't, we can step in later. Hu replied. He could only silently continue to look at the monitor screen on the speedboat. The kayak kept approaching. After a brief moment of panic, Bubu remembered the training old Wang had given before their departure. The first step when encountering an enemy is weapon intimidation. When facing an enemy, you must first show your tough means. They were on an exploration mission. If the enemy flees after weapon intimidation, that would be the best outcome. Right, the weapon is placed in. Bubu lowered her head and started searching in the speedboat. Quickly, she found a handgun, 3 fragmentation grenades, and a simple grenade launcher. These were standard equipment for the 13 speedboats driven by kids. The handgun was because the children's bodies were too small to handle the recoil of other weapons, so they could only carry this kind of handgun. Other boats had AKs and even RPGs. The fragmentation grenades made up for the handgun's lack of range and power. Considering that some kids struggled with throwing, Shinshan and Su Zilong had even worked overtime to convert some RPGs into grenade launchers. This thing had almost no recoil. As long as you pull the grenade safety pin, toss it in, and then stretch the base hard while aiming at the target, you could let go, and the grenade would fly toward the target. The effective range was about 20 meters, with a 5-meter explosion radius, enough to deal with some emergencies. Bubu did not use the grenades directly. Instead, she first raised the handgun and fired the first shot into the sky. The gunshot rang out, and the recoil pushed against her thin arm. Fortunately, Hu had found a swimmer to teach Bubu, so her arms could barely handle the impact of the gun. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The 2 people in the kayak couldn't help but stop paddling. There's a gun. How does this small girl have a gun? No wonder she's brave enough to drive a speedboat. She has something to rely on. Brother Wang, what should we do now? He. The man called Brother Wang chuckled. Even if she has a gun, so what? She's just a little girl, easy. Warning. Do not approach. Bubu's voice came through the speaker, otherwise, I can't ensure where the next shot will land. This was also a line old Wang had taught. Ordinary people seeing someone with a gun, paired with this statement, often would feel apprehensive. Moreover, they were driving a speedboat, which couldn't carry much food, so usually, there wouldn't be any real danger. However, greed is called greed for a reason, because its desires can never be filled. Don't shoot. Brother Wang shouted, little girl. We are from a shelter looking for supplies. There's an injured person on the boat. We really can't go back, can you help us? Yes. Please, save me. Shelter, injured person? Hearing the same words, Shinshan frowned. Such lies could only fool children. Not to mention whether Yujing had even established a shelter, even if it did, who would send a kayak to look for supplies? To take it one step further, whose injured person could still shout so loudly and far? Interesting. Hu naturally saw through the two's lie. He looked at Shinshan curiously and asked, Brother Shan, what do you think Bubu will choose? If she really lets those 2 get on the kayak, she better stay quietly on Heart of the Ocean afterward. Shinshan was prepared for the worst. He had already started warming up. If Bubu let those 2 get close, he would jump into the water at once and swim toward that kayak. In front of Bubu, he would expose them and kill them, making her see reality. However, Bubu's choice surprised both of them. Oh, an injured person? Bubu raised her hand and pointed the gun at the kayak. Bang! As the gunshot sounded, the advancing kayak instantly lost its energy and, under the pounding of the rainstorm, began to sink rapidly. Then let me help you send him to paradise. No need to be polite. Go for it. You must take good care of your brother on the way. 2 soft, sticky voices, yet carrying a hint of darkness, echoed on the water's surface. Hu's mouth twitched. He awkwardly glanced at Shinshan, who was still warming up. The other also looked at him, equally awkward. In that moment, both realized. The one sitting in the wheelchair, always soft and sticky, inside, might just be stuffed with black-hearted cotton. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. In this world, black-hearted cotton is clearly more suitable for survival than warm cotton. Watching Bubu's speedboat head towards its destination, Huyu and Shinshan said nothing and just followed silently. 5 minutes later. Xiao Hai's voice rang out from the speedboat. Master, a large part of the exploration team is detected to have encountered serious attacks. It is estimated that the attackers are likely members of the same organization. The approximate location of the enemy base has been calculated. Should we lock it in and carry out a remote strike? Huyu frowned, looking at the screen. Where is the enemy base? A red dot appeared on the screen. It coincided perfectly with one of the 30 suspected locations. And it was not far ahead. Chapter 100, Swim, I'll follow behind you. What a coincidence! Huyu helplessly exclaimed. According to Xiao Hai's calculations, the enemy base was just ahead, and that kayak had likely just come out not long ago. Even the gunshots fired by Bubu could very likely have been detected by the other side. Don't underestimate the heavy rain. To ears on high alert, no matter how loud the rain, a dangerous sound is like a silver needle falling in a quiet room. As long as one listens carefully, it is very likely to be heard. This was no longer a time for adventure. Xiao Hai, send a message to Bubu. Wait. Huyu had just wanted to let Xiao Hai send a message to Bubu to retreat and regroup, but he was interrupted by Shinshan. Brother Shan, you don't still want to test Bubu now, do you? A kayak is a kayak, and an organization is an organization. Since the enemy could organize such a large-scale exploration, there must be many insiders. How could a 7-year-old girl, with limited weaponry, possibly be a match for that organization? Boss, I know, I just want to see how she plans to handle it. Shinshan smiled bitterly. Just send a message saying there is a suspected enemy stronghold ahead. As for whether to retreat or what to do, we will just watch. After all, as her old father, it seems I also don't know what she's really thinking. Huyu's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but recall the scene of Bubu joking with those two after shooting at the kayak. A little girl could do such a thing. It was indeed terrifying. Especially after hearing Shinshan say that, he genuinely wanted to see what Bubu would do. Xiao Hai, sync the information to Bubu, and also transfer the remote strike permissions to her, allowing her to decide what to do. And if she contacts me, just say I've found the location of the national level database and am thinking of a way to salvage it, and cannot be connected. Yes, master. On the speedboat. Bubu had just driven the speedboat to the spot where the kayak sank. She was sweeping the water surface with her flashlight, not to look for traces of the enemy but to see if there were any leftover supplies. Brother Huyu said to be diligent and frugal. In the next moment. Ding! Xiao Hai's voice sounded in the speedboat. Miss Bubu, urgent notification, the exploration site ahead is suspected of having a local organization, which has dispatched a large number of kayaks and a few speedboats, and has already launched attacks on our exploration team. The specific location has been marked on your map. The master has unlocked remote strike permissions for you, and you can control the heart of the ocean for a remote strike at any time. Whether you choose to leave or continue. The master supports your choice. Oh? Bubu asked in confusion, were those two people just now also from their organization? There is a 98% probability of it. Do we have casualties? Miss Zhang Sirui's speedboat was hit and lost mobility. Waiting for rescue, the enemy's speedboat was destroyed. Aunt Jen. Is she okay? Her left arm is injured, but the bleeding has been stopped, and the nearest exploration team is on its way to rescue. Besides Xiao Zissou, her favorite was Zhang Sirui. As for the reason, she was the only one on the boat who could make egg tarts. And they tasted so good. If something happened to her, there would be no more desserts in the future. Bubu raised her head and looked at the blinking red dot on the map. After 2 seconds, she suddenly spoke. By the way, Xiao Hai, do you think those two people are still alive? The current water temperature is 11 degrees Celsius, plus the heavy rain washing away. The probability of their survival within 12 hours is 76%, within 24 hours is 21%, and within 48 hours is 5.2%. So, they are still alive, right? Can you calculate their location? In the distance on the speedboat, the two people listened to Bubu's voice and already guessed what she wanted to do. Finish them off. Before, they targeted the kayak, partly because the kayak was a large target, easy to hit, and partly because she didn't plan to kill anyone. Just teach the rude ones a lesson. Whether they survive or not would depend on their own luck. But now it was different. The enemy had hurt their people. Then the way to deal with it had to change. Please wait, I have calculated the enemy's location on the map for you. 2 blinking green dots appeared again on the map, moving in the same direction, which was toward that red dot. Thank you, Xiao Hai. You're the best. Bubu praised without hesitation, twisting the throttle and rushing toward one of the green light dots. In less than half a minute, the speedboat reached the side of a man who was swimming. On the water surface, no matter how good a swimmer you are, you cannot outswim a speedboat. At the moment he heard the roar of the engine, the man stopped struggling and chose to wait in place. He didn't have no chance. As long as he could swim underneath the speedboat when it stopped, he would have a chance to seize it. Unfortunately, Bubu did not give him that opportunity. After confirming the enemy's position, she directly raised her pistol with both hands, aimed, and fired a shot. Crimson spread out on the water's surface. She immediately turned and drove toward another green dot. This time, the enemy did not stop but desperately submerged into the water and swam away. He heard the gunshot too. He clearly understood the enemy's methods. Once he stopped or surfaced, it would be the moment his heart stopped beating. Bubu was continuously getting closer to him, the sound of the engine constantly stimulating his nerves. Until he could no longer hold back. The man surfaced and immediately saw the speedboat beside him, as well as Bubu leaning against it. Beneath her angelic face, there seemed to be a hidden devil. "Hello, uncle. I intend to check out your shelter, can you lead me there? As for the reward, I will figure something out for you." The man was first stunned, then quickly came back to his senses, hurriedly thinking, no need for a reward. "Little girl, let me get on the boat, and I will take you to our shelter. I guarantee you will eat and drink well in the future. But I don't like spicy food." "That's all right, you." The man began approaching the speedboat, but in the next instant, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze. The gun was aimed at the center of his forehead. "Uncle, I am a bit of a neat freak, so it's better if you don't get on the boat. If you want to lead me there, swim, I'll follow you from behind." The man's smile stiffened. But he also knew this was his only chance. Isn't she just a little girl? A shelter? Ha! Since you want to go, let's see how far you can go. Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant later. Isn't it just a gun? Who doesn't have one? Okay, I'll take you there right now. Meanwhile, Shinshan couldn't help but frown. What exactly does Bubu want to do? Even if we are going to that place, it doesn't need one person to lead the way, right? Isn't this asking for trouble? Maybe. Huyu looked at the surveillance on the screen, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I know what she wants to do now. Chapter 101 Genius? Madman? Sometimes, one must admit that there are many geniuses in this world. Clearly, we are all human beings, but some just have to be smarter than you, achieving more in certain aspects. Like Guanli, and also like Bubu. At first, Huyu thought of Bubu as a cute little girl, and indeed she acted like a lovely girl. But from the things she just did, everything before might just have been the persona she created. The first shot Bubu fired seemed unremarkable, but from the second shot, there was much to notice. First of all, she held the gun with both hands, her posture very standard. Though it was a close-range shot, there was no aiming or mental preparation process. This means she has used a gun before, and her marksmanship is likely not poor, otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident in this situation. How could someone who has used a gun hit a kayak while aiming at the target? Unless, she did it on purpose. She deliberately hit the kayak to make these two people fall into the water, instilling a fear of possible death, and used this psychology to achieve her goal. Perhaps even if Xiaohai hadn't calculated the exact position of the other party, Bubu would have used her earlier methods to make them lead the way for her. The reason is simple. To numb the opponent. In the eyes of the person who survived, Bubu was just a soft-hearted girl who knows how to use a gun but doesn't understand human nature. Such a person is the easiest to deceive. She lets this person survive to create a persona beneficial to her, to help her achieve her goals. As for what this goal is, Huyu has a guess, but she is not very sure, so she can only follow and see. 15 minutes later. Outside a giant shopping center. The water level almost 60 meters high has submerged most of the floors here, but two speedboats and some kayaks can still be seen docked outside the floors. These items may not seem like much, but in this apocalypse, they are precious. Just looking at the number of kayaks and speedboats, at least 100 people must have gathered in this building. Stop for a moment. Bubu's voice came from the speedboat. The man not only did not stop but even tried to sneak back to report. Bubu didn't let him get away, pulling out a fragmentation grenade and asking, "Do you think you can swim faster than this grenade explodes?" The man stopped swimming, which was considered an answer to Bubu. "I ask what you answer. If your answer exceeds 3 seconds, I will consider you lying. The price is a bullet, do you understand?" Seeing the gun aimed at him, the man wished he could nod his head hard enough to give himself a concussion. It's just answering some questions. He didn't believe this little girl really dared to kill him. With a gun and a grenade, so what? Isn't she just one person? How many people are there in your organization? 124 in total. Oh right, we lost some members a few days ago, and now there are only 102 left. Are supplies enough? Sufficient. There is a large supermarket below this building, which has everything. Our kayaks and speedboats come from there. What about weapons? The man didn't speak, looking at Boo Boo with eyes full of resentment. As if asking, if we had weapons, would we be this helpless? Got it. Boo Boo replied, and then she leaned close to the screen and sweetly shouted, Daddy. Brother, who you? Are you there? There are too many people inside. Boo Boo can't handle it. In an instant, the entire body of water seemed to fall into silence. Even the sound of heavy rain hitting the water seemed to disappear. The man still floating in the water was momentarily stunned, looking up at Boo Boo, confusion filling his eyes. Could this little girl really be crazy? What is she shouting at a speedboat screen for? In this world without internet, transportation relies mostly on swimming, and communication depends on shouting. What could she possibly shout at a screen? She couldn't be a madman, could she? That possibility isn't non-existent. What normal person would drive a speedboat at such a young age and even play with guns? While the man pondered, a man's voice did indeed come from the speedboat. Coming. This was Shin Shan's voice. His mood was a bit complicated. It was like opening a blind box and finding a soft, sweet, and cute little princess. He wanted to keep her at the head of his bed while sleeping, fearing she would bump or knock against something. But one day, when he woke up at night, he suddenly discovered this little princess was actually Annabelle. That kind of contrast, even Shinshan found hard to accept for a moment. Not only Shinshan, but Huyu also felt a bit nervous. Soon, the speedboat that Shinshan and the others were on successfully approached. Before Huyu and he could speak, Boo Boo's sweet voice rang out again. Daddy! Brother Huyu! Sister Siener! With that, Boo Boo jumped directly from another speedboat and dove into Shinshan's arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. If they hadn't witnessed everything happening, they might have been busy comforting this little princess by now. Woo woo! Daddy, I won't be naughty anymore. Woo woo! Alright Boo Boo, stop crying for now. Daddy will handle the important stuff first, okay? Shinshan gently coaxed. But as he lowered his head, he saw Boo Boo's big, watery eyes. Daddy, what important stuff are you talking about? Her tears were dropping onto the speedboat. This didn't seem fake at all. If it were fake, Boo Boo could win an Oscar. Her performance was so good that even Huyu couldn't tell the difference. Boo Boo. Shinshan was really a bit angry. He was a girl dad for sure, but he didn't want his little princess, whom he cherished, to deceive him. Especially in such a situation. Wait, Brother Shan, don't rush. Huyu stopped Shinshan's next move, crouching down in front of Boo Boo and asking with slight confusion, Boo Boo, what do you mean by not being naughty? I won't drive the speedboat anymore. Boo Boo looked at Huyu, speaking softly, that speedboat is too hard, I can't learn it at all, and that teacher Wang is too fierce. This isn't right. Boo Boo's thoughts seemed to be stuck 30 hours back, during Professor Wang's speedboat lesson. But now, 30 hours had already passed. How could she still be stuck in that memory? Shinshan also noticed something was off. He crouched down, frowning and asking, Boo Boo, think carefully, this happened 30 hours ago. We're already at Yujing, you're on a mission, remember? Yujing? Mission? Boo Boo's eyes were full of confusion. She didn't seem to be acting, compared to the Boo Boo just now, she seemed like a different person. A light grunt came from her. Boo Boo seemed to discover something. She opened her palm, where a note was stuffed inside. Daddy, look. Shinshan was quick and snatched the note immediately. With just one look, he froze in place. Olshin, what does it say? Huyu asked urgently. Boss, you'd better read it yourself. Chapter 102, Underwater Harvest. Brother Huyu, nice to meet you for the first time, my name is Linlin, hello. The contents of the note came into view. Huyu glanced at it, and his brow instantly furrowed. The handwriting on it was completely different from Boo Boo's, but only she had the chance to hold this note. Linlin? What the heck is going on? Shinshan knew what Huyu wanted to ask and immediately spoke up, Boss Hu, let's handle the immediate situation first. We can talk about anything else when we get back. Boo Boo was still present. It was best not to let the little one know about this kind of thing. Huyu's eyes fell on the man in the water, keep leading the way. This sentence was not up for discussion, it was a command. The man understood that he had no choice. Staying here would mean death, whether sooner or later. If he wanted to survive, there was only a slim chance swim back. He immediately swam toward the direction of the headquarters, and Shinshan instinctively reached for the speedboat to follow. But Huyu raised a hand and pressed down on the steering wheel. Wait a moment. Boss? Shinshan asked in confusion, isn't returning now like letting the tiger back into the mountain? Exactly, letting the tiger back into the mountain. Huyu replied calmly. He sat on the speedboat, watching the red dots on the screen. If we don't let him go back, how will others know we are here? With this one sentence, Shinshan suddenly understood Huyu's intention. Notify. Since these people could operate kayaks and speedboats to search for supplies in the small area of Yujing, they must have some form of communication signal. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to hand out kayaks to so many people to search for supplies in such an environment. If they could achieve this, then this organization already had the most basic cohesion. When such an organization faces a threat, the first thing to do is bang! A burst of fireworks shot up from the top of the building in front. It bloomed into the dark environment, shining brilliantly. It's here. This was what Huyu had been waiting for. The signal. When the other party knows that they have firearms, they will definitely call back those who were sent out. Those people must all be elites. And this was the result Huyu wanted. To concentrate all the dangers faced by others, or those that might be faced, in one place. In simple terms, surround way to rescue Zhao. Master, it has been detected that the kayaks faced by each exploration team are retreating. Got it. Huyu replied, then sat on the speedboat, looking at Bubu, who was still trembling. Even if Shinshan didn't say it, he could actually guess a few things. Earlier, he had seen Bubu's panel and knew what skill she had and what her personality was. But the things she just did were clearly not things that Bubu could do. Unless she had another personality. Huyu had seen some news before. He heard that there were people with split personalities, where one personality was nearsighted while another had normal vision. When the personality switched, even the vision changed. Even physiological structure could change because of it, making the skills or personality shift perfectly normal. And adding on that name from the note. Lin Lin. Maybe this was Bubu's other personality. Huyu looked at Bubu, saying nothing more, and turned back to the screen on the speedboat. Xiaohai, is the location marked by Minono nearby? Yes, master. To be exact, it's at your 37 degrees angle, 568 meters away. Huyu looked at the spot Xiaohai pointed to. Under the 60-meter water coverage, only a sea of blue remained there. Brother Shan, if it's a national database, can it still be used after getting wet? I'm not sure. Shinshan gave a wry smile. Although he used to be a soldier, he didn't understand these things and could only guess, but with such extreme confidential items, they should have emergency protection systems, and the waterproofing should be pretty good. So there's still a chance, right? Huyu countered, casually pulling out a skill book from his space backpack. Mastering Diving. It was one of the skill books retrieved by Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong earlier. He hadn't learned it before or thought he would ever face such an environment. He raised his hand and slapped the skill book against himself. The body suddenly changed a little, and Huyu could clearly feel that his breathing became a bit easier, and the strength of his lungs also changed. Brother Shan, you watch over Bubu, I'll go over. Boss, is it okay? Don't worry. Let Siener come along. Siener? I'll follow you, I can dive. And Siener's words were always very concise. Huyu did not refuse. In the underwater environment, he couldn't be sure, having Siener with him would be safer. As for what was happening on the water's surface, those people would need some time to come back. He was fully confident he could make a round trip. Huyu jumped onto the speedboat that Bubu had driven before, and Insiener followed him. Once in position, he took a deep breath, turned to look at Insiener, and leaped into the water. Cold engulfed his whole body. Huyu was not unfamiliar with this feeling. In his past life, it was when that woman soaked him in seawater. In this life, it was his own choice. With diving skills, Huyu could open his eyes underwater and barely see the situation below the surface. In the next moment, a burst of white light shone from behind him. Huyu turned to see Insiener right behind him, holding a military flashlight. It still takes teammates. He began to dive. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Huyu started to feel a bit strained, but he felt he hadn't reached his limit yet. Soon, he spotted a cluster of buildings. The height of these buildings was not tall, with the tallest being no more than 20 meters. He needed to dive another 10 meters to reach the rooftop of this building. Huyu continued to dive and soon arrived at the rooftop. Luck was on his side, landing just at the Sky Terrace door, but unfortunately, the door was locked. Now he was 40 meters underwater. At this water pressure, even with a key, he couldn't open this door. Fortunately, the white light got closer, and Insiener arrived at Huyu's side, without any extra movements, just one kick. Bang! A series of bubbles burst out. The iron door was kicked open. and Sienna pointed inside, indicating she would go in first to scout. Huyu shook his head and raised his hand to press against the cement wall. One pull. The entire building was put into the space backpack. Underwater, and Sienna tilted her head. Huyu's mind-reading technique successfully activated for the first time. A series of question marks floated above in Sienna's head. So, you also have emotions? This is going to be fun. Huyu smiled, starting to ascend, while checking his recent haul. With just one glance, he froze. Inside, there were not heaps of storage devices for the database, but rather, 5 planes. 5 fighter jets. Chapter 103, Ransom. If only Sienna had mind reading, otherwise when she looked at Huyu now, his head would definitely just have 2 words. What the hell? Those are the latest model fighter jets. If these things were in someone else's hands, they would either be put to waste due to lack of piloting experience, or turned into scrap metal due to insufficient takeoff and landing space. But in Huyu's hands? Pilots? Xinshan, Su Zilong, Zhao Zhong, Li Ji, and Sienna, exactly 5 people. With their teamwork, they could even form a small flight formation for aerial reconnaissance or strikes. Flight area? Legendary Ocean Heart. As long as the deck is slightly modified, it could be used as an aircraft carrier. The only flaw is the arrestor wire. If this thing is missing, then even with fighter jets, it would be one-time use, difficult to return after taking off. But well, the 2 toughest problems are solved, just a mere arrestor wire, no big deal, we can take a trip to the seaside and see if we can snag some aircraft carrier warehouse materials. Or, take the whole aircraft carrier away? Huyu thought, saliva almost drooling down. Fortunately, the remaining oxygen in his lungs brought him back to reason. Up first, and then talk. Huyu made a gesture to Sienna, signaling to rise now. Sienna nodded, grabbed his collar, and directly started to swim upward. Before long, the 2 of them resurfaced. As soon as he came up, Huyu saw a kayak closely tied to his speedboat. 2 people were already on the speedboat, trying to figure out how to operate it to leave. They should also be from that organization, right? Huyu kept quiet and turned to look at Sienna. Ha! Where is she? Before Huyu could gather his thoughts, a figure leaped out from the surface of the water beside the speedboat. Bang! Sienna struck with a blade hand, knocking down the 2 who were trying to drive the speedboat away. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Huyu couldn't help but give her a big thumbs up. Sienna stood silently to the side, waiting for him to handle those 2. She looked as if she had no emotional fluctuations. But this time, Huyu's mind-reading ability succeeded again. A smiling face floated above Sienna, expressing her emotions. If it weren't for this unreliable skill, he really wouldn't have noticed how diverse Sienna's emotions were. Huyu swam up to the speedboat and looked at the 2 people knocked out by Sienna. Throw these 2 onto the kayak, someone will pass by later and probably take them away. Okay. Sienna replied, grabbed one in each hand, and directly tossed them onto the kayak. Huyu then steered the speedboat to meet with Xinshan and the others. The distance of more than 500 meters passed in an instant. Huyu wanted to share what he found underwater with Xinshan, but before he could speak, Xinshan spoke first. Boss, something happened. Ha! Huyu let out a grunt and was about to ask for details when a voice shouted from afar. Friends outside, I don't care what your purpose is, please leave our jurisdiction immediately, or we will take coercive measures. Ha! This tone is a bit arrogant. Huyu raised his eyebrows and looked toward the direction of the voice, frowning immediately. Speedboats. Originally, there were only 2 speedboats outside the building, but now there were 4. Huyu frowned, vaguely guessing something. Brother Shin, what's going on now? One of ours has been captured. Xinshan frowned. According to Xiaohai, 2 kids were caught, one is called Guanli, and the other is named Chen Shanshan. Their weapons were also confiscated. Guanli? This kid also got caught? Huyu was somewhat surprised. Xiaohai's voice immediately rang out. According to surveillance, Guanli should have approached after discovering Chen Shanshan was captured, and was caught. That makes sense. Brother Huyu. Bubu tugged at Huyu's sleeve, whispering, can you save them? Bubu, don't worry. They are with me, I will naturally bring them back. Huyu raised his hand and rubbed Bubu's head. Then he looked up at the building, his eyes filled with killing intent. He didn't intend to eliminate this group entirely, just wanted to draw their attention to himself so that others could complete their exploration task. But since they wanted to play, he would play along with them. They had only suggested leaving and hadn't mentioned trading hostages. Usually, this situation only has 2 possibilities. 1, the enemy has killed the hostages and can't offer them, so naturally, there's no need to mention it. The other. The enemy wants to take the initiative, waiting for the hostage party to panic before deciding the price. Now it seems likely to be the latter. Fine, then let's play with them. Hu Yu took a loudspeaker from his backpack and shouted outside, "We can leave on the condition that you return our people." The request was already made, it was up to the other side to respond. People? Ha ha ha, are you talking about those two little brats? I heard you have many speedboats, right? How about this? You give us 20 speedboats, along with the weapons equipped on your speedboats, as ransom to us, and we will return these two people to you. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but life does not. 2 lives for 20 speedboats, it's clear that you are making a profit. Alright, no problem. Hu Yu responded, "We can agree to your terms, but you have to let us know that those two people are still alive." Speak. A fierce voice came. Then came Guan Li's voice. "Boss Hu, the target is at the location I explored, the mission is complete." There was no tension, no fear. Guan Li proved his safety in the simplest tone, and reported his mission. "This kid," Shinshan said with a smile, turning to Hu Yu, "Boss, according to that kid's information, Siener and I can handle it." "Now you understand?" The voice rang out again. "I don't care what you want, now, bring the boats to me, or..." Bang! A gunshot echoed in the air. Obviously, the opponent had already mastered the weapons on those two speedboats. No rush. Hu Yu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. They want the boats, right? Then let's give them the boats, and see if they have the life to take them. Boss, do you mean? Isn't Shanghai's long-range missile still in use? Hu Yu raised his hand and stroked the screen of the speedboat, it needs to test its firepower. Understood. Now let them come over with the speedboats. Chapter 104, Uncle Shin, be careful. Inside the building. The man who just agreed to the terms put down the loudspeaker, frowning in annoyance. Damn it! The price is too low. The other party agreed so readily, clearly not valuing those 20 speedboats and weapons. He looked down at Guan Li, who was tied up like a big crab, and forced a smile. "Little friend, honestly tell your brother, how much supplies do you have? Say it, and your brother will give you some meat cans." Meat cans. When these 3 words were spoken, everyone's eyes around lit up. This was the only meat they could find to eat directly in the apocalypse. You could say a meat can was worth a life. Really? Guan Li exclaimed, his eyes full of desire, and he pretended to swallow hard. No, I don't believe it. You can't possibly have meat cans. Even if you do, you won't give them to me. Who says? The man retorted and signaled a muscular guy behind him. The muscular man immediately took out a meat can from his travel backpack. From the sound of him digging into the bag, there should be more cans inside. The muscular man handed the can to the man. The man casually opened the can, and a waft of meat aroma floated out, stirring the emotions of those nearby. In that moment, the sound of swallowing drowned out the rain outside. Here. The man took out a piece of meat and brought it to Guan Li's mouth. "Brother will feed you." Following the principle of not missing out on free food, Guan Li directly bit into it, swallowing that small piece of meat while not forgetting to bite the man back. You! The man winced in pain and was about to hit Guan Li. But Guan Li shrank his neck and hurriedly said, "We have more than just speedboats, we also have ships." With this one sentence, the man's eyes widened. Ships. If he obtained this, wouldn't he be able to explore broader waters and acquire more resources? Even if the rain was heavy, he would have a greater chance of surviving in the apocalypse. Really? Aha. Guan Li nodded. Actually, besides ships, we also have. He hadn't finished speaking. Guan Li's gaze was already glued to the meat can. Here, eat more. The man understood his meaning and, regardless of the pain in his fingers, continued to feed him from the can. In his heart, he was already calculating how to raise the price once the other party handed over the speedboats. It's just a can of meat, how can it compare to a ship? But who knows, after Guan Li finished the can of meat, the next thing he said was, "But that ship has already been holed and taken away by the mermaid." Man? What do you mean? I mean it has already sunk. Guan Li blinked his big eyes and naturally said, "Uncle, your comprehension is really poor. You dare to mess with me? Come. Fight." Guan Li raised his neck and stared at the other party. "If you hurt me, you won't get even a speedboat." Humph. The man sneered and directly grabbed Guan Li's neck, tightening his fingers to lift him up. Guan Li! Chen Shanshan exclaimed and rushed forward to save Guan Li, but before she could take 2 steps, she was blocked by the muscular man. Veins bulged on Guan Li's forehead, but he didn't struggle. Instead, he held onto the other person's wrist with both hands. He wanted to speak but couldn't get a word out. "Kid, pretty tough, huh? I want to see how tough you can be." In less than an hour, the expedition team sent out earlier had all gathered in front of that building. Before Hu Yu could issue the next order, Su Zilong directly approached. Boss Hu, can you at least leave a few alive? Not a single one. Hu Yu replied calmly. All right. Su Zilong said as he jumped into the water, preparing to approach from below. Before he could swim out, Hu Yu bitterly smiled and said, come back. Ha? Su Zilong floated to the surface, looking at him in confusion. Aren't we leaving no one alive? I didn't tell you to go directly into action. Oh. Su Zilong replied and had to climb back onto the speedboat. He looked at Hu Yu with some confusion and noticed that besides him, Shinshan and others were also there. Who else could handle this group of guys besides them? Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Waiting for a fireworks show. Hu Yu replied calmly. After confirming everyone had arrived, he directly ordered, send 20 speedboats over. Brother Shin, get ready to pick them up. Okay. Shinshan replied without hesitation. Zilong, Zhonggu. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong beside him. You two go around and provide backup. Remember, if you can, just save people, don't kill. I have other plans to test. Of course, if you encounter danger, you can decide whether to kill. Alright. Yes, boss. Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong responded and jumped into the water, beginning their mission. For Hu Yu's orders, the group of kids felt there was nothing strange, they just had to follow the instructions. But the other adults were all filled with confusion. Sending 20 speedboats. Although that amount doesn't mean much to them, far less important than 2 lives, but there were clearly better solutions. Why was Boss Hu doing this? He couldn't possibly be afraid of that group of guys, right? Impossible. Definitely impossible. Su Linglong came down from her yacht and went to Han Weiwei's speedboat. Linglong Jie. Han Weiwei lowered her voice and asked Su Linglong with a hint of confusion, what does that mean? Is he compromising with this group of guys? Others might not know what level of power Shinshan and the others had, but the two of them were clear about it. It was they who had saved both of them back then. Unless that building was full of mutated monsters, how could they possibly be the opponents of this group? Let's wait and see. Su Linglong casually replied, standing on the speedboat, looking in Hu Yu's direction. According to his character, he wouldn't accept someone else's threat, nor would he give up what he has. He must have his reasons for doing this. Besides these two, there were also some other voices on the other speedboats. Most of them didn't quite understand why Hu Yu was doing this. Confusion aside, the actions of the empty speedboats didn't slow down at all. 20 speedboats quickly gathered together. Simple ropes connected these 20 speedboats together, and Shinshan steered the front one toward the building. He held a megaphone and shouted up, "Hey! Up there! The speedboats are here, let the people go." One person peeked out and looked at the number of speedboats outside. 20 boats, just enough. The man who had taken Guanli hostage looked outside and saw that only one person had come, and immediately waved his hand to give orders. Fire! Yes! As soon as the words fell, 2 people holding grenade launchers took aim at Shinshan and launched the grenades. Seeing this, Guanli hurriedly shouted. The moment the voice came out, Shinshan had already sensed something was wrong. He immediately jumped into the water, diving deep underneath the surface and hiding under the speedboat. He was responsible for procuring the grenades, so he knew their power very well. Hiding in this position, no matter how many grenades they threw down, he would not be harmed. But Guanli. Smack! The man, his face twisted in fury, grabbed his collar and questioned, "You like to talk back, huh? Well, I'll see how tough that mouth of yours really is." Smack! Guanli's cheeks swelled visibly with speed. In the corner, Su Zilong frowned but did not act recklessly, using his earpiece to speak to Hu Yu. "Boss, we have successfully infiltrated and can carry out the mission. Is there any danger? Can we safely rescue Guanli and Chen Shanshan?" Hu Yu asked immediately. "No danger, we can handle it." Zhao Zhong's voice rang out from the side. If this were Su Zilong speaking, Hu Yu might consider it, but if it was Zhao Zhong saying it, then there's no need to think about it. Hu Yu calmly said, "Shangu, you provide support." "Yes." Shinshan answered back, flipping over from underwater and climbing back onto the speedboat, looking up at the people in the building, and pretending to be angry as he shouted. "Ha, contract spirit?" The man, drawn in by Shinshan's voice, leaned out. "We're in an apocalypse now, who the hell is talking about contract?" Before he could finish the word spirit, a gunshot rang out on the water surface. Shinshan pulled out his pistol and shot directly, hitting the man's forehead. Blood splattered all over Guanli. But he showed no hesitation, rushing to grab Chen Shanshan and running towards the window. Bang! Along with them, Guanli and Chen Shanshan fell down. Fortunately, this floor wasn't high. It was only about 6 meters from the water surface, so it wouldn't cause too much harm to these 2 little ones. Seeing this, Shinshan jumped into the water to save them immediately. At the same time, upstairs, Upon hearing the gunshots, Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong were about to take one child each, saving them first before dealing with the group of people. But before they could react, those two little ones had already jumped into the water. They exchanged glances, finding confusion in each other's eyes. What to do? The mission targets had already left. What were they still doing here? Force them into the water. Hu Yu's voice echoed in their earpieces. He had naturally noticed everything that had just happened and directly changed their targets. I just want results. Got it. Gunfire echoed through the floors. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Run. Quick. To the window. Jump out. Amidst the fierce gunfire, one could still hear some chaotic shouts. Over 100 people waiting in the floor instantly shifted from excitement, preparing to welcome big gifts, to panic. A swarm of people, like moths drawn to a flame, all rushed toward the windows. Like dumplings, one by one, they jumped into the water, desperately swimming towards those 20 speedboats. Perhaps because of the threat to their lives, the group of people swam at a terrifying speed. In less than 10 seconds, someone had already flipped over and boarded a speedboat, quickly starting it while also searching for weapons on board. But how could Hu Yu possibly give them such things? It must have been taken away long ago. Seeing that the search was fruitless, those people drove the speedboat away, not daring to stay for a second longer. Fearing the bullets might hit them. However, with only 24 speedboats, the ones who could board them were always a minority. More people could only board kayaks, striving with all their might to chase after the speedboats, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Report. Su Zilong's voice rang out, mission accomplished, everyone has been driven into the water. Hu Yu replied calmly. Report. Shin Shan surfaced at this moment, holding a child, hostages rescued, no injuries. Requesting further instructions. Hu Yu looked at the countless escaping speedboats and kayaks before him, speaking calmly, Xiao Hai, automatically lock onto the target and conduct a long-range strike. Yes. Xiao Hai's voice sounded. Suddenly, more than 40 red dots appeared on the screen. These were all the speedboats being taken away, as well as the kayaks. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A streak of fire streaked across the sky, and over 40 small warheads fell from the air. Boom! The sound of explosions almost simultaneously echoed. Flames erupted on the water's surface, dazzling like fireworks. Each warhead precisely hit those speedboats or kayaks, without the slightest waste. Even the explosion timing was almost identical. As for the power. Once the rain dispersed the thick smoke, all that could be seen were a few burning pieces of shipboard floating on the water. Even Hu Yu, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but be astonished at this moment. This is the strike capability of the heart of the ocean. To know that at this position, the heart of the ocean was at least more than 100 kilometers away, and its strike could cover in just 3 seconds. Such a level of firepower coverage on the sea is purely a dimensionality reduction strike. Xiao Hai. Master, I'm here. What is the maximum number of such warheads you can launch at once? Up to 108 warheads can be launched per day, and they can be fired in different batches, with a 30-second interval between each launch, resetting all warheads after 24 hours. 2 words suddenly floated in Hu Yu's mind. Invincible. With the heart of the ocean, even if they encountered a warship, they probably had the power to fight. However. Speaking of which. Now at Yujing, they had already gone a circle along the coastline. Why haven't they seen even a shadow of a warship? Who knows if they had any other plans? Forget it, the most important thing now is to recover the national database first. Hu Yu released another batch of ships, splitting into 3 routes. He had Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong lead teams, the former taking a part of people back to the heart of the ocean, while the latter took Su Linglong to find the headquarters of a certain hand and a certain sound to discuss the database transaction. He himself drove a speedboat, taking Shinshan and Ensiener towards the exploration location of Guanli. In no time, he arrived at the location mentioned by Guanli. Different from the previous exploration site, this place was not just a simple body of water, there was also a building. Hu Yu steered the speedboat closer to the building, deliberately creating some noise to see if there was anyone inside. Until he got close to the building's window, there was still no sound coming from inside. It was probably an empty building, who knows how Guanli was so sure that the database was inside. After circling around, he finally found a broken window that seemed to have been shattered by a bullet. It was likely that Guanli had entered from here at that time. Shan Gu. Okay, boss. Without Hu Yu needing to say much, Shinshan took the initiative to crawl into the building. Start exploring. He turned on the flashlight and looked around, finding no danger, so he reached out and pulled Hu Yu and Ensiener up. The inside of the building was pitch black, but fortunately, the 3 had flashlights, otherwise, they wouldn't know where to go. Ha! Boss, look in front. Hu Yu turned to Shinshan and followed the direction of his finger to look ahead. Under the white light, 5 big characters appeared clearly. Ministry of Science and Technology of the State. This is the Ministry of Science and Technology of the State. Then the national database is most likely in this building. No wonder that Kid Guanli was so sure. He probably walked to this location, confirmed where the database was, and left immediately. Got it. Huyu replied, turned around, and walked back. No need to explore, I'll just pack it up and take it away. By the way, ask Zilong if he found the headquarters of those 2 companies. Okay. Shinshan replied. The 3 of them returned to the speedboat through the hole they came from. Huyu raised his hand and pressed it against the surface of the building. Collect. The entire Ministry of Science and Technology building was collected into the space backpack. And in the next instant, hundreds of dark shadows appeared in front of them at the same time. Living beings. There are living beings in this building. Before Huyu could see what those shadows were, one of them lunged directly at him. Chapter 106. Second target, the Forbidden City. Bang! Fortunately, Anciener had been guarding behind him. At the moment the shadow lunged over, Anciener kicked up her leg and sent it flying 5 meters away. But the danger was not over. The other shadows, seeing this, immediately lunged over. Boss! Shinshan exclaimed, immediately blocking in front of Huyu, while taking out his gun to shoot. Quick! Start the boat! The gun's muzzle erupted with fire. In the weak light, Huyu could also see the specific shape of those things. People. Those hundreds of dark shadows were all people. And they were all wearing specially designed work clothes, which made them look so bulky. If it weren't for the fire light from the gun's muzzle, he probably wouldn't have recognized these beings. Huyu frowned and immediately stepped on the gas of the speedboat, rushing towards the distance. Those people were continuously swimming in the water, but no matter what, they couldn't catch up to the speedboat. But the next moment, a scream suddenly rang out on the water. Help me! Don't, gurgle. Save, gurgle. There are still people. There are still living people. Huyu turned to look at Shinshan. Brother Shan, is there a way to save them? As long as you ensure your own safety. Shinshan shook his head. Too many shadows, it's okay to try from a distance, but if I rush over to save, I can't guarantee I won't get hurt. Then let's do it from a distance. Huyu said as he took out the RPG and handed the heavy firepower to the 2 people beside him. At the same time, he shouted towards the direction of the voice, stay underwater. Don't stick your head out. Boom! 3 RPGs blasted at the water's surface, blowing apart the shadows. Although they had all undergone varying degrees of mutation, they were essentially still people. As mere mortals, they couldn't withstand such bombardment. In no time, the entire water area was stained dark red. All visible moving things were eliminated on the water's surface. As for the person who just made the sound, Huyu found he hadn't seen anything at all. If it weren't for Shinshan and Anciener hearing it, he would have doubted if he was hearing things. Could they be sinking and unable to float back up? Shinshan asked doubtfully. It's possible. Didn't they just blow bubbles? Huyu replied, directly diving into the water. He indeed saw a figure sinking deeper into the water. It must be this guy. He quickly dove down and finally grabbed this person when he was about 20 meters down, starting to float up. He needed to be quick. During the process, Huyu didn't feel even a bit of resistance, and he didn't know whether this person was still alive. Huyu surfaced as fast as he could, handing the person in his hands to Shinshan. Brother Shan, first aid. Hurry! Shinshan said nothing more. A hand lifted the man up, and resuscitation began on the speedboat. Huyu then crawled back onto the speedboat, looking at the man, and a panel suddenly popped up before him. Name, Zhou Wenxuan. How much? Only 31. Huyu almost thought this guy was nearing 50, just from looks. If you looked from his bald head. Well, looking at the size of his bald spot, at least he looked like a 60-year-old old man. But when he checked the panel, it said 31. Goodness, no wonder he's an epic skilled programmer, even his appearance is epic. Put. Water splashed out. Zhou Wenxuan began to cough incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. Boss, he's alive. Huyu replied, searching through his space backpack for a clean outfit to change into, glancing at Zhou Wenxuan on the speedboat. Where am I? Is this the underworld? No, you're not that lucky. Huyu teased, you're still in the human world. Who are you? The one who just saved you. Ding. Favorability from Zhou Wenxuan increased to 30. Thank you. Zhou Wenxuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, it was as if he remembered something, and he shouted, no. We have to go. There's danger here. He pushed himself up, his gaze scanning the water outside. Countless dismembered limbs floated on the water's surface, leaving him in momentary silence. If the danger you're talking about is this, then there's no danger now. Huyu sat on the speedboat, tossing him a towel. Now tell me, what exactly happened? Zhou Wenchuan regained his composure, turning to Huyu with a look of disbelief. These monsters, did you guys kill them? Yeah. Huyu replied, continuing to ask, they should all be researchers from the Department of Technology, right? That's right. So, do you know why they turned into this? Zhou Wenchuan nodded, then shook his head. As if he had thought of something terrifying, he hurriedly retreated to a corner of the speedboat. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Nothing at all. His commotion was too great. The speedboat, which was already a bit cramped for 3 people, nearly capsized with his flailing. Huyu turned and gave Sienna a look. Bang! A swift chop struck down. Zhou Wenchuan immediately fainted, quietly lying on the speedboat, just a 31-year-old old man. Boss. Shinshan asked from the side, what do we do now? Have Zilong and the others responded? Not yet, they probably haven't reached their target location. With little Hai's navigation, getting lost was not an issue, and no news likely meant they hadn't arrived yet. Then we don't need to hurry. Huyu looked at the speedboat screen and entered an address in the navigation bar. Perfect, let's take away what needs to be taken. What needs to be taken? Shinshan was puzzled, his gaze landing on the search bar, and he fell into a daze at first glance. Search, Forbidden City. Boss can't be thinking of. Oh yeah. That is a dazzling gem in Huaxia's history, there's no reason to let it remain tarnished, sleeping underwater now that we are here. Heading to the Forbidden City, a total of 47 kilometers, expected to arrive in 1 hour. Let's follow the navigation. Huyu added. Yes. Shinshan immediately started the speedboat, heading towards the direction of the Forbidden City. Huyu stood at the bow, beginning to sort through the gains from that building earlier. The database was indeed inside. Unlike some companies' database, the national database's scale was actually more than 10 times larger. Both are the largest data storage systems, but that company's storage had only 24 units, while the building's storage had an astonishing 300 units. The data recorded inside was the essence of all essences. With these 300 storage devices, along with a suitable reading device, even if the world resets to its primitive society, they could quickly return to the current information society. This can be said to be Huyu's biggest gain since the arrival of the apocalypse. As for the second biggest gain, Huyu looked at the destination that was getting closer, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It would soon be in hand. Chapter 107, Left 0, Right Fire, Thunder God aids me. 1 hour later. Above the waters of the Forbidden City. A water level of 60 meters was enough to submerge the splendor of this palace. Looking around, all that could be seen was a splash of water from the heavy rain. Without Little Hai's navigation, he feared he would never find this place. Huyu confirmed the location of the palace gate and prepared to dive into the water again. Boss! Wait! Before he could leap into the water, Shinshan called out to him. What's wrong, Brother Shan? Huyu asked in confusion. Look underwater. Huyu followed the beam of the flashlight Shinshan turned on and looked beneath the water's surface. A mass of darkness was swimming incessantly in the water, just like back at the community building, but this one was much larger. If it weren't for Shinshan's reminder, Huyu wouldn't have noticed this. Unfortunately, the panel's function couldn't be activated through the water surface, and Huyu had no idea what was beneath the water. Brother Shan, try shooting. Okay. Shinshan responded and immediately took up his AK, spraying bullets at the water's surface. The shadow below quickened its movements. Instantly, a vacuum zone formed around the speedboat. It seemed that they were indeed a group of living creatures. Huyu frowned slightly, and before he could think of a solution, the black shadow beneath the water took advantage of Shinshan changing the magazine and collectively swam towards the speedboat. Be careful. And Sienner said 2 words. Huyu sensed that something was wrong and immediately pulled out a yacht from his space backpack. And Sienner grabbed him and jumped over, with Shinshan closely following. In the next moment, the speedboat was completely dragged under. A mass of bubbles floated to the surface. The speedboat vanished without a trace as if it had never existed. They even eat speedboats. You are truly hungry. But to be fair, these creatures are much tougher than the little fish back then. The numbers were not just a level larger, their intelligence also seemed much higher. Facing a barrage of fire, they even knew to avoid danger. This is difficult to deal with. Boss, how about we retreat? Shinshan suggested, with these things underwater, we can't dive at all. The Forbidden City is indeed precious, but there's no need to risk our lives. At worst, we can raid the Great Eagle Museum. There are plenty of things in there too. It's just a matter of time. Huyu had no intention of letting go of any treasure in human civilization's history. Before, he lacked the ability and could only sigh longingly at the treasures that were plundered. But now it was different. He had the complete ability to search for them and bring them back home. Not only the Great Eagle Museum, but also the island country, beautiful country, these places, he wanted to see them all. He didn't have time to travel the world before, but now, all he had left was time. Even if it took longer, that was fine. But the Forbidden City must be taken. Huyu took out a piece of raw meat from his space backpack and tentatively tossed it into the water's surface. In an instant, the shadows rushed up, swallowing the piece of raw meat in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a bit of residue. As long as it could eat meat, that was enough. Huyu sat on the yacht, took out the blessing from the sea god, attached a small piece of raw meat to the hook, and confidently cast the first line. If he wanted to know what was beneath, the simplest method was, of course, to fish one out first. As the hook entered the water, the bobber instantly sank. Got it! Huyu did not hesitate, directly reeling in the line. With the perfect fishing skill enhancing him, he hardly exerted any effort, pulling the fish up directly. It was a completely black unknown fish. Only the size of a palm, but its scales reflected a metallic sheen. The panel immediately popped up. Name, Black-Scaled Koi, Mutation. This thing is actually a koi. Besides being fish, it doesn't resemble one at all. Huyu's mouth twitched, placing it aside for research. The panel could only provide basic information, and couldn't reveal its weaknesses, he would have to study it himself. He took a step back to make room. Brother Sean, can you check if there are any crystals inside this fish's head? Since the last time he dug out a mutated crystal from the head of a giant silver carp, Huyu hadn't seen such a thing again. Earlier, Zhao Zhong did catch a lot of fish, but those fish didn't mutate. Besides the giant silver carp and that sea snake, the only other mutated fish was this mutated koi. Sure, boss. Shinshan leaned in, drew a dagger from his waist, and with a swift motion. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. With one strike, the black-scaled koi was still alive and wriggling. Shinshan exclaimed in surprise, and it took force with the dagger to pry open the gaps between the scales before he could cut off the koi's head. A black crystal, about the size of a grain of rice, immediately leaked out from the fish head. There really is one. Huyu didn't touch the crystal, but directly opened the panel. Name, mutated crystal, common. The type, description, and note were all the same as the previous mutated crystal. It should be the same kind, just different in grade. The giant silver carp produced a fine one, while the black-scaled koi produced a common one. Huyu put the crystal into his backpack, looking down at the water with excitement in his eyes. What danger! This is clearly our treasure trove. Mutated crystal. If handled poorly, it might cause humans to mutate, but that's something that happens only when consumed. What if it's just embedded? What kind of effect would it have on the item? Before, he only had one mutated crystal which was hard to experiment with, but now with the whole water area filled with black-scaled koi, isn't experimenting as easy as pie? Huyu looked at the small knife in Shinshan's hand. Brother Shan, can you pass me the dagger? Shinshan casually pointed the dagger's tip at himself and handed over the handle. Huyu put on rubber gloves, carefully pinched the grain-sized mutated crystal, and placed it on the dagger. After a while, there was no reaction at all. Could it be that it really needs to be strictly embedded? But this thing is just too small, how effective can embedding it be? What if? Let's try grinding it into powder? Huyu sliced the grain on the sharp edge of the dagger. In an instant, the grain disappeared, and the dagger was instantly covered with a layer of black film. The blade, which originally shone with silver-white light, was now stained black and felt heavier. It worked! Huyu immediately pulled up the dagger's panel information, and with just a glance, he was stunned in place. Name, Alloy Dagger, Mutation +1. Mutation +1. This means, this degree of mutation can stack. If it can stack infinitely, then a common dagger might even mutate into a divine weapon. Huyu put the dagger on the table and immediately walked to the side of the yacht, casting his line again. 3 seconds. A new black-scaled koi was hooked. This time, he did it himself. With a swift motion of the knife, the mutated alloy dagger effortlessly severed the head of the black-scaled koi, as easily as cutting tofu. Unfortunately, this black-scaled koi did not produce a mutated crystal. Let's try again. Huyu fished for 5 fish in a row before finally finding a mutated crystal. It was still of ordinary grade. He immediately used the same method and dragged the crystal across the dagger again. The crystal still vanished, but the dagger's surface remained the same. It seems that using a crystal of the same level for enhancement does not yield a new enhancement effect. So what if I use a higher grade mutated crystal for enhancement? He actually had a high-quality mutated crystal in his hand, but he didn't plan to use it on this dagger. First, fish. According to the recent yield, one crystal could be obtained for every 5 fish. The black shadows before him numbered at least 10,000. That means nearly 2,000 crystals. Enough to arm the whole ship. Not to mention, even without the mutated crystals, the scales of the black-scaled koi are good stuff. They can withstand a single blow from Shinshan. If crafted properly, they could serve as bulletproof vests. Xiaohai, can you plan a route for the heart of the ocean to come in? A window popped up on the yacht's screen. Planning route. Planning failed, too many obstacles detected, it cannot reach without damaging the obstacles. Indeed, there were too many buildings. But if he relied on himself with just one rod, it would take ages to fish them all. Huyu instantly fell into thought, and unexpectedly, Shangu suddenly spoke up. Boss, have you heard of a fishing world's forbidden spell? Huyu was taken aback. He had hardly fished before. How would he know about any forbidden spells? This thing, there are forbidden spells too? Yes. I also heard it from Zhao Zhong. Shinshan gave a determined look. What forbidden spell? Left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me. Huyu. I thought you would talk to me about mechanics, but you bring me physics. However, it seems that's also not a bad idea. After all, the generator on the 28th floor is still in the warehouse. If I use it a bit, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Alright. Huyu immediately took out the generator from his spatial backpack and placed it on the yacht. Let's get started. Chapter 108, Containment the Forbidden City. Before getting started, Huyu fished up 20 black-scaled koi. Not to protect the ecosystem, but for sustainable development. The information on the panel indicated that their reproduction speed had significantly increased, otherwise, they could not have grown to this scale in such a short time. Since that's the case, just raising a few shouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, there was no indication of male or female on the panel attributes. Huyu could only fish a few more, hoping that these 20 black-scaled koi wouldn't all be males or all females. He placed the 20 black-scaled koi in a tank and entrusted it to Enciener for supervision, then officially took out 2 thick wires and connected them to the generator. In general, no matter the field, anything called a forbidden spell has its reasons. As for the forbidden spell in the fishing world, for fish, that would absolutely be breaking a heavenly law. At the moment the neutral and live wires made contact with the surface of the water. The generator that powered the entire 5-constant system began to operate, and the shadows beneath the water started rising in batches. 1 second. 3 seconds. After 5 seconds, a visible layer of black-scaled koi corpses floated across the entire water area. There were at least tens of thousands. If done little by little with a net, it would take several hours. Naturally, he needed to think of some lazy ways to do it. Huyu reclaimed the generator back into his space and then gazed at the water surface, opening the spatial backpack. Instantly, a 1m*1m whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. A large amount of water began to swallow the surface, taking all the floating black-scaled koi corpses into itself. The speed was not slow, but it wasn't fast either. He indeed wanted to directly take the entire body of water, even all the water covering the surface of Blue Star, into the space. After all, it's infinite, so why not take it? Unfortunately, the water area is not considered an independent whole. He could take the water within 1 meter of himself, but he couldn't take the entire water area. He could only use the space backpack to create a hollow to collect the water. And this hollow is limited by the range of the space backpack and is only this big. Otherwise, at the beginning of the apocalypse, he could have just taken away the rain that caused the global downpour, and then the apocalypse wouldn't exist. However, taking away the entire water area was not impossible. There are 2 other plans. 1, as long as Huyu reaches the surface, treating Blue Star as a whole would allow him to take the entire Blue Star into the space backpack, and the water area would naturally be taken away. But the consequences are clear. Including himself, all the living humans would appear in outer space and die of asphyxiation within 30 seconds. Even if wearing a spacesuit, no one could survive more than 3 days. The second, wait for the rain to stop. As long as the heavy rain stops, he could create such a hollow in the right location. With enough time, emptying the water area covering Blue Star's surface wouldn't be impossible. 10 minutes passed. Huyu collected all the torpedo corpses floating on the surface into the space backpack. As for the water level, it didn't drop at all. He didn't even know how long it would take to suck away all the water after the rain stopped. If only he could expand the range of the space backpack a bit more. Done. Huyu checked the number of fish corpses in the space backpack. There were a total of 23,854. In addition, there was a little surprise. Among these black-scaled koi, there was actually a red-scaled koi, which was more than 3 times larger than the black-scaled koi and also belonged to a mutant species. Perhaps he could find a high-quality mutant crystal in its head. This also meant one thing. Black-scaled koi can also evolve. It seems that the choice to collect 20 black-scaled koi earlier wasn't wrong. If he had exterminated them, where would the future mutant crystals come from? As for the water he collected, he didn't plan to pour it out. He looked down at the surface. Now there were only raindrops splashing on the water, with no shadows left. Huyu tried to touch the surface and, after confirming there was no current, jumped in. Forbidden City. I'm coming. Diving into the water, a slight tingling sensation spread through his body. Although it was somewhat affecting him, it wouldn't cause any harm. And Sienna followed closely behind. As before, she was responsible for shining a flashlight to illuminate the front for Huyu. Before long, the two arrived above the Forbidden City. Pavilions and towers, carved beams and painted rafters, red walls and yellow tiles, quietly sat in the deep water. If it weren't for Huyu, perhaps years later, this building would finally reappear in front of the world. By then, those who survived in the new lives born on this continent would not know how they would feel when they saw this exquisite building. Or perhaps, by that time, the palace would only be a pile of crumbling bricks. Huyu made a gesture behind him, came to the outer wall of the palace, and raised his hand to prepare to take the Forbidden City away. But as soon as he retracted his hand, only the outer city wall disappeared. Huyu? What's going on? This was his first failure using great containment technique. Wait, he seemed to understand what was going on. The hole. The hole. Previously, when he contained buildings, they were all modern constructions, made as a whole of steel and concrete. But these ancient buildings, the outer city wall and the Forbidden City do not count as a whole. The city wall is a city wall, the palace is a palace. Huyu sighed in his heart. Now he just hopes that this Forbidden City can be considered a whole, and he won't have to collect each palace one by one. That is a total of 9,999.5 rooms. Just floating up for air and then diving back down, who knows how much time it will take. Huyu continued to swim forward, and before long, he arrived inside the Forbidden City. Every brick here is called a golden brick. Not because these bricks are made of gold, but because the cost of each brick is worth one tael of gold. In an era when some common people can barely afford to eat, building palace floors is so extravagant. Even setting aside the historical value of this royal city, just its architectural value is enough to surpass most buildings. Oh, with the except of the undeveloped tomb of the first emperor of Qin. I don't even know if there will be a chance to collect that. Huyu didn't think too much, raised his hand, and landed on the connection between the golden brick and the wall. Collect! The entire Forbidden City was taken into the space backpack. Fortunately, the golden bricks and walls in front of him were considered a whole with the entire Forbidden City, otherwise he really wouldn't know what to do. He couldn't treat the Forbidden City like a large Lego set to slowly piece together, right? Huyu's mouth turned up slightly, just when he was about to float up. A gigantic whirlpool suddenly appeared below. Powerful suction swept everything in the water, swallowing downward. Empty. Beneath the Forbidden City, it was actually empty. Chapter 109, The Yongle Encyclopedia. 60 meters. This has already reached the limit of skilled divers. If he went any deeper, the water pressure alone could keep Huyu there forever. So, no matter what was under the surface, he couldn't explore any further. He hurriedly reached out his hand, wanting Sienna to pull him up. But in the next instant, bang! And Sienna crashed directly into him in the rushing water. Facing the powerful suction, even Sienna couldn't swim out, let alone take another person with her. Huyu was bumped, lost his balance, and in an instant, was swallowed by the whirlpool. Only darkness remained in front of him. Could it be this life of his rebirth was coming to an end here? The thought arose. Before Huyu had time to think of his last words, he fell into another water area. It was an empty cavity. The hollow below the Forbidden City was very large. Even with a large area of water pouring in, it wouldn't be filled in a short time. Puff! Huyu surfaced, quickly scanning the surrounding environment. In the darkness, he couldn't see any light, nor did he know how big this cavity was. The only sound he could feel was the roar of water pouring in. In the next moment, light illuminated the surroundings. And Sienna was also swept down. The first thing she did upon surfacing was turn on her flashlight to look for Huyu. Here! Huyu shouted, raising his hand towards the light source. And Sienna hurried over immediately. Thanks to the appearing light, Huyu could finally see the surrounding environment clearly. The entire cavity was about half the size of the Forbidden City, with no other buildings around, only hundreds of large redwood boxes piled up in the water. At that moment, the water in the cavity was less than 1 meter deep, and Huyu was able to stand and walk entirely. He walked slowly to the nearest redwood box, lifted his hand to open it. A wave of foul smell hit him. But he widened his eyes. This is ancient books. What ancient books could be buried under the Forbidden City? Huyu furrowed his brow, vaguely connecting some dots, and disregarding the foul smell, carefully swept the dust off the ancient books. Looking at the text above, he immediately felt overjoyed. Yongle Encyclopedia, Volume 18961. The Yongle Encyclopedia. This was an encyclopedia compiled during the Ming Dynasty, simply put every book since the start of written contracts, including history, literature, astronomy, geography, yin-yang, medicine, divination, Buddhism, Taoism, and various techniques, all compiled into one book. There are a total of 22,937 volumes. Even the catalog has been compiled into 60 volumes, totaling 370 million words. It is the most grand encyclopedic work in the history of the world. It is said that the original version of the Yongle Encyclopedia was copied only once at that time, called the Yongle Original, and during the Jiajing period, another version was recopied, called the Jiajing Copy. A couple of years ago, I heard that someone had dug up the Yongle Encyclopedia near the Forbidden City, and Hu Yu paid attention to this matter. At that time, he checked the information, which stated that after the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia was completed, the Ming Emperor took part of the collection to the Forbidden City, while most of the original manuscripts remained in Nanjing. Unfortunately, not long after, the Yuan Pavilion caught fire, and most of the original manuscripts were reduced to ashes. Only during the Jiajing period did the work of recopying begin, and it wasn't until the early years of Longqing that the recopied Jiajing version of the Yongle Encyclopedia was returned to the Yuan Pavilion. Later, during the Qianlong period, only over 8,000 volumes remained. And then, in the first year of Guangxu, during the examination of the encyclopedia, fewer than 5,000 volumes were left. By 1912, when the Hanglin Academy handed over the encyclopedia, only 64 volumes remained, with most of the collection scattered in various countries. After years of collection, by 1959, the Yongle Encyclopedia was finally reprinted and published, reaching 797 volumes. This number seems large, but it only accounts for 3% of that 22,937. Hu Yu looked at the redwood boxes in the water, and his eyes widened. If these boxes are filled with the Yongle Encyclopedia, then this could very well be the complete original version. If the national database can allow them to quickly return to the Information Society, then this Yongle Encyclopedia can help them fill in the gaps. In the most stable, simplest, and safest way, navigate through the entire apocalypse. After all, the technology in the database mostly requires advanced chemistry and top physics to support its use. However, the technology in the Yongle Encyclopedia can be implemented with almost no barriers. Collect. Hurry up and collect. He quickly closed the lid of the box and began to stuff the redwood boxes before him into the space backpack. Faster. Even faster. And Sienner still didn't know what was happening. She only knew that the things in the redwood box were likely useful to them. She immediately ran toward the opposite direction of Hu Yu, gathering the redwood boxes in another direction and pushing them toward him. The water was getting deeper. In less than 2 minutes, the water depth went from 1 meter to 2 meters. Hu Yuan and Sienner could only swim through the water now, moving much slower than before. But they had only collected 1/10 of those hundreds of redwood boxes. The cavity was barely 10 meters high. At this speed, if they didn't finish collecting these redwood boxes soon, the entire cavity would be filled. By then, they would have to operate under at least 70 meters of water pressure. This was different from diving. In diving, once they reached that position, they could just go back. But if they were to operate, they would have to withstand nearly 100 tons of pressure for at least 3 minutes. Not to mention Hu Yu, even and Sienner would perish here. They had to speed up. Hu Yu simply kept the collection function of the space backpack on, absorbing water while collecting the redwood boxes. But it was still too late. 10 minutes passed. The cavity was about to fill up quickly. Hu Yu had already collected all the redwood boxes on his side, and he turned to look for Sienner. She had about 30 redwood boxes piled together. As long as he went over, he could completely collect them. But it seemed it was already too late. Crack! With the impact of the water flow, the cavity was further enlarged. The area of water flowing into the cavity increased, and in less than 10 seconds, the entire cavity was filled with water. The powerful water pressure rushed in. Hu Yu felt like his ears were about to explode. His organs almost protested simultaneously, as if they would all fail in the next moment. And Sienner made a quick decision and swam straight towards Hu Yu. Give up. No matter what is inside those red wooden boxes, just give up, take Hu Yu away first, and save their lives. But Hu Yu had no intention of giving up. If he missed this opportunity, he would only have a perfect diving technique to return here and retrieve those red wooden boxes. He still did not ascend but swam towards the pile of red wooden boxes. There's a saying, as long as your mind doesn't give in, there are always more ways than difficulties. Isn't it just high-pressure underwater operations? He indeed couldn't withstand long-term operations, but in a short time, he could take some things away. That's not entirely impossible. Chapter 110, To the Island Nation. Directly use the equipment. The reason for the high pressure is the water. As long as he can find a way to keep the water from touching his body, wouldn't that be enough? Container. The 40-foot container is 13 meters long as he swims within 13 meters of the red wooden boxes, takes off the container, and wraps them with himself inside the container. The external water pressure will fall on the container and will not affect him and Enciender. The theory is established, and practice begins. Huyu and Enciender swam towards each other, just one glance, and both understood what the other wanted to do. Enciender is not Shinshan, her duty is not to follow anyone's orders, but to ensure Huyu's life safety. So no matter what his idea was, she would choose the safest route. Huyu understood the same. So, first, throw out a container. As bubbles emerged, the container directly wrapped Enciender inside. Because of the bubbles contained within, as soon as the container appeared, it began to float. Huyu endured the pressure and continued to swim forward. It's fast. He would arrive soon. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Huyu tremblingly raised his right hand. His fingers extended, finally reaching the 13-meter mark. The container was released. In an instant, it wrapped around him and all the remaining red wooden boxes. Fresh air began to rush into his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Huyu coughed a couple of times, looking down at his palm, and saw it covered in crimson. He was injured after all. But it's okay. He looked at the red wooden boxes in front of him, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. Using a little injury to exchange for these treasures from the sea, it's simply too profitable. At worst, he could return and drink some herbal medicine to recover. He wondered if Zissou and the others would go crazy upon seeing these ancient books. You see, ancient books passed down in traditional Chinese medicine are extremely rare, most have undergone some modifications in editing. The Yangla Encyclopedia contains the vast majority of ancient Chinese medical books before the Ming Dynasty, and its value is self-evident. Just thinking about it made Huyu's smile nearly impossible to contain. He hurriedly stored all the red wooden boxes from the container into his space backpack. The container clearly began to float. After a few dozen seconds, a splashing sound was heard outside the container. It should have reached the water's surface. Huyu quickly stored the container into the space backpack, and as he emerged, he searched for another container and the location of the yacht. Due to having gone to collect the red wooden boxes earlier, the other container wasn't too far from him, but he had no idea where the yacht was. First, Huyu released a speedboat, moving closer to the container to retrieve it. Enciender appeared on the speedboat in an instant. In the next moment, Huyu exchanged glances with her. Just one glance, and he couldn't help but tremble all over, as if falling into an ice cave. Why? Huh? Huyu paused for a moment. This was the first time Enciender took the initiative to speak to him. He couldn't help but be a bit distracted. Fortunately, he quickly came back to his senses, forcing a smile as he answered Enciender's question. Are you asking why I did that just now? I was confident, but it was hard to speak underwater, so I didn't consult you on this. This is the last time. Enciender fell silent for a moment before finally saying these 6 words. For some reason, Huyu always felt that Enciender treated him a bit differently than others. But he didn't know exactly why. He hadn't known Enciender before. Boss. Shinshan's voice echoed as the yacht approached from a distance. He saw the 2 people on the speedboat safe and sound, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Great, I'm glad you guys are okay. I thought you hadn't come up for so long that something went wrong. What was that whirlpool that just appeared on the water surface? Let's talk about it when we get back. Huyu wore a satisfied smile as he stepped onto the yacht but noticed one person was missing. Where's Zhou Wenchuan? Is he still not awake? No, I moved him to the room. That works. By the way, how is Zilong and the others? They made progress. Shinshan reported, they just found the company and finalized the transaction details for 5 speedboats in exchange for the entire database. That works. Huyu changed into a decent outfit. Let's get there quickly, wrap it up, and head to the next destination. Yes, boss. Shinshan replied as he started the yacht, not forgetting to ask, by the way, boss, is the next destination Jinling? No. Huyu smiled and shook his head. We are going to an island. An island? Shinshan was a bit confused. Boss, there isn't much to see there, right? Who says that? Huyu showed a meaningful smile. There were still 6 days until August 4th. That was the time he agreed upon with Misusu, and it was just over 1,000 kilometers from here to Jinling, taking just a few hours at the current speed of the ocean heart. There was no need to go there and wait foolishly. As for the next location, from here to a certain island, it was just over 2,000 kilometers away. At full speed on the ocean heart, it would be just a day's journey. 6 days would be enough for a round trip. As a native of Jinling, he had never had the opportunity to visit, now he finally had the time. Not to mention anything else. That place was an island. Since an entire Mount Victoria could be taken into the space bag, could that island as a whole also be taken? Huyu was unsure, but he wanted to give it a try. Not to mention, using this item as a foundation in the future would be incredibly beneficial. He just didn't know how beautiful the scene would be if all the living people on the island appeared on the water surface after he took the island. An hour later, Yu and the others arrived at the headquarters of a certain company and happily completed the transaction. After all, Su Zilong had already talked to them briefly, so there were no major issues. Yu just needed to finalize the deal. With the database in hand, Yu then headed towards the headquarters of another company. This time, there were unexpected developments. When they arrived at the marked headquarters on the map, it had become nothing but ruins. The broken buildings stood silently underwater. And not just this building, there were hundreds of buildings around it in the same condition. They looked as if they had been bombed, with the parts that should have been above water completely destroyed, while other parts were submerged, leaving everyone wondering what had happened. However, this appearance was clearly not naturally formed but rather man-made. Boss. Shinshan stepped forward to ask, should we go down and take a look? I'll go with you. It's fine. Shinshan smiled, you just came up from deep water, you should rest a bit. Zilong and I will go. Alright, just be careful. Yu didn't refuse. The speedboat and yacht reached below the building, and Su Zilong and Shinshan dove into the water to explore deeply inside the building, while Su Linglong went to the yacht to rest. Come, Linglong, you came just in time. Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Su Linglong, like a trainer seeing a perfect working Palu. Drawings almost worked her to death, and finally having a day off, Su Linglong quickly tried to hide. Boss. Don't do this, I'm scared. Don't worry, I'm not going to take advantage of you. Su Linglong helplessly rolled her eyes, not responding. Seeing you like this, I know you want to make me a corporate slave again. If only it were really taking advantage. Yu sat on the yacht sofa with a sigh, forcing a smile. Well, there are some books that might need your help to organize. How much do you know about ancient literature translation? Just average, I scored 130 in the high school entrance exam. That's enough. Yu laughed, help me translate a few ancient texts, doesn't matter how long it takes. This is easy. Su Linglong felt relieved. Just a few ancient texts, I can treat it as a change of pace while drawing. Anyway, it's not time limited, I can translate slowly. What specific ancient texts? Let me see if I can understand. Yangla de Dian. As soon as those 4 words came out, Su Linglong was instantly dumbfounded. As a highly educated person, she naturally knew what those 4 words meant. She immediately leaned toward Yu found the Yangla de Dian. How many volumes? Are there any books on architecture in it? Quick. Let me see. So it's settled. The translation job is up to you. Yu hastily confirmed the deal, afraid she would back out. He also brought out a mahogany box. Su Linglong hurriedly leaned forward, and as soon as she opened the box, her expression was quite different from Yu's initial reaction. However, she somewhat came to her senses and looked at Yu uncertainly. Wait, looking at the size of this box, you didn't find over 100 volumes, did you? Yu didn't speak, just lowered his head to see how many dust particles were under his feet. Not just this box? Do you have over 1,000 volumes? He still didn't speak. Hiss. Su Linglong gasped, a hint of smile still on her lips. Boss, please don't tell me you've gathered all 5,000 volumes from the Guangxu period? Ahem. Yu coughed twice, very close. 8,000 volumes. Su Linglong exclaimed. This was already the limit of her imagination. About that much. Yu checked the specific data in his backpack. There were a total of 230 mahogany boxes, each containing 100 volumes, that makes 23,000 volumes. Well, there's also one box that only has a third full. About. Su Linglong sensed something was off. How many more are missing? Over 14,000 volumes. What? Su Linglong gasped. The expression on her face was quite spectacular. First shocked, then stunned, finally helpless. She forced a bitter smile. Boss, I beg you, find someone else to torture, okay? Even the chosen workers shouldn't be treated like this. You might as well just take advantage of me. What nonsense are you talking? Yu joked, if you were taken advantage of, who would work for me? Su Linglong was completely speechless. Boss. At that moment, Shinshan's voice came from above. Yu looked out of the yacht to see Shinshan and Su Zilong standing on the deck, waving at him. There's a major discovery. Chapter 111. Let's go. Major discovery? Yu was taken aback. Shinshan, having seen the world, could call something a major discovery, so it must be significant. Let's not talk about this for now, you should rest for a while. Yu handed her a handgun. Remember, there's a guy sleeping on the yacht, if he has any bad intentions, you can shoot him. Yes, boss. Su Linglong's tone sounded a bit dejected, as if she had already foreseen her future life. A struggling Palu, sitting at the desk every day, silently drawing, then translating, then drawing again, and then translating again. Don't be sad. Huyu immediately began to sweet talk. I'm not asking you to translate alone, as long as you can find some help. It's just over 20,000 volumes, after all. Splash, splash. You speak lightly. Su Linglong murmured softly. Huyu didn't say much, taking in Sienner to meet Shinshan and the others. It seems that recruitment is urgent. We have enough armed personnel, but there are still too few administrative staff. If we rely solely on these few translations, who knows when it will be done. As soon as the two arrived, Huyu frowned upon seeing what they were holding. Missile shrapnel. This proves that this place had been bombed, and it was done with small missiles. In Yujing, the only possibility for such heavy firepower is the military. He hadn't noticed their traces before, but unexpectedly saw them here. He looked at Shinshan and asked, Brother Shan, what's going on? Bombing. Shinshan said, this area, along with those nearby buildings, have all undergone different degrees of bombing. Just now, Zilong and I surveyed the area. The bombing height was between 30 to 32 meters, and it should have happened about 8 to 9 days ago. Currently, we haven't found any corpses in the buildings, or signs of long-term survival. Instead, we found some packing and escape traces. Based on this information, it's likely there are large ships here, possibly even a military ship trying to pass through. Huyu nodded. Aside from military ships, who else would bring people to escape under such circumstances? However, though there are many nearby buildings, they are not close to the city. There's only this shallow ring on the outskirts. This means that the military ships responsible for rescue are also limited, only able to save residents on the outskirts before leaving for somewhere else. 8 or 9 days ago, around July 21st, the 8th day of the apocalypse. Did the military already start operations back then? It seems they were better prepared than he had thought. But he wondered where they are now? Why didn't they retrieve the national database immediately? Even with over 300 units, with the number of personnel on a military ship, it should be easy to move them from underwater, right? If we take a step back, even if the military ships couldn't enter that place, they could definitely send smaller boats in. Worst case, they could transport them out slowly, and there would eventually be a day when they finish. But now it seems they didn't even try. This leaves only two possibilities. 1. The other party does not know the national database is here. The second. The other party simply doesn't care about this so-called national database. Perhaps they already have a backup. This depends on how far the military's emergency plan has gone. Alright, since there's no database, let's go back first. Regardless of which possibility it is, who you couldn't be sure before seeing military personnel. What's most important now is return to Ocean Heart. Take a hot shower, have a little dinner, let Zissou check my injuries, and then sleep blissfully. When I wake up after a good sleep, I'll be able to see that island country. Yes, boss. The yacht started, speeding towards Ocean Heart. On the way, there were quite a few spectators wanting to board the yacht after seeing it. But forget about others, even Su Linglong, who once was a saint, didn't say a word upon seeing it. The past is the past, now is now. Now, Su Linglong was only thinking about how to delegate her work. She had no mood to think about how to save humanity. Finally, she came up with a solution. Since she couldn't solve the problem, let's deal with the one who raised it. With Huyu's current pace of causing trouble, she fears that before her two major tasks are completed, she would be assigned an unknown number of tasks again. After thinking for a while, she found only one way to keep this person from being so diligent. At the bow of the yacht. For some reason, Huyu shivered. He instinctively turned to look back, but only saw Su Linglong sitting at her desk, not noticing anything unusual. What's going on? Too much diving? Caught a cold? 1 hour later. Huyu and the others returned to Ocean Heart. The team that had gone out on the mission had already rested up, and besides Guanli and Chen Shanshan, no one else was seriously injured. After a simple bandaging and acupuncture, Guanli also returned to rest, while Chen Shanshan took care of him. Although still a child, he knew that if it weren't for Guanli this time, he might not have lasted until Huyu and the others came to support him. Under Xianer's insistence, Huyu also saw Xiao Zissou for a pulse check. His body was fine, just some damage to his internal organs, a little nourishment and he would be good as new. She grabbed some Chinese medicine and handed it to Li Ji, instructing him on how to boil it every day, then returned to rest. As for those 20 black-scaled koi, naturally, they were given to Zhao Zhong. Huyu set him up with a swimming pool to keep them, warning everyone of their dangers, then just waited to harvest the fish. After finishing these tasks, it was already late. Dinner time. Zhou Wenchuan, who had been in a deep sleep, seemed to guess it was mealtime and woke up on time. Upon seeing an array of ingredients, without Huyu even saying a word, he unhesitatingly chose to side with them. After Hu Yu accepted, his favorability soared to 50. A life-saving grace plus a long-term meal ticket, unless one was heartless, favorability would surely spike. Zhou Wenchuan was no exception. Hu Yu confidently handed over the organization of the database to him, and asked if he could connect the database to Ocean Heart. With Little High's computing power, organizing and sorting should be much more convenient. Zhou Wenchuan readily agreed. After a simple dinner, most of the group planned to return to rest. Hu Yu was no exception. But just as he was about to enter his room, Shinshan found him. "Boss, can we talk?" "Whom?" Hu Yu glanced at Shinshan, fatally noticing the fatigue in his eyes, opened the door to let him in, and took the initiative to speak. "You want to talk about Boo Boo, right?" Boss." Shinshan nodded. He looked up at Hu Yu, thought for a moment, and only said 5 words. "Let us go, please." Chapter 112, She Calls Me Dad. Hu Yu thought of many ways the story could unfold, but never expected this one. In this situation, Brother Shan actually wanted to leave? Perhaps. Boo Boo's situation was not as simple as he thought. Brother Shan. Hu Yu pulled out a bottle of mutai from his backpack and poured 2 ounces for Shinshan. "Don't be in a rush, let's sit down and talk, maybe we can find a solution? In this current situation, if you really leave, it wouldn't be good for either you or Boo Boo." This was indeed the truth. Ah. Shinshan shook his head and sighed, slowly sitting down in front of Hu Yu. He raised his glass and drank it all at once. "Boss, if I could, I wouldn't have said such things, but this matter. I really can't handle it anymore." Shinshan exclaimed in despair. This was the first time Hu Yu saw him like this. In front of outsiders, he always appeared quiet and restrained, as if nothing could stir his heart. But now, he was just an ordinary father, feeling helpless in the face of his daughter's problems. This matter has to start from when she was kidnapped. Originally, according to our plan, she would have been safely rescued, but an unexpected event occurred, causing her to be shot in the calf, resulting in the current situation. Unexpected event? Hu Yu asked in confusion, what unexpected event? She killed a robber and almost escaped, which is why she was shot and had her legs crippled. What? Shinshan's description was very simple. Simple to the point that Hu Yu doubted whether he had misheard something. Bubu's kidnapping seemed to be a thing from 2 years ago, she was only 5 years old then. A 5-year-old girl, who can fight back against a kidnapper and almost escape in such a situation. Even a fantasy novel wouldn't dare to write this, right? Or could it be that, what Brother Shan just said was in a niche language that sounds much like Chinese? You did not mishear. Shinshan spoke calmly. "I know, it is indeed hard to understand from the perspective of ordinary people. But the kidnappers we captured all proved this fact. We also investigated the scene and found that both the ballistic evidence and blood traces matched exactly what they described. Later, when Bubu recovered, we asked her about the situation at that time, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything. To be precise, she lost all memory from half an hour after the kidnapping until we rescued her. She doesn't remember how she was shot, doesn't remember how she killed someone, and certainly doesn't remember her escape plan. To this end, we consulted many experts. After ruling out all impossible answers, the remaining answers, even if absurd, must be the truth. She has a second personality inside her." Sure enough. Hu Yu had guessed this possibility earlier. But he didn't expect Bubu's second personality would be this terrifying. "You're talking about Lin Lin?" "I don't know." Shinshan shook his head and took another sip of alcohol, his mouth full of bitterness. "To be precise, this is also my first contact with that personality. According to the experts, that personality is very likely to appear only when Bubu is in danger." So, you want to leave here?" Hu Yu understood as well. Shinshan believed that staying for a long time at the heart of the ocean posed many dangers. To prevent Bubu's second personality from surfacing, he chose to leave. In this way, he aimed to ensure Bubu's safe growth. "Brother Shan, I understand what you mean, but even if you leave here, can you guarantee that you and Bubu won't be in danger? The outside world is an apocalyptic one. With us caring for each other, the dangers we face will always be a bit less, right? But you are too reckless." Shinshan looked up at Hu Yu and seriously said, "If you stay in Jinling, or if you head to Jinling now, I will indeed follow you. But now you still want to go to the island. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just have to be responsible for Bubu." Hu Yu frowned slightly. What Brother Shan said was indeed the truth. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Then if you leave here, what do you plan to do? A yacht is enough. There are 33 days until the heavy rain ends. I'm confident I can keep Bubu alive. As for what happens after the rain, we'll talk about it when the rain ends." Hu Yu said nothing. He was considering. Lin Lin's existence was indeed a hidden danger. An entity that could stand alone at around 5 years old, coupled with her previous actions, Hu Yu also didn't know how to handle her. After a few moments, he didn't answer Shinshan, but changed the angle of the question. How much do you know about that Lin Lin? Not much. Shinshan shook his head. For this long, this is also my first contact with her. It should be the second time. Bubu's voice rang out from the doorway. The two at the table turned around at the same time to look at the doorway, and saw Bubu wearing pajamas, a smile on her face, waving her hand. Dad, brother Hu Yu, good evening. Bubu? Shinshan said in confusion. But Bubu walked in slowly, slightly frowning. That's not right, Dad. I am Lin Lin. That's second personality. Bubu. No, it should be said that Lin Lin walked in slowly, moved a chair, and sat opposite Hu Yu and Shinshan, looking at Hu Yu with a beaming smile. Brother Hu Yu, you must have just been discussing me, right? Hu Yu did not deny it, looking at Lin Lin with slight surprise in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, just now, you walked in. Although Bubu's legs have recovered, she should only be able to run and shouldn't, and couldn't, have mastered walking yet. But Lin Lin really did walk in through the door just now, and even moved a chair for herself. That's right. Lin Lin smiled and asked, so, brother Hu Yu, am I impressive? Hu Yu did not reply, instead bringing up Lin Lin's panel. Name, Shen Lin Lin. Gender, female. Age, 7. Skills, epic learning, proficient in firearms, proficient in disguise, proficient in acting, proficient in swimming, proficient in driving, ordinary running. Personality, dark, suspicious, decisive, eager to learn, extremely protective. Favorability, 68. This panel. From a certain perspective, it's even more luxurious than Guan Li's. Epic level learning skills. To put it simply, that means, an all-around learning god. No wonder even her driving skill has reached proficiency. Hu Yu glanced at Shinshan and found him frowning in silence, not knowing what to say. It's understandable. As an old father, facing such matters, he would indeed feel a bit at a loss. Both the palm and back of the hand are meat. Bubu is his daughter, isn't Lin Lin also his daughter? Just now she even called him daddy. In this case, only Hu Yu can break the deadlock. Lin Lin is really amazing. Hu Yu asked curiously, you came out at this late hour, you wouldn't just want to show off your skills, would you? Of course not. Lin Lin said, looking at Shinshan, tugging at his sleeve with both hands, Daddy, I don't want to leave here, promise me, okay? What's this called? This is called face-to-face boldness. Shinshan was thinking of leaving because of Lin Lin's presence. Now, Lin Lin uses Bubu's identity again to make him not leave. Old Shin felt instantly at a loss, turned to look at Hu Yu, signaling him to solve this problem. Hey, by the way. Hu Yu quickly took over the conversation. Lin Lin, you said this is the second time. When else have you and brother Shan seen each other? Of course. Lin Lin looked at Shinshan with sparkling eyes. It was when Daddy saved me. He was so cool then, wearing a black bulletproof vest, taking down those kidnappers with just a few shots. It was super reassuring. Shinshan was taken aback and finally spoke. You were watching when I rescued Bubu. Rescued you? Yes. Lin Lin replied confidently. That little crybaby passed out early. How could she see anything? Dad, you still haven't answered me. Shinshan fell silent again, looking at Hu Yu with a pleading expression. Hu Yu now knew what it meant to be a daughter slave. No matter how resolute Shinshan is outside, when faced with Bubu, his CPU drops several levels. Lin Lin, look at me. Hu Yu and Lin Lin looked at each other, not hiding anything, directly asking, brother asks you, what is your way of getting along with Bubu? You seem to have her memories, right? Lin Lin nodded and did not deny, I know everything that little crybaby has been through. But, the things I have experienced, she doesn't know. Does Bubu know about your existence? Of course not. Lin Lin placed her hands on her hips. I only appear when the little crybaby encounters a problem she can't solve. That's what an elder sister is supposed to do. So you came out now because... Of course, I know what Daddy wants to do. Lin Lin looked at Shinshan. Based on my understanding of him, you all saw that note today. He will definitely come looking for you tonight. Great, this was also part of your plan. Hu Yu's mouth twitched. However, from her tone, it seemed that she and Bubu did not have an antagonistic relationship, but rather a somewhat intimate sisterhood. Connecting it to her personality traits on the panel, extremely protective. Perhaps, just as she said, only when Bubu encounters an insurmountable crisis. Lin Lin would then appear. Then this would be easy. Okay, I understand now. Hu Yu raised his hand and rubbed Lin Lin's head. The feel was still just as good. He smiled at Lin Lin. Good girl Lin Lin, you go outside first, your brother will talk to your dad for a few words. Lin Lin nodded obediently, turned around and walked towards the door. Brother, you must persuade Dad, okay? As she spoke, Linlin turned to the door and left, not forgetting to close it behind her. Huyu looked at Shinshan, just about to start persuading. Before he could say anything, Shinshan walked towards the door. Boss, it's getting late, better rest early. We haven't even started persuading yet. You are already retreating. What's going on? I was ready with my lines. You aren't leaving? Not leaving. Shinshan scratched his head. Sorry boss for bothering you so late. Can I ask why? He. Shinshan smiled awkwardly, only uttering 6 words. She called me dad. Who you? No wonder you're such a daughter slave. Chapter 113, Strategy. Linlin's problem has been solved. Now Shinshan treats her like a daughter. He probably won't think about how to erase this personality. After all, for Bubu, this is also a kind of insurance. Shinshan's problem is considered solved. Linlin's presence means that he doesn't need to marry, gaining double the joy of being a father without any cost. The only problem left is just one person. Who you? Let's not mention the Maotai one. The sleep time at night has also been delayed. Who can he reason with? Who you put away the leftover wine back into the space, quickly washed up, and lay back down on the bed, quietly planning for tomorrow. Based on the speed of the heart of the ocean, it should reach the ocean area by tomorrow morning. The fish that were originally in the inland have mutated to this degree. Who knows if there will be monsters like that sea snake in the sea? Will the heart of the ocean be able to withstand it? Also, there is the military fleet. They did not choose to enter the Yujing city area for rescue, and don't know if there are other more important things to do. Just 100 buildings, the firepower of a warship shouldn't be this limited. If they really wanted to save someone, they could totally go deeper. Unless, there are more important things waiting for them to do, that's why they abandoned the original rescue plan. Thinking about this, Huyu gradually sunk into a deep sleep. His sleep quality has always been good, and by the time he woke up, it was already the next morning. July 30th. At 10 a.m. 17 days have passed since the apocalypse arrived. The water level remains at a depth of 60 meters, according to past experiences. In about another day or so, the water level will rise again. The increase far exceeds the previous. Huyu yawned and prepared to get out of bed. Last time he opened eggs was on the 28th, with the experiences from the past few times, he prepared to save up to open 3 black eggs together. Ding! With a light sound. The soft bed underneath him began to change shape, lifting Huyu's upper body entirely, putting him into a 30-degree reclining position. The curtains outside the room also started to move, directly filling Huyu's eyes with the endless sea view outside. At the same time, Xiaohai's voice sounded at the bedside. Respected master, breakfast has been prepared for you. May I ask if you would like to dine now? Ever since the heart of the ocean gained artificial intelligence, Huyu's quality of life has skyrocketed. Without him saying a word, Xiaohai would follow his wishes and arrange everything that could be organized. Guessing that when Huyu now walks into the bathroom and turns on the faucet, the water flowing out would be just the right temperature. Sure, bring it in a bit later. Yes, master, I have scheduled your meal for 10 minutes later. Huyu lifted the quilt and got out of bed. After several days of heavy rain, the outdoor temperature has now dropped to around 10 degrees Celsius. As soon as he got out of bed, a pair of warm slippers were brought to him. It can be said to be attentive to every detail. After a simple wash, Huyu arrived at the cabin. Zhou Wenchuan, who was rescued yesterday, had almost integrated into the group and had started working, responsible for organizing the collected database. As for the translation of the young Le Canon, Huyu heard that group of kids complaining as he passed by the classroom. That guy Su Linglong actually colluded with Han Weiwei and Xiao Zissou, directly replacing the classical Chinese literature the kids were supposed to learn with content from the young Le Canon. Each person had to translate one piece per class and then check it, which did improve the speed quite a bit. But with those 22,000 scrolls, even if each scroll had only 10 passages on average, that would still be 220,000 passages. Calculating at a translation speed of 50 passages a day, it would take 4,400 days, at least 12 years. It seems we need to think of other ways. Hello, boss. As Huyu entered the cabin, he saw Su Linglong coming toward him with dark circles under her eyes. She was also holding the translation assignments given by the kids. Are you okay? Her state was completely different from when he first saw her on the mountain. I'm fine. Su Linglong responded feebly. Last night, Nono also came to help me. The translation work is on track now. If we speed it up a bit, we should be done in 10 years. Actually, there's no need to rush. Huyu's mouth twitched. With Su Linglong's current state, even if he were to be a skinflint, he wouldn't dare to push her further. If she were to overwork herself and collapse, there wouldn't be another exquisite Paro on the ship. I'll think of a way to help you, and also, you brain workers should go over to Elder Fong's side to get 300 milliliters of liqueur every day. It's good for your health. No. As soon as Su Linglong heard who you wanted to help, she quickly refused. Last time you said you would help me with illustrations, and a few days later, you stuffed me with a whole set of the young Le Cannon. I'm really scared. Liqueur and the like, you still have to go talk to Elder Fong. Whenever we pass by, he stares at us like a thief. By the way, take this, refer to the content above, it will really help me a lot. Ha? Hu Yu looked at the stack of letters Su Linglong handed over and suddenly froze. Just as he was about to ask her what this was, he looked up and found she had already slipped away. He had no choice but to open the top letter, and just one glance made him dazed. Name, Xiao Zisu. Age, 22 years old. Zodiac, Sagittarius. Birthday, December 12th. Strategy suggestion, pursue boldly. Don't hesitate to express your feelings. Although her parents are on the ship, as long as you take out the lost ancient book, she should not be able to resist. Your chance of winning the beauty is almost 90%. Note, if you don't know how to approach, you can pretend to be unwell and ask her to give you a massage, she probably won't refuse, creating an opportunity to be alone together. Hu Yu. What is this? A dating strategy? So Su Linglong is thinking about letting him date, and not to bother her with so many tasks, huh? Wait. With so many letters, it can't be. Hu Yu opened letter after letter and discovered that it included most of the eligible women on the ship. Xiao Zisu, Mu Lingxiu, Zheng Sirui, Han Weiwei, Mi Nono, even in Sienna was not spared. As for why it was said to be most. Inside these 7 letters, there was even her own information. Name, Su Linglong. Age, confidential. Zodiac, confidential. Birthday, confidential. Strategy suggestion, not recommended. Note, you will always be my best boss. What the heck, is absolutely amazing. Hu Yu gathered all the envelopes together, sealed them neatly, and placed Han Weiwei's information on the top. Xiao Hai, ask Han Weiwei to come here. Yes, master. In less than 10 minutes. Han Weiwei arrived before him, asking in confusion, Boss, did you call me? Hu Yu handed over the envelope, give these to Su Linglong and tell her I don't need these things. Han Weiwei had a confused look, these are. Oh right, you can look at the first letter, but don't read the others. Hu Yu said as he left the spot. Not long after. Su Linglong. The roar echoed inside the heart of the ocean. Su Linglong, who was designing the city, trembled slightly, vaguely sensing something. 3 minutes later. The two best friends were in the room, having a pillow fight that turned into a century-long battle. 10 minutes later. It ended with Su Linglong being pinned down and begging for mercy. 15 minutes later. Han Weiwei went to prepare for class, while Su Linglong, lying on the bed, showed an unwilling look. Alright, fine. I generously give you a tutorial, and you stab me in the back like this. Okay. You don't want a strategy, right? There are plenty of people who do. Su Linglong flipped over and got up, moving to the desk to push aside the blueprints, then pulled out a letter to write. Name, Hu Yu age. After finishing the notes, she wrote a line on the letter's envelope. To Xiao Zisu. Not long after, 6 brand new strategies were completed. Tonight, they will appear where they are meant to be. Achoo! Hu Yu sneezed. Just finishing breakfast, he stood next to Zhao Zhong, watching him go fishing at sea. Boss, did you catch a cold? Zhao Zhong looked up in confusion. No, even though it's only about 10 degrees outside, the boat stays at a constant temperature 24 hours a day, how could I catch a cold? Hu Yu rubbed his nose, maybe someone is cursing me. Well, there are quite a few suspects. Zhao Zhong joked, let's not mention anything else, you are sailing the heart of the ocean through the residential area, anyone who hasn't boarded the boat must be mumbling a few words about you. Put. Who cares? If Hu Yu cared about other people's opinions, he would have died long ago of self-recrimination from mental exhaustion. He found a couch to lie down on. Zhong, let's fish for a while longer, then stop. According to Xiao Hai's calculation, we'll reach the island country border in at most 12 hours. We should rest well to deal with any possible emergencies. What emergencies? Of course, it's a sea of people. The island nation may be small, but it has over 100 million people. They are a country that often conducts disaster drills, and under such circumstances, even if only 10% survive, that's still over 10 million people. What if, really, the territory of the island nation could be stored in a space backpack? 1,000+ people on the island could instantly appear before Hu Yu. No matter if it's running away, or running away. One must be well rested. What? Another choice? As a harmonious person, how could one use violent means? Let them contemplate in the nuclear goods seawater why they end up doing this. As for them being unable to escape from the sea and eventually drowning or freezing to death, well, that has nothing to do with us. Okay. Zhao Zhong casually hooked a East Starfish. Let's fish for another 2 hours and then reel in the lines. The fish around here are quite active, and they're all high-quality seafood. Consider it a resource gain. Huyu nodded, and just as he was about to turn to leave, Zhao Zhong's fishing rod suddenly shook violently. Just for a moment. Originally sitting on the fishing platform, his body suddenly flew outwards. Zhong. Chapter 114, Golden-Scaled Dragonfish. Luckily. In the instant Huyu gasped, Shinshan behind him reacted quickly and reached out to grab Zhao Zhong while also pressing his body firmly against the boat. Quick! The fishing rod. Zhao Zhong also came back to his senses, tightly hugging the fishing rod, afraid to accidentally let go, and hurriedly released the line cup. The fishing line started to wildly draw out. Only then did the two have a chance to reinsert the fishing rod back into the fishing platform. Big fish. Definitely a big fish. Zhao Zhong looked at the fishing rod with lingering fear, letting out a long breath. Phew, luckily, I almost got pulled down by this thing. According to what should be, there shouldn't be such fierce fish in this sea area. It should be a mutated fish. Huyu spoke, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had almost lost hope, but unexpectedly, he actually caught a mutated fish. By the force of this, if the fish's head contains a mutation crystal, it should at least be of rare level, right? The three people in front of the fishing platform exchanged glances, and the same thought popped into their minds. We need to find a way to reel it in. In the past, when facing such a fish, they would only feel deep helplessness, but now. Let's go all out. Zhao Zhong fixed the fishing line, connecting the fishing rod and the ocean heart into one hole. The fishing line, which was wildly pulling out, instantly went taut, and the fishing rod remained steady. Below the water, the fish that was once ferocious now could only be dragged along by the ocean heart. That was a speed of 80 knots. It was almost as fast as a slightly slow train. Even the fastest fish in the sea, the sailfish, couldn't catch up to the ocean heart's speed, let alone the weight. Basically, as long as the ocean heart is fixed to the fishing platform, other than mutated fish and the few terrifyingly large species, all other fish can be easily caught. There's no need to even use the weapon systems. Alright, let's play with it for a bit and reel it in during lunch. Huyu turned around and headed towards the restaurant. Should we have Chinese food or Western food for lunch today? Forget it, eating exquisite dishes every day is getting a bit tiresome. Let's change it up today and have a bowl of instant noodles. At that time, I didn't even think of forgetting to pack 2 instant noodle factories into the backpack. The production line was right there, and regardless, even if we don't eat them, we could use the produced instant noodles to exchange for other supplies after the rain ends. But that's okay. There should be processing factories like this on the island, right? 2 hours later. The children finished their lunch and started their afternoon studies again under the guidance of Han Weiwei and Xiao Zissou. Zhang Sirui and Li Ji then began preparing the ingredients for dinner. Zhao's father and mother were still studying the physical conditions of the 50 people they brought back a few days ago. After their adjustment, these people could now lie in bed and eat on their own, having basic rational thinking abilities, but only limited to eating, drinking, and using the toilet. If asked to do anything else, they would still be babbling. Even Minuono found something to do. She saw Zhou Wenchuan struggling alone to organize the database, so she actively offered to help, and Huyu naturally had no objections, while Zhou Wenchuan was desperate for a helper. As for Old Feng, he still stayed in the greenhouse. Now that the production of the Immortals beans and Sweet Spring had doubled, he was no longer concerned about them and just harvested them occasionally. His full focus was now on the rice seeds, but the size of the greenhouse was fixed, so there was no way to expand it. Otherwise, he might personally grab a hoe and try to include the entire deck into the greenhouse. As for Huyu and the others. Immediately after finishing lunch, he, Zhao Zhong, Shinshan, and Su Zilong gathered in front of the fishing platform. They were ready to reel in. After 2 or more hours of tugging, no matter how fierce the fish was, it should be exhausted by now, right? I'll reel it in. Huyu sat in the fishing platform seat and began to gather the line while directing, Shangu, Zhonggu, you guys net it. Zilong, keep an eye nearby, I'm afraid it might jump out. Yes, boss. The three answered simultaneously. Su Zilong also dashed to Huyu's side, ready to jump in at any time. The fishing line was being slowly reeled in, but Huyu couldn't help but frown. This fishing line, how come it's so light? Huyu pulled the fishing rod up from the fishing platform and began to reel in quickly. The others beside him also noticed something was off. Boss, could it be that it got unhooked? Shinshan asked curiously. How could that be? Before Huyu could answer, Zhao Zhong was quick to respond, I have been fishing with this rod for so long. No matter what fish is caught, it has never slipped off the hook. Add 1 more upstairs. Su Zilong also responded from the side. No matter the situation, once we reel it in, we'll know. Hu said this, feeling the line was about right, and with a swift motion, he wanted to fly the fish up. But that one leap left him momentarily stunned. The fish had not slipped off the hook. It was still hanging on the hook. But this fish was too dazzling. The little fish was completely golden, but not of the yellowish gold like a yellow croaker. It was a slightly lighter shade, sparkling like a real piece of gold. But its size, even smaller than Huyu's palm. In the next moment, its information panel appeared before him. Name, golden scale dragon fish, mutated. Type, fish, ingredient. Status, juvenile, near death. Description, a fish that has undergone unique changes due to its environment. With patience in raising it, one might achieve unexpected rewards. Note, a small body harbors terrifying energy. Slap. Before Huyu could comprehend, the golden scale dragonfish fell onto the cabin floor. Already exhausted, it now didn't even bother to stir its tail a couple of times, looking as if it could pass away at any moment. This fish's name has a dragon in it. Plus the note. It simply made Huyu think in that direction. You have to know, in so many myths in Huaxia, dragons hold a significant position. Generally speaking, aside from pure-blooded dragon races, there are two ways to become a dragon. One starts from a snake. 10 years to become a snake, 100 years to become a python, 1,000 years to become a flood dragon, and 10,000 years to become a true dragon. The other starts from a fish. Fish in the water actually have a trace of dragon blood. As long as they cross the dragon gate, they have a chance to become a true dragon. But these are all just legends. Yet now, if a water snake can mutate into that form, why can't a fish mutate towards myth? Hiss. Huyu took a sharp breath, quickly took out a basin, poured in a portion of the spring water, then added seawater to dilute it. When the water was enough to submerge the body of the golden scale dragon fish, he carefully squatted down and cradled it into the basin. Finally, the golden scale dragon fish started to open and close its mouth, gulping in the water from the basin. This thing. Zhao Zhong leaned forward with a puzzled expression. Is this the thing that almost dragged me down just now? Could it be that we caught it wrong? Su Zilong frowned and said, such a small thing, it was caught easily. No mistake. Huyu calmly replied, looking at the golden scale dragon fish in the basin. Watching it go from barely alive to finally straightening up in the basin, he sighed in relief. The one dragging the rod underwater just now was this fish. What? Everyone was surprised and squatted by the basin, gazing at the fish. As if sensing the gazes from everyone on the surface, the golden scale dragonfish flipped over and whipped its tail, splashing everyone with water. The entire process was so fast that even Su Zilong didn't react in time. The left side of his face was slapped by a layer of fishtail skin. Hey! This guy even turned over. Su Zilong rolled up his sleeves, looking at Huyu. Boss, leave it to me, I'll guarantee this thing will be delicious. Facing the threat, the golden scale dragonfish even raised its head underwater, blowing out a few bubbles. A provocation. This was clearly a provocation. Don't move it yet, let's nurture it first. Huyu found a fish tank from those containers and started filling it with seawater. Once it was almost full, he leaned toward the golden scale dragonfish and said to himself, you can understand what we are saying, right? The golden scale dragonfish floated on the surface, looking into Huyu's eyes, and wagged its tail. Clearly, it could understand. The intelligence of fish is actually not low, even higher than some other animals on land. Some fish that live near sea urchin groups, when they see humans diving to catch sea urchins, even lead the humans to where the sea urchins grow, just so the humans will open sea urchins for them. Not to mention dolphins and killer whales, their intelligence is even equal to that of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. For a mutant fish like the golden-scaled dragonfish, it's not surprising that it can understand human speech. But the golden-scaled dragonfish shook its head. Huyu was speechless for a moment. Its understanding is pretty good, but its intelligence is not high. He had no choice but to speak. Do you still want to drink that kind of water from before? The golden-scaled dragonfish nodded like crazy. It could feel that the water from before was good for it. Huyu pointed to the fish tank beside him. Jump in. As long as you behave, there will be plenty of water from now on. Splash. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-scaled dragonfish was already in the fish tank. The whole fish even pressed itself against the tank, wagging its tail nonstop, as if saying, where is the water? Boss, give me the water now. Huyu felt like he couldn't take it anymore. If it was just this one fish, it would be fine, but if all the fish underwater started to mutate, all gain this level of intelligence, even the ability to think, then it would be too terrifying. Forget it, now's not the time to think about this. Once the heavy rain stops, the first thing to do is start collecting water. Huyu poured the water from the basin into the tank, then poured in one person's share of the Lichuan spring into the fish tank, and didn't fish anymore after that. According to Xiaohai's route, there were about 3 hours left before reaching the island country's border. It was time to get ready. Chapter 115. He reached out his hand. 3 hours later, the island country's border. According to the map, they were now within the island country's territory. But because the water level had risen, you and the others could only see a vast blue surface in all directions, the nearest land was thousands of meters away. Boss. Shinshan frowned and said, "Why do I feel like the water level is rising again? A 60-meter waterline shouldn't rise this much, right? The waterline has actually always been rising, it's just that we couldn't feel it when we were inland." You explained casually, "Do you still remember what I said before? The waterline would continue rising between day 18 and day 19. During this time, the heavy rain wouldn't stop, but the waterline would stop rising. Have you thought about why?" Before anyone could answer, Minuonuo raised her hand eagerly. "I know." "Then tell me." You looked at Minuonuo. He had his own answer in mind, but it was only a guess. He couldn't be sure, so hearing others' thoughts was good too. "It's because of the terrain." Minuonuo said beside him, "Blue Star's surface is uneven, some places are high, some are low. When the heavy rain falls, some lowlands will start to accumulate water on a large scale, but there will also be mountainous areas around the lowlands. The whole Blue Star is like a leaky stairwell, and those lowlands are like basins placed on the stairs to catch water. Once the basins are full, the waterline will stop rising, and the water will start to overflow outward, until the stairwell water level floods one basin, then the waterline will rise again." "Boss, did I say it right?" You nodded. Minuonuo's guess was exactly the same as his. He had thought before, why did the waterline rise crazily to 50 meters in the first 10 days of rain, then stop for nearly 9 days, and then start rising again even faster? The only possibility he could think of was this. As for the reason for the rapid rise in the last few days, just as Minuonuo said, the earlier rain had fallen into the stairwell full of basins. When all the basins and the gaps between stairs were full, the whole Blue Star would become like a flat surface. At that point, the waterline would naturally rise much faster. 1 meter an hour? By tomorrow, perhaps the speed of the rising water will multiply by more than 10 times. Yay! Minono received Yu's agreement and immediately let out a proud exclamation. She then looked at Shinshan. "As for Brother Shin, the problem you just mentioned, this place is originally on the sea, the first place to surge after the heavy rain hits. The amount of rainwater collected here is more than in other areas, which is normal. According to Pengcheng's water level, the water level there has risen by 60 meters, so here the water level has risen by at least 80 meters. Apart from some super high-rise buildings in mountainous areas, all other structures should be submerged." "But..." Minono shrugged with a smile, "The geographical environment of island countries is like that, earthquakes and tsunamis are frequent, ordinary residential buildings are mostly no more than 15 floors, only some commercial buildings are a bit taller, and the highest is just 330 meters. 80 meters? Over 90% of the buildings have already been submerged. What a pity." Su Zilong sighed from the side. "I thought I could see many little Japanese neighbors living well later, and was ready to greet them." Everyone turned their heads and saw Su Zilong silently putting down the RPG in his hands. "Your way of greeting is a bit too friendly. There's no way, for any citizen of Huaxia, with such a rare opportunity, you have to seize it. Just like that big brother who said online before, even if you kill little Japanese people, that can still be recorded in the ancestral record, who knows, maybe in the future, the first incense during Qingming will be yours. Who can resist such a temptation?" Not only Su Zilong couldn't resist, but the others were also very tempted. Yu was no exception. "There will be opportunities," Yu replied, adding, "They often face disasters, it cannot be denied that their emergency measures are indeed much more rigorous than ours. Perhaps, there are still many neighbors alive, so there will be opportunities to greet them properly." The heart of the ocean continued forward. About a kilometer away, for the heart of the ocean, that was nothing, it soon reached the shore, right in front of a hill. Yu walked onto the deck, followed by Ancienner holding an umbrella, while Shinshan and the others took their weapons and followed behind to deal with possible emergencies. Other people with low fighting power stayed in the cabin, only able to look towards the deck through the porthole glass. They didn't even know Yu's ultimate goal for coming to the island country, they were just following orders. "You guys say?" Han Weiwei, holding a bag of potato chips, took one bite at a time. "What does Boss Hu want to do? It feels so serious." "I don't know, but it must be something big." Su Linglong replied from the side. She was originally in the room writing a strategy, but upon hearing that they had arrived at the island country, she vaguely sensed something and slipped out to watch the show. Could it be? Xiao Zissa guessed from the side, he wants to store the whole island into his storage space? What? Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim. Even the usually silent Zhang Surui looked at Xiao Zissu with slight surprise. "I'm just guessing." Xiao Zissa smiled helplessly. "Even if there is storage space, there must be a limit, right? That's the whole island we're talking about. It's not impossible." Su Linglong murmured from the side, wasn't the entire Zijing mountain also stored away before? Hey! Zisu! Han Weiwei immediately came over. You've been with Boss Hu the longest, tell me, how big is his storage space really? The fact that Hu Yu had storage space was not a secret to them at all. Whenever there was something, he would take things out from it. Anyone living in the 21st century could guess what he had. After all, this kind of thing has been written about in various novels and anime. But the size of this storage space is a bit too much. Everything can fit inside. How would I know? Xiao Zissou let out a bitter smile and turned to look at the deck, her pupils instantly trembling. Look! He reached out. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the deck. They knew that when Boss Hu reached out, there were usually only two possibilities, one was to put something down, and the other was to take something. What could be taken from a mountain? Unless, what he wanted was the entire island nation. Chapter 116, The Shelter. No matter which possibility it was, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Afraid of missing something in the next moment. A miracle. This is truly a miracle in every sense. If he could really take the entire island nation, then taking the whole continent of Huaxia into his space wouldn't be impossible. After all, in a certain sense, the island nation belongs to the continental islands. Roughly speaking, it can also be considered a continent. In the next moment, the entire mountain disappeared from everyone's sight. In front of them, there was only a stretch of clear, azure sky. Did it succeed? The three words popped up in everyone's heart. They quietly watched the scene before them, the sound of heavy rain hitting the water echoing in their ears, waiting for the result to unfold. Did it succeed? In front of the deck, Shinshan also had doubts. He looked at Hu Yu beside him and asked. No. Hu Yu shook his head, his brow slightly furrowing. When he made contact with the mountain, he had only taken the entire mountain into the space, not the whole island nation together. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a stretch of azure now, there should be people everywhere. What is this? Could it be that the space bag has infinite volume but can only take mountains, and not continental plates? Or is it, the island nation's area too large, exceeding the capacity limit? This shouldn't be. If it was an area problem, then this mountain doesn't even reach 1/10 of the Zijing mountain. When taking it, it should at least be supplemented to the size of Zijing mountain. Or could it be, for some other reason? Hu Yu pondered for a long time. During that time, no one dared to interrupt. Su Zilong and Shinshan quietly stood behind, exchanging their thoughts with their eyes. As for the people on Heart of the Ocean, they still did not know what happened and were still guessing whether Boss Hu had successfully taken the island nation. After a while, Han Weiwei suddenly spoke up. What do you think? Boss Hu is waiting for. It's definitely not waiting for the wind to come. Su Linglong added on the side. What's the point of guessing? Xiao Zissou countered, directly walking out. Why not go out and ask to find out? Sister Zissou, wait for me. Nino Nua said as she chased after her. The two girls held umbrellas and made their way to the deck. Xiao Zissou was the first to speak. What's wrong, Boss Hu, enjoying the scenery? No. Hu Yu's thoughts were interrupted, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked back and asked, what do you think it means if a person wants to put something in a box and take it, but there is only part of that thing? I know. Nino Nua again activated her quick answer mode. Maybe that person can't move it. They can only take part. This is indeed a possibility. What else? Hu Yu asked in confusion. What else? Xiao Zissou pondered for a moment. Maybe that thing is layered, and you've only taken one layer. How about trying the boundary? That's right. The boundary. Hu Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he suddenly understood. When he took Zijing Mountain, he was at the edge of Zijing Mountain. When he took Qixia Mountain, he was also near the mountain range. And here, after being submerged by seawater, while it is indeed the outermost area of the island nation, fundamentally speaking, it is still the edge position of the island nation, not the boundary. Makes sense. Hu Yu exclaimed three words and immediately walked toward the cabin. Xiaohai, turn around. Head to the boundary of the island nation. Yes, master. The Heart of the Ocean started again, heading towards the boundary of the island nation on the map. Hu Yu went to the cabin and began rummaging through the things in his space backpack. To reach the boundary of the island nation, not only must he change direction and travel a distance, but he must also dive to at least 80 meters below. Being skilled in diving, he could only dive to about 60 meters without equipment, and any deeper was beyond his capability. So, he needed to find some equipment. Hu Yu searched frantically and finally found 2 sets of diving gear on one of the yachts. It seemed that they had originally planned to go diving at sea, and now it was conveniently benefiting him. Master, we have reached the target location. Hu Yu responded and took out the 2 sets of diving gear. I need to go down for a bit. Who will accompany me? I will. Mino Nuwa seemed to awaken some kind of answering system. Whenever Yu asked a question, she always answered at the fastest speed. But this was not something that could be handled just by being fast. Only professionals should participate. Otherwise, there was a high chance of meeting a speedy death. You can't dive, it's better if you don't participate. Yu smiled bitterly and looked at Shinshan and the others. Without him saying a word, Shinshan, Su Zilong, and Xianair all stepped forward almost simultaneously. Let me go instead. Shinshan looked at the two of them and said, there might be unexpected situations underwater, I'll accompany the boss down to deal with them. I'm stronger than you. And Xianair surprisingly uttered 4 words. I'll go. Su Zilong also spoke up, I dive better than both of you, even if something goes wrong with the equipment, I can handle it. And Xianair turned to look at him one punch. Bang! Su Zilong bent his whole body like a shrimp, clutching his abdomen, unable to even stand. Now, I'm stronger than you. With that, Xianair looked up at Yu and extended her hand. The meaning was very clear. Then it's you. Yu hurriedly handed over the diving equipment with both hands. He didn't understand why Xianair was so concerned about this matter, but he knew one thing. No matter what, he couldn't withstand that punch. It was better to cooperate honestly. Confirming the divers, the two went to the back of the boat, put on the diving equipment, and began to dive. 10 meters. 20 meters. 40 meters. 80 meters. The coastline, here we are. The water pressure outside the diving suit had reached 8 atmospheres. That meant every square centimeter of skin had to bear 80 kilograms of pressure. For anyone who hadn't received professional training, arriving in this water area meant only one outcome. Their lungs would explode and they would die. Fortunately, they were all wearing diving suits now and didn't feel much discomfort. Yu and the others continued to dive, and at about 83 meters, they saw some things resembling sand and gravel. And the land was still spreading to one side. It seemed the original coastline of the island nation wasn't really the boundary. To reach the true boundary, they needed to swim a little further. Yu pointed in the direction where the land was spreading and started to swim forward together with Xianair. About 15 minutes later, the two finally found a clear boundary. From the land outwards, they could see a distinct fracture. If this was not the boundary, then they would have to continue diving. And regardless of the diving suit or oxygen capacity, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Yu swam to the boundary and raised his hand again. Through the diving suit, he used his fingertip to touch the continental boundary. Containment. Chapter 117, Do you want to board the ship? The boundary disappeared in an instant. Along with it, everything that existed before vanished. The entire mainland of the island nation was completely taken into the space backpack. Done. I made it. Yu rejoiced in his heart. And in the next instant, all the people who were still alive on the island appeared before his eyes. In an instant, countless heads piled up at the bottom of the water, with the water pressure of 80 meters pressing down on each one of them. Struggling? Roaring? Lamenting? None of that existed. The immense water pressure was enough to end their lives in an instant, forcing them to sink deeper and deeper. However, there were still a few thousand who were reasonably good at swimming. The moment he entered the water, he paused for a moment, and when he realized it, he immediately swam up to the surface. No. This group of people, most of them are wearing the same clothes, and they seem to know each other. Just with a glance, they took the same action. Wait. What they are holding is canned food? Or is it canned meat? Among these thousands of people, at least over 70% have various kinds of food or food packaging in their hands. This is absolutely not normal. Of course, it's not just them that are abnormal, the ones wearing diving suits are the most abnormal. However, there are simply too many people around. That group didn't even notice the presence of 2 people in diving suits. A guess surged into his mind. In this situation, those thousands of people are definitely organized and premeditated, and most of them can escape under this water pressure, which is clearly something only special training can achieve. Could it be, the island nation had prepared for an apocalyptic survival plan in advance? Or did they already know the apocalypse was coming? Yu frowned, glanced at the crowd sinking into the water, didn't intervene, and immediately made a gesture to Xianair while swimming up to the surface. Pity? This is the apocalypse. Don't say these are little Japanese, who have been living pretty well, even if it were other races. Well, it seems saving them isn't impossible. But let's forget about the little Japanese. It's better to figure out the existence of these people first. Yu and Xianair swam all the way up, and soon reached the water's surface. Because of the drag of the diving suits, by the time they surfaced, those few hundred good swimmers had already been on the water's surface. A group of people were chattering, and he couldn't understand a single word. This won't do. While they hadn't discovered him yet, Huyu quickly stored the diving suits of himself and Sienna into his space, pretending they had just come out of the water. As for language, Huyu immediately rummaged through his space backpack. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that Zhonggu and Zilong had caught a skill book for language proficiency while fishing. He hadn't learned it before, nor had he thought he would encounter such a situation. Got it. Finding the skill book, Huyu immediately patted himself. The originally noisy and incomprehensible language now flowed back into his ears with a completely different meaning. What's going on? Where is our shelter? Look. Not just us, people from other shelters are here too. Did all 12 shelters we built disappear? Suddenly disappearing shelters and we appear in the water? Is it a punishment from the sun goddess for our actions? No. Impossible. We are all citizens of the sun goddess, how could she abandon us? Wait. Look. Is there a warship ahead? Yes. Let's board the ship first, we can talk about it later. A warship? They must be talking about the heart of the ocean, right? Huyu looked in the direction they were swimming, and a familiar outline came into view. It really is the heart of the ocean. Earlier, to search for the boundary, he had swum a distance east with Sienna, and didn't expect to end up this far. Looking around, it was at least 600 or 700 meters away. Given the size of the heart of the ocean, it really did look a bit like a warship from this distance. But how could the little sea allow them to board? When they got within 500 meters, a warning voice rang out from the heart of the ocean. Warning! Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching this ship within 500 meters. If you continue forward, this ship reserves the right to attack. Warning! A series of 3 warnings were issued in Chinese, English, and Japanese. This group of little Japanese could understand it without a doubt. What do we do? It doesn't sound like a joke. The crowd hesitated on the water's surface, afraid to go forward, murmuring amongst themselves. What else can we do? We are now in the sea. In our bodies, in the absence of supply, we can survive at most for a dozen hours. Right now, there is only the ship in front of us, and if we want to live, we have to take a gamble. Gamble. Someone immediately echoed, from the size of this ship, there must be a lot of food on board. As long as we can successfully land, even without shelter, we can survive. Dive. Go under the water. Quickly, the first group of people began to take action. They submerged underwater, just past the 500-meter warning line, and the ship's automatic defense function activated. On one side of the ship, a row of cannons was ready, firing directly. All those who crossed the 500-meter warning line were instantly killed by the cannon fire. Blood spread out in the water. The remaining people who were eager to move forward were now frozen in place, staring at the cannon's fiery mouth, unable to move. What do we do? It seems we can't get through. If we can't get through, we still have to try. One person from the group spoke up, since there is a ship, there must be someone on it. As long as the conditions are right, we can definitely get on. Saying this, he looked at the women in the crowd. In this crowd of thousands, more than 2/3 were women, while there were only about 1/3 men. It's easy to understand the reason. From the perspective of reproduction, one man can impregnate multiple women, which determines that the gender ratio in shelters will not be average. The others understood his meaning and immediately raised their voices, shouting to the heart of the ocean. Please save us. We have resources to exchange. Japanese and English alternated in the shouts. The hoarse voices of thousands of people faintly drowned out the sound of the heavy rain. A few people on the deck of the heart of the ocean looked towards the water's surface, which immediately stirred up another wave of excitement. There are people coming. They found us. Keep shouting. As long as the noise is loud enough, they will definitely come to save us. Wait. Look over there. Suddenly, someone turned their head around. Their gaze fell on Huyu and Sienna, who wore obviously different outfits. Who are you? Why are you here? Confused voices began to rise. Before Huyu could answer, more and more people turned to look at the two. And Sienna had already quietly drawn a dagger, ready for a massacre. But Huyu pressed her hand down, smiling at the crowd and asking in standard Japanese. Do you want to get on the ship? I have a way. Just you? A voice of doubt came out. The tone of the person was full of disdain and contempt. He looked Huyu up and down, and jealousy instantly glimmered in his eyes. Brand name. All over, he was dressed in brand name clothing. Just looking at the quality, one could tell the value of this outfit was not small. What's wrong? The person chuckled lightly. Do you think we're still in peaceful times? Do you think with a few bills on you, you can trade for someone else's ticket? Don't be ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Exactly. You bunch of slaves to money, are you still living in some past fantasy? Wake up. This is the end of the world. It's our world now. Wahahaha. A group of self-important voices echoed in Huyu's ears. He was somewhat stunned, unsure how these people's thought processes worked. Was it just because he suggested something? Was it necessary to mock him like this? Or was it? Huyu glanced at his own clothes. These were all outfits that Xiao Zissou insisted on preparing when they shopped in the old street, each set cost over 6 figures. Could it be that they saw this outfit and thought he was the foolish son of a rich family? It didn't seem impossible. Forget it, let's gather information first. Whether it's possible or not, how would you know if you don't try? Huyu looked at the crowd in front of him and said, if I can get the ship to come over and save us, what will you give me in exchange? Ha, just you? If that ship can come over, we will apologize to you. Yes. A 90-degree bow to apologize. Huyu was speechless for a moment. Truly, a nation full of the spirit of bending craftsmanship. What's the point of bowing to apologize? Huyu rolled his eyes and raised a finger. I won't say much, if the ship comes, each of you can just drink 10 sips of seawater. What? Little Sun immediately exclaimed, and everyone else had a look of astonishment. You actually want us to drink seawater? Are you crazy? Do you not know what's in this seawater? How dare you make us drink it? Even if this sea area is still a distance from the discharge zone, it's still not drinkable. This kid just wants us to die, kill him. A group of people instantly became heated with blood boiling. It felt like they were about to pounce on him and eat him alive. So these beasts know what's in the sea, huh? Huyu lowered his eyelids slightly and didn't plan to keep pretending with these people anymore. It was just a question, the method was overly simple. He had plenty of means and ways to make them say everything they knew. Huyu raised his hand and motioned casually. Little C, come over here. Yes, master. Little C's voice rang out from 500 meters away, and the heart of the ocean was approaching. In the next instant, many astonished voices broke out. It's coming. It's really coming. What did he just say? Why does this warship respond? Wait. That seems to be Chinese. It's indeed Chinese, I've learned it before. No matter what. A large group of women swam over directly, bowing to Huyu. Sir, please let us board the ship, we can offer anything. I have to say, these little sons are quite adept at being flexible. But Huyu obviously wasn't falling for it. Board the ship? In your dreams. Half a minute later. The heart of the ocean arrived beside Huyu. Before he had even risen the gangway, some little sons were already frantically trying to board the ship. Unfortunately. Forget about how powerful the heart of the ocean's defense system is, there were still so many people on the deck. Just throwing stones wouldn't allow that group to climb up the smooth hull without any tools. Huyu stepped up the gangway slowly, not in a hurry to board, but sitting on the gangway with Enciener, supporting his chin with his hand, watching those little suns on the water's surface. Come on, let me see who wants to board the ship. I do. And me. Sir, I didn't say a word just now. Me too. I didn't participate at all when they mocked you, sir. Sir, please look at me, my skills are the best among this group, I can definitely make you very comfortable. A group of people clamored, making the sea surface noisy like a duck farm. Huyu looked down at them and raised his hand to make a pause gesture. Everyone finally calmed down a bit. When the surrounding only had the sound of heavy rain left, he finally spoke. Do you remember what I just said? One mouthful of seawater. As they said, this sea area is still a distance from the wastewater discharge area, it can be said to be separated on the east and west sides. So even if they drank the water, it wouldn't be a big problem, they would just feel unusually thirsty. After all, it was still seawater, and the salt content in it was indeed not low. Yes. We remember. In an instant, everyone bowed their heads and took a big gulp of seawater, then choked and swallowed it down. This was to train their obedience. Very good. Huyu calmly said 2 words, looking at the closest person to him. Tell me, where did you all come from? Shelter. Shut up. Just as he spoke 2 words, someone interrupted. Didn't you notice? He is not one of our kind. He just summoned the ship using Chinese. His question must have a bad intention. Oh, quite clever. But it's of no use. Huyu casually pulled out a gun and handed it to Enciener. Without him speaking, in the next moment, a gunshot rang out, and another body sank into the water. At the same time, a few people waiting on the boat saw Huyu was slow to board, so they also walked down the gangway and happened to witness the scene. Are we going to take action? Su Zilong was the first to cry out, rushing to Huyu's side. Count me in, count me in. Boss, count me as one too. Zhao Zhong also walked up, grinning widely, showing off his big white teeth. Back in training, my shooting score was number 1. Nonsense, there's no score in shooting. Su Zilong shot back directly. That's none of your business. Zhao Zhong turned to look at Huyu. Boss Hu, you see? Don't rush, they still have their uses. Huyu looked again at the group, his gaze landing on the face of the person who was about to answer, and he showed a friendly smile. You can continue with the previous question, answer correctly and you can get a reward. His tone was like a strange uncle tempting a little girl with a lollipop on the street. The man shook his head and remained silent. In the next moment. Bang! Another body. It's a shelter. A man immediately spoke and swam forward. He looked up at Huyu, his eyes filled with hope. Sir, we come from a shelter. Before the apocalypse began, our country established 12 shelters, each with 120 people, arranged in 12 different places to protect our civilization as much as possible. We don't know why we ended up here either. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Understanding. In this world, what we have in abundance are understanding people. Very good. Huyu praised and spoke again. You said you established shelters before the apocalypse began. Did you know the apocalypse was coming? That was speculation. The man continued to answer. The purpose of the shelter is to protect us from nuclear crises, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and large tsunamis, waiting for external rescue. We also do not know what kind of apocalypse will come or when it will arrive. This means they didn't know the answer either, they just made a random guess and unexpectedly hit the mark. It makes sense, given the geographical position of the island country. It would be strange if they didn't prepare in advance. Huyu began searching inside his space backpack, trying to find the specific locations of the shelters to see if there were any issues. As a result, it was too big. Compared to Huaxia, the area of the island country is just a tiny place, but after all, it is a whole archipelago. Without coordinates, even if Huyu could look over the entire island country, he wouldn't be able to find such a small shelter anywhere. He looked again at the man. Where is the location of the shelter? This. The man was at a loss for words. Sir, I don't know either. When we were selected, we were blindfolded and our senses were covered, then directly shoved inside. It's probably because the upper level wasn't sure if this rain would cause the apocalypse, to avoid minor harm, and then releasing us later would expose the existence of the shelter, making it not worth the loss. It's not impossible. Then when are they going to find it? He still wanted to see if there were anything usable inside. But his ignorance doesn't mean everyone else is unaware. Even if the vast majority of people are unaware, there should be informed individuals within the shelter. Otherwise, how could they gather all the people from the shelters together after the apocalypse? At least, every shelter should have one such person. Unless, those individuals just happen to die under the ocean's heart defense system. Who else knows the answer? Huyu looked at the crowd, asking with his eyes. Time passed little by little, and not a single person spoke up to answer. Not saying anything? Then I'm sorry. Huyu turned to leave, but someone immediately rushed out. I know. It was a woman. She floated among the crowd, raising her hand and said, I can tell you all the coordinates of the shelters, but in exchange, you have to let me on the ship first. Okay. Huyu did not refuse. Getting on the ship didn't mean he couldn't kick her off. Under the cover of the crowd's threatening presence, she quickly swam to the ladder and climbed up. At once, she reported 12 locations. With specific city names and street names, it became much easier to find. Huyu quickly found those 12 shelters in his spatial backpack, and as he looked around, he saw they were filled with all kinds of food and professional books. Especially food. Each shelter had enough food for 120 people to eat for 30 years. Even if a nuclear strike occurred, they could wait until the radiation had decayed and then come out. Now, Huyu was more than happy to accept this food. As for this group of people in front of him, Huyu's gaze swept over them, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. They all looked at him with hope, seemingly expecting him to give the order to let everyone on the ship. Of course, that was impossible. However, he could give them a chance. A chance to survive. As for the woman who had just boarded the ship, she seemed to have joined a new organization. When she turned to look at her fellow countrymen, her eyes were filled with disdain. As if to say, look, it's still me. With you bunch of losers, how could you possibly get on the ship? But in the next moment, Huyu directly raised his leg and kicked. He kicked the woman down. Looking at them equally, he asked a question. Do you all want to live? Chapter 119, Rooting Out the Problem. Faced with the question, everyone nodded in unison. If they didn't want to live, they would have died at the beginning of the apocalypse. How could they have stayed until now? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Huyu stood on the ladder, looking down at the people before him. Each person has one chance. Tell me the locations you know that might store large amounts of supplies. The top 10 who say the most can get on the ship. Do you want food? I know the largest canned food processing factory and warehouse in the whole country. I also know where the military stocks weapons. Schools. I know where those books are stored. In an instant, the clamor of voices echoed above the water again. Although they didn't know Huyu's purpose for asking these, they clearly understood one thing: only by speaking out could they have a chance to survive. Good, but you need to come one by one. Huyu's lips curved up. Shall I take notes? Yes, master. About half an hour later, that group of people emptied out all the supply locations they knew, from the warehouses of military materials to the convenience store at their doorstep. These folks had mentioned all the places they could think of. Although most of them were useless small places, Huyu still had Xiao keep track of them, so they would not have to look for them later if they turned out to be useful. As each location was mentioned, the crowd gradually fell silent, with a few attempting to take advantage of the situation. They repeated locations they had already reported before, but were ruthlessly exposed by Xiao. Soon, everyone fell silent. Is that all? Huyu looked at the people before him and asked. The crowd glanced at each other, all remaining silent, only shaking continuously in the water. They had already been in the sea for over half an hour. Their bodies had lost a lot of heat. Even if they went on the ship now, they would probably need several days to recover their strength. The top 10 who had spoken were filled with excitement, eager to rush onto the ship but still maintaining the most basic decency. Some people could no longer hold on. They found those ranked in the top 10, trying to exchange something for a spot on the boat. Unfortunately, this was their only chance to survive. How could they exchange it away? Well, very good. Huyu said, waving his hand casually, as 10 kayaks landed on the water. Here, this is your reward. I said I would let you 10 people on the boat, and I will definitely get you on. What? Liar. This is not a boat, it's a kayak. We want to get on your boat. Exactly. You clearly said it was a boat. Not a kayak. The islanders immediately began to protest. But, the voices were small, only those 10 people were splashing in the water. The others just floated in the water, their eyes constantly sizing up the kayaks ahead. If it weren't for Huyu still watching from the boat, they would have started scrambling by now. Oh? Are you saying you don't accept this reward? Huyu raised an eyebrow. We don't accept. Right. We absolutely do not accept. At least it should be a real boat. Huyu said nothing, just turned to give Ancienne a look. Bang! A gunshot exploded, and the two protesters fell to the ground at the same time. It sounded like only one shot was fired. In fact, Ancienne and Su Zilong acted simultaneously, the shooting interval so small it could be ignored, creating this effect. Everyone fell silent again. Now. Huyu smiled again at everyone. Is there anyone who still does not accept? On the water, only the sound of pouring rain was heard. No one responded. Very well, then. I wish you good luck. The gangway began to retract. The group wanted to try their luck and come aboard, but the cannon array on the side of the ocean's heart was right there. As soon as the thought emerged, it was nipped in the bud. Everyone safely returned to the ocean's heart. Huyu briefly checked the supplies at several important positions, found nothing wrong, and the smile on his lips was almost harder to suppress than an AK. This time it was stable. All the supplies of the entire island nation were in hand, and there were also some American military reserves, not to mention dealing with some mutated fish. Even fighting a small war would be more than enough. Boss who? Su Zilong questioned from the side. What about those people, just leaving them be? How could that be? Huyu was not the kind of person who left roots behind after cutting the grass. Since the deed was done, it had to be thorough. He glanced at the crowd outside the porthole fighting over the kayaks, and spoke calmly. Let's go to the deck, it should be soon. Soon? Everyone was puzzled, a bit lost, so they followed Huyu to the deck. As soon as they reached the deck, the kayaks were already packed with islanders, and even more people were climbing on. The kayaks were only inflatable, unable to hold so many people, and they quickly began to tilt to one side. People fell into the water, but those underwater flipped the kayaks back over and began to climb again. This cycle continued, and everyone was immersed in the game of scrambling for the kayaks. The 10 kayaks flipped back and forth, with one lingering near the surface. Don't they know to paddle away once they're in the kayak? Minono wondered out loud. That's the problem. Huyu grinned. I only promised them they could get on the boat, but I never promised I would give them paddles. For a moment, everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. Should they say this guy was strategic? Or should they say he was a man of his word? The next moment. Ha 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 ha. Old Wang burst into wild laughter. Boss Hu, you are truly something. Let these islanders dare to cause trouble. Now all the consequences are falling back on them, they deserve it. Exactly. They deserve it, ahahaha. Laughter rang out one after another. No one on the boat felt a shred of pity for those down below, not even the two former saints. Mu Lingxiu and Su Linglong. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Everyone knew that if this trend continued, those 10 kayaks would soon be ruined by this group of little rascals. In fact, even without their antics, these kayaks wouldn't last long. When Huyu released them, they all silently poked a small hole in the top with a steel needle. At first, nothing seemed wrong, but if they continued to mess around like this, at most in half an hour, the island nation would cease to exist. Perhaps it would be the first country to perish after the apocalypse began, but definitely not the last. Alright, to celebrate today's great harvest, the whole ship is on holiday, let's have a party tonight. Hooray! Everyone cheered and ran off to prepare for the night's party. As for those little rascals, not turning back to finish them off was Huyu's final act of mercy. The heart of the ocean sped towards Jinling. And Huyu lay in his recliner, quietly sorting through all the resources on the island, waiting for the night's celebration. No one knew how much time had passed. In the waters of the original island nation, the 10 kayaks had already sunk, but the surface was littered with corpses. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? No one knew the exact number, all one could see were variously clothed corpses drifting on the water. Some faced up, some faced down, essentially, there was no difference. This was the most nutritious food ever. A large number of fish gathered underwater, slowly absorbing the dissolved flesh and blood, continuously gulping and spitting. Suddenly, one of the corpses began to slowly move. It lifted its head from the water and took a bite out of the nearby corpse. Imitating those fish, it began to gnaw and swallow. Soon, more and more corpses began to move. Faced with readily available food, they also started a frenzy. If Huyu were here, he might recognize. The fish beneath those corpses were 90% similar to the golden-scaled dragonfish he had caught earlier. The only difference was that the scales of these little fish were not purely golden, but a pale golden color slightly leaning towards white. Chapter 120, Hello, this is shelter number 012 in Huaxia. July 31st. 7 a.m. The 18th day since the apocalypse began. Huyu got up early, unusually not sleeping in. In a short time, the water level would rise again, now they were at sea and needed to be prepared. Even though the heart of the ocean had the ability to hover in mid-air, he still had to be cautious. As soon as he opened his eyes, he rushed to the window. First, let's crack open the 3 black eggs stored from the past 3 days. 3 black eggs lined up in a row. Huyu wasted no time and cracked all 3 black eggs at once. Ding! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out, bursting forth with 2 whites and 1 purple mist. Congratulations, host has obtained Aquaculture Base Expansion Card, Normal, *1. Congratulations, host has obtained Master Key, Normal, *1. Congratulations, host has obtained Homestead Flag, Perfect, *1. All 3 are new items. Huyu looked through the panels one by one, his smile never leaving his face. Name, Aquaculture Base Expansion Card, Normal. Type, Item. Effect, using it can expand a designated aquaculture base by 10 square meters. Note, our goal is farming. 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 Name, Master Key, Normal. Type, Item. Effect, can open a door. Note, please ensure no one is inside when opening the door, otherwise, please wear earplugs to welcome the screams. Name, Homestead Flag, Perfect. Type, Item. Effect, after using it in an unknown region, it can bring that area into one's territory and grant 3 abilities including item management, terrain alteration, and instant movement. The unknown area cannot exceed 100,000 square kilometers. Note, a god is merely a person with extraordinary abilities. Holy cow! Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow! When Huyu saw the last item, all that filled his mind were these 2 words. Geological changes, instant movement. Just these 2 abilities alone are enough to save him a tremendous amount of effort. Not to mention item management. This is equivalent to placing all items within his territory into an inventory, allowing him to deploy them according to his will. In other words, as long as he plants this flag on the land of the island nation, then he can call himself a god, and there's nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, the effect only covers 100,000 square kilometers of land. The land area of the island nation within the space exceeds 300,000 square kilometers, the station flag cannot completely cover it. But now is not the time to establish a base, let's wait a bit, maybe he can draw 2 more base flags. Huyu stored the universal key and station flag into his space backpack. As for the aquaculture expansion card, he directly chose to use it. There are still 31 days until the storm ends, and they still need to stay on the ship for a while. Expanding the aquaculture base is also planning for the future. Everything sorted out, Huyu stretched lazily and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he sensed something was wrong. The atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Looking around, everyone had a worried expression on their faces, as if they were concerned about something. This shouldn't be. Huyu turned to glance at Ancienner, who was walking towards him. The mind-reading skill triggered. Even she had a distressed emoticon above her head. Ancienner. What's going on? Huyu turned to look at Shinshan and found his expression to be slightly more normal. He quickly waved him over. Shan brother, come here. After saying that, he returned to his room to wait for Shinshan to come over. With this kind of atmosphere outside, he was worried about how much chocolate he would need to eat to cheer up once he went out. For the sake of his fatty liver, it was better to understand the situation before going out. Shinshan quickly came in, looking a bit puzzled. Boss, you called for me? Whom? Huyu nodded and pointed to the door outside. What's going on out there? Why does it feel like everyone's frostbitten eggplants, not a single normal person? It might be because of your prediction, boss. Huh? Is my prediction not accurate? Huyu glanced out the window. Although they were at sea and couldn't see the exact water level rise, from the continuously surging waves outside, it was clear the water surface was not calm. There was obviously a certain degree of rise. His prediction wasn't wrong. Shinshan sighed helplessly. Although we all know what will happen next, facing such a situation still leaves us a bit unprepared. According to Xiaohai's hint, since 5 o'clock last night, the water level has started to rise significantly. Currently, the rate is 20 centimeters per hour, and it's still increasing. In a day, it'll rise to 40 centimeters per hour. In 2 days, it might reach 80 centimeters per hour, and it will continue to rise at this rate until the 7th day. The water level will increase by 12.8 meters each hour, if this continues for 31 days. Shinshan didn't speak further. Huyu furrowed his brows, vaguely sensing something amiss. Xiaohai. Master, I'm here. Calculate the global average water level after 31 days based on the current rainfall, considering increases and decreases. Returning to Master, the current global average water level has already reached 70 meters. Based on the current rainfall increase, in 31 days, the global water level will rise to 8,051.8 meters. Huyu was stunned. It's going to flood. The whole world will be flooded. Initially, he still held a glimmer of hope. Thinking that even if the rain was heavy, it would still leave a piece of land on Blue Star, just thinking about Mount Everest. Think about the Pamir Plateau. A height that has reached more than 8,800 meters, an average altitude of more than 4,500 meters, with many peaks reaching over 7,000 meters. Even if there were 49 consecutive days of heavy rain, there should still be some land left in these places. As long as there is land, there is hope. He can find a place to settle down and place the Zijing Mountain and the islands on it. But now, a water level of 8,051 meters. Even Mount Everest would only be left with an 800-meter hill at that time. Huyu let out a long breath and asked again, how many peaks on Blue Star exceed this water level? Replying to the master, there are a total of 11 peaks. Ranked 11th is K2, with a height of 8,068 meters. 11 peaks, in other words, after 31 days, only 11 small hills will be left above the water surface. One of them is just a peak that is 68 meters high. Huyu smiled helplessly. He now understood why everyone had such an expression. The good news is that after the heavy rain, humanity still has places to live. The bad news is that there are only 11 small peaks, and the shortest one is only 68 meters. Of course, there is another piece of good news. These 11 peaks are not far apart, they are all in the Kunlun Mountains. When the heavy rain stops, the remaining humans will gather there to start anew. Huyu exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling somewhat dejected, and looked at Shinshan. How many people know about this matter now? Most people on the ship know, only that group of kids are still unaware. Find an opportunity to tell them, they also have the right to know the future. As Huyu spoke, he walked toward the door. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's take it one step at a time. Boss. Shinshan suddenly called to him. Huyu turned back, somewhat puzzled. Shinshan revealed a smile. Don't worry too much, you still have us. Huyu was slightly taken aback but quickly understood Shinshan's meaning. Us. This referred to everyone on the ship. Although they all wore worried expressions, it was not because of their inability to survive. No matter how high the water level is, they are already on the ship. No matter how deep the waters, it would not affect the ship's buoyancy. As for the supplies piled up on the ship, they were enough for several generations to live and thrive. So the worries on their faces were not about themselves, but about us. About the future of all humanity. This burden is not only borne by Huyu but also by them. Huyu understood Shinshan's meaning, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Thank you, Brother Shan. No need to be polite, your burden is much heavier than ours, we are just sharing a bit of it. Shinshan smiled as well, then asked, by the way, after we reach Jinling, do we head straight for the Kunlun Mountains? No rush. Huyu shook his head, plans need to change a bit, a new task needs to be added. What new task? Find someone. Find what kind of person? Shinshan asked, a bit confused. Yesterday I found something in the refuge on the island nation. As Huyu spoke, he took out a communicator from his space backpack. It displayed a line of Chinese characters. Hello, this is the Huaxia number 012 refuge. We invite you to join the East Asia Refuge Group chat. Do you agree? July 30th, 2024. Chapter 121, Words of Tigers and Wolves. When Shinshan saw this message, he surprisingly put on a performance of what it means to be shocked. You have to know that even when he saw 8 trucks of weapons being taken away back then, his expression didn't change much. But now. Boss. Shinshan directly grabbed Huyu's hand, his eyes full of excitement. Is this true? Don't fool me. Am I the kind of person who likes to joke? Perhaps the reason we have been unable to find the warship is that they all went near the refuge to protect its safety. Huyu replied with a question and took back the communicator. But I don't plan to join this group chat. Shinshan was stunned for a moment. Why? Huyu smiled bitterly. Think about it, now that the global network is down, why is there a communicator in the shelter of Little Days? Why? Shinshan was confused. The shelter of Little Days was built to prevent the apocalypse, so in these potential apocalyptic scenarios, most of the assistance can come from our China, so the shelter must have ways to contact us. You mean? Shinshan continued, the other side knows who the owner of this communicator is. If we use this communicator, they will consider us Little Days? Exactly. Huyu nodded. What if this thing has a positioning feature that can lock onto our location? That would be worse. Although I don't care about what others think of my actions, there will always be some hypocrites in the world. If they know what I've done, they might secretly trip me up, which would be bad. An open gun is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. It's better to be cautious. Now that we know there are shelters in China, we just need to look for them in slightly larger cities. If we really can't find one, we can use this communicator. Shinshan nodded, understanding that Huyu's concerns were not unnecessary. Shall we go to Jinling first? Of course. Huyu's eyes were full of anticipation. The message says shelter number 012. With our infrastructure capability, if we were to build any shelter, there should be one in every province. Even if only first-tier cities have them, Jinling would definitely be on the list. By the way, remember to tell them this news. Don't be all gloomy every day, they'll get depressed, and I won't be able to find a psychologist to help them. Got it, boss. I'll go right now. At 1 p.m. Huyu and the others had just finished lunch when Xiaohai reported they had arrived at Jinling's border. After all, the distance from the island country's border to Jinling is just over 900 kilometers, not even 1,000 kilometers away. This was done to prevent any unexpected incidents. Xiaohai had not yet reached full-speed sailing. Honestly, looking from outside the ship, everything was a brilliant blue, and there were no landmark buildings in sight. If Xiaohai hadn't reminded them, Huyu and the others wouldn't even know where they were. Stop the ship. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean ceased moving and began to float freely on the water. This was only the 18th day. According to the agreement, Nisusu should still be on her way here. Now, the most important thing was to see if they could find the shelter here. Perhaps they could even recruit some talents from inside to come on board. What? Why not bring everyone on board? That island country's shelters each hold about 100 people, and knowing China's infrastructure capabilities, if there were a shelter, there should be at least 1,000 people inside, who you could even write their names backward. If they brought everyone, not to mention if there would be enough supplies, the heart of the ocean probably wouldn't be able to accommodate that many people. People need to be saved. But the most important thing is to act according to one's ability. Xiaohai, start searching for signals. Yes, master. Using the shelters in the island country as a reference, they could deduce that these shelters' locations were very hidden, they would not be found easily. So there was no need for the earlier clumsy approach of sending everyone out, they just needed to quietly wait for information to appear and lock onto a target. Xiaohai's search range was sufficient to cover the entire Yujing, and it was more than enough to cover Jinling. Now they just needed to wait. At 1:30 p.m. Huyu walked around the heart of the ocean and checked the students' assignments, nodding in satisfaction. He even listened to half a class. Han Weiwei's teaching ability was undeniable, but for some reason, every time she looked at Huyu, her ears would turn a little red. Huyu didn't dare to stay too long. He only listened to half a lesson, and then quietly slipped out while the other was writing on the board. At 2 in the afternoon. He was slightly hungry. Yu called Xiao Hai to simply prepare some afternoon tea, but unexpectedly, Si Rui came personally to attend to him, and the way she looked at him. It was almost like she was melting. Something was off. This was very strange. He ate a small piece of tiramisu and quickly ran away. What was going on with these two today? Why did everything feel so weird? At 2:30 in the afternoon. Yu felt a wave of confusion but couldn't pinpoint the source of the problem, simply walking aimlessly towards the fishing platform. He had already left the sea area, so fishing work should naturally restart. He didn't know if Zhonggu and Zilong had caught anything big. As soon as he arrived at the fishing platform, he was instantly stunned. Zhao Zhong was indeed fishing, but next to him stood another person, holding a fishing rod, unable to decide whether to cast or not. Mi Nua Nua. Why was she also here? As if anticipating Hu Yu's arrival, Mi Nua Nua immediately turned to look at him, her eyes filled with joy. Boss Hu. You also came to fish. Perfect, you come teach me, I'm not very good at it yet. Ahem. Hu Yu took a step back, sensing a smell called conspiracy. He pointed to Zhao Zhong, who was fishing next to him, and said, You should let Zhonggu teach you, his fishing skills are better than mine. Don't. Zhao Zhong sat in front of the fishing platform, not even turning his head, casually tossing a white mullet into the air. Boss Hu, she came looking for you to teach her, what does my teaching count for? The tone was off. Plus, with that look in Mi Nua Nua's eyes, although Hu Yu didn't know what was happening, he understood he shouldn't stay. I have something urgent, I'll come back to teach you later. Saying that, he darted forward, rushing straight to his room. He closed the door and sat on the bed, thinking about what was going on. Leaving aside Mi Nua Nua's admiration for strong individuals, the strange behavior wasn't a new thing, but what about Zhang Si Rui and Han Wei Wei? They had never acted like this before. Hu Yu couldn't figure out where the problem lay, and in the next moment, a figure sat closely beside him. Ancien Air. Hu Yu turned his head sharply, looking at her with confusion, tilting his head and blinking, not saying a word. What are you here to stir up? Before he could speak, Ancien Air took the lead. Are you on top? Or am I on top? Hu Yu. Chapter 122, Substitute? Do you want to hear the wolfish words you just said? Hu Yu had a mouthful of water stuck in his throat, almost choking himself to death. He immediately got up from the bed, his eyes filled with panic. You, what are you talking about? What's this on top or underneath? Is it wrong? Ancien Air looked puzzled, turning to start searching her own body, as if looking for something. Seeing this, Hu Yu silently stepped back, contemplating the possibility of retreating altogether. Comparing their fighting abilities and looks, his chance of leaving this room unscathed was 0.01%. The only glimmer of hope was that Shinshan would come to rescue him now. But at such times, she should be busy grinning beside her daughter. How could she come to save him? Found it. Ancien Air pulled out a folded A4 paper from her pocket, filled with dense writing. This thing looked somewhat familiar. She looked down at it for a while, then raised her head to look at Hu Yu again. What's written on it is fine, why didn't you answer according to the standard answer? There's a standard answer? It wouldn't really be that thing, would it? Hu Yu frowned slightly, cautiously moving closer. Ancien Air, can you let me see what this is? No. Ancien Air refused decisively, stuffing the paper back into her pocket. It says here, if I show it to you, it will stop working. This was getting weirder and weirder. Though he couldn't snatch this thing from Ancien Air, he had other ways. Xiao Hai. Master, I'm here. Pull up the surveillance, my room, 3 seconds ago, pause and send the screenshot to my phone. Yes, master. Ding. In the next moment, Hu Yu's phone vibrated. He took it out to see that a new photo had appeared, showing the scene from 3 seconds ago in this room. Ancien Air was sitting on the bed, holding an A4 sheet of paper. If he zoomed in a bit, he could clearly see the words on the paper, especially the 2 bold titles at the top. Guiding Hu Yu Ancien Air's version. Su. Ling. Long. Without thinking, Hu Yu knew who had created this thing, even the font was identical to the strategy he had been given last time. What on earth did this woman want to do? Hu Yu didn't rush to find the culprit to demand an explanation, but instead continued to read the text below, quickly discovering the reason behind Ancien Air's actions. Plan 34, take the initiative. Take the initiative. Still take the initiative. As long as you seize the right moment, sit on the bed with him and ask, are you on top? Or am I on top? The other party will definitely respond, and then you just have to close your eyes. Note, after 0.5 to 30 minutes, you will successfully protect the target and bring his body to a balance. Remember, this strategy must not be discovered by the target. Hu Yu. What is this thing? There were over 40 such strategies, and this was just one of the methods used. The most ruthless even included direct use of drugs. Fortunately, there were no such things on the boat, or else he would be playing chess with the King of Dreams by now. Wait a minute. If An Xiang'er had gotten her hands on such strategies, then that meant others must also have this kind of thing. Huyu immediately thought of Han Weiwei and Zhang Sirui's earlier behavior and sensed that something was off. It's not that he didn't like women, but what kind of feeling is it to be treated like a game boss being strategized against? Forget it, I'll find that woman first. Huyu turned around and opened the door, just as he planned to storm into Su Linglong's room to demand an explanation. Xiao Hai's voice rang out above him. Detected an unknown source signal, should I initiate the translation program? Found it? So soon. Huyu's heart leaped with joy, glancing at Su Linglong's room in the distance, but after thinking it over, he decided to keep his focus on the main issue. He would let this matter slide for now, he would deal with it after finding the shelter. So she's working on strategies too, huh? It seemed her workload wasn't heavy enough, she actually had the leisure to engage in these things, so he needed to give her more tasks. Translate. Huyu responded while walking towards the ship's cabin. Notify Shinshan, Su Zilong, Zhao Zhong, and Li Ji to hold a meeting. They had all been military personnel and would understand the shelter better, having them around would ease his mind. Yes, master. Huyu walked calmly to the cabin, and by the time he sat down on the sofa, Shinshan and the others were already waiting there. You should all know the reason for this meeting, so I won't waste time talking. Xiao Hai, is the translation finished? It's done, the content has been sent to the tablets in front of everyone. Ding dong. As a vibration shook the table, 5 tablets popped up a message at the same time. This is China Shelter number 009, if anyone receives this message, please hurry to support. Our coordinates are. Shinshan frowned, support? Are they in danger? Is that it? Su Zilong frowned and said, where are the coordinates? Haven't they been deciphered yet? This is the entire message. Xiao Hai replied coldly. Great, they received a message from the shelter, but all they got was a plea for help, and the crucial coordinate information was missing. Was this operator unreliable or what? Xiao Hai, can you trace the source of the information? Huyu pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, estimated time is 30 minutes. There's no time. Huyu stood up and said, they've sent a support message. But there was no time to send specific coordinates, the shelter was likely facing some kind of crisis, 30 minutes was simply not enough. But what kind of crisis could happen at a time like this? Li Ji was confused, the shelter's waterproofing should be good, it shouldn't be collapsing on just the 18th day, right? Maybe, the threat to them isn't water? Huyu's gaze fell on the pool of black-scaled koi. Since the apocalypse began, too many unbelievable things had occurred. In his last life, he was in a corner of the world, completely unaware that such changes would appear in the apocalypse. Looking back now, anything could happen in this world. Even if a shelter told him they were attacked by Godzilla, Huyu could only grit his teeth and head over on the heart of the ocean to provide support. There was no way. Who could refuse a set of Godzilla armor? Listen for signs. Huyu immediately walked towards the deck, overlooked the entire Jinling water area, see where the most action is, and head that way. The crowd followed him forward. Su Zilong had a puzzled look. I understand the logic, but Bossu, how do we overlook the Jinling water area? In this weather, a drone can barely fly 3 meters high. Who said, we need to use drones? Huyu replied with a question. With a flick of his wrist, 5 of the latest fighter jets lined up neatly on the heart of the ocean. He grinned, don't we have an alternative? Chapter 123, Zijing Mountain, Release. Alternative? Is this thing even called an alternative? Whose good person uses Li Ronghao as an alternative for Tianxi? Though they are all human, though they all have eyes, can that thing be the same? Using fighter jets as an alternative to drones, probably only this person could pull it off. What's wrong? Huyu looked at the others, don't tell me you haven't trained for this skill. We have been trained, that's true, but... Shinshan's mouth twitched, given the deck length of the heart of the ocean, taking off isn't an issue, but landing is critical. If you consider it disposable, fine, but if you want to recover it, you need at least 2 aircraft carrier arrestor wires. Just aircraft carrier arrestor wires. As Huyu spoke, he pulled out a stack from his spatial backpack. The crowd was left in shock. You have such high-level military supplies too. This is all thanks to nature's gifts. He didn't have this before, he discovered it in the military base after taking over the island country. Though not many, there were over 100, barely enough for a while. Then there's no problem. Shinshan's mouth raised in a smirk, he took the lead towards the fighter jet, starting to check the various equipment and fuel inside. In no time, Shinshan poked his head out of the cockpit. Boss, still not good. Is there a problem with the equipment? The equipment is fine, but there's no fuel in here. Naturally, planes without a flight mission wouldn't be fueled. Fortunately, isn't it just aviation fuel? There's plenty of that in the base. No big deal. Hu Yu immediately pulled out 5 large barrels of fuel. Is there any other problem? None. Shin Shan's mouth twitched. This person's abilities were already astonishing. Now, having collected all the island country's resources, it really felt like he was like Doraemon. Want anything, just reach into the pocket. Then let's hurry to execute the mission. Hu Yu wished he could sit on it himself, but unfortunately, this type of fighter jet only had 1 seat. He quickly instructed, this fighter jet doesn't have Shanghai, if you find anything, fire into the sky immediately. Once we confirm the location, we'll go straight there, and you find the right time to land. Yes, boss. Everyone echoed in unison. But only 4 people walked towards the fighter jet, and Sienna quietly stayed by Hu Yu's side. You, not going? Hu Yu turned to ask behind him. Your safety is more important. And Sienna replied calmly. All right. Hu Yu responded. There was nothing more to say. The crowd watched as 4 fighter jets took to the sky, centered around the heart of the ocean, flying in 4 different directions. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Suddenly, a blast of cannon fire erupted in the sky. There. Hu Yu looked towards the southwest and immediately ordered, Shanghai. Full speed ahead. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean instantly activated its hovering function, shooting forward like an arrow released. The other 3 fighter jets, hearing the commotion, also changed direction, heading towards the same spot. 6 minutes later. The fighter jet piloted by Su Zilong landed on the heart of the ocean. As soon as he got off the plane, he looked horrified and said, Quick! Hurry to support. That shelter can't hold on much longer. What's going on? Hu Yu had never seen Su Zilong like this. Calm down, take your time. It's a jiaosha. Su Zilong swallowed hard, pointing ahead, there, a jiaosha. Jiaosha. Hu Yu frowned, it can't be that one. No, it's not. Su Zilong shook his head, that thing is bigger than the one we saw before. At least 3 times, no, it could be 5 times. 5 times. The previous water snake was nearly 30 meters long, 5 times that length would be 150 meters. That's half the length of the heart of the ocean. This is just a snake. It could probably swallow a blue whale in one bite. The fighter jet's cannons couldn't even break its scales. Luckily, its target is the underwater shelter, otherwise I might not be able to escape. Shanghai paused for a moment. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean hovered in the air, and they could vaguely see the chaotic waters ahead. To save, or not to save? That was the question. If they acted now, it might provoke the jiaosha's attack. 5 times larger than the previous one. The last jiaosha nearly destroyed the heart of the ocean, and now the heart had only increased in size by 2-fold, yet it had to face a 5-fold increased jiaosha. Hu Yu had no confidence. Boss. Su Zilong understood this too. He asked softly, should we save them? Before Hu Yu could answer. Shin Shan and others landed their fighter jet safely on the deck. They had just seen the giant creature tumbling in the water from the air, naturally understanding why the heart of the ocean had stopped. In this situation, even if Shin Shan and others thought about saving the civilians, it could only be a thought. With that kind of thing, if its tail slammed down, the heart of the ocean would capsize, right? Hu Yu thought for a moment, walked to the deck, and gazed at the massive waves ahead, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to the others who had followed, are there any residents nearby? No more. Su Zilong answered immediately, I checked when I came here, within a 20-kilometer radius, all buildings have been destroyed, and there are no residents. Maybe they were all eaten by that thing. 20 kilometers, just enough distance. Hu Yu's eyes brightened, and he immediately ordered, notify everyone to return to the cabin, find a safe place, and huddle down. Hurry. Yes, master. Shanghai's voice resonated, and the alarm rang throughout the ship as Hu Yu's command echoed inside the cabin. The crowd in the cabin was stunned. Didn't they just say they found a shelter? Why was it like preparing for battle? Curiosity instantly filled everyone's minds. But whether it was the group of children or the adults on the ship, they all suppressed their curiosity, not daring to leave the cabin, but instead following orders to find a safe place to huddle. As for Shin Shan and the others, Hu Yu also wanted them to leave together, but turning around, he saw everyone looking at him seriously, as if as long as he didn't move, they wouldn't take a step either. Forget it, he couldn't persuade them anyway. Let's act directly. Shanghai, hover at an altitude of about 100 meters and approach the front. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean began to ascend, flying towards the giant snake. As the distance drew closer, Hu Yu could feel the oppressive force created by this thing even more. 100-meter giant snake. Equivalent to a 30 or 40-story tall building spiraling in front of your eyes, occasionally stirring up storms on the water and in the air. This colossal creature, just a glance at it, makes one's heart race and tremble. Soon after, the heart of the ocean had already hovered above the giant snake's head. Maybe it was because there was something more appealing underwater. The giant snake did not pay attention to what was above, but focused on working below the water. What a good opportunity! Huyu's eyes brightened, and he immediately reached out his hand towards the deck. Grand summoning technique activated. Mount Zhejiang, release. Chapter 124, Traces of the Shelter. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the air. The water serpent below suddenly raised its head, and before it could react to what had happened, Mount Zhejiang had already come crashing down. Boom! Water splashed and soared into the sky. Even the heart of the ocean, hovering 100 meters above, couldn't help but get drenched with water. Fortunately, Shinshan and the others reacted quickly, pulling out their umbrellas right away to shield Huyu from the rain. Just a hovering 100 meters. Now, the heart of the ocean floated at the mountainside of Mount Zhejiang. Looking down, all he could see was the body of Mount Zhejiang gradually sinking, completely unable to see what was going on underwater. However, with an entire mountain crashing down, let's not say you were just a serpent. Even if you were Blanca from the legend, you probably wouldn't stir much water now. Huyu raised his hand to retrieve Mount Zhejiang. A body of water reappeared before him. The originally clear water was now filled with the mud shaken off from Mount Zhejiang, appearing somewhat murky. This made the people in the air unable to see what was happening underwater at all. A centipede can die but not fall. In this situation, there was simply no way to go down directly. Huyu casually took out a telescope and looked underwater. He saw a massive figure slowly rising to the surface. It was that serpent. Its whole body rose peacefully without any sign of movement. At first glance, it looked dead. However, Huyu still felt uneasy. Some small animals, after training, can feign death, let alone such a large snake. Shangu, prepare the RPG. Yes, boss. Shinshan said as he immediately shouldered the RPG, aiming at the serpent underwater. Boom! A shot hit the serpent's scales, exploding into tiny sparks, making it seem like it really bit the dust. Boss, should we go down to collect the corpse? Zhao Zhong asked excitedly. What could excite fishermen more than catching a 100-meter-long fish? If there was, it surely must be a 200-meter one. Not yet. Huyu was still worried. This thing was no joke. What if they went down now, and it didn't die? A single bite could swallow half of the heart of the ocean. Being cautious is always right. Shangu, aim for its eyes and try again. All right. As Shinshan was about to fire again, Huyu interrupted him. Here, use this. Saying this, Huyu casually took out a barret. The people present were momentarily stunned, but then thought. It was nothing surprising for this guy to pull out such a thing. Anti-material sniper rifle. Officially, this thing is called a sniper rifle, but it's basically a cannon with a rifle name. With an effective kill range of nearly 2,000 meters, one shot could even penetrate tanks. The RPG focuses on area damage. If they wanted to deliver the finishing blow, they still needed this kind of penetrating damage. Good. Shinshan said as he took the barret, his palm sliding over the gun's body, clearly impressed with this rifle. You should know, no matter how high Huyu's budget was back then, he could never acquire such a thing. But now, this thing, he had over 100 in his warehouse. Enough to arm a whole platoon. Loading, pulling the bolt, aiming. Shinshan exhaled a breath of foul air. Pull the trigger. Boom. The powerful recoil hit, and even Shinshan could not help but tremble for a moment. Before he could come to his senses, a howl came from below. Hiss. It was that serpent. It really hasn't died. Retreat. Xiaohai, ascend. Huyu immediately commanded, while casting the great summoning technique again. With the experience from before, this time, he spun the Zhejiang mountain around. The peak faced down. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. Huyu, worried about other facilities on the mountain being damaged, immediately retracted Zhejiang mountain at the first sound. He looked down at the hull and saw a dark shadow swaying precariously, eventually falling into the water, a puddle of dark red blood spreading in the water. The force was just right, leaving them stunned and puzzled. Quick, to the surface. Huyu didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment. If something like this is left in the water, it's hard to guarantee that other creatures won't nibble on it, leading to new mutations. The floating time isn't permanent. He couldn't guarantee that next time there would be such a good opportunity to cast the great summoning technique under conditions. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean returned to the surface, and Huyu quickly stored the serpent's corpse into his space. He didn't let go of the water polluted by the serpent's blood either. He immediately opened his space backpack, creating a whirlpool within a square meter, sucking in the blood water. When the color of the surrounding water faded, Huyu finally stopped. The whole process took nearly half an hour, yet there was no movement around the water surface or even below it. Where's the promised shelter? Not just Hu, the others were also filled with confusion. Could it be? Li Ji tentatively spoke, did we find the wrong place? Is there anywhere else nearby making such a big commotion? Su Zilong retorted, joking is not nonsense, Comrade Li Ji, don't just speak without thinking. You. Stop arguing. Hu Yu frowned, half an hour had passed, and Xiao Hai's analysis results should be out. He spoke directly, Xiao Hai, has the signal source been analyzed? Replying to Master, the analysis has been successful, there is a 98% possibility that it is directly below the water area you are in. Below the water area? Hu Yu was taken aback, it really was underneath. Only this situation could explain why, after half an hour, the people in the shelter still hadn't made a sound. The island nation's shelters are also built underground. Though this maximally protects the shelters from nuclear contamination, earthquakes, bombings, and even solar flares or high-energy particle projections, the future water level will exceed 8,000 meters. Under such water pressure, a shelter buried underground would likely have no chance of rising. Unless each shelter was built to the highest standards of submarines, the so-called shelter would just be a slightly larger collective tombstone. If they could reach this standard, that would be one thing, if not. China, and even globally, those shelters painstakingly built to protect the ember of human civilization would ultimately turn into bubbles. Hu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Regardless of the possibility, now that the shelter was found, they still had to go down and check the situation. But, not now. Going into the water now might link him with the serpent's death. He still wanted to go down as an ordinary person to see what was really going on with the shelter. So, let the bullets fly a little longer. Chapter 125, Don't Come Close. Don't come close. Half an hour passed. The originally murky water surface began to clear up. Even with endless rain pouring down, the situation below the surface became visible. Fish. All sorts and sizes of fish swam below the surface, greedily gulping the remaining blood in the water. Even though Hu Yu had already stored most of the blood polluted by the serpent into his space, there is still a part left in this water. For those mutated fish, this is the ultimate nourishment. Almost done. Hu Yu turned and looked behind, get ready to go into the water. Ha? Li Ji voiced his confusion, boss, you're not joking, right? There are all mutated fish underwater now, are we really going down? Not us. Hu Yu's gaze swept over the crowd, Shanggu, Xianair, you two will accompany me down. Zhonggu, you take charge of the safety of the entire ship from now on. If anything unexpected happens, discuss it with Old Wang. This is the Jinling water area, and Old Wang is very familiar with it. A person who could take over a ship from Misusu is not just a captain, it's just that his brilliance is hidden under Hu Yu and the others' light. With Zhao Zhong in him, plus the assistance of Xiao Hai, the chance of something going wrong with the heart of the ocean is minimal. Zisu, Han Weiwei, you continue your teaching tasks, don't delay. As for Su Linglong, Hu Yu's eyes swept over the crowd but still couldn't find that guy's trace. Where's Su Linglong? I don't know. Han Weiwei, being the closest friend, said, I didn't see her earlier, she's probably still drawing blueprints. Then we won't worry about her. Hu Yu knew that this guy wouldn't be meeting him anytime soon. There are still important matters at hand. Li Ji, Zheng Siriai. Boss, I'm here. Li Ji hurriedly stepped forward. I left a month's worth of food on the ship, distributed as needed and listened to Zhao Zhong's orders. Yes, boss. Li Ji responded, but his tone was somewhat helpless. If possible, he also wanted to follow them into the water to see what this so-called shelter was like. Boss. Mi Nuo approached with big sparkling eyes. What about me? Oh no, I almost forgot about this kid. For a moment, Hu Yu struggled to think of a task for her, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He beckoned Mi Nuo closer. Come here, I'll whisper something to you. Okay. Mi Nuo immediately walked over, and the others stepped back to give them space. Hu Yu leaned into her ear and whispered, I've given your task to Su Linglong, but this task is really important, and she said she wants to test you. Later, after I leave the ship, you go find her and ask her what the task is. Only after she tells you the specific code can it be considered approved. This. Because of her high regard for Hu Yu, Mi Nuo didn't doubt it, only softly asked, then, boss, what is this code? 9527, remember, if it's not this code as a prefix, no matter what she says, don't follow through. Just stay by her side. Got it, boss. I'll complete the task. I believe in you. Hu Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Su Linglong, let's see how you'll handle this. With all arrangements in place. Hu Yu took Shinshan and Xianair to the bow of the ship. The fish underwater were still immersed in the frenzy of evolution, it was impossible to enter the water directly from here. They had to go around from a distance. The heart of the ocean remained in place, and Huyu took out a kayak, going around to 100 meters away. The number of fish here was more than 80% less than in the central area. Most of the fish outside were ordinary fish, yet they still acted like moths to a flame, trying to break their skulls to swim deeper. But unfortunately, the fish inside were too powerful. Any fish attempting to sneak in would be tossed back with a flick of their tails. Right here, get ready to dive. Yes, boss. Shinshan replied. Huyu did not wear a diving suit but changed into slightly worn casual clothes and jumped into the water. The three entered the water one after another. Ignoring the ordinary fish, their hearts focused on diving down. 10 meters, 20 meters. At this water level, the fish were already very few. There are almost no fish left in the outer waters. After all, that serpent died in the upper water layer, and there is hardly any blood left in the lower water area, so it must all be gathered above. However, to be safe, Huyu continued to dive deeper, reaching 35 meters. The depth was about right. Huyu signaled behind him, and two beams of flashlight light shone out, illuminating the path ahead. Confirming the direction of the heart of the ocean, the three continued to explore forward. 100 meters distance. If it were on land, this distance wouldn't mean anything, a quick run and it would be reached. But this is underwater. 35 meters underwater. If diving, the water pressure would only concentrate on the feet and legs. But now, they were swimming underwater. The immense water pressure constantly squeezed the skin, flesh, bones, and organs of the three. Even Huyu, who mastered diving, or the physical fitness of Ancienner and Shinshan, couldn't swim for long in this depth. Let alone those ordinary people. In other words, under such circumstances, even if the ordinary public knew the location of the shelter, they couldn't swim down to seek refuge. Was this shelter really useful? The thought crept into his mind, and Huyu furrowed his brow but did not stop exploring. An hour passed. They finally found the location of the shelter at about 55 meters underwater. It was a semi-transparent half-spherical dome, with a base area of about 10,000 square meters. The massive hemisphere gave a feeling of being under a great dome. Unfortunately, the material of this hemisphere seemed specially made. Looking down from above, one could only see a blurry mosaic pattern, and the specifics inside were unclear. As for why this was the shelter. For a building like this, if it had existed previously, especially within the Jiangning area, Huyu would surely have known about it. But previously, whether it was news reports or internet stars checking in, he had never heard of such a thing. Clearly, before the apocalypse descended, this thing had not appeared in the public eye. Huyu signaled, and the three began to approach the semi-spherical dome. As they were about to get close to the dome, a blinding white light flashed, accompanied by a mechanical synthesized voice. Welcome, compatriots. Please approach any glass at the bottom of the shelter, we will open the access channel for you. Just as Huyu and the others were about to approach, a garbled noise suddenly erupted from the broadcast. $#. And. At. Immediately after, a human voice rang out. Do not approach. Do not approach. Do not, The voice abruptly cut off. Chapter 126 Artificial Intelligence, Xuanwu. There's a problem. A big problem. The mechanical synthesized voice ahead was like a small C, it must belong to some sort of artificial intelligence. In other fields, such artificial intelligence would not have such high authority to decide whether someone could enter a room. But this is a shelter. It could very well be the last haven for humanity. If a human were to decide whether to let another person in, perhaps the answer would only be one. Do not let them in. Who would want another person to share living resources? Therefore, in such a place, having an artificial intelligence with high discernment is not surprising. The only strange thing is that voice in the back. Is someone intentionally trying to keep them out, or is there really some issue inside this shelter? Huyu furrowed his brow. But regardless of the situation, he would only have one choice. Charge. As they say, since they had come this far, how could they not go in and take a look? This time, there was no need for Huyu to signal. Shinshan took the lead and reached the designated position at the shelter's entrance. If there was danger, he needed to be the first to lead the way, ensuring the boss's safety. Huyu and Ancienner followed closely behind. When the three arrived at the edge of the shelter, a large glass door slowly opened. The three exchanged glances and floated into a room of about 10 square meters, watching the glass door close slowly behind them. Click. A crisp sound rang out. The water drainage process started. All excess water in the room was drained away, and oxygen began to fill the space. Just this technology is something the island country's shelter cannot achieve. It seems that when it comes to survival plans for the apocalypse, China has even done better than the island country. Thinking about it, given the current celestial and geographical environment, being more prepared is always better. Ding. In the room, a crisp sound echoed. Everyone's attention was drawn to a screen in front of them. Identifying visitor identity, please face the screen. The three did not resist. As a beam of infrared swept by, their facial features were completely captured. The prompt sound rang again. Welcome, Shinshan, ID number, identity level B, entry allowed, you will be assigned to the field operation team, shelter number 01248. Welcome, Enciener, ID number, identity level B, entry allowed, you will be assigned to the field operation team, shelter number 01249. Welcome, Huyu, ID number, identity level E, entry allowed, you will be assigned to the infrastructure construction team, shelter number 01250. Welcome, everyone, to shelter number 009. I am your guardian, you can call me Xuanwu. As the prompt sound ended, the large door in front of them slowly opened. What came into view was a desolate scene. Before them were two security inspection machines. But now they lay on the ground, wires exposed, occasionally sparking. Further ahead was a residential area. The wooden houses were 3 stories high, yet they leaned at odd angles as if intentionally destroyed. What lay beyond the residential area was unclear to everyone. They just knew that the security area and the residential area together did not cover even 1/10 of the outside, there must be other regions inside. However, just from looking at these two areas, one could roughly infer what had happened here. A battle. Hui was unclear about the warring sides, but one thing was certain: people were nowhere to be seen. According to the numbering order, there should have been at least over 1,000 people. Yet not a single person was in sight. A shelter? Saying this place was a battlefield, few would doubt it. Shinshan and Enciener turned to Huyu simultaneously, their eyes filled with questions. Continue. Huyu wiped the water from his face. According to this numbering order, there are still at least over 1,000 people in this shelter. It's impossible for everyone to be gone. We need to know what happened in this shelter, or find a way to communicate with other shelters. Yes, boss. Shinshan nodded, quietly moving ahead of Huyu, while Enciener took up the rear. The three walked into the shelter in formation. The large door shut instantly. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell from above. Shinshan instinctively took a defensive stance, gripping his knife as he approached. Welcome, everyone. The mechanical voice sounded again. When everyone saw what it was, they finally let out a sigh of relief. A drone. To be exact, it was a spherical flying robot. It ignored the knife in front of it and responded vacantly, I am your navigation robot Xuanwu. If you have any needs or require assistance, you can directly ask me. I will be responsible for distributing all food or resources within the shelter. What about the other people in this shelter? Huyu directly asked. Permission insufficient, unable to answer. This guy is a bureaucrat. Huyu turned to Shinshan, who immediately understood and repeated the previous question. What about the other people in the shelter? Hearing Shinshan's question, Xuanwu turned its direction, aimed the camera at him, and scanned once, giving the same answer. Insufficient permissions, unable to answer. Great, even the B-level can't answer. It seems that to find out the others' locations, we must rely on the most primitive method. Huyu took a few steps forward. The place was full of surveillance, and he couldn't expose his abilities, so he took a deep breath and shouted directly. Hey! Is anyone there? Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the Xuanwu robot behind him emitted a red light. First warning. Decibel levels exceed the limit, please do not shout loudly. Huyu ignored the robot's voice and scanned the ruins in front of him. There was not a sound in the ruins, as if it had been swept through by someone, barren and desolate. Boss, it seems like this isn't working. Shinshan frowned helplessly. Could it be that the danger mentioned in the earlier message is not the external serpentine creature, but something inside the shelter? What danger could there be inside the shelter? Even if someone mutated, there should be weapons stored here, right? It shouldn't be in this state. Huyu turned to the Xuanwu robot, unless the danger is the shelter itself. Although they had not interacted much with this so-called Xuanwu robot, they could still identify some issues from this brief contact. The permissions of this robot are too high. Not only is E-rated Huyu under its jurisdiction, but B-rated Shinshan and Enciener are also within its control. Such a presence must pose a hidden danger to humanity. No, perhaps for the others in this shelter, this is not just a hidden danger but a major concern. Ding! Another crisp sound rang out. The Xuanwu robot emitted 3 red lights, enveloping the 3 of them. First warning. Personnel detected not complying with commands, please immediately return to your assigned unit. Second warning. E-level personnel you will be recorded, and if the third warning is triggered, Xuanwu will take coercive measures. Hey! Are you getting bold with me? Regardless of the possibilities, since there are no visible people in the shelter, there's no need to hide anymore. Hu stepped forward, came in front of the Xuanwu robot, and raised his hand to slap it soundly. Come on, let me see just how coercive your measures really are. Chapter 127, Hello, Outsider. With a slap, the Xuanwu robot was momentarily stunned, but it was only for a moment. The shrill alarm continued to ring out. Ding! 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 Violent behavior detected. Third warning. E-level personnel who you will be sentenced to 3 days of confinement punishment. Immediate execution. As the voice fell, a syringe was immediately launched from inside the Xuanwu robot. Fortunately, Sienna reacted quickly. She pulled Hu behind her, and the syringe missed its target. The Xuanwu robot's alarm went off even louder. Warning! Warning! B-level personnel and Sienna, shielding the punished individual, second warning. Please step aside immediately, or we will take coercive measures. Boss. Shinshan dug at his ears. What if we just leave it? The noise is too loud. Not in a hurry. Hu looked at the robot, thinking about the so-called punishment it had just mentioned. Confinement. Thinking about it, as a robot within a shelter, the programmers who wrote its program would certainly not instill it with a program to harm humans. Even those who do not follow the rules of the shelter would only be sentenced to confinement. Now the entire shelter has no one, it's possible they have all been sentenced to confinement by this guy. Perhaps as long as we find the confinement area, we can find those humans. Shangu, you and Sienna both trigger the 3 warnings, and we'll see what this confinement is all about. Saying this, Hu picked up the syringe on the ground, pushed all the liquid out, and simply pricked the needle into his own clothes. Let out a sigh. Oh no! I've been hit. Bang! He fell to the ground, as if he had fainted, lying there with one eye open, winking at Shinshan and Sienna. Seeing this, both of them roughly understood what Hu meant and ran over to slap the robot. And Sienna nearly lost control of her strength and almost sent the guy flying with one slap. Fortunately, the defense of the Xuanwu robot was strong enough, otherwise, forget about warnings, it would probably have been scrapped directly. It shot 2 syringes at Sienna and Shinshan. The two learned from Hu's method, pushed the liquid from the syringes, and also began to lie on the ground pretending to faint. The alarm immediately stopped. The red light in the center of the Xuanwu robot also stopped flashing. In their peripheral vision, they saw the Xuanwu robot fly back into the air, followed by 6 robot dogs rushing in from a distance. They paired up, connecting head to tail, forming a stretcher to lift Hu and the others, rushing in the same direction. Along the way, Hu did not forget to observe the internal environment of the shelter. Except for the recent security checkpoint, almost everything related to machines on the street showed signs of being smashed. Including but not limited to surveillance cameras, charging platforms, TV screens, and even shared bicycles by the roadside were not spared. The only things exempt were those that had nothing to do with machines. The more Hu looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. From these details, it was not difficult to see that the changes in this shelter were related to robots. But the whole shelter was under the supervision of that Xuanwu robot. If a conflict broke out between humans and robots, there would only be 2 outcomes. One was that humans completely scrapped this robot. At that time, most of the shelter's functions would definitely be paralyzed, and it could very well endanger the lives of everyone in the shelter. And the other. Humans would live in the shelter as prisoners. Of course, all of this was just Hu's conjecture. To know exactly what was going on, he still had to find the refugees in this shelter. About half an hour later, the 6 robot dogs finally stopped. Calculated by the area of the entire shelter, this should be considered the core area of the shelter. What kind person puts a prison right in the center of the shelter? Hu held back his urge to complain and quietly waited for the 6 robot dogs to open the door. He squinted and looked around. Rooms, densely packed with rooms. Each room was less than 3 square meters, barely fitting a bunk bed and a toilet. Besides, there were other things in the room. People. Dense heads of people were all pressed against the iron bars, countless eyes curiously sizing up the 3 being brought in. Correct guess. Just from this number, at least 1,000 people had been locked up in this prison. However, the entire prison was strangely quiet. As if speaking would lead to something bad happening. The 6 robot dogs seemed to be taking them on a patrol, moving from the first floor all the way to the second floor. Only after finding 2 empty cells did they put the 3 in separately. Creak. The iron bars were opened by the robot dogs, and 4 dogs placed Hu and Shinshan in the same cell, then turned to leave. And Sienna was placed in the cell next to them. Bang! As the iron bars closed, the voice of the Xuanwu robot sounded from inside the cell. E-level personnel Hu, B-level personnel Shinshan, you have been sentenced to 3 days in confinement. During this time, you are not allowed to step out of the cell, and you will be provided with 2 meals a day. Please maintain a normal routine during this time, and do not make loud noises or engage in any activities with violent nature. Otherwise, I will determine based on the situation whether to increase the confinement time. If you need any books or special assistance, you can apply to me, and it can be obtained after approval. Do you understand? The sound was already out, which proves that the effectiveness of that drug only lasts half an hour. Huyu did not continue to pretend, he lifted his eyes and replied, "Understood." Understood. Shinshan immediately followed up. Soon, the entire prison was left only with the breathing sounds of 1,000 people, and the faint murmur of discussions. No extra sounds at all. It seems that this "please do not make loud noises" has been engraved into their DNA. Boss, what should we do now? Shinshan asked in confusion. In this 3 square meters of space, after placing a bed and a toilet, there was less than 1 square meter of activity space left. With both of them standing inside, it felt a bit cramped. Fortunately, although the toilet was right next to the bed, it was kept extremely clean, and there was no bad smell filling the room. No need to rush. Huyu lay down on the bed, looking unusually relaxed. Since the person has already been found, then it's easy to get the news. Just wait a bit longer. They should be more anxious than we are. Sure enough. In less than 10 seconds, a piece of paper was passed over from the adjacent cell. Shinshan immediately stepped forward to take the note. His expression was simply exquisite. Huyu couldn't help but ask, "What does it say?" "Boss, you should take a look yourself." Saying this, Shinshan handed over the note. Huyu glanced at it, and his expression became even more colorful than Shinshan's. "Hello, outsider. Chapter 128, I have laid it all on the table, no more pretending." Third update. Huyu's mouth twitched. What the hell, outsider? It was not hard to see that this note was directly torn from a book. Thinking about it, the Xuanwu clearly reminded that no forceful actions were allowed, so naturally, they would not provide any sharp objects to the people here. Pens, scissors, or anything that could leave marks were not allowed to be given to them. The only things they could access through normal channels were books. If they wanted to communicate but couldn't make loud noises, carving with their nails on the book was not very easy to recognize, so tearing pages from the book seemed to be the simplest way. The only difficulty was finding suitable words from the book. This outsider was a bit too much. Huyu thought about it. Instead of learning their way, he directly took out a blank notebook and 2 pens from his backpack and wrote a string of words on it. Why are you all inside here? What's going on with that robot outside? This is not a game. Why not use cheats? After all, it wouldn't get your account banned. As for still having to repay the spirit in the game, that's destined for the whole family to perish. Huyu passed the notebook and one of the pens to Shinshan, letting him hand it over. Soon, the other side returned the notebook. Under the words that Huyu wrote, there was an additional string of words. Why do you have paper and pens? Are you from the outside? What is the situation outside now? Huyu rolled his eyes. What the heck? You didn't answer any of my questions but threw 3 questions back at me. Do you still have any shame? Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he couldn't store the prison cell into his backpack and teach that guy a lesson. Just hold on, now is not the time. Besides this way, he had another method to communicate with others without exposing his own situation. Let's try it first. If it really doesn't work, revealing his ability wouldn't be too late. However, there are still other ways to vent without exposing his abilities. Huyu took the notebook and knocked twice, signaling the other party to hand over the pen, otherwise they couldn't communicate. Once the other side heard, they indeed threw the pen this way. Huyu took the pen and wrote a line of words on the notebook, casually tearing off that page and tossing it over. Here it comes. In the neighboring cell, a strong and a thin man saw the note thrown over and low voices communicated. One of them hurried forward, picked up the note, his face full of confusion. It was a notebook just a moment ago, how did it turn into a note? The 2 leaned closer to take a look, and saw 4 characters written on the note. None of your business. The sturdier man saw this and immediately exploded with rage. Hey, what the hell? Don't get excited. The thinner man quickly comforted him. If you keep cursing, your sentence could be extended to 2025. I seriously. Shift. 6. The thinner man admired, but what's up with this new guy, carrying paper and a pen with him? Didn't the top get soaked? How did he bring it in? We'll know when we ask during the nightly break, right? The big man cracked his knuckles. If others know the blind spots of surveillance, then I just don't believe he does too. During the break, let's teach him what respect for elders means. I have no objections. The thin man replied, putting the note away. We should have 3 hours left, let's rest for a while. Before the 2 could even get to their beds to rest, a series of knocking sounds came from next door. That is? Morse code? The two could recognize it, but without any training and with no paper and pen, who could translate this stuff? Ha! The thinner man snickered, thinking they're smart, using Morse code. They really think the AI in this place is a total idiot. Laughing to death, looks like I don't need to move, they're already in for it. The big man also laughed. Soon, two robotic dogs arrived on the second floor, heading towards the prison cell where Yu and the others were. Meanwhile, a mechanical synthetic voice echoed in the cell. Detected a loud noise, violating Article 5, Clause 3 of the detention regulations, punishment underway. Ha! Shinshan, who was knocking on the iron bars, froze, and looked up to see the two mechanical dogs approaching. Click! With a crisp sound, the facial armor of the two robotic dogs opened, and a steel rod about half a meter long was drawn out, extending into the cell, ready to strike Shinshan. Just this speed. To an ordinary person, it might be impossible to dodge, but for Shinshan, it was like playing with a child. While dodging, he even had time to ask Yu, "Boss, looks like the Morse code thing isn't going to work." Then let's forget it. Yu slowly stood up. All the methods he could use had been exhausted. In the cells on either side, one side was in Sienner, and the other two were two wise men. Using notes to convey messages and collect information was not going to work. As for Morse code, they might have had the time and conditions to communicate, but others had reservations, so that wouldn't work either. It seemed they had to resort to a third method. Reveal their true strength. No more pretending, we're the real deal. Originally, I wanted to interact with them as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, the conditions don't allow it. Yu took a slow step forward, raised his hand, and collected the whole cell's bars into his spatial backpack. The robotic dogs had never seen such a scene and immediately fell into chaos. Just as they were preparing to report to Xuanwu, the signal source vanished in an instant. Both dogs were sucked into the spatial backpack. The people in the opposite cell, upon seeing this, looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with surprise, yet not one dared to speak. It seemed Xuanwu indeed had some skills, managing to engrave the rules into their DNA, so much so that despite encountering such a scene, they could hold back their cries. Yu smiled and greeted the people opposite him. "Hello to my friends over there." His voice echoed throughout the entire cell. Not just next door, almost everyone in every cell had the same thought pop up in their heads. This person has gone mad, right? Could it be he really wants to rot in prison? Beep. Beep. The harsh buzzing sound rang again. The entire prison began to flash red light. Detected personnel attempting to escape, please return to your cage immediately. Otherwise, I will take coercive measures. Coercive measures again? This thing, for normal people, whether it's a clubbing or sedation, is indeed difficult to handle. But for him. Coercive measures? What kind of coercive measures can be called when even guns can't achieve it? It is just a pile of trash that can't even compare to a small cannon. Yu sneered coldly, since he had already begun to show off, manifested himself in front of others, then let's make it big. He raised his hand and placed it on the ground of the prison, his mind moved. Gather. Chapter 129. I came here to do 3 things. In an instant, the entire prison cell was sucked into the spatial backpack. Thousands of people imprisoned in the prison suddenly appeared before Yu. Everyone looked confused, as if they were dreaming, glancing around, not knowing what had happened. Among the crowd, only in Xianger appeared the calmest. She stepped out of the crowd, slowly walked to Yu's side, and silently stood guard in front of him. Yu remained silent. He silently watched the crowd, waiting for them to digest what had just happened, but unfortunately. Half a minute passed, and they still did not move at all. Jaws that should be dislocated were dislocated, expressions that should be dazed were dazed, looks that should be frozen were frozen, in short, no one reacted. Until Yu spoke. Ahem. He coughed lightly twice, took out a desk and a boss chair from the spatial backpack. Took out a thermos, and started brewing golden chrysanthemum. After everything was ready, he slowly began to speak before everyone. I am here to do 3 things, you all calm down and listen to me. Who are you? In the crowd, a strong man seemed to still be unclear about the situation, directly shouting at Yu, you think just saying to be quiet means we will be quiet? Exactly. A slightly thinner person next to him echoed, brothers, this guy is not right, let's surround him and tie him up first. Yu's gaze swept, noticing a piece of paper under their feet. The paper, as an independent entity, naturally fell to the ground after the prison cell was gathered. So, these two are the wise guys from next door? It's really easy to find. Without waiting for everyone to make a decision. Yu smiled a kind smile, quietly took out a Gatling gun and placed it on the table, asking them, sorry, what did you just say? In an instant, everyone fell into silence. Before they could react, Yu took out a tray of bullets, loaded them, and then asked. I seem to not have heard clearly, can you say it again? As soon as his words fell, except for the strong man and the thin one, everyone else retreated. The two of them wanted to squeeze into the crowd to hide, but unfortunately, no one was foolish. In this situation, they naturally wanted to push as far away as possible. Even if they wouldn't be hit by stray bullets, they still wanted to avoid blood splattering on themselves. You have a gun, so what? The strong man choked, his tone still tough, but his legs were already shaking. We are not afraid. Bang! The thin man directly knelt on the ground, his body trembling nonstop. Exactly. We are not afraid. Though their words sounded tough, their bodies were quite obedient. No choice. These people in the shelter must have joined in the early days of the apocalypse. At that time, people had never seen guns, and even after entering the shelter, the biggest threat they faced was just the warning of the Xuanwu. Needles, how could they be as terrifying as bullets? Now facing real intimidation, even if the two were braver, their bodies would be extremely obedient. Alright, I'm not a bad person, come over here, I won't harm you. Hu said with a smile in his eyes. These two had other uses for him. But these two still stood in place, motionless, worrying that if they really went over, something big might happen. I said, come over. Hu's tone changed, and the two almost hesitated not at all. Immediately dashed over. The lean man knelt back in front of the desk, while the burly man stood beside him and trembled. That speed was faster than the last. Very good. Hu smiled and said, continuing from where we left off, I don't like being disturbed, and I especially don't like hearing the same thing 3 times, so, you'd better be quiet for a while. Quiet. They were best at being quiet. With that artificial intelligence around, they had developed the habit of even snoring softly. It was almost eerily quiet. I came here to do 3 things, recruiting. Recruiting. Still damn it, recruiting. Everyone was stunned to hear. Recruiting? What kind of local dialect was that? It sounded so much like the Mandarin word for recruiting. What on earth did it mean? No one thought that, in this situation, any organization or place would be recruiting. Everyone was from the same shelter. If you wanted to dominate or anything like that, just say it outright, who would oppose? Even the strongest fighter couldn't take on the Buddha of Gatling, Namu. Everyone was filled with questions, but under Hu's earlier reminder, not a single person dared to speak. Hu was quite pleased with this questioning method, confidently crossing his legs. Now, let's start asking questions. Does anyone here specialize in architecture? Step forward. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, and not a single person spoke up or stepped forward. Half a minute passed. Only one person slowly raised their hand, also afraid to speak casually. You. Hu pointed at the person who raised their hand. Do you have something to say? Boss, does moving bricks count as an architectural talent? No. Hu helplessly uttered 2 words. He wasn't discriminating against some job groups, mainly, the position of the heart of the ocean was indeed limited, and he had to consider talent recruitment first. Any other people? In an instant, everyone fell silent again. It shouldn't be like this. If categorized by talent, there should definitely be someone knowledgeable in architecture among those who knew about the existence of the shelter, otherwise, how could disaster recovery work begin? Relying solely on AI? This situation felt somewhat off. Hu thought of the assessment function of Xuanwu and spoke again. Everyone, sort yourselves by your self-rated level, starting from in front of me, in order from high to low. Soon, everyone began to move. In the front row, besides the burly man and the lean man, only 50 people stood there, and behind them were 4 more lines, with 320, 470, 115, and 185 people respectively. Hu looked at the 50 people in the front and asked, what levels are you? D level. One handsome young boy replied. Sure enough, even Shinshan and the others could only rank at B level. The probability of finding an A-level talent among them was indeed low. He could only see if there were any usable talents among these 50 B-level individuals. As for those behind the B level, he didn't even need to look. Even if there were some hidden gems, they would be people with less clear thinking. Smart people could see how valuable his earlier actions were. At this point, they still weren't willing to take a step forward or even take a risk, pretending to be B level. Such people, even if they got on the boat, would be of no use. Hu looked at the panel of the person who had spoken first. Just one glance, and he made a decision. No matter what, he must recruit her, not just any him, but her onto the ship. Chapter 130, Who do you think you are? Name, Gao Wenwen. Gender, female. Age, 24. Skills, epic psychology, proficient in architecture, proficient in Western medicine, proficient in Chinese, proficient in teaching, proficient in yoga, proficient in classical dance, proficient in classical music. Personality, studious, diligent, suspicious, alert. Favorability, 10. Purity, 100. This skill tree is so crooked. Hu was almost beginning to suspect she also had a system. Epic level psychology, fine, but also skilled in architecture, Western medicine, Chinese language, teaching, even yoga, ancient dance, and classical music. What is this? A knowledgeable and talented psychologist? But speaking of it, just now when I asked if anyone knew architecture, why didn't this person say a word? Your name is Gao Wenwen? Who you looked at the boy? No, it should be the girl. Gao Wenwen was clearly taken aback. She knew very well she didn't know this person in front of her, yet he could call her name in this situation. This is unscientific. Unless he has obtained the list of all the people in the shelter, otherwise it's impossible to do this. Recalling his earlier actions, it seems this isn't impossible. If that's the case, you are here to recruit, right? Gao Wenwen did not answer but retorted, you must be here to recruit, right? I should meet your needs, so, can I join you? So decisive? Indeed, it's simple to communicate with smart people. That's right. Huyu nodded, extending a hand to her. If you agree, I will guarantee you have enough food to fill your stomach, sufficient clothing to keep you warm, and a healthy body for the rest of your life. If these guarantees were given in the past, any interviewee would probably turn away in fear. Maybe a few would even pull out their phones to call the police directly. This thing, it sounds way too much like a cult. Yet now, for recruitment, it's simply the conditions everyone dreams of. The impact is even comparable to working 1 day a week, 1 hour a day, with a salary of $1 million a month. Such shock. Impossible. What do I need to do? Gao Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then smilingly retorted. Her profession told her that this person was not lying. This proves that everything he said is under his control. If he only controls a shelter, he shouldn't have such confidence unless he has other means. Of course, now is not the time to ask about these things. Even if she did ask, he wouldn't answer her. Not in a hurry, I have a question to ask you first. Huyu squinted his eyes. Just now when I asked who knows architecture, why didn't you stand up? Gao Wenwen smiled calmly and explained without tension, I don't think I understand architecture, I only know a little bit. Very clever answer. You should allow me to have some caution, Gao Wenwen replied with neither humility nor arrogance. You just asked me what you need to do, right? Huyu smiled and replied, the answer is simple, if you want to join us, you must dedicate part of your strength for you and us to survive better. Whether it's little knowledge or mastery. Gao Wenwen, who seemed chaotic, was precisely an indispensable part of the ship. She could easily become a brick on the ocean heart, moving wherever needed. She could help Su Linglong draw diagrams, take on the task of translating the Yongle Encyclopedia, and even play the roles of a Western doctor and teacher in crisis situations. The most crucial thing is, she could solve the psychological problems of everyone on the ship. Everyone had only been aboard for just over 10 days, so naturally, they didn't show any psychological problems, but if they stayed in this environment for a long time, anyone would get sick from being cooped up. Even if the ocean heart was big, it was just a ship. It's like a large villa. In the first 10 days or half a month after moving in, one might feel novelty and joy. But if you're told to stay in that villa for half a year without going out, the feeling will be completely different. Oppression, irritability, these emotions will expand infinitely due to the closed space. The size of the space only affects the time of emotional explosion, not completely eliminating these emotions. You must prepare in advance, crushing internal hidden dangers in the cradle. A person who masters epic psychology should be able to handle this kind of problem. Okay, I will join. Gao Wenwen immediately moved forward and shook Huyu's hand, then stood half a meter behind him. From now on, she was no longer a person in the shelter, but a member behind Huyu, so... She slightly bent down and whispered in Huyu's ear, Boss, I know what these people are capable of, and there are some higher status individuals hiding in the crowd. Gao Wenwen's voice was not loud, but with the surroundings quiet, everyone present could still hear what she said. Some of the high-ranking individuals hidden in the crowd turned dark-faced. The reason they didn't show themselves was that they didn't want any bad things to happen, and now they had been exposed. What was the point of hiding? It's okay. Huyu swept his gaze over those whose expressions were clearly abnormal, his eyes filled with disdain. Once they stepped back, they were already out of my choices. They have given up a better life themselves. Heh, what a big mouth. Better life? Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Aren't you still stuck in this shelter? Do you think serving you means having a better life? In a situation where the total amount of resources remains unchanged, all resources are distributed by Xuan Wu. Even if you have a Gatling gun, so what? Can you wipe out all the robots? Don't joke. Big guy, who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the savior? Is it just because you have a gun? I don't believe he dares to shoot everyone. Mocking voices rang out from the crowd. Unlike the previous tough man and skinny guy, this time it was not they who took the initiative to provoke, it was Huyu who first mocked. One sentence sparked a discussion among the crowd. They believed the law would not punish the crowd, so they dared to speak freely. Who you did not refute, nor did he want to refute. His gaze scanned the remaining 49 people standing in the first row, smiling as he asked, "What about you? Who else is willing to continue participating in the recruitment?" Seeing that he really did not threaten with a gun, the crowd got even louder. It seemed like they wanted to vent all the frustrations they had endured during these days of confinement onto Huyu. The crowd began to get chaotic. Those in the back started to push forward towards the front, and those in the front could not stand their ground against the hundreds behind them. A dense crowd surged forward. In the face of such a level of threat, Huyu just smiled and raised his hand to take out something. A chainsaw? The killing power of this thing was naturally beyond doubt, but the threat was far from enough. To control these people in front of him, he needed something more simple and brutal. A chainsaw. Chapter 131 The Taste of Gossip. Buzz. As the sound of the chainsaw rang out, the crowd that had just been in a frenzy instantly regained calm. Everyone looked ahead with fearful eyes. If it were gunfire, a sweep could take down at least 1/10 of the thousands there. They didn't believe he would dare take such harsh measures. To take it a step further, even if he really did shoot, it would only be one bullet. If someone died, they died, and if they didn't, lying on the ground wouldn't lead to anything else. But if it was a chainsaw, whether it's losing an arm or a leg, it's all excruciating pain. At that moment, wanting to die would be impossible and wanting to live would also be futile. No one would want to experience that feeling. The impact brought by the chainsaw even made them forget to think about how it was taken out. What's wrong? Huyu looked at the crowd that suddenly stopped and even showed signs of retreat. Aren't you planning to rush up and reason with me? Come on, I really love to discuss reason. As he spoke, he didn't forget to shake the saw in his hand, as if smilingly waving at them. You, if you have the ability, don't bring out these things. Let's reason nicely. Exactly. What kind of hero is this? Good. Huyu slammed the chainsaw onto the table, the sound startling everyone behind him. You want to talk about reason? I want to hear what reasons you have. Who just said I have a big mouth? Come out. As soon as he said this, everyone present went silent. If hiding in a large crowd, anyone would have the courage to shout. But now Huyu directly called someone out. Those few people earlier would not dare to come out if they were hiding among the crowd. Seeing everyone in silence, Huyu expected this situation. He let out a cold laugh, not coming out, huh? No problem, I didn't expect you backstabbers to have any courage. And don't say I'm not giving you the choice. If you want to continue participating in the recruitment, regardless of your identity level, you can stay here. Whether you pass or not depends on your own skills. As for those who don't want to participate, please turn around and leave, stay 100 meters away, don't come over to be an eyesore. You have 5 minutes to think it over before you decide. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other, and soon began to take action. Out of over 1,000 people, most chose to leave. In their eyes, this was just a choice of sides. Regardless of whether they joined or not, they would continue surviving in the shelter. Rather than become someone else's subordinate, they preferred to remain independent individuals. Having been a cog in the machine for so many years, finally coming to the apocalypse where everyone was on the same starting line, enjoying the same treatment. Why would they want to find a boss for themselves? Wasn't that just pointless? Soon, only about 30 people remained in front of Huyu's desk. This number was even smaller than the earlier B-level personnel. He scanned through the remaining people, his brow slightly furrowed. Too few. Too few. There were simply too few usable talents. Among these 30 people, none had epic skills, but there were 10 with perfect skills. This ratio was not low, but among those 10 with perfect skills, only 6 could be useful in the apocalypse. These 6 people mastered perfect animal husbandry, perfect cultivation, perfect chemistry, perfect physics, perfect history, and perfect geography. They were all academic talents. After persuading the other 4 to leave, Huyu began interviewing the remaining 4. He also checked their detailed panel information. Name, Ishan. Gender, male. Age, 34. Skills, perfect geography, proficient in travel, proficient in planning, proficient in surveying, proficient in mapping, proficient in mechanics. Personality, honest, simple, responsible, plain. Favorability, 10. Name, Wang Tianchuan. Gender, male. Age, 29. Skills, perfect cultivation, proficient in animal husbandry, proficient in biology, proficient in breeding, proficient in esports. Personality, bold, easygoing, unrestrained. Favorability, 10. Name, Li Nuar. Gender, female. Age, 27. Skills, perfect chemistry, proficient in teaching, proficient in pharmacology, proficient in experiments. Personality, eager to learn, strict, careful. Purity, 100. Favorability, 10. Name, Chi Sishan. Age, 21. Gender, male. Skills, perfect physics, proficient in teaching, proficient in experiments, proficient in healthcare, proficient in Tai Chi. Personality, responsible, reliable, brave. Favorability, 10. Name, Lin Wanqiu. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, perfect history, proficient in teaching, proficient in ancient literature, proficient in poetry, proficient in appreciation, proficient in antiques. Personality, rigorous, childlike, eager to learn, kind. Purity, 100. Favorability, 10. Name, Wan Shanhai. Gender, male. Age, 31. Skills, perfect animal husbandry, proficient in teaching, proficient in cultivation, proficient in breeding, proficient in biology. Personality, serious, rigorous, loyal. Favorability, 10. Hu Yu carefully read through these 6 people's panels, all of them met his recruitment criteria. Moreover, these 6 people could not only help share the teaching tasks of Xiao Zissou and Han Weiwei, but could also assist in translating the Yunle Encyclopedia and surveying maps. Especially Li Nuar, who is proficient in pharmaceuticals and perfect chemistry, she can also unlock a pharmaceutical function on the ship. Although the Western medicine obtained from the island country is enough for generations to use, having it is better than not having it. Hu Yu nodded with satisfaction. To save time, he directly looked at the remaining 6 people. You all meet my hiring conditions. Since you have all chosen to stay, I won't ask if you are willing. Now, I give each of you a chance. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will answer as best as I can. You saved us from the prison. How did you do that? The youngest, Chi Sishan, asked eagerly. Though most people present had this question, no one wanted to waste this opportunity to ask. Now that Chi Sishan had asked, everyone could listen in. One of my abilities. Since he planned to recruit people to board the ship, they would eventually find out about his abilities anyway. So it didn't matter to say it out loud. Hu Yu smiled at the crowd and said, if you usually pay attention to online novels, you should know about something called a storage space. Coincidentally, I have such an ability. Cool. Chi Sishan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively asking, how big is this space? Is it the size of the entire prison? That's the second question. Hu Yu looked at the second youngest, Lin Wanqiu. The younger ones can go first, you ask. Faced with Hu Yu's inquiry, Lin Wanqiu took a step forward, staring at him intently, nervously starting to speak. You don't remember me? In an instant. The eyes of Shinshan and the surrounding people all fell on Hu Yu. This is The Taste of Gossip. Chapter 132, Director E. Hu Yu was taken aback. He didn't remember the name Lin Wanqiu at all. But thinking about it, looking at Lin Wanqiu's face, it did seem increasingly familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. That memory lingered on the surface of his mind, but he just couldn't recall it. He only thought she looked familiar. He had to ask, you are Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu said her name, smiling wryly. Hu Yu, you forgot? We were classmates in high school. As soon as she said that, Hu Yu did recall a few things. High school. That time was neither early nor late. If counted, it was 6 or 7 years ago. At that time, Hu Yu wasn't outstanding. He even considered himself average among ordinary people. With a bit of effort, he barely got into an undergraduate program. As for those classmates from high school, aside from a few he often hung out with or those few deskmates, who still remembered who was who. If Lin Wanqiu hadn't reminded him, he might not have remembered at all. Lin Wanqiu. A girl from their class, not particularly beautiful but quite delicate, with above-average grades. At their last gathering, he heard she got into a prestigious university out of province, and after that, they lost contact. He never expected to meet her here. Oh. Hu Yu exclaimed in surprise, so it's you. How come you're here? It's a long story. Lin Wanqiu smiled wryly. I didn't expect to meet you here, in such a situation. Yeah. Hu Yu couldn't help but sigh, but he still didn't forget to get back on track. Let's talk business first. Do you have any questions? If not, let the next person ask. I do. Lin Wanqiu looked at Hu Yu and asked, since you have a storage space, doesn't that mean your space has plenty of resources? Yes. Hu Yu did not deny it. This relates to everyone's trust in him. No kidding. In such a time, if he wanted to take people away from the shelter, he naturally needed to provide sufficient guarantees. Otherwise, why would others give up a stable life that could last at least 30 years to follow him out of the shelter? Can you really use a gun to press against their heads to make them leave? Even if you capture such talents, it would be useless to recruit them. I have no problem now, Lin Wanqiu replied with a smile. Unlike Qi Shishan from just now, she walked directly to Gao Wenwen and stood firm, as if she had already decided to follow Hu Yu away. Next. Yu looked at Li Nuor. Do you have any questions? Age. Li Nuor stared into Hu Yu's eyes, as if trying to read something. How did you determine our ages? Do you have other abilities besides the storage space? As soon as this question was asked, everyone present, including Shinshan and Gao Wenwen, turned to look at Hu Yu. You must know that even when facing people like Shinshan, the only ability Hu Yu publicly revealed was the storage space, with no other abilities disclosed. This was to maintain mystery and keep his trump card hidden. Revealing the storage space was to give them confidence in joining him. If he revealed everything, it would no longer be confidence, but foolishness. No. Hu Yu replied and further explained the reasoning. I just judged based on your appearance. I don't know your real ages. That makes some sense. After all, Shi Shirshan's face looks like a young lad. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is the youngest. Next are Lin Wanqiu and Li Nuor. The former still has a youthful vibe, while the latter looks the youngest among the remaining few. As for whether others believe this statement, that's their own business. Meanwhile, Gao Wenwen, standing aside, narrowed her pupils. Though their interaction was short, she could tell, just now, he lied. Besides the storage space, he has other abilities. He just doesn't want others to know. What exactly is this man hiding? It's simply so mysterious. Ding. Gao Wenwen's favorability increased to 30. What's happening? Can answering someone else's question also raise favorability? Hu Yu glanced back at Gao Wenwen without saying a word, then looked at the fourth person in the crowd, Wan Shanhai. What about you? According to the panel age, Wan Shanhai is 31, slightly older than Wang Tianchuan. But in terms of appearance, Wan Shanhai looks younger than Wang Tianchuan. Hu Yu deliberately showed a flaw and asked Wan Shanhai, do you have any questions for me? Wan Shanhai, wearing black-framed glasses, nodded seriously. So, Boss Hu? If we join you, what can you guarantee us? You must know that the food and resources in the shelter are enough for 1,000 people to survive for 30 years, even adding 100 more people would provide for over 20 years. During that time, no matter what happens outside, we should be able to survive again. Why should we leave with you from here? Wan Shanhai seemed to ask many questions, but in reality, there was only one. Why should we? Why should they leave with Hu Yu? Very simple. I have resources, even more than what's in the shelter. I have the survival skills to ensure your safety under any circumstances. As for why? Hu Yu pointed to the dome above. It's because you can live under a much broader sky by following me, instead of being like prisoners, trapped in this slightly larger cage. As his words fell, Wan Shanhai frowned slightly. He was not dissatisfied with this answer. In fact, he was very satisfied. But he couldn't be sure if Hu Yu could deliver what he claimed. Outside, it was pouring rain. There were even mutated fish causing chaos in the water. What gave him the courage to make such bold claims and dare to take them away from the shelter? If all this is just his empty talk, then it's better to stay in the shelter. I know your concerns. Later, I will prove it to you. If you are not satisfied, you will have the chance to leave. All right. Wan Shanhai pondered for a moment, and finally spat out a word, looking at the few people beside him. I have no problem. Me. Wang Tianchuan was afraid that he would be placed last. He actively raised his hand to ask. Tentatively, he spoke. Boss Hu, you just came in from outside. How is the situation outside? You will know that later, no need for me to say. Hu Yu casually replied and brought up a question he had wanted to ask all along. By the way, I have been wanting to ask this. Why is this shelter in this state? Did you fight with Xuan Wu? This matter is a long story. Wang Tianchuan sighed, then looked at the last person. Just right, Director he hasn't asked yet. You can ask him. He was among the first batch of people to enter the shelter. Director. E. Chapter 133, Secrets of the Shelter. This can explain things. Why does a person with perfect geographical skills also have so many mixed expertise skills? Turns out he's also a director. But it seems that he doesn't really do well as a director. Otherwise, how come his existence was only discovered now? So many people were about to rush forward just now, and he didn't say a word. While he stood here, not a single one of those people in the distance moved. If I'm not mistaken, those guys in the distance who are not preparing to recruit had expressions that still carried a hint of watching a show. It seemed like they were watching someone make a fool of themselves. No matter what, even though he was once a director, Ishan must know more than anyone else. Boss Hu. As soon as Ishan's voice came out, Hu Yu's pupils trembled. This voice, wasn't it the one heard outside the shelter back then? The voice that warned them not to enter the shelter. It's you? Hu Yu maintained a polite smile. That voice that wouldn't let people enter the shelter was recorded by you, right? Exactly. Ishan did not deny it, then explained, That was just to prevent a portion of people from entering the shelter to wait for death. Wait for death? What do you mean? Who you asked in confusion, isn't there enough food for 1,000 people to eat for 30 years in the shelter? How could it be waiting for death? This. Ishan hesitated for a moment, then still couldn't let go, proposing to Huyu, boss Hu, I won't ask you anymore, could you give us a private environment? There are some things I only want to say to you alone. Simple. As Huyu said this, he snapped his fingers. A room on the 28th floor suddenly appeared in the shelter. Whether it was the few people beside him who were ready to join or those in the distance who were still watching the show, everyone was shocked at that moment. Just now the prison disappeared, and before everyone could react, it was already in front of Huyu. This degree of shock was only for a moment, and soon everyone returned to normal. But the situation before their eyes was different. They were clearly watching Huyu, watching every move they made, but with just a snap of his fingers, a house appeared out of nowhere. Anyone who saw this would be shocked. Huyu didn't care about these things, he was the first to step into his room, signaling Shinshan to stay outside, while Ancienner quietly followed behind him. Seeing this, Ishan quickly adjusted his state and followed into the room. The so-called privacy naturally couldn't be just one person, as long as there's a quiet place where others couldn't hear, that would be fine. This will do. Huyu didn't enter 2802 or any room, just stood in the corridor of the 28th floor, looking at Ishan before him. You can say what you want directly. Ishan responded, just now, boss Hu, you mentioned the food, actually, there isn't that much in the shelter at all. That number, it was just something I made up to calm people down. Ha? Huyu wasn't surprised, just let out a light grunt. Why? Because. Ishan lowered his voice, repeated it twice, slowly raised his head, with a bitter smile that looked worse than crying, because I want to live. You don't know, when the apocalypse came, I was shopping at a mall near this shelter, originally wanting to buy some things and return to the research institute. But when that rain came down, I felt something was wrong, and I immediately ran upstairs to observe the clouds. It was this observation that made it so I could never go home again. The rain kept pouring heavier and heavier, and after a day, the entire first floor of the mall was flooded. While I couldn't even understand the clouds, the knowledge I learned told me this thing was definitely not simple. Then I thought of the shelter. As a professor at the Research Institute, I had been informed about the location of a shelter in our city. At that time it was confidential information given to me, and it happened that I wasn't far from it. By the next day, the rain was still non-stop, and I decided to swim out to look for the shelter. Fortunately, at that time, the shelter hadn't been flooded yet, and it wasn't even officially activated, hidden in a deserted half-finished building. Since I was the first to enter the shelter, Xuanwu directly recognized me as the head of this shelter and allowed me to supervise the various supplies inside. When I looked, I almost lost feeling in my whole body. Since the shelter was just set up not long ago, the supplies inside had not been fully replenished, only 5% of what was planned. If this amount was for me alone, of course it was enough, but as more and more people entered the shelter, food gradually became a problem. 5% was only enough to feed 1,000 people for a year and a half. If that number got out, I couldn't guarantee they wouldn't riot, so I had to lie, saying there was plenty of food here. At first, everyone kind of believed me. After all, food still seemed sufficient, but after Xuanwu calculated the actual situation of the apocalypse, it began to adjust the supplies based on the available food. 3 meals a day were adjusted to 1 meal a day, and each meal was only enough to maintain basic nutrition. It couldn't even fill one up. Just a few days passed, and people started protesting. I couldn't suppress it, and I couldn't make Xuanwu change the allocation, so the riot began. So, Huyu pointed outside, is this why the shelter has turned into this state? Ishan bitterly nodded. You know, Xuanwu won't kill humans, but if humans riot and don't change after a warning, they will be sentenced to imprisonment. Almost all of us were thrown into cages, even I was relieved of my position as the head. Now everyone outside thinks all of this is the result of an artificial intelligence becoming incompetent. No one ever thought that this was actually due to the shelter itself. But what about the distress signals? Huyu curiously asked, you all are locked up in prison, so logically, there shouldn't be any time to send distress signals. Then who sent us the distress signals we received? Ha! Now it was Ishan's turn to be confused. He looked at Huyu in some confusion. What distress signals? I don't know. Ever since I was stripped of the head's position, I lost the authority to check information, let alone send any. Not you? Wait a minute. Huyu suddenly brightened. He understood what was going on. When Huyu and the others first entered the shelter, Xuanwu assigned each of them a number. According to the member numbers they received, the entire shelter should have 1,230 people. But now, the total number of people in the cage is only 1,090, which means there are still 57 people outside. Since Xuanwu has the authority to designate who becomes the director, it doesn't seem too hard to choose a director from the remaining 57 people who haven't been locked up, right? Of course, all this speculation is based on Ishan's number must be 00001. Otherwise, the previous 57 numbers might have been acquired since the shelter was established. Huyu looked at Ishan and asked, "Since you are the first to enter the shelter, what's your number?" 00001. Ishan didn't understand why Huyu asked this. Shouldn't it be common knowledge? "Boss Hu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Huyu said as he walked towards the outside of the 28th floor. "Since it has been confirmed there are still people in the shelter, why not take a look? Over 1,000 people have gone into the jail, while those 57 are still outside enjoying life, even having the time to send distress signals. There are likely many talents inside too. As the saying goes, since we're here, we should check it out, otherwise, it would feel a bit unfair after diving into the situation for so long, even spending some time in jail." Seeing Huyu leave, Ishan also followed behind him out. After the two left the 28th floor, Huyu casually recalled his previous house back into his storage space. After 3 consecutive miraculous acts, those onlookers in the distance were completely convinced. If the first disappearance of the jail might be a trick, and the second appearance of the 28th floor could be an illusion, then this third disappearance of the 28th floor. It can no longer be explained by coincidence or skill. To confirm if this is real, a few brave souls even approached the very edge of the 28th floor. When they touched the uniquely cold reinforced concrete, all doubts vanished, leaving only one emotion in their hearts. Shock. Is this person in front of us human or God? This single floor can be moved just like that. Huyu let out a light grunt. He naturally noticed those hiding behind the 28th floor. With a single glance, he focused on those few people. With just a grunt and a glance, those people instantly panicked. Most turned and ran, while others stayed frozen in place, their legs giving way under them. Old. Don't call me old. Huyu's tone was extremely indifferent. Do you want me to fish you out? I'm not your university teacher, why would I fish you out? Having said that, Huyu turned and left with Shinshan and the 6 new employees. As for where to go, of course, it was to find people. They made their way from the edge of the shelter to the core and naturally discovered a problem. Most of the living areas on this side of the shelter had already been destroyed. If they wanted to find people, they needed to check the other side where the living areas were still intact. If there are still people living here, they are most likely to be found there. But before they left, there was one more thing. Huyu looked at the big man and the skinny guy in front of him who were still pretending to be invisible. Hey, now I give you 2 choices. First, I send you on your way, so you won't have to suffer in this apocalypse. Second. The big man and the skinny guy shouted in unison. Go on the road? If they wanted to go, they would have chosen to indulge themselves when the apocalypse first descended. At the beginning of the apocalypse, those of them in public areas witnessed what true evil cities look like. Human beings' various primal desires were infinitely amplified. If they wanted to die, they would have already started to indulge themselves, enjoying the last moments of life instead of finding the shelter in their struggle for survival. So with only 2 choices, naturally, they unhesitatingly chose the second one. Very good. Huyu replied calmly, raising his hand to point to the unexplored area on the other side. Go over there and shout. Shout. The two were confused, clearly not understanding what they were supposed to shout. Boss, what do you want us to shout? Shout for people. What else can you shout? Huyu rolled his eyes and casually handed each of them a loudspeaker. Tell them I'm hiring talent. Whoever wants to come over here can come, and those who don't want to come are not forced. You two circle around the shelter and shout. Once you're done, your task will be complete. This is. The strong man didn't say much, just felt a bit puzzled, then took the loudspeaker and rushed toward that area. The skinny guy followed closely behind upon seeing this. As for Huyu and the others, since someone is doing tough work, of course, they should take a break. Huyu took out a complete set of sofas, along with a tea table, and placed tea snacks prepared by Si Rue yesterday on top. A simple afternoon tea was ready. He turned to the 7 newly hired people. Don't be shy, sit down, have some afternoon tea, and I'll prepare a welcome feast for you tonight. Tonight? Go back? A welcome feast? Where are we going to go? With the supplies in this shelter, it's already a bit difficult to have 1 meal a day. Where is there any resource for a welcome feast? Even if you have storage space, the food inside is limited, right? Can you really prepare a welcome feast for us? Sounds like pie in the sky. The 7 people were full of confusion, but eat. Nothing is more important than food. Filling their stomachs was the priority. Everyone directly sat on the sofas and stuffed their mouths with high-calorie foods like macarons, tiramisus, and cheesecake. Regardless of whether it was tasty or whether they liked it, these were treasures that could keep them alive in the apocalypse. Seeing Huyu and the others sitting still, the remaining 1,000 people looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. There was no choice, after all, the distance was too far. they could only see them sitting there and couldn't clearly see their actions. Before long, someone raised a crucial question. What are we going to do now? What else can we do? Clearly, that one is not going to take us in. We might as well continue with our previous plan and check the storeroom. Occupy advantageous resources. Even if they have guns, we can't resist head-on, but we can still hide some resources. Agreed. This shelter may not be large, but there are only 9 of them. As long as we hide those resources, they won't be able to find them. Even if they have guns, they'll starve to death here. What are we waiting for? Let's go, brothers. Seizing the opportunity is the most important. Wait. I feel like their purpose isn't resources? One person spoke up. And everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. Though he said nothing, it was enough to express their doubts. Can you smell? That person twitched his nose and leaned forward. Doesn't this smell like freshly baked bread? Bread? Ha ha ha. You must be really hungry. Yeah, what kind of world is this? How can there still be freshly baked bread? Not to mention, even the toaster can't get power, right? No, wait. You guys smell this? Doesn't it smell like egg tarts? Oh great, another crazy one. Don't just say bread, now it's egg tarts too. Ha ha ha. Why don't you say there's a pastry shop across the street? No, the pastry shop is too big, it should be afternoon tea instead. The mockery was endless. Among the thousands of people, the vast majority did not believe what the two had just said and were mocking. However, as those smells grew closer and more intense, even those people who didn't believe it found their voices growing quieter. Those smells seemed real. No, it can't be. Even if that person has a storage space like in novels, it's impossible for them to have freshly baked bread. At the very beginning of the end of the world, he couldn't just stand guard at the cake shop entrance, baking and stashing everything away in his space, could he? The aroma grew stronger and stronger. Some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. You have to know, during these days in this shelter, they had only eaten 1 meal a day, and it was just enough to meet their nutritional needs. They had never felt full at all. Now, smelling this high-calorie food, even if they didn't want to in their hearts, their bodies had already made a decision, slowly moving in that direction. 1 step, 2 steps. From walking to running. The crowd rushed forward, quickly closing the distance from hundreds of meters to just a handful, enough to clearly see what was on their table. Macarons, egg tarts, tiramisu, half-baked cheesecake, lava cake. These were all excellent treats to replenish energy. If it weren't for the Gatling gun and chainsaw on the desk, they would have rushed over already. But now, they could only watch the 7 chosen ones devouring the food at that table. No, it should be said 6 people. Ishan, due to his age, couldn't eat these rich foods and had already stopped fighting, while the other 5 were still battling among the pile of desserts. They had a kind of spirit of I won't stop until I gain 10 pounds today. Alright, don't eat too much. Huyu couldn't bear to watch any longer. It's not that he was heartbroken for these desserts, mainly, it was just too brutal. Wan Shanhai, this middle-aged man, was stuffing his face, forcefully shoving 2 pieces of lava cake into his mouth, his cheeks stuffed like a pig, his mouth full of black chocolate, still chewing non-stop. Wang Tianchuan was a bit better, but not by much. Every time he chewed, remnants of tiramisu would fly out. Even so, Shi Shirshan sitting next to him didn't stop eating. It didn't matter whether he got the leftovers sprayed out by Wang Tianchuan, he just kept shoving egg tarts into his mouth. So, young people are really good, they don't fear high cholesterol, just keep shoving it in. Fortunately, the only 3 women at the table were somewhat restrained. Li Nuor took 1 macaron at a time, but after finishing one, she would drink a sip of black tea to ensure cleanliness, then move on to the next. Lin Wansheng was somewhat similar. It was clear she wanted to hold back and eat less, but the worm in her stomach was protesting, so she had to keep up with everyone else's pace and devour food crazily. Qiao Wenwen was the most normal, quietly sitting next to Huyu. She ate a little of everything but didn't eat much and also didn't waste much. As soon as everyone heard Huyu speak, they immediately stopped. A feast and then another feast, they still understood the importance of balance. If they got kicked out for stuffing themselves too much, they wouldn't be able to eat these things in the future. They looked at Huyu, afraid it was because they ate too much, and all wanted to explain, but before they could open their mouths, Huyu spoke first. Come on, this is just afternoon tea. If you fill your stomach now, what will you eat at the welcome banquet later? When we eat, you just watch. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Welcome, hick. Wang Tianchuan was just about to speak, but as he tried to spit out a word, the lava cake in his mouth nearly choked him. There really is a welcome banquet? Shi Shirshan, next to him, was doing a bit better. He asked curiously, Boss Hu, I thought you were just fooling us? Then you continue. Huyu raised his hand, eat a bit more. For the roast whole sheep and roast suckling pig tonight, I'll take the trouble to eat a bit more for you. If it were before, even 5 minutes ago, when Huyu said such things, everyone would have thought he was just painting a pie, talking nonsense. But now, they had seen with their own eyes the desserts on the table being constantly added, no matter how they ate. Those desserts and snacks continuously came to the table in an overwhelming manner, as if they could never be finished. In this situation, if there were still doubts about the welcoming banquet he mentioned, then even the word wise would not explain their behavior. Everyone suddenly stopped, but there were still plenty of desserts left on the table. Not to mention, just the calories accumulated from these desserts would be enough for more than a dozen adult men for a whole day. The 7 were full and quietly sat on the sofa, but those people still dozens of meters away had not eaten enough yet. Not only had they not eaten enough, but ever since the apocalypse came, they had not tasted these things at all. No, to be accurate, they hardly even smelled them. If they could just have a tiny bite. According to this person's earlier tone, he should have plenty of these foods, just a little bit shouldn't hurt, right? Yes. At least it wouldn't cost them their lives. Even if it meant getting beaten up, it would be worth it. Such thoughts began to brew in the minds of some people. They quietly moved forward, their intentions clear. Huyu had already noticed them, but he didn't mind. He simply took out a new box of egg tarts from space and started to eat one. If he heard correctly, there was movement in a small villa ahead. Shan Gu. Huyu spoke 2 words, and without needing more, Shan immediately got up. Yes, boss. He promptly walked toward that small villa. Although the voice in the distance was not loud, those who had received some training or had enhanced physical qualities like Huyu could easily hear it. There were definitely people inside. And the number was certainly not small. A group of people silently hid in the villa around the prison, watching the grand show for so long. It wouldn't be simple to handle. Just as Huyu was watching and Shan was approaching, the door opened. Chapter 136. The remaining 57 people. Huyu immediately reacted. He didn't grab the Gatling gun on the desk but took another one out from his backpack. Shan was even faster than him. He swiftly turned the AK he was carrying on his back to the front and aimed it ahead, ready to fire at any moment. Behind the door, there was indeed a crowd of people. The number was exactly around 50. They were just about to step out of the door when they saw 2 dark gun barrels pointed at them from a distance. In an instant, everyone stood there, unsure of what to do, and could only slowly raise their hands. As for the group that was getting closer to the dining table in the distance, they were startled as well. Originally, having one Gatling gun wasn't a big deal. No matter how powerful it was still quietly lying on the desk. If the other side wanted to grab the gun and start shooting, they would need time to get close to the desk. By then, they would have more than enough time to escape. Even if they couldn't get away, they would have enough time to surrender. But now, who among those good people leaves a gun on the table but takes out another one? Don't think machines can't get jealous. Listen to me, quickly put that second gun away. For a moment, the shelter fell into silence. No matter which group it was, they were all strangely quiet, afraid that any careless move would break this rare balance. Even Huyu and the others were no exception. He looked at the group of guys coming out from the door, first stunned, then frowned. The number, 57, just right. Clearly, they were the other group of survivors in the shelter. The newly appointed director was among them. But why did this group of people look so foolish? Could it be that there were no talents among them? Hey! Huyu casually placed the Gatling gun on the ground and shouted toward the front. The people in the house, come here. We won't fire. Hearing Huyu's voice, the 57 people who walked out from the door looked at each other, seemingly discussing something. Soon, they reached a conclusion and slowly walked towards them. Another group of people, ready to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, then noticed that there was actually a small batch of people in the distance. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. What's going on with that group? Why are they also in the shelter? It shouldn't be, right? Didn't all the people in the shelter get thrown into prison? What's their situation? There are at least more than 50 of them. They can't be the ones who entered after we got imprisoned, right? It's possible. Didn't you just hear? This guy sent 2 people to broadcast. Maybe they are searching for this group. So what should we do now? Should we still rob? When the critical question was asked, everyone fell into silence. But soon they reached a consensus. The crowd began to move towards the dining table again, but their pace clearly slowed down, as they were waiting for the right opportunity. The other group was different. Without waiting for Huyu to speak, a middle-aged man at the front was the first to ask. I just heard on the broadcast that you are recruiting? That's right. Huyu nodded, observing the group in front of him. A long list of panels popped up in front of his eyes. I have to say that the average quality of this group of people is much better than that of the previous 1,000 or so. Among the 57 people, almost every one of them mastered a perfect skill, and very few skills were repeated. They covered almost half of the research circle. If classified according to Schwann's rating, each of them should be rated at B class or above. The middle-aged man at the front even had 2 epic level skills, one being epic biotechnology and the other being artificial intelligence biology. Just based on these 2 skills, his rating could very well reach A class. At that time, even if the water level had not skyrocketed, it had still reached about 50 meters. Since you want to recruit, I have a question to ask. It shouldn't be a bother, right? Thinking of the other party's identity, who you smiled and replied, not a bother, you can ask me anything you want. Did you just come in from the outside? Yes. That giant snake outside, was it you who dealt with it? That's correct. How did you solve it? With 3 questions in a row, it was clear that the other party had already prepared their script, just waiting for Huyu's response. Thus, the first 2 questions were unimportant, merely an introduction. The most important was the third one. The middle-aged man's eyes were glued to Huyu's. Huyu was not fooled and simply replied with 4 words, no comment. I'm good now. The middle-aged man said, not entangling further, only stepping back to look at the crowd behind him. Since it's recruitment, it's all about mutual consent. Whoever wants to apply can go ahead. I won't stop you. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the crowd behind him immediately buzzed with excitement. The closest girl shot up, looking eagerly at Huyu. Boss, does that mean if I successfully apply, I can eat these things? Huyu glanced at her. 26 years old. With perfect swimming skills and teaching abilities, he was likely a national-level swimming coach before the apocalypse broke out. Such talent must not be missed. No. Ah. The crowd sighed in disappointment. Before they could turn to leave, Huyu waved his hand and added a new wave of desserts to the table. You don't need to be hired, you can eat now. What? We can eat now. Really? Forget it, let's eat. In an instant, among the 57 people, 56 rushed to the table and began to feast. Only one person stood still, unmoving. That middle-aged man. He watched the crowd around the dining table with a smiling gaze, saying nothing. Huyu, curious, couldn't help but ask, Uncle, aren't you going to eat some? No, thank you. The middle-aged man responded in an extremely calm tone, I'm not joining you, so eating would be taking advantage of you. Not joining? So decisive? Just as Huyu was about to ask why, over 1,000 people in the distance charged over. Brothers! Charge! Delicious desserts are just ahead. Charge! This group of people. Are their brains fried? Huyu's mouth twitched, he couldn't understand what was going on in their heads. He clearly said for the 50 or so people in front to eat, not for them to come over and join. What's going on now? Are they trying to be in the spotlight? But if he didn't stop them, it wouldn't be good. Eating the desserts on the table was minor, but if these talent ended up hurt, that would be a real problem. If he just acted violently, he would seem brutal, instead. Huyu casually waved his hand, and a 100-meter-long corpse of a mutated serpent suddenly fell from the sky, landing precisely in front of the crowd. In an instant, those in the front of the crowd collided directly with it. The hardness of the mutated serpent's scales was even stronger than that of the black-scaled koi, not to mention its massive weight. The people slammed into it and fell backward, the powerful recoil causing them to tumble into the crowd. Some in the back couldn't dodge in time and were knocked down by those in front. There were also some who were even further back. The moment the serpent appeared, they sensed something was wrong and quickly adjusted their steps, thankfully stopping before crashing into the front crowd. This is a dragon. It must be a dragon. Bullshit dragon. It doesn't even have horns, how could it be a dragon? It should be a serpent. But where would such a large serpent come from? Could it be that biological mutations have already appeared outside? That's not impossible. With the serpent blocking their way, the crowd really did stop and no longer pushed forward. It's not that they didn't want to rush forward or feared anything, mainly. This snake was too thick, too long. Its length was well over 100 meters, and its thickness was around 5 meters. Even the tallest person here is only about 1.9 meters, let alone climbing up, even just trying to jump on was extremely difficult. Go past? Why should they? Fly over? Or should they move the snake aside and run past? Of course, there was another way. Take a detour. Go around this snake and then charge. But, he could casually summon this snake with a wave of his hand, and with another wave, call it back. Right now he was holding back, placing the serpent in front of them without letting it fall on their heads. Otherwise, they would probably be negotiating with the tortoise about adding more food, treating it like a feast. Their blood that had just been ignited by the desserts was instantly extinguished by the serpent. Unlike the threat posed by the Gatling gun. Everyone didn't believe he would open fire and kill so many at once, but if he just released the serpent and caused serious injuries to some. Don't say that those who are ruthless cannot do it, even they can achieve it. Meanwhile, in front of the dessert table. Except for a few people still stuffing their faces, everyone else turned to look at the serpent behind them. Under the director's lead, they had once witnessed this colossal creature attacking the shelter. Who would have thought? To meet again under such circumstances. If even this creature can be slain, who knows what kind of divine power boss who truly possesses? As long as they work under him, at least future safety won't be a concern. In an instant, hints began to ring repeatedly in Hu Yu's ears. Favorability from Lin Su increased to 30. Favorability from Li Shani increased to 30. Favorability from Wang Qi increased to 30. A total of 57 notifications popped up, and everyone's favorability reached over 30. The corners of Hu Yu's mouth lifted slightly. As long as there were gains, it was enough. Now he needn't worry about gathering people. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Hu Yu also got up from the sofa, looking at everyone with eyes full of laughter. The food is nearly enough, eating too much of this isn't good for your teeth. We should get to the serious talk now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately stood at attention, even those still stuffing their mouths swallowed their food without hesitation. This is the most basic respect. Seeing everyone like this, Hu Yu's smile became even more radiant. I won't say anything unnecessary, I will only say one thing. Join us. As long as I have food to eat, you will never go hungry. All you need to do is offer your knowledge and skills. Upon hearing this, everyone became eager to try, except for one person who appeared somewhat uneasy. He raised his hand from the crowd and cautiously asked, Who? Boss Hu, I may not have much useful knowledge or skills, will you still accept me? Hu Yu was taken aback and looked at the man. His panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Zhang Shenong. Gender, male. Age, 27. Skills, perfect biology, perfect bean cultivation, perfect livestock, proficient in cultivation, proficient in farming. Personality, honest, simple, responsible, down-to-earth. Favorability, 35. This is simply a chosen greenhouse person. No, it should be said, the perfect successor to Old Master Fong. Old Master Fong's health had never been great, and Hu Yu had always worried that if he continued on like this, even with Li Chuan assisting, it would easily cause problems. Now it's good. There is a successor, and Old Master Fong can have an easier life in the future, no longer needing to guard the greenhouse every day. Wanting to conceal his emotions, Hu Yu didn't speak directly but held back his excitement and asked Zhang Shenong, Oh? Tell me, what skills do you have? Well, I only know how to farm, raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. Zhang Shenong said with a red face, looking down, Boss, I know the outside is all water now, not to mention farming, even the animals that survive are few. If you want me to follow you, will I really not be a burden? This wasn't just simple-heartedness, Zhang Shenong was also afraid that if he followed in Boss who discovered he was useless, he might toss him aside without a second thought, and he wouldn't even be able to return to the shelter. Rather than gamble outside, it's better to stay in the shelter. Although he could only have one meal a day, it was better than having none at all. Hu Yu stood up and walked slowly toward the crowd. He stopped in front of Zhang Shenong and inquired calmly, What's your name? Zhang. Zhang Shenong. Good, Zhang Shenong. Hu Yu placed his hand on his shoulder, and despite being younger than him by a considerable margin, he used an old-fashioned tone to say, Let me tell you, there is no such thing as a useless person in this world. As long as you follow me, whether you farm or raise pigs, I will give you a suitable position. Let you shine your own light in this era. Moreover, who says there are no fields, no pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep now? Chapter 138, I am the director. Ha! As soon as the crowd heard this, they were immediately surprised. Could it be that this person also owns these things? It's known that outside has long become a water world. Even if some places haven't been flooded yet, it's only a matter of time. From this person's tone, it seems he not only has a piece of land but also a group of livestock. It's worth noting that even inside the shelter, there's only about 1,500 square meters of planting area. Converted, that is only about 2 acres of land. The things grown are simply not enough for the people inside the shelter to consume. Let alone livestock. What is this? This is the beginning of sustainable development. Everyone was not a fool and naturally understood what the 6 words sustainable development meant. Looking at Hu Yu with eyes full of brilliance. Really? Zhang Shenong appeared a bit stammering. Boss Hu, you are not lying to me. Lie to you? Is there candy to eat? Hu Yu replied with a smile, then patted Zhang Shenong on the shoulder. True or false, you can just come with me to see. Now, starting the recruitment phase, whoever is willing to come with me, stand on the left side, and those who are unwilling, stand on the right. I will not force anyone. Soon, the crowd began to stir. Most people made the same choice, the left side. No, it shouldn't be said as most. Out of 57 people, 56 chose the left side to leave with Huyu. Only one person was exceptional. He stood on the right side from beginning to end, looking at all the choosing people with a smile. That middle-aged man. Huyu thought that after he showcased the results of killing the serpents, the other party would choose to join. After all, his favorability towards him had already risen to 30, so joining would be reasonable. Unexpectedly, he was still so persistent? Huyu curiously looked at this man, and a panel belonging to him popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Li Xianzhong. Gender, male. Age, 34. Skills, perfect strategy, perfect governance, perfect operations, master of speech, master of management. Personality, loyalty, benevolence, stubbornness, foolish loyalty. Favorability, 30. Ha! This combination of skills, could it be that this man was a government official before? Huyu stepped forward and asked curiously, "Brother, are you really not planning to come with us?" "I am the director." "So what if you are the director? The food inside the shelter is simply not enough for you to consume. In less than 30 years, you will starve to death inside." "I am the director." Huyu frowned slightly. He did not believe that someone with such splendid skills was just a person who could only repeat empty talk. "What I mean is..." Li Xianzhong smiled and spoke, "Because I am the director, as long as there is one person in the shelter, I must be responsible for him. Because I am the director, since the food in this shelter is insufficient, it is my responsibility to solve it. Bossu, I know you have good intentions, but since I bear this title, I must take this responsibility. Unless you can take everyone in the shelter away, as long as there is one person here, I must be responsible for him." Foolish loyalty is indeed foolish, and moreover, with his stubborn personality, it is truly impossible to pull back. Huyu did not say much more. He also admired such a person. He thought for a moment and took out a magical bean from his space backpack. A perfect grade magical bean. This was discovered when old Fong handed him a new batch of magical beans. Ever since the yield of magical beans doubled, the food supply on the ship no longer needed to worry. Let alone he had also taken the resources of the entire island nation. Under the condition of extreme freshness in the space backpack, the supplies on the ship no longer needed to be concerned about. Thus, after he discovered this magical bean, no one said anything, and he directly put it into the backpack. Not planted in the greenhouse. After all, old Fong is so tired, he doesn't want to make this old man suffer too much. Unexpectedly, it now comes in handy. Huyu casually handed over the fairy beans. "This thing, you find a piece of land to plant it, if you can grow it, you won't need to worry about food anymore." This is... Li Xianzhen was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. It's just a bean, how can it be useful? Even if he filled the whole field with potatoes, it wouldn't be enough for thousands of people. If it weren't for this person's previous method being truly amazing, Li Xianzhen would have just smiled without speaking and thrown away the fairy beans after taking them. But if it's from his hands, this thing might really be useful. Then thank you. Li Xianzhen did not refuse, but properly accepted the fairy beans and placed them in the innermost part of his clothes pocket. "I hope you can survive." Huyu glanced at Li Xianzhen, giving him the most sincere blessing, then turned to look at those who chose to leave with him. A total of 63 people. If it weren't for the resources gained from the island country, he wouldn't dare to bring so many people directly onto the ship. Just finding food would be a difficult problem. "Everyone, are you ready?" "Ready." After everyone had eaten and drank enough, they spoke with more strength, all voices filled with anticipation for the new life. Then good, we set off. Huyu withdrew his serpent-like body, leading everyone back towards the direction they came from, reaching the spot where they entered. Just as they reached the door, everyone was stunned. "Damn it, this door won't open." Huyu was just about to take out the RPG to try it when he heard the voice of the Xuanwu robot. "Warning! Warning! Detected someone attempting to use force to break the shelter door. Not yet time for the shelter to open, internal personnel are prohibited from leaving. Please return to your living quarters quickly." Huyu was dumbfounded. In other words, this door can only be opened from the outside, not from the inside. But thinking about it, the nature of the shelter is to protect internal personnel from external threats. What if there's a nuclear threat, and someone inside loses hope and opens the door directly? Wouldn't everyone inside have to go to their doom? So, this shelter definitely cannot open the door at will. Boss. Shin Shan also realized the key point and suggested, "How about we just take the shelter? Then won't we get out? What about the people inside?" Huyu doesn't like this group, but he doesn't want to put them to death either. If he takes the shelter into the space backpack, all the people inside the shelter would be exposed to the deep water. Their people can bring equipment, but what about the others? Even if he has all the diving gear from the island country, able to equip everyone, what if they float up and see the heart of the ocean? Wouldn't they run after it? Taking a step back, getting over 1,000 people into diving suits is itself a troublesome matter. He doesn't want to stir up this trouble. After all, he has already thought of a better, more convenient way. Chapter 139. I gave you a chance. When we go out later, do not run around, do not look around, all actions follow commands. Go out? Including Shinshan, everyone was completely confused. Didn't the Xuanwu just say they couldn't go out? Even if they could go out, according to that plan, at least send out a few sets of diving suits, for over 1,000 people that's forgiven, but at least save these 63 people. Otherwise, once the water pressure comes up, can these 63 still leave 36? No one knows. Doubtful as it was, everyone knew who the boss was now, and what to do needed no further words. By the way, you all can swim, right? Who you suddenly remembered and turned to look at the people behind him. Everyone nodded without exception. Most of them belonged to the later arrivals. If they couldn't swim, they wouldn't be able to find the shelter's location. As for the first 7 people, fortunately, they all had mastered this skill, though their proficiency certainly didn't reach even the average level, otherwise, the skill panel wouldn't be blank. As long as they could swim, that was enough. Well then, remember what I just said. Huyu said no more, just raised his hand close to the shelter's surface. Release. Zijiancheng reappeared once more. However, this time it didn't descend from the sky, nor did it appear inside the shelter, it appeared on the outskirts of the shelter. Now the entire water level of Jinling was only around 60 meters. When Zijiancheng appeared, the whole shelter was directly situated at the half-mountain position, lifted up by the mountain body. In an instant, the entire shelter was above the water's surface. The almost frenzied sound of rain beat against the top barrier of the shelter, leaving everyone stunned. What is going on? How did they come out from underwater? And this mountain outside. Why does it look so familiar? Wait. Even if they were now above the water surface, if Xuanwu didn't let them out, how could they escape? Huyu looked again at the Xuanwu robot in front of him. Xuanwu, there's no danger outside, we are short of food inside. I need to lead a team outside to search for food. If you don't let us go out, you just want to starve us. Evaluating the feasibility of the actions. Xuanwu hesitated for a moment, then emitted a mechanical synthesized voice, detected that you are an E-level personnel and possess escape behavior, evaluation failed. Change person. Huyu turned to Zhang Xinon. Zhang Xinon, you come? Okay, boss. Zhang Xinon stepped forward, repeating Huyu's words to Xuanwu, we want to go out to find food, please let us pass. Evaluating the feasibility of the actions. Evaluation failed, you are not a battle personnel and cannot lead this task. Hey. Huyu stepped forward, do you think you're being generous? Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble, but since this guy was being so disrespectful, he might as well make it a little more troublesome. He immediately withdrew his hand and directly stored the entire shelter into his space. Not just him, everyone inside the shelter appeared in a park on Zijiancheng. Thousands of people gathered together, instantly creating chaos, with everyone talking over each other. What's going on? Where is the shelter? Be careful. We don't know if this rainwater is harmful. Hurry, find shelter from the rain. Don't panic. Doesn't this place look familiar? I think I've been here before. It's Zijiancheng. How could it not look familiar? But why has Zijiancheng appeared here? Ahem. Huyu cleared his throat twice, quite calmly taking out a loudspeaker under a black umbrella. Everyone, quiet down. All of you, gather towards me. As soon as his voice echoed, everyone turned to look forward. After all, everyone had just witnessed his ability. I'm sorry for the earlier situation, we had to resort to this method. Now I'm putting the shelter back out. Those of you who didn't participate in the recruitment earlier, hurry inside, do not crowd, and line up orderly to enter. We're in a hurry, thank you. After saying this, Huyu waved his hand, and the shelter appeared before everyone again. Everyone fell silent. This thing can still be played like this. Some people, seeing this, immediately walked towards the shelter, but a portion of them had different ideas. Since the food inside the shelter was limited and they had a hard time getting outside, why not simply stay out here? This was a mountain. How much water would it take to flood an entire mountain? Wouldn't hiding in here allow them to live even better than inside? Desire is like this, once it grows, it will spread unabashedly in one's heart. Huyu stood in place, watching more and more people enter the shelter, while over 100 people remained standing still. He frowned slightly and looked at those people, saying, what are you all doing? Hurry back. You say we should go back and we just go back? Among those people was the strong man from earlier. He hid in the crowd, lowering his neck while also suppressing his voice. This mountain isn't yours. What's wrong with us exploring here before going in? It's better than getting trapped when we finally do go in. Exactly. The mountain belongs to all of us, don't think about hogging it. If anyone should go back, it should be you first. Don't meddle in our business. Someone spoke up, and the noisy voices immediately echoed continuously within Zijing Mountain. Huyu was also amused by their anger. What a good, this mountain isn't yours. He looked at the 100 or so people and said, sorry, this mountain really is mine. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, you have 3 minutes left. If you still don't go back, whatever happens later will be your own responsibility. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? This fool says the mountain is his? This is hilarious. I'm a descendant of Yan and Huang, so does that mean this entire Huaxia is an inheritance from my ancestors? No wonder you're like this, bro. That woman abroad who wants to register the sun as hers must be your teacher, right? Her imagination is much richer than yours. Enough, don't pay attention to him. Let's hurry and find food, we can't let this fool get ahead of us, that would be a shame. Exactly, let's go. It wasn't only them. Even the 63 people standing next to Huyu were also puzzled. Is what this guy said true or not? Even if he has a spatial backpack, it can't possibly contain an entire mountain, right? This is a whole Zijing mountain, no matter how big the spatial backpack is, it's probably still too small. Or is it that, he really is like those people say, his mind is fried? Tisk. Huyu chuckled softly, shaking his head with a wry smile, I gave you a chance, it's your own choosing not to cherish it. So don't blame me. After saying that, Huyu raised his hand and touched Zijing Mountain. Collect. Chapter 140 Signal Flare. With a single thought, the entire Zijing Mountain was taken back into the spatial backpack. Everyone, including Huyu and others, fell into the water at the same time. Those who returned to the shelter were fine, immediately sinking under the water. It's not that the shelter didn't have sailing capabilities, but in the current situation, being underwater was safer than on the surface. It could reduce the water's erosion on the shelter's surface and also avoid biological attacks to some extent. As for Huyu, of course, he wouldn't let his people soak in the water. At the moment of falling into the water, he had already taken out a yacht from the spatial backpack. This yacht, though smaller than Heart of the Ocean, was large enough to hold over 100 people. Hurry, everyone get on the boat. The main control computer of this yacht had also downloaded a small ocean, which autonomously swam towards Huyu and others, opening the gangway as it hit the water's surface. At the same time, it synchronized the coordinates here to Heart of the Ocean. Huyu stepped onto the gangway, watching Shinshan and others bring everyone on board, while also looking down at the people still drifting on the surface not far away. They did not appear as panicked as imagined, instead, their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at him. Ha 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 ha. Is this it? Just this yacht is your fanfare? Now that over 60 people have gone in, they can probably barely stretch their legs, right? This is so funny, I thought he was rich with resources since he doesn't stay in the shelter, but it turns out he only has this small boat. TCH. On the deck, Lin Wanqiu, who had just boarded, looked at the water's surface, hands on her hips, and shouted back at them, what do you mean just a small boat? What about you? If it weren't for the shelter, with the current water temperature, you'd be lucky to last 24 hours. Exactly. Beside her, Li Nuar echoed, and saying your legs can't stretch. You guys sure spread your legs wide, the entire water area belongs to you. Stretch it out. Boss. Shinshan walked over holding an umbrella, standing behind Huyu, they seem a bit off. Huyu frowned and nodded. He had already noticed even before Shinshan mentioned it. If they were ordinary people, when encountering something like this, they would either choose to swim towards a shelter at the first moment or beg for mercy, trying to board the boat through exchange or other means. But these 100 or so people in front of him, despite being in the water, still remained so firm. Excluding the possibility that they were all just stubborn dead ducks, their mouths particularly tough, there was only one other possibility. They had a trump card. A trump card that could allow them to live well outside the shelter. If he remembered correctly, according to the rating given by Xian Wu, more than 1/3 of the people among these 100, including the skinny guy and the strong man, were level B personnel, and the rest were mostly level C personnel. When they were still in the prison, they all belonged to a small group, and outside here, it was no different. They all coincidentally chose to leave the shelter. But now, in this situation, what kind of trump card could allow them to live better outside the shelter than inside it? So why did they even go into the shelter in the first place? Wasn't that just like taking off their pants to fart, a pointless move? Huyu was confused, and could only frown while looking ahead, not stopping the verbal battle. Soon, a voice came from the water's surface. The skinny guy bumped the strong man's shoulder. All right, Brother Jean, we've finally gotten out of the shelter. Hurry up and show off your power. Yeah, Brother Jean. Let this guy see what a real boat looks like. This little thing, isn't it going to break with just one crash? Alright, don't rush, it'll be ready soon. The strong man, called Brother Jean, smiled widely. He pulled out a long tubular object from his clothes, looked up at Huyu on the boat, and smiled. Originally, I planned to interact with you as an ordinary person. But unfortunately, you've gone too far. You even want to strip away our freedom to explore outside. Don't blame me for being heartless. Let me show you what a real boat looks like. Boom! A dull sound came from his palm, and from the black copper tube, a brilliant flare shot straight up into the sky, exploding into a dazzling firework in the pouring rain of the night. A real boat? Huyu pondered this guy's words and only thought of one possibility. A warship. He couldn't think of any other type of ship that could use this kind of signal to travel thousands of miles to pick them up. He turned to Shinshan. Brother Shan, have you seen anything like this? Shinshan shook his head. Never seen it, never heard of it. Perhaps it's something we can't even get close to. Huyu didn't say more, just looked at the copper tube. A panel popped up in front of him. Name, Apocalypse Signal Flare. It really is this thing. Huyu's eyes lit up, then he fell into a gloomy mood. If this signal flare was used after the rainy period, it could very well save the lives of thousands inside the shelter. Even if no warship comes to pick them up, it could give them hope. As long as there's hope, there's a high chance of survival. But now, this thing was ruined by such a fool. What time is it now? The rainy period. The key period when the water level is rising rapidly. Even if the warship can receive the signal, it's impossible for it to come over in a short time. As long as it exceeds 24 hours, they will die from hypothermia after being submerged in water. When the warship arrived here, it could only find a shelter that was not yet open. Either the people on the warship entered the shelter, adding to the already overwhelming burden of the shelter. Or, the warship would take the shelter away with it. Whichever possibility it was, it would reduce the survival chances for both sides. And the instigator of all this was still laughing wildly on the water's surface. They seemed to think that it wouldn't be long before the warship would come over. After all, Jinling was also a super large city, surrounded by water channels, and the possibility of the warship arriving soon was not small. However, in his last life, Huyu survived for 49 days in Jinling, not to mention a warship. There wasn't even a slightly larger yacht. Their actions were destined to be useless. Hurry! Look over there! A ship! Our ship is coming! Cheers erupted on the water's surface. Huyu also looked in the direction of their voices. A familiar ship silhouette slowly approached through the mist. If he wasn't mistaken, that was definitely the heart of the ocean. Chapter 141. I don't choose any. It's not entirely their fault. After all, the size of the heart of the ocean had already exceeded the normal length of a ship, not to mention these people filled with hope. Even those on the ship were filled with surprise the moment they saw it. This can't be real. How could there be such a large ship? No, don't say that. It might really not be fake. Remember the last time we raided the Xuanwu warehouse? You mean that signal flare? Yes, I heard that signal flare was hidden by someone named Jean, and it could be used to summon a warship. I didn't expect it to be true. No way. A warship? Coming this fast? Who says it isn't? On the deck, voices rose and fell in a low murmur, blending with the sound of the rain, growing louder. Under the water, those people also heard this discussion. Before the ship officially arrived, the thin man had already shouted to the ship, "Hey! Don't say we're not giving you a chance. Now, if anyone wants to come down and join us, we can let you board our ship." Yeah. Boss Hu, why don't you jump down too? Your little boat probably can't survive this apocalypse. It's better to jump down and share your resources with us. Ha ha ha. Still calling him Boss Hu? Now he should be called Little Hu. I don't believe he won't board that ship later. Once he gets on that ship, his status will be the same as ours. Hey! What nonsense are you talking about? Boss Hu is such a stylish person, how could he possibly get on the ship? Isn't that right, Boss Hu? Using provocations. This group wanted to use this method to entice Huyu not to board that ship, so they could mock him in a more superior way. They could even get some people who were originally willing to board the small yacht to get off the ship. Boss Hu, don't listen to their nonsense. The slightly older Wang Tianchuan immediately came closer. That's an official ship. As long as we get on it, we will definitely be treated equally. Don't let their provocations cloud your mind. You will go on board too, right? Wang Tianchuan's words made everyone look at Huyu. In the apocalypse, they all wanted to have a better living environment. A larger living space, a more reliable food supply. There was no choice, the ship was simply too small. If only it were a little bigger, they wouldn't be so conflicted. Huyu didn't speak, just smiled. He turned to the crowd, "If anyone wants to go down, I won't stop you. Jump into the water now, and we can part ways happily. Speaking of which, he had to thank the group of people in the water. If they hadn't created such a scene, you wouldn't have had a way to test the loyalty of the people in front of him. Affection is affection. Loyalty is loyalty. Having good feelings does not mean there won't be betrayal. He wanted to see if this group would abandon him when they had better options after gaining the benefits he gave them. If so, then people like that would eventually turn into ungrateful wolves on the ship. Wang Tianchuan panicked instantly and quickly advised, Bossu, there's no need to give up a better living environment for a moment of anger. Isn't it better for us to ally with the officials? Brother Shan, give him a life preserver. You didn't pay attention to Wang Tianchuan but turned to the others, you are the same. Anyone who wants to get off the ship and join them, I won't stop it, and I'll even throw in a life preserver for free. You only have 5 minutes, so think carefully and come find me. After saying this, Shan had already handed the life preserver to Wang Tianchuan. Although everyone could swim, having a life preserver in this situation was definitely better than not having one. Wang Tianchuan glanced at the life preserver, gritted his teeth, reached out to take it, and before jumping, he looked at Huyu, pointing at him, his finger trembling slightly. You, vile person cannot scheme. After saying this, he leaped and jumped into the water from the yacht. Putting on the life preserver, he swam toward that group of people. Huyu also looked at the others, is there anyone else? Hurry up, if you don't decide soon, I'll be setting sail. As soon as he said this, the crowd, who had been conflicted, made their decision. Among the remaining 62 people, 6 more stepped forward to take the life preservers and jumped off the ship. Huyu looked at the remaining 56 people, his eyes filled with surprise. This number far exceeded his expectations. He thought it would be good to have half remain, but unexpectedly, so many people stayed. Old boss. Zhang Shifeng exchanged glances with Huyu and stepped forward slowly. If we are leaving, we should hurry. I'm afraid those people will report and reveal that you have those things, and by then, even if we want to leave, we won't be able to. It's already too late. Lin Wanqiu said with a wry smile, some of that group is already swimming toward the ship. Even if we set off now, we will likely be caught up by that boat. We should think of a way to cover up his information first. The crowd immediately began discussing how to help Huyu conceal his abilities, with no one mentioning leaving anymore. Huyu found it a bit strange and couldn't help but ask, you all, why are you still willing to stay here? The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon Zhang Shifeng came back to reality, scratching his head and giving him an answer. Boss, you said you would let me farm. With sufficient food and living conditions, I would still choose that, Lin Wanqiu replied from the side. Most of the others had similar thoughts. The only flaw of this yacht was the lack of space, but who knew how much food was in this person's storage space? So what if the living space was small? If there wasn't enough food, that would be a problem. So they knew how to choose. Unless they wanted to gamble that there would be enough food on the warship, otherwise, with some people leaving, they didn't need to dive anymore. The reasons were various. Huyu did not expect that having known them for just a day, they would trust him more. He simply smiled and said to the crowd, your choice is wise. Now is not the time for this. Li Nuar anxiously said from the side, boss, we've talked about so many plans, why don't you choose one? I won't choose any. Huyu calmly said, looking toward the heart of the ocean that was constantly approaching. Since the distance between the two was not far, a few minutes was enough for it to approach that group. Now the crowd was gathered beneath the heart of the ocean, waiting for it to lower its gangway. At this moment, Xiaohai's voice also came from the surface of the sea. Master, life forms detected nearby, should we activate defense mode? Chapter 142 Boom. Hearing the voice of the heart of the ocean, both the people floating on the water and those on the deck were stunned. This mechanical synthetic voice was something anyone could tell was coming from a robot. Master? Is there artificial intelligence on this ship? This is a bit too high-tech. Everyone's eyes brightened at once, ignoring what the voice said about defense mode. This ship came only because it saw the signal flare. Could it really launch any defense mode against them? Hey! The strong man, seeing the boarding ladder not coming down, was already impatient to go on board and shouted directly, people above. Lower the ladder. That signal flare just now was fired by us. Hurry and save us. Exactly. What are you waiting for? Can't your work efficiency be a bit higher? Be careful, or I will complain to your leader. Hurry up. And prepare some clean clothes, we're about to freeze to death. The chaotic sounds from the surface of the water arose, as if the people on the ship would be committing a serious crime if they didn't save them. Old Wang was currently on the deck. He heard the cries from underwater and, not daring to decide on his own, could only turn to Zhao Zhong beside him. Brother Zhong, what do you think we should do? Are these people the ones the boss sent for? Whether they are or not, as long as the boss hasn't spoken, don't act rashly. Zhao Zhong spoke calmly. They came here because they received a signal from Yu, which proved he had come out of the water. But now, the boss was on the yacht across from these people in the water. This was obviously not right. Naturally, they could not easily let them go. Not even activating defense measures was already a mercy he showed to the group underwater. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a god but hard to send one away. If they let this group up onto the ship, regardless of whether they had weapons or not, if they caused any harm to the people or facilities on board, that would not be worth it. Meanwhile, Yu was also maneuvering the yacht, approaching the heart of the ocean. The crowd on the ship instantly panicked. "Boss! Why are you driving the boat over there?" "Yeah, boss, even if the other ship is bigger, don't do something crazy. That ship looks huge, it could at least be a destroyer, or maybe even an aircraft carrier. Even if you have weapons, you can't win against them. Think again, boss." The chaotic voices of the crowd rose, but no one noticed the calm expression on Huyu's face. "Think again? This is our own base, what is there to think about?" The yacht reached the edge of the heart of the ocean and did not advance further. Due to the huge height difference between the two ships, it was impossible to go over directly. Yu glanced at the panicking crowd and said nothing more, just leaped and jumped into the water. Shin Shan and Xianer hurriedly followed suit. As for the people on the ship, their panic peaked the moment they saw Yu dive into the water. What should we do? The boss isn't abandoning us, is he? Even if he abandons us, he can't abandon the ship. Let's wait and see. Wait? What if he goes up and leaves us here to fend for ourselves? This ship is small, and there are no survival resources, we'll be left in the cold. No matter what you all say, the boss didn't let us go down, so I won't go down. If you want to follow, then go ahead. Let's go, let's go. Saying this, several more people jumped into the water, quickly swimming after Yu toward the heart of the ocean. On the water surface. Seeing Yu jump into the water, jeers instantly rang in their ears. "Oh. Isn't that Boss Hu? Why did he jump into the water himself? Exactly, weren't you just so tough? Now that you see the ship has arrived, you're so anxious?" Yu ignored the group of clowns in front of him. He had no time to talk with them. Now he just wanted to hurry onto the ship, soak in a nice hot bath, change into clean clothes, and get ready for the evening banquet. But he didn't want to engage with people, yet he had to swim through the crowd. Especially to face the burly man known as Brother Jean. He swam directly in front of Yu, blocking his path. "What's wrong? A big boss like you doesn't understand the rules? Do you know about first come, first served? Even if you want to board the ship, the people on board have to allow you on, and you must properly queue. After your grandfather's board, it will be your turn." "Huh?" Yu made a nasal sound and looked up at the burly man. "What did you just say?" In his last life, he lived in extreme fear. In this life, having finally been reborn and received the system's protection, no one dared to speak harshly to him since his rebirth. But now, he actually admired this guy's courage. "What did I say? Are you deaf?" Brother Jean grinned viciously. "Can't understand what Grandpa said? Your Grandpa Jean says to go to the back of the line. If you don't understand, I don't mind making you listen more." Behind him was the warship. Even if the other side had guns, they couldn't possibly use them. Once they used them, it would cut off their own escape, and that was Brother Jean's show of force. He did not believe the other side would give up their chance to survive out of a moment of anger. Those who could reach this point were not foolish people. The rest of the people watched all this with great interest. Watching was always the skill that bystanders excelled at. For a moment, there was even a brief silence on the water, as everyone wanted to see how this boss who would deal with the situation. Until he raised his hand, forming the gesture of a gun. Everyone was stunned for a moment, including the rest of the people on the water. The frontmost Brother Jean couldn't help but snicker. "Ha! What does this mean? Do you intend to use this gun to take me out? Ha 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 ha. I say, Boss Hu, you're not stimulated and your brain isn't working right, are you? What nonsense. This is another ability of Boss Hu, shooting with his hand. Ha 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 ha. Imaginative. Not bad, not bad." Brother Jean praised the people behind him while swimming closer to Yu. He leaned in, wearing a face that begged for a beating, and provoked. "Come on. Shoot. Even if you really can kill me, what then? Do you think those on the ship will accept you after you kill me? Don't joke around. Now, you'd better listen to me and cooperate well, or believe it or not, I'll make sure you can't take your yacht away." Hee hee. Yu sneered twice, slightly raised his hand while making a sound with his mouth. Bang. As soon as the words fell, the same crisp sound rang out above everyone's heads. Before they could react to what had happened, a bullet pierced through the back of Brother Jean's head, bursting into a spray of blood right before everyone's eyes. Dead. How is that possible? They clearly had no guns in their hands. Where did that sound come from? No matter what, let's get on the ship. The blood will surely attract other creatures in the water. Saying this, everyone disregarded the brother Jean who had led them away from danger and turned to swim towards the heart of the ocean. But Huyu didn't hurry. Instead, he calmly said, "Shao Hai, activate defense measures." "Yes, master." After a calm response, the long silent mechanical synthetic voice echoed again from the ship. Everyone near the heart of the ocean was momentarily stunned. Master? This is referring to Boss Hu? Could it be that he is the master of this ship? How is this possible? But this does explain the problem that just occurred. Why did he just raise his hand, and there was a gunshot from above, aligning with the fact that he is the master of this ship? Once they understood the connection, everyone turned pale. No one was willing to believe the facts unfolding before their eyes. Some people hadn't even figured out why, and several gun barrels extended from both sides of the heart of the ocean, sweeping fire across the water surface. The bullets, marking the boundary of Huyu's position, precisely penetrated every person obstructing him. In an instant, hundreds of lives fell. The once murky water surface was instantly stained a deep crimson. Hundreds of bodies slowly sank into the water. Huyu gradually swam toward the heart of the ocean, while the gangway was simultaneously lowered. In stark contrast to the earlier silence, with the gangway down, the heart of the ocean even began to play cheerful music, as if welcoming its master back. Shen Shan and Xianer closely followed, boarding the heart of the ocean one after another. Huyu exhaled and looked down at his bloodstained clothes, promptly retrieving a change of clothes from his spatial backpack. First, find a room to change. Just as he was about to close the gangway, a voice came from behind. Boss! Wait for us. We haven't boarded the ship yet. Boss, don't be in such a hurry to close the door. A few scattered voices rang out. Huyu turned to look behind him and discovered those few guys who had jumped off the ship with him. Little Hai, don't collect them. Yes, master. The gangway froze in midair, leaving a gap for Huyu and the others to exchange glances, but also cutting off their chance to board. Boss? What does this mean? Yeah, boss, what about sharing good times and bad? Now that we're on the ship, you're not going to take care of us? Hearing the questions from outside, Huyu stepped forward, pointing toward the distant yacht. Look behind you. Everyone turned their heads, just in time to make eye contact with dozens of people on the yacht. Do you understand now? Huyu questioned in confusion. But everyone looked at each other, not understanding his meaning. I don't understand. Those people are too scared to swim after you. Are they justified in that? Exactly. Boss, I can understand you not letting them on the ship, but not letting us on is a bit excessive, don't you think? The group began to argue, desperately trying to prove they were right. Huyu soon took action to show them what truly was right. He raised his hand and pointed at the yacht, pulling it in. The yacht was sucked into the spatial backpack, and the people on the yacht naturally appeared on the heart of the ocean. The reason he jumped into the water and swam to the heart of the ocean was precisely for this step. Any item taken into the spatial backpack didn't need to follow the edge principle and 1 meter principle. As long as it was in sight, it could be taken freely. Since it was agreed to bring them along to enjoy the good life, there was no need to have them jump into the water with him if one person could solve the problem. Moreover, not to mention that if he jumped into the water alone, he had already clashed with those guys. If a group followed him into the water, who knew what would happen? Unfortunately, some people always like to be clever. What is this situation? The dozens of people in the water were stunned at once. However, some were still struggling, even going as far as to give up. They looked at Huyu, their expressions fierce. So you mean, just like this, you're giving up on us? You talk about loyalty and righteousness, but you're just worried about that food. Don't say you've abandoned us, we don't want to follow you anyway. Exactly. Stop pretending to be a big shot, we have a cooperative relationship, not that you're our master. Brothers up there. If I were you, I would jump down right now, never putting up with such humiliation. Slave? Ha! Huyu gave a cold laugh, offering no explanation, simply turning to look behind. If any of you want to go down to join them, I won't stop you. Everyone didn't need to think, immediately speaking up. How could that be? Since I'm following the boss, then I'm one of the boss's people now. Exactly. Don't talk about slaves, as long as the boss ensures we eat, wear, live, and travel. You asked me to go east, I will never go west. Now, they are only one step away from the paradise of their dreams. Who would be so foolish as to give up the perfect living environment and endless food right within reach? These answers were also within Huyu's expectations. He turned his head and looked at the water's surface. I only have 2 questions for you. When did I ever say for you to jump down with me? And, when you jumped down, were you actually wanting to follow me, or were you seeking another way out? The crowd fell into silence. If we talk about feelings, they initially thought that Huyu was planning to leave them behind, so they jumped down together. But who knew he was so wicked? Having a yacht wasn't enough, he even had such a large ship equipped with artificial intelligence. This size is almost bigger than the largest cruise ship in the world, right? Now it's fine. The long-term meal ticket is gone, and the cruise-like living space is also gone. Originally, they were just one step away from success. The answer lies within your own hearts, I won't ask more. Now I give you a choice, either go down to the shelter yourself, and you may have a glimmer of hope, or I can give you a quick end right now. Huyu slowly spoke, presenting two choices. In this moment, they naturally knew what to choose. They immediately submerged under the water, looking for the shelter that wasn't too deep. Watching each person's head submerge into the water, Huyu completely closed the gangway. He looked at the remaining 50 people on the ocean heart, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, from now on, we are all on the same boat. Soon, Brother Sean will take you on a tour of the ship's various facilities and arrange your rooms for you. If you need anything, you can directly call Xiao Hai. She is the artificial intelligence on our ship. She is also our housekeeper. Ding dong. Xiao Hai let out a crisp sound while responding. Nice to meet you all, I am Xiao Hai. That's all I need to explain. Huyu said as he turned towards his room. In an hour, we will have a welcoming banquet, and I hope everyone can attend on time. The crowd's eyes suddenly lit up, and they shouted in unison. Yes, boss. Chapter 144, What a Coincidence. August 1st. The alarm clock rang, and Xiao Hai's announcement echoed in Huyu's ears. Master, it is now 10 o'clock in the morning, the water level in Jinling has reached 68 meters, and all ship facilities are operating as usual. Another peaceful night has passed. Thank you for your hard work. Huyu casually replied, slowly lifting his gaze. It's not hard, it's what I should do for my master. Xiao Hai responded as the curtains were drawn open at the same time. Huyu looked out the window, not getting up immediately. This is the 19th day since the apocalypse struck. Last night, the resident population on the ship officially reached 172 people. The banquet was very lively. Everyone got to know each other, and the little housekeeper Xiao Hai also assigned them different tasks. Now, the teachers for each subject have been concretely assigned to individuals, with a class of students equipped with 10 teachers. In addition to Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, politics, and history, there is also a physical education teacher and a psychology teacher. The physical education teacher is that woman with perfect swimming skills. Xiao Hai specially assigned a swimming pool for her to teach the children swimming and various underwater activities. The psychology teacher is naturally given to Gao Wenwen. She not only guides the children's psychology, but also takes responsibility for enlightening the psychological issues of others on the ship. In the greenhouses, 5 apprentices were also added. Among them is Zhang Xinong. As for the remaining 4, they know some biological knowledge, but their farming skills are not very good. If it weren't for Huyu's strong recommendation, insisting that Elder Fawn must pass on some experience to them, they might have only had one apprentice enter the greenhouse in the end. Translating the Yongle Encyclopedia is a task filled with talent. Affected by 9 years of compulsory education and college entrance exams, those who can become B-level personnel are not far from being proficient in Chinese. Translating an ancient text is still an easy task. Out of 50 talented individuals, 20 went to help Su Linglong translate the Yongle Encyclopedia. Now the translation progress is skyrocketing. Even without students helping to translate, almost 100,000 words can be translated each day. However, even with this speed, it is still slow. With 370 million words in the Yongle Encyclopedia, at a pace of 100,000 words per day, it would take about 3,700 days, which is 10 years. It will take more than 10 years to finish translating the entire Yongle Encyclopedia. The task time has been shortened considerably, but it is still disheartening. As for the remaining 15 people, 5 are proficient in computers, and 10 are experts in architecture. The first 5 are helping to organize data and connecting it to Xiao Hai's database, while the remaining 10 are assisting in designing some small buildings based on Su Linglong's drafts. 50 people, not too many and not too few, still feel understaffed when packed into the heart of the ocean. But there's nothing that can be done. The people who board must be strong, not numerous, otherwise, he wouldn't be so strict in selecting those who can board. It's just unknown when the next shelter will be located. After collecting shelter number 009, Huyu also took away their backup communication devices. Now he can use this communicator to contact all shelters across Huaxia. Unfortunately, from last night until now, there hasn't been a single message from any shelter, and there are no historical records on this communicator, leaving him unsure of where to seek help. No, it should be set to support them. Get up! Huyu stretched lazily and asked Xiao Hai, by the way, Xiao Hai, is there any news about ships approaching the nearby waters? Yesterday that guy fired a flare. He held onto a glimmer of hope, wanting to see if a ship would really come for support. Anyway, they had nothing else to do, so waiting a day wouldn't hurt. Replying to Master, no other ships have been found in the nearby waters. Xiao Hai replied promptly. Huyu frowned slightly. It has been more than 14 hours since the flare was released, and there has not been a single piece of news. Although the signal source can last for 480 hours, he cannot stay here for 20 days. At most, he can wait another day and a half. When August 3rd arrives, if no ships come, there will be no need to keep waiting. He still needs to find Misusu to see if she has completed the tasks he assigned. Huyu rolled out of bed, washed up briefly, and headed towards the first floor of the cabin. Now that 50 new faces have joined, the entire heart of the ocean seems livelier. Those who should have breakfast have their breakfast, and those who should attend early classes are attending their classes. Everything feels so orderly. If it weren't for someone scheming behind the scenes. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Minua standing at the door, holding a plate of breakfast that was clearly not made by Zhang Surui. Blushing, she smiled at him. Who? Boss Hu, good morning, here is your breakfast. Good morning. Huyu replied, feeling that something was off. Suddenly, he remembered the surveillance from yesterday. Could it be? Minua has also started to follow the strategy given by Su Linglong. Before he could regain his thoughts, Minua stepped forward and actively pushed the plate into his arms, then turned and left. Huyu was momentarily taken aback. Looking down at the breakfast in his hands, he realized everything was heart-shaped. Lunch meat, fried eggs, sandwiches, even broccoli and carrots were sculpted into heart shapes. This is no longer just a hint, it should be a clear sign. But no matter how it is, it cannot be wasted. To avoid being discovered by others, he had no choice but to forcefully stuff all the breakfast from the plate into his stomach. He casually returned the plate to the storage space. After eating his fill, he walked slowly towards the classroom, just wanting to check on the students' reading situation. Before he could peek in, another figure came out. Oh, so early? Xiaozisu held a bowl of soup and walked towards him slowly. Just right, I made you medicinal soup, you can have it for breakfast. Medicinal soup? Huyu was startled. Yes, you soaked in the water for so long yesterday and drank all night. If you don't drink some medicinal soup to recover, do you expect to get better after getting sick? Xiaozisu replied as if it were obvious, and Huyu thought about it, it seemed to make sense. He casually picked up the medicinal soup and poured it into his mouth. Although it was called medicinal soup, it had no taste of medicine at all. Instead, there was a herbal flavor that was not only good to drink but also somewhat refreshing. But he had just had breakfast, and after drinking the bowl of soup, his stomach couldn't help but feel a bit bloated. Alright then, I'm going to check on those 50 semi-comatose patients. My dad said there seems to be some progress, see you at lunch. Huyu let out a belch and waved at her, see you at noon. Still eating? With these 2 meals, he had eaten enough. Forget lunch, whether he ate dinner was irrelevant. Burping, he turned and glanced at the classroom. Now in class was Han Weiwei. She was the best among this group of kids, so even if there were better teachers among the later arrivals, she still served as the homeroom teacher for these children. When Huyu looked at her, she also happened to look out of the classroom. Their eyes met, and before Huyu could greet her, she immediately darted out, holding a thermos cup. A bad feeling instantly surged in his heart. Huyu's mouth twitched, feeling a slight spasm in his stomach. It couldn't be that coincidental. Chapter 145, Riot. At exactly 12 noon. Everyone was enjoying their lunch, except for Huyu. He sat alone at the fishing platform, burping every now and then, completely devoid of any feeling of hunger. God knows how many meals Su Linglong had prepared. Since he left, he had eaten 5 meals just for breakfast. Including but not limited to Minuono's heart-shaped breakfast, Xiaozisu's medicinal dish, the 8 treasure porridge from Han Weiwei's thermos, Zheng Siren's special small cake, and even the burger made by Ancienna herself. Originally, when he got to the 8 treasure porridge, Huyu really couldn't eat anymore. But Han Weiwei just happened to be teaching. Looking at her expectant expression, and then at the group of eager students, he had no choice. To maintain Han's good image in the students' minds, Huyu could only tough it out and eat it. Zheng Siren's small cake was placed in front of him while he was sitting digesting his food. By then, he had already started to burp. Seeing this, Zheng Siren didn't say a word, she just held the cake and quietly sat beside him, scooping it up little by little into her mouth. While eating, she kept her head down in silence. Even a blind person could see she was unhappy. Huyu, feeling curious, asked her who the cake was made for. Oh dear, just this question set off a chain reaction. Zheng Siren simply said it was made for someone who was already full and thought he wouldn't eat it, then quietly lowered her head again to continue eating the small cake. Who can take this? Huyu had no choice but to pick up the small spoon and take a bite of cake. At least he had eaten it. Seeing him take a bite, Zheng Siren's sorrow immediately vanished, and she hugged the remaining cake and walked away, finishing the rest by herself. As for the last one, Ancienna was the last to come over, holding a palm-sized burger. She wouldn't notice how much Yu had eaten, she simply placed the burger in front of him and spoke one word. Eat. Before Yu could explain, beside him, Zhao Zhong, who was fishing, smiled and said that this hamburger was made by Xiener, who got up at 6 in the morning to start making it. From kneading the dough, she even personally pounded the meat patties. No need to think. If he didn't eat, he was afraid he would be the next one pounded into a meat patty. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and eat the hamburger down. Not a single crumb was left. All morning, he didn't do anything, just ate. Burp. Yu let out a satisfied burp, looking at the rain continuously falling on the water surface, but the corner of his mouth revealed a happy smile. In his previous life, he was starving to death and even became someone else's emergency food. In this life, although he was a bit too full, being a stuffed ghost was still better than being a starving ghost. But... Xiao Hai. Master, I'm here. A ripple appeared on the water surface, Yu flicked his wrist and caught a little fish. Haven't Su Linglong and the others come out yet? Replying to the master, Miss Su was still in the office leading the team in translation, with no sign of stopping. It wasn't that Yu didn't want to find trouble with Su Linglong, mainly, she was dealing with important matters, so it wasn't right to disturb her. According to Xiao Hai, she had been leading the group assigned to her to translate an article from the Yongle Encyclopedia that was supposedly related to this apocalypse since last night after the banquet ended. To translate this article, the entire translation team hadn't even drunk or slept, they had dived directly into translation work. Given her level of attention, who knows how important this article was? Yu certainly wouldn't disturb her. Even if he had to settle accounts, it could wait until later. Bang! There was a noise from the cabin. Yu instinctively turned his head, thinking it was Su Linglong and the others coming out, but unexpectedly, the voice that came was that of Zhao's father. Quick! Come here! Buzz buzz. Almost at the same time, a piercing buzzing sound came from the heart of the ocean's interior. Warning, dangerous factors detected inside, would you like to activate the defense system? Dangerous factors? Yu immediately got up, almost losing his grip on the sea god's favor, quickly stowing it into the fishing platform. He rushed over without even waiting to ask for specifics, but Xianer and Xinshan had already put down their bowls and chopsticks and rushed over to protect him. Something happened. Don't worry about me, go check it out. Yu frowned and said. Only something that could make Zhao's father so agitated could be those 50 or so half-vegetative people. That's right. He heard Xiao Zissa mention it this morning. They seem to be waking up soon. Yes, boss. Xinshan was the first to speak, rushing forward, along with Zhao Zhong, Li Ji, and Su Zilong. The four of them almost simultaneously passed through the crowd and arrived at the corner of the cabin. They stood beside Zhao's father, protecting him and Zhao's mother together. Before they could speak, Zhao's father raised a hand pointing towards the treatment room, gasping, quick, quick. Bang! Another muffled sound exploded. Xinshan and Su Zilong exchanged glances, the long-standing tacit understanding from their cooperation confirmed their action plan without needing more words. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji took Zhao's father and mother to retreat, while Su Zilong and Xinshan raised their guns and walked deeper inside. Dad! Mom! Xiao Zissou also rushed up at this moment, anxiously looking at them. You guys aren't hurt, right? What happened? Before the elders could reply, Yu had already moved closer. He didn't interrupt, but still waited for Zhao's father and mother to answer. Don't worry, we are fine. Zhao's father forced a smile, raising a hand to rub Xiao Zissou's head. He then looked at Yu, his expression very serious. Boss, I think it's better if you personally take a look. Yu was taken aback, just about to ask why, when gunfire erupted in the distance. Bang! There was no time to ask more questions. Yu dashed towards the direction of the gunfire while not forgetting to say, Xiao Hai, activate defense mode. If a threat is detected, it can be exterminated directly. Yes, internal defense mode activated. Those 50 half-vegetative people are precious, their combined power can even kill Xinshan and his 5-member group multiple times. But no matter how precious they are, they cannot compare to Xinshan and the others' lives. They have been fighting alongside him from the very beginning, how could Yu agree to trade their lives for them? However, it's strange. Why is it that after a single gunshot, there has been no more sound? Xiao Hai, can you see what's happening over there? Yu frowned and asked. Real-time monitoring has been projected to your phone. Xiao Hai is reliable after all. Yu quickly took out his phone, unlocked it, and the screen displayed a live feed from the corridor. Just one glance, and his brows furrowed so deeply they could crush a fly. What the hell, what is going on? Chapter 146 I send you on your journey. On the screen, there was only one half-vegetative person lying on the ground, shot in the abdomen, with pale blue blood seeping out, soaking through his clothes. In contrast, Xinshan and the others. Their guns had been confiscated, and each one was controlled by 5 half-vegetative people, immobilizing their hands, feet, and even their heads. Not only could they not move, but even if they wanted to speak, someone was pressing down on their chin. How long has it been? Have Shinshan and the others already been dealt with? But that wasn't what shocked Huyu the most. That group of half-vegetative people seemed to have gained the ability to think. After dealing with the threats posed by Shinshan and the others, they even began taking care of the injured on the ground. This is a big trouble. But thankfully, at least Xiaohai is still here. Xiaohai, can you ensure that you can kill them without harming Brother Shan and the others? This group of half-vegetative people can no longer be controlled. No matter how powerful the force, if it cannot be controlled, it will remain a threat. Especially on the heart of the ocean. Cannot allow anyone to sleep soundly beside the bed. If they don't take action to eradicate this, you might not even get to eat dinner. But before Xiaohai could respond, Xiaofu spoke up first. Don't! Xiaofu hurried forward, catching his breath just to explain to Huyu, don't hurt them, they mean no harm, they just want to fill their stomachs. Fill their stomachs? Huyu was taken aback. They had rushed out too hastily, Shinshan and the others went in too anxiously, and they hadn't had time to understand the specific situation inside. If the other side wasn't raging, but was instead looking for food. Then when they catch people, wouldn't that mean? Oh no! Huyu's pupils contracted, and he didn't have time to ask further, he immediately dashed into the corridor. Huyu! Almost simultaneously, Xiao Zisuan and Xianer both rushed in behind him. As for the others, they were still standing in place, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Rounding the corridor, Huyu arrived in front of those half-vegetative people. By the time he got there, those people had already gathered in front of Li Ji, continuously sniffing, as if saying, "Brother, you smell so good." There was no way around it, after all, Li Ji had the most tender skin among Shinshan's group. If they wanted to feast, they would naturally target him first. Everyone don't move! Huyu shouted urgently. The moment the voice sounded, those half-vegetative people raised their heads, directing their gaze towards him and the 2 girls behind him. If it comes to tenderness and taste, the 3 of them must smell much better than Li Ji. So they immediately adjusted their targets and started walking towards Huyu and the others. Step back! And Xianer calmly spoke, ready to face them head-on. But this time, Huyu did not step back, he stood in front of her. You can't handle this, let me. Saying that, he took out a common fairy bean from his space backpack. Is it just that they haven't eaten enough? Simple. Just feed them. He still had 20 fairy beans in his space backpack, clearly, it was impossible to feed everyone one each. Only splitting them first. He casually split the fairy bean in half and directly tossed it into the air. That group of people caught the scent of food. Directly start. After 2 people ate the celestial beans, a wave of clarity surged in their originally murky eyes. A single celestial bean can satisfy an adult's food needs for a month, half a bean lasts for 15 days. Their group's appetite is 3 times that of the average adult. Calculating, half a celestial bean can sustain their food needs for 5 days. That is enough for them to consume. The 2 half-vegetable people who ate the celestial beans have returned to normal. They stood in the crowd, their eyes filled with confusion, yet they immediately locked onto Huyu in front of them. They have seen him. On that container ship, it was this person who freed them all. Huyu's hands never stopped, he continued to split and throw celestial beans, as if feeding ornamental koi by a pond. Those half-vegetable people saw him continuously offering food and did not attack him, they just stood in front of him, waiting to be fed. Soon, 20 celestial beans were fed. There were still 10 half-vegetable people who had not received anything, including one who was injured. But the crisis had been resolved. In fact, when the 30th half-vegetable person was fed, the crisis had already passed. After eating, the half-vegetable people regained their sanity, they simply stood still, looking at the benefactor who had saved them once again. The remaining half-vegetable people, seeing there was food, also abandoned controlling Shinshan and the others, rushing over to be fed first. After being freed, Shinshan and the others did not rush to act, instead, they stood behind the half-vegetable people, ready to charge forward at the first sign of action from them. Huyu did not stop feeding, instead, he took out some cooked beef from his space and threw it toward them. Those who had not eaten celestial beans immediately pounced forward, finishing 5 kilograms of beef in just a few bites. Such an appetite! Fortunately, the space backpack stored enough resources for an entire island country, otherwise, it would truly be hard to satisfy them. 10 minutes later. Huyu had brought out 30 kilograms of beef, finally managing to fill the remaining 10 people. And this was just their meal for one time. Without the celestial beans, it would truly be difficult to feed them. Once full, all the half-vegetable people, just as Xiaofu had said, regained their sanity. Shinshan and the others walked through the crowd and came to Huyu's side. Boss, Shinshan bowed his head, his face filled with remorse. They were originally bodyguards, yet not only did they fail to protect the boss, but they also made the boss come to save them. This was a tremendous humiliation. It's okay, Brother Sean. Without even needing to activate his mind-reading skills, you could tell the knot in Shan's heart just by looking at him. He lifted his hand and patted him on the shoulder. This is a special situation, there were too many of them. It's normal for you to fail. Don't take it to heart. Yes, boss. Shan replied, but still turned his head to glance at Su Zilong and the others. The other three couldn't help but shiver, understanding what that glance meant. Training drill. This task failure had a greater impact on Shan than you had imagined. However, he wasn't in the mood to focus on this. He turned to look at the group of people in front of him. After eating, their level of sanity far exceeded Yu's expectations. They were quiet, not noisy, not moving, and even looked at him with the eyes of normal people. Even the injured half-vegetable person, after consuming 8 kilograms of beef, had their injuries heal. They even looked at Shan with a sorrowful gaze. It seemed they had memories from their time of hunger. Everyone. Yu stepped forward and slowly spoke. Earlier it was too rushed, and I did not have time to introduce myself. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Yu. I won't waste words, let's save some time. You have 2 paths before you. The first one. Yu said, snapping his fingers. The entire cabin instantly filled with gun barrels, each one locking onto a half-vegetative person. I'm sending you on your way. Chapter 147, Milk is the Mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu was already prepared for the crowd's resistance. This was his method. First, give an option that cannot be chosen, and see how many in the crowd would defy him, then kill the chicken to scare the monkey, establishing his own authority. At the same time, it tells them that since he could give them a second life, he could also take away their right to live at any time. After all, what he wanted was an obedient armed force, and the key was obedience. If they refused to listen, he would rather give up these 50-time bombs than force them to stay on the ship. But what happened next exceeded his expectations. After he finished speaking, the entire group of half-vegetative people was silent. No opposition, no choices, and not a single question. It was quiet, a bit scary. Yu frowned. What does this complete lack of response mean? How could he continue the next steps? Before he could collect his thoughts, a voice came from behind him. Boss Hu, what you said, they can't understand. It was Zhao's father's voice. Yu turned to look back and saw Zhao's mother supporting Zhao's father, slowly walking this way. The two of them had always been in charge of treating the half-vegetative people. Regarding understanding, they were definitely the most knowledgeable on the ship. Uncle. Yu smiled at Zhao's father. Didn't I say, you can just call me Xiao Hu, don't make a fuss in front of them. Zhao's father waved his hand, not caring about this. He stood next to Yu and looked at the group of half-vegetative people. After testing, their IQ is only equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child. When hungry, they lose their reason, and once full, they fall into this silent state. In this state, no matter what you say, they will just listen and will not refute. If it's an order, you can try and see if you can give a direct command. Yu responded and turned to look at those half-vegetative people, upside down. As soon as he finished speaking, all the half-vegetative people moved at the same time. They all leaned against the corridor and turned upside down. Some even turned upside down directly on the gun barrels, unafraid of those dark holes. Not a single exception. Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He had previously worried that this group of half-vegetative people would not listen, but it now seemed they were completely like a group of robots. It's just that normal robots run on electricity, while they run on flesh. Yu immediately turned to Zhao's father. Uncle, can all orders be given, or is it just certain ones? To be precise, they only listen to the words of those who can provide them with food. Zhao's father looked at them and also gave an order, get down. As the voice ended, not a single half-vegetative person came down from the wall. Look. Zhao's father gave a bitter smile. Previously, when I provided them with food, they could cooperate with my treatment. I deliberately starved them for a day to see what would happen, and this is how they ended up. This milk is the mother. Yu frowned. This obedience is a good thing, but as long as there is food, they listen to anyone's words, which could easily lead to problems. If they were sent out to execute tasks and got hungry halfway, after being fed by someone, wouldn't they become someone else's child? It can still be solved. Zhao's mother said from the side, right now we are trying to improve their reason. If successful, there is a possibility of recovery. That's good. Yu let out a long breath. He wants them to be obedient. He also wants them to have the ability to execute complex tasks. So getting the half-vegetative people to regain some reason is the best choice. He looked at that group of people and spoke again, get down. All the half-vegetative people flipped down from the wall. Hu gave another order, you will continue to cooperate with the two elders for treatment, striving to restore your reason as soon as possible. If anyone gets hungry, come find me or him. As he spoke, Hu raised his hand and placed it on Shin Shan's shoulder. On this ship, if there was one person whom Hu believed the most, it had to be Shin Shan. Not to mention that he had followed him since the start of the apocalypse, just the favorability had already reached 89. Only a little more was needed to hit 90. Anyone could betray him, but Shin Shan would not. Boss Shin Shan hesitated. He also understood what this meant. In ancient times, this was like the emperor handing over military power in the capital to him. Who wouldn't be excited? We'll talk about it later. Hu replied and continued, if you understand, nod your head. Out of 50 half-plant people, 49 nodded to show they understood. Only one stood there without nodding. He clutched his abdomen, staring intently at Shin Shan, his eyes full of defiance. This was the half-plant person who had been injured by Shin Shan before. Hu also noticed him and asked, are you defiant? The half-plant person nodded. Is it because he injured you before? The half-plant person nodded and then shook his head. Is it or isn't it? Do you think he used a gun, winning unfairly? This time the half-plant person nodded repeatedly, clearly this was the reason. Then it's simple. Hu raised his hand and patted Shin Shan on the back, one-on-one, no problem, right? No problem. The half-plant person also nodded in agreement. Shin Shan took 2 steps forward, standing in front of the half-plant person, not rushing to strike but uttering one word. Come. The half-plant person lunged forward, and the force of his movements caused the narrow corridor to explode with sound. If he hit, not even a steel pipe would remain straight. But Shin Shan didn't give him that chance at all. Before his arm could sweep around, Shin Shan squatted down, a simple strong punch hitting the opponent's chest bone. Boom! A muffled sound exploded. No technique, just pure power had already knocked the half-plant person to the ground. You lost. Shin Shan calmly spoke, placing his hand behind his back. The half-plant person slowly got up, silently nodding to show his acceptance. Everyone thought Shin Shan had won easily, but no one noticed that his right hand behind his back was slightly trembling. All right. Hu smiled and spoke, you all go back to your rooms and rest. Don't come out unless you feel hungry or follow my instructions. The half-plant people nodded to show they understood and turned to walk toward their rooms. For a short time, he didn't plan to let them appear in front of everyone. On one hand, he was afraid they would scare the little friends on the ship, and on the other hand, the part of the people who just boarded the ship had only a favorability rating of around 30. Hu did not feel assured about them. What if they guessed the way to control the half-plant people and caused a commotion? Once everything was sorted out, everyone returned to the cabin, getting back on track from the halted activities. Hu then took Shin Shan and headed toward the greenhouse. With 50 grain-devouring beasts officially online, they naturally needed to check the grain storage and use the expansion card for the breeding base they obtained last time, which would also surprise Elder Fong. But just as they entered the grain storage, the sight before them froze both of them in place. This what the hell is going on? Chapter 148 Hidden Beans. The golden rice field swayed inside the greenhouse. Each rice plant was nearly 2 meters tall, densely packed, filling half of the greenhouse. Elder Fong and others were busy harvesting rice, one clump after another, looking like little dwarfs compared to the 2-meter-tall rice plants. This boss, did you turn on the accelerator? Shin Shan couldn't help but complain. If I had turned on the accelerator, I would have accelerated the fairy beans first, why speed this thing up? Hu replied helplessly. Originally, the estimated basic yield of fairy beans was 3 to 5 per day, with 2 perfect fairy bean seeds planted, that would be around 6 to 10 per day. But for some reason, the yield Elder Fong reported was only 2 fairy beans per seedling per day, saying that the fairy bean seedlings were still in the growth stage. This can only reach this output. If it could double, what kind of rice could we grow? Even if the fairy bean seedlings maintain the current output, after doubling, there would still be at least 240 fairy beans in a month. Not to mention 50 grain-eating beasts, even 100 could be supported. Wait a minute. The fairy bean seedlings have 2 seedlings, with a total of 6 emerald green fairy beans hanging on them, although they are all of ordinary quality, but indeed there are 6. Didn't Elder Fong say that each young seedling can only bear 2 beans a day? What's going on here? Teacher. Look, Boss Hu is here. Boss Hu, you finally made it. What, Boss Hu? Can you let me go move bricks? Even Palu doesn't work like this. Complaints were endless. Before Hu could speak, Elder Fong, who was cutting rice, stood up first and shouted, "What are you all shouting about? If you want to work, then work. If you don't want to work, get lost, don't make noise here." With that shout, everyone obediently bent over and continued harvesting the rice. Elder Fong then put down his sickle, pounded his hunched back, and walked slowly to Hu Yu's side. Boss Hu, what are you doing here? If there's nothing, you should hurry and leave. Chase me away? Hu Yu chuckled and replied, Elder Fong, if I remember correctly, this is my boat, right? But this is my field. Elder Fong held his neck high, his attitude extremely tough, but words floated above his head. Why did this kid suddenly come over? Did he find out about my hidden grain? The mind-reading technique took effect. Even without this technique, Hu Yu could sense something was wrong. He could easily judge that Elder Fong's hard attitude was due to his guilt. A dignified academician, stealing from others, and still so tough, aren't you ashamed? What do you mean stealing? What did I steal? Elder Fong's dark face instantly turned red, his voice grew loud, everything here was grown by me, who did I steal from? What did I steal? Alright, Elder Fong, don't get excited. I never said I was here to settle the score with you. Hu Yu was afraid that this elder would get so worked up that he might accidentally fall over. He slowly said, Elder Fong, everything in this field was grown by you, I have no objections to your disposal. However, as the owner of this boat and the provider of these seeds, I should at least have the right to know, right? Based on the output of 3 beans per fairy bean seedling, so many days have passed, and there should have been a total output of 51 beans. You only gave me 24, you said you used 10 for experiments. The remaining 17, I wonder where they have gone. Don't tell me you ate all 17 fairy beans. Not to mention the nectar, you have hidden a part of the fairy beans, and the nectar should have collected a lot too, right? Hearing Hu Yu's words, the people working in the field could not help but stop what they were doing, looking up at the scene before them. 17 fairy beans. And an unknown number of nectar. They all knew what those fairy beans meant. That's enough food for an average person for a whole month. This man has hidden a total of 17 beans, enough for a year and a half of food. What are you all staring at? Elder Fong noticed the stop in the harvesting sound, quickly turned to look back, shouting at the young ones, get back to work. Don't slack off. The crowd trembled, only thinking for a moment, realizing Boss Hu did not stop him, they began a new round of harvesting. Boss Hu. Elder Fong turned to Hu Yu, not only feeling no embarrassment of being caught as a thief, but instead being bold, I admit, these things I have hidden away. However, I did it not for myself, but for all of Huaxia. Hu Yu gave a light hum, showing he didn't quite understand. Elder Fong continued, 17 fairy beans don't mean much to you. But for those struggling on the line of survival, 1 bean. Hope to survive in the apocalypse. As long as there is this one magic bean, plant it, and there will be endless food. You can choose not to save a life, you can pick who gets on the boat, I understand you, because you must ensure the safety of everyone else on board. But, you cannot decide who has the right to survive. If everyone in the world dies, even if the people on this boat survive, human extinction is only a matter of time. I am doing this for China, for the continuation of humanity. Old Fong became more and more passionate as he spoke, his face even turning red, ready to raise his arms and declare that he was right. There was no choice, given Old Fong's age, he had lived through times of famine. People back then ate anything. Tree bark was no big deal, they even resorted to eating guanine soil. That was a kind of white clay that, when eaten, created a feeling of fullness, but if consumed too much, it would harden in the intestines and cause death by overfilling. Those who lived through that era knew well what hunger felt like, which is why, even when there was enough to eat and drink, they thought of others still struggling with hunger. Hu Yu could now understand why he fell into madness upon discovering these things. Besides his obsession with research, it was more a sense of responsibility. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Old Fong, take out the magic beans you're hiding. Don't you understand? Old Fong looked at him with great distress, Hu Yu, I'll take the liberty to call you Little Hu. Only humans can continue, our survival is meaningful, if you are the only one in the world, what difference does it make if you can change the world? That's not what I mean. Hu Yu gave a bitter smile, Old Fong, you should also have researched that not all magic beans can be successfully planted, you take them out, I'll pick, but you will keep them. Next time when we encounter a crowd, you choose whether to give or not. Oh, okay. Old Fong immediately pulled out a small bag of magic beans from his pocket. Hu Yu took just a glance, and when the panel popped up, he froze in place. Among those magic beans, at least half were perfect magic beans. There were even higher level beans inside. Chapter 149, Epic Level Magic Beans. Goodness, Old Fong. Eating my food, living in my place, and still playing these little tricks. If he had hidden some ordinary magic beans, that would be fine, but this, damn it, even we are seeing beans above perfect for the first time. Unfortunately, all the beans were in one bag, so Hu Yu could only know the quantity of different grades, but not the specific panel. He could only extend his hand, Old Fong, let me see the beans. Old Fong, at this age, was definitely savvy. Noticing something was off with Huyu, he quickly withdrew the bag, looking at him with suspicion. Boss Hu, we agreed that you would give the items to those in need, right? Absolutely. Huyu made a solemn promise. Those were epic-level magic beans. Based on the production grade of magic beans, perfect ones consistently yield ordinary beans, and occasionally produce high-quality and perfect beans, these epic-level beans. Wouldn't they consistently produce high-quality beans, occasionally yielding perfect and epic? Such a treasure could surely be regarded as national wealth. Watching the bag of magic beans being handed over, Huyu carefully took out the epic magic bean. The bean, resembling jade, contained a hint of light purple, symbolizing its uniqueness. The panel instantly popped up. Name, magic bean, epic. Type, food, seed. Effect, consuming it produces a sense of fullness, continuously replenishing the energy required for a year, or can be planted in soil to cultivate high-quality, perfect, and epic magic beans. Once planted, it doubles the yield of magic beans within a 10 area. Note, epic-level magic beans, when used wisely, can provide enough resources for an entire nation's consumption. Sure enough. A top-quality fairy bean is enough to provide all the energy needed for 2 months. Based on the normal yield of fairy beans, even if this bean does not produce perfect or epic beans, it can still produce enough food for a normal person for 6 months if it only produces top-quality fairy beans. If the doubling effect can be applied to it, then that's food for a whole year. It would not be an exaggeration to say it symbolizes an entire granary. Huyu gasped in amazement and looked at Old Fong, asking, Old Fong, how did you grow this bean? Normally, perfect-level beans shouldn't produce epic-level beans unless Old Fong did something, otherwise, it's impossible to produce such high-level fairy beans. Did something? Old Fong replied with a puzzled voice, it's just a normal comparative experiment, one seedling I watered with Sweet Spring, the other with regular water. This whole bag is irrigated with Sweet Spring. Sweet Spring. Right. The description of the source of Sweet Spring said that the produced Sweet Spring can be used for irrigation. Is this the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2? Boss Hu, is there a problem? No problem, this method is great. Huyu immediately praised, casually pulling out the perfect-level fairy beans from his pocket and handing them to Old Fong. These can be used as seeds for seedlings, later you should plant half of them, and you can handle the rest. A total of 17 fairy beans, 1 epic-level bean, 8 perfect-level beans, and 8 top-quality beans. Even if only half are planted, considering the yield and enhancement of the epic-level bean, there would be a guaranteed daily output of 36 normal fairy beans and 6 top-quality fairy beans. This number is enough to feed those 50 grain-eating beasts. The remaining fairy beans can be handled by Old Fong as he sees fit. As for the Sweet Spring irrigation, this thing has healing effects besides irrigation and is an important strategic reserve. It cannot all be used for irrigation. Huyu thought for a moment and handed the epic-level fairy bean to Old Fong. In the future, the Sweet Spring should only irrigate the seedlings grown from this epic fairy bean, the rest of the Sweet Spring should still be handed to me. Let me see the beans that are produced as well, don't let your good intentions turn into bad outcomes. Okay. Old Fong nodded and solemnly accepted those beans. Then he showed a troubled expression. However, Boss Hu, there isn't much space left in this greenhouse. If we don't expand, we won't be able to plant these seedlings. I came here for this. Huyu said as he used the expansion card, increasing the greenhouse area by 10 square meters. This number doesn't seem big. But originally, after the greenhouse was expanded, it only covered 40 square meters, and the increase of 10 square meters is completely visible to the naked eye. Old Fong suddenly became excited. Seeing how easy it was to expand the greenhouse, he quickly said, Boss Hu, can you add a little more? The larger the greenhouse area, the greater our food output. Not for now. Huyu smiled bitterly and pointed to the rice nearby. By the way, Old Fong, what's going on with this rice? Isn't it supposed to be 2 crops a year? How could it be ready so soon? I'm not sure either. I just tried irrigating it with Sweet Spring, and the growth speed increased. Another Sweet Spring. It seems this thing is the real treasure. If only I could draw epic level or higher Sweet Spring in the future. Huyu nodded and ultimately told Old Fong to stop using Sweet Spring to irrigate the rice, only to irrigate the epic level fairy bean seedlings instead. Good steel should naturally be used on the blade. The amount of food provided by just one fairy bean is enough to surpass an acre of rice. Now is not the time to enjoy. It's better to wait until the fairy bean accumulation reaches a sufficient number before planting rice. After finishing the matters regarding the greenhouse, Huyu returned to the cabin with a satisfied face, along with feeding the top-quality fairy beans to those half-plant people who had previously eaten beef. 5 kilograms of beef might not even be enough for their consumption in a day. It's better to feed them some magical beans to fill their stomachs first. This is where the advantage of being a half-vegetable person shows. As long as they are full, it doesn't matter what they eat. Easy to feed. After doing all this, Huyu comfortably lay on the sofa, watching the rain outside while sipping tea slowly. Now, he could only drink tea, his stomach couldn't fit even the slightest bit of food. He didn't know what Su Linglong was up to be out for so long, even lunch was delivered by someone else. It gave off a feeling of being busily overloaded. Could she be pretending to be busy because she knows he is going to settle accounts? Hu Yu had some doubts. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If there are still no other ships in sight after waiting another day, he would set off the day after tomorrow to find Misusu. As Hu Yu was about to pick up his teacup for another sip, Little Hai suddenly emitted a prompt. Ding! Detected an unknown large ship signal approaching. Do you want to display its specific location? A large ship? Could an official fleet really be coming? Display. Hu Yu immediately spat out 2 words and quickly took out his phone from his pocket. On the screen, a red dot was flashing brightly, showing a distance of 30 kilometers away. Little Hai kindly annotated the speed and estimated arrival time on it. Speed of 12 knots, expected to arrive in 90 minutes. For a large ship to reach a speed of 12 knots, Hu Yu couldn't think of any other vessel besides a warship. Some large cargo ships could also reach this speed, but most of them had no need to. Which large cargo ship would be heading to this place at this time? Notify Shinshan and the others to hold a meeting. Hu Yu immediately ordered. If it really was the military, having Shinshan and the others communicate for him would obviously be better. Yes, master. Soon, several people led by Shinshan all gathered together. Hu Yu briefly explained the situation, and the expressions in everyone's eyes shifted from excitement to complex emotions. They used to be soldiers. If they didn't encounter a warship, that would be fine, following Hu Yu and doing their best was no problem. But if the military and the people needed them, then it would be hard to choose. Should they follow the greater righteousness and join the military? Or should they adhere to the previous agreement and continue beside boss Hu as bodyguards? For a moment, they really didn't know how to choose. Hu Yu knew their predicament, so he just looked at them, wanting to know what their stance was. Boss. Seeing this, Shinshan was the first to speak, cautiously asking, did you gather us to let us choose, or to prepare to get control of the warship? This question stunned everyone, including Su Zilong. Get a warship? Although the heart of the ocean is quite large and has enough firepower to cover, according to this person's character, back when over 300 small boats could be put into the space, getting a warship again seems not that difficult. Otherwise, why would he be waiting here? He couldn't be waiting for a warship to escort him, right? In terms of long-range strike capability, with 2 ships together, it's hard to say who would be protecting whom. What are you thinking? Hu Yu smiled bitterly, am I crazy to get my own warship? If I were to get one, it would be someone else's. I brought you here to give you a choice. Choice? Everyone nodded silently. It seems that now beside Boss Hu, for heavy weapons, Little Hai can handle them, for close combat, there are those 50 half-vegetable people. Driving the ship? Little Hai can pilot it automatically. Cooking? Regardless of whether it's desserts or afternoon tea, Chinese or Western food, so many people on the ship could easily put together a banquet. Fishing? With that fishing rod, who can't catch fish? As long as one can cast the rod, even a blind person can become a fishing god. It seems, they really aren't needed on the ship anymore. This so-called choice should not be a nominal choice, in reality, it's more of a discouragement, right? Thinking of this, everyone's favorability dropped by 10 points. Only Shinshan and Xiang'er remained unchanged. They believed that Hu Yu's so-called choice was definitely not this. Seeing that the favorability had dropped, Hu Yu guessed they misunderstood and quickly explained. Hey, why are you all looking so down? I didn't mean for you to choose between staying with me or them. We agreed that once we got on the boat, we'd be like a family, you can't really think I'm like that, right? I meant for you to choose who should act. Act? Shinshan couldn't help but pause. Boss, what act are we performing? Everyone's favorability rose by 5 points at the same time, looking at Hu Yu with curiosity. Of course, it's to act as the ship owner. Hu Yu leaned back on the sofa and spoke matter-of-factly, if the ships opposite are other vessels, then it's fine, but if it's really the military, it's better for you to step in and communicate. If I step in, I'm afraid they'll say the wrong thing, and I won't be able to hold back. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In this era, it's not about fearing stupidity or intelligence, it's about fearing those who aren't smart but pretend to be clever. If they really encounter such a person on a warship, seeing Hu Yu, an ordinary person, yet holding the power of the ocean's heart, they might do something stupid. At that point, even if Hu Yu didn't want to take the battleship, he wouldn't want to waste it as a ghost ship in the sea, right? I see. Shinshan nodded and tentatively said, then I'll act as the ship owner? Who plays the ship owner is not the main issue, the key point is to gather information. Hu Yu frowned slightly, his fingers tapping on the sofa. Originally, I thought this rain was a natural disaster, a divine punishment from nature. But now, I always feel it's not that simple. Whether it's the island country or our China, both have prepared ample countermeasures, especially that shelter. If it were just a simple shelter, it would only need to guard against nuclear bombs or massive seismic disasters. How could it be specially equipped with diving and waterproof systems? Even a water-flooding core protection shield? Coupled with those mutated fish in the water and the recent happenings, I can't help but think more. Boss, are you implying? Shinshan frowned and asked that they already knew such disasters might happen, so they built this type of shelter? I'm not sure, perhaps it's just the designer's cautious mindset, but verifying it is never wrong. If the incoming vessel isn't a warship, then fine, but if it is a warship? Huyu hesitated for a moment, looking at Shinshan and the others. Come over here for a moment, let's unify our stance. Everyone gathered around. A few minutes later, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Even the usually carefree Su Zilong seemed a bit scared. Boss, are you sure you want to say this? Boss, could this be too hasty? Shinshan also looked troubled. Will anyone really believe this? In any case, just say what I give you to say, and that's it. Huyu firmly decided, if it's not a warship coming, then it doesn't matter. Everyone hurry up and prepare. Everyone glanced at each other and could only proceed according to plan. Yes, boss. 30 kilometers away. A warship was steadily approaching. A middle-aged woman leading the charge stood in the control room, using binoculars to survey the surrounding sea conditions. But because of the heavy rain, visibility was extremely low, and nothing could be clearly seen. However, the radar system in front had already begun to signal the presence of a ship ahead. She turned her head to her side. Zhaoyi. Here. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood at attention and saluted, saying to the woman, Commander, please give your orders. Prepare the speedboat and go ahead to scout the way. Yes, Commander. Chapter 151, Zhaoyi boards the ship. Inside the cabin of the Ocean's Heart. Huyu had already informed everyone of the plan, and everything that needed preparation was ready. With the experience from the previous acting, as long as Huyu provided the script, everyone's acting would come naturally. Except for Su Linglong and others who were still fussing around in the room, everyone else was ready, speaking in unison. Report, Master. Xiao Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Huyu did not respond, but instead looked at Shinshan. The latter was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and uttered one word. Say. Since just confirming the character setup, Huyu had already given Shinshan the level 1 authority of the Ocean Heart. Above level 1 authority, there was the ultimate **** limit, which belonged to Huyu's unshakable power. Although Shinshan still reported to Huyu and referred to him as Master, he now also had the qualification to give orders to the Ocean Heart. Detection indicates a speedboat is approaching ahead, suspected of the opposing vessel releasing. Should we intercept? A speedboat? That makes sense, with two ships now less than 30 kilometers apart, and the Ocean Heart not having activated its concealment system, it was expected to be detected by the other party's radar. With such a large ship at the signal flare firing position, it was natural to send a speedboat to take a look. No need to intercept. Shinshan ordered, everyone, get ready. If the other party shows hostility, we do not rule out the use of force. Yes. Everyone present responded in unison, including Huyu. After all, for acting, it must be done completely. Let's go to the deck. Shinshan said as he walked towards the deck, with Huyu and others following closely behind. Originally, Shinshan should be the one holding the umbrella for him, but now the roles were reversed, as Huyu held the umbrella for Shinshan until they reached the deck. On the deck, Shinshan took out a telescope and looked at the position marked by Xiao Hai, only able to see the splashes as a speedboat rushed towards them. He could vaguely see a person standing on the speedboat, but could not make out the other's specific appearance. Xiao Hai announced for them to stop 1 kilometer away, and do not come too close. Yes. Xiao Hai replied. Unlike his response to Huyu, he did not add the master suffix. Soon, Xiao Hai's voice echoed across the water. Warning! Please do not approach within 1 kilometer of this ship, otherwise we will take coercive measures. If communication is needed, please dock 1 kilometer away. Thank you. The same warning echoed continuously over the water. As long as the other party was not deaf, they would certainly hear the announcement before getting within 1 kilometer of the surface. Quickly, the speedboat indeed stopped. It stopped exactly 1 kilometer away from the Ocean Heart, neither more nor less. The ability to determine this distance just by sight proved one point at least: the other party was extremely skilled with firearms. Otherwise, it would not be possible to be this accurate. Shinshan couldn't help but become cautious. He lifted the telescope again to look towards the speedboat. Just a glance, and he froze in place, his jaw dropping slightly as he stammered out, "This, how can it be him?" "Who?" Su Zilong asked curiously from the side. "Is he someone you know, mountain brother?" "Familiar, too familiar." Shinshan forced a smile, and before he could reveal the mystery, the voice of the other party came from afar. We are the first fleet of Huaxia, ship number 009, please announce your ship number. Hu Yu was stunned upon hearing this. This voice is Zhao Yi. Zhao Zhong, upon hearing it, no longer cared about acting, holding the umbrella and directly grabbing the loudspeaker from Xinshan's hands, rushing to the front of the deck and shouting towards the front. Zhao Yi. It's us. You brat, really, hurry over and talk. 1 kilometer away. Zhao Yi on the speedboat, upon hearing the voice, was stunned at first, then forgot to respond, directly slamming the gas pedal. Full speed. On the deck, even without a telescope, one could see a spray of water surging towards them at full speed. Boss! Xinshan exclaimed with excitement, turning to look at Hu Yu. Now we don't need to act anymore, it's Zhao Yi, our own person. Who said we don't need to? Hu Yu replied with confusion. He looked at the speeding speedboat that was closing in. The alertness in his heart only grew stronger. Since Zhao Yi went downstairs by himself, in Hu Yu's heart, he was no longer one of their own. At most, he could only be considered a comrade of Xinshan and the others. If something happened, he would help a little, but now it was a matter of principle. He needed to know what the truth of the apocalypse really was. It would be fine if it were an outsider, but now it was Zhao Yi, making it even harder to handle. Emergency situation. Hu Yu pressed his hidden earpiece and calmly said, everyone who was on the 28th floor before, hide, do not expose yourselves. Zisu, take uncle and aunt with you. As soon as the message was sent, Xiao Zisu and the others immediately began to act. Hu Yu then turned to Xinshan, Brother Shan, I know you trust Zhao Yi and feel there is nothing to hide from him. I also believe in your friendship, but right now he is just someone who came to scout. If you don't want to make things difficult for him, we should stick to the original plan. Yes, boss. Xinshan pondered for a moment and quickly understood Hu Yu's meaning. If he revealed the truth about the ship to Zhao Yi, then if he did not tell his people the truth, he would be guilty of withholding information, and if he did tell, it would trap him in injustice. As long as he did not tell him the truth about the ship, this dilemma could be avoided. Hu Yu placed his hand on Xinshan's shoulder and patted it twice. Brother Shan, you have to shoulder this alone, I will go back to the cabin first. Saying this, he handed over the umbrella and walked towards the cabin without looking back. Though he could not show himself, he still wanted to see what Zhao Yi came for. The best observation point was naturally the control room. The current route was entirely set by Xiaohai, and the control room was already empty. Hu Yu arrived at the control room and looked down at everything happening on the deck from above. Now he was waiting for Zhao Yi to board the ship. In less than 10 minutes. Zhao Yi docked on the side of the Ocean's Heart and walked up the gangway, while Xinshan and the others went to greet him at the boarding area. From the surveillance footage, he walked along, expressing constant amazement. He marveled at the luxury of the Ocean's Heart and how well Xinshan and the others were living. After greeting everyone, he finally remembered Hu Yu. He looked at Xinshan and asked somewhat uncertainly, Brother Shan, what about Boss Hu? Weren't you together? Oh. Him. Xinshan had already thought up a lie before coming down and said directly, he got separated from us earlier, we wanted to find him, but unfortunately, we couldn't. Zhao Yi nodded and immediately said, that's good too. In an instant, everyone, including Xinshan, turned to look at him, their eyes seemingly revealing a sense of strangeness. What a pity. If it weren't for the need to keep Hu Yu's existence hidden, Xinshan would have definitely grabbed him by the neck and questioned what he meant by that sentence. What does that's good too even mean? Back on the 28th floor, Boss Hu treated everyone equally. Even when Zhao Yi decided to go downstairs, he supported him and even provided him with something useful for protection. Now, in the apocalypse, when people couldn't be found, he only got that's good too? Zhao Yi, how had he changed from the person they once knew? Zhao Zhong, Su Zilong, and Li Ji shared the same thoughts. And Xian Er was the most rational, lightly coughing twice to cover up the group's discomfort. Ahem. After the two light coughs, Xinshan immediately came back to his senses and began to change the topic. By the way, Zhao Yi, where have you been since you left us? How did you end up here? That's a long story. Zhao Yi said this as he walked into the cabin, sat on the sofa, picked up a cup of red tea prepared by others, and slowly drank it. He looked at Xinshan, not answering the question he posed. Then it threw out another question, Brother Shan, let me ask you a few questions first. The flare gun earlier, was it fired by you? Did you find a shelter here? Yes. Xinshan spoke according to the script given by Hu Yu, the shelter is underwater. We tried to salvage it, but unfortunately, we weren't successful. We could only obtain a flare gun from them, and then we fired it to test. And then, you came here. I see. Zhao Yi continued to ask, so where did your ship come from? Is it Hu Boss's? You still haven't answered my question. Xinshan stared at Zhao Yi. Don't be anxious, Brother Shan. Zhao Yi gave a wry smile, I signed a confidentiality agreement. You answer me too, no, just one question, and then I can talk. You say it. Suppressing his urge to hit someone, Shinshan could only spit out 2 words. Zhao suddenly stood up, straightening into military posture, his gaze sweeping over the several people in front of him, Shinshan, Su Zilong, Zhao Zhong, Li Ji, and Xiener. I now represent the 1st Fleet of Huaxia, Team 009, to invite you to re-enlist, to join our fleet, and fight for the protection of humanity's last spark. At this statement, everyone was completely baffled. Wait. Su Zilong even stood up directly, uncertainly asking, what did you just say we are fighting for? Humanity's last spark? Yes. Zhao looked at Su Zilong, his blood boiling deep down, with a hint of reckless abandon removed. As long as you nod, I have the authority to apply for your qualifications, and then you can know the truth of this apocalypse. The truth of the apocalypse. In the cockpit, who you looked at the monitor, the last words Zhao spoke echoing in his ears. As he had guessed, the military likely knew the truth of the apocalypse. I won't interfere with your decision, everything is up to you. Don't feel any psychological burden. Huyu's voice echoed in everyone's headphones. Shinshan pondered for several breaths and ultimately did not stand up but sat on the sofa, looking up at Zhao. My answer is, sorry. Everyone was silent. Zhao was also confused. Brother Shan, why? To fight for the spark of humanity, I have no objection and would never oppose it, it's just that. I can do this in ways other than enlisting. In this world, there is not just one path. Shinshan fixed his gaze on Zhao, slowly speaking. Zhao, if you still call me Brother Shan, then tell me everything you know and can say. If it's classified, I don't need to know. Brother Shan. Zhao frowned, turning to look at Su Zilong and the others, clearly still trying to negotiate. But without him having to speak, Su Zilong and the others' actions already proved everything. Except for Xiener guarding the staircase, everyone else sat on the sofa, not moving at all. Evidently, they all accepted Shinshan's plan. Actually, you don't need to rush your decision. Zhao stood in front of everyone, changing his tone. Perhaps you can listen to the current situation first, and then make a decision. Everyone didn't answer, waiting for him to continue. According to our observations, the entire blue star is now covered by water, and the precipitation continues to increase. Currently, it is estimated, just as that boss who said, it will stop raining in 30 days, on August 31st. By then, the water level of blue star will rise an average of more than 8,000 meters, and the culprit behind all this is not nature. But, human. Human. As those last 2 words dropped, whether it was the people in the cabin or Huyu sitting in the cockpit, they were all dumbfounded, frozen in place. Do you remember that commentary? If a fish keeps swimming in the water and does not find its kind, it proves one point: there is only that one fish in the fishbowl it is in. Zhao gave a bitter smile, raising his hand to point to the sky. Now, someone has come to add water for us. The crowd remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. Huyu was the same. In fact, he had thought about why this apocalypse would happen long ago when he was reborn. He had searched a lot online. If it was really due to nature's self-purifying mechanism, the most likely apocalypse should be caused by a solar storm, which would affect Earth's magnetic field. In that case, it wouldn't even take 49 days. Within a day, 99.9% of the life on Earth would die because the molecular structure in their bodies would be breached by high-energy particles. And the existing environment would remain, continuing to nurture new life to dominate the blue planet. But a flood, the total amount of water resources on the blue planet is limited, it couldn't possibly happen. The only possibility is human error. After deep contemplation, Su Zilong was the first to chuckle coldly. I say, Zhao, you're not brainwashed, are you? Your next word shouldn't be that the current situation is caused by aliens? I think it's not brainwashing, it's just that you've watched too much of the 3-body problem. Mission accomplished, Li Ji retorted from the side. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhao shrugged. In any case, this is just the prelude to the torrential rain. After the rain, we will face the real test. Whether we can survive will depend on how much strength we remaining people can gather. If you choose not to join, we will not force you, we just hope you can survive. Saying this, Zhao handed over a communicator. Huyu had seen this communicator before. Or rather, he had several in his space. Last time, it was this communicator that received the message about the shelter, otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Huaxia had also prepared such a thing as a shelter. What is this? Shinshan questioned in confusion. Communicator. Zhao placed it on the table. Now, the global network is cut off, only with this machine can we connect to the remaining channels for contact. Even if you choose not to join now, we will still be comrades in the future. Stay in touch, I'm leaving. Wait. Huyu's voice echoed in everyone's headphones. I still have questions for him. Wait. Shinshan's voice also rang out immediately. He stopped Zhao, who was about to leave. Zhao turned around, and at the same time, in Shinshan's headset and on the stairs guarded by everyone, Huyu's voice echoed. Do you have evidence? Boss Hu? Zhao's voice sounded, filled with confusion. Aren't you, you're deceiving me? He wasn't a fool. When he saw Hu Yu coming down the stairs, he understood what was happening. This isn't important. Hu Yu walked down the stairs, originally wanting to walk past Ancienner to reach Zhao Yi. But Ancienner remained motionless, clearly unwilling to budge. So, he had to stand behind Ancienner and said to Zhao Yi, "What matters is, what evidence do you have to prove what you said? Why should I prove it?" Zhao Yi, still simmering from being deceived, immediately retorted, "Believe or not, it's all your decision. After all, didn't you refuse us to? Are you sure you can make this call?" "Of course." Zhao Yi replied defiantly, "This is a top-secret matter, not just anyone can know." Little e. Zhao Zhong frowned and called out. In his heart, Hu Yu's status had become no different than that of a deity. Now Zhao Yi spoke to him this way, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate. "Brother!" Zhao Yi turned to Zhao Zhong, "You should come with me, only the warship can guarantee our continued survival and what lies ahead. As for the others, let them follow him if they won't even know how they die later." Warship? Hu Yu originally thought that after that incident, Zhao Yi would mature a bit, but unexpectedly. Forget it, he didn't want to waste time with this stubborn youth. He raised his hand and pointed at the distant position where the warship was anchored. "Are you talking about that ship? What will happen otherwise?" Zhao Yi remained tough. "Do you think that with such a luxurious yacht and a space backpack, you can rest easy? You have no idea what you will face in 30 days. No matter how big the yacht, it's just a luxurious coffin. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you choose to join now, you might even get protection from the warship. If you don't agree." Shao Hai. Hu Yu could no longer listen. Prepare for precise strike, target hit 30 kilometers away. He believed that the military would not have this attitude towards civilians with ships. It was just that Zhao Yi, this guy was not only impulsive but also prone to emotional decisions. After knowing that everyone had tricked him, any words would come out of his mouth without thinking. If that's the case, then let him think twice. "Yes, Master." Shao Hai's voice rang through the cabin. "Precise strike has been aimed, should we launch?" In an instant, Xin Shan's eyes widened, and Su Zilong and others were left dumbfounded. Could this really mean he was going to take action against the warship? They had witnessed the ocean heart strike capability, so they were not worried about their own safety. The main concern was the warship. "Boss." Xin Shan immediately prepared to persuade. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hu Yu naturally understood what Xin Shan intended to say. He immediately took out a note from his storage space, wrote a line on it, then raised his hand. "Shao Hai, deliver this note with a precise strike. Remember, do not hurt anyone, just deliver it to the top of the control room." "Yes, Master." Shao Hai's voice sounded again, and a mechanical arm extended from the ceiling of the cabin, pulling the note from Hu Yu's hand. Half a minute later, a small missile was launched from the ocean heart. But the entire ship felt not a single vibration, not even the slightest sound of launch was heard. Zhao Yi knew what this meant. As long as this man was willing, he could hit the warship in any situation, at this distance, or even further. And the warship might only realize it was under attack after being hit, not even knowing where the attack came from. The heavy white smoke traced a perfect arc in the air, accurately landing on the warship. In less than 30 seconds. The walkie-talkie in Zhao Yi's hand instantly sounded. "Hello, I am the captain of the 009 Squadron of the 1st Fleet of Huaxia. May I ask your unit number?" This was mistaken for a military unit. Thinking about it, only high-tech troops could achieve such precision strikes to convey messages. Who else could do it? Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Hu Yu, silently asking how to respond next. Hu Yu did not speak, only gestured with his finger for him to bring the walkie-talkie over. Seeing this, Zhao Yi could only brace himself and walk over, handing the walkie-talkie to him, pressing the talk button. "Did you see what was on the note?" There was a pause on the other end of the walkie-talkie, then a response. "I saw it." "That's good." Hu Yu spoke calmly. "Come over, I'm waiting for you." "Yes." The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie replied, and there seemed to be a hint of respect in the tone. In less than 20 minutes, the warship docked beside the ocean heart. A gangway extended, linking the two ships together. A middle-aged woman in military uniform walked up the gangway, making her way to the deck with an extremely serious expression, without showing any hint of dissatisfaction. "Boss." Xin Shan lowered his voice, tentatively asking Hu Yu, "Letting them come aboard like this, really won't there be any trouble?" "Yeah, boss." Su Zilong also came over from the other side, his eyes constantly scanning the warship nearby. "That warship at least has a full crew, if they come over. I'm afraid even with those 50 people, it's still not enough. Don't worry, everyone. Just nod and smile no matter what I say later. Leave the rest to me." Hu Yu turned back and said, leading the group to walk towards the middle-aged woman. The two stopped about a meter apart, looking at each other intently. In that instant, the panel about the woman popped up. Name, Wei Shangnan. Gender, female. Age, 47. Skills, epic strategy, epic planning, perfect psychology, perfect combat, perfect firearms, perfect coordination, master driving, master mechanics, master observation. Personality, decisive, ruthless, suspicious, magnanimous, loyal. Favorability, 0. Purity, 97. This panel was even more perfect than those of Shinshan and others. From a certain angle, the only one comparable to her was probably Insiener. As Huyu assessed her, she was also sizing him up. After a few moments, Huyu took the initiative to speak. General Wei, do you know your mistake? Chapter 154 Identity Verification. This question left everyone present frozen in place. Know a mistake? Which mistake? Was it wrong not to directly send troops from the warship to seize the heart of the ocean? Come on, boss, you called her a general, could you tone it down a bit? If she really gets angry, the 5 of us can only block 5 bullets at most. Before everyone could think of a way to pull Huyu back, Wei Shangnan had already opened her mouth. She stood tall, genuinely lowered her head, and replied with slight regret. Sir, I apologize. Sir. The already shocked crowd turned again, looking at Huyu as if he were a deity. How did this become a sir? Shinshan and the others were filled with confusion, but they recalled Huyu's earlier request. No matter what happens later, they only needed to nod and smile. In this situation, no matter how shocked they were, they dared not show it the slightest bit. However, aside from them, there was one more person behind the crowd. Sir? Zhaoyi rushed forward first, standing beside Wei Shangnan with a suspicious look at Huyu, then quickly turned to Wei Shangnan. He's no sir. This guy is full of nonsense. General, don't let him trick you. Presumptuous. Wei Shangnan frowned and immediately shouted at Zhaoyi, the identity of a sir is something you can question? Sir. Zhaoyi helplessly uttered 2 words, glaring at Huyu again and found him looking back confidently. No matter what means he used, in any case he was definitely not the so-called sir. No, he couldn't let General Wei be fooled by him. Sir. Zhaoyi thought quickly and turned back to Wei Shangnan, whether you think I'm presumptuous or not, I have doubts about his identity. As long as he can present proof of his identity, no matter what you want me to do, I can agree. Is the sir asking you to set conditions? Wei Shangnan frowned, raising her hand, ready to strike. But Huyu quickly spoke up. Hey, Wei Jia, I'll be bold and call you that. After all, my identity is too important. It's natural to have doubts. Comrade Zhao is just being cautious, that's good. Huyu smiled and stopped Wei Shangnan, then looked at Zhaoyi. Comrade Zhao, it's not wrong to have doubts, but you also need to take responsibility for what you say. If I present proof of my identity, what will you do? What will I do? Zhaoyi furrowed his brow and immediately said, as long as Sir Hu is willing, I can even be your bodyguard. Let's skip the bodyguard, you're not really suited. Huyu thought for a moment, turned to look behind, but there's still someone missing on the ship to clean the toilets, if you don't mind. Okay. I'll do it. Zhaoyi knew he was trying to humiliate him but still gritted his teeth and replied, as long as Sir Hu can prove his identity. I don't care even if I have to clean toilets. Alright, it's settled then. Huyu chuckled softly, then glanced at General Wei Shangnan. General Wei, did you bring the identity verification system? I'm afraid if I show it here, Xiao Zhao might still have other doubts. I brought it. Wei Shangnan said as she took out a communicator from her pocket. This communicator is the same model that Zhaoyi had just placed on the table. Since the global internet and power outages, this is the only communicator functioning normally, as it relies on signals provided by specialized satellites. Not only does it carry a local network, but it also has a personal information database linked with the Sanctuary Xuanwu robot. Basically, anyone whose information is recorded in the database of Huaxia can be detected on it. Give it to him, let him operate it himself. Huyu smoothly took out his ID card and handed it to Zhaoyi. Here, this is my ID card. Just enter my ID number, and the relevant information will pop up. This should be enough to prove my identity, right? Zhaoyi was taken aback, he had never heard of such a way to verify identity and couldn't help but glance back at Wei Shangnan. Input it. Wei Shangnan simply said 3 words. She couldn't understand why Zhaoyi, who was quite sensible, was confused here. Did he offend this superior before, which made him reluctant to believe? Forget it, she would help him apologize later, the superior probably wouldn't fuss with a grunt like him. Okay. Zhaoyi complied quickly and entered all of Huyu's ID number on the communicator. After verifying the name, he clicked to confirm. Ding. With a crisp sound, a prompt immediately popped up on the communicator screen. Name, Huyu. Gender, male. ID number. Position, S-Class Top Secret, Insufficient Access, Forbidden to Investigate. Access, S-Class Top Secret, Insufficient Access, Forbidden to Investigate. Photo. To ensure the information is accurate, the communicator even included a photo of Hu Yu himself. His appearance was exactly the same as on the ID card. However, the photo showed him in military uniform, but the specific military rank on his shoulder was blurred out. How is this possible? Zhao Yi stuttered. He once lived on the 28th floor for a time and had naturally checked Hu Yu's specific identity. He was just an ordinary, common laborer. How did he suddenly turn into someone classified as S-class top secret? Equally shocked were Xin Shan and others. They could never have guessed what kind of method Hu Yu used to suddenly transform into someone with an S-class top secret identity. As for whether it's real, don't be silly, this must be fake. But at this point, saying it's fake, who would actually believe it? Now do you believe? Hu Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at the other. If there's nothing else, go clean the toilets now, I have things to discuss with General Wei. Zhao Yi didn't move, he continued standing still, just holding the communicator, seemingly in a brainstorming session, pondering every possible situation. Hurry up! Wei Shangnan frowned, kicking Zhao Yi in the butt with her military boots. Yes, General. Zhao Yi replied, head down, walking toward the cabin, his eyes still filled with reluctance. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong naturally took his younger brother to find the toilets. Upon seeing his brother, Zhao Yi immediately asked, Bro, what exactly is going on with Hu Yu? What kind of method did he use to alter his identity? Alter? Zhao Zhong replied, he knew his younger brother was stuck in a dead-end mindset. Forget it, just keep fooling him, don't add trouble for the boss. He could only sigh and pat him on the shoulder. Little brother, you can't seriously think that Shangu would choose an ordinary person as a bodyguard, right? Zhao Yi? Bro, do you mean, he really is? What else could it be? Before Zhao Yi could respond, a sudden noise came from outside. Wei Shangnan looked at Hu Yu with an excited expression, pressing her hands on his shoulders without restraint, and shouted. What did you say? Really? Chapter 155. This is just one of their tactics. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Yi instinctively wanted to look back. Before he could turn around, Zhao Zhong had already grabbed his neck. Still looking? Go scrub the toilets first. Bro, are you really making me scrub them? Zhao Yi's face was filled with misery. With a ship like yours, the sanitation should be pretty good, right? Do I really need to scrub? Nonsense. Saying this, Zhao Zhong kicked out, and unlike Wei Shangnan, this kick almost knocked Zhao Yi down. I should tell you, there are a total of 333 toilets on the ship, and they all belong to you today. If you don't clean them all, haha, you know what Sang Ji's methods are. Hearing this, Zhao Yi couldn't help but shiver. In his life, he feared nothing but Zhao Zhong and Xinshan. Zhao Zhong was purely because of the bloodline suppression of brothers, and as for Xinshan, it was all due to his training methods back then, which had made him develop a conditioned reflex to punishment. With the conversation reaching this point, Zhao Yi could do nothing but steel himself and follow Zhao Zhong to find the toilets. 2 minutes ago, on the deck. Hu Yu looked at Wei Shangnan, who had shown trust in him, and calmly said, since we've talked about identity, let's discuss the mission. General Wei, you should know the location of the shelter. Why did you only come after releasing the signal flare? You must have received the previous distress signal, right? This was why Hu Yu questioned the other party about knowing wrong. Calculating the time of the signal flare release, this warship should have been 100 kilometers away at that time. It was a long distance, but for the range of the communicator, being able to receive the signal from shelter number 012 near the island means that the signal from number 009 should also be received by the warship. The distress signal was the same. But the warship only just arrived. Either it was too far, and they came after receiving the signal, or they received the signal but completely ignored it, waiting until the flare was sent before thinking to come for rescue. Whatever the case, Hu Yu had enough reason to question Wei Shangnan if he believed it was the first scenario. Sorry, Chief. Wei Shangnan replied, lowering her head, we did receive a distress signal, but because we had a more important mission. A more important mission? What mission? Hu Yu frowned and questioned, is there anything more important than protecting the fire of humanity? Indeed. There isn't. Wei Shangnan kept her head down, but according to the hierarchy guidelines, we should go to rescue closer and easier targets and provide protection. At the time we received the distress signal, we were heading to shelter number 010 and detected that they were also under attack, so we chose to go there first. After handling the crisis at shelter number 010, we saw the signal flare and rushed over immediately. Please forgive us, Chief. Hu Yu nodded slowly. If that was the case, it could still be forgiven. Just right, he needed a way to communicate better with Wei Shangnan. If that's the case, then your slow support is also justified. Let's head to the cabin, we can talk about the rest slowly. Wait. Wei Shangnan did not rush in but looked at Hu Yu, questioning him. Chief, if I'm not mistaken, we prepared a total of 9 fleets in Huaxia, with each fleet equipped with 9 warships, and this one of yours seems to be unnumbered, right? Still want to test me? Hu Yu raised an eyebrow and responded, there are a total of 12 fleets, each equipped with 12 warships. Yours should be the number 0112 warship, right? Sir, I'm just being cautious. Wei Shangnan laughed. There was no choice. Even after checking Hu Yu's profile, it was hard for her to believe that this person was indeed her superior in age. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Zhao Yi act so recklessly. The purpose was to test Hu Yu. Hu Yu also chuckled lightly, feeling a heaviness lift from his heart. Since leaving the shelter yesterday, due to the issue of identity level, he had given the communicator to Xiao Hai to crack. After all, as a boss, having a lower identity level than an employee was quite embarrassing. It would be better to have a higher level when entering other shelters in the future to make things easier. Fortunately, Xiao Hai was incredibly capable. He successfully hacked the satellite's protective network through a few communicators and obtained the highest level of access to the database. Hu Yu initially just wanted to upgrade his identity level, but after thinking about it, he realized that fabricating anything was unreliable. It was better to set it to top secret so that he could determine his identity according to the situation later. This was also why he could confidently let Zhao Yi and the others check identities. Even the precise targeted items sent previously were just his ID number. Once Wei Shangnan checked, she would naturally come to verify immediately. As for the fleet data, the communicator had an independent database. Once checked, even every fleet commander and every warship's commander had records. Alright, being cautious is a good thing. Hu Yu waved his hand and turned to walk toward the cabin. My mission is too classified and involves some sensitive matters. It's natural that you don't know of my existence. However, since it's already done, telling you isn't a problem. The island nation has already been destroyed by me. What did you say? Really? The exclamation erupted behind Hu Yu. Wei Shangnan rushed forward, circled in front of him, and looked at him excitedly. Sir, you can't be joking. Did you really accomplish it? Indeed, as long as someone served in the military, they had a wish in their minds. To flatten the island nation. But due to various reasons, such tasks were impossible to execute in peacetime. Now, it was different. With the end of the world, the globe had become anarchic, so there were fewer concerns. Previously, some had said that the Chinese government hadn't done anything substantial and contributed nothing to the Blue Star. But this is not a contribution? To peacefully develop without starting any wars in a country where the people's will for democratic warfare reached 80%. This is the greatest contribution of the Chinese government to the Blue Star. Otherwise, the referendum was held in the morning, missiles were launched at noon, and by the afternoon, the island nation was gone. Pop up and it's done? Not even close, without a sound and it's still done. Hu Yu looked at the exuberant Wei Shangnan and calmly said, Xiao Wei, don't get too excited. My task is complete, but regarding your mission, I still only have a vague understanding. This storm, what exactly is going on? Speaking of this, Wei Shangnan also calmed down. She looked at Hu Yu seriously and said something that sent chills down his spine. At first, people always referred to tsunamis, earthquakes, and typhoons as natural disasters. In fact, this is just one of their means. Chapter 156. This is just the beginning. Hu Yu frowned. When he heard Wei Shangnan's previous statement, he had already sensed something was wrong. Tsunamis, earthquakes, typhoons. Aren't these the terrifying aspects of nature in people's minds? Even with today's technology, it only accurately predicts a few seconds before an earthquake. As for tsunamis and typhoons, before they arise, no one knows where the source is. Those technologies that can send alerts half a minute or even a minute in advance are just the benefits of the internet age, notifying the areas that might be affected by the earthquake as soon as it is felt. What if this is not due to humanity's lack of technology, but because everything happening is man-made? Who can predict the thoughts of humans? As long as he wishes, he can even arrange a magnitude 7 earthquake in an area where a magnitude 6 earthquake has just occurred. Once humans feel something is wrong, it is just described as a secondary fracture of the geological layers. Yes, them. Wei Shangnan calmly uttered, confirming Hu Yu's guess. She looked up to the sky. This rain is also their masterpiece. Don't rush. Hu Yu looked at Shinshan and the others. Call Zhao Zhong back for a meeting. Yes, Commander. Shinshan forcibly swallowed the words boss as he walked toward the cabin, feeling as if he were floating. There was no way around it. The news that Wei Shangnan brought was too shocking, and anyone who heard it would feel a chill down their spine. Soon, everyone gathered in the conference room of the heart of the ocean. Due to the serious nature of the matter, besides Hu Yu, the attendees were just Shinshan and a few others, along with Xiao Zissou, Minyuono, and the dark-circled Su Linglong. Even Zhao Yi was not among them. He was busy cleaning toilets. As for why the three women were invited, Minyuono's affection for Hu Yu was second in the whole ship, just behind Shinshan, and when she heard Wei Shangnan refer to Hu Yu as commander, her affection score soared to 77. Even without affection, just with her intelligence, listening to the details could provide a different perspective. Su Linglong was invited for the same reason. As for Xiao Zissou, who you called Su Linglong and Minuono, if he didn't call her, he might wake up the next day with a head full of golden needles. If asked, Xiao Zissou might even say, "This is for your health." Where would he go to reason with that? Su Linglong was the last to take her seat. She didn't even greet anyone, her eyes vacant as if she could fall asleep at any moment. All right. Hu Yu uttered 2 words and turned his gaze back to Wei Shangnan. Everyone is here, please tell us what you know. Wei Shangnan looked around, her eyes sweeping over the 3 women, and slowly stood up. Actually, I don't know much. As early as 1960, 64 years ago, Blue Star began searching for traces of extraterrestrial civilizations, finally finding a site that seemed to be one in 1964. At that time, we sent a signal in that direction, trying to get a response, and 20 years later, in 1984, we received a reply. They used radio waves to encode a series of unencrypted Morse code, and after simple translation, we got 4 words. Do not respond? Minuono replied from the side, don't bully us just because we haven't read the 3-body problem, okay? Not those 4 words, but... Wei Shangnan stared at Hu Yu and said slowly, prohibit escape. Escape. Hu Yu squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Just the meaning of these 2 words is enough to make one ponder. Wait. What coding did you say they used? Su Linglong perked up, looking at Wei Shangnan and asking, Morse code? If I'm not mistaken, it only appeared systematically in 1837. Are you saying they have been systematically paying attention to us since 1837? Exactly. Wei Shangnan nodded, her expression very serious, even earlier than this time. And then? Hu Yu asked curiously, if it was just these 4 words, it shouldn't stop humanity from exploring, right? Of course. Wei Shangnan continued to tell, the first response after receiving the information was very simple from the beautiful country, they achieved the first spacewalk in human history, and sent back a question mark. Once again, we received information, and it was in 2004, the message was also very simple, so simple that this time it only had 3 words, continue, die. Everyone present frowned. Clearly, they already knew what happened afterward. Since the other party could communicate with them using Morse code, which appeared in 1837, there was no need for the beautiful country to reply, the other side could also know what they were doing. From 2004 to 2024, countless technological leaps occurred, especially in aviation equipment. Humanity never gave up on exploring outside Earth. No matter whose warning it was of no use. In the same year, the beautiful country responded by launching an exploratory robot to Mars, and our country began the space process, starting a competition for extraterrestrial exploration. Since then, various natural disasters have obviously increased. Most of the so-called natural disasters you know happened after 2004. Wait. Hu Yu frowned, after 2004. Didn't we stop sending signals over there? How could they know our situation and respond? This, we also do not know. Wei Shangnan sighed bitterly, then explained, however, in 2014, we also received a message in Huaxia, and its general meaning was similar to what the beautiful country received back then. But, if we were really threatened by a sentence, humanity would have to live under their control afterward. Therefore, while continuing the extraterrestrial exploration competition, we also started a defense plan. The warships you see now, and the previous shelters, were all planned from that time. So that's how it is. Hu Yu pondered for a few moments, and finally could only utter this sentence. But he still had doubts. But General Wei, according to what you said, all this is caused by extraterrestrial life. Then what's the point of having Zhaoyi come here and joining you? What means do we have to resist? Isn't the best way now to find a place to huddle, wait for the storm to pass, and then slowly wait to recuperate? Could it be that the extraterrestrial life is preparing to descend on Blue Star? If they really want to descend, having obtained the Morse code studied in 1837, they should have come down long ago. Why wait until now? What we are dealing with is not extraterrestrial life. Wei Shangnan shook his head, turning to look at the water surface outside the window. You should have experienced the mutated fish, right? If I tell you that the mutation of fish is just the beginning, and within a maximum of 15 days, they will have intelligence equivalent to that of humans? What? Chapter 157, 10 light years. 15 days? According to this data, it would be the 34th day of the apocalypse when fish would gain intelligence? In his previous life, he also lived to this time. He didn't see even a few mutated fish, otherwise, they couldn't have been consumed as reserve food. Wait. No fish. No fish does not mean that fish did not gain intelligence. Precisely because they gained intelligence, it was possible for them to collectively disappear in a certain area, making it impossible for humans to catch them. A chill rose in Hu Yu's heart. He frowned and asked the other party, General Wei, where did you get this data? Data. Wei Shangnan spoke calmly, his expression still serious. It's data obtained from the database. I'm not sure about the specific source, maybe, it could even be earlier. Hu Yu didn't speak but fell into deep thought. According to military requirements, this data was so precise that there must be experiments behind it, otherwise, Wei Shangnan wouldn't be able to say it. Did mutated fish already appear before the apocalyptic calamity? No matter the reason, since we already know what might happen after the apocalypse, we cannot just do nothing. Some matters need to be prioritized. Zhao Zhong. Who you looked at Zhao Zhong, you take General Wei to rest first. Try to meet any needs he may have. Yes. Zhao Zhong stood straight and replied, still using actions to conceal Hu Yu's identity. He got up and walked to Wei Xingnan's side. General Wei, please. Wei Shangnan said nothing, simply following Zhao Zhong out of the conference room. After the conference room door closed, only their own people were left inside. Hu Yu glanced at everyone, without stating his thoughts first, instead asking them, what do you all think about General Wei's statement just now? The probability of truth is over 80%. Ni Nua was the first to speak. She looked at Hu Yu. Boss Hu, if something like Godzilla really did come out of the water, can the heart of the ocean handle it? It's a 37 split. We 7? Ni Nua asked with wide eyes. If it throws 3 punches, we can last 7 seconds. Hu Yu said helplessly. Don't be fooled by the fact that the heart of the ocean's technology surpasses Blue Star's. If it really encounters a monster on Godzilla's level, it stands no chance. After all, the heart of the ocean mainly focuses on comfort, and all weapon systems are made for defense, while they are precise and vast in range when it comes to power. It's absolutely no match for a nuclear bomb. Boss Hu, you are as humorous as ever. Ni Nua said with a sigh. So, do we hide? Su Linglong also opened her weary eyes and looked up at Hu Yu. Blue Star is so big, hiding should be fine, right? If extraterrestrial civilizations really exist, even if you hide in the Earth's core, they might still find you. Hu Yu shook his head again. Hiding is unrealistic. Then let's fight them. Shin Shan stood up abruptly. Our Huaxia has a history of 5,000 years. We've faced countless tough situations before. There's no reason to just surrender without a fight. Tough situation? If that time in history can be called a tough situation, now we are facing a complete disaster. The other side has had the technology and capability to observe civilizations beyond their galaxy since 1837 and can influence various natural disasters on Blue Star. Meanwhile, on our side, not only has our home crystal been flooded, but even wild monsters have been greatly strengthened. In other words, the other side is already 3-star 5 cost, while we are still at the 2-to-1 stage picking enhancements. How do we play this? Seeing Hu Yu's helplessness, Xiao Zisa cautiously spoke up. Is it possible that they are afraid of us? Afraid? Before Hu Yu could respond, Su Zilong frowned and said, they already have that kind of power, how could they be afraid of us? Why is it impossible? Xiao Zissou countered, do you know about the Maya? The people who once predicted the end of the world in 2012, everyone present naturally knew about them. But they didn't understand what Xiao Zissou meant by bringing them up now. The earliest traces of the Maya date back to around 2000 BC, existing for over 3,000 years, yet in all the traces of their civilization we found, there is no evidence of iron tools. Is it because the other side's civilization level is low, unable to develop iron-working technology? Of course not. Their astronomical studies and writing prove that their intelligence is not lacking. The main reason they didn't develop into an iron civilization is they had no iron ore in their environment. Do you know what this means? Iron, as the 4th most abundant mineral in Blue Star's crust, had absolutely no trace in the Maya's environment. Without iron, without smelting technology, they could not develop into an iron civilization. Don't even mention the technological advancement that follows. If observing extraterrestrial civilizations and controlling or influencing the natural environment requires a fundamental element, and this very natural element is abundant in the universe, yet not found on our blue planet, or even in the vicinity of our solar system? As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. They had heard about this hypothesis before. It was not first proposed by Xiao Zissou. But not many people were aware of this hypothesis, and it only circulated within small circles. So, Hu Yu tentatively spoke, what you mean is, we are facing a group of extraterrestrial natives who have mastered magic. It's just one possibility. Xiao Zissa spread her hands. After all, from the perspective of some animals, the throwing skills that humans have mastered can also be seen as a kind of magic. The conference room fell into silence again. Hu Yu pondered for a long time, and it took several minutes before he finally spoke. All right, let's not discuss magic for now. I'll assign some tasks. Zissou. I'm here. You and uncle and aunt continue with the treatment tasks, but remember to hide their existence. Later, I will leave General Wei on the ship for a while. Perhaps she knows some things. In this case, it's better to act together than alone. Yes. Xiao Zissou nodded in response. Shan Gu. Here. Shin Shan immediately stood up straight, maintaining the previous state he used to deceive Wei Shangnan. There was no choice, Hu had just said to keep Wei Shengnan on the ship for a while, and this act must continue. You guys will take care of General Wei's side, and you know some of the things on the ship. Think of a reasonable excuse to deceive them quickly. And also about the dinner, the people on the warship can be invited over, or we can prepare the food and send it over. In any case, they must not be left hungry. Yes. We will ensure the task is completed. Hu then looked towards Su Linglong, and you. Su Linglong tilted her head, indicating she didn't know what was happening. What is it? What do you mean what? I really. Hu held back his anger, but he still didn't explode. The problems at hand were not small, it would be time to discuss those later after they were resolved. He could only change the subject. What have you been doing all this time? I heard you haven't left the room all day? Nothing, almost done. Su Linglong said as she stood up and walked toward the conference room door. Boss, are you done with the arrangement? The arrangements are complete, so I'll head back to work. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have the results for you by tomorrow, and I'll give you a surprise. Remember to come and see tomorrow morning at 9, you should be able to get up, right? Surprise? I just hope it's not a shock. Don't worry, I can get up. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Hu stood up, looking at the few people present. If there are no problems, let's disperse the meeting for now, and prepare for tonight's welcoming dinner. It doesn't need to be too extravagant, but we must ensure that the comrades on the warship are well fed. Yes. Wait. Ni Nua suddenly raised her hand. I have another question. What question? The other side is 10 light years away from us. If it takes 10 years for information to reach the blue star, then how long will it take for them to travel to our position? Chapter 158, Surprise. How long will it take? If the other party has a lightspeed engine, it would take 10 years. Lightspeed is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, which converts to nearly 1 billion kilometers per hour. If we calculate according to the fastest current propulsion technology, which is 11,000 kilometers per hour, that is about 1/10,000th of lightspeed. In other words, according to current human technology, to reach a position 10 light years away, it would take 10,000 years. Even if the other party's technological level exceeds that of the blue star and can develop a propulsion device nearing 1/10 the speed of light, it would still take them 100 years to reach the blue star. As for lightspeed engines, that should be unlikely. After all, if they really had lightspeed engines, there is no need to deliver any messages or complicate things. Just sending a spaceship over to show our capabilities is much more effective than any threats. Aside from the opponent's technological ability not reaching the level required for long-distance travel, there is another possibility. That is, the opponent feels there is no longer any need to flex their muscles. When the time comes, they can just directly occupy the territory. Just like now. The heavy rain has been falling for 49 days, and after 49 days it stopped. During this time, some intelligent fish were cultivated, letting them fight amongst themselves. After a certain period, they will reappear on Blue Star. At that point, what awaits them is a new planet without any life, but full of hope. As for the water all over the planet, that's simply too easy to deal with. Since they can control the natural environment, triggering an earthquake to channel all that water into the Earth's core would solve the problem, right? Or, perhaps a water-filled planet is actually a more suitable environment for their survival. So, before they officially arrive, they have already begun transforming this planet. If that's the case, does humanity really have any way to resist their invasion? Hu's eyes were filled with deep thought, his mind completely scattered. He couldn't help it, the news Wei Shengnan brought him was so shocking that he still hadn't come to his senses. Boss? Nino Nua called out, waving her hand in front of Hu. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Hu came back to reality and looked at Nino Nua, saying, it doesn't matter when they come, or if they will come at all, we just need to do our own things well. Go rest first, let me digest the news I've received today. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Okay. Everyone left the conference room to prepare. Only Hu and Xianer stayed in the conference room. Hu sat in place, contemplating and organizing the news he had received today. As for Xianer, ever since the warship got close, she had been right beside Hu, responsible for protecting his safety. After all, even on the heart of the ocean, safety was not guaranteed. He sat in the conference room for a while, pondering the earlier problems. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a breakthrough. He couldn't seriously fit the entire blue star into a space. Even if the heart of the ocean evolved, it could never evolve to hold all the inhabitants of Blue Star. Even if 99% were to die, there would still be nearly 80 million people. What size of a ship would be needed to carry that? Now, all he could do was quietly wait for the flow of time in this vast ocean, to see whether the opponent would truly descend upon this planet. After that, he could slowly plan ahead. Hu looked up, and when he turned to look out the window again, it was already dim outside. In today's rainy night, the moon was almost invisible, only the continuous sound of rain could be heard. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came. Come in. Xiao Zisa peeked in, looking at Hu Yu's worried face, knowing he was troubled, and managed to smile. There's a banquet outside, and they all want to hear a word from the leader. Why don't you give a speech? What should I say? Hu Yu gave a bitter smile. Others may not know, but you should be well aware, my authority is practically filled with more hot air than the current Pacific Ocean. Even if you don't speak, you should eat something, you haven't eaten all day. Mentioning food made Hu Yu's stomach churn uncomfortably. Today's breakfast was still undigested. No worries, I've already eaten. Hu Yu waved his hand but still stood up to walk outside the conference room. It's been a long day, I'll go to sleep now, you all should rest early too. Okay. Xiao Zisa nodded and stepped aside to make way. She watched Hu Yu's figure grow farther away. Still unable to hold back, I opened my mouth. Hu Yu. Hu Yu turned his head and looked at Xiao Zisu. What's wrong? It's nothing, I just wanted to tell you. Xiao Zisu bowed her head, struggling for a long time before speaking. No matter what, I am on your side, don't feel too much pressure. If it really doesn't work, then I. The following voice was very small, so small that Hu Yu couldn't hear it at all, but. Xiao Zisu's face, however, visibly reddened. Hu Yu asked in confusion, stepping forward, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Nothing. With a red face, Xiao Zisu turned and fled, leaving Hu Yu alone, confused. He had to turn and look at Ancienne Air. Ancienne Air, did you hear what she said just now? Ancienne Air shook her head, her expression dull. Forget it, let's go back and sleep, there's still important business tomorrow. Hu Yu mumbled, returning to his room, unfortunately eating nothing at all, and lying on the bed fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already August 2 ND. 20 days had passed since the apocalypse began. Hu Yu opened his eyes and once again saw Ancienne Air standing not far from his bedside. He shook his head helplessly, knowing he couldn't persuade her, so he didn't waste his breath and asked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, report the latest situation. Yes. Report, Master, it is August 2nd, 10 o'clock in the morning, the water level in Jinling has reached 76 meters, and the water level is rising at a speed of 80 centimeters per hour, all equipment on the boat is operating normally. As for the military ship, after the dinner, all personnel returned to the military ship on standby. According to Mr. Shinshan's orders, today's breakfast has been sent over. Everything in the nearby waters is normal, and there are no suspicious biological targets. On our ship, an hour ago, Miss Su Linglong was looking for you, asking you to visit their research results. Half an hour ago, she insulted your character. Should we play the original audio? An hour ago. This was bad, he had promised her before. He forgot to set the alarm yesterday. Hu Yu hurriedly got out of bed and dressed. Quick, send her a message, just say I fainted from low blood sugar yesterday and was just awakened. Oh? Su Linglong's voice came from outside the door. Who did boss Hu just get awakened by? This is bad. 4 words floated in Hu Yu's mind, and Xiao Hai's voice slowly drifted in. 15 minutes ago, she arrived at your room door, please act with caution. Xiao Hai. Master, I am here. Next time, please change the order of the report, okay? Yes, Master. Chapter 159, The Power of Technology. As the saying goes, you can dodge the first, but not the 15th. She has come to the door, and if you want to hide, you naturally cannot escape. You can only face it head-on. Hu Yu got dressed as fast as he could, reluctantly walked to the door, opened it, and saw Su Linglong with dark circles under her eyes, her gaze filled with resentment. You sleep so well, boss Hu. Su Linglong looked around the room, then sighed, it is true that our fate is bitter, just working is enough, and not sleeping all night is also acceptable. Finally making some achievements, I want to report to the boss. In the end, this boss overslept. Clearly, the distance from the office to the bedroom is less than 100 meters, and he is too reluctant to come and listen first before sleeping. Wrong. Hu Yu lowered his head helplessly, he knew this was his principled mistake, so he had to accompany Su Linglong and smile awkwardly. I was careless. Linglong, if you have any requests, just say them directly. As long as I can do it, I promise to meet them. Good. That's what you said. Su Linglong casually took out a disc and handed it to Hu Yu. Here, this is the surprise I have for you. Surprise? A disc? Hu Yu looked at Su Linglong in confusion, taking the disc with some doubt. What is in here? I already said it's a surprise. Su Linglong tilted her head, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. You can find a database to check it out yourself. Good. Hu Yu saw her teasing look and couldn't say much, so he followed her to the cockpit. That's where Xiao Hai's physical interface was. If it were something else, he could just plug the computer in and connect to Xiaohai's local network, but looking at Su Linglong's current state, this thing seemed quite important. It's better to use the physical interface for safety. Hu Yu and the others took the shortest route to the cockpit, and along the way, they didn't encounter anyone, as everyone was busy with their own tasks. Usually, at this time, most people would be enjoying life in the first-floor cabin. But ever since yesterday when Wei Shengnan mentioned that matter, a few people led by Shinshan started to prepare. Seeing this, others guessed something was up. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, they understood one thing. No matter the situation, preparing is never a bad thing. So overnight, the crowd, originally only working at 20% efficiency, directly boosted their efficiency to 80%. They weren't working hard, but they were definitely on the edge of working hard. It was like someone who normally worked 4 hours a day suddenly being thrown into a grueling 996 schedule. Hu Yu felt quite gratified. Upon reaching the cockpit, he directly connected the hard drive to Xiaohai's database, and before he could ask about the contents of the hard drive, Xiaohai's voice echoed in the cockpit. Master, a translation software has been detected. Would you like to install it? Translation software. Hu Yu turned to look at Su Linglong, his eyes filled with surprise. It can't be the translation software I'm thinking of, right? Aha. Su Linglong replied naturally, otherwise, why do you think we worked through the night? You have no idea how much effort we put into programming the translation habits of ancient texts with their contexts. Last night we tried it out. An ordinary computer can translate about 100 characters per second, but if it's Xiaohai, his computing power can at least be 10 times that. 1,000 characters per second? What concept is that? 60,000 characters per minute, 3,600,000 characters per hour, and the Yongle Encyclopedia of 370 million characters could be successfully translated in just 100 hours. In less than 5 days. That means Su Linglong and the others thought of a way to complete a task that normally takes 10 years in just 5 days. That's great. Hu Yu was overjoyed, now he understood why it was a surprise. Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as I have it. Don't get too excited yet. Su Linglong poured a bucket of cold water over him. This data is just our estimate. That computer can translate 100 characters per second, but it crashed before holding out for a minute. So, whether Xiaohai can really do it still depends on practical operation. Simple. Hu Yu calmly replied, install it. Joking, a product from the system must be top-notch, right? If Xiaohai, the legendary artificial intelligence of the ocean heart, can't even manage this, then it should just throw itself into the recycle bin. Yes, master. Checking for any malware, check completed, officially starting installation process. Installation successful. In less than 30 seconds, Xiaohai was successfully installed. Xiaohai, let's do an experiment. Hu Yu casually took out a volume of the Yongle Encyclopedia, flipping from the first page to the last at lightning speed, then spoke again. Xiaohai, please translate the content we just saw into plain language. Yes, master. Though he had flipped the pages quickly, with Xiaohai's scanning speed, he could accurately recognize everything, he just didn't know if the translation could keep up. In the next moment, Xiaohai's mechanical voice echoed in the cockpit. Ding. Translation complete, the details have been sent to your phone. Please check. Hu Yu immediately took out his phone, opened the screen, and began to compare. Perfectly accurate. The content on the phone is the plain text of the Yongle Encyclopedia. This makes it simple. What originally needed over 10 people and nearly a decade to complete, now only requires one person to stand in front of the camera and read for 5 days to finish. Well, considering break times, with 3 shifts, it would actually take 3 people to read for 5 days, 8 hours each day. This is the power of technology. Ahem. Hu Yu cleared his throat and turned to Su Linglong. Linglong, you've really helped me a lot. Just say what reward you and your team want. The reward we want is very simple. We want to work 4 days and rest 3. Only 8 hours of work each day. No exploiting of labor. And also, we want sufficient food. All right. Hu Yu hesitated but still agreed. Even though there was a great enemy ahead, what more could those skilled in ancient text translation do if forced to work hard? If they wanted to rest, then let them rest. Hold on, this is the reward we wanted before. Su Linglong interrupted Hu Yu, staring into his eyes. Now, we want to change our reward. What reward? We want to establish a research group. Haven't you already formed a research group? Hu Yu laughed bitterly. No, what we did before was just translation and illustration kind of work. Now. Su Linglong raised her hand and pointed to the water surface outside the cockpit window. What we want to research is what's beneath this. Chapter 160 Personal Communicator? Things underwater? Hu Yu frowned and asked Su Linglong, did you mention what was discussed in yesterday's meeting? Not yet. Su Linglong smiled. Without Boss Hu's instructions, how could I dare to carelessly expose secrets? Then why bring this up to me? Do your team members know? Of course not. Su Linglong spread her hands, but as long as Boss Hu nods, I'll start arranging it immediately. After all, this is much more interesting than construction work. She almost forgot, this guy first built defensive structures on the mountain to attack the serpents. Her disdain for those things underwater is almost a fond hatred. I can't agree to you for now. Huyu pondered for a moment and said, because the situation is still unclear. We also haven't accumulated enough materials on mutated fish, and the loyalty of those people is still questionable. So, this matter will be temporarily put aside for now. When it's time to establish a research institute, I will consider you first. That's all I need to hear. Su Linglong replied, quickly running out of the cockpit. In fact, this was her true goal. She knew the current situation was still immature. Not to mention, Wei Shangnan was still nearby. Starting research on mutated fish now, if she discovered some clues that led to questioning Boss Hu's identity, it would be not worth the loss. Not long after, Huyu also left the cockpit. He walked towards the cabin. Just in time to see Wei Shangnan having breakfast. Commander! The two exchanged glances, and Wei Shangnan immediately stood up. After last night's banquet and today's breakfast, her liking for Huyu had shot up to 30. Not for any other reason, but because of the food he provided. It's worth noting that the entire battleship only has food to sustain everyone for 30 days. After 30 days, they would have to think about their food sources. At this rate, this boss whose identity she couldn't even probe seems to be about to take care of all their food supplies. How much food storage must he have to afford such boldness? Sit. Huyu sat opposite Wei Shangnan, turning to Li Ji beside him. Li Ji, bring me 3 buns and a bottle of milk. Finally, there was no breakfast bombardment today. I don't know if it's because that group of women saw that Huyu didn't eat lunch yesterday. So, out of conscience, I accepted the divine power. After a day of digestion, I felt a bit hungry. Yes, sir, Li Ji saluted and quickly jogged over, soon bringing the food he needed. Huyu finished his breakfast before looking at Wei Shangnan. What are your plans after General Wei? Wei Shangnan was stunned for a moment. Sir, both our troops are gathered, shouldn't we act together? The mission I received is not that. Huyu looked at Wei Shangnan. If our 2 troops act together, will it be to complete your mission or mine? Wei Shangnan was speechless. She was very curious to ask Huyu what his mission was, but she also knew that with his identity, the tasks he executed must be top secret, so how could he tell her the details? No need to say more. After lunch, you will continue your mission. I will stay in Jinling for a few more days. After that, if we meet again, we can talk about other things. Yes. Wei Shangnan immediately stood at attention and saluted again, her face reddening as she mustered the courage to ask, Sir, I have a question. Can I ask? Ask. It's just, how much food do you have left? Can you lend us some? Lending is out of the question. Huyu casually took out a perfect fairy bean and placed it on the table. This bean, you go back and find a place to plant it. The beans that grow from it can sustain an adult for a month. If you can grow beans exactly like this one, then plant it to increase the yield. What? Wei Shangnan was directly stunned. She looked at the bean on the table, which resembled jade, with disbelief on her face. Sir, are you saying that this one bean is enough for an adult for a month? Don't believe it? Wei Shangnan didn't say anything, but her attitude made everything clear. Xiao Hai, have Elder Fong come here. Yes, master. Xiao Hai immediately responded. Wei Xingnan's expression suddenly changed, but she soon returned to normal, so quickly that Huyu sitting opposite her didn't even notice. After a while, Elder Fong walked in wearing muddy boots. After he came in, he asked Huyu, why did you call me? I'm busy. Here, Elder Fong, let me introduce you. Huyu forced a smile, stood up, and introduced the two. General Wei, this is Elder Fong, our country's expert in soybean planting and breeding. Elder Fong, this is General Wei, also the captain of the warship outside. Hello, Academician Fong. Hearing the title Academician, Wei Shangnan understood what kind of person he was, quickly standing up and extending her hand. Elder Fong also reached out to shake hands with her. After all, the title General is not something everyone can use. Hello, General Wei. Huyu returned to his seat and pointed to the beans on the table. Elder Fong, General Wei is skeptical about the efficacy of the fairy beans, you explain it. Okay, General Wei, this bean is. No need. General Wei immediately interrupted, I trust Elder Fong's expertise. Sir, how could you not mention someone like Elder Fong on board earlier? Sir? Elder Fong turned to look at Huyu with a somewhat strange expression. If you didn't doubt it, I would prefer to keep it a secret. Huyu quickly changed the topic. Elder Fong is deeply engrossed in research and rarely attends to outside matters, right, Elder Fong? Elder Fong replied, turning to walk towards the greenhouse. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Elder Fong, take care. Huyu stood up to see him off. Wei Shangnan watched Elder Fong leave, carefully wrapping the fairy bean in 5 layers of tissue before securely placing it in her pocket, finally feeling at ease. She looked at Huyu, her eyes a bit complicated, thought for a moment, and still asked, Sir, when will you leave? Time is tight, and the mission is heavy. Huyu frowned and said, some fish species have already mutated, you must also speed up. Yes, sir. Wei Shangnan said as she handed over her communicator, looking at Huyu and asking, Sir, I don't know what your personal communicator code is? I'll add you as a friend, that way if anything comes up in the future, we can communicate better. What is this? Personal communicator? Is there even such a thing? Chapter 161, Flaw. Huyu's claws instantly felt numb. I didn't expect to have avoided the initial meeting on the first day, but still fall here. No way. Keep deceiving. He frowned and looked at General Wei Shangnan very seriously. General Wei, you know, our task is highly confidential. Not just you, even if your superior comes, I still wouldn't let him add my personal communicator. Well, I understand. Wei Shangnan stood up and bowed. I'm sorry, Chief. It was my rudeness. I will go back and prepare to leave now. Be careful on the way. Thank you, Chief. Wei Shangnan said as she got up and left, walking all the way to the deck, stepping down the ladder to return to her warship. Ha! Huyu watched the vanishing warship and let out a long breath, finally managed to deal with that. Since Wei Shangnan has left, then the matter of the research institute should also be on the agenda. However, besides the black-scaled koi and golden-scaled dragonfish on board, more materials needed to be collected to look like a research institute. For fish, Zhao Zhong was still fishing. His fishing speed wasn't slow, it was just that the chance of catching a fish out of 100 fish, perhaps only one was a mutated fish. If one wanted to say where mutated fish were the most abundant. Huyu suddenly thought of a place. The community. The community where he used to live. When Zhao Yi and the others went into the water, it was a dark mass inside. Although he didn't know why mutated fish gathered in that place, it was just for collecting samples, scooping them up and leaving shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Hai. I'm here, Master. Target, Happiness Community. Yes, Master. It had been nearly half a month since they left, and he didn't know how his good neighbors were doing. At a depth of 76 meters, the water should almost reach the 26th floor. He really wanted to see their expressions when they meet again. The heart of the ocean activated. Huyu didn't waste time and headed straight to the cold storage. It stored the biological materials of the previously obtained mutated fish. Although the research value was not as good as when they were alive, it was still good to send them to Su Linglong. After all, giving this woman a little more work could save him from being troubled again. Just when Huyu was about to reach the cold storage, a figure suddenly sprang out. Xiao Zissou. She was wearing a surgical gown, as if she had just performed a major surgery, and rushed towards Huyu. You came just in time. Hurry, I've prepared a surprise for you. Another surprise? Huyu sniffed, catching a strong fishy smell, plus she had just come from the cold storage direction. Wait. You didn't go dissect those mutated fish corpses, did you? Xiao Zissou didn't deny it, her eyes even revealing excitement. Let me tell you, this is a great discovery. What discovery? Huyu asked curiously. He had already taken out the mutated crystals from the heads of the mutated fish. Could it be that there was something larger than the mutated crystals? You'll know when you follow me. Huyu was dragged forcefully into the cold storage by Xiao Zissou, and inside were various dissected mutated fish lined up. In addition, there were some dissected rabbits in the cold storage as well. It was likely that Xiao Zissou had snuck out during the night from the greenhouse. Fortunately, rabbits breed quickly, so catching one or two wouldn't hurt. If it was another species, Xiao Zissou should be hunted down by Old Fong by now. But why did it seem that there were some bodies of mutated fish inside the rabbits? Hurry, give me a mutated crystal. Huyu took out a normal mutated crystal from his space and handed it to Xiao Zissou. What are you going to do? Conduct an experiment. Xiao Zissou said, grabbing a rabbit in one hand while raising a surgical knife in the other. Directly performed a surgery right in front of him. Then, he casually stuffed the mutated crystal into the rabbit's head and stitched it up. Done. Huyu looked at the rabbit lying on the operating table, a bit confused. Just like this? What now? Don't worry, it's coming. After saying that, the rabbit, which had lost all life, slowly opened its eyes. The previously bright red pupils were now strangely tinted with purple. Half an hour ago, on the warship, Wei Xingnan's first task upon returning to the warship was to lock the fairy beans in the safe, then give the order to leave, and afterward find Zhao, who had been cleaning the toilet all day. General. Zhao stood at attention and saluted, his expression full of dissatisfaction. Tell me everything you know. I want all the details on that Hu Yu. This. General, didn't you trust him? Trust? Wei Shangnan turned to glance at the ocean heart slowly disappearing from view. Yesterday, I did trust him, but today he's shown too many flaws. Flaws? Zhao Yi's eyes lit up instantly. General, what flaws? First, as a large warship, even if there is artificial intelligence on board, it shouldn't call the controller master. Second, that academician Fang's attitude towards him is clearly not as good as towards mine. Since we are all military personnel, how could there be this kind of difference? The most important point is the third. I asked him for the private communicator number, and he said it was a mission secret and didn't give it to me. Private communicator? Zhao Yi wondered, is there such a thing? Precisely because there isn't, that's why he revealed his flaws. Wei Shangnan gritted her teeth, impersonating military personnel to spy on secrets, he must be captured and interrogated. Then why are we leaving? Zhao Yi asked, confused. If it were a forceful capture, that would be easy. Wei Shangnan shook her head, however, on such a ship, we don't even know how much material is on board. We can't simply suppress them by force. The best way is to first gather the troops and pressure the other side, making them not even think about resistance. Anyway, doesn't he still need to stay in Jinling for a while? The general is wise. Zhao Yi exclaimed. He almost thought Wei General had been so charmed that he didn't know what to do, but thankfully in the end, the general still saw through the opponent's tricks. Alright, tell me everything about him, don't leave anything out. Yes. Zhao Yi quickly responded and began to recount everything he had experienced with Hu Yu. Especially storage space. You mean, the other party has a space of unknown size that can keep all food fresh? Exactly. Zhao Yi nodded, that's also why they can have so much food. Okay, I understand. This matter must not be shared with anyone else. Wei Shangnan said, waving her hand, go and rest. Yes, General. After Zhao Yi left, Wei Shangnan immediately took out the communicator and sent a message in a group with only 9 people. Commander, I have made a discovery. Chapter 162 Surprise. Ocean Heart, in the cold storage. Hu Yu looked at the rabbit that had just opened its eyes again and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xiao Zissou directly picked it up and threw it into the cage. The rabbit instantly went wild. It bit the bars of the metal cage, making crunching sounds, and sparks flew. What is this thing? As you can see, the rabbit has also mutated. The source is that mutated crystal. Xiao Zissou tapped her own head, to be precise, it should be the unknown substances that make up the mutated crystal. Last night, I conducted an experiment and found that all mutated fish have a part of the unknown substance in their bodies. The concentration of this substance determines whether they will produce mutated crystals in their brains. I extracted part of this substance and experimented on the rabbit, and they will mutate to different degrees based on the concentration of that substance. An injection of 1 milliliter of the substance will cause a living rabbit to die. An injection of 2 milliliters will cause the rabbit to be in a state of excitement for a long time and unleash powers that do not belong to rabbits. An injection of 3 milliliters will cause changes in the rabbit's genes, including but not limited to growing larger, becoming smaller, losing fur, and hardening of the fur tissue. 4 milliliters has not been tried yet. Huh? Hu Yu asked curiously, why hasn't 4 milliliters been tried? Because there isn't enough. Xiao Zissou pointed to the pile of fish corpses behind her, these corpses only yield 6 milliliters of the unknown substance, and the remaining amount is not enough to support the following experiments. I was just about to find you, and unexpectedly, you came to me. And then you thought of going straight to use the mutation crystal for the experiment? Hu Yu looked at the rabbit in the cage, but it doesn't seem to have changed much except for going berserk. Just as she finished speaking, a metal bar as thick as a pinky was bitten off by the rabbit. It quickly flashed, crawled out of the cage, and stared intently at Xiao Zissou's arm with its purple eyes, as if it would bite at any moment. Be careful. Hu Yu did not hesitate, immediately pulled out a handgun from her space, and aimed to shoot at the rabbit. Bang! 2 shots were fired at the rabbit's head. The first shot blew the rabbit away but did not cause a penetrating injury, only after the second shot did the rabbit fall dead on the ground. Xiao Zissou rushed forward, her gloved hands flying up and down, quickly starting to dissect it again. But the mutation crystal that had just been inserted into its brain was now nowhere to be found, only a barely noticeable groove could be seen, proving it once existed. It seems the crystal has been absorbed. Xiao Zissou said, immediately taking out a syringe to begin extracting blood from the rabbit's body. The originally red blood, when drawn out, appeared dark purple, just like the rabbit's previous pupils. She quickly finished drawing the blood, poured it into a distillation bottle, and began distilling it, while also putting on a full-face gas mask connected to an oxygen tank. Indeed, as a medical student, she was fully prepared. Seeing this, Huyu also hurriedly took out a matching mask from her space, putting it on, and leaned forward to ask, "Is this how you extract that unknown substance?" "Yes, after distilling the blood of the mutated creature, we can obtain that substance." "What a coincidence." "Coincidence? Not really." Xiao Zissou replied, then turned her head to Huyu. "Do you know where I have seen this substance before?" "Seen it?" Huyu frowned, thinking of one possibility. "Are you saying?" "Exactly." Xiao Zissou nodded. "When we were doing physical examinations on that group of half-plant humans, we found that their blood samples were somewhat different from ours. After some experiments, we were able to extract a similar substance. However, the amount of this substance is very small. We could barely extract 0.1 milliliters from 100 milliliters of blood. We didn't want to risk killing them, so we only stored that substance." "So you mean to say, the substance that affects fish mutation can also affect humans and cause mutations?" Huyu felt somewhat dazed. "It seems so for now." Xiao Zissou nodded, "But currently, the experimental materials are indeed limited. I want to request a batch of mutation crystals for experiments. Only then can we draw accurate conclusions." As she spoke, Xiao Zissou's eyes began to fill with a kind of fervor. "Just think. If fish can evolve because of this stuff and give birth to intelligence comparable to humans, then if humans can also evolve through this substance, wouldn't that be even more terrifying than fish? Maybe we will open an era of super abilities." "Well, just now someone wanted to do research, and now you want to do an experiment." Huyu pondered for a moment and finally replied with the same answer. "Let's put the era of super abilities aside for now. My experimental materials are limited. Let's wait a while. When we have gathered enough materials, you and Su Linglong can lead and form a research team, then we can handle both research and experiments." "Su Linglong?" "Yeah." Huyu nodded. She is also interested in this matter. "All right." Xiao Zissou replied, knowing that just she alone clearly couldn't handle everything. Having someone to help was a good thing. "So when you say wait a while, how long exactly?" "If nothing unexpected happens, tonight?" "Tonight?" "Since you all surprised me, I can't let you all down either." Huyu smiled wryly. "Let's go now. We don't need to extract for now. Let's step out and discuss the research team first. I will also give you a surprise tonight." "Okay." Not long after the two left the ice storage, Xiao Hai's voice rang out over the intercom. "Master, we have arrived at the destination. We're here. It seems the surprise won't have to wait until tonight," Huyu said, leading Xiao Zissou and Xianer towards the deck. He thought it would take some time to arrive as Xiao Hai would need to plan a route, but surprisingly they arrived so quickly. It was as if there were no obstacles at all. When the three reached the top deck and looked outside, they stood frozen in place. Is this still the neighborhood they once lived in? All the neighborhood buildings are gone. No, it's not just their neighborhood. To be precise, all the nearby buildings have completely vanished beneath the water. It was as if they had been submerged by the water. But Huyu clearly remembered that at this time, the neighborhood hadn't been submerged yet. Chapter 163, Cement? Steel reinforcement? Crunchy, chicken flavor. Boss. Shinshan rushed over at this moment. He was one of the few who heard Huyu speak of the 49 days of the previous life, and naturally understood that the situation in front of them was unusual. "Brother Shan." Huyu replied and looked at him, asking, "What's happening up front?" "It's fish." Shinshan frowned and said, "Do you remember those black little fish beneath the water? After our bombardment, there shouldn't be many left, but now. What's it like now? You should see it for yourself." Huyu furrowed his brow and walked ahead. He didn't go directly to the deck, but instead headed to the fishing platform. From here he could still see the specific situation outside. Now Zhao Zhong was nearly flinging sparks with his fishing rod, continually catching fish from the surface, every cast bringing up a little black fish. Unlike the black-scaled koi they caught earlier, these black fish clearly had scales that were not as hard as the black-scaled koi. But their teeth. Huyu was shocked when he saw Zhao Zhong taking them off the hook. 2 rows of sharp little spikes, like bee stings, were lined up in their mouths, seeming to indicate that any hard object would be gnawed by them. Even a fish tank made of tempered glass. Wait, the fish tank. He saw the black little fish in the tank swimming to a corner of the glass, already starting to gnaw at it. The specially made tempered glass was already starting to show spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Huyu hurriedly stepped forward and kicked the fish tank off. There was no better way to handle it now. If he left this group of fish on the ship, the heart of the ocean would probably be fine, but it would be bad if they gnawed at other things. If tempered glass could be eaten through, what if they chewed on the sofa and other things on the ship? Wouldn't that be wasteful? Zhonggu, stop fishing for now. Huyu took a step forward and collected the blessing of the sea god into his space. The little black fish on the hook fell directly onto the deck, flopping around, desperately looking for something to gnaw on. Yes, boss. Zhao Zhong replied, looking at the small fish on the ship's deck. Could this thing be what we bombed before? So deadly? It should be. Huyu replied, looking at the panel of the black-scaled fish. Name, black-scaled toothfish, mutation. Type, fish. Status, hungry. Description, small fish mutated, with sharp teeth that can cut through all items of quality below fine, gregarious fish species. Note, cement? Steel bars? Crunchy, tastes like chicken. So it was it. Huyu furrowed his brow, looking at the description of this little thing on the panel, and could guess with his toes what was happening in the neighborhood outside. This area of buildings was probably completely eaten clean by this thing. But why didn't he encounter this situation in his previous life? Was it because he did something that caused this thing's population to explode, leading to the current situation? Recalling what happened earlier in the neighborhood, he didn't do anything. In fact, when leaving, he bombed the fish under the water again. Wait, bombing. Could it be because... Huyu furrowed his brow, turning to Zhao Zhong. Brother Zhong, were there any ordinary fish caught earlier? Yes, they are being kept in the kitchen. Bring a few, the smaller the better. All right. Zhao Zhong ran quickly to the kitchen, and soon, with the help of Old Wan, moved a large fish tank. The fish tank had over a dozen small fish, the largest no bigger than a palm, mostly freshwater fish. Huyu took out the blessing of the sea god again and shoved the fish hook back into the mouth of the black-scaled toothfish. Feeling something in its mouth, the black-scaled toothfish instinctively began to chew. Why can't it bite? With a flick of his rod, Huyu tossed the black-scaled toothfish into the fish tank and turned to Shinshan. Brother Shan, when I reel in the fishing rod, you shoot that black fish. Okay. Shinshan responded, already standing in front of the fish tank, ready with his handgun. Reel in. As the blessing of the sea god was pulled away again, the black-scaled toothfish felt something was missing in its mouth and immediately started searching for other food in the fish tank. However, its primary target was not those small fish, but the oxygenator in the fish tank. Just as it was about to reach the oxygen equipment, Shinshan pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the black-scaled toothfish, and its body immediately exploded in the fish tank. Light purple blood stained the water in the fish tank. The small fish swam like crazy, constantly gulping the purple water in the pool. In no time, their swimming speed began to quicken, gradually entering an excited state. Perhaps feeling that their kind was fighting for resources, they began to attack each other. With the death of the first fish, those fish began to devour its corpse, and their bodies actually started to shrink. 5 minutes passed. The fish tank, which originally had 15 fish, now only had 10 left. They no longer attacked each other, but began to consume other things in the fish tank. The crunching sound traveled even from the fish tank to the outside. Their scales began to dull, gradually turning black. Another 5 minutes passed. When Huyu opened the panel for them, those different kinds of freshwater fish now all had the same name. Black-scaled toothfish. No wonder after a round of bombing, their population did not decrease but increased. The root cause was here. The blood of one black-scaled toothfish is enough to mutate 10 ordinary fish. According to the experiments conducted by Xiao Zissou, this mutation process is clearly not quite normal, but let's not forget, their living environment is made entirely of rainwater. What they lack is not the mutagen, but an opportunity. Every death of a black-scaled toothfish is an opportunity for the ordinary fish. This is troublesome. Huyu frowned and said, kill, cannot be killed. Catch, cannot catch them all. Put them in a fish tank, even tempered glass cannot stop them, even if they are like black-scaled koi, swimming in a pool on a boat. So many fish, cannot fit. He looked at the water in front of him, and suddenly his claws felt numb. I can't really fish them one by one and then kill them on the boat, right? With the blood pollution of black-scaled toothfish, what if it infects people? How about? Xiao Zissou suddenly leaned in and said, try my method? What method do you have? Tell me, Huyu asked in confusion. From the experiment just now, the threat of black-scaled toothfish is nothing but high contagion. What if we find some people who aren't afraid of infection and let them handle it? You mean? Huyu looked towards the cabin interior, those people? Yes. Chapter 164, a ship. It's a ship. Half vegetative. In terms of combatability, they can completely kill those black-scaled toothfish. Even water entry catching is not difficult. They just need to make them armor from the scales of the black-scaled koi collected earlier, and then strengthen it with mutated crystals. However, Huyu did not plan to adopt this plan. What if it causes the half-vegetative people to mutate again and they cannot regain sanity? That would be a loss. If they could find a super large fish tank to contain all these black-scaled toothfish, and then store that super large fish tank in space, they could place all these black-scaled toothfish before them. At that time, they could operate again, placing the empty fish tank outside the black-scaled toothfish, so they could have a fish tank without water, only black-scaled toothfish. Fish, out of water, death is just a matter of time. Killing fish this way can avoid the blood of black-scaled toothfish leaking out, right? But using this method, there's a key problem to face. Fish tank. To fit all the black-scaled toothfish from the entire water body, they would need a fish tank over 50,000 square meters, and the material must be above excellent, otherwise, it would be broken by the black-scaled toothfish. This plan is a backup. Who you looked at the others present, do you have any other ideas? Although he already had a plan in mind, he still wanted to hear other people's opinions first. Otherwise, if his opinion is mentioned first, with his current level of goodwill, others would certainly choose his plan. I also have an idea. Ni Nua Nua raised her hand in the crowd. Ever since Huyu came to the cabin, she had been watching on the side. Naturally, she also witnessed the entire process that just happened. You say. The current problem is, we need to control this group of fish without polluting the water, right? Aha. Boss Hu, can you turn Zijing Mountain upside down? Turn it upside down? Huyu was taken aback, immediately understanding Ni Nua Nua's meaning. On Zijing Mountain, there's a Zixia Lake, which is just about 50,000 square meters. If turned upside down, Zixia Lake would form a trough, covering everyone's heads, and the whole Zijing Mountain would become an umbrella, shielding them from rain. As long as Huyu could remove the water within 50,000 square meters in a certain time, wouldn't he be able to directly kill these fish? However, this method is still too troublesome. The coverage area of Zijing Mountain is too large, he couldn't just take out a part. Once taken out, the humans beyond 50,000 square meters would also be affected. More importantly, Wei Shangnan. The noise of removing Zijing Mountain would be too great, they hadn't been apart for long, and if this brought her over, explaining would be difficult. As for the previous fishing prohibition method, it was not suitable either. After all, the biological pollution of black-scaled toothfish is too great, leaving the fish carcass in the water might still give rise to more black-scaled toothfish. And this water area is so vast, even after electrocuting them, it's hard to guarantee that all fish carcasses will be collected. This plan can only be a last resort. The noise is too big. Huyu replied. Looking at the others, is there anything else? Everyone looked at each other, unable to think of a better way. After a few moments. Let's go out and take a look first. Huyu sighed and replied, walking towards the deck. The others followed behind, while Shen Shan stepped forward to hold an umbrella next to him. On the deck. Looking around, there were no buildings in sight. Looking towards the water surface, all he could see was a massive darkness. In terms of numbers, these black-scaled toothfish far outnumbered the black-scaled koi, and if they could catch them all alive, it would completely support Su Linglong and Xiao Zisu's experiment. Unfortunately. Boss, look over there. Shen Shan's voice rang out. Huyu followed the direction of his finger and to his surprise, saw a black dot in the distance. He casually took out binoculars to look ahead. He was stunned as he looked through them. There were 3 people floating on the water, seeming to be resting on something underneath them. The black-scaled toothfish beneath the water were surprisingly not attacking them? That person is? Through the binoculars, Huyu even spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Interesting. Huyu put down the binoculars and ordered Xiao Hai, go take a look. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean activated, moving towards that group of people. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away. The 3 people floated on the water, trying to evade the surface but had to drift outward. After all, once they huddled together, whatever was beneath them was likely to sink, and then none of them would survive. You see. What is that? The person sitting at the front suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at a dark mass in the distance, a ship. It's a ship. We are saved. What good is a ship? The person sitting at the back cursed, even if there's a ship, it will soon be eaten clean by those creatures, it's better for us, right? But what if there's a lifeboat made of rubber on the ship? Can't we seize it to use? It's better than sitting here. A woman in the middle spoke up, but the man in the back raised his hand and slapped her directly. Smack! The crisp sound was drowned in the sound of the rain. I told you not to talk. Sit still and don't move. After shouting, the man looked ahead again. Cousin, let's find a way over there, and then we can trade this woman for a lifeboat, but we must never board the ship. Got it, cousin, but... The man turned back, his fat face trembling as he looked at the woman sitting in the middle. It's still early to get over there, could you let me enjoy a little longer at the back? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately shrank her neck, trembling like a little chick. What time is it, and you are still thinking of enjoying yourself? The man frowned. Hurry up, don't delay important matters. Okay. The fat guy in front turned his head somewhat helplessly. When he looked ahead, a woman's charming complaint suddenly came from behind. Clearly, his cousin didn't let him enjoy himself because he wanted one last bit of enjoyment for himself. Instantly, the cousin's eyes filled with disgust, secretly planning another scheme. You like to enjoy, huh? Wait till you go down to the water to enjoy slowly. If it weren't for the fact that this thing needed 3 people to maintain balance, who would want to share a woman with another man? As long as he could get the kayak, it wouldn't matter if the woman or man behind him was no longer of use. What? Cousin? As long as someone can keep him alive, give him food, he'd even call him dad. What is a cousin worth? Just as the cousin was about to continue paddling forward, he suddenly noticed that the yacht in front of him was approaching them at a high speed. Before they could even react, that yacht had already stopped in front of them. If this boat's size could still be considered a yacht. Hey! The cousin trembled slightly and immediately raised his head, shouting to the ship, is anyone on the boat? Save us. No matter what conditions, we can agree. Oh? Any conditions? A familiar voice rang out. The woman sandwiched between the two men suddenly looked up. At just one glance, I saw a familiar face appearing on the deck. Looking down at her from a height. Chapter 165. Let me on board. I want aboard. Who? Who you? Hearing the woman spit out a name. Her cousin behind her immediately asked, huh? Do you know that person on the ship? Great. Her younger cousin also exclaimed, hey! People on the ship. We have a friend of yours here, can we go up and talk first? Friend? If only this were a friend. The woman trembled slightly, shrinking between the two men, not daring to peek out. She knew that, with her relationship with Huyu, once they met, there were only 2 possibilities. Either she would be thrown into the water, or she would be killed first, then thrown into the water. Okay, wait for me a moment. Huyu's voice sounded. He walked all the way from the deck to the ladder position. When the ladder was lowered, he also appeared in front of the 3. You can't be the ship owner, right? The younger cousin questioned in confusion. In his view, this person was simply too young, and even a bit weak. In this survival of the fittest era, how can such a person be the owner of a ship like this? Why? Doesn't it look like it? Huyu retorted and casually glanced at the transportation the 3 were sitting on. Just one glance, and he froze in place. Who brought the girlfriends out like this? The little boat beneath the 3 was actually made up of 4 inflatable girlfriends. 4 inflatable girlfriends stacked in a T-shape, barely carrying the 3 people, and this material that could be pierced by a needle wasn't even bitten by the black-scaled fish? Could it be? A guess popped into Huyu's mind, and just as he was about to try, he was interrupted by his cousin's voice in front of him. Hey, what are you looking at? His cousin shouted rudely at Huyu, pulling out a dagger and placing it against the woman's neck. Stop hesitating, if you don't want this woman to die, then hand over an inflatable boat. Also prepare 5 days, no, 10 days of food. As long as you meet our demands, we can give you this woman. Are you threatening me? With her? Huyu found it somewhat absurd. Otherwise? His cousin retorted, not forgetting to confirm, your name is Huyu, right? That's the name she just called out? That's right. Then it's settled. His cousin's tone immediately became fierce. Hurry up, don't force me to act. Bang! Before his cousin could act, the cousin sitting at the front pulled out a kitchen knife from his chest and swung it backward. The blade sunk into his cousin's neck. His pupil instantly trembled, and the hand holding the dagger shook slightly, tentatively stabbing forward, wanting to exchange one for one before dying. Unfortunately, the younger cousin had long been prepared. As he pulled out the kitchen knife, another slash landed on his arm. With 2 consecutive slashes, the cousin completely lost his life, falling sideways into the water. With one less person's weight, the girlfriend boat also floated considerably higher. The 2 people sitting on the boat quickly started to move, one shifting forward and the other moving back. The balance that originally needed 3 people to maintain was now only left with 2 people, so they had to adjust their positions. Sorry, Mr. Hu. The younger cousin raised the bloody kitchen knife, properly placing it back in his chest, not forgetting to smile at Huyu. That guy didn't understand. What he just said does not represent my thoughts. If possible, I would like to continue trading with you. I wonder, can we? Huyu smiled. He had seen too much of the evil in human nature and naturally understood what this guy wanted. A woman can only exchange for limited things. Under limited resources, what one person can enjoy is naturally more than what 2 people can share. Oh? Huyu looked at him with great interest. Then tell me, what do you want to trade with me? Simple. The younger cousin pointed to the woman behind them. It's still her. No matter what your relationship with her is, I just want to exchange her for a kayak, to get 20 days of food for myself. You want the same thing as he does, why should I agree to you? Because of my attitude. My cousin calmly spoke, if you just agree to him, he would only take the stuff and leave, without keeping his promise. And now, I am alone, with no ability to breach the contract, right? Huyu slowly nodded, the reasoning is correct, but I disagree. Ha? My cousin froze for a moment, don't you want to save this woman? Even though the end of the world had come for 20 days, the woman behind still hadn't bathed or dressed for many days, yet you could still see her elegance and beauty from her face. Such a woman, even without a relationship, is enough to exchange for these resources. Moreover, the two of them knew each other, how could he possibly not agree? Miss Yi. Huyu looked at the woman sitting on his girlfriend's boat, did you not tell them about our relationship? That woman, no, to be precise, it was Yi Wanqiu. She lowered her head, biting her lip, not knowing what to think. If she had known the apocalypse was coming, if she had known this guy could get such a big boat, she would never have rejected him. Forget pursuing him, being his dog wouldn't be bad either. It would be much better than looking like this, neither human nor ghost. Who you? Yi Wanqiu knelt directly on that girlfriend's boat, nose snot and tears flowing together. She looked at him, who was dressed neatly like new, and kept bowing, please. Even for the sake of our knowing each other, save me just this once. As long as you save me this once, I can do anything you want. Oh? Huyu curiously asked, you, sure you can do anything? Of course. Yi Wanqiu seemed to seize a life-saving straw, wishing she could just leap forward now. Then fine. Huyu tossed out a high-level math workbook, then you finish this workbook, 5 minutes should be enough, right? Yi Wanqiu was dumbfounded on the spot. Come on, what she said she could do definitely wasn't this kind of stuff. You said you could do anything, it seems you still like to lie. I understand. My cousin shouted excitedly, looking at Huyu with a full face of excitement, boss, you must hate this woman. Wait, I'll get rid of her right away. As soon as the words fell, my cousin immediately started, turning around to push Yi Wanqiu directly into the water. Dark red, spreading in the water. He stood alone on the girlfriend's boat, his pupils red as he looked at Huyu, boss, I helped you get rid of this woman. Let me on the boat. I want to get on the boat. Chapter 166 Weakness of the Black-Scaled Toothfish. Get on the boat? He wouldn't even be allowed to go to the grave. Although Huyu hated Yi Wanqiu, he would never actively take her life. In the apocalypse, death is the easiest thing, struggling to survive in the apocalypse is the real pain. This is also why he had many chances before but never moved against Yi Wanqiu. He wanted her to feel the despair in the apocalypse more. But now, someone accelerated this process. I'm sorry. Huyu's face darkened as he looked at the man. When did I say that as long as you deal with her, I would let you on the boat? You. My cousin stammered, not knowing what to say. He plopped down and knelt on the girlfriend's boat. Boss, I don't even ask for food or supplies anymore, just give me a kayak. I just want a kayak. The premise of the deal is that both sides must be equal. Huyu coldly stared at him, and don't say I didn't give you a chance, as long as you can honestly answer my question, giving you a kayak isn't impossible. Boss, you say? My cousin spoke excitedly, and then recalled what just happened, quickly added, as long as you don't make me do math problems, that would be fine. Don't worry, it's not a math problem. Huyu looked at the black-scaled toothfish beneath the water's surface. With the recent drop of 2 corpses, the number of black-scaled toothfish surged, many small fish leaned against the heart of the ocean, gnawing at the ship's board bit by bit. If it weren't for the high quality of the heart of the ocean, perhaps these little creatures would have eaten it all. But, the girlfriend ship made from a person's body remains safe and sound. Even those black-scaled toothfish seemed to show a tendency to retreat. He probably wanted to kayak because he discovered something. How much do you know about the fish down there? Well. His cousin pondered for a moment, then honestly replied, actually, we don't know much. It's just that starting from 10 days ago, these things began to gnaw at the buildings in the water. Whether it's concrete or steel, as long as it enters these guys' mouths, there's nothing they can't eat, except for one thing. Rubber products. I don't know the exact reason, but anyway, we made a simple boat with these things. About 2 days ago, the last building was completely devoured. I had no choice but to take some stuff and sit on this boat. Wait. Huyu interrupted again, asking, when did the other 2 people join you? My cousin lives next door to me, and as for the other woman, we found her in a building in the happy community that hasn't completely sunk yet. Thinking that more people would mean more support, we brought her along. More people for more support? Huyu sneered, such nonsense could make people laugh until they cried in the apocalypse. But he didn't care about these details. Then what? Besides not eating rubber products, did you find any other characteristics? No. His cousin shook his head, eyes full of fear. Those fish are like monsters. Anyone nearby who falls into the water is completely devoured in less than 3 seconds. I only happen to know this. Only rubber products, they act like they've seen a ghost and stay far away. Well, as a trade, the information you provided is very important, so... His cousin's eyes sparkled with expectation, already imagining how to thank this person after boarding the ship. But at the next moment... Then here, take this. Who you tossed a can of luncheon meat over. Based on what he knew about the prices in the apocalypse, a can of luncheon meat was enough to buy 2 lives. He had only received a piece of information, still used to verify his guess. A can would be enough. His cousin caught the can, his eyes filled with surprise. Is this it? I told you the information, you should let me on the boat. You just give me this one thing, and you think you can send me away? You don't want it? That's great. Who you retorted and took back the can casually. Although the distance between them was over a meter, the can had entered the space. As long as it was within sight, he could take it back. Seeing the can disappear, his cousin wanted to rush over and perish with him. But before he could make a move, Who you and the others had already closed the gangway and walked towards the ship. It's my first time meeting someone so sensible, providing information without asking for anything in return. Yeah. Shinshan responded from the side, looks like there are still many good people in this world. Exactly. As the voices gradually faded away. Before his cousin could regain his senses, that ship had already sailed towards the edge of the water area. He could only stand on the girlfriend ship, staring at the fading direction of that ship, squeezing out a name from between his teeth. Who? You. At the same time. On the heart of the ocean. Who you returned to the cabin, realizing that the verification of the recent news was still not enough, an experiment was needed. He made his way to the water tank, tentatively taking out a piece of the most ordinary rubber product, BYT, and tossed it into the water, discovering that the movement speed of the black-scaled toothfish indeed accelerated significantly.